This is a TV program that says the total bonus pool exceeds 1 billion. As long as you can abscond for 30 days, you could get a super reward of 1,055,550,000 yuan. The rules of the show are very simple. 30 audience members are selected to play the role of fugitives, and the arrest team will chase them 24 hours a day. The longer they escape, the higher the prize money will be. Then, the program began to introduce the contestants. Among the 30 fugitives, there were men and women, ranging in age from 18 to 40 years old, and they were all ready for the prize money. In the show, contestants can use unconventional means to escape, but they cannot behave badly. Otherwise, they will be called to the police and arrested. The arrest team consists of 63 members, with 2 arrest team members chasing 1 fugitive. With high-tech equipment, they can lock the fugitive's location at any time. Dear viewers, the first season of Urban Escape has officially started. The 30 fugitives will be given half an hour of advance action time, and after half an hour, the arrest team will begin to act. Remember to scan the code for a draw and win a family set, added the host Yuqian. The camera switched to the live broadcast rooms of the fugitive players, among which I attracted special attention in room 22. The other players were trying desperately to escape, but I was still playing landlord leisurely, without any impatience. The game voice was transmitted, and the audience reacted quickly. Number 22 will definitely be the first to be caught. I didn't care and concentrated on studying the system that had just been activated. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host Yuan Yifan for activating the super running system, unlocking novice benefits, and being rewarded with a skill dice and a pair of pleasant goat masks. I rolled the dice, and it finally stopped at 6. Congratulations on getting 6 attribute points. You can add points freely. Please choose as you wish. I opened my attribute panel. My basic attributes were not outstanding for me, basically quite low, and none of them were outstanding. However, it's a good opportunity that I have 2 6 attribute points, and I have to think carefully about how to allocate them. Strength, agility, and stamina are suitable for close-quarter escapes, but it's 2025 now, who still relies on 2 legs to escape. Adding driving skills is the most practical. Cars are the most commonly used means of transportation. If you have good driving skills, others can only watch me escape. Decision made. I'll put all points on driving skills. I put all 6 points on driving skills without hesitation. A burst of golden light flashed, and the system responded. The driving skill has been upgraded to F, and the exclusive skill, driving the car lock, has been unlocked. Suddenly, I felt like a seasoned driver, with drifting, flicking, and launch control all popping up in my mind, and I even had experience driving different types of cars. This system is awesome. With F-level driving skills, I should be able to escape easily in the city. More importantly, the car lock stunt allows me to use tools such as wire to open the car lock, making it easy to steal a car and escape. Just when I was feeling satisfied with the upgrade, I discovered that my reputation value was dropping rapidly, from -17 to -83. It turned out that the audience in the live broadcast room started to criticize me, thinking that I had a problem with my brain for not running away, but waiting to be caught. Apparently, these negative comments had ruined my reputation. I asked the system, what is reputation for and how can I improve it? The system replied, reputation is an important attribute that can be used to redeem items and upgrade. As long as you receive praise from the audience, your reputation will increase, and rewards will automatically be converted into reputation. I see. In that case, I decided to put away my phone and prepare for action. Before I set off, I put on my pleasant goat mask and moved my joints to warm up. Before a big competition, all players have to do this to prevent injuries from strenuous exercise. However, the audience thought I was stupid, and my reputation dropped another 8 points. I was confident that I could restore my reputation through a spectacular escape. So I deliberately delayed my departure until the last minute, so that the escape process would be more interesting and attract more viewers. It's time to prepare. The arrest team has set off. Please be careful. A reminder sounded from the pocket drone. The drone can now live stream 4K video, perfectly presenting this urban escape. I stood on the street, quietly waiting for the arrest team to arrive. Idiot, these days some people don't even want the reward, just waiting to be caught. Don't make malicious guesses. Maybe his wife is giving birth, and he wants to go home. The discussions in the live broadcast room made me feel a loss. The audience was not optimistic about me, which caused my popularity to drop sharply. At this moment, the other players were trying to escape, but I was not impatient at all. I stayed where I was and waited to be caught. Two members of the arrest team, Wang Gang and Li Chong, drove over quickly and received instructions through the intercom. Contestant number 22 is on the street. He is wearing a pleasant goat mask, jeans, and a white t-shirt. Go over and capture him quickly. We are already in place and have seen the target. We definitely can't escape, Wang Gang responded. Their leader, Shi Shufa, checked the surveillance video and found me sitting leisurely on the street playing games. She was keenly aware that I might not be simple. She froze the surveillance camera on me, and then everyone was waiting to see if I could escape successfully. Two members of the number 22 arrest team had arrived. They braked suddenly, got out of the car, and rushed towards me. You are too slow. I let my phone speak my mind. I calmly turned up the volume of my phone to the maximum, only to hear the voice saying the flowers I have been waiting for have all withered. It turned out that I had just played a game of landlord to kill time, and these words were exactly from the game voice. Idiot! Wang Gang cursed in his heart. I teased him on purpose, and he was obviously furious, thinking that he would give me a good education later. Although there was only 5 meters between us, there was an illegally parked car in front of us. Wang Gang and Li Chong surrounded the car from both sides. I raised my hands to signal surrender. Seeing that I was cooperating, the two slowed down their pace. After all, they couldn't do anything too harsh during the live broadcast, lest they be scolded by the audience. Li Chong slowly reached behind his waist to get the handcuffs. However, as they approached, the corners of my mouth slightly raised, revealing a smug smile. The two men relaxed their vigilance and were about to take action. I was ready, jumped onto the car in front of me, and leaped over by stepping on the hood. Damn, I got fooled. The two turned around angrily and chased after him, but they were already 3 meters behind. You can't run away. I'm the community sprint champion. Wang Gang quickly chased after him, running very standardly, but sprinting also takes time to start. At this moment, a car drove by and saw us crossing the road quickly. The driver honked the horn and braked suddenly, almost hitting us. This sudden incident forced the two men to stop, and I missed the opportunity to pursue. This was no coincidence. I had noticed the car long before and deliberately waited until it approached before I started to flee, cleverly taking advantage of my surroundings. You think the road is yours. The driver stuck his head out and cursed, but no one paid any attention. The two continued to chase, while the driver was stunned, not knowing what was going on. Taking advantage of this opportunity, I came to the arrest team's car and took out a piece of wire to poke into the car lock hole. The F-level car lock opening stunt made me familiar with the car lock structure, and after a few seconds, the car lock was opened. Oh no, he wanted to steal the car. Wang Gang was shocked and finally realized that I was tricking them to get out of the car in order to take away their car. It's okay, the key is here. Li Chong was about to rejoice, but was shocked to find that I actually opened the door of their old Jetta within a few seconds. They thought the car door was opened accidentally, but they didn't expect the car to start without the key. Damn, the two of them had no idea that I was so familiar with the structure of old cars. After connecting a few wires, the car started smoothly. Li Chong tried to open the door, but it was too late. I stepped on the accelerator, accelerated rapidly, and left them behind. It's so immoral that you don't know how to close the car door. When I closed the car door, I pointed my thumbs down and laughed at them. The exhaust was filled with black smoke, and the two men were choked and coughed, their faces becoming ugly and angry. It's all your fault. You didn't lock the car door and let him steal the car. Li Chong was furious and started to get angry at Wang Gang. I locked the car door, okay. Wang Gang was also very angry and retorted, I told you to buy a better car a long time ago, but you didn't listen. Now you blame this broken car. Damn it, if I had money, I would have changed to BBA long ago. Li Chong said angrily, his tone full of helplessness. The two of them had a rift because they failed to catch me. The atmosphere on the scene became tense, and they even started to blame each other. When the audience in the live broadcast room saw this scene, they all posted barrage comments to make a scene. Fight, fight. Netizens were eager to watch the fun and shouted in the barrage, even calling their friends to come and watch my wonderful escape. I saw two members of the number 22 arrest team quickly get out of the car and rush towards me. We were only 5 meters apart, but separated by an illegally parked car. I slowly raised my hands, pretending to surrender, with the corners of my mouth slightly raised, but I was actually laughing in my heart. The two team members slowed down their pace, obviously relaxing their vigilance. Li Chong reached for the handcuffs and was about to get closer. At this moment, I quickly jumped onto the car parked in front of me and stepped on the hood to cross the roof. Damn, I've been fooled. Wang Gang shouted with gritted teeth and chased after him, but was already 3 meters behind. Watching the speed of his strides, I knew he was fast, but I also understood that his start time would be affected. Sure enough, a car drove by. The driver honked the horn suddenly, the brakes lost control, and almost hit them. The appearance of the car forced them to stop, and it also gave me a chance to escape. "Do you think the road belongs to you?" the driver yelled through the car window. But we didn't stop and continued to run at high speed. The driver could only stand there, completely unaware of what was happening. Taking advantage of this gap, I walked towards the arrest team's car, took out a piece of wire, and started poking at the car lock. After a few seconds, the lock was opened. While operating, I paid attention to the movements around me, knowing that my next action might be noticed by them. When Wang Gang saw my action, he screamed, "Oh no, he's trying to steal the car." I had already gotten into the car and was ready to start. Li Chang watched this scene and hurried over to open the car door, but I had already used a screwdriver to pry open the wires under the steering wheel. The two wires were connected, sparks flashed, and the car started. Damn! Li Chang's face turned extremely ugly. They never thought that I would be so familiar with the structure of the old car. For this kind of car, ordinary people can't even open the door, but I took advantage of its loophole and started it easily. The moment the car started, I stepped on the accelerator hard, and the car rushed out, and Li Chang and Wang Gang couldn't catch up at all. I saw them standing there in a daze in the rearview mirror, coughing in anger for a while. I smiled secretly. The car door slammed shut behind me, and then I gave him a thumbs down sign. I felt extremely happy at the moment of escaping. "It's all your fault. You didn't lock the car door and let him steal the car." Li Chang was so angry that he cursed at Wang Gang. Wang Gang was not to be outdone. "I locked the car door, okay? You are the one to blame. You had to drive such a lousy car." The two began to argue, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. It was obvious that a rift had developed between them because they had not caught me. The chase became even more dramatic. I watched them from a distance, feeling proud of myself. The car had already driven away and gradually disappeared from their sight. I saw two members of the arrest team quickly got out of the car and rushed towards me. I laughed inwardly and immediately turned up the volume of my phone to the maximum. I only heard the funny dialect, the flowers I waited for have all withered coming from the phone. I just started another game of landlord to kill time, and this line is the voice in the game. I watched them approach and sneered in my heart. Wang Gang cursed in his heart, and I guess he was going to teach me a lesson later. I deliberately raised my hands in a gesture of surrender. The two players slowed down their pace and were obviously a little relaxed. I knew my chance had come. Li Chang slowly walked towards me and reached for the handcuffs. When they were less than a meter away from me, I smiled smugly and thought to myself, "This is my chance." I leaped onto the car next to me and leaped over by stepping on the hood. "Damn, we've been fooled." The two men shouted angrily and immediately started chasing, but I had already widened the gap to 3 meters. Wang Gang shouted angrily, "You can't run away. I'm the community short distance running champion." He took big strides and chased after him. Looking at his posture, I knew he was running fast, but the delay in starting gave me enough time. Just as they were getting closer and closer, a car suddenly drove over. The driver saw us crossing the road at high speed, honked the horn, and braked suddenly, almost hitting Wang Gang and Li Chang. The two were startled and had to stop, and this accident allowed me to successfully create some distance. I had noticed the car long before, and taking advantage of its presence, I cleverly adjusted my escape route, using everything around me to help myself. I ran to the arrest team's car, looked at the closed door, took out the wire I had picked up without hesitation, and started to unlock it. A few seconds later, the car door opened with a click. Wang Gang saw this and shouted in horror, "Oh no, he's trying to steal the car." I had already gotten into the driver's seat. Li Chang was still feeling lucky that the car keys were in his hand, but he was shocked when he saw me quickly open the car door and get into the driver's seat. What surprised him even more was that I started the car without a key. I quickly used a screwdriver to pry open the wires under the steering wheel and gently connected them. As soon as the two wires touched, the car started. Holy crap, they had no idea that I was so familiar with the structure of this old car. I had used the design loopholes of the old Jetta to the fullest. The moment the car started, I stepped on the accelerator hard. After that, the car sped away. Li Chang and Wang Gang had no way to catch up with me. It's immoral that they don't know how to close the car door. As I closed the car door, I deliberately made a thumbs-down gesture and looked at them with contempt. The starting car left behind billowing black smoke, which made them cough continuously. I was very proud of myself. This was all thanks to my F-class driving skills. I could even start an old Jetta with ease. It's all your fault. You didn't lock the car door and let him steal the car. Li Chang shouted at Wang Gang in frustration. Wang Gang was not to be outdone. I locked the car door, okay? You should be blamed. I asked you to change to a better car, but you refused, so he took advantage of it. Li Chang retorted in dissatisfaction. How can I afford to buy a new car? My child's tuition and milk powder money are almost all gone. How can I buy a new car? You still expect me to buy BBA? The two men blamed each other for not catching me, and it seemed that they were about to fight. The chase turned into a quarrel between them, and the comment from the audience in the live broadcast became even more heated. Everyone watched with great interest and called their friends to come and watch this exciting chase. I saw that former policewoman Shi Xuefei's guess was correct. As expected, I planned to fly over the roadblock. As for the problem of jumping off on the ground, I had already thought of a solution, using the police car parked on the side of the road as a springboard. The tire on one side of my Jetta pressed precisely on the roadbed, and the car body began to tilt. Then, I suddenly turned the steering wheel, and the wheel pressed onto the police car parked next to me, and the police car instantly became my springboard. I stepped on the accelerator without hesitation, and the Jetta flew up in a perfect parabola and successfully crossed the roadblock. The moment I flew through the air, I felt that all eyes were on me. Everyone's mouths opened wide, as if they were seeing a miracle. A traffic policeman said in shock, "This is the first time I think the Jetta is so cool, even cooler than the Jaguar." When landing, the right wheel of the Jetta landed first, followed by the other side, and the car body continued to shake violently. Bang! Bang! I was dizzy and dazzled by the violent bumps. The old Jetta car began to drop parts and fragments, and the windshield was cracked. Despite the ever-present danger of car damage and personal injury, I still managed to accomplish this feat. I used my F-class driving skills to precisely control this leap. This combination of driving skills and courage is probably a height that no one else dares to try. The half-broken body of the Jetta car, emitting black smoke, disappeared into the distance. At the same time, Wang Gang slammed the brakes on his Passat and stopped in front of the roadblock. He stood in the car, pounding the steering wheel in anger. The arresting team members once again watched me escape with ease, and the frustration in their hearts was indescribable. In number 22's live broadcast room, the atmosphere instantly became heated, with comments flying all over the screen. Awesome. So cool. Number 22 is indeed the most awesome fugitive. This is simply a gangster-level operation. Everyone was giving me thumbs up, sending rockets, and posting comments. The atmosphere was extremely lively. My reputation soared, and my fans increased dramatically, directly increasing by 100,000 fans. At the same time, in the command car, the other two arrest team leaders also noticed my performance and turned their eyes to Shi Xuefei. It was obvious that number 22 had become her strong rival. She stared at the surveillance screen silently, and suddenly revealed a mysterious smile. Obviously, she was full of fighting spirit towards me. She clasped her hands together, making a slight sound, and it was obvious that she was serious. Shi Xuefei's determination made me feel her strength, and she vowed to catch me personally. Congratulations to the members of team number 28. The other teams should keep up the good work. I will go and capture team number 22 myself. Shi Xuefei gave the order in the command vehicle and was immediately ready to go out personally. At this time, the other two captains also expressed their support. Chun Dajiang even said with a smile, "It seems that number 22 has really angered Miss Shi. The next task will not be so easy. But I have to say, this kid's driving skills are really unexpected. The slightest mistake could result in the car being destroyed and people being killed." Ma Chunchi also nodded in praise. I couldn't help laughing when I heard their discussion. Indeed, this jump made them pay full attention to me, which made me unique among the fugitives. As I was driving away, I suddenly sneezed, rubbed my nose, and felt a little pleased. These two successful escapes must have made the arrest team furious, and they must have been talking about me behind my back. I looked through my attribute panel and saw that my performance in this escape had exceeded 600, which I directly exchanged for 6 attribute points. Now, I have 7 free attribute points, which are enough to improve a skill to the extreme. I looked at the F-level driving skill and wondered to myself, if I put points into this skill, to what extent would my driving skill improve? So, next, where should I add these 7 attribute points? I saw a white Porsche Cayenne in the rearview mirror. It was obviously driven by a female driver, and her target was me. My intuition tells me that this must be Shi Xiufei, the beautiful former policewoman who was highlighted by the program team. Her promotional posters were very popular before and fascinated countless otakus. Now she is pursuing me in person, which seems like an honor no matter how you look at it. But the reality is that her driving skills are definitely not to be underestimated, and she is good at fighting, so she won't give me any chance. My old Jetta has reached its limit. The collision just now has caused it to make more and more strange noises, and it may stall at any time. Although I have the skills to unlock cars, changing cars should not be a problem if I'm given 10 seconds. But Shi Xiufei is chasing too closely and will definitely not give me this opportunity. Just as I was thinking about it, the Jetta engine made a few thump sounds, followed by black smoke, and then it stalled. I quickly restarted the car, but it didn't work. My F-Class driving skills told me that the car was completely hopeless. It was impossible to fix it in a short time, so I had to park the car on the bridge across the river. As the car slowly stopped, the Kian and 2 cars behind it quickly formed a triangle formation and surrounded me. The arrest team, led by Shi Xiufei, got out of the car, and in front of me was the bridge with the river rolling below. Jumping down would almost certainly lead to death. At this moment, I knew I didn't have many choices, and there was no way back on the bridge. Shi Xiufei walked towards me coldly and said firmly, "Number 22, give up. There is no rescue here. You will only die if you jump down." I looked at the river under the bridge and hesitated. Although I could swim a little, it was too risky to jump from such a high place. But if I didn't jump, she would definitely catch me. Shi Xiufei seemed to see my hesitation, and she quickly gave orders, commanding her men to be on high alert and prepared to personally capture me. I could feel her determination, and it was obvious that she didn't want me to escape. Just when I had nowhere to go, I suddenly heard the system's voice, ding dong, triggering a random novice tutorial task. Do you want to spend 1 attribute point to unlock a new skill? I was stunned, knowing that this must be the system giving me a chance. Without hesitation, I chose yes, consume 1 attribute point to develop the swimming skill, current level L. I immediately realized that this was exactly the skill I needed. In this case, jumping down became my only option. I glanced at Shi Xiufei, who was about to pounce on me from behind, smiled slightly, then quickly grabbed the railing and jumped down without hesitation. When Shi Xiufei saw me jump down, she immediately shouted, "Don't jump." She quickly took off her coat and shoes, preparing to jump down to chase me. She obviously didn't want me to die, but at the same time, she didn't want me to escape. The moment I fell, I quickly added the remaining 6 attribute points to the swimming skill, and the skill was immediately upgraded to F level. System prompt, swimming level upgraded to F, unlocking the skill high diving. At this moment, my body seemed to become light and flexible, and all my movements became natural and smooth. I performed a perfect diving move in the air. First, I hugged my legs and turned 360 degrees, then quickly spread my body and entered the water in an almost perfect posture. There was no ripple on the water surface, as if nothing had happened. Shi Xiufei followed closely behind me and jumped in, splashing water everywhere, but I had successfully avoided her pursuit, sank into the water, and disappeared from her sight. I suddenly raised my head from the water and saw that the drone was still filming above me. The signal was transmitted to the live broadcast room through the relay, and all the audience's eyes were fixed on me at this moment. Oh my God, he jumped from such a high place. Is he okay? Go save him. Wait, what did I just see? Isn't this the Great Escape variety show? Why does it look like I'm watching diving? I was invisible underwater, and although no one understood what was happening at first, the drone lost its target and automatically played the leap in slow motion. The audience finally saw my diving action clearly. Oh my God, how come the movements are almost the same as those of professional athletes? Is number 22 a diving enthusiast? An audience member asked in confusion. I was moved. I didn't expect that my actions would cause such a big discussion. Everyone's attention was gradually drawn to my identity. Some people even joked, "That's amazing. How many identities does number 22 have? A racing expert? A diving expert?" However, a rational audience member reminded, "No one has come up yet, so let's first check if they are okay." Mr. also jumped down. It was only then that everyone noticed that Shi Xiufei and I jumped off the bridge one after another. Our 2 figures disappeared into the water and still did not float to the surface. The audience couldn't help but feel their hearts wrenched. Suddenly, a head popped up on the surface of the river. It was me. I just emerged from the water wearing a pleasant goat mask and spit out a few mouthfuls of water. Even though I jumped off the high bridge, I didn't take any damage at all because of my F-rank swimming skill. At most, I just drank a few sips of water. The current was strong, but I swam with it with almost no effort and drifted easily downstream, ready to get away from the scene as soon as possible. However, at this moment, I heard the sound of someone entering the water behind me. Looking back, I saw Xiufei following closely behind me. She still showed a stubborn expression and swam quite fast, as if she was determined to catch up with me. This woman is really persistent in pursuing a man. I sighed in my heart and then increased my speed. I swam down easily in a freestyle posture, saving effort and speed. The drone continued to fly and film, recording our entire underwater chase scene. The arrest team members were not very good at swimming, so they had to contact the water rescue team. The arrest was put aside for the time being. The most important thing was to ensure our safety. Xiufei still held on tightly. You can't escape. Her swimming skills are far inferior to mine, and the difference in water ability can be seen at a glance. She tried hard to catch up with me using freestyle, while I swam slowly using backstroke. Looking at her, I even had time to tease her, "Captain Sure, your swimming style is not standard and your breathing rhythm is not right. Count 121 in your mind, and your breathing will be good this way." She replied in a hurried voice. "I was the swimming champion of the police academy. I don't need you to teach me." The swimming training in the police academy focuses on practicality. Sure, Xiufei's swimming style has indeed not undergone systematic competitive training. I can easily see the difference in her movements. I smiled helplessly. Sure, Xiufei was obviously a little disgusted by my teasing, but she still tried her best to catch up with me. But my F-level swimming skills made it difficult for her to catch up. So I decided to change my stroke. I changed to breaststroke and increased my speed. I swam very smoothly and even opened the attribute panel to check that my reputation had accumulated another 100 points. This made me even more excited, and I felt that I had to take advantage of this opportunity to show off more. I started to use various swimming styles, such as butterfly stroke and breaststroke in turn. Not only did I swim easily, but my popularity among the audience also soared with my performance. When I was about to swim to the shore, I suddenly stopped hearing Xiufei's sound of water. Out of curiosity, I changed to backstroke, looked back, and was shocked. Something seemed to have happened to her. Xiufei suddenly struggled in the water, and her head began to sink, obviously drowning. She was not as good at swimming as I was. When she encountered turbulent water and her legs cramped, she immediately lost control. I swam over quickly, grabbed her arm without hesitation, and pulled her out of the water. Her survival instinct made her hold on to me tightly, and the two of us were entangled in an instant. When the audience in the live broadcast room saw this scene, they all exclaimed, "Oh my God, that was close. Miss Sure actually drowned. Luckily, number 22 came to rescue her." Yes, although Sure Xiufei came to arrest me, I saved her without any hesitation. Even if she is my opponent, I can't just watch her life in danger. After all, she is my only strong opponent. If something happens to her, the effect of the show will be greatly reduced. Anyway, I saved her, saved my image in the live broadcast, and earned some reputation points. I swam behind Sure Xiufei, held her with one arm, and swam hard toward the shore. The audience in the live broadcast room went crazy when they saw this scene, and comments immediately poured in. "Ah, bastard, number 22 is groping my goddess. I'm so envious. I really want to know what it feels like. How dare you take advantage of Miss Sure? Number 22 is dead." I was concentrating on saving people and was completely unaware of the heated discussion this had caused. Although everyone understood that this was an unconscious act when saving people, they only looked at the results, and the plot was infinitely magnified. A few minutes later, panting, I finally dragged Sure Xiufei to the shore. At this time, I realized that she was unconscious and there was no movement. My heart tightened. This couldn't be a problem, otherwise the whole program would have to be shut down. I quickly turned her over and saw that her eyes were closed and her stomach was slightly bulging. She must have drunk a lot of river water. I immediately performed first aid for drowning, first draining the water from her body and then starting artificial respiration. Just as I got closer to her face, I suddenly realized that even in this coma, Sure Xiufei was still a natural beauty. Even though she was unconscious, my attention was involuntarily drawn to her appearance. But now is not the time to admire beauties. I quickly took off my mask and started mouth-to-mouth first aid. At this time, the audience in the live broadcast room was completely blown up. Number 22, I want to duel with you. Number 22, you should walk carefully in the future and don't let me know where you live. Woo woo woo. My goddess is not clean anymore. These male fans were so furious that they declared war one after another. They were obviously deeply stimulated by this scene. I didn't notice these comments at all and was still trying my best to save people. After several breaths, Shuefa finally coughed a few times, spit out some water, and slowly opened her eyes. When she saw me coming so close with my mouth pouting as if to kiss her, she immediately punched me hard. I quickly stepped back to avoid the punch. Is this how you treat your savior? I couldn't help but tease. Shuefa sat up slowly. Apparently, she had not yet recovered from her previous situation and felt unwell. She recalled what had just happened and realized that I had saved her, but she felt mixed emotions. Thank you. She thanked me subconsciously, but then she saw that I was wearing the same clothes as fugitive number 22 and my body shape matched his. Only then did she realize that the person who saved her was the fugitive she wanted to catch. It's you. She suddenly felt mixed emotions, grateful and angry. She was struggling in her heart, wondering whether to catch me and complete the task or continue to maintain this complicated emotion. I stood up and prepared to leave, saying casually, "No need to thank me. There's still a use for you to stay. You can't even say nice things?" She cursed inwardly, but kept a cold expression on her face. "Then I'll give you 30 seconds. Wait for 30 seconds, and I'll start chasing you immediately." I didn't say much, just turned my back to her, made an okay gesture, and then walked toward the shore. The sight of me from behind aroused an inexplicable emotion in her heart. The man whom she had always thought to be a cunning and treacherous fugitive turned out to be such a handsome young man, which was completely different from her previous opinion. Just as she took out her phone to count the time, she suddenly realized her wallet was missing. Did it fall in the river? I had to go get a new card. She felt a little annoyed. However, she saw me rummaging through something with my head down, and what I was holding was her wallet. I pulled out more than 1,000 yuan in cash from my wallet, turned around, and shouted to her, "Hey, Captain Sure, your wallet is here. Don't throw it around. I'll lend you the change first, and I'll return it to you later," I said, casually put down my empty wallet and left. "Asshole, you actually stole my wallet." Sure, Shuefa was so angry that she gritted her teeth. The good impression she had of me disappeared in an instant, and she angrily chased after me. But she had just run 2 steps when the cramp in her leg came back. The pain made her stop, and she could only watch me disappear in the distance. Soon after, the rescue team arrived and Sure Shuefa was rescued. After returning to the hotel and changing into clean clothes, she was still unwilling to give up and vowed to catch number 22 and seek justice from him. She did not follow the program crew's advice to rest, but immediately plunged into the pursuit. Not only did she draw a picture of my face in order to find out my personal information through the facial recognition system, she also caught 3 other fugitives that day. Her performance amazed the other arrest team members, and Sure Shuefa is still the strongest arrester. After climbing up the embankment, I used my lock-picking skills to steal a car, drove it into a blind spot of the camera, and disappeared from the surveillance. Next, I went to the clothing wholesale market and spent 200 yuan to change my clothes to hide my identity. But the real question is, how am I going to maintain my standard of living? I don't want to hide underground and live like a down-and-out fugitive. I want to live a wonderful life and enjoy life, and I must have money. Moreover, although I borrowed some money from Sure Shuefa, it is far from enough. I must get more money. I know the city's topography like the back of my hand. I know where to find luxury cars and where people absolutely dare not call the police. For me, this is like a mobile treasury, and it can also perfectly avoid the constraints of program regulations. So I took a taxi to Exinen District in Jiangbei City. This area is full of luxury houses and is one of the most expensive places in the city, especially in the business district center, where every inch of land is worth a lot of money. When I arrived here, the audience in a live broadcast room began to speculate what I was going to do. Their discussions were endless. After flirting with Miss Sure, is he going to spend money in the rich area? Forget it. Where does the fugitive get the money? The production team doesn't allow extra personal belongings. He must be here to rob the rich and give to the poor. These discussions caused a sensation in the live broadcast room, and everyone was looking forward to my robbery performance. I have to say that it is unprecedented for me to get the audience to cheer for a fugitive. I arrived at the front gate of Thompson Epine Community and saw the recruitment notice at the entrance of the community. The ad read, "We are looking for a security guard. We require healthy male, aged 18 to 35, no bad habits, and good salary." At this moment, my eyes lit up. This job was tailor-made for me. So I walked into the community, found a security captain, and said I wanted to apply. The security captain glanced at me and smiled. "Young man, you have good conditions. If you become a male internet celebrity, you will probably be very popular." He was obviously very pleased with my appearance and figure. "Can I join a company?" I asked in a friendly tone, looking harmless. I know that disguise is the most important skill in a fugitive's career. If I look like a vicious person, I might be reported and caught in a few steps. So I smiled and used my sunny temperament to win the favor of the security captain. The security captain looked at me and asked, "Are you willing to work overtime?" I nodded and said, "Sure." "Okay, I'm optimistic about you. Go to the HR department and fill out a form. If everything goes well, you could try me out for a month." He finally agreed. I followed his instructions and went to the property management. With my good conversation skills, I quickly won the favor of the property manager, who immediately decided to let me join the company on a trial basis. Although this means that my ID card may reveal my identity, it doesn't matter. It will only take a few days to track down my true identity, and I will leave here tonight. The name on the ID card is not important to me for the time being. Wearing the security uniform, I felt like a majestic security guard, and even my colleagues couldn't help but give me a thumbs up. The security captain took me around to familiarize myself with the community facilities, and I began to understand the terrain. The audience in the live broadcast room were confused and didn't understand why I suddenly started working 996. Everyone started to make fun of me. "Number 22, this is not okay. You're the first fugitive of the program team. Why are you working as a security guard?" But some viewers are very confident. "Don't worry. Number 22 has never let us down. He must be planning a big move." Of course, I didn't let everyone down. After getting familiar with the terrain, I said to the security captain, "Captain, I'm familiar with it. There are a few illegally parked vehicles here. I'll take care of them. You go ahead and do your work." "Okay. Remember to add a phone number so we can contact you if you need anything later." The security captain smiled and said, "I just started working and don't have a phone number." I answered casually, "Oh, that's fine. If you have any questions, come to the booth to find me. Do your job well, and you can buy a cell phone when you get your salary." He encouraged me. I watched him leave and smiled to myself, thinking I could make a fortune tonight. Next, I went to the underground parking lot and found the target vehicle, a white Maserati President. This is an entry-level luxury car worth more than 1.5 million yuan. The interior of the car is decorated with some pink dolls, and it can be seen that this is a car owned by a female owner. I stared at the license plate, Jang A12345, smiled evilly, and walked to the car. I checked my surroundings to make sure no one noticed me. After all, I was in a security uniform, so no one would be suspicious. I took out the wire I had prepared in advance and started to operate the car lock. With my F-class driving skills, the car door was opened soon. Next, I took out the tools I had taken from the security room, the screwdriver and wrench, and started to remove the baffle under the steering wheel. This area is where the vehicle's starting circuit system is located. I pulled out the wires and busied myself with cutting and connecting them without any hesitation. The audience in the live broadcast room began to discuss curiously, "What on earth is number 22 doing?" So a great person named Yiliush came out to explain. This Maserati uses the most advanced RFID technology. It is not easy to bypass the intelligent anti-theft system. This requires a deep understanding of the circuit structure. I think this fugitive can definitely work for a car company and earn hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. Wow, that's amazing. Coach, I also want to learn how to steal a car. The one above, learn about the criminal law. Soon, the Maserati started successfully, without a key and without triggering the anti-theft system. The audience in the live broadcast room shouted, 66. I nodded quickly, confirmed the cash was correct, and prepared to leave. But just as I was about to leave, Brother Wei suddenly called me. "Wait a minute." Brother Wei hung up the phone and walked over. "I have a question. Since you were so straightforward, why don't you just tell me what's going on with your car? You said it was the car of the president of the Green 10 Club. I need to clarify this matter." I raised my eyebrows and already had a strategy in mind to deal with it. Although I have never met the so-called president of the Green 10 Association, the names of these underworld figures can always be heard in the gray area. Since Brother Wei is willing to trust me, I'm not afraid of making a big deal out of it. Don't worry, there will be no problem with the car. If you are really worried, I can take you to meet someone. I smiled and looked up at Brother Wei with a warning in my eyes. But I don't want this to be too complicated. Now that the deal is done, let's go our separate ways. Brother Wei was silent for a while, obviously weighing the pros and cons in his mind. Finally, he took a deep breath and let down his guard. Okay, since you said so, the money has been paid, and the deal is done. Goodbye. I smiled faintly and said goodbye. Then I turned my back and walked quickly out of the store. Walking to the door of the store, I couldn't help but feel a little satisfied. This transaction not only made me make a lot of money easily, but also gave me a thorough understanding of the tricks that people like Wega used in transactions. Although this Maserati was stolen, selling it is also a relatively safe option. After all, Brother Wei can handle the subsequent troubles himself. After leaving the auto repair shop, I drove into the night. Although the transaction tonight went smoothly, I knew it was only temporary safety, and I had to prepare for the next life on the run. Along the way, I recalled the scene just now and couldn't help but smile. Even if you're a fugitive, you can't just rely on running and hiding in life. Sometimes, it is most important to respond flexibly and find a way to survive. And tonight, I not only won money, but also experienced the joy of freedom and wit again. The audience in the live broadcast room was still discussing enthusiastically at this time. Number 22 was so calm and sold the car directly. He is really a high-end player. I even doubt whether this was arranged by the program team. Do you have anything else to say? I turned around and asked. My boss wants to see you. Wait a moment. Brother Wei's tone was a little commanding. His boss is a big shot in the underworld and rarely sees outsiders. Wega thought to himself that it must be an honor for me to let the boss meet such a car thief. I smiled, raised an eyebrow, and said, Your boss is not my boss. The business is done. We need to make an appointment to meet. Do you understand? Brother Wei was stunned and blinked. He seemed to realize that I was not easy to talk to. He immediately put away his arrogant attitude and became humble. Brother, is it too late for me to make an appointment for my boss now? I'm very busy, hundreds of thousands a minute. If you want to make an appointment, you have to pay extra. I said casually. Additional payment? Brother Wei was stunned. He had never heard of this rule. He actually had to pay for making an appointment. However, in order to complete the task assigned by the boss leopard, he decided to pay some money himself, which was not a big deal, so he asked how much. 50,000. I said lightly. The reservation fee and the tea fee are not included. 50,000. Brother Wei was furious at the time. You were trying to tease me, right? My boss is Brother Bao. Do you know who he is? I don't have time to listen to your popular science, bye. I ignored him and turned away. Brother Wei was so angry that his face changed several times. He couldn't handle me, so he had to call his boss. After leaving Wei Ji's auto repair shop, I started live streaming again. The audience had already become impatient, and the comments were full of dissatisfaction. Number 22. Hurry up and show me your work. Some sharp-eyed viewers saw the small black bag in my hand and began to guess what was inside. It's probably the tools used to commit crimes, such as swords, spears, axes, hooks, forks, etc. Another person said, I guess it's money. Didn't you see that the car was gone? It must have been sold. The unbeliever immediately retorted, Who would dare to take a stolen car? A knowledgeable netizen went on to explain, You don't understand this. Where do all these water trucks come from? When the price of a car is low enough and profitable, someone will buy it. For example, if I repaint that Maserati and put on a fake license plate and sell it to you for 100,000 or 200,000 yuan, would you buy it? As long as you don't get caught, you can drive it for the rest of your life without any problems, and you don't even need to pay for the annual inspection. Oh my God, a car worth more than 1 million yuan can be bought for only 100,000 or 200,000 yuan. It makes people excited. Ordinary people can buy a luxury car with 100,000 or 200,000 yuan. Driving it out shows face and can be used to pick up girls and do business. It's such a good deal. Not long after, when I was about to find a car I liked, Brother Wei chased me out and said to me with a sullen face, Our boss has agreed to give you 50,000 yuan as a reservation fee. We will meet at the Jinding Club at 8 o'clock tonight. But I don't have any money with me now, so I'll give it to you when we meet. Okay, no problem. I smiled, then unlocked a cruise in front of him, started the car, and drove away. Brother Wei wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and thought to himself that he had finally witnessed what a car thief was. This guy stole wherever he went. He was too arrogant and would end up in jail sooner or later. Netizens were excited again. Someone heard with their own ears that the meeting fee was actually 50,000 yuan. The value of number 22 was so high, even more outrageous than that of some celebrities. I saw in the live broadcast room that no appointment was needed on the 22nd. Did I make 50,000? Yes, you have mastered the code to wealth. Everyone discussed it enthusiastically and admired him so much. 50,000 for just one meeting. The fugitive deserves it more than ordinary people. They were still guessing. Where was I going? Soon, my actions gave me the answer. I parked the car and walked into Yuhai Lu, a high-end seafood restaurant. It turned out that I was here to eat. Oh my God. A fugitive is actually eating at Yuhai Lu. The average cost per person here is over 1,000. Maybe he's planning to eat a free meal and then run away. It's exciting for a fugitive to do this. Netizens followed the heated discussion and made a prediction on whether I would be able to escape successfully or have my legs broken. The voting results came out quickly. 39% thought that I could successfully escape the bill, 51% thought that my legs would be broken, and the remaining 10% were neutral. It seems that everyone generally did not think highly of my ability to escape the bill. Hello, sir. How many people are there? The receptionist greeted me warmly. It's just me. Please give me a private room. As a fugitive, I'd better keep a low profile. The private room is secluded. I'm sorry, sir. We have a minimum consumption standard for the private room. It might be a bit wasteful for one person. The lady said tactfully, obviously worried that I couldn't afford it. Oh, I asked with interest, how much does the best box here cost? Our luxury VIP box starts at 20,000. Okay, then we'll have the luxury VIP, I said. Are you sure? The young lady was a little skeptical. Looking at the cheap clothes I was wearing, she felt that I didn't seem like someone who could afford a seafood dinner. Netizens in the live broadcast room also started to make a noise. Number 22 is too pretentious. He wants to eat 20,000 yuan worth of seafood by himself. Isn't he afraid of being stuffed to death? However, to their surprise, I took out 2 bundles of brand new pink bills from my black bag and threw them to the young lady. Serve the food according to this amount. I turned and went upstairs. When the young lady saw the 2 stacks of money, she suddenly woke up and quickly called her colleagues to serve me. It turned out that this handsome guy who looked inconspicuous was really rich and had to be served carefully. The luxurious VIP box is decorated luxuriously, but not ostentatious. More than 10 people can sit at the big round table, and I occupy the main seat alone. If you have money, you can do whatever you want. If you pay enough, top quality seafood will be served on the table. Among them were 12-pound crabs, and this plate of Alaskan king crabs alone was worth more than 7,000 yuan. There were also splendid lobsters, Australian abalone, and deep-sea Arctic shrimp, all of which were rare treasures. The last dish served was New Zealand king salmon sashimi. The orange-red color of the meat made people's appetite increase greatly just by looking at it, and paired with the unique sauce, it was simply a delicacy. During the whole process, a beautiful waitress in Cheongsam served me with a smile, even peeled shrimps for me, and fed me. Seeing this scene, the audience in the live broadcast room were all envious. Chapter 13, A Place Men Like to Go. Come on, fans eat first. Yuan Yifan picked up a piece of king crab meat and placed it in front of the filming drone for the audience to appreciate. Everyone drooled when they saw the mellow and plump crab meat. They never imagined that they were watching the Urban Escape program, but it turned into a food show, and it was such high-end seafood, which was too unscientific. It is now dinner time. Compared with the situation in other live broadcast rooms, most of the fugitives are hiding in secluded corners, eating instant noodles or dry bread. A few run to roadside shops, eat fast food, and run away without paying. Number 22 is the most elegant one among them. Number 22 is not only enjoying all kinds of top-quality seafood, but also has beautiful girls serving him. This is too high class. The other live broadcast fugitive contestants are just throwing away goods after comparison. As a result, the popularity of the live broadcast room on the 22nd continued to rise, and many people turned on the live broadcast to enjoy their dinner. You know what? After watching the big meal on the 22nd, netizens' Master Kong instant noodles really tasted like abalone and lobster. Yuan Yifan ate and drank a lot, and the waitress next to him came to recommend the store's authentic 1982 law fight, but Yuan Yifan declined. This was his principle. He would never drink to affect his judgment while performing a mission. Fugitives are destined to be people walking on a tightrope. Once they are careless, they may be captured in the next moment. Although this is just an escape variety show, Yuan Yifan still takes it seriously. Yuan Yifan ate most of the seafood slowly and leisurely, then patted his belly and burped, and a smell of seafood came back, making him feel comfortable and relaxed. He asked the girl next to him what time it was, and the beauty replied that it was already 7:30. Yuan Yifan wiped his mouth and stood up. It was time for him to leave and collect his reservation fee. When Yuan Yifan walked out of the store, a row of reception girls bowed and said, "Goodbye, boss. Welcome back again." This was because they treated Yuan Yifan as a big boss. Also, since he cooked a seafood meal worth 20,000 yuan, he was definitely not an ordinary wealthy customer, so they were naturally much more respectful to him. However, if these girls knew that Yuan Yifan was a fugitive, they would probably be shocked. Yuan Yifan did not drive the cruise this time. In order to avoid being tracked, he chose an old Nissan with a dusty body. The car probably had not been driven for some time, and the owner would not notice it immediately, making it a perfect means of transportation. Yuan Yifan tried it out by the car, then opened the door and started the engine successfully. Seeing that there was still half a tank of gas left, he stepped on the accelerator and drove away. The audience in the live broadcast room were amazed at the sight. The car stealing skills of number 22 were so perfect that it was a pleasure to watch. Yuan Yifan drove to the Jinding Club. From a distance, he could see the shining sign in the night. The entire building belonged to the club. It was said that the investment here exceeded 100 million yuan, making it the most luxurious club in Jiangbei City. There's a public leisure area here, which is a place for a few friends to have fun, sing, and dance in the evening. Of course, such a grand club also has a special column, and only special customers can enter the VIP area that few people know about. Those who frequent the VIP area are all high-ranking officials and wealthy second generations, so there are many grace services here, which adults understand. Yuan Yifan parked the car and walked to the door. A passerby suddenly stared at Yuan Yifan and thought he looked familiar. He took out his mobile phone and opened the live broadcast room. He seemed to think that Yuan Yifan was the number 22 rumored in the live broadcast room. This is no wonder. Yuan Yifan is now the most popular fugitive contestant in the program, so it is normal for him to meet one or two fans on the road. But Yuan Yifan did not want to reveal his identity so as not to cause unnecessary trouble, so he immediately cut off the live broadcast signal. The passerby clicked on it and saw darkness. Without verification, he walked away in confusion. This also reminded Yuan Yifan that it would not be good if he was recognized by someone. So he called the drone over, folded it, and put it on his shirt pocket so that he could use it as a pinhole camera. He then put on a mask so that no one would easily recognize his identity. Yuan Yifan walked all the way to the entrance of the VIP area, but when he tried to go in, he was stopped by several security guards in black suits. This is a membership system, with new members recommended by old members. Individual customers are not accepted for membership, so Yuan Yifan is not eligible to enter. "I'm here to see Brother Bao." Yuan Yifan gave his name. Wait a moment. The security guard called inside and quickly verified that what Yuan Yifan said was true. Brother Bao was a VIP member of their club and was qualified to invite others in, so Yuan Yifan was let in. Such tight security, there must be some shameful things going on in the VIP area. From time to time, you can see a group of beautiful women in revealing clothes walking in the corridor, led by mamassins for the guests in a certain box to choose. There are also some bossy waiters wearing swimsuits, and men in poor health will probably have nosebleeds. Oh, finally getting to watch paid content. I love it. This welfare scene immediately set off the live broadcast room, and everyone invited their relatives and friends online to come and see the beauties. But this benefit did not last long. The super administrator of the live broadcast room saw that the situation was getting out of control and had to close the live broadcast room in accordance with regulations. However, the number 22 live broadcast room is the source of traffic for the program team. They dare not shut it down, so they can only turn on the highest level of filtering mode. As a result, in the screen, everyone around Yuan Yifan turned into cartoon characters, such as Patrick, Bald Chong, etc., and the voices of passers-by also changed. The live broadcast room was unprecedentedly harmonious at this moment. After all, few people could rush toward SpongeBob. The audience felt sorry and started asking in the live broadcast room where this was. They said that a friend wanted to go there and experience it for himself. However, netizens who often go online know that this so-called friend is actually him. There were also some viewers who didn't buy it and started to flood the screen with comments and make trouble. The director realized that this was not going well, So he cut the screen to the live broadcast hall and asked the two hosts to come out to adjust the atmosphere. The host Dong Lu was joking with teacher Yu Qian. Teacher Yu, do you men like to go to places like this? Yu Qian couldn't admit such a thing even if he was beaten to death. He denied it 3 times in a row. I'm not, don't talk nonsense. I'm a good man. I go home after get off work and devote my time every day to my wife and children. I am a strong contender for the champion of the community model husband competition every year. At this time, Dong Lu secretly faced the camera and whispered behind Yu Qian's back, Teacher, you denied it. So let's do a little test to see if he is really a model husband. Dong Lu put on a fake smile, then suddenly looked back and said, Hey, Teacher Yu, it seems that technician number 17 who often gives you massages has arrived. Yu Qian blurted out, That's impossible. My personal technician is number 6. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Qian realized that he had let the cat out of the bag and quickly covered his mouth. However, this is the case of mouth causing trouble. Soon his cell phone rang. It was his wife calling. Judging from Yu Qian's nervous tone, it was estimated that his wife was watching the live broadcast and called him on the spot to question him. Sorry, something happened at home. I have to leave first. Yu Qian stood up and left, and the audience was laughing so hard that they were rolling on the ground. Everyone liked watching this kind of family ethics drama. It was so interesting. Of course, this was just a joke added temporarily for the show effect. After watching it, netizens smiled at each other, and the atmosphere in the live broadcast room was indeed improved. Chapter 14. I'll give you 3 million if you succeed. Yuan Yifan came to the number 1 private room, and Brother Wei was waiting outside the door. When he saw Yuan Yifan coming, he felt relieved and quickly took him into the box. As soon as Yuan Yifan entered the room, he smelled a strong smell of cigarettes. A fat, big-eared middle-aged man was sitting on the sofa, smoking a large cigar in his mouth. There was a leopard's paw tattooed on his arm, and it seemed that his entire back was covered with leopards. This man should be the leopard brother he was going to meet. Brother Bao, people are coming. Brother Wei spoke to the middle-aged man, and indeed verified Yuan Yifan's guess. Brother Bao looked up at Yuan Yifan and didn't recognize him. So he asked in a condescending tone, What's your name, brother? Just call me Lao Yuan, said Yuan Yifan. Brother Bao picked up the phone and made a call on the spot. The person he was talking to seemed to be Lao Wu. Yuan Yifan met Brother Wei. In order to make himself more credible, he forged an identity that he knew Lao Wu. Brother Leopard was very cautious and verified the matter on the spot. After Leopard said a few words, he put down the phone and said with a fake smile, Lao Wu said he didn't know you. What's going on? Yuan Yifan said calmly. He pretends to be ignorant even though he knows the truth. People like me could go to jail at any time, so it would be best if I could distance myself from the matter. His leisurely and contented look made Brother Bao believe Yuan Yifan's words. Yuan Yifan even dared to steal luxury cars in this city. He was indeed incredibly bold. Yuan Yifan then crossed his legs, leaned back on the sofa, and asked, Where's my reservation fee? Brother Bao pondered for a while and winked at the person beside him. Brother Wei came over and placed 5 bundles of pink bills on the coffee table, exactly 50,000. Yuan Yifan did not touch the money. He asked for a reservation fee of 50,000 yuan just to determine the other party's purpose. It seemed that Brother Leopard had something to ask of him, and his intention was very big, and it was definitely an illegal business. Ordinary people would definitely think twice when seeing this. However, Yuan Yifan was worrying about how to liven up the atmosphere of the live broadcast, and Brother Leopard took the initiative to deliver the materials to his door, so of course Yuan Yifan had to accept them with a smile. He then sat back and asked Brother Bao what he wanted from him. Brother Bao asked the coquettish girls in the room to leave, and asked Brother Wei to go out and guard the door, as he wanted to have a private chat with Yuan Yifan. When there was no one in the room, Brother Bao handed Yuan Yifan a cigar. Yuan Yifan waved his hand to indicate that he didn't know how to smoke. Brother Bao was not polite either. He lit up another cigar and started smoking. In the swirling smoke, he said to Yuan Yifan, Brother, I see that you are quite good at stealing cars, but you only make tens of thousands of dollars from each car you steal, and you are also taking risks. You may lose money at any time. Have you ever thought about stopping after you have made a big profit? Oh, what do you think? Yuan Yifan became interested and leaned forward. Brother Bao said mysteriously, I want you to help me get 3 cars, all from the city. After you get them, I will pay you 2 million yuan in one lump sum. How about that? You can take the money and run away. No one can find you. It's much better than stealing a Maserati. If you steal 3 cars and get 2 million, then these three cars are not simple. Yuan Yifan said, "Tell me what kind of cars they are." Brother Leopard took out a bunch of photos from a briefcase. They were photos of three cars from various angles: a Bugatti Veyron, a Pagani, and a red Ferrari. When Yuan Yifan saw these three cars, he understood that Brother Leopard really had a big appetite. These three cars are all owned by the city's legendary tycoons, and none of them cost less than 30 million. The silver Bugatti Veyron is priced at 31 million, and the Pagani is priced at 30 to 40 million. These are limited editions, and due to their scarcity, the actual prices are probably even higher. The Ferrari in the style of the last century is even more tragic. It is called Ferrari Enzo, and the purchasing conditions are extremely harsh. The price is even shocking. The auction price abroad is even over 100 million. Only 399 cars were produced in the world. It is a symbol of status and financial resources. Therefore, this car is generally not driven, but is collected by users and is priceless. This car is very famous in the car circle. Many people know that the only Ferrari Enzo in the country is located in Jiangbei City. It is the favorite car of Niu Difu, a well-known domestic business tycoon. Niu Difu himself is rich and powerful, and has connections in both the black and white worlds. If you want to steal this eye-catching car, the amount involved will make it a major case in the country, and you will also run the risk of revenge by Niu Difu himself. Therefore, without some ability and courage, you would never dare to steal this car. You asked me to steal these three cars. Who in China dares to take over? Yuan Yifan asked him about the sales channels. Indeed, the other two luxury cars will be fine, but once the Ferrari Enzo is stolen, one will definitely become a public enemy. Anyone who dares to steal this car must be prepared to run away. This leads to the fact that basically no one in the country dares to buy this car. Don't worry about this. I'm just asking if you dare. If you don't dare, then it's not easy to deal with me if you take 50,000 yuan and don't do anything. Brother Bao's expression turned cold, and suddenly a dagger was stabbed on the coffee table in front of him, with obvious threatening intentions. Yuan Yifan has already heard his plan. If he refuses now, Brother Bao's plan will be at risk of being exposed, which will offend Niu Difu, so Brother Bao will not tolerate any refusal. Yuan Yifan suddenly laughed. This threat was too childish. If you dare to come to see him, you are not afraid of trouble. Moreover, Yuan Yifan himself is a fugitive of the program team and needs some explosive topics. If he steals these three cars, he will be famous all over the country. Wouldn't this reputation value come like snowflakes? The pattern is too small. Yuan Yifan replied indifferently. What? Brother Leopard hasn't reacted yet. If I steal these three cars, you'll give me 2 million? Yuan Yifan asked back. It turned out that the money was too little. Brother Bao thought about it and said, "Well, I'll give you another 1 million. This is the final offer. I only asked you because I think you have the guts. Otherwise, you can find someone willing to do it for this amount. Okay, deal. But you'll pay for each car I steal after I steal one. The first two are 500,000 each, and the Ferrari is 2 million. Yuan Yifan's words left no room for doubt. You have quite a big appetite. Although Brother Bao was very reluctant, he still agreed. The cash would not be ready until tomorrow morning. He asked Yuan Yifan where he lived and asked someone to deliver it to him. I will contact you tomorrow. Just give me your cell phone number. Yuan Yifan said, I see you are even more mysterious than the special agent. You are so mysterious and mysterious. Brother Bao was very dissatisfied with Yuan Yifan's cautious behavior, but he still gave him a business card. The deal was settled. After the two of them had some preliminary discussions on the details, Yuan Yifan stood up and left the box. The following day, he had nothing to do, and this long, lonely night was his time to relax. Yuan Yifan took the 50,000 yuan he had just earned, which was too heavy to carry, so he didn't plan to take the money back today and just spend it in the club. Yuan Yifan first went to the bathing area to take a nice bath, then came out wrapped in a bath towel. Next, he wanted to find a beautiful woman to give him an SBA. Do you know any beautiful lady? The waiter asked. If you don't have any, I'll just find the one with the best figure and appearance among you. Yuan Yifan made a request that all men understand. He was still broadcasting live, and this was for the audience to see. Okay, please wait a moment, sir. Then a hot beauty came to the scene. She was not only beautiful, but also had an exaggerated figure, like a mature ear of wheat bent by weight. Yuan Yifan nodded and let her serve him. The SBA service is of course formal. After all, it is still a live broadcast, and Yuan Yifan also needs to pay a little attention to his image to avoid getting his live broadcast room blocked. During this period, The restrictions on the live broadcast room screen were also lifted, and netizens saw a top beauty giving SBA to number 22. Chapter 15, Win-Win. Right, this is the kind of live show a man should watch. The male netizens were all attracted by the beauty. Now, no one was paying attention to number 22. Everyone was commenting on the figure and appearance of the beautiful masseuse. Men are extremely united in some aspects. Female netizens became interested in Yuan Yifan. The majestic muscles bulging like a hill outside the bath towel made both young girls and middle-aged women excited, and their eyes lit up. They thought that the muscles of number 22 were not much worse than those of muscle Jinluan and were simply perfect. In the future, they would look for a boyfriend or a husband like him. Both men and women are satisfied in Yuan Yifan's live broadcast room, which has led to a continuous increase in the number of his followers. After the massage, Yuan Yifan enjoyed an imperial foot bath that cost 3,688 yuan per session. Another passionate and charming female foot masseuse served Yuan Yifan and washed his feet wholeheartedly. The complexity of the foot massage process and the respectful attitude are unprecedented for netizens. It seems as if they can experience the luxurious life of the emperor thousands of years ago. No wonder it is called the emperor's foot bath. If it weren't for the fact that it was a live broadcast and several unconventional processes were omitted, the process would have been even more exciting. Rich people really enjoy themselves. Damn, after seeing this, I also want to go for a foot massage. At home, I was just scolded by a shrew, but in this club, I feel like an emperor. It's worth spending over $3,000. It's the same. If I throw more than 3,000 yuan on my wife, I will be scolded for being incompetent, and how can I earn so little? It feels like heaven and earth. Unexpectedly, a foot massage on the 22nd made netizens so greedy. Many male compatriots decided to work hard from tomorrow, earn more money by moving bricks, and then go to the Jinding Club to spend some money so that their lives would not be in vain. Yuan Yifan has invisibly inspired netizens in the live broadcast room, which can be considered a good deed. After massaging his entire body to relieve the day's fatigue, Yuan Yifan changed into casual clothes and decided to call a few girls to play with him. So he called the Mama San. Boss, in our VIP area, not only can we drink and sing with you, but we can also go to the room and talk about life. The Mamasan of the Jinding Club, who is in her 40s and still has some charm, hinted to Yuan Yifan that he could do something more daring. The audience's appetite was immediately whetted, and finally came to the most exciting paid content segment. Men like to watch this. Soon, the Mama San brought in 10 pretty girls. They stood side by side, posing in their most charming poses, hoping to be selected by Yuan Yifan. For a moment, all the beauties in the room competed with each other in beauty, which was breathtaking. Before Yuan Yifan made a decision, netizens started discussing it. I think number 33 is good. It has big headlights. Number 21 is still the best, with a high appearance and a first love face. Forget it. Number 21 is obviously a plastic surgery. The pointy chin can kill people. Number 42 is better. It's a queen style. I really want her to step on me in her pointed high heels. Ugh, men are so disgusting. All kinds of monsters came out in the live broadcast room. Male netizens were discussing enthusiastically, while female netizens cursed them for being disgusting. In the midst of the noise, all the heat turned into reputation points. But no matter how enthusiastically the netizens discussed it, the decision-making power still lay with Yuan Yifan. He did not hesitate at all. Only children make choices. Adults want them all. So he kept all 10 girls. Boss, you're very generous. If necessary, I'll arrange for you to go to the king-size bedroom upstairs. It will definitely be big enough for you to display your talents. Mama San was particularly happy because she had met a wealthy customer tonight and was set to receive a huge commission. Yuan Yifan said, "No need, it's just playing cards." Playing cards. Mama San was stunned when she saw Yuan Yifan entering the chess and card room surrounded by 10 beauties. She had never seen a group of beauties being ordered to play cards instead of going to the room. You have to know that the hourly rate of each girl here is not low. These 10 girls spend 20 or 30,000 for one night. Spending 20 or 30,000 just to play cards. The Mama San can only sigh that she doesn't understand the world of rich people. Yuan Yifan certainly didn't care about money because they were all material possessions. Besides, the 50,000 yuan was given by Brother Bao, so he didn't feel bad at all to spend it. He started a game of mahjong with 3 girls in the chess and card room to satisfy his craving for a few rounds. Other beauties were serving on the side. The one with the first love face was holding a fruit plate, and picked up a grape to feed Yuan Yifan. The one with the royal sister style was massaging his shoulders from behind. There was also a pretty girl in JK clothes was massaging Yuan Yifan's legs. Surrounded by beauties, he demonstrated the true meaning of life and made the viewers in the live broadcast room envious. There was a netizen who came to the live broadcast room for the first time. When he saw this scene, he felt that he had come to the wrong channel. But when he saw the name of the live broadcast, Urban Escape Live Broadcast Room number 22, he couldn't help but start to rethink his life. He asked in a comment, "Please tell me, is this the life of a fugitive? Have I traveled to a parallel universe?" One netizen responded to him on the spot, "Don't worry, you'll get used to it. This is what it's like on the 22nd. If you want to see the hungry, cold, and homeless fugitives, there's one next door. He's been squatting in the stinking ditch for a day. I guarantee it'll suit your taste." Netizens were discussing heatedly, and Yuan Yifan was also interacting with the beauties. "Just playing cards is too boring. Let's try some gamble," Yuan Yifan suggested. "What kind of jackpot? I'm not very good at playing cards." A pretty girl sitting opposite Yuan Yifan said in a coquettish voice. She deliberately leaned forward, revealing a large area of white skin at her collar, which really delighted netizens. "If you choose to hit the target, you have to take off one piece of clothing. If I choose to hit the target, or you choose to play by yourself, I will give you an extra 1,000 yuan for each hand. How about it?" Yuan Yifan actually wanted to play flower mahjong. "Oh, the boss is so mean, but I like it. These beauties are not virgins. First of all, they are not afraid of taking off their clothes if they lose, but they get money if they win, which makes playing mahjong more exciting." So when the game started, the three beauties used card skills that were no less than that of the gambling god Gao Jin. Netizens were now even more excited, and they all cheered for Yuan Yifan, hoping that he could win every time. They wanted to see the beautiful woman change her clothes. As a result, Yuan Yifan's card skills were terrible, and he played very badly. The three beauties opposite him took turns to win, either with all the same suit or with pairs. Yuan Yifan smiled and handed them a stack of cash every time. Seeing that Yuan Yifan played so badly, many netizens with excellent card skills were eager to play cards for him, and they were sure that he would beat the three beauties until they had nothing left. After playing for a few rounds, Yuan Yifan didn't win any hand, but he gave out tens of thousands of yuan in cash and was affectionately called the boy who brings money by netizens. Yuan Yifan was neither upset nor concerned about losing money. Is that because he is a bad actor? Actually, it is not the case. Yuan Yifan is very clear that he is broadcasting live. If he really wins the beauty as netizens wish, his live broadcast room will probably be permanently blocked and his reputation will be wasted. As the strongest fugitive of the Urban Escape program, Yuan Yifan will not do such a stupid thing. After this period of live broadcast of beautiful mahjong, Yuan Yifan gained more than 100 reputations. The effect is very good. Now it is indeed the beauty economy, and appearance is the hard truth. After playing 2 rounds, Yuan Yifan stopped playing mahjong and switched to billiards. He challenged a group of girls alone. Having fun is secondary. The main purpose is to let netizens appreciate the graceful figures of the girls when they play. This can be seen from the endless reputation value of Yuan Yifan's live broadcast room, which shows the preferences of netizens. Just showing the girl to everyone will earn you considerable reputation, which is much easier than taking risks and fooling around with the arrest team outside. Next, whichever beauty plays basketball hard, Yuan Yifan will reward her with a stack of cash. "Thank you, boss." The boss is generous. Yuan Yifan's status in the hearts of these beauties became infinitely greater. At the same time, Yuan Yifan's reputation also increased, and in such a short period of time, it increased by several dozen points. Both Yuan Yifan and netizens benefited from this. It was a complete win-win situation. Chapter 16, Cross-Dressing Master. We were playing billiards when we suddenly heard a commotion outside. Then we heard Mama Sin yelling, "Oh no, the police are here to arrest people. Girls, run." The beauties' faces changed. They were very experienced in dealing with this kind of situation, so they pulled Yuan Yifan and escaped through the back door. Yuan Yifan is a fugitive, even more shameful than these girls. Both parties are now comrades on the same front. However, when I ran to the back door, I found that there were already more than a dozen people guarding it, making it difficult to get out. Something's wrong. Yuan Yifan felt that the people at the back door did not look like police officers. They were not wearing police uniforms, and their temperament did not look like that. Occasionally, there were guests and girls running out, and These people stared at the men and let them go after they found out that they were not them. These people are not here to raid H. They seem to be looking for someone. It's the arrest team. Yuan Yifan came to the conclusion that these people were here to arrest him, and they acted really quickly, actually tracking them down to the club. Yuan Yifan saw that the arrest team members were on high alert, and he didn't know how many more were lying in ambush behind them. Therefore, he could not force his way in and had to find a way to get out. He examined the escape system. It seemed that the F-level driving and F-level swimming skills he currently knew were of no use. It would be great if there were other skills that could be utilized. At this moment, the system suddenly asked, "Do you want to spend 1 attribute point to activate a new skill?" What else is there to say? The previous swimming skills were like timely help. This time, Yuan Yifan clicked to agree without hesitation. Runaway system. Disguise skill has been activated, current level L. Camouflage. Yuan Yifan quickly understood the literal meaning, which is to disguise, change one's appearance or clothes to confuse others. I see. The system is telling me that I can disguise myself and get away with it. Yuan Yifan had an idea and immediately said to the girl, "Don't panic. These people are not cops, but people sent by my wife to arrest me." Your wife. The beauties were all shocked. It was very common for wives to come to the club to catch their husbands. This happened every few days, but this was the first time that such a big fuss was made. It seemed that the wife of this customer was also a ruthless person. Her family was very powerful and could find so many people to catch Jay. At this time, Shi Shuifei, the most beautiful girl in the arrest team, suddenly appeared, as if to confirm what Yuan Yifan said. He pointed and said, "See, that's my wife, a tigress. She's very fierce. In the afternoon, she almost pushed me into the river and drowned me." This was not a complete lie. It was indeed dangerous when he rescued Shi Shuifei from the water in the afternoon. As for the wife and the like, it was just a random lie to convince the girls. Anyway, Shi Shuifei hated Yuan Yifan to the core, so he was not afraid of adding another charge. When the beauties saw Shi Shuifei's intimidating look, which looked scary and very much in line with the image of tigress, they believed Yuan Yifan's words and all stood up for him. "Boss, she doesn't cherish such a good husband like you and even commits domestic violence. You should divorce her." Yes. Unlike us, we only feel sorry for our brother." The beauties talked at once. Yuan Yifan sighed, immersed in the role. "Forget it. After all, a husband and wife are bound by love for 100 days. Who of you can help me put on makeup? I will get out in a while. If she catches me and takes me home, she will beat me into high-level paraplegia." Maybe it was because his acting was so good that the beauties all believed his lies and volunteered to help Yuan Yifan put on makeup and even lend him clothes. So Yuan Yifan was taken to the dressing room, and the beauties took out their own cosmetics and applied them on Yuan Yifan's face. One girl took out a dark red wig and put on Yuan Yifan's head. Another girl took out a high-end imitation diamond necklace and hung it around Yuan Yifan's neck. A beauty took out a disposable black stocking and put it on Yuan Yifan's hairy thighs. Suddenly, a lot of stubborn leg hair popped out from the gaps in the stockings, making it look like a pair of black woolen pants, which almost made the beauties burst out laughing. But fortunately, the light is not good at night, so even if I wear black silk wool pants, it won't be exposed. But I couldn't find a size 45 women's shoes that Yuan Yifan wore, so I had to give up. When Yuan Yifan changed into women's clothes and put on makeup that could attract men, the beauty smiled secretly with their hands covering their mouths. This is because Yuan Yifan is tall and strong, and he cannot turn into a cute girl just by wearing women's clothes. At first glance, he is obviously a she-male and can be easily spotted. It seems that the dressing is not very successful. "How about changing it?" said a beautiful woman. Yuan Yifan had an idea. The reason why his disguise this time was not the same as before might be because his disguise skill was too low. He wondered what new abilities would be unlocked if he upgraded his disguise skill to F. Yuan Yifan did what he said. He exchanged all the reputation points he earned during the live broadcast room's welfare broadcast into skill points, which was enough to increase the camouflage to level F. Escape system. Upgrade the disguise skill to F and gain the passive skill Disguise Master. Yuan Yifan felt that he had mastered it all at once, and seemed to know very well how a woman should act. Then he pinched his fingers like an orchid, sat on a chair with his legs together, and lifted the wig at his ear with his little finger. This delicate little movement made him look like a real woman. Wow, the boss is more like a woman than us. So, you were hiding your true abilities just now. The beauties all exclaimed that Yuan Yifun's beauty outshined all of them. When the girls said this, the netizens in the live broadcast room were so anxious that they scratched their heads. They really wanted to know what kind of image Yuan Yifun had. Fencing is a humorous way of joking between men. The male netizens sent out fencing emoticons one after another, wanting to fence with number 22. Yuan Yifun's makeup master skills are very powerful. He can make his abrupt female clothing look natural and make the pure women around him unable to find any fault with it. First Love Face took out his windbreaker and covered Yuan Yifun with it, thus concealing his tall figure. He then hunched over a bit, shrinking to about 1.7 meters so that he would not be eye-catching. Yuan Yifun looked at himself in the mirror and felt so pitiful. Even the most beautiful actresses were not as pretty as him. He almost fell in love with himself. If he went out wearing this outfit, the idiots in the arrest team would definitely not be able to recognize him. But before that, he had to plan for the future. Yuan Yifun borrowed a pen and paper and wrote a note, which he handed to his first love, asking him to give the note to his wife, Shi Fei, after he left. Okay, boss, I will definitely help you. First Love Face received a lot of money from Yuan Yifun, so of course she wanted to serve Yuan Yifun wholeheartedly. The lady watching at the door suddenly ran in and reminded, "The cops in front are here, boss. You have to leave quickly." Without further ado, Yuan Yifun, surrounded by 10 beauties, came to the back door. Outside were the members of the arrest team, and Shi Fei was also guarding here. She was the only one who needed to be paid attention to in the whole place. A direct confrontation was about to take place, so Yuan Yifun decided to offer a big reward. He gave all the remaining cash he had to these girls as a reward for their help. The beauties swore together in unison, "Boss, rest assured, we will definitely help you escape from the clutches of the tigress." Then 10 beauties rushed out together. As the saying goes, a big reward always brings out brave men. After receiving Yuan Yifun's money, the beauties were also very brave. They protected Yuan Yifun, the woman in the middle, and walked toward the parking lot. Chapter 17 exposed. Wait a moment, please be examined. The arrest team is coming to check out these beautiful women. The beauties were immediately unhappy. 2 of them separated and stopped them with raised eyebrows, saying, "What are you doing? Do you want to harass us? Let me tell you, there are police officers ahead, so you better be careful." "Miss, you misunderstood. The arrest team explained patiently, but the word miss touched the taboo of the beauties. The 2 beauties put their hands on their waists and shouted at the top of their lungs, "You are the miss. Your whole family is miss." The arrest team member was stunned by the scolding and then quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, I said the wrong thing. Ladies, we're just doing a routine check to see if there are any fugitives who have sneaked in. The fugitives are extremely evil and may endanger your safety. Please cooperate." The arrest team were still explaining, but the beauties had a preconceived idea that these people were all Yuan Yifun's wife's subordinates, so they tried to obstruct them in every way possible. Shi Fei frowned at the side. This group of women were difficult to deal with, so she came over to help. But she must not let number 22 run away because of them. That's right, Shi Fei came here just for fugitive number 22, the one who made her hate and resent him. Since the afternoon, Shi Fei has been holding back her energy and vowing to capture number 22. However, number 22 is very cunning and has strong anti-reconnaissance capabilities, and conventional means are ineffective. Shi Fei drew a portrait of Yuan Yifun for facial recognition. The database is in the process of recognition, and it is estimated that it will take another day to get the results. Since conventional means failed to find the person, Shi Fei used unconventional means. According to the police force's method of psychological profiling of suspects, she analyzed the personality and behavioral habits of number 22. Through analyzing his behavior of robbing a car and saving himself, we can see that number 22 has a strong desire to perform. Although he is evil, he is not completely inhumane. After all, this is just a show and he is not a real fugitive. Although he is not a real fugitive, number 22's abilities are far beyond those of ordinary people. He is proficient in driving, good at stealing cars, and could do high diving and swimming. His level is very professional, and he should have experience in sports. However, when Shi Fei took the portrait to several national diving team coaches, none of them knew this person. Furthermore, based on his age, he should have achieved some results, but no one knew. Maybe he retired midway due to injury, or he joined an unknown city sports team. Shi Fei had a guess, but it was still not easy to find the answer based on this clue. It would take a lot of effort and was far less convenient than waiting for facial recognition results. Therefore, she could only conduct a behavioral analysis on him. Sure, Shuefei believed that after number 22 took her wallet and left, he must have been unable to bear the loneliness, and he would most likely go to some conspicuous place instead of hiding like other contestants. Help me retrieve the surveillance footage of all the famous consumer places or attractions in the city. Sure, Shuefei still used her personal connections. She was desperate and bought hundreds of cups of Mishua Bingqing milk tea and gave them to her former colleagues in the traffic police team. She asked them to help her check the surveillance footage, focusing on the high-end places in the city to see if there was anyone who looked like number 22. In addition, Sure Shuefei also narrowed the scope of screening. Given that number 22 had the ability to steal cars, he must have driven there, so it was only necessary to check the cameras near the parking lot. There are dozens of colleagues in the traffic police monitoring center. Helping a friend check the surveillance after work is not considered as using their power for personal gain. After all, number 22's temporary identity is a fugitive. For the sake of peace and stability in the city, they are willing to cooperate. As a result, Captain Shure's unconventional approach worked. When replaying the surveillance footage near the Jinding Club, he found a person who looked similar to number 22. After verification by the system, the accuracy rate was 89.7%, confirming that he was a major suspect. When Sure Shuefei learned about the situation, she immediately confirmed it and recognized the man as number 22 who stole her wallet. So she immediately organized a team and headed towards the Jinding Club. This time, not only did they mobilize members of the program's arrest team, but they also asked friend from the police station for help. This way, they would have a reason to check the club, and then Yuan Yifan would definitely be scared away, and she would only have to wait at the exit. Among the several exits of the club, the back door was the most suspicious, so Sure Shuefei was guarding the back door. As the saying goes, enemies often meet again, and Sure Shuefei really caught him. However, given Yuan Yifan's F-level camouflage skills, she didn't realize that the tall girl behind him was number 22 herself. When Sure Shuefei came up to communicate with the many beauties in the club, those beauties looked at her with contempt. Sure Shuefei immediately felt uncomfortable. What qualifications did these shameless women have to look down on her? The dignity she had developed in the police force over a long period of time made Sure Shuefei look intimidating without even getting angry. She immediately said, "Please cooperate with us. We only need to see your ID, and then you can leave." As she said this, she called out to Yuan Yifan and asked him to turn around. How could Yuan Yifan listen to Sure Shuefei? He still walked away sideways. Sure Shuefei became a little suspicious and wanted to go over to check it out, but several beauties immediately formed a human wall and stopped Sure Shuefei. "What's wrong with you, woman? Are you a police officer? Are you here to question us sisters?" The beauties' questions were quite sharp. Sure Shuefei, who has already resigned, does not have the power to enforce the law, so the practice of checking documents is a bit untenable. Sure Shuefei didn't waste time talking to these women. She pushed them and tried to force her way through. Just by taking a look at the face of the tall woman, she was the most suspicious among all the girls. Who knew that these women working in the club, who come into contact with all kinds of people every day, have already mastered their acting skills? The royal sister immediately fell to the ground and cried out in pain. "Ouch! My waist is broken. This woman hit me. Don't let her go. Call the police." These beauties who were bribed by Yuan Yifan took the initiative to commit fraud. 3 of them immediately grabbed Sure Shuefei, took out their phones, and called 110, causing a chaos at the scene. The male team members rushed over to stop the fight, but the women refused to give in. They thrust out their curvy upper bodies, pinched their waists, and shouted, "Don't touch me, or I'll sue you for molestation." Once a woman becomes unruly, men will stay away from her, so this door-to-door inspection turned into a farce. Sure Shuefei was held back by these women and couldn't get away. She held back her anger and said to the team members behind her, "Go check on those guys over there. Don't let them take advantage of the situation and get away." Sure Shuefei was immediately mocked by First Love Face. She is indeed a tigress. She can't even keep her own husband under control, yet she still has the nerve to come to the club to cause trouble. What? Sure Shuefei was stunned. She didn't even have a boyfriend. So how come her husband came out? These women were making a fuss, and it made no sense what they were saying. But this sentence also made Sure Shuefei suspicious, as if her identity was deliberately misunderstood. She looked around keenly, and then her eyes were locked on the tall beauty, not far away. Under the street lights, the tall beauty walked in a somewhat strange posture. After all, Yuan Yifun's disguise skill was only F and had not reached the perfect A level, so there was still some difference between him and a real woman, and the former policewoman Shi Xuefei noticed it. Shi Xuefei frowned, and when she saw that the tall woman was wearing a pair of men's shoes, she was immediately shocked and realized that this was the disguised fugitive number 22. Quick, the tall guy in front is number 22. Catch him. Shi Xuefei didn't care about anything else. She broke away from the woman who was pestering her and ran towards Yuan Yifan. Chapter 18. Done in 10 hours. Yuan Yifan realized that he had been exposed, so he stopped pretending and ran away. The official and the bandit started the classic chase and escape. Relying on his gender advantage, Yuan Yifan's sprinting speed was slightly better. He ran across the road first, and then the light turned red. There was a constant flow of traffic on the road, and Shi Xuefei could not pass through, so she was separated from the other side of the road. No need to send it off. Bye. I left something for you. Yuan Yifan turned around, waved at Shi Xuefei jokingly, and then disappeared into the crowd. Asshole! Shi Xuefei was so angry that she punched a green tree next to her, feeling very frustrated. Miss Shi was sulking, but the audience in the live broadcast room were laughing. It was so comedic. She even teased Shi Xuefei before leaving. Number 22 is really a character that people both love and hate. Number 22 is so cheap, but I like it. Can you remove the mosaic? I like to see men dressed as women. I like this. Cheerful atmosphere in the live broadcast room formed a sharp contrast with the depressed Shi Xuefei. Shi Xuefei quickly adjusted her mood and returned to the back door. She wanted to see what Yuan Yifan had left for her. Here, this is the note your husband left for you. At the back door of the club, the beauties stopped acting when they saw that their sponsor had left. First Love Face gave Shi Xuefei the note that Yuan Yifan had asked her to write. The royal sister also gave advice as a person who had experienced it. You are not bad looking, but you have a bad temper. No wonder your husband ran away. Can't you be gentler? Roll. Shi Xuefei glared at them immediately. The aura of a former policewoman emanated from her inside out. These female elites in the club became apprehensive and quickly slipped away. Shi Xuefei, who was originally angry, suddenly looked thoughtful after seeing the message on the note. It was obvious that Yuan Yifan said something that surprised her. Captain, let's search for number 22 right away. A team member took the initiative to come up and report. No need. Let's call it a day for today. Everyone should go back and rest early. Shi Xuefei said. She knew very well that with number 22's ability, there was no chance of catching him tonight. The team members all looked at her with surprise. Is this still the strong female captain who practices the 997 work system? Today I finished work before 12 o'clock, and the sun rose from the west. In any case, the arrest attempt at the club failed. The arrest team members came with joy, but left with disappointment. The arrest team has disbanded. So what is fugitive number 22, Yuan Yifan, doing now? The answer is to find a place to sleep. He had had enough of spending time today. After escaping from the club, he changed his clothes, walked into a 5-star hotel, checked into a high-end business suite for 18,888 yuan a night, and moved in. Yuan Yifan made 100,000 yuan from selling the car today. He is rich, and as a fugitive contestant with taste, of course he wants to enjoy a refined life. After he arrived at the room, he took a quick shower and rested, and then the live broadcast was interrupted. In order to protect the privacy of the contestants participating in the program, the live broadcast will be automatically turned off when the contestants are sleeping. Therefore, the popularity of the live broadcast room number 22, which had skyrocketed for a day, slowly declined for the first time. Some night owl viewers who don't want to sleep, out of boredom, go to other live broadcast rooms to check on the status of other fugitive players. You won't know the result until you see it. It's shocking. The current situation of the other fugitives is quite miserable, because most of the fugitives did not get any money during the day and had no money to stay in a hotel or rent a house. 9 out of the 30 fugitive contestants slept in the bridge hole at night, using some dirty plastic bags as mats. These people used the sky as their blanket and the ground as their bed and lived quite freely, but they were troubled by mosquitoes. They had to sit up and slap the mosquitoes every once in a while. The itchy bumps from the bites on their bodies formed mountains. which made them so angry that they kept cursing. Some of the fugitives were smarter and hid in 24-hour convenience stores. At least there were no mosquitoes, and they could enjoy the air conditioning, except that they had to sleep on the cold floor. Overall, it was quite comfortable. But his conditions still cannot compare with those of number 22, who can sleep in a high-end suite costing 18,800 yuan. Not only is the environment comfortable, but he can also get excellent room service by just making a phone call. The gap between the two fugitives formed an insurmountable chasm on the first day. It can be said that one is as far away as the other. Other fugitive contestants were also quite creative. Some of them sneaked into factory dormitories with lax management, which gave them a place to stay. Some people climbed into the unfinished building. There was no one here during the day, and no one would disturb them at night. A few cement bags were their shelter. The most miserable one is the guy squatting in the sewer. He never sees the sun all day and is surrounded by a terrible stench. However, he has a strong willpower, and he refuses to come out as long as he doesn't finish the bottled water and instant noodles he stole. For the final prize of more than 1 billion yuan, these contestants fought for their lives. These people are trying their best, but it is almost not entertaining to watch. The audience can't help but miss number 22 so much that some people have even set a broadcast reminder so that they will watch it as soon as number 22 comes online. After just one day, Yuan Yifan has captured the hearts of the audience. A night passed, and when the morning sunlight shone through the curtains, Yuan Yifan woke up. The second day of the Urban Escape program has officially begun. Yuan Yifan got up, brushed his teeth, and washed up, and the live broadcast screen was restored. Thousands of people soon flocked to his live broadcast room. They sacrificed their precious morning time to watch the daily activities on the 22nd. This is also because the other fugitive contestants are too incompetent. They squat in the bridge hole and enjoy the air conditioning, but there is nothing worth seeing. Number 22 is still exciting, with wonderful plots happening from time to time. Yesterday's car racing and club benefits are still fresh in the audience's memory. Yuan Yifan had breakfast in the hotel lobby, then got a ride in front of the hotel and went to a small mobile phone shop. He bought a Huawei phone for more than 4,000 yuan and asked the owner to open a phone card for him. He used the excuse that his spending was restricted by China Mobile and asked his boss to issue a SIM card that did not require an ID card. This was, of course, because he didn't want his location to be easily traced. The owner of the mobile phone was very knowledgeable, so he used some black ID cards he bought to apply for a local telephone card for Yuan Yifan. With a mobile phone, it is now convenient to communicate. Yuan Yifan came to the meeting place agreed last night and met Brother Bao. Since Brother Bao had such a big plan, he certainly did some investigation in advance. He gave the information of the 3 cars to Yuan Yifan and asked him, "How many days will it take you to get these 3 cars?" Yuan Yifan stretched out 2 fingers, crossed them, and made a cross gesture. 10 days? No, that's too long. Brother Leopard disagreed. The longer the time dragged on, the greater the variables would be. Yuan Yifan looked at Brother Bao with disdain. This black car boss had no knowledge at all. He set out to steal the car on the 22nd. Did he need 10 days? It's 10 hours. Yuan Yifan corrected him. 10 hours? Are you sure? Brother Bao's eyes widened in disbelief. He had been planning to steal these 3 luxury cars for a long time and had found many thieves, but still failed. How could he possibly steal them in 10 hours? You have to know that 2 of the cars are worth 30 million yuan, but the Ferrari Enzo is stored in the collection center of the rich man, which is tightly guarded and ordinary people cannot enter. Don't worry, it will only take 10 hours. I can get the first 2 cars for you in the morning. Remember to prepare the cash. I will pay you and receive the cars at the same time. Yuan Yifan said, "Okay, then I'll wait for your news. Remember, if something happens, don't give me up, otherwise it will be no good to you." Brother Leopard threatened with a sinister look. "Nothing will happen, but your people need to cooperate well." Yuan Yifan then whispered a few words to Brother Bao, who nodded and agreed. Brother Bao then ordered his younger brother to prepare the personnel and equipment required by Yuan Yifan. Yuan Yifan's car theft operation has officially begun. Chapter 19. I won't watch Speed 10 without you. The first car Yuan Yifan stole was a silver Bugatti Veyron. The owner of this car is a local rich second generation. Because his family is so wealthy, he owns 5 luxury cars worth tens of millions of yuan. Therefore, he does not drive this car often and stores it in the garage of his villa. It is relatively easy to steal this car. You just need to sneak into the garage and drive the car out. However, how to drive it out is a problem. You have to avoid being discovered. Otherwise, stealing a luxury car of this level will have a huge impact. By then, sure Shu Fa from the arrest team will be like a shark smelling blood and will follow and interfere. Then the two cars behind will not be stolen. Therefore, in order to steal the car without alerting anyone, Yuan Yifan cannot do it alone. He needs the help of Brother Bao's younger brothers. Outside the rich second-generation's villa, after confirming that Brother Bao's men were in place, Yuan Yifan began to act. First, he waited for the nanny to go out to buy groceries, and when no one was at home, he climbed over the wall and entered the villa. Although there are surveillance cameras everywhere in the yard, there is no one watching them in real time, so there's no need to worry about being exposed. Yuan Yifan walked all the way to the garage of the villa and found that this silver Bugatti Veyron was covered with a dust cover, and next to it there were several luxury cars of various shapes, such as Lamborghini and Cullinan. This family was really wealthy. Yuan Yifan used his driving lock skills, then got into the car, started the engine after some effort, and drove to the courtyard wall. Because once you pass through the gate, the security system will automatically alarm. So the courtyard wall is the appropriate place to enter and exit. People can climb over the wall, but cars cannot. However, under the arrangement of Yuan Yifan, Brother Bao's people drove a crane, raised the boom, and placed a small container in the yard. Yuan Yifan drove the Bugatti into the container, and then the crane worked to lift the container out of the yard and placed it on a heavy truck nearby. The heavy truck and the crane immediately finished their work and fled, and a luxury car was easily obtained without anyone noticing. Number 22, Bull Beep. Is there anyone who steals cars like this? If you weren't invited to star in Fast and Furious 10, I wouldn't even watch it. The audiences were all excited as they watched Yuan Yifan steal the Bugatti Veyron in a live broadcast room. When he stole the car before, their hearts were in their throats, and they were worried about Yuan Yifan. They thought number 22 would just violently ram the door and drive out, but he ended up using this ingenious way, which was as exciting as a blockbuster movie. For a while, rewards and likes came in like snowflakes, and Yuan Yifan earned a lot of reputation points. He did not check the reputation because after Yuan Yifan handed the Bugatti Veyron to Brother Leopard, he was ready to collect the money. "You are really good. I was right about you." Brother Leopard sat in the Bugatti excitedly, feeling the luxurious atmosphere and praising Yuan Yifan. "No need to brag. Where's my money?" Yuan Yifan asked coldly. "Yours is indispensable." Brother Bao's interest was dampened, and there was a chill in his dissatisfied eyes. He pursed his lips, and his younger brother next to him threw a heavy black briefcase at him. Yuan Yifan opened it and took a look. After confirming that it was correct, he smiled and said, "Happy cooperation. Stop talking nonsense and get the next Pagani." This time the customer specifically asked for his original key. If you don't have a key, he won't pay you. Hurry. Bao not only increased the difficulty for Yuan Yifan, but also urged him on, appearing impatient. Yuan Yifan was too lazy to argue with him and just accepted it. He was not interested in the 500,000 yuan, but cared about the reputation value. Every time he bought a car, he would earn a lot of reputation value, and this was the most profitable business. Now Brother Leopard has locked down the location of the Pagani. The car is not at home, but borrowed by a relative of the owner and is being driven. Following the tip-off, Yuan Yifan drove to the city center and saw the black and white Pagani from a distance on the street. The car looked very cool and was qualified enough to be used in racing. At this moment, a young man was driving a Pagani with a beautiful girl with long flowing hair sitting in the passenger seat. It turned out that he was taking the girl for a ride. This is one of the motivations for men to buy luxury cars. Luxury cars are the stepping stone to chasing girls. Yuan Yifan kept following Pagani in his car, but he was not in a hurry to take action. Instead, he was looking for an opportunity. But the netizens in a live broadcast room couldn't wait any longer. Someone shouted, "Hurry up and get on. Don't stop the Pagani. Then open the door and pull the person out. Then drive away. There's even a little beauty in the car." "How cool is that?" Someone immediately retorted. "Do you think this is playing GTA? This is like robbery, which violates the program rules." Contestant number 22 has become a real fugitive. That's right. Haven't you noticed after watching for a whole day? Number 22 is obviously an intelligent fugitive and would never behave violently. There were actually people in the live broadcast room who knew Yuan Yifan well and began to defend him. They could be considered the first group of die-hard fans. Yuan Yifan watched the Pagani drive into Powerlawn Plaza. There are parking lots both underground and above ground in the plaza, but since the borrowed luxury car must be shown off, the driver naturally chose the above-ground parking lot. However, His parking skills were terrible. The few parking spaces in the square were located very far back, and several cars were parked in a mess. The young man was afraid of scratching the luxury cars, so he tried to park his car for a long time, but failed. The opportunity has come. Yuan Yifun's heart moved, realizing that it was his turn, so he drove over, did a beautiful drift into the parking space, and parked the car steadily in a few seconds. His F-class driving skills were impressive enough. "Hey, buddy, can't you stop the car?" Yuan Yifun lowered the car window and asked. The beautiful drift into the parking space just now was Yuan Yifun's best business card. The driver was overjoyed and said, "It's just that I can't park it well. Can you drive a sports car? Can you help me park it in the frame?" "No problem. Leave it to me." Yuan Yifun immediately stood up and exchanged seats with the driver. He got into the Pagani, turned on the spot, and reversed, parking it right into the parking frame, straight and level, very standard. "Fuck, bro, that's awesome." The young man was very happy and threw a pack of manhwa cigarettes to Yuan Yifun as a thank you for stopping the car. Yuan Yifun took the cigarette with a smile, then got out of the Pagani and pressed the car lock button. The gull-wing door slowly lowered and finally closed. Yuan Yifun also returned the car keys to the young man. The young man took the car keys, hugged the beautiful girl, and the two walked into the mall to shop. Yuan Yifun waited for him to walk away, then took out a car key and pressed it, and the car door opened automatically again. This scene shocked the netizens in front of the screen. How did they do that? I just saw number 22 return the car keys to the owner. I guess he stole it back. Isn't that how it's played out in TV dramas? A thief can steal something back with just a touch of his hand. It should be the spare key. Netizens made various speculations, and finally a sharp-eyed netizen saw the clues from the slow-motion playback. I see. The key that number 22 returned to the owner was a high-quality fake key that could be bought online for only 20 yuan. He put the real key in his pocket. The netizen also posted a picture, pausing and zooming in on the scene of returning the keys, and placed a comparison photo of the genuine car key next to it. When the two were placed together, there were indeed some differences. Netizens shouted, "Wow! Stealing a car could actually be fun like this," which broadened their horizons. Netizens guessed correctly. Yuan Yifun used the high-imitation fake key he had prepared in advance and returned it to the driver, while he kept the real key. Of course, there's a difference between real and fake keys, and the problem could be revealed by comparing the two. However, the young man driving the car was paying all his attention on the beautiful girl next to him. After getting the fake key, he put away directly and did not notice that it had been swapped. So this made Yuan Yifun's second car-stealing mission a complete success again. Chapter 20. Aiming at the 100 million yuan Ferrari. Yuan Yifun drove the Pagani all the way to the surveillance blind spot, where there was a large truck parked. Yuan Yifun drove directly along the ramp into the truck compartment. A younger brother closed the compartment door, and the Pagani was taken without anyone noticing. Then the truck drove to an empty factory and stopped. Brother Bao had been waiting in the yard eagerly. Yuan Yifun jumped out of the car and threw the original car key to Brother Bao. Brother Leopard went up to feel the Pagani, then gave it a thumbs up and praised. "Brother, that's awesome." Yuan Yifun said, "If you don't want the car keys, I already have them." Indeed, Yuan Yifun's car unlocking skills are amazing, and keyless starting is a routine operation. If the original key is not needed, he can drive the car back without even meeting the driver, which increases his risk. Brother Bao's younger brother was not vague and gave Yuan Yifun a black bag containing 500,000 yuan in cash. He made 1 million after completing 2 orders. This speed of making money is almost reaching that of a certain female celebrity who makes a satisfying amount of money a day. There is only 1 Ferrari left. We must act quickly this time. I want to transport all 3 cars away together. Brother Leopard said, "Don't slack off on what I told you to do. Get the time right and don't make any mistakes," Yuan Yifun instructed. "Don't worry, I will personally take charge of the command. There will be no mistakes," Brother Leopard said. Yuan Yifun immediately changed to a second-hand Jinbei van with manual transmission and set off. This car is everywhere and is driven in a very low-key manner. After Yuan Yifun left, the smile on Brother Bao's face turned into a cold one. He snorted, "Is my money so easy to take?" Brother Bao then ordered his men, "Pay attention. When this guy steals the Ferrari, take back the 1 million, and then snap. When you're done, put him in a sack and throw him into the river, then drop a rock on him. You don't need my instructions, do you?" Brother Bao made a gesture of wiping his neck, which meant he wanted to get rid of Yuan Yifun. Brother Bao is a professional gangster leader who runs an illegal taxi business. He is definitely not a good person. He readily agreed to Yuan Yifun's sky-high reward because he had no intention of paying and wanted to rob his fellow gangsters. The reason why he paid the money honestly the first 2 times was that he wanted to paralyze Yuan Yifun. When the last order was completed and he collected the car, he would take back the money he had given before and then get rid of the person. This way, fewer people would know about it, and it would be difficult for the cops to have evidence to arrest him. Brother Bao's behavior is very vicious and despicable. Once it gets out, he will have no chance of staying in the domestic circle. However, Brother Bao doesn't want to stay in the domestic circle anymore. He has found foreign buyers for the 3 cars and will hide abroad for a while. The money he earns from this order is enough for him to squander for a long time. Brother Bao's plan was very clever. His men immediately went to carry out the plan, and Yuan Yifun was about to face a fatal crisis. Yuan Yifun drove to the private residence of Ferrari owner Nyo Difu. This is the most expensive villa area in the city. Others buy villas here to live in, but Nyo Difu specially bought 2 villas, connected them and renovated them, and built a collection exhibition hall to house his priceless collections. Yes, for someone like Nyo Difu, money is just a number to him, and he has no interest in money. It would be far better to exchange it for some collectibles and put them at home to appreciate them. After Yuan Yifun arrived at the scene, he used a telescope to observe the security density in the exhibition hall. It was much more difficult than when he stole the Bugatti. First of all, there's a fence here, which is covered with cameras. The cameras are turning from time to time, so they must be controlled manually. As long as he appears within the camera range, he will definitely be discovered at the first time. There are also security guards patrolling here at irregular intervals, which makes it very difficult to sneak in. That's why Yuan Yifun asked Brother Bao's younger brother to cooperate with him this time. He looked at the time on his mobile phone and waited until 12:45, which was the time for him to take action. Time passed by minute, and at the moment the stopwatch reached 0, the flashing surveillance cameras on the courtyard wall suddenly went out. There was a power outage. The cooperation was just perfect. This time the power outage was caused by Leopard's younger brother, who found an excavator and dug up the underground power supply cables, causing a power outage in the entire area and rendering the surveillance ineffective. Now is the best time for Yuan Yifun to enter. Yuan Yifun carried a large bucket on his back, then jumped over the wall into the yard and ran all the way to the main building. Yuan Yifun had seen the map of the exhibition hall, so he ran to the entrance with ease and officially entered the exhibition hall. Looking around, this place is simply a museum with cultural relics, calligraphy and paintings, and collections of treasures. There are many priceless cultural relics in Nyo Difu's private collection. Those expensive items are covered with anti-theft glass covers, and if they are touched without permission, it will trigger an alarm. Yuan Yifun had no interest in cultural relics. He went straight to where the Ferraris were parked. In the spacious hall, he saw a red-painted retro-style sports car parked. This was his target, the Ferrari Enzo. Yuan Yifun knew that the exhibition hall had a backup power supply and the power would be restored soon, so he did not try to steal a car first. Instead, he set up a simple smoke device under a fire detector. After everything was arranged properly, he came to Enzo Ferrari. The Ferrari was parked quietly. Although it was 30 years old, it was well maintained and looked like a new one. The paint surface was reflecting light. Yuan Yifun then took down the prepared bucket, inserted the hose into the refueling port, and refueled the car. After all, it's a display car, and there will be basically no oil left in the tank. So if Yuan Yifun wants to drive it away, he has to fill it with gasoline first. Just after refueling, the dark room suddenly came back to light. It turned out that the exhibition hall's backup generator set started to work and began to restore power supply. With power supply, the surveillance started working and Yuan Yifun would be exposed immediately, but he immediately unlocked the door of the Ferrari, hid in the car and lay down so that the surveillance would not detect him. With a click, the smoke device that had been arranged earlier took effect. Instantly, thick smoke billowed and blackened the ceiling. This also triggered the fire sprinkler device. Water began to spray throughout the exhibition hall, and alarms rang at the same time, which scared a group of security guards. They couldn't afford to pay for any damage to any item in the exhibition hall, so the security guards immediately ran over and started to put out the fire. After they broke into the hall, they found thick smoke in the corridor, so the security guards picked up the fire extinguisher and rushed to the source of the smoke. No one noticed that there was a person hiding in the Ferrari. At this time, the only security guard at the back door also joined the firefighting and left his guarding position. Yuan Yifan discovered this situation through the camera that had been set up in advance. Sitting in the Ferrari, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a smug smile. The security guard's reaction was completely within his expectations. They had been at ease for too long and had not realized that someone was trying to steal something. So he quickly started the Ferrari and rushed towards the exit. There was a security door at the exit of the exhibition hall, so he couldn't rush out from the front. However, the large glass window next to it was a weak point, so Yuan Yifan stepped on the accelerator and crashed into it. Bang! Crash! The window glass shattered all over the floor, and the Ferrari also rushed outside. At this time, under the sunlight, this billion-dollar luxury car exuded a noble atmosphere from top to bottom. Chapter 21. The noise is getting louder. The fire alarms rang in the exhibition hall, and many panicked security guards arrived at the scene, only to find a strange object smoking without a single spark around it. The security guards looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. None of them had ever experienced such a situation. Just then, they heard the roar of a Ferrari engine behind them, and after a red shadow passed by, the glass window was knocked open. Oh no! Someone stole the boss's car. The security guard finally woke up from his dream and ran out to chase him, but it was impossible for a person to catch up with the sports car. Yuan Yifan drove to the back door exit in almost 10 seconds. The back door is rarely opened. The only security guard just joined the firefighting team, so there's no one here. Yuan Yifan jumped out of the car, walked into the security booth, and found the key to the remote control door on the table. So he pressed the key and the telescopic door slowly opened. Yuan Yifan immediately returned to the car, and when the telescopic door was open to the width of only one car, he stepped on the accelerator and drove away in the bright red Ferrari. The security guards chased after the car breathlessly and found that the car had gone far away, so they called the police with a look of panic on their faces. After receiving the alarm, the police quickly discovered through surveillance that this was the fugitive number 22 who had disappeared overnight, so they informed Shi Shuifei. The captain of the arrest team, Shi Shuifei, had been eager to catch number 22. This morning, she caught another fugitive who had been hiding from her husband. This was just a small test of her abilities. It can be said that her team catches fugitives every day. Currently, she is the best performing team in the Urban Escape Show's arrest team. However, from her cold and sassy expression, there is no sign of joy at all, and the reason is that she didn't sleep well all night because of number 22. Shi Shuifei is very worried about number 22. He has escaped from her hands many times and even played tricks on her. If this continues, Captain Shi's endocrine system will be disturbed. Fortunately, she received a notification from the police in the afternoon. She immediately packed up her equipment and rushed over with 10 team members. As she captures fewer and fewer fugitives, that part of the team will be free and more people will be available, making it more convenient to track down number 22 in the future. The traffic police kept reporting the location of the Ferrari driven by number 22, but Shi Shuifei suddenly remembered the note that number 22 left for her last night. Yesterday, she originally thought that he was just teasing her, but judging from today's situation, what he said above is very likely to be true. Shi Shuifei's heart moved. As a former criminal police officer, she knew very well that in such matters, it is better to believe it than not to believe it. So Shi Shuifei immediately asked her former colleagues to help investigate and see if there were any reports of luxury car theft today. The result came soon. It was true. In a shopping mall, a Pagani sports car was stolen. It was said that the thief was a young man in his 20s. When he helped the victim park the car, he stole the car keys and drove away. Is what he said true? Shi Shuifei intuitively realized that number 22 was not lying to her. She pondered for a while and then called her friend in the police force. At this moment, Yuan Yifan was driving a Ferrari worth 100 million yuan, speeding on the street. Hit the glass window in the exhibition hall before, the front of the car was slightly damaged. Although it was only a minor injury, the estimated damage would be tens of millions. Yuan Yifan was not afraid at all. Anyway, the program crew had insurance, and he also had a bonus of 1 billion yuan, which he could deduct from it when the time came. What he wanted was a powerful and exciting live broadcast effect, so that he would have more reputation points. As for how much bonus he could get, that was secondary. It's so cool to race luxury cars. The audience in the live broadcast room were very excited. They waved flags and shouted for number 22 to drive faster. Everyone became a spiritual shareholder. It seemed that number 22 was driving a Ferrari just like them. Some netizens said, "Number 22 is really awesome. He dared to steal such an expensive car and drove over the speed limit. It scared me to death. If he really crashed, can he afford the compensation?" Someone replied, "Why can't I afford to lose? The grand prize of this show is over 1 billion. How do you know that number 22 can hold out until the end? He's so crazy, I'm afraid he'll be caught soon. Impossible. I'm optimistic about number 22. I even bet 50,000 yuan on him to win the game. If number 22 wins, I can earn more than 1 million yuan. So number 22 is bound to win." The audience was discussing the matter heatedly, and Brother Leopard was also yelling at Yuan Yifan, who was on the phone. It turned out that according to the previous agreement, after Yuan Yifan stole the Ferrari, he had to load it into a container, and they would exchange the money for the goods. However, Yuan Yifan did not fulfill the agreement, saying that someone was chasing him. Instead, he drove recklessly in the city, attracting many pursuers to follow him. The reason why he made such a big fuss was that he wanted to make the matter bigger, at least to get the arrest team and the media involved, so that he could achieve his goal. Cooperating with a sinister leader like Brother Bao is like seeking the skin of a tiger. If you keep following his arrangements, you will die without knowing how you died. So Yuan Yifan pretended to cooperate at first, and then tricked him in the end. "You kid, drive the Ferrari to Willow Street quickly. I'm warning you, don't play any tricks." Brother Leopard was furious on the phone. "Playing tricks?" Yuan Yifan snorted coldly. "Who was the first to play tricks? What did you say?" Brother Leopard said angrily. "Then let me ask you, are you ready for the 2 million cash I promised to give you if I succeed this time?" When Yuan Yifan asked this, Brother Bao fell silent, because he had not prepared the money at all. He had originally planned to kill Yuan Yifan as soon as he got the Ferrari to prevent future troubles. The reason why Yuan Yifan knew about Brother Bao's secret was because when he was negotiating to increase the bargaining chip yesterday, the other party agreed so readily. It is not uncommon to find someone stealing cars on the road, but the total price of 3 cars is 3 million. It is such a sky-high price anywhere else. I guess you can hire 007 for this price. When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. One possibility is that Brother Bao is really eager to recruit talents, and the other is that he has no intention of paying. Yuan Yifan contacted Brother Bao yesterday, and his behavior did not seem like he was looking for talents. So there is only the second possibility, so Yuan Yifan would be on guard against him. Brother Leopard would not admit this, so he lied and said, "Of course I am prepared. Then take a photo of the 2 million in cash and send it to me." Yuan Yifan immediately exposed Brother Bao's past. Brother Bao, of course, had no photos. He was as angry as an old ox and took a few deep breaths. Seeing that Yuan Yifan had seen through his plan, he had no choice but to negotiate with Yuan Yifan since he hadn't gotten the Ferrari yet. "We are both the same. After all, we do this business to make money. Let's talk about the price again." "Okay, one price. Give me 5 million cash for this car." Yuan Yifan asked for a huge price. Chapter 22. Enough to shoot all 8 of you. Brother Bao shouted angrily. "Are you mistaken? 5 million is not 500 yuan. How can I get it together in such a short time? No bank has prepared so much cash." Yuan Yifan, who was driving, made a beautiful and graceful turn to avoid a collision, and then replied on the phone. "Then it's 3 million, no less. Otherwise I will sink this car into the river, and then I will keep your name, and we will go our separate ways. You're really dark." Brother Leopard cursed angrily, but he had no other choice. He had to blackmail others first, so he could only admit defeat. "Okay, 3 million is 3 million. You have to shake off your tail and load the container on Willow Street." Yuan Yifan said, "Why bother going to Willow Street? Just tell us which dock you want to load the goods at, and you can save yourself the trouble of taking a detour." "How do you know that the ship is being loaded at the dock?" Brother Leopard blurted out in surprise. When he realized that he had said the wrong thing, it was too late to shut up. Yuan Yifan sneered. "It's easy to guess. These 3 cars are too difficult to handle in China. I guess no one dares to take them, so they must be sent abroad. If you go abroad by land, it's risky. If you check at any highway intersection, you'll be exposed. So it's most convenient to ship by sea. Go through a fake customs clearance procedure, load the 3 cars into a container, and when you get to the high seas, even gods can't stop you. Do I need to teach you this trick?" Brother Bao was silent. Yuan Yifan was right. After a while, Brother Bao's voice suddenly became low and sinister. He gritted his teeth and said, Well, come directly to number 11 of Hongyan Wharf. I'll wait for you here. I'll hand over the car and the money. But I have to make sure there's no one following you. Why not do this earlier? It's a waste of time. Yuan Yifan hung up the phone, then turned and drove towards the pier. The audience watching the live broadcast were a little confused because of the sound muting, but from the fragments they could hear, it seemed that Yuan Yifan was conducting some kind of transaction with an illegal person, probably selling a car. One viewer questioned, "No way? They even dared to sell Neo defused Ferrari. Isn't this definitely crossing the red line of the program team? Will he go to jail?" The amount of money involved in the case of these 3 cars is indeed huge, but this behavior is ambiguous in the program team. Other contestants steal bread and cars. After all, this is in line with the identity of a fugitive, and this means of survival is still tacitly allowed. I guess as long as the amount of theft does not exceed the final 1 billion prize, the program team is unlikely to intervene. After all, if number 22 is really arrested as a fugitive, the ratings of this program will plummet. Who likes to watch a fugitive contestant squatting in the sewer to catch cockroaches all day long? The remarks of this netizen were recognized by everyone. It seems that it is currently compliant for number 22 to sell cars. Think about it. I work 996 every day and only earn a few thousand yuan a month, while others can sell cars worth hundreds of millions on the 22nd. What else is there to say? The audience can only scroll through the comments and shout. Number 22 is awesome. Yuan Yifan quickly drove into the dock, and when he arrived at the agreed location, he found that there were many large containers being loaded onto the ship. He parked the car in an area where the containers were densely packed. He could climb over the containers to hide or jump into the sea to escape, and he would not be forced into a desperate situation. Yuan Yifan knows these black-hearted scoundrels very well. They dare to do business worth hundreds of millions. They are all people who put their heads on their belts and are capable of doing anything. It is better to be careful when dealing with them and always leave a way out for yourself. When Yuan Yifan was standing in the open space, 3 cars drove up in front and behind him and surrounded him. Brother Bao got out of a Land Rover, and at the same time, more than 20 of his younger brothers came over and surrounded him with a fierce look in their eyes. "I've delivered the car. Where's the money?" Yuan Yifan asked. "You still have a nerve to ask me for money. Now you've made the whole city aware of this. The cops also know that the car is missing and are searching the entire city for it." Brother Bao said bitterly. He couldn't care less and gave his men a wink, who pulled out Switchblade from their sleeves and were ready to kill him. Anyway, Ferrari has already arrived at the scene, and Yuan Yifan is of no use to them. Yuan Yifan was not too panicked, but took out a police hat from the Ferrari and put it on his head. Because of the F-level disguise, Yuan Yifan can now pretend to be anything he wants. Even though he's only wearing a hat, he looks like a real policeman, intimidating without even getting angry. The younger brothers around him all had unclean backgrounds and were naturally afraid of all kinds of public officials in uniform. They were so frightened that they stopped at that moment. Yuan Yifan raised his hand and made a warning gesture. "Stop. To tell you the truth, I am the new captain of the criminal police in Shijing City. I came to the city to investigate the vehicle theft case, and then I discovered the activities of Brother Bao's gang. Now my colleagues have surrounded you. If you are smart, raise your hands and surrender quickly. Otherwise, the hundreds of millions of dollars will be enough to shoot all 8 of you." The armed guys around were really frightened, and their breathing was stagnant. Even though Yuan Yifan only had a police hat, it could still suppress them mentally. After all, good has always been victorious over evil. The audience in the live broadcast room were so amused that they pounded the table with laughter. Number 22 was really good at acting. He was clearly a fugitive, but he insisted on playing the role of the captain of the criminal police. This was really ridiculous. When did a mouse become able to pretend to be a cat? While the audience was joking, the 2 hosts were also having a discussion. Dong Lu said, "I feel like number 22 is just like a real policeman. Could he be a policeman or a related profession?" Yu Qian was mature and prudent and shook his head. "I don't think so. Although his temperament is somewhat similar, his speech is not that of a police officer. I have seen many local police officers, criminal police officers, and armed police officers, and basically none of them behave like him. After all, Yuan Yifan's disguise is only F-level, which is enough to fool ordinary people, but people with a discerning eye can still see the flaws." Dong Lu asked with concern, "So that's how it is. Yuan Yifan was pretending, but he was surrounded by criminals. Is he in danger?" Our program's security personnel haven't arrived yet. I hope he won't be stubborn and can turn danger into safety." Everyone's heart was moved by Yuan Yifan, and everyone was praying that nothing would happen on the 22nd. Otherwise, they would not have any exciting live broadcast to watch. At the live broadcast site, Brother Bao quickly calmed down in the face of Yuan Yifan's intimidation. Brother Bao is not someone who can be frightened. As a veteran in society, he can see that Yuan Yifan is bragging. At this point, it is useless to be afraid. The only way to survive is to get rid of Yuan Yifan, who knows the truth, and quickly load the 3 vehicles onto the ship and send them out to sea. So Brother Bao made up his mind and gritted his teeth and issued an order. "Everyone, come on, kill him first." The 20 or so younger brothers were very obedient and approached again with knives in hand with great momentum. When Yuan Yifan saw that he couldn't fool these people, he knew that he was going to get serious. He jumped onto the roof of the Ferrari to hide. His younger brothers were too afraid to damage this car worth hundreds of millions of dollars, so their knives were so weak that they stabbed it, giving Yuan Yifan an opportunity. Yuan Yifan seized the opportunity, accelerated on the roof of the car, kicked the car body with 1 foot, jumped over the younger brothers, and jumped out of the encirclement. Then he started to run away. I couldn't help but run wildly. These bastards were not from the program crew. They really dared to take people's lives. Chapter 23, F-Level Physical Strength. Chase him, catch up, and kill him. After shouting angrily, Brother Leopard got into the Ferrari and wanted to drive away, but he found that the car had no keys and could not be started. Asshole! Brother Leopard doesn't have Yuan Yifan's ability to start the car without a key, so he was so angry that he hammered the steering wheel. He immediately called a forklift, loaded the Ferrari into a container, and then lifted it onto the ship. He wanted to go out to sea as soon as possible. Above the dock, a drone was floating in the air, filming from a bird's eye view. On the wide dock, Yuan Yifan was running in the front, and behind him, more than 20 young men with knives were chasing him wildly, all of them using all their might. When netizens saw this scene, they felt their adrenaline rising and shouted at Yuan Yifan not to be afraid, to stop and kill all the pursuers. Number 22, knock out those thugs. If you do, I'll reward you with rockets. As soon as he finished speaking, someone said to him, "Don't make a fuss. Ip Man is a martial arts master, but he can only fight 10 people at a time. There are more than 20 people with weapons behind him. It's normal for number 22 to run away. Did he stay to cost the blood gourd? But isn't that how it's played in the movies?" the netizen asked. You also know that it is a movie, and what you're watching now is a live broadcast. Please distinguish the difference between movies and reality. Thank you. Many netizens were speaking up for Yuan Yifan, and at the scene, the escape system suddenly popped up and sent a prompt to Yuan Yifan. Do you want to spend 1 attribute point to activate the group battle skill? Yuan Yifan, who was on the run, was delighted as he finally received a prompt from the system. Moreover, the previous prompt did not have a skill name, but now there is a name, which is a welcome progress. Based on the benefits he had gained from activating the skill before, Yuan Yifan habitually agreed. However, he didn't have much reputation at the moment, and adding the wrong points would be bad. Out of caution, he asked tentatively, "What level of group battle skills do I need to reach in order to defeat the group of people behind me without any damage? A or B level will be fine, but B level is a bit risky. A level ensures that you will be safe." The escape system replied. Yuan Yifan's face turned dark at that moment. His limited reputation points did not allow him to upgrade all skills to a level. After all, the higher the level, the more points were needed to upgrade. He currently could not kill the pursuers through group battle skills. He could only give up adding points this time and run away. So Yuan Yifan chose no. It was the first time he rejected the system's prompt. This incident also made him understand that the system is, after all, an AI inanimate object, and to make the best decision, he still had to rely on himself. The running system was quite responsible. When it saw the pursuers getting closer and closer, it immediately sent another prompt. Do you want to spend 1 attribute point to activate the sprint skill or upgrade the physical skill to enhance the long-distance running ability? Sprinting is a magical skill. If you can't win, just run away. This is a golden advice passed down by the ancients. There must be some rationality in it. However, sprinting and long-distance running are 2 different abilities. The current reputation value does not support him adding points to both items at the same time, so he must make a choice. After running for more than a minute, Yuan Yifan felt that his physical strength was rapidly decreasing and he felt tired. After all, he was running at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. If he continued like this, he would be in trouble if he ran out of strength and fell. So he had to make a decision immediately. As for the two options provided by the escape system, Yuan Yifan chose physical strength without a doubt. After all, although sprinting can quickly widen the distance, it is at best at the level of Bolt. Running 100 meters in less than 10 seconds is far less important than running far and for a long time. As long as he can hold on for another minute or two, the pursuers behind him will probably run out of strength. After all, men are strong, but not strong enough for long periods of time. Even the toughest man cannot run a long distance at the speed of a 100-meter run. Exchange all reputation points and increase the stamina to F. Yuan Yifan gave the order to the escape system. Runaway system. Reputation points have been exchanged, physical strength level has been raised to F, and the passive skill, Enduring Man, is unlocked. When Yuan Yifan checked his attributes again this time, they became very impressive. Name, Yuan Yifan. Gender, male. Reputation, 23. Strength, L. Agility, L. Physical strength, F. Special skills and endurance man. Driving skills, F. Stunt, unlocking a car. Parkour, M. Onomatopoeia, M. Swimming, F. Acrobatics, high diving. Disguise, F. Stuntman and crossdresser. Remaining attribute points, 1. After the extra time was up, Yuan Yifan's legs, which had felt heavy just now became as light as a swallow. It turned out that physical strength was what he needed most at the moment. Yuan Yifan ran with a brisk pace, and after a while, he gradually widened the distance between him and the people behind him. He even had the leisure to turn around and tease the gangsters behind him. Hey, try harder. You're running so slowly. Did your master's wife teach you PE? This really pissed off the hooligans behind him. Some of them were too tired to chase after him anymore. But after being ridiculed by Yuan Yifan, they held back their anger and started chasing him again. Stop right there. I'm going to kill you. The gangster cursed as he ran. Come on. I'm waiting for you to kill me, but I gave you the chance and you missed it. Kid, listen to my advice. This business of killing people is too complicated. You can't control it. Stop it and turn back. Yuan Yifan instantly transformed himself into Uncle Pan and educated the group of GAZ behind him with gentle words. This is the fugitive version of the famous internet idiom, Pang Jia Ji Jiao. Yuan Yifan knew that words are like knives and kept using trash talk to provoke the gangsters' emotions. Hurry up, and you can catch me if you try harder. Come on, you can do it. Why is this little brother out of breath so heavily? Are you tired? Pay attention to breathing rhythmically when running. Follow me, 121. This is the right way. Yuan Yifan's words made these thugs so angry, but they were all ordinary people, and their endurance did not change with their willpower. After gradually becoming exhausted, they ran slower and slower, panting like cows, and their faces turned red. The audience in the live broadcast room almost laughed to death when they saw this scene, and said with a smile, "This number 22 is too funny. He is totally playing tricks on his opponent." Yes, he is so relaxed. And he always keeps a distance of 2 to 3 meters from the back, which gives the opponent hope, but also makes it impossible for them to catch up. He also keeps trash talking, which is the most infuriating. If I were one of those hooligans, I would be so angry that I would want to stab number 22. The netizens were enjoying themselves to the fullest, but the thugs were not having it. They fell behind one after another, holding their knees with their hands and gasping with their mouths wide open and their tongues sticking out, like a dog fainted from the heat. Their throats and lungs felt like they were burned by fire due to the intense exercise, and they could hardly hold the daggers in their hands. They had never run so hard in their lives, and one by one, they collapsed from exhaustion. The last thug who insisted on chasing was running so fast that he saw stars and felt like his legs were not his own. His running speed was just comparable to that of the wheelchair. This group of thugs were all successfully dragged down by Yuan Yifan, who had F-level physical strength. Yuan Yifan stopped at this time. He was just slightly out of breath and sweat on his forehead. His super strong physical strength made him feel that he still had energy to spare. His F-level physical strength was really amazing, and the attached endurance man passive skill was too powerful. He would probably get a place in the marathon now. Maybe after getting married, he would be able to be energetic every night and make his wife satisfied. Therefore, physical strength is one of the most important attributes of a man. Yuan Yifan's choice of points this time is absolutely right. Chapter 24, I'm back again. The thugs who were so arrogant and relentless just now have now become like eggplants hit by frost, all wilted. When Yuan Yifan walked back, a gangster raised his arm and tried to stab him, but because he was severely exhausted, the speed of his stabbing was as slow as a snail. Yuan Yifan easily grabbed the opponent's wrist, took away the dagger, then pressed his head down, and then hit the gangster with an iron knee, causing him to fly up into the air and bleed from his nose. The gangster fell backwards and fainted. He was so weak that he was easier to deal with than a child. Next came the second thug. He also wanted to fight back, but Yuan Yifan kicked him away. He rolled on the ground for several times, and the skin on his face was scratched. In the end, he lost consciousness and lay on the ground motionless. Then came the third and fourth ones. Yuan Yifan could pick up a small gangster and beat him up after walking a few steps. Yuan Yifan beat them as hard as they had chased him just now. This is called the cycle of justice and retribution. After fighting his way back for hundreds of meters, Yuan Yifan knocked down the hooligans who had been chasing him one by one, either with elbows or cheek cannons, and they were hit really hard. It is usually difficult to find such an obedient and soft human sandbag. Anyway, this is an urban escape show, which gives him the right to beat people up and cause minor injuries without taking criminal responsibility. He has no psychological burden at all when beating up these hooligans. My friends, look at this set of punches I am performing. If you like it, double-click 666. In order to earn more reputation points, Yuan Yifan selected the thug with the strongest body and performed a whole set of military boxing on him. At the end, he used a bow step punch to knock the thug away. Then, facing the drone filming, he imitated the martial arts style, clasped his hands together, and saluted, asking for likes and attention. I have to give a thumbs up to this wave. Today really opened my eyes. The audience was having a great time watching the show, and they were not stingy with their gifts and likes, which covered up the live screen. At this time, the drone took a high-altitude shot. 20 or so gangsters were lying on the ground, groaning like dead dogs. Only number 22 was standing in the middle of the field like a god of war. That's awesome. Just now I told him to learn from Ip Man and fight back. And he actually did it. He's fighting over 20 people at once. Nice. I want to get a rocket. Isn't number 22 like I'm Yi Wen's funeral? He's going to make a movie, and I'm going to have to do 20 lines. Although there are tough guys who can fight 100 people at once in the movies, this is a down-to-earth live broadcast. The fact that Yuan Yifan was able to fight more than 20 people alone and win the game is definitely worthy of being recorded in the history of live broadcasts. The live broadcast room of the entire escape program team has now been uniformly replaced with the wonderful footage of number 22 beating up the man, which has been well received by the audience. The audience was happy to watch the show and was willing to give rewards, so this massive amount of gifts was converted into reputation points. Yuan Yifan earned more than 600 reputation points by beating people up and got 6 attribute points. He could use this to upgrade an ability or develop a new ability. Yuan Yifan has now achieved sustainable development. He uses his newly learned skills to defeat his opponents, earn reputation, and then converts the reputation into attribute points to continue to strengthen his own strength. If he continues like this, Yuan Yifan will definitely become the top supreme fugitive of the program team. To commemorate this feat, Yuan Yifan called in a drone, then pulled up a gangster with a bruised face and nose, hugged him, and took a close-up, which became the cover of the live broadcast room. The gangster's eyes were black and blue, just like a panda's. This could be considered as taking a photo with a national treasure. While he was doing something, Yuan Yifan suddenly heard the footsteps of a large group of people behind him. Turning back, he saw more than 30 people rushing towards him, and they were already very close. Most of these people were wearing police uniforms, and the rest were wearing T-shirts with the logo of the Urban Escape Program Group. They were obviously members of the arrest team. They actually found their way to the dock and did not give Yuan Yifan time to escape. Number 22, you are surrounded, don't run. The arrest team shouted, "Why are there only a few of you? Why didn't Captain Sure come?" After saying this, Yuan Yifan pushed a thug in his hand towards them and ran away. "Don't worry, we don't need Captain Sure to catch you. I can do it." Wang Gang was blocked by the gangsters and reached out to grab him, but was a beat too late, and Yuan Yifan escaped through the gap in the crowd. "Chase!" Wang Gang shouted. "Let's work together as a team of police and civilians to capture the most arrogant fugitive from the program team." Number 22. Unable to leave the dock, Yuan Yifan started running towards the original place. A few minutes ago, he was chased by gangsters, and now he was being chased by the arrest team. The fugitive could not escape the fate of being chased forever. So Yuan Yifan took a group of men and ran all the way back to the place where he got off before. Because of his F-level physical strength, Yuan Yifan did not show any signs of fatigue. When he arrived at the place, he found that Brother Bao was directing a forklift to load the Ferrari worth hundreds of millions into a container for transportation. Yuan Yifan shouted loudly, "Team 1 will encircle from the left, Team 2 will go from the right. We must not let Brother Bao, the main culprit of this major car theft gang, escape." Brother Bao was shocked when he heard it, and when he looked up, he was almost scared to death. The car thief who he had people chasing and hacking just now actually came back with a large group of police officers and plainclothes police, while his men were nowhere to be found, and it was estimated that they had all been caught. Yuan Yifan gave him a devilish smile and shouted, "I told you I'm the captain of the criminal police, but you still don't believe me. Now I'm back with my men. Let's see where you can run." At this time, the members of the arrest team who were chasing him from behind also shouted, "Stop, don't run." Yuan Yifan also had rich expressions and acted as if it were real. At that time, Brother Bao's sphincter was so scared that it failed to function, and there was a warmth between his buttocks. He never expected that this car thief was actually the captain of the criminal police. The victim he carefully selected turned out to be the cop he was most afraid of offending. Damn it, it's okay for a cop this young, but why would he come here and play the role of a car thief? Brother Bao couldn't figure it out all. At the moment, he could only drive away. He could no longer stay in the country, so he had to escape through the border. It was right that he couldn't understand it, because Yuan Yifan was just bluffing. At this moment, Yuan Yifan had already bypassed Brother Bao's position and didn't go toward him at all. However, as soon as Brother Bao got into the car, more than 10 police cars appeared in front of him and surrounded him. The person leading the group was none other than the heroic arrest captain, Shi Xuefei. She received a note from Yuan Yifan and learned that there would be a car theft gang here, so she notified her former colleagues, which is why so many people came to the dock. Facts have proved that Shi Xuefei benefited from Yuan Yifan's help. This time she has made a contribution by helping her former colleague crack such a large car theft gang. It will definitely be more convenient for her to find people to do things for her in the future. The police officers rushed forward, captured Brother Bao, and put handcuffs on him. Shi Xuefei had already joined the ranks of those chasing after number 22, as this was her target. The arrest team on the dock. Yuan Yifan is surrounded and can no longer escape. The original plan of escaping by climbing the container was also blocked, so the only option was to implement Plan B. Chapter 25. The fugitives also began to roll back. Yuan Yifan then ran to the shore, looked back at Shi Xuefei, who was chasing him, waved at her with a smile, and then dived into the sea. Relying on the high diving skills acquired from F-level swimming, his entry into the water was perfect. When Shi Xuefei caught up with him, she saw that Yuan Yifan had already swam far away. Shi Xuefei really wanted to jump in and catch the murderer, but the embarrassing memory of yesterday came to her mind, making her suppress the idea. If she drowned in the sea again and was rescued by number 22 again, she would not be able to stay in the program crew and would probably never touch water again in her life. Quickly contact the speedboat and rescue team. While catching people, we must also prevent accidents. Shi Xuefei issued the order coldly. Since she couldn't go into the water, she would mobilize the power of the group. At this time, her old partner, the current Captain Tan of the Criminal Investigation Brigade of the Municipal Bureau, came over and expressed his gratitude to Shi Xuefei for helping him solve such a big case. Not to mention the dirty deeds that Brother Bao did before, just the 3 cars intercepted at the dock today are enough for all members of the team to get bonuses. This is a major case worth hundreds of millions of dollars. No need to thank me. It was the undercover agent in the sea who reported it. Shi Xuefei pointed at number 22 in the sea. "Oh, so it's him. I know." Captain Tan nodded. Now he knew how to write the case report. Withdrew with Brother Bao, while the arrest team continued to pursue Yuan Yifan. This dramatic live broadcast confused the audience. They didn't understand what was happening. A bunch of people were chasing each other, and the police were taking away a large number of people. What was going on? Brother Bao yesterday, he had already made a plan. If the other party was not greedy, he might give Brother Bao a way out. But when he found out that Brother Bao was going to harm him, Yuan Yifan couldn't bear it anymore. So that night, he asked the beautiful woman in the club to hand over a note to Shi Xuefei, which read, "Pay attention to following me tomorrow." There's a major car theft gang. Please notify the police on my behalf. Through analysis and verification, Shuefei found that what Yuan Yifan said was true, so she notified her former colleagues in the police force, and then a large group of people gathered at the dock and cracked this major car theft case. This was a great gift from Fugitive number 22 to her and the police. The two hosts in the live broadcast hall immediately received the press release handed to her by the backstage, and Dong Lu reported the latest news with a smiling expression. I have some very gratifying news to tell you. Contestant number 22 of our program team went undercover in a particularly large car theft gang and worked with the police to eradicate the gang. The police have now captured the gang leader, Brother Bao, and many of the core members, a total of 39 people. There are also other fugitives who are being hunted down. This is a brilliant achievement achieved under the wise leadership of the program team leader. Dong Lu began to sing praises, which made the audience feel sick. This was a side effect of her frequent hosting of large-scale evening parties, and the audience felt a toothache when they heard it. Yu Qian saw that the atmosphere was not very good and hurriedly added, "This is commendable. A fugitive contestant from a program group can participate in solving the case. It is really unexpected. But then again, this is also because the law is vast and nothing can escape it. Fugitive number 22 has eliminated harm to the people. Let's cheer for him." A fugitive actually became the hero who solved the case. It was so dramatic that the netizens in the live broadcast room were stunned. Oh my God, the fugitive caught the fugitive, and now even the fugitive is starting to roll back. Number 22 led the crackdown on a car theft gang. So should we give him a banner? A fugitive can still receive a banner. Is this the fugitive of the new era? Love it. I must give him a reward. After netizens learned what happened, they were full of admiration for number 22 and flooded the screen with gifts. As a result, Yuan Yifan received a huge amount of rewards. In just a few minutes, his reputation value reached 200 plus. At this time, Yuan Yifan was struggling in the sea. He was swimming up and down with the waves, and it was quite strenuous. After all, the sea was not like the river. The wind was strong and the waves were rough here, making swimming more strenuous. His F-level swimming skills were not enough. Drowning would be a fatal matter. No one would come to save him here, and there was a capture team waiting to catch him on the shore. Yuan Yifan had to make a quick decision and not linger in the sea. Exchange 2 attribute points and add them to the swimming skill. Yuan Yifan said to the escape system, "Runaway system, 2 attribute points have been consumed, and the swimming level has been raised to E. This is the system setting. For skills below level F, 1 attribute point is required for each level upgrade. For skills above level F, the attribute points required for each level upgrade will increase by a multiple of 2. For example, from F to E level, 2 attribute points are needed. From E to D level, 4 attribute points are needed, and then 8 points, 16 points. Therefore, all the skills in the system are easy to learn but difficult to master. If you want to upgrade to a level, you have to consume a lot of reputation. Now Yuan Yifan is willing to spend 2 attribute points to improve his swimming ability in order to get ashore as soon as possible, so as not to be blocked in the sea by the arrest team. If the arrest team contacts the speedboat, he will be in trouble. After his swimming skill was upgraded to E level, Yuan Yifan felt that his water ability had greatly improved. He could use the fluctuating waves to save energy and swim farther. Just by upgrading 1 level, his swimming in the sea went from difficult to smooth. The effect was immediate. Yuan Yifan swam quickly to the rocky beach outside the pier. This place is isolated from the dock, and the members of the arrest team cannot get over for the time being, which gives Yuan Yifan a chance to escape. Yuan Yifan climbed up the shore wet, ran to the nearest road, and soon arrived at a residential area. There was a car parked on the roadside. Yuan Yifan took some effort to unlock the car, then got in. Not long after driving, several cars came up from behind and followed closely. It turned out that the arrest team had discovered him. Under the command of Shuefei, they deployed the personnel quickly and did not even give Yuan Yifan time to change his clothes. The wharf was close to the suburbs, so Yuan Yifan drove towards the outer city. The city roads were very congested, and driving into the city now would be asking for trouble. When the netizens who were watching the live broadcast saw that it was another car chase drama, they all set up small stools at home, prepared peanut beer and sausages, and were ready to watch the show. Since they came to the number 22 live broadcast room, they didn't have to go to the cinema to watch blockbusters. Watching Yuan Yifan's live broadcast had the same effect, and the realism crushed Hollywood movies. Follow him closely and notify the traffic police department to set up checkpoints at the national roads and expressway entrances to prevent him from leaving the city. Sure Shuefe sat in the front row of the command vehicle and notified various units in real time to cooperate. Her identity as a former criminal police officer is extremely important. Sometimes she can directly use her personal connections and find acquaintances in the public security, procuratorate, and courts to cooperate in the operation, which undoubtedly increases the chances of success of the arrest operation. Of course, Yuan Yifan knew that there would be checkpoints on the road ahead. He had driven over it once before, and the other party would definitely be prepared this time. This trick could not be used again, and he had to think of a solution quickly. Yuan Yifan now has two options. One is to get out of the car immediately, hide in a nearby residential area, and fight guerrilla warfare with the arrest team in the community. The other is to go to areas where cars cannot drive. In both cases, he would have to run on foot. Yuan Yifan has F-level physical strength, which will give him an advantage. Then a piece of news broadcast on the car radio caught Yuan Yifan's attention. Chapter 26. Two rivals in a long-distance race. The 11th Zhongbei Mountain Cross-Country Marathon is about to start. The road to Tsuiwei Mountain has been temporarily closed. Please arrange your travel reasonably. Marathon. Yuan Yifan's eyes lit up when he heard this. This was truly a timely help. The track was closed, and the arrest team couldn't drive. In addition, the end of the road over there was a mountain path and there were forests around, which was very suitable for hiding. In addition, the marathon competition is organized by the sports department, which is not in the same league as the arrest team. At least the communication is not that convenient. So the marathon track is the most suitable place for running. So Yuan Yifan immediately turned his car and drove towards Tsuiwei Mountain. Report to the captain. Number 22 drove to the West Ring Road. After hearing the report from his subordinates, Shi Shuefe reacted immediately. The cunning number 22 must be going to Tsuiwei Mountain, where a marathon competition was being held. This was the weak link in their capture. Hurry up and try to contact the marathon organizers and try to get their cooperation. Also apply for a helicopter. If the car can't go up, use the helicopter to keep an eye on him. We can't let number 22 out of our sight. Shi Shuefei's reaction was very quick. Arresting someone was like playing chess, where one had to think 2 steps ahead. She had already determined number 22's intention and prepared for it in advance, which gave the arrest a time advantage. With one car chasing the other and the other escaping, several cars drove into the closed road section one after another. A fence had been set up here, and banners around it read, Zhongbei City Marathon Cross-Country Competition, and other words. After getting off the car, Yuan Yifan took off his wet clothes and ran into the race section, wearing only a pair of boxer briefs. The marathon had already started a few minutes ago. Only a few staff members were left at the starting point. They were standing there bored. Suddenly, they saw Yuan Yifan, a half-naked man, running in. They were stunned. "I'm sorry, I just fell into the water. Can you give me some clothes?" Yuan Yifan said to the staff. He looked so miserable, like a young man in need of help. "We only have spare competition uniforms here, so you have to make do with them for now." The staff was quite enthusiastic and gave Yuan Yifan the spare competition uniform. "Thank you," Yuan Yifan thanked. "In order to promote the spirit of sports, I decided to participate in this marathon. Thank you again for your clothes." Yuan Yifan put on a smile as warm as spring breeze, then shook hands with the staff and set off for the competition. "Hey, non-registered people are not allowed to enter." The staff was shouting from behind, but Yuan Yifan had already run far away. Just when everyone was puzzled, they saw more than a dozen people running from behind, led by a beautiful woman with a ponytail and a stern look. She did warm-up exercises while running, and then caught up with them in a standard jogging posture. "Hey, you can't enter here. This is the competition venue." The staff stopped them again. "The man in front is a fugitive. Stay out of his way." Shi Shuefe rushed over after she finished speaking. The staff member was stunned and shouted, "Oh my God. He actually helped a fugitive just now." He was so scared that his heart was beating fast. But on second thought, it seems that the handsome young man who borrowed clothes is not so vicious and puzzling. In the end, it can only be explained that this world is too complicated. Sure, Shuefe vowed to catch number 22 herself. She got off the car and chased after him. Seeing Yuan Yifan running away, she of course had to run to catch up with him. She was about 30 meters away from Yuan Yifan, which was not too far and was enough for him to stay within her sight. "You can't run away. Number 22. Shi Shuefei shouted from behind. She wanted to destroy Yuan Yifun's mind. As long as the mind is disturbed, the person will be vulnerable. You can't catch up, Captain Shi. Yuan Yifun also fought back with a shout. He ran forward along the track. His newly added F-level physical strength was just right for running a marathon. Now was the time to show his true strength. Shi Shuefei kept silent and began to adjust her pace, preparing to have a long-distance race with the hateful number 22 to see who is stronger, the fugitive or she, the long-distance running record holder among police officers. Shi Shuefei has very good physical fitness and is one of the best among women. Even from the belly occasionally exposed from her top, you can see the outline of her abdominal muscles, which is the result of her long-term fitness. When she was in middle school, Shi Shuefei was the women's champion in various sports meets, and her results in some events were even better than those of boys. She did not like makeup and loved sports, and she often played ball and worked out, which allowed her to be admitted to the police academy with excellent physical test scores. Under the scientific training in the police academy, her physical abilities have made great progress, her talents have been fully demonstrated, and she has become the most dazzling star student in that class of the police academy. Shi Shuefei is the long and short distance running champion of the women's group of the police academy, especially in the long distance running, and she even broke the record of the police academy. She is extremely outstanding. So after seeing Yuan Yifun running the marathon, she was aroused by her competitive spirit. Before, she was always inferior to number 22 in all kinds of abilities, and this time she finally chose the field she is good at. Several people in the arrest team were running along the track. Long-distance running is different from short-distance running. They will not rush to seize the initiative. Instead, they must proceed steadily and keep stable throughout the whole process, leaving spare energy for the sprint in the critical stage. A marathon is 42 kilometers long, and it is difficult for ordinary people to persevere. They must undergo professional training. So some people in the arrest team fell behind after running 2 or 3 kilometers because they simply could not run any longer. Number 22. I admit that you are the most powerful fugitive I have ever seen. You are a good driver and a professional swimmer, but that's all. A marathon cannot be run with just physical strength. Without skills, you will collapse within 10 kilometers. Shi Shuefei was determined in her heart. She ran slowly according to the pace and rhythm she had trained. But after running for a long time, Shi Shuefei showed a look of surprise. Number 22 in front of her always kept a distance of about 30 meters from her, and his running posture was exactly the same as hers. It seemed that he had also received relevant training and was not a rookie. Did he ever practice long-distance running? Shi Shuefei had an unbelievable idea. Even professional athletes had a main focus during training. Track and field, swimming, racing, and other events were completely unrelated. No one in the world would train in these 3 sports at the same time. Shi Shuefei couldn't help but start to wonder, is this number 22 a monster? Why does he seem to be able to handle everything with ease? How much hidden strength does he have? After the two ran 6 kilometers, they began to gradually catch up with some of the contestants. But Shi Shuefei felt something was wrong. The man in front of her didn't seem tired at all. He would occasionally turn around and wave to her, as if he had not yet used his full strength. Well, even if you have practiced long-distance running, as long as I follow you all the time, you won't have time to hide. The moment you run out of energy, that's when you'll be caught. Shi Shuefei was confident of victory because her subordinates had just called and said that the helicopter they had contacted was ready to take off and would be here soon. Indeed, as long as they don't lose the target, the arrest team will catch up sooner or later and capture number 22 with their numerical advantage. The balance of victory has tilted towards Shi Shuefei. Chapter 27, Refusing to Surrender to a Woman. Yuan Yifun had no idea what conspiracy Shi Shuefei was planning. He was concentrating on climbing the slope and running up the mountain. The so-called marathon cross-country has a mountainous section. All he needs to do is run to the mountainside and hide in the woods. It would be like looking for a needle in a haystack for the arrest team to catch him. It can be said that both the fugitive and the captor have their own plans, and it depends on how both sides respond. Yuan Yifun and Shi Shuefei's long-distance running level is higher than that of ordinary contestants. When they ran halfway, they had already surpassed many contestants. They even reached the first echelon, and Yuan Yifun became the leader. Marathon Race was also equipped with cameras and commentators. They had been introducing various well-known marathon runners before, But suddenly they found that these famous runners were overtaken by a man and a woman one after another, and they couldn't help but be shocked. The competition host explained, "Well, we can see that these two players are very young. They are walking very steadily and have already taken a lead. However, they don't have their number plates. I don't know if they dropped them during the race. Let's ask the staff to check it out first." But when the staff came back to report that these two people had no competition information and were amateur long-distance running enthusiasts, the host wanted to find a hole to crawl into. He had just praised the famous athletes and was predicting who would be the champion, but two unknown athletes came out and beat the champions he thought were, giving him a slap in the face. But the live broadcast of the marathon was still going on, and the young male host could only bite the bullet and give a commentary. It was inconvenient to talk about the professional knowledge, so he started by talking about the looks of the two mysterious contestants. They were really handsome, and the camera gave a close-up of the two. The audience watching the sports program was also willing to watch it, and it received unexpected praise. Can it not be praised? Number 22 was already a traffic leader in the Urban Escape program. His guest appearance in the marathon competition naturally helped to increase traffic for sports. Yuan Yifan ran for a long time. When he passed by a water point, he picked up 2 bottles of water from the table. Without stopping, he gulped down 1 bottle and poured the other bottle on his head to cool down. He ran more than 20 kilometers and his physical strength decreased, but Yuan Yifan felt that he could still hold on. His F-level physical strength was indeed powerful. We are already halfway up the mountain and there is sparse vegetation. If we run a little further, we will reach the woods. Sure, Xu Fa seemed to realize this as well, and she gritted her teeth and followed him closely to prevent losing the target. The audience in the large live broadcast room watched number 22 running all the way, overtaking contestant after contestant. They started late, but were ahead until they took the lead, completing a long-distance counterattack. Awesome. Number 22 can do everything. He can race cars, dive, dress up, and now he can even run long distances. Is there anything he can't do? The all-round hexagonal warrior, the Empire's fierce tiger. Netizens were full of admiration, and this admiration was transformed into reputation. After Yuan Yifan ran about 20 kilometers, his reputation increased by more than 200. Just when netizens were praising number 22, they heard the sound of a helicopter from the live broadcast. It turned out that the helicopter contacted by the arrest team had arrived and flew above Yuan Yifan, monitoring him in real time. At this point, netizens began to criticize Yuan Yifan again, believing that since there was a helicopter, it was only a matter of time before he was caught. After all, no matter how fast a person runs, he cannot be faster than a helicopter. Indeed, with the presence of the helicopter, Yuan Yifan's escape plan would be stranded. The vegetation around here is relatively sparse, and as long as the helicopter is overhead, he cannot escape detection. Yuan Yifan is alone, while the arrest team is large in number and can work around the clock. When Yuan Yifan runs out of energy, that's when he will be caught. I didn't expect that they would find a helicopter. Yuan Yifan was also quite surprised, but when he looked up and saw that it was an ordinary civilian helicopter, he smiled slightly and came up with a bold idea. Number 22, just give up. You can't run away. Sure, Xu Fei, who was behind, was severely exhausted, but she still gritted her teeth and persevered. You can ask me to give up, but I have a condition. Yuan Yifan suddenly stopped and turned around and said, "You said, as long as it does not violate the principles, I can agree to it." Sure, Xu Fa hadn't practiced long-distance running for a long time, so she felt it was very tiring to run. Now that number 22 actually showed signs of surrender, she was very happy, so she stopped about 10 meters away from Yuan Yifan, and the two began to negotiate. Yuan Yifan said, "I have a principle. I refuse to surrender to a woman. That would be too embarrassing. So ask your male team members to catch me. Otherwise, I would rather die than surrender. I didn't expect you to be so chauvinistic. It's okay for me to not chase you. There are people on the helicopter. They will handcuff you, but I advise you not to play tricks, otherwise you will suffer." Sure, Xu Fa said, "This is also the most convenient way. The arresting team members who had followed them before have long fallen behind. Sure, Xu Fa has asked them not to follow, so in order to capture number 22 as soon as possible, helicopter landing is the best option." Yuan Yifan wiped the sweat off his face and said, "Of course. There's a helicopter here. Are you still afraid that I'll run away? Just let the people on the helicopter catch me. It happens that I can't run anymore, so I can take the helicopter back. Sure, Xiu thought about it and realized that this was indeed the case. Both of them were out of breath after running and really didn't have the energy to run back. Taking a helicopter back was the best option. Okay, then I'll have the helicopter find a place to land. Remember, you have to keep your promise. Otherwise, no matter where you run to, I will catch you back. Sure, Xiu threatened. No problem. The contract is reached. I'll go find a landing site for the helicopter. Yuan Yifan made an okay gesture and ran forward alone. Soon, Yuan Yifan found a relatively flat ground on the mountainside, suitable for landing. The arrest team members on the helicopter slowly landed on the ground under Xiu's arrangement. There were 2 arrest team members on the helicopter, as well as a pilot from an aircraft leasing company. They were all men and could allow Yuan Yifan to surrender without embarrassment. The team members on the helicopter kept reporting the situation to Xiu in real time. They found that number 22 was moving towards them with his hands raised, and everything was normal. Hearing this, Xiu felt relieved, but still warned. Be careful. Number 22 is very treacherous. Don't worry, Captain. We have all practiced before. The 2 team members are very confident. One of them is an amateur boxing enthusiast, and the other is a retired armed police officer. They both have kung fu skills. It should be no problem for the 2 of them to team up to deal with number 22. Xiu was finally relieved. She looked in the direction of the helicopter from afar. If there was any problem, she could go up and provide support immediately. Chapter 28. Seizing the helicopter. Yuan Yifan raised his hands in surrender and stood next to the helicopter. When netizens who have always supported number 22 saw this scene, they couldn't accept the fact that number 22 would surrender. How could number 22, who is invincible in their hearts, surrender like this? They have no integrity at all and are not worthy of their rewards. NRM, give me your money back. Countless netizens shouted this slogan. The 22nd is so disappointing. I don't believe in love anymore. Some emotional netizens shed tears of grievance and closed the live broadcast room in anger. They didn't want to see this uncomfortable scene again. The surrender of number 22 made them feel betrayed. 2 arrest team members also got off the helicopter. The propeller of the helicopter did not stop. They were about to take number 22 and the captain and take off again. In the evening, their arrest team would arrange a small celebration ceremony. It was a celebration for everyone to capture number 22 and bring him to justice. Their arrest team was very proud. Arresting officer number 1 took out the handcuffs and shouted, "Number 22, squat down with your hands on your head." Yuan Yifan squatted down as he was told, then stretched out his hands to make it easier for the other party to put handcuffs on him. Team member number 1 grabbed Yuan Yifan's wrist and put the handcuffs on it. It only took 1 second to complete the entire arrest. According to the regulations of the program team, as long as the fugitive is handcuffed, it is considered a successful arrest and the fugitive cannot escape again. However, at the moment when the handcuffs were closed, Yuan Yifan suddenly jumped up and hit team member number 1 in the stomach with his head. Ouch! Team member number 1 cried out in pain immediately, and his hands lost strength. Yuan Yifan snatched the handcuffs from him and handcuffed one end his wrist. "You dare to resist." Team member number 2 was furious upon seeing this and immediately punched out, but Yuan Yifan was extremely agile and moved around to the side and rear and pushed team member number 1, who was covering his stomach, over. Team member number 2 did not want to hurt his teammate by mistake, so he hastily withdrew his attack. It was true that he practiced boxing, but there was no such tactic in boxing, which led to his inability to respond quickly. Yuan Yifan, who followed him, punched him in the temple, and team member number 2 fell down dizzy. Yuan Yifan then handcuffed the other end of the handcuffs onto the wrist of team member number 2. In just a dozen seconds, the 2 arrest team members who came to arrest him were caught by Yuan Yifan and successfully handcuffed together. "Asshole, you actually tricked us." Team member number 1 was annoyed and kicked Yuan Yifan regardless of the pain in his stomach. However, he was hindered by his companion and failed to do so. After all, the 2 of them were handcuffed together, and he couldn't catch the fugitive while carrying a dizzy companion. What's wrong? What happened? Sure, Xiu, who had been eavesdropping on the conversation through her cell phone, realized something was wrong when she heard the sound of fighting. She ran upwards while asking her subordinates. "Number 22 ambushed the 2 of us. Lao Zhang was knocked unconscious, and then we were handcuffed together." Team member number 1 replied angrily. "This is so embarrassing. I just made a big promise, but was tricked by number 22. Where is he escaping to now? Sure, Xu Fei asked anxiously. She was worried that Yuan Yifan would try to seize the helicopter, which would make the situation out of control. He's in the helicopter, team member number 1 shouted. The team member was also very anxious, but he was dragging his unconscious teammate and was powerless to stop it. Then don't provoke him, just stay where you are and wait for rescue. Sure, Xu Fei took big strides and ran up the mountain, feeling a little relieved because she suddenly remembered the rules of this escape variety show, which strictly prohibited serious crimes, including kidnapping. If number 22 was trying to rob the helicopter, then his cleverness backfired and he used violence to threaten the helicopter pilot to force the helicopter to take off. This is also considered a form of kidnapping, and it violates the rules of the program. The program team will remove him according to the contract and list him as a real fugitive, and number 22 will be completely doomed. However, sure, Xu Fei did not want number 22 to end in this way. This treacherous and cunning fugitive needed to be captured by her personally to get rid of her hatred. Don't threaten the driver. Be smart, number 22. Sure, Xu Fei kept repeating this in her mind, and before she knew it, she had listed number 22 as an opponent who could rival her and was worthy of her respect. He used every possible means during his escape and displayed various abilities. It is not an exaggeration to call number 22 the most arrogant fugitive in the program group. Sure, Xu Fei felt a sense of mutual appreciation. When Sure, Xu Fei rushed here, Yuan Yifan had already jumped onto the helicopter. Now, there were only him and the pilot on board. Don't move. Yuan Yifan suddenly pressed a hard object against the driver's back. Don't shoot. I'm just a pilot for the aircraft leasing company. I don't know the grudge between you two. The driver was terrified and thought that Yuan Yifan was holding a gun. After all, he had been hearing the two passengers saying catch the fugitive and so on, and he saw with his own eyes that this fugitive beat up 2 plainclothes police officers. He was simply lawless, so it was not impossible that he had a gun. I have to say that this was a beautiful misunderstanding. In fact, Yuan Yifan was just a fugitive contestant of the program team. The hard object covered by his sleeves certainly could not be a gun. It was just a hard branch picked up from the ground. Get down, Yuan Yifan shouted coldly. Well, the pilot took off his headphones and stepped off the helicopter as if he had been pardoned. However, when he saw Yuan Yifan sitting in the driver's seat, he nervously shouted, "Don't move if you don't know how to fly." Flying a helicopter is not like driving a car. You have to learn it before, otherwise it's easy to get into trouble. Yuan Yifan can't fly a helicopter, but he has a system for escaping. No matter what he doesn't know, he can use the system. This is similar to the slogan of the BBK repeater, a big system for escaping. Just click on the part you don't know. System, can you develop the skills to fly a helicopter? Yuan Yifan asked the escape system. Runaway system. If you meet the conditions, you can spend 1 attribute point to unlock the airplane driving skill. Okay, give me 2 points in airplane flying, said Yuan Yifan. This time, flying a helicopter does not require a very high skill level. Just add 2 points and try it first. If you can't fly it, it's okay to add a few more points. Runaway system. Consume 2 attribute points and upgrade the aircraft driving to L. At this moment, Yuan Yifan suddenly understood the function of the complex buttons and dials in front of him. He went from being an idiot in helicopter flying to a beginner in driving. The runaway system introduced. Aircraft driving skills can not only fly helicopters, but also passenger planes, even fighter jets, bombers, etc. at a higher level. Now is not the time to study skills. Yuan Yifan operated the helicopter and slowly took off from the ground and flew successfully. When Sure Xu Fei arrived at the scene, she could only watch Yuan Yifan leave in a helicopter heading north. This is really a case of looking forward to the opportunity and sighing. No one can catch up with Yuan Yifan this time. Chapter 29, S-Class Fugitive. 666. He can even fly a helicopter. So what can't number 22 do? No, number 22 is God, the Almighty God. He knows everything. The previous marathon soon turned into a live broadcast of helicopter driving. The change was quite fast. The audience watched and chatted, having a great time. The audience was enjoying the show, but the atmosphere in the arrest team was very depressing. The leaders of the program planning department and the 3 leaders of the arrest team gathered together to discuss how to deal with the fugitive number 22, who everyone loved and hated. If we talk about love, it's because number 22 brought huge traffic to the program team, making the leaders love it crazy. It was originally an innovative legal education program at the municipal level. Now, relying on the wonderful performance brought by number 22, it has attracted countless netizens to watch the live broadcast. The Great Escape program has become a hot topic in the province. Major news media are also discussing this variety show, and the topic level has been directly maxed out. All this is attributed to number 22, so the leaders of the program team love him to death. Unlike other fugitives who squat in the toilet in a disgusting way, number 22's behavior is exaggerated and bold, which caters to the audience's curiosity. Therefore, he has won a large number of fans. More than half of the people who watch the Great Escape program gather in number 22's live broadcast room. With such an eye-catching ability, the program leaders regard him as a treasure. If there is any hatred, it is that number 22 is too powerful. Even Shi Shuefei, who is a criminal police officer, can't catch him. He often shows off his strength. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Shi Shuefei can't seem to subdue number 22, but everyone considers the beauty's face and no one says it directly. That's not all. The program team was faced with a big problem. Because number 22 had already left Jiangbei City by helicopter, their program team had to move out of town, which added a lot of costs and variables. After all, the original plan was to take place in Jiangbei City. Although fugitive contestants were allowed to escape, no one believed that they could succeed. As a result, number 22 actually escaped. This posed a big problem for the program team, and everyone in the team had to be led by number 22. I think number 22 violated the rules and should be disqualified immediately, said a member of the arrest team angrily. The examination results of the two players he attacked have come out. They are not seriously injured. They are not even minor injuries. They cannot be used as a reason for him to cancel his participation in the competition. A small leader of the program group rejected this proposal. Now the traffic of the TV station depends entirely on number 22. If number 22 is directly disqualified, the program will collapse and they will all be laid off. As a leader, he will not cut down the cash cow. Another arrest team leader, Ma Chuanxi, suggested, "It is obvious that number 22 is very difficult to deal with. Our current arrest force is far from enough, so I suggest that we increase the pursuit level and give us more authority." The program team leaders agreed with this, and they also had this intention. Soon, Shi Shuefei's team's equipment and manpower were upgraded. First of all, the number of members in Shi Shuefei's arrest team was increased, with an additional 30 people added to facilitate the encirclement. Because of Shi Shuefei's face, the words "if there are not enough people in the future," etc. were not said out loud. In addition, given that number 22 demonstrated fighting skills today, and it would be difficult for the arrest team to catch him with their bare hands, all members of Shi Shuefei's team were equipped with tasers so that they could subdue the fugitive at close range, thus avoiding the embarrassing situation of the helicopter being hijacked today. Okay, with the taser, there will be no trouble for number 22. The other members of the arrest team regained their confidence. In addition, since number 22 escaped from a city, this was an accident. It has been confirmed that he parked his helicopter in the nearby city of Yamazu. In view of the fact that it is already evening tonight, the work letter of cooperation with the Yamazu City Police will not be sent until tomorrow. Therefore, it is temporarily impossible to complete the tracking of number 22 today, and the pursuit efforts will be formally upgraded tomorrow. Number 22 single-handedly upgraded the equipment and personnel of the arrest team. With this level of attention, he crushed the other fugitives. Captain Shi, thank you for your hard work. Please let me know if there is anything you need cooperation with in the future. The leader of the program team expressed concern for Shi Shuefei. Okay, Shi Shuefei's face was gloomy. She couldn't be happy because she didn't catch number 22 today. Rest early today and work hard tomorrow, encouraged Chen Dajiang, who is also the team leader. However, Shi Shuefei couldn't go to sleep. After the meeting, she did not go off work. Instead, she took the remaining fugitives in the city as her punching bag and worked nonstop until the second half of the night. She caught one who was squatting in a bridge hole and another who was using the air conditioner. At this point, there were only 4 fugitives left under her command. And this was only the second day. Ordinary fugitive contestants have no ability to resist Shi Shuefei, who has experience as a criminal police officer. Only number 22 surpasses everyone. Shi Shuefei now seriously suspects that number 22 has relevant criminal experience and must be a person with a criminal record. Late at night, Shi Shuefei finally received the news she had been dreaming of. Her former colleague sent her the comparison results of the police database. According to the portrait, the identity information of number 22 was successfully found. You can't run away now. Sure, Shuefe excitedly clicked on the information she had been dreaming of, but soon frowned. It was not that the information was incomplete, but that it was quite ordinary, too ordinary. Name, Yuan Yifan. Nationality, China. Gender, male. Age, 26. Blood type, O. ID number, no criminal record certificate. Sure, Shuefe learned the name and ID number of number 22, which would be of great help in the arrest. After entering the ID number into the police system, once number 22 takes a car or stays in a hotel, any place where the ID card is required to be shown will trigger an alarm and his location will be immediately locked. Sure, Shuefe checked the recent consumption and travel records of number 22 and found that there was a blank before the competition. No account information, such as social security, could be found. This was too abnormal. It was simply that he had no intersection with society. But there was a record of him staying in a star-rated hotel yesterday. It turns out that the arrest team worked overtime until midnight yesterday, while the fugitive number 22 was staying in a high-end hotel. It's really infuriating. Logically speaking, Yuan Yifan was staying in the hotel last night on the 22nd and should be the same today, but at midnight his ID number no longer appeared in the hotel records, and a good opportunity to capture him was lost. Sure, Shuefe was not too disappointed. She now understood that Yuan Yifan had strong anti-reconnaissance capabilities and was very familiar with the police's efficiency. He felt at ease staying in the hotel yesterday because it took time to match his identity and the arrest team could not immediately obtain his personal information. But it was different today. It was very likely that his personal information would be found out, and staying in the hotel again would be tantamount to walking into a trap. Of course, maybe not staying in the hotel was just a coincidence. But Sure, Shuefe had a hunch that Yuan Yifan was very familiar with her approach to handling cases and was a very formidable opponent. She absolutely could not treat him as an ordinary fugitive. His strength was even stronger than many Class A wanted criminals, even more powerful than A-level. Then number 22 is an S-level fugitive. Chapter 30, landing at the airport. The arrest team had been busy all day and had all gone off work, but Sure, Shuefe was still reading by lamplight. She was analyzing Yuan Yifan's personality and family situation based on his resume. However, Yuan Yifan is an orphan with only a junior high school education. However, when searching online for the primary and secondary schools recorded in the information, it was found that they had all closed down. The address on his household registration book had also been converted into a park, and all the information could not be found. In addition, he has no information about any relatives, friends, or classmates. So this file, which seems to be complete, actually tells us nothing. This is very abnormal. No matter how introverted a person is, he or she will have interactions with society. However, in Yuan Yifan's file, there is no trace of him or her having lived in this world. Based on her years of experience in handling cases, Sure, Shuefe came to a surprising conclusion. That is, this information was forged, so it seemed that she had everything, but in fact, she could find nothing. Many people with complex identities would have such a resume and multiple identity documents. Who exactly is this number 22 Yuan Yifan? Under the desk lamp, Sure, Shuefe stared at the resume in a daze. Just as the arrest team was fully escalating the capture operation against Yuan Yifan, he was lying in a luxurious villa, snoring. In the evening, Yuan Yifan flew a helicopter alone from Jiangbei City to Shanjin City. During the flight, he could see villages and forests, allowing the audience to enjoy the wild scenery. After nightfall, the area below the helicopter became brightly lit, and he arrived in the city of Yamajin. The helicopter was running low on fuel, so he had to find a convenient place to land, but it was not easy to find. Some rooftops are relatively flat, but without lighting and guidance, it is very easy to have an accident if you land directly there. It would be best to have a dedicated helipad. Yuan Yifan suddenly had an idea and thought of the best landing place, which was Shanjin Airport. The runway of the airport had ground lights and was flat, making it the most suitable place to land. So Yuan Yifan flew directly to the airport according to the navigation on his mobile phone. However, the airport is not private territory, and the broadcast from the airport tower soon came through his onboard radio. Helicopter pilot, this is the Shanjin Airport Control Tower. You have illegally entered the airport airspace. Please leave immediately. Please leave immediately. The sound had a strong warning tone, but Yuan Yifan came here to land. So how could he be scared away? He still drove straight towards the runway. Helicopter pilot, please leave immediately, otherwise we will call the police. The tower continued to warn. Hello, tower. My helicopter has a mechanical failure and needs to make an emergency landing. Please assist me in landing immediately. Yuan Yifan's L-level driving experience is not enough for night landing, so it would be great if he could make use of these professionals. The tower replied, please report your aircraft registration number and we will verify it. The aircraft registration number is equivalent to the identity card of the aircraft. Each aircraft is unique, and not all aircraft can park at the airport. At least it must be verified whether it is a regular aircraft registered in the country. My registration number is... Of course, Yuan Yifan didn't know the registration number. When he got to the key point, he put the walkie-talkie on the seat and rubbed it hard to make noise, so that the other party would think there was a communication failure. Anyway, just try to fool around and deal with it later. The plane piloted by Yuan Yifan had already reached the airspace above the airport, and Yuan Yifan deliberately kept the plane tilted, making it look like it was about to crash. The tower was also in a panic and did not bother to check the procedures. It immediately directed the helicopter to land according to the emergency plan. A civil airport would of course have a helicopter pad, a quasi-circular area with circles of guidance lights. With the assistance of the tower, Yuan Yifan finally landed smoothly. Several cars drove over, all of which were rescue vehicles prepared by the airport for fear of accidents. Yuan Yifan got off the plane and went straight to the rescue vehicles. Dude, what's going on? An airport staff member asked with concern. The plane has broken down. Please help me get it down. There are precious metals on it. Yuan Yifan pretended to be seriously injured. The rescuers believed it, and several of them walked towards the helicopter. At this time, there was no one in the rescue vehicle, and the car key was left in the keyhole. Yuan Yifan smiled slyly, opened the door, got into the car, turned the key, started the car, and then drove away in the astonished eyes of the rescuers. The car's license plate was from the airport, so it was automatically released at the exit. Yuan Yifan ran out of the airport easily and took away a car without any effort. Yuan Yifan was driving leisurely on the airport highway, and there was already a heated discussion in the live broadcast room. Number 22's deception skills are pure and innocent. He deceived Miss Sure at the marathon, then deceived a helicopter, and now deceived the airport tower in a car. He is a master liar. Did you see that? Men's mouths are full of lies. Ladies, don't believe men's lies in the future, especially number 22. Yuan Yifan's activities this afternoon gave the majority of netizens a vivid anti-fraud publicity lesson, which can be regarded as a benefit to the people. At the same time, in a live broadcast hall, the two hosts also followed up in a timely manner, using number 22's behavior to educate everyone about the law, which was also one of the original intentions of the program team. The host Dong Lu said, everyone can enjoy watching the live broadcast, but don't learn from number 22. He violated many laws today. Now we will connect with the famous lawyer Mr. Luo Xiang to give us a legal education class. Everyone is welcome. After a round of applause, the screen switched to teacher Luo Xiang's humorous face, and he began his lecture. Today I also watched the live broadcast on the 22nd and read the discussions among netizens. I found that everyone has many misunderstandings about the law. Next, Luo Xiang began to analyze number 22's actions one by one. First of all, he stole 3 luxury cars worth more than 100 million yuan, which is a huge amount. He committed the crime of theft. According to the sentencing standards, he should be sentenced to life imprisonment. However, his starting point was good. He was an undercover agent and assisted the police in cracking down on the car theft gang and arresting the gang leader. This is considered a confession, and his sentence can be reduced at the discretion of the court. But please note that this is a show on the run, so some of the criminal responsibility can be exempted. The audience must not learn from him. Dong Lu said, "Thank you, Mr. Luo Xiang, for your analysis. The latest news we have received is that the Jiangbei police have sent a special thank you letter to the number 22 fugitive, thanking him for not fearing danger and reporting this car theft gang. This can be regarded as a collective honor for our program team." In order to flatter himself, Dong Lu continued to hand the microphone to Luo Xiang and asked him to continue analyzing it. Chapter 31. Not in a hotel, but in a villa, Luo Xiang said. Then number 22 drove a car on the side of the road and fled. This is also a crime of theft. He entered the marathon venue and used the fake identity of a participant to defraud some water, clothes, and other items. Is this enough to constitute a crime? He kept everyone in suspense and showed his habitual half-smile, which made netizens send out laughing emojis. Everyone loves to watch lawyer Luo's antics. This is indeed inappropriate and disrupts the public order of sports competitions, but it does not constitute criminal liability. The organizers of the competition can sue the court and ask number 22 to compensate for the relevant civil losses. Teacher Luo Xiang announced the result, and the next thing netizens are most concerned about is what crime he committed by deceiving Shi Xuefei, cheating on the helicopter and cheating on the car. Luo Xiang smiled and continued. Although his deceiving Miss Shi did not constitute a crime, we can collectively condemn this scumbag for using deception to gain the trust of a beautiful woman and lowering the credibility of the entire male community. As for his scaring off the helicopter pilot and then driving the helicopter away, this was indeed illegal, but did not cause major losses and was a public security case. He may be fined and detained, but the program has immunity from minor offenses. As long as a settlement is reached with the helicopter leasing company, it could be exempted from punishment. Luo Xiang added. In the end, he cheated and forced the plane to land at the airport, which violated my country's aviation law. Given that the circumstances were relatively minor, the punishment was not considered a felony according to the Public Security Administration punishment regulations, so it was also exempted. As for the final car theft, it was the same problem as before, and it did not cause serious consequences. There will be no major problems if we reach a settlement and compensation with the airport afterwards. At this time, Dong Lu received a hint from the director and immediately said, "Okay, thank you, Mr. Luo Xiang, for your interpretation. Let's continue to watch the wonderful performance of number 22. It seems that he has found a place to rest." The live broadcast screen then switched back to room 22. Yuan Yifan drove to the city and first changed to a zombie car on the street. This was his habit and also a means of anti-detection to avoid being quickly locked in. As for the rescue vehicle he drove out from the airport, it was placed in a no-parking zone so that it would soon be towed away by the traffic police and returned to its original owner. This is what we call borrow and repay well, and it will be easy to borrow again. Afterwards, Yuan Yifan drove to a roadside stall and had a bowl of hot and sour noodles. It was spicy and numbing and made him sweat. It was very authentic. I used to eat big meals all the time, but now it's an improvement in my life and it feels different. He then bought some snacks and daily necessities at an unmanned supermarket. It was already late at night, and Yuan Yifan wanted to find a place to sleep. Yuan Yifan will not go to the hotel today because he was very high profile before and many people saw his face, so his identity may be exposed and it is not suitable for him to stay in a hotel again. As the strongest fugitive in the program group, Yuan Yifan will not hide in a bridge hole for safety. His quality of life must be high enough. So the question is, where can we find a place that does not require an ID card and has first-class living conditions? The answer is the villa community. Villas are owned by wealthy people. Rich people basically have many villas, and they cannot live in them all. So many villas that already have owners are idle. But Yuan Yifan does not want to live in an owned house. After all, some people have misophobia. If he lives in someone else's house, they will inevitably post something negative about him online, which will be detrimental to his reputation. Finally, Yuan Yifan found a newly launched villa community on the city's real estate website. It was called Jinxiu Villa. There was a model room there that was magnificently decorated, and Yuan Yifan decided to stay there tonight. The model house is fully decorated and ready for move-in. It is also ownerless, so no one will come to disturb you at night to view the house. It is the place that best meets Yuan Yifan's requirements. Yuan Yifan arrived outside the community and found that there were security guards standing guard at the gate. However, there were only 2 security guards and they were in a leisurely state. After all, no residents had moved in yet, so they were not very responsible. This gave Yuan Yifan an easy opportunity. He jumped over the wall and then climbed into the room through the upstairs window. The room was decorated very nicely and had all the necessary water and electricity. Yuan Yifan took a nice bath and then lay on the sofa in the living room to watch the news for a while. He didn't expect to see himself in the news. He cracked a car theft gang during the day and was praised by the police. He even received a reward of 10,000 yuan. Yuan Yifan smiled slightly. He had just busted a car theft gang for the sake of live broadcast effect. He didn't expect the police to take it so seriously. It was a bit embarrassing. As for the bonus, although he is not interested in the tens of thousands of dollars, it is a symbol of honor, and it would be nice to donate it to poor mountainous areas. but he has to wait until the end of the show to claim the prize money. If he goes now, he will be walking into a trap. After all, he is already registered with the program team, and if he goes to claim the reward, he will definitely receive a pair of silver bracelets. Feeling sleepy, Yuan Yifan lay on the silk quilt to take a rest. It must be said that the texture of this silk quilt is quite good. In order to sell the house, the real estate company is really willing to spend a lot of money on the model house. At this point, Yuan Yifan's live broadcast on the second day came to an end. Although netizens were still not satisfied with the show, they had no choice but to give up. Some night owls who don't want to sleep went to other live broadcast rooms and were immediately disgusted. There were still bridge holes, unfinished buildings, and sewers. These fugitives were really uncreative. In comparison, the live broadcast effect on the 22nd was so cool that I will have to watch a show all day tomorrow. Nothing happened that night. When it was light, the third day of the Urban Escape program officially began. After getting up, Yuan Yifan opened the system and checked his panel properties. Name, Yuan Yifan. Gender, male. Reputation, 154. Strength, L. Agility, L. Physical strength, F. Special skills and endurance, man. Fighting, G. Driving skills, F. Stunt, unlocking a car. Parkour, M. Onomatopoeia, M. Swimming, E. Acrobatics, high diving. Disguise, F. Stuntman and crossdresser. Aircraft driving, L. Remaining attribute points, 0. Yuan Yifan suddenly discovered that there was a fighting skill mixed into the attributes with a level of G. He didn't seem to have added any points. How did it come about? After looking through the system records, Yuan Yifan realized that it was his own hidden attribute. Yesterday, when he was fighting with 2 members of the arrest team in front of the helicopter, he used a little trickery. The escape system analyzed his skill level and found that it was an initial hidden attribute. This is also very good. Unlike other skills, it does not have to start from M level, which save a lot of skill points. Moreover, G is only 1 level away from F, and only 1 point of attribute is needed to activate the skill. The G level is enough to beat up a small gangster in daily life, so there's no need to increase it for the time being. However, since last night, his reputation has been growing slowly. Netizens are too realistic. If they don't find something good to watch, they won't reward or like it, so his reputation value is low. It seems that we need some exciting content today, and earning more reputation points is the bottom line. After washing up and preparing to go out for breakfast, Yuan Yifan received a call. Chapter 32. Spending money like water. Hello, is this Mr. Judd? I'm a Huala driver. Your goods have arrived in Shanjin. Where do you want to unload them? Asked a middle-aged man. This Mr. Jiada is Yuan Yifan's pseudonym. Jia and fake are homophones, which means a fake name. Come to the end of Huanan Street. I'll be there right away to receive you on the spot. Yuan Yifan hung up the phone, tidied the room, making it exactly the same as when he first moved in, then put on yesterday's clothes and went out. He still climbed over the wall to leave the villa community, then drove the dusty zombie car to the agreed location. This is a residential area. Yuan Yifan had observed it long ago and found it to be a surveillance blind spot, making it suitable for receiving goods. The Huala driver was driving a van. When he saw Yuan Yifan, he handed him several large sealed cardboard boxes, asked him to sign for confirmation, and then left. Yuan Yifan moved the cardboard boxes onto the zombie car, opened one of the boxes, pushed aside the numerous newspapers, and took out a few bundles of pink $100 bills, which were very pleasing to the eye. Netizens who were watching the live broadcast were stunned and had no idea where the money came from. Some netizens who were quick-witted guessed that this was the 1 million yuan salary that Brother Bao paid when the car was stolen yesterday. The plot was so dense yesterday that everyone forgot that Yuan Yifan still had 1 million yuan. In fact, after Yuan Yifan got the money yesterday, he took the time to find a Huala business point, put the 1 million cash into 2 large cardboard boxes, padded them with a lot of newspapers, and shipped them out as ordinary goods, and the address he chose was Yamajin City. Number 22 must have planned the next step when he stole the car yesterday. He shipped the 1 million to Shanjin the next day. Then, the subsequent theft of the helicopter was also planned in advance. He was really smart and thought about the next 2 steps. After the analysis by detective enthusiasts, netizens suddenly realized the truth and were full of admiration for Yuan Yifan. This kind of planning ability was the first one they had seen in real life. If Yuan Yifan could see the barrage, he would definitely smile knowingly. Stealing a helicopter was not part of his plan. He was planning to drive to Shanjin the next day. As a result, Shuefei was very cooperative and arranged a helicopter pickup for him. He then reluctantly accepted it. After all, flying a helicopter is much more fun than driving a car. There is never traffic jam, no tolls, and he doesn't even have to refuel himself. Now that I have money, I could do a lot of things. Referring to the practices of many outdoor internet celebrities, Yuan Yifan transformed into an outdoor anchor today and took a fugitive version of a one-day trip to Shanjin. After all, others are used to seeing beautiful and handsome anchors, but this is definitely the first time they have seen a fugitive anchor. Everyone has a curiosity mentality, so there is no reason not to watch such a novel program. So Yuan Yifan found a black plastic bag, put 100,000 yuan in cash in it, got off the car, and walked to the most prosperous commercial center in the city. Yamaza City is an old industrial city, and its economy ranks among the top 3 in the province. Therefore, high-rise buildings are everywhere in the business district. Today is the weekend, and the square is crowded with people everywhere. Yuan Yifan set the live broadcast helicopter to low altitude following mode, and then he changed into the tone of a host and began to explain to everyone. Hello everyone, today I have prepared a new program for you, called The Fugitive Takes You to Shanjin. I will introduce the customs and culture of Shanjin from the perspective of a fugitive. I hope you will like it. Netizens in the live broadcast room immediately started to make fun of him. Come on, your fugitive is still live, streaming outside? I have seen fugitives live streaming, but they usually happen overseas. Number 22 is the first person to do such a high-profile live streaming in China. Number 22, wake up and remember that you are a fugitive. Don't let anyone capture you later. The audience said all kinds of things, but Yuan Yifan's live broadcast continued. First, I need to change my clothes. This outfit has gone bad after wearing it for a day. I brought 100,000 yuan in cash today, so I'll spend according to this amount. Mocked by netizens. Can you please stop being so Versailles? I can't even earn that much in a year. How can a fugitive be so rich? If I had $100,000, I would have taken out a loan to buy a car. How could I afford to buy clothes? Is this the modern version of killing people and setting fires for the gold belt and repairing bridges and roads without leaving any corpses? What the above person said is too much. Number 22 is not a real fugitive. He is a chivalrous thief. He even busted a car theft gang yesterday. The police have prepared a banner for him and even publicly told him to collect the reward. If I say number 22, will anyone praise me? Netizens had all kinds of comments. While they were discussing heatedly, Yuan Yifan had already walked into the shopping mall and started making large purchases. Scene 1. Hello, sir. Our store has a discount on Versace summer clothes. The price is 20,998 per set. Yuan Yifan. Wrap it up for me. Scene 2. Boss, you have good eye. This is the limited edition AJ 2022 signature sneaker. A pair is only 11,888, the lowest price of the year. If you miss it, you have to wait for a year. Yuan Yifan. I bought it and I paid in cash. Scene 3. Handsome guy, these are the new Tyrannosaurus sunglasses. They just came into the store yesterday and are still hot. They are the first to be released in China. Would you like to have a pair? Yuan Yifan. Only 38.88? Too cheap. Give me the 6,888 sunglasses. Yuan Yifan went around the major luxury stores in the mall, buying things based only on style and not price. In a short time, he spent nearly 60,000 yuan to buy a new outfit. Although it cost a lot, the effect was obvious. His handsome face, coupled with a set of decent brand-name clothes and cool black sunglasses, made him look like a successful man. When he walked, he kept attracting the attention of the beautiful women around him, who looked at him with shining eyes. There were even a few brave beauties who came up to Yuan Yifan with red faces and asked for his WeChat, apparently wanting to have long-term contact. Even a fugitive is being chatted up by beautiful women. I'm just a good citizen who has been single for 30 years. Where can I seek justice? When netizens saw this situation, they all had expressions of being bitten by a sour lemon. They were so envious. Faced with the request of the beautiful woman, Yuan Yifan, of course, declined politely. His purpose was to escape for a month, so he had no time to talk about love. As the saying goes, love between young men and women is short-lived, and women will only hold them back. Fugitives don't need love. Now that I bought all my clothes, I'm going to go out and spend some money. After all, there is still 40,000 yuan in a plastic bag. It feels heavy to hold it in my hand, so it is easiest to spend it. When netizens learned about Yuan Yifan's idea of spending money, they were all in a state of complaining. Others complained that the money was too little, but this was the first time they saw someone complain that the money was too much and too heavy. In the words of netizens, there are weird things every year, but number 22 is the most prominent. Yuan Yifan came to the square and started a travel live broadcast for everyone. Everyone was curious about what they saw and went to experience it, really thinking of himself as an outdoor anchor. My friends, there's a sculpture of a horse stepping on a flying swallow here. Just double-click 666, and I will climb onto the head of this flying horse. Yuan Yifan was trying to stir up the atmosphere in the live broadcast room. Are all fugitives so high-profile these days? Are there any comrades in the arrest team? Come and educate him. Do you have any sense of public morality? Climbing on the sculpture is really ruining your worldview. Amidst the mocking comments, a saintly netizen appeared and criticized Yuan Yifan. Then more people said, "He is a fugitive. Why would he need to have values?" This left the Virgin Mary speechless. Number 22 was so down-to-earth today that everyone forgot his identity. When Yuan Yifan saw his reputation value rising rapidly on the system properties panel, he knew that netizens' response was very enthusiastic, so he took a few steps and climbed onto the sculpture in no time, performing all kinds of fancy horse riding techniques. Finally, he stood on the horse's head, on a sculpture several meters high, and continued to introduce the scenery of the square to everyone. Through the high-altitude shooting of the drone, the wide-angle lens can take in most of the square, which looks quite different. Chapter 33. Arresting people in the square. There were also many netizens who saw number 22 standing on the sculpture as soon as they opened the live broadcast room. They couldn't help but suspect that they had opened the wrong channel. They looked carefully at the name of the live broadcast room, which clearly said Fugitive number 22 live broadcast room. This scene was really speechless. Please keep a low profile. Friendly reminder, the arrest team has arrived in Yamatsu. Many netizens who like spoilers are reporting on the situation of the arrest team. Indeed, Shufa had arrived in Shanjin City an hour ago with a 40-member capture team. They have obtained the cooperation of the Shanjin City Police and will assist in the arrest of number 22 to a certain extent. Number 22's ID number and portrait have been distributed, and police forces across the city will assist, making it difficult for Yuan Yifan to escape. As soon as Shufa arrived in Shanjin City, she plunged into the intensive capture operation, and the first thing she did was to analyze the location of number 22 Yuan Yifan. Shufa was thinking, since he didn't stay in a hotel on the 22nd, based on his personality, he must have stayed in a place with good conditions. So, she should issue a notice and focus on checking some uninhabited places, such as vacant houses, some illegal homestays, etc. In addition, given Yuan Yifan's hobby of stealing cars, we will focus on checking reports of stolen cars in the city. Each report will be directly connected to the arrest team, and Shufa will personally screen them. Performing performance art on a sculpture in the city square, and he seemed to be the fugitive the arrest team was looking for, and he sent photos of the scene. When Shufa opened the photo, her eyes narrowed immediately. She would recognize Yuan Yifan even if he turned into ashes. The man on the sculpture was number 22, who had played tricks on her many times. Tell the patrolman not to alert the enemy. We will be there soon. Shufa immediately called all her subordinates to set off together and rush to the city center square. Yuan Yifan didn't know at this moment that he had been exposed. He stood on the sculpture, looking at the reputation value that jumped every second, and felt very satisfied. He stood high and looked far, and suddenly he found two uniformed patrolmen in the crowd. However, the two patrolmen kept a distance of about 30 or 40 meters from the sculpture, neither going far nor getting close. It seemed that they were patrolling aimlessly with the sculpture as the center. Yuan Yifan narrowed his eyes. This little thing caught his attention. He looked into the distance and found a group of unidentified people, pretending to be nothing, approaching him stealthily. A smile appeared on Yuan Yifan's lips. It seemed that his seduction plan was successful and the arrest team was indeed lured here by him. That's right. The reason why Yuan Yifan was so high profile was that he wanted to attract the arrest team to make the live broadcast more exciting. He was working as an outdoor anchor, and although his reputation was also rising, it was far worse than when he directly confronted Shufa yesterday. Therefore, if you want your reputation skyrocket, you should have the supporting role of the arrest team. Since the other party has come, Yuan Yifan has to move too. He said to the drone above his head, "My friends, I seem to be surrounded by the arrest team. Give me a red heart, and I will show you what it means to escape at high speed. The hearts have been clicked, the gifts have been given. Hurry up. Impatient netizens directly donated several planes and rockets. For a while, Yuan Yifun's live broadcast room was filled with animation effects of sending gifts, and his reputation value soared. Since netizens are so supportive, Yuan Yifun also decided to start taking action. He suddenly jumped off the sculpture and ran towards the crowd. Oh no, number 22 has spotted us. Don't hide anymore. Chase him at full speed. Use the taser if necessary, but be careful not to hurt anyone. Shi Shuefei discovered that Yuan Yifun was trying to escape and immediately ordered her men to capture him. In an instant, more than 30 people formed an encirclement and gathered towards the center. They had already completed the encirclement of Yuan Yifun. Now is the classic pursuit stage. The arrest team has an absolute advantage in numbers, while Yuan Yifun's advantage is the passers-by around him. They are his natural cover, and Yuan Yifun specifically runs to crowded places. Don't run. A member of the arresting team came face-to-face with Yuan Yifun. He suddenly tried to pull Yuan Yifun's clothes, but Yuan Yifun slipped away and rushed past the arresting team member. The first double-teaming attempt failed. Attention, everyone on the periphery. Stay close to him, don't let him escape, slow him down, and wait for your teammates to support you. Shi Shuefei directed the capture operation through the internal channel of the headset. She also moved among the crowd, but did not go directly to the target. Instead, she ran towards the gap where Yuan Yifun might escape. She was using her rich experience in capture to help her team members fill in the gaps. Soon, Yuan Yifun found that his tactic of hiding in the crowd was not working because dozens of people were running wildly in the square, and their occasional shouting had alarmed the crowd. Everyone thought something big had happened, and they all dodged in all directions. This left Yuan Yifun with less and less natural cover, and he was about to be surrounded. This Shi Shuefei is really capable. Yuan Yifun frowned as he ran. He originally thought that the members of the arrest team were easy to fool, and he could get rid of them by turning back a few times. However, these people kept sticking to him and were not in a hurry to reach out to catch him. This was what made him most uncomfortable. Catching someone is like a football game. When the defender is defending, his main task is to block the opponent's forwards attack or shooting angle. It is very dangerous to go up and steal the ball directly, because once the steal fails, it means that the opponent will break through his defense zone, and there will be a clear path behind him. Because in their own half, the number of defensive players is always greater than that of offensive players. So the general approach is to stick and block, waiting for teammates to come over and double team, and then they can steal the ball easily. The same was true for the arresting members. Under the command of Shi Shuefei, they adopted this sticky tactic to gradually squeeze Yuan Yifun's movement space and finally control him within a certain range. Then they could use tasers and successfully capture number 22 in one fell swoop. Do you want to spend one attribute point to activate the sprint skill? The escape system popped up a prompt at this time. Indeed, in the chase now, speed is the key to victory. As long as the speed is fast enough, no one can catch him. However, there were too many people on the other side. Even if they were as fast as Bolt, what could they do? According to Shi Shuefei's habit, there must be ambushes left, and there were people waiting for them on the outermost layer. Sprinting was fun for a while, but it also consumed a lot of physical strength. When he couldn't run anymore, he would be done for if he encountered the arresting personnel. So Yuan Yifun did not pay attention to this reminder. In an open area, a capture officer suddenly pulled out a strange gun-shaped weapon from behind and pointed it at him. Taser! Yuan Yifun recognized this riot control weapon at a glance. Once hit, the powerful electric current could stun the target instantly. It was much more powerful than an electric baton because it was a medium to short-range attack effect. It was a fatal threat to Yuan Yifun, and his career as a fugitive was on the verge of ending. Chapter 34, Ground Slash. Seeing that the arrest team member was about to open fire, Yuan Yifun suddenly turned around. There were two passers-by here. With them around, the other party would be cautious. After all, the arrest team was not official law enforcement officers. If they electrocuted pedestrians in a downtown area, the public pressure would be enough to make them suffer. Sure enough, when the team member saw the passers-by, he lost the opportunity as soon as he hesitated. Yuan Yifun successfully ran out of his shooting range, and he also sprinted out of the second encirclement. Although he was safe temporarily, he was being pursued by the arrest team behind him, and it would be troublesome to get rid of them. The two sides were very close to each other, and there was no time for Yuan Yifan to unlock the car on the roadside, so he had to think of other ways to escape. Suddenly, a few young people wearing protective gear and roller skates were playing roller skating in the square in front. When Yuan Yifan saw their roller skates, his eyes lit up. They would be a great thing to help them escape. A tall young man just took out a pair of inline skates from his bag, and Yuan Yifan ran over, snatched his shoes, and threw a black bag into his arms. Just as the young man was stunned, he heard the voice of the man who stole the shoes from the front. "I bought your shoes." When the young man opened a bag, he found more than 3 bundles of pink RMB, which is more than 30,000 yuan. He could buy a pair of roller skates with this money, which is quite a profit. He hopes that such good things can happen every day, so that earning hundreds of thousands of yuan a month is no longer a dream. In fact, this was just Yuan Yifan reducing his burden. It was too inconvenient for him to hold the purse, and it was too embarrassing to snatch other people's shoes. But if he spent more than 30,000 yuan to buy shoes, the feeling would be different. Yuan Yifan was running in front, with nearly 30 people chasing him closely behind. Each of them was running with all their might. Passers-by couldn't figure out whether these were hooligans chasing good guys or plainclothes police catching bad guys. When Yuan Yifan was running away, he used several pedestrians as cover, deliberately slowed down his speed, and then put on the roller skates on his left foot. This type of roller skates has Velcro laces, which can be directly glued on. He was worried that the size of the shoes was not suitable, but they fit perfectly, as if they were tailor-made for Yuan Yifan. It was easy after putting on one foot. Yuan Yifan pushed hard with his right foot, and the roller on his left roller skate touched the ground. He then started to skate quickly. However, it was inconvenient to put on the shoe on his right foot. When he wanted to put on the shoe while running, his center of gravity always shifted and he was about to fall. The reason was that Yuan Yifan had never practiced roller skating and lacked experience. Do you want to spend 1 attribute point to activate the roller skating skill? The escape system detected Yuan Yifan's current situation and gave an intelligent prompt again. Yes, Yuan Yifan was overjoyed. This was the sentence he was waiting for. Yuan Yifan has discovered that he is currently unable to actively activate new skills and can only rely on the AI of the running system to automatically send prompts. This time the system did not disappoint. Sensing that he needed roller skating skills, it sent a prompt. Improve your roller skating skills to F rank. Yuan Yifan gave the system an instruction. In the tense chase just now, Yuan Yifan's reputation value rose bit by bit. Netizens in the live broadcast room were cheering for Yuan Yifan, hoping that he could run out. These expectations also turned into reputation value, which was enough to upgrade to F level. Runaway system. Inline skating skill is upgraded to F level, and passive skill Inline Skating Master is obtained. The moment the system prompted him, Yuan Yifan felt that there were some more memories in his mind, and his body had also adapted to the roller skates under his feet. Putting on shoes during exercise was a basic action engraved in his muscle memory. Yuan Yifan pushed the ground hard with his right foot, giving it a forward thrust. Then he lifted his right foot and relied on the support of his left roller skate to maintain his balance. His right foot was inserted into the shoe within a few tenths of a second, and the laces were fastened. Now Yuan Yifan was like a fish in water. He lowered his body and leaned forward, with his feet in the shape of a figure eight. He slid left and right, and his speed quickly increased. "Oh no, stop him quickly. Don't let him speed up." One of the arresting team members shouted anxiously, and then another one swooped sideways, trying to knock Yuan Yifan down. Now Yuan Yifan is blocked in front and pursued from behind. The situation is critical. Seeing the arresting team members flying towards him, Yuan Yifan smiled coldly. They wanted to catch him right away. That was too naive. Yuan Yifan's F-level roller skating skills are no joke. They are equivalent to several years of hard work for a roller skating enthusiast. He knows all kinds of extreme roller skating moves by heart. He immediately spread his legs and did a split. At the same time, he lowered his body close to the ground. Seen from above, Yuan Yifan's body looked like an inverted T, which is an advanced move in figure skating. During the sliding process, the body can maintain a very low height and even pass through a railing that is only 30 centimeters high. It is literally flying close to the ground. Yuan Yifan used this unconventional move to avoid the arresting officer's pounce without reducing his speed much. After the team member missed his shot, Yuan Yifan straightened up and continued to accelerate his sliding. The whole set of movements was smooth and completed while moving, looking very handsome. 666. This is also possible. Number 22 really can do everything. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Is this an action that a human can perform? When ordinary people see such a brilliant move, they can only say wow, but professional roller skaters among netizens immediately come out to explain, I didn't expect number 22 to be so good at roller skating. He must have practiced for at least 4 or 5 years. The netizen then continued. This is called ground sliding in our industry. Some skinny roller skating enthusiasts can even slide under dozens of cars lined up side by side. Number 22's ground sliding is very standard. I really want to compete with him when I have time. Everyone then realized that number 22's moves were not just random. It turned out that he was a professional roller skating player. One netizen joked, the live broadcast room on the 22nd is still the best. Here you can see car racing, diving, swimming, helicopter driving, and even roller skating. The next step is for the 22nd to take a rocket to the space station. I won't be surprised. I think so too. Apart from being low-key, you can see everything you want in room 22. Indeed, Yuan Yifan doesn't look like a fugitive at all. Among all the fugitives, none is as high profile as him. Hurry up and chase number 22. Don't let him get away. More than 30 members of the arrest team, with veins popping out of their heads, were running as fast as they could, hoping to catch up with number 22. However, roller skating is much faster than human running, and they helplessly discovered that the distance between them and number 22 was visibly lengthening. The world record for international roller skating is 23.003 seconds for 300 meters, which means that 100 meters is less than 8 seconds. It is known that the world record for the 100-meter race at the Olympics is held by Bolt, which is 9.58 seconds, but it is still a long way behind roller skating, not to mention that roller skating is more energy-saving. So Yuan Yifan quickly distanced himself from the arresting officers behind him. However, Yuan Yifan's happiness did not last long, as 5 people suddenly appear in front of him, one of whom was the beauty of the program team, Shi Xiufei. Chapter 35, Wall Kick. These 5 people were the ambushes arranged by Shi Xiufei. They had arrived at the path where Yuan Yifan was going to escape and waited for him as expected. The 5 of them stood apart, each holding a taser in their hands. There were few people around Yuan Yifan now, and he had no shield to use. If he was shot, he would have to lie down. So Yuan Yifan could no longer rush forward. He made a sharp turn and slid towards the building. However, these people reacted quickly and immediately ran to catch up. Because there were steps from the square to the building, Yuan Yifan needed to jump, so the 2 sides did not distance themselves from each other in a short period of time. At the same time, more than 30 pursuers from behind Yuan Yifan also approached him, and he was under attack from all sides. In front of Yuan Yifan was the wall of a building, and it seemed that he only had one way, which was to slide into the building. This was exactly what Shi Xiufei expected. Roller skating only had advantages on flat ground. If they entered the building, their people would block the exits, and Yuan Yifan would be trapped like a turtle in a jar, with little chance for him to struggle. So now he couldn't enter the shopping mall, so there was only one way left. Yuan Yifan slid towards the wall and was about to hit it. He's panicking. Catch him. The 2 male team members were overjoyed. There was a wall in front of Yuan Yifan. It seemed that he had panicked and forced himself into a dead end. This was self-destruction. However, when Yuan Yifan was about to hit the wall, Shi Xiufei realized that something was wrong. She shouted, "Be careful," but it was too late. Yuan Yifan suddenly jumped up, used his speed advantage to turn his body sideways, stepped on the wall with his roller skates, and slid on the wall as if it were the ground. This move is a variation of extreme roller skating. Yuan Yifan named it Wall Kick. After the speed increases, he can slide vertically for a short period of time. Of course, he is limited by the laws of physics. Yuan Yifan fell back to the ground after sliding for 3 meters, but he had already jumped out of the encirclement behind him. 666. Is this what it means to fly over eaves and walk on walls? I won't be surprised if number 22 shows any powerful moves. Netizens in the live broadcast room showed astonishment. Just now, number 22 was doing a travel live broadcast for them, but in a blink of an eye, it turned into a roller skating race. The change was so fast that it was overwhelming. At the same time, everyone was immune to Yuan Yifan's erudition. It's just roller skating, isn't it? The all-around fugitive number 22. What can't he do? For example, in this roller skating, he just put on shoes and skated and did a lot of fancy moves, either slashing along the ground or kicking against the wall. What is this? A roller skating expert fugitive. The audience cheered for number 22, but Sure Shu was in mixed feelings. The roundup she had arranged was bound to succeed, but this kick against the wall caught them off guard. She took out her taser and prepared to shoot, but there was someone next to Yuan Yifan, so she had to give up. The speed of the pulley is faster than that of a person. In a blink of an eye, Yuan Yifan had slid out for more than 10 meters. A large group of members of the arrest team chased him hard for a while, but found that the distance was getting farther and farther. They all stopped dejectedly, panting with exhaustion. They spent a lot of energy this time, but still let Yuan Yifan get away. Attention, peripheral team. The target has escaped and is heading outside the square. Catch him if you can. If you can't catch him, stick to him. Don't lose sight of the target. Sure Shu had no time to regret and immediately ordered her team members to act separately. They hurriedly ran to the periphery, and what would follow would definitely be another car chase. Yuan Yifan had already slid to the edge of the square. Outside was a busy street. He took a quick look and spotted a white Toyota parked illegally on the side of the road. The reason why I chose this car is that the owner is a man in his 30s. He was arguing with passersby next to him because of illegal parking, and he seemed to be very right. Since it didn't matter which car he chose, Yuan Yifan decided to educate this bad driver on behalf of society. He glided over, took off his roller skates in 2 or 3 steps, then opened the door of the Toyota and got in. The owner of a Toyota car nearby was still cursing, but when he turned around and saw someone sitting in his car, he hurried over to stop it. The car owner didn't even take out the keys, which made things easier for Yuan Yifan. After releasing the handbrake, he stepped on the accelerator and the car rushed out like an arrow. "Come back. Why are you driving my car?" A legally parked car was shouting angrily at the back. "This is your punishment for parking your car in an illegal manner. Go back to the traffic police brigade to pick it up." Yuan Yifan left a word and drove away quickly. However, a large group of people chased after them, apparently wanting to catch the car thief. The car owner thought he had encountered plainclothes police and immediately shouted at them arrogantly. "What are you police doing? The thief stole my car." This group of arrest team members were feeling depressed because they didn't catch anyone, and then they ran into an idiot and pushed him away. They drove their own cars and chased after him, and in the end, the owner of the Toyota was left alone, disheveled in the wind. A vehicle chase broke out again on the streets of Yamatsu City. These members of the arrest team who were driving rushed to Shanjin City from Jiangbei this morning. They watched the various footage of the failed capture of number 22 in the previous 2 days. They all had a certain understanding of Yuan Yifan's driving skills. His skillful driving skills made these experienced drivers who have been driving for many years feel very difficult. In view of the fugitive's brutal nature and Captain Shure's instructions, the drivers of the arrest team did not adopt a radical car ramming plan to force number 22 to stop. Instead, they followed closely, kept a safe distance, and waited for their companions to come for support. It has to be said that the pursuit techniques that Sure Shu learned from the criminal police were quite effective. Although Yuan Yifan's driving skills were outstanding, he really couldn't get rid of the tail behind him on the crowded city roads and with the surveillance of traffic cameras. The result of not being able to get rid of them is that you will definitely be captured alive. After all, the other side has a lot of people, and the traffic police have set up checkpoints, so you will definitely be stopped. Therefore, you must think of a good way to escape as soon as possible. When netizens saw that Yuan Yifan was surrounded by vehicles of the arrest team, forming a dragnet, they began to worry. "I think number 22 is doomed this time. His legend is about to end." There are quite a few pessimistic netizens, but there are more admirers of Yuan Yifan. Don't worry. Has number 22 ever faced a crisis that was more serious than this one? He has gotten through it all. I am optimistic about number 22. He is the one who has the hope of winning the championship in the end. As if with the blessing of fans, after Yuan Yifan collided with a vehicle belonging to the arrest team, the navigation reported the location ahead. The evil map continues to guide you. 500 meters ahead is the east gate of Yamatsu University. Please slow down. Yuan Yifan's eyes lit up. There were many students in the university, and there were various teaching buildings. It was a semi-public place with exits in all directions. It was a good place to hide. So he accelerated and rushed to the school gate, honking the horn frantically, and many students quickly got out of the way. When the security guard saw a Toyota car driving over, he thought someone was here to cause trouble and quickly closed the sliding door. Just as the door was about to close, Yuan Yifan did a lateral drift brake and stuck the car horizontally in the middle of the sliding door. Then he took out the car keys, threw them into the sewer, and ran away. Arrest team vehicles that were chasing behind were blocked at the door. Chapter 36. Two locks are not compatible. The security guards were so scared when they saw so many private vehicles approaching, just like a mad tiger, that they quickly called the police. Don't be nervous. We are from the Urban Escape Program team, and we are here to capture the fugitive. Please open the door and cooperate. The arrest team shouted loudly, but in this day and age, scammers are rampant and the security guards don't believe these people. They only believe the police and want to wait for 110 to arrive. Sure, Shuefa saw that this situation was not going to work for the time being, so she made a decision. Groups 1 and 2 will disperse to control the various exits of the school, and the rest of the people will get off the bus and walk into the campus to arrest them. So 40 people got off the car at the same time. When the security guard didn't open the door, they simply climbed over the gate and chased after the suspect. The only 2 school security guards were terrified. They thought it was a gangster hacking people, and they quickly said to the 110 operator, "Please help as soon as possible. There are dozens of people chasing and hacking one person here. Hurry up, someone will die." Seeing this situation, netizens were laughing like crazy. When the patrol police arrive, the arrest team will probably have a lot of explaining to do. Someone praised him. Number 22 was really calm in the face of danger. He parked the car well, just like a terrain bug in an online game. He also took advantage of the security guard's fear of opening the door, leaving the arrest team with no car to use, so they had time to escape. But he still couldn't get out. Yamase University is too big. To get from the east end to the west end, students have to ride shared bicycles. By the time he reached the other exit, the arrest team had already set a trap for him. I don't think number 22 would be so stupid. He must have a more sophisticated way of escaping. Netizens were staring at the live broadcast screen nervously, wanting to see how Yuan Yifan would break the deadlock. In the arrest team on foot, so he did not plan to escape through other exits, but instead went into the main teaching building. Yamase University is designed in a very distinctive way, a bit like the Daxing Airport in the capital. The central main hall connects 3 separate teaching buildings, and together with the main body, it can be said that one hall can directly lead to 4 teaching areas. When Yuan Yifan entered here, it was like entering a big maze. He chose a building to the west and ran up. When dozens of people from the arrest team ran in, there was no trace of Yuan Yifan. There were only students passing by with books in their hands. "Classmate, have you seen this person passing by?" The arrest team members showed the students Yuan Yifan's photo. The students shook their heads because this hall was just a must-pass place, and there were very few students staying there. Therefore, the group of people who had seen Yuan Yifan just now had left long ago. If they caught them and questioned them now, they would definitely not get anything out of them. Although there are surveillance cameras in the hall, the school is an independent unit and will not actively cooperate with the arrest team. We need to communicate with the school before we can retrieve the surveillance cameras, which is estimated to take a long time. By then, number 22 will have disappeared. The arrest team felt a little overwhelmed, so after Shuefa entered the hall, they came to ask the captain for instructions and let her decide how to pursue her. There are 4 teaching buildings connected to the hall, each with 7 floors, and there are probably hundreds of classrooms in total. If the dozens of people they have are scattered, they will be like drop in the ocean, unable to make any waves. If they want to conduct a carpet search, there simply aren't enough people. This number 22 must be familiar with the terrain. He deliberately chose this place to hide, making it difficult for us to find him. Shuefa was filled with resentment. Yuan Yifan was too cunning. Every time she tried to arrest him, it was like punching cotton with no place to use her strength. Team 3. Arrange for people to guard the exits of each teaching building to prevent him from escaping through the exits. Also, be aware that he may escape by jumping out of the window on the 2nd or 3rd floor. I will ask the school to retrieve the surveillance footage to see which teaching building he entered. Everyone else, spread out for the time being. Send people to each of the 4 buildings and focus on checking whether there are any abnormalities on each floor. Do not search each classroom for the time being. Shuefa made the most reasonable deployment in a short period of time, and the team members knew what they should do and quickly took their positions. Yuan Yifan simply entered the teaching building and successfully dispersed the manpower of the arrest team. It was a brilliant move. While the arrest team was searching aimlessly, Yuan Yifan had already arrived at the 7th floor of the west teaching area, which was also the top floor. He was obviously familiar with the terrain and went straight to a locked door. This is the gate to the rooftop, which is locked with a hidden lock and will only be opened during maintenance. Yuan Yifan wants to go to the rooftop, so he has to open this door now. Yuan Yifan took out the piece of iron he had collected in advance and poked it into the keyhole. Since the F-level car skills come with the open car lock skill, it should be able to open this lock. However, he poked it with the iron sheet for more than a minute and it didn't open, so there was obviously something wrong. At this time, the escape system sent a prompt, informing the reason why the lock could not be opened. Runaway system. This system's skills are precise and not general. The car lock opening skill is only applicable to the car locks of motor vehicles. If you want to open the door lock, you need professional lock opening skills. Then, the runaway system gave another prompt. Do you want to spend 1 attribute point to unlock the lock-picking skill? Yuan Yifan was speechless. If the system wanted to recycle the reputation points, it should just say so. They're all locked and have similar structures, but the two skills are not even compatible. There's not much to say now. Anyway, I have accumulated enough reputation in the morning, so it doesn't hurt to add some lock-picking skills. You don't have to increase it to F level all at once. Just increase it little by little. It's okay as long as you can open this door. Runaway system. Automatically exchange attribute points. Lock-picking skill has been upgraded to L. Yuan Yifan continued to poke with the iron sheet this time, but he was not sure. It seemed that his skill level was not enough. Yuan Yifan spent another 200 reputation points to exchange for 2 attribute points, which he added to his lock-picking skill, bringing his skill to level J. Now Yuan Yifan felt that unlocking the door was a bit easier. After spending more than 2 minutes, he successfully opened this ordinary door lock. Fortunately, there are many floors and the arrest team members are scattered. If time is tight, they can only spend reputation points to improve the lock-picking skills. Now the J level is just economical and practical, and they can be upgraded when emergency lock-picking is needed in the future. Yuan Yifan opened the door and went up to the rooftop, then gently closed and locked the door so that no one would notice he had been there. Standing on the rooftop, looking out over the small campus, the people below seemed to be tiny. Yuan Yifan was not afraid of heights, so he did not feel any discomfort. The arrest team downstairs. Yuan Yifan will not be so shy as to stick his head down to observe. If there are alert team members, they may find him as soon as they look up, and his layout will be in vain. This time Yuan Yifan came to the edge of the floor. It was about 6 or 7 meters away from the teaching building on the east side opposite. There was no connecting object in between. If Yuan Yifan wanted to get to the opposite building, he needed to jump over. Yuan Yifan took a few steps back and began to move his hands and feet. He was going to try something exciting soon. He was going to fly over the building. Chapter 37. The Man Dancing on the Edge of Death. Oh my God, is that so wild? Are you playing so wild on the 22nd? Jumping between 2 buildings without protection? And the distance is too far. Even the parkour master wouldn't dare to do this. Safety first. Number 22, don't be so stubborn. Netizens began to worry. When they looked at the scene from the bottom up through the angle of the drone, they felt weak in the knees. They really couldn't believe that anyone could cross such a wide area. You have to know that this is the rooftop of the 7th floor. If you fall down, you will definitely die. This is a real live broadcast with no save file available. Anyone who dares to play like this is simply not afraid of death. Now, even the security personnel of the program crew could not sit still. They turned on the force communication function and used a drone to establish a call connection with Yuan Yifan. Competitor number 22, please do not try any overly dangerous moves. Safety first. It's not dangerous. If it were really dangerous, I wouldn't jump. Don't worry, I've signed a liability exemption agreement. If anything goes wrong, it has nothing to do with you. Yuan Yifan is a man of great skill and courage, so he directly hung up the call. He had already moved around, jumped a few times on the spot, and felt that his physical condition was very good, so he decided to give it a try. Some netizens said, number 22 is too reckless. The 2 buildings are 6 or 7 meters apart. Although the long jump record is 8.47 meters, that was on flat ground, and the athletes had no psychological burden. But this is on the roof of the 7th floor. If you fall down, you will basically be dead. The psychological pressure will make people perform poorly. Number 22 is too reckless. He will suffer. Yuan Yifan was indeed reckless, but not reckless because he had already been communicating with the system privately. Running system, I want to jump over these 2 buildings. What level of long jump skill do I need? Running system, the distance between the 2 floors is 6.6 meters, and you need the H level long jump skill. No problem. Add it to H for me. Yuan Yifan said happily. Yuan Yifan's reputation value was sufficient. After the exchange, he directly upgraded his long jump skill to H. Now Yuan Yifan feels light and healthy, his leg muscles are bursting with strength, and he feels like a frog when he jumps. The audience was surprised to see Yuan Yifan jump to a height of more than 1 meter on the spot. They had never thought that Yuan Yifan had such a strong talent for high jumping. Maybe he would be able to jump off the building this time. Of course, the audience had no impression of this before, because Yuan Yifan could jump so high only because of the on-the-spot additions made by the system. Yuan Yifan finished his preparations, stepped back more than 10 meters, took a deep breath, and suddenly started running towards the edge of the roof at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. Many timid viewers have covered their eyes and dared not look anymore. Their hearts are pounding with fear just by looking at it. They don't know how Yuan Yifan had the courage to jump over it. When he was almost at the takeoff position, Yuan Yifan used a posture similar to the triple jump, pushing off the ground with one leg, and then leaping up, flying from the roof to the opposite building. It's over. Number 22 didn't jump hard enough. He fell backwards when he jumped. He fell straight off the building. Something bad is going to happen. Netizens were all worried. It was useless to say anything at this time. They could only silently cheer for Yuan Yifan and pray for a miracle to happen. Yuan Yifan's body was falling in the air, with one foot on the edge of the floor. After all, his H-level long jump was not very good, and most of his body was still hanging in the air. If he landed in a normal posture, he would definitely fall down. Yuan Yifan was well prepared. He landed on the east building with one leg. Then, using the inertia of the forward rush, he rolled forward and moved his body's center of gravity forward. When he was about to fall, he supported himself on the floor with both hands, then did a somersault, relieved the impact, and stood up. Afterwards, Yuan Yifan calmly made an OK gesture to the drone, indicating that he had passed the building safely and fulfilled his previous promise, allowing everyone to rest assured. Bull beep. 666666666. A man dancing on the edge of death. It would be a shame not to go long jump in the Olympics. There was a burst of jubilation on the barrage. Even the most discerning audience knew how thrilling the event was. Everyone sent their blessings, along with a large number of gifts, and the atmosphere of the live broadcast reached a climax again. Number 22 is Jiao. In his live broadcast room, you can see all the exciting live broadcasts except for the hiding places of the fugitives. To describe him in English, it's nigh ability. Yuan Yifan can see the praise from netizens through the rapidly rising reputation value in his attributes. In such a short period of time, it has increased by 400 plus. He has earned back most of the 6 attribute points consumed in long jump. This deal is really worthwhile. Thank you all for your support. We will avoid the troublemakers, and I will show you the live broadcast of Yamatsu University. Before Yuan Yifan escaped, he began to think about the subsequent live broadcast content. He came to the iron gate of the rooftop of the east building, still used his lock-picking skills to poke open the lock, and then came to the east building. The structure here is similar to that of the west building. Yuan Yifan deliberately avoided the surveillance in the corridor, then went downstairs and chose a suitable classroom. It was almost time for the class to end at noon. The school would be over soon, which was a natural decoy. Yuan Yifan could easily get out of the building. However, his brand-name clothes had been spotted by the arrest team, so he had to change his clothes if he wanted to slip away. Passing by a classroom, Yuan Yifan heard the teacher inside teaching in English. This was not the point. The key point was that the back door of the classroom was open a crack, and this was an auditorium. There were many students sitting in different postures in the back row. Among them was a boy who was wearing a sports jacket. He felt hot in the classroom, so he took it off and put it aside. Yuan Yifan's eyes lit up, and he took a liking to the sweatshirt. Then, while the female English teacher was writing on the blackboard, he slipped into the classroom and sat next to the boy. Because Yuan Yifan ran here quietly, if he went to steal clothes, he might alert the arrest team when he was discovered, so he had to use a low-key way to get the coat. During the class, a person suddenly appeared next to the boy, who was stunned and looked at Yuan Yifan with a puzzled look. "Classmate, I want to buy your sweatshirt. Please name your price." Yuan Yifan said in a low voice. "Are you sick? Go buy it online yourself." The boy rolled his eyes at Yuan Yifan, thinking he had met a psychopath. Instead of going to the mall to buy clothes, he came to him to buy second-hand clothes. He was like some BT who specialized in collecting men's clothes. "Classmate, please help me. I am weak and feel very cold. I need some clothes to keep warm." Yuan Yifan didn't waste any words. He reached in his pocket, took out 5 big pink bills, and stuffed them under the desk. This money was the change he had in his pocket before, which was just over 2,000 yuan. Most of it was given to the roller skating boy to buy shoes. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Just wear it. The boy was blinded by the money and performed a modern version of face-changing. He gave his coat to Yuan Yifan with a smile on his face and kept the 500 yuan. The boy bought this coat on Taobao for just over 100 yuan. Now a rich man is willing to spend 500 yuan to buy it. What else can I say? Of course I will give it to him. Nowadays, money can make the devil work, and money can make people give you clothes. Chapter 38. Shanda Know-It-All. Yuan Yifan put on his coat, then took out his iron piece, aimed it at his brand-name trousers, and started trimming them. He first tore off a piece of the trouser legs to turn them into 7/4 pants, and then cut several holes on the trouser legs. In this way, the brand-name trousers became holy outfits, which were particularly down-to-earth. Yuan Yifan even pulled out some threads from the edge of the trouser legs to make tassels, and the traditional Chinese-style holy jeans were completely formed. Dude, you're so cool. You're a fashion designer, right? You altered these pants and turned them from a few dozen dollars to a few $100s. Yuan Yifan's action made the boys next to him admire him very much. The originally ordinary pants were turned into a trendy style that students liked after this. However, his eye for identifying goods was not good enough. He didn't even recognize the Versace brand and thought it was a product purchased online from Big Sixy. But this is no wonder. The quality of some brand-name clothing is really not as good as Big Sixy's products. There is no way to complain. Yuan Yifan did not argue. He once again offered money, took out 500 yuan, and said, "Brother, I'm not going to hide it from you. I'm a self-media blogger, and I'm here to shoot a short film about campus life. Can I follow you to experience college life for a day? This is my hard work fee, but you have to find me a place to stay at night." That's great. To be honest, I, Jiang Lei, am known as the know-it-all at Shandong University. There's nothing I don't know about the area around the school. Follow me, and I guarantee your video will go viral online. The boy named Jiang Lei patted his chest and made a promise to Yuan Yifan, and took the 500 yuan. He is also a worldly gentleman. When netizens in the live broadcast room heard this, they laughed so hard that they fell backwards. They all said, "Jiang Lei, I don't know whether the video on the 22nd is popular or not, but you were popular anyway." All the audiences who were watching the live broadcast remembered this know-it-all from Yamaza University. This guy was so funny. He boasted loudly, but was very efficient in collecting money. However, the two of them were chatting so happily in their seats that they got carried away and spoke a little louder and were heard by the young female teacher. Those two people who were talking in the back row, stand up. The female English teacher's expression became very serious. Her rosy lips pouted slightly, and she looked a little cute. This female teacher stayed on campus right after graduating from university, so she's not much older than these students and is at the perfect age for youth. It's over. I've been criticized. Know-it-all Jiang Lei stood up with his head hung. He knew that this female teacher was quite strict and would probably deduct his regular marks. "Jiang Lei, I'll deduct 1 point for talking in class. Do you have any objections?" The female teacher picked up the small notebook and made a note on it. "No problem." Jiang Lei admitted weakly. "What's your name? I don't see you. Are you a student in this class?" The female teacher suddenly found that the male student who was talking in class was quite handsome. Although he was wearing cheap sportswear, the clothes were supported by his muscles. He must be a muscular man. Women of her age particularly admire men who are masculine and powerful, so she suddenly felt something strange in her heart. Yuan Yifan's mind was working at the speed of light. He had to think of a statement that would not let the female teacher lose her temper. Regardless of age, as long as you praise an adult woman for her beauty, it is definitely a panacea. So Yuan Yifan said, "Teacher, I am indeed not a student in this class. I come to listen to your lectures because I admire you. Please allow me to retain the right to admire a beautiful teacher." This sentence was said so skillfully that when the students below heard it, they all made a cheering "oh" sound. The female teacher's face turned red instantly. She was single and was admired by a handsome boy. There was nothing more shy and heartwarming than this. Then you have to pay attention to classroom discipline. Sit down and stop talking. The female teacher's tone towards Yuan Yifan became gentle. She, who was known for her strictness, let Yuan Yifan go easily. The students were all shocked. Was this still their serious English teacher? This student from another class was so weird that he even made his teacher faint. It has to be said that some people are born with charm and are the focus wherever they go. Yuan Yifan is such a person. Whether in the live broadcast room or in this classroom, he has become a celebrity. Ding, ling, ling. The bell rang, and the female teacher shouted, "Get out of class, dismissed." She then walked straight to Yuan Yifan and handed him a note. She blushed and whispered, "If you have any questions in the future, you can ask me." After saying that, she trotted away shyly. Yuan Yifan picked up the note and saw a WeChat account on it. It turned out that Yuan Yifan's masculine charm conquered the female teacher, and leaving her WeChat account meant that she wanted to have in-depth communication. Yuan Yifan didn't take the note seriously, put it away, and walked out of the classroom with Jiang Lei. He himself was fine, but the netizens in the live broadcast room were excited. Although the female teacher was plain-faced, she was still pretty. With some makeup and a little dressing up, she would be a pretty girl. With such a beautiful teacher taking the initiative to leave her WeChat, it seems that the affair on the 22nd is coming. As long as he works hard, maybe he can go to bed with the female teacher tonight to discuss the harmony of life. Everyone is waiting to see the urban emotional drama between men and women. But Yuan Yifan didn't seem to have this awareness. He borrowed a mask from Jiang Lei, put it on, and went downstairs. Netizens were anxious and wanted to snatch the WeChat account so they could flirt with the female teacher themselves. "Come on, number 22, are you a man?" "That's right. What's the point of hanging out with boys? We want to watch the private live broadcast of female teachers, pure amateur uniform teachers.mp4. This is the show that men should watch." The car upstairs is speeding too fast. 30 minutes of silence warning. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room was a bit off, so the super administrator who was always monitoring the room came out to discipline some of the misbehaving people, and the atmosphere really improved. The camera returns to Yuan Yifan again. He was afraid that the drone would attract other people's attention, so he used the button mode, pinned the camera on his clothes, and then walked all the way to the entrance of the teaching building. At this time, hundreds of college students walked out of the exit of the teaching building. Due to epidemic prevention needs, everyone basically wore masks, so it was impossible to find that number 22 was among them. There were 2 members of the arrest team guarding the exit of the East Teaching Building. They looked around in vain, but their eyes were dazzled by seeing hundreds of students rushing out. They also searched for number 22 based on his impression of him, wearing Versace brand-name clothes, but it was of course a futile effort. After changing his clothes, Yuan Yifan successfully got out of the teaching building and broke through the blockade. So didn't the shrewd and capable Xiufe respond? The answer is no, but Yuan Yifan gave him a time difference, and they missed the good opportunity to arrest Yuan Yifan. Back to when the arrest team just entered the teaching building, Xiufe went to communicate with the school in person. She met with the principal, explained her identity, and asked the principal to retrieve the surveillance video. The principal said that he could use the school surveillance, but there was a request. The second half of the enrollment season was approaching, and he wanted the program team to advertise for Yamatsu University, and he would cooperate unconditionally. Xiufe had no say in this matter, so she called the program team on the spot for instructions. Chapter 39. The pursuit plan failed again. Xiufe is the beauty of the Urban Escape program team. The program team leaders attached great importance to her request, so they immediately asked the 2 hosts to advertise for Yamaza University. Dong Lu sat in the live broadcast hall and spoke eloquently. "Dear viewers, the beautiful picture shown in the live broadcast room 22 is the world-famous Yamatsu University. It is a well-known old school with 4 campuses covering an area of more than 5,300 acres, offering 105 undergraduate majors, 31 first-level doctoral programs, 2 second-level doctoral programs, and more than 45,000 students." Teacher Yu Qian took over the task of supporting the main role and added, "I heard that Shanjin is home to many beautiful girls. There are many beautiful girls at Shanjin University. After the college entrance examination this year, boys who want to find a girlfriend, do you know which university to apply to?" Of Yamaza University from previous years were shown on the screen. They were indeed glamorous and charming, which made the male netizens excited, and they wished they were a few years younger so that they could go back to repeat their studies and get admitted to Yamaza University. This advertisement of the program group was more effective than the enrollment brochure. The school leaders were very satisfied after reading it and immediately ordered all the staff in the school to unconditionally cooperate with the action of the arrest team. This was an unexpected surprise. Now, not only could they watch the surveillance footage, they could even get help from other faculty and staff of the school. The arrest team had a great helper. Sure Shuefei immediately checked the surveillance footage and soon saw Yuan Yifan entering the West Teaching building 20 minutes ago. Sure Shuefei continued to retrieve surveillance footage from other West Teaching buildings and discovered that Yuan Yifan could still be seen below the third floor. But above the third floor, there were large blind spots due to the camera position and building structure, so Yuan Yifan's exact location was unknown. All personnel, go into the West Building and search, with a focus on areas above the third floor. Sure Shuefei was directing the team members to continue tracking in front of the surveillance camera. With the help of surveillance, the arrest team saved a lot of manpower. Otherwise, it would be impossible to search every classroom, even if the number of people was doubled. This is a teaching building that is in use. It is extremely difficult to find one person among so many students. The team members used a simple carpet-style search. They arranged several people on each floor above the third floor and turned on the cameras. Through the internal network, all the footage was presented to Sure Shuefei, who, as a criminal investigation expert, analyzed and summarized it. Sure Shuefei sat in the school's monitoring room, her brows slightly furrowed, her eyes scanning the screen from time to time, hoping to find any clues about number 22. There were still students in the classroom, so the team members just took some photos from the window and scanned the area. After analysis by the facial recognition system, they found no sign of number 22, so they withdrew. But after searching for a while, they found nothing. It is possible that they missed him. After all, facial recognition technology is not very advanced nowadays. Another possibility is that Yuan Yifan has escaped from the West Building, so of course they couldn't find him. Sure Shuefei closed her eyes and took a deep breath. She had experienced this kind of clueless pursuit many times. When many criminal investigations could not solve the problem, she liked to use her woman's intuition to judge. This trick had helped her capture countless fugitives. Based on her understanding of Yuan Yifan, Sure Shuefei vaguely felt that Yuan Yifan should no longer be in the West Building. This was her sixth sense. However, this is not a reason for her to change the direction of the investigation, and she still has to continue looking for clues. Recalling the surveillance footage of each floor she had just seen, Sure Shuefei felt as if a flash of lightning had struck her mind. She suddenly remembered that there was a door on the rooftop. It was locked and could not be opened, but it was a place where someone could hide. Yuan Yifan had used wire to pry open a car lock before, so he must be very good at sneaking into doors and picking locks. It would be easy for him to pry open an ordinary iron door. Sure Shuefei immediately said to the school security captain who was waiting nearby, "Captain, does the door on the top floor lead to the rooftop? Do you have the key?" "That is indeed the door to the rooftop. The key is with me." The security captain patted his side, and there was a clinking sound. He had many bunches of keys hanging on his waist, which could basically open any door in the school. "Okay, Captain, please take the trouble to open that door for us." Sure Shuefei immediately went to the top floor of the West Building with the security captain, because based on her intuition, she felt that Yuan Yifan's trace was hidden behind that door. When the security captain was rummaging through a pile of keys, Sure Shuefei was a little anxious, but she was shrewd enough not to rush him. However, the toes of her shoes tapped the ground regularly, making a tapping sound, which honestly reflected her current mood. Finally found it. The security captain found a corresponding key among dozens of keys, inserted it into the keyhole, and turned it, and the door opened. Sure Shuefei was the first to arrive at the rooftop. She looked around and found the rooftop was very flat. It was obvious that Yuan Yifan was not on the rooftop. However, Sure Shuefei did not leave immediately, but searched carefully around the rooftop. Suddenly, she set her sights on the nearby East Building. It's about 6 or 7 meters. Under extreme conditions, I can jump over it, right? Sure Shuefei was also shocked by her own thoughts. After all, this was just an escape show. Number 22 would not really take the risk of jumping off the building, right? There would be no prize money for contestants who died from falling. But considering that Yuan Yifan had a perverse temperament, Sure Shuefei felt that this was very likely. This kind of thing of showing off was what he liked to do most. Sure Shuefei immediately lowered her face to the ground with her ears close to the ground, not minding at all that her fair skin was in contact with the dust. She adjusted her sight parallel to the floor and discovered some clues. It seemed that there were footprints left by someone before. Because no one had been on the rooftop for a long time, there was a lot of accumulated dirt, and when people stepped on it, faint traces were left. Sure Shuefei who had superb criminal investigation skills, saw a clear shoe print in it. She immediately went over and gestured with her hand to confirm that it was a shoe print of size 45, which matched the size of Yuan Yifun's shoes. "Captain, has anyone come up to your rooftop recently?" "Sure," Shu asked, turning around. "No, the keys are all with me. The last time I came up for maintenance was more than a month ago," said the security captain. Sure, Shu took a deep breath, and she was sure that this fresh shoe print must be from number 22 Yuan Yifan. Judging from the shoe print, he jumped over from this side, and there was no pool of blood and flesh downstairs, so it was obvious that he succeeded. "Everyone go to the east building. Number 22 has jumped to the east building." Sure, Shu immediately ran down the rooftop. She took a group of people downstairs quickly and wanted to go to the east building to check. However, at this time, the bell rang for the end of class, and countless classrooms were suddenly flooded with hungry college students. They all crowded together, wanting to leave the teaching building and rush to the cafeteria as soon as possible. Therefore, the members of the arrest team were caught up in the crowd and could only walk slowly. Sure, Shu pursuit plan failed again. Chapter 40, A Spirited Young Man. Sure, Shu was extremely anxious, but there was nothing she could do. She could only remind the team members guarding the exit of the east building to intensify the inspection and not let number 22 escape. However, the team members reported that the students had left school and there were too many of them to keep an eye on them, so they did not find a target for the time being. Asshole punched the wall angrily, but the dull pain in her fist was nothing compared to the frustration in her heart. Why is it so difficult to catch a fugitive from a program crew? When I was in the police force, I was responsible for catching Class A wanted criminals, but I had never been so exhausted. What is the identity of number 22? Why does he have such strong skills and anti-reconnaissance capabilities? There is no doubt that Yuan Yifan would not miss this opportunity. He would definitely blend in with a crowd of students and escape from the teaching building. The arrest team failed again. At the same time, the team members guarding the school gate also replied that there were too many students coming in and out, especially at noon, and they were too few in number to keep an eye on them. Even if they had enough people, it would be impossible to stop every student for inspection, and they had no law enforcement power. Therefore, this blockade at the university has basically failed. It is up to Sure Shu to decide what to do next. "Captain, how about asking the principal for help, distributing the photo of number 22, and mobilizing the students to help us find that person?" A smart guy in the team was making a suggestion to Sure Shu. "No," Sure Shu shook her head. "This is against the program's rules. We can't use resources other than the police. If mobilizing others is feasible, why not mobilize the netizens watching the live broadcast to help us catch him? They can find number 22's location right away." The clever boy was embarrassed and realized that he had lost his mind. Although the rules of the arrest team were more relaxed, there were also red lines that could not be crossed, otherwise they would be warned or even disqualified. If they peeked at the live broadcast and leaked the information, the whole team would be punished and replaced, which would not be worth it. "I feel like number 22 is still in school." Sure Shu pondered for a moment and said, "Leave 25 people in the school. Don't be too conspicuous. You have to blend in with the students. This way, you'll have a chance to find number 22. He is very arrogant. If we don't track him down, he will jump out and show off. The rest of you will go to the monitoring center with me. We have other tasks." Sure Shu took some people away. It must be said that she knew Yuan Yifan very well, and the two of them were at loggerheads. If Yuan Yifan had not been so strong, she might have been captured alive by the beautiful captain. Not to mention the arrest team members hanging around in the school. Yuan Yifan and Jiang Lei have already arrived at the school cafeteria. If he wants to integrate into university life, he must start from the cafeteria. I have to say, eating in the student cafeteria is really economical. You need to swipe your student card to eat here, so Jiang Lei treated us. Looking at the table for 2 people with 6 dishes and 1 soup, as well as exquisite meat and vegetarian side dishes, it only cost less than 80 yuan. Compared with the 20,000 yuan seafood dinner that Yuan Yifan had eaten before, this is simply extremely frugal. Fans eat first. When facing the camera, Yuan Yifan would pick up the first dish with chopsticks and put it in front of the camera so that his fans could see it first. Jiang Lei was very curious and asked Yuan Yifan what his ID was and how many fans he had. Yuan Yifan's current identity is not suitable for public disclosure. He said that he posts videos on overseas platforms, has only a few hundred fans, and his career is just starting. Jiang Lei said, "Oh," and didn't ask any more questions. Netizens in the live broadcast room were not happy and said on the spot, "Number 22, your live broadcast room alone has millions of followers, and you're still pretending to be a newcomer? Just say you are the leader of Urban Escape, and we will all support you." One netizen explained, "Fugitive contestants cannot mention their identities to avoid cheating, and they will be removed if they violate the rules. Forget it. It seems that only by making the Great Escape Program team popular in Shanjin City can passersby know the popularity of our number 22. After Yuan Yifan finished his meal and left the cafeteria, he quickly discovered that there were unidentified people in the school. They were standing in crowded places in the school, pretending to be strolling around, but actually looking around. They didn't look like good people. No matter how they disguised themselves, they could not fool Yuan Yifan, because Yuan Yifan remembered what they looked like. Before, in the square, there was a man who surrounded him. They must be members of the arrest team. Has the arrest team not withdrawn yet? Yuan Yifan thought about it and decided that in order to have a good time in school, he should put on some makeup. So he went to the school store, bought a commemorative t-shirt of the school, put on a pair of flat glasses, sprayed hairspray on his hair, made his hair stand up, then tried to get close to the beautiful salesperson and borrowed her foundation to put on his face. When he looked in the mirror, he felt like a different person. Very spirited young man. As long as they don't stare at him, they probably won't recognize him, and then they can have fun in school. Let's go, Jianglei. I'll leave the afternoon to you. Take me and the audience to experience the authentic college life. Yuan Yifan said with a smile. Don't worry, buddy. I don't have classes this afternoon. I promise to have fun with you. Jiang Lei changed into sportswear, took a basketball from the dormitory, and made an appointment with his classmates to play basketball at the school basketball court. Playing ball is one of the regular recreational activities for college boys. Sweating profusely under the sun can attract many girls to stop and watch, which is really comfortable. Yuan Yifan hadn't played basketball for some time, but he quickly found his rhythm and had a lot of fun playing with these students. When they play among students, they don't care about positions. They are all-round talents who can play center and point guard. Yuan Yifan was still fighting for rebounds with others in the last second, and soon he dribbled across the center line, then made a beautiful jump and made a three-pointer, which won a round of cheers. Dude, you played pretty well. Looking at your skills, you must have practiced before, right? Jiang Lei asked breathlessly. I just like playing. I play for fun. Yuan Yifan said politely. At this time, the runaway system suddenly prompted, are you willing to spend one attribute point to activate the basketball skill? Unnecessary. Yuan Yifan refused directly. He just played basketball for fun. It was not related to his escape, so he was unwilling to waste his precious attribute points on basketball. However, it can be inferred from this that if you want to develop a new ability, you must be performing or about to perform some kind of activity, and then the system will discover the need and send a reminder. This also shows that this running system is definitely controlled by AI. After all, no human is that intelligent. Since Yuan Yifan is good at playing basketball, has a muscular body, and a good figure, after the game, there were more than 20 girls gathered around the basketball court just to see him. Yuan Yifan was sweating a lot and felt a little thirsty. When he wanted to find some water to drink, a schoolgirl shyly came forward, took the initiative to hand over the Nongfu spring in her hand, and said, "Handsome boy, drink some water." "Thanks." Yuan Yifan smiled, took the water, and drank it guzzlingly. His heroic posture as he drank water, under the afternoon sunshine, gave his body a layer of gold, making him look particularly sunny and manly. Chapter 41. Eating a lotus root, ugly. The girls' hearts were immediately aroused, and their hearts beat fast. The girl delivering water even boldly asked Yuan Yifan for his WeChat. "Hello, handsome guy. You are great at playing basketball. Can you add me on WeChat?" In college, as long as you have some strengths, you can attract girls. This is unlike women in society who don't talk about relationships if they don't have a car or a house. Okay, buddy, you're really a girl killer. Not only our English teacher has been conquered by you, but even the junior sister has not been spared. Add WeChat now. In our school, you won't have to worry about your lifelong affairs. This made Jiang Lei very excited, and he encouraged Yuan Yifan to add him on WeChat. Seeing the girls' enthusiasm, their eyes wide open and full of anticipation, Yuan Yifan acted like a gentleman and agreed. He took out his phone and exchanged WeChat with a schoolmate, saying, "I don't use WeChat very often. It's okay, just chat for a while when you have nothing to do." The schoolgirl said happily, but when she saw Yuan Yifan's WeChat name, she was confused and read it out. "Of Jinfen, what does this mean?" It doesn't make any sense. I just shot it blindly. Yuan Yifan got this as a temporary mobile phone number, which he might discard at any time, so he just used WeChat casually without taking it seriously. Right after he added his schoolmate's WeChat, a dozen girls came up to him, scanned Yuan Yifan's WeChat QR code together, and added him as a friend. The atmosphere was very lively. He won a lot of fans after playing a game of basketball at Shandong University. This is a reflection of his strength. This scene made the netizens who watched the live broadcast envious. One netizen suddenly thought, "Are all the girls at Yamatsu University so proactive and enthusiastic? I'm 27 and still single. It seems that if I go to Yamatsu University to play basketball, I can say goodbye to being single. In the future, I should worry about whether to choose a girl with big breasts or a white skin. Wake up, he's popular with girls because he's number 22. Even if you play basketball to death, no girl will add you on WeChat. Yes, number 22 is popular with girls because he is good-looking and has muscles. Others should forget about it. According to my observation, there are two reasons why most older single men can't find a partner. One is poverty, and the other is eating lotus roots." This sentence was obviously not finished, so the netizen asked curiously, "What else?" That is, eat a lotus root, ugly. This aspiring netizen lost his temper and sent a series of heartbroken emojis. A netizen who shared the same pain immediately comforted her. "Don't cry, singles, it's okay. Although you can't change your ugliness, men can work hard. Once you have money, you'll have girls. But by the time I work hard and become rich, the goddess will be old." The netizen still couldn't understand. "Stupid, if we can't marry the goddess, then we can marry her daughter. Isn't that the same thing?" Great! Netizens started to make a fuss, and the live broadcast barrage was once again led astray by the stupid netizens. Yuan Yifan left the basketball court. The male students who played basketball with him were all conquered by him and asked him for the secret to picking up girls. They asked him why they had not been successful in pursuing a girl for more than a year, and why Yuan Yifan could add more than a dozen girls on WeChat in just one game. They wanted to learn from him. Just as Yuan Yifan was about to speak, Jiang Lei, who was familiar with him, suddenly interrupted and said, "Hey, you guys are so clueless. If you want to ask the master for advice, don't you have to pay some apprenticeship gift?" "Oh, we understand. Brother Jia, how much money do you need?" The boys were going to pay to learn how to pick up girls. As for calling him Brother Jia, it was because Yuan Yifan was still using his alias Jiada. "We have to ask our brother Jia to go online and have some barbecue tonight." After Jiang Lei finished speaking, he winked at Yuan Yifan, indicating that since he had this opportunity, he should of course take advantage of it. Yuan Yifan had no objection. He had also been to college, and he missed the college atmosphere very much. It was fine to let these students treat him to a meal. So then they went to an internet cafe to play games online. The 10 of them played until dark and had a lot of fun. Leaving the internet cafe, everyone was hungry, so they went to the food stalls at the back door of the university, drank beer, and ate skewers, enjoying the meal very much. Those boys who wanted to become his disciples treated Yuan Yifan as an emotional expert. The atmosphere was quite lively during the meal. Although Yuan Yifan did not drink any alcohol, the other boys drank quite a few bottles and kept clinking glasses with each other. Netizens who watched the live broadcast were all hungry, so they went out and invited 3 or 5 friends to have a meal together. The netizens at the table couldn't help but talk about the 22nd. Some people who didn't know about the Urban Escape column were saying, "What's so interesting about a live broadcast of people drinking and eating barbecue?" Yuan Yifan's fans were unhappy at the time and clicked on the highlight replay to show their friends. After watching for a while, my friends asked in surprise, "Isn't this a movie shot?" After getting a negative answer, they all became interested in number 22 and watched the live broadcast in between drinks. At the same time, they were watching the situation in other live broadcast rooms. It didn't matter at first glance, as there were less than 20 fugitives left. Some were rummaging through trash cans to pick up food, some were squatting in the sewer, and some were caught and beaten by the boss for stealing food and ended up with bruises and swollen faces, looking very embarrassed. In comparison, number 22 is simply heaven. Go to the mall and spend a lot of money during the day, jump off the building and dress up to avoid arrest at noon, play basketball in the afternoon, and a bunch of girls chase you and add you on WeChat and drink and eat barbecue with college students at night. This is simply a godlike life. This also explains why number 22 is the most popular player among all the fugitives. This is a live broadcast room that is exciting in every way except that it does not look like a fugitive. From this point of view, Number 22 is quite awesome, said friend. Of course. He stole 3 luxury cars before and made millions in one day. He is so awesome. This fan started to do free publicity for Yuan Yifan. So his friends all joined in and started watching the live broadcast on the 22nd every day. Such things are happening in many places, so Yuan Yifan's reputation is slowly increasing. When the college students had eaten and drunk their fill and were returning to school with their arms around each other's shoulders, they finally couldn't help but ask Yuan Yifan for advice, asking him how to win the hearts of the girls. Yuan Yifan is also a straightforward person, so he didn't teach them those chicken soup literatures like fitness, study, hard work, etc. He just took out his mobile phone and showed them the WeChat accounts of the 10 or so girls he added in the afternoon and asked them to add them at will. The opportunity was right in front of them, and whether they could seize it depended on themselves. In fact, there is no college student who knows nothing about love. It's just that they have a narrow contact surface and no few girls, so the success rate of love is low. Now they got the WeChat accounts of many girls. They were overjoyed and started to select girls they liked and add them on WeChat. Some were so greedy that they added several more, intending to cast a wide net, which perfectly demonstrated the boys' natural attribute of philanthropy. Chapter 42. If you can't catch number 22, you'll find someone who is weak. Yuan Yifan followed Jiang Lei back to the university dormitory. There happened to be a classmate in the dormitory who had asked for a long vacation, so Yuan Yifan stayed in his bunk, which was a way for him to relive his university dormitory life. Yesterday, Yuan Yifan was still living in a villa, but today he is living in a university dormitory. Although the grade seems to have been lowered, the popularity of his live broadcast room has not decreased. After all, humans are social animals. In a villa, it is a one-man show, and the luxurious decoration is just SOSO. But today, he interacted with college students, and the down-to-earth live broadcast made him more popular. Those young college students themselves are funny materials and have their own sense of humor. So at the end of the day, Yuan Yifan earned a considerable reputation. Airs as usual. Finally, Yuan Yifan successfully fell asleep, ending this fulfilling day. The live broadcast room on the 22nd was closed, which was a pity for the Night Owl netizens. They didn't want to sleep yet, so they switched to watching other live broadcast rooms. As fugitives, those who hid in the bridge hole really had no technical skills. With number 22 as a reference, the audience had no interest in this kind of live broadcast with no scene change all day long, so they all turned to the live broadcast room of Shi Shuifei, the beauty of the program team. Shi Shuifei did not catch number 22 today, and no trace of number 22 was found at night, so she arranged for the team members to withdraw from Shanjin University. They searched until the evening, but did not find any trace of Yuan Yifan in the city surveillance. Number 22 disappeared again, which made the entire arrest team very depressed. What they didn't know was that Yuan Yifan, right under their noses, not only played basketball and went to internet cafes in college, but also drank beer and ate skewers at night and lived a very exciting life. The morale of a team is very important. The arrest squad always runs into obstacles with number 22, and a depressed atmosphere is spreading within the team. Shi Shuifei, who had served as deputy captain in the police force, knew that she had to find something to boost morale, otherwise the team members would become depressed, which would be detrimental to the pursuit of number 22. So she decided that night to drive some people back to Jiangbei City and find an easy target to boost morale. The so-called soft persimmon refers to the other fugitives in her group. If number 22 cannot be caught for the time being, then catching the others will make the task much easier. On the way back to Jiangbei, Shi Shuifei began to study several contestants in the group who were still on the run. Among them, contestant number 21 appeared in the surveillance on the first day, but there was no clue in the following 3 days. He should be Voldemort, hiding in a corner. This kind of person is difficult to find, and we can only use time to find him. Shi Shuifei arranged 2 people to check the surveillance videos of all the blocks in the city one by one, hoping to find clues. The remaining fugitives have shown up in the past few days, but Shi Shuifei took a fancy to fugitive number 30. She is a woman, and women understand women best, so Shi Shuifei used her as a tool to boost morale. Fugitive number 30, according to the information, is 32 years old, female, and her name is unknown. She lost her trace on the day the program started. The last place she appeared in the surveillance was a street near Donghua Street, which is a prosperous area second only to the city center. It is densely populated and difficult to find. Because there were too few clues and the two team members responsible for catching her were inexperienced, there had been no progress in 3 days, and the team leader Shi Shuefei was needed to help analyze the situation. Shi Shuefei repeatedly reviewed the surveillance video of female fugitive number 30 to analyze her behavior. She walked hurriedly, with small but fast steps, and often looked around vigilantly. She was cautious and suspicious, and kept a certain distance from people. She didn't seem to like communicating with people. She had some experience in counter-reconnaissance, and deliberately avoided the surveillance range, disappearing behind a building. However, her evasive methods were a bit stereotyped and old-fashioned. She must have read detective novels or criminal investigation TV dramas a few years ago to make up for her criminal investigation knowledge. Shi Shuefei recorded these inferences on her tablet computer and began to profile the suspect. The female fugitive number 30 is a middle-aged office worker who does clerical work. She wears ordinary branded clothes from a few years ago. Her family is not very well off. She never smiles during the whole process. Her company or family life is quite serious. She is suspected of having mild depression or paranoia. She is intelligent and independent. She prefers to live a life of rules. This method of evading detection should have been planned by her in advance. At the beginning of the competition, her purpose was very clear. She rushed along the way, including taking the bus, without changing the route once, and went straight to Donghua Road. This kind of woman does not like to adapt and will not hide far away. Therefore, she has been hiding in a relatively fixed place for the past few days, and this place will not be a dirty place, such as a bridge hole. This can be analyzed from number 30's clean and tidy makeup. She will not let herself show herself in a sloppy image. After profiling and analysis, Shi Shuefei determined the activity radius of fugitive number 30 according to the 3-point method of criminal investigation, which was within 3 kilometers of Donghua Road. However, this place is too big, and the arrest team has limited manpower. It is impossible to search such a large area, and they must reduce the area. Judging from the slightly paranoid behavior of fugitive number 30, the area she is in must be one she is familiar with and can control, which may be related to the environment she comes into contact with on a daily basis. In addition, this woman's source of income is a breakthrough. How does she live these days? First of all, analyzing from her personality, she is unlikely to steal or beg, and is likely to work to earn money on her own. However, now is the internet age, and one needs an ID card to register to work. This woman would not be stupid enough to use her original ID card. Otherwise, she would be caught as long as her name was found out. In the Donghua Road area, the only places where you can work without an ID card are some low-end jobs. There are many temporary workers here, and some businesses, in order to save trouble, don't even require an ID card when hiring short-term workers. Such work must meet the following 2 conditions. That is, it is temporary and does not require ID card registration. In addition, the factory unit can provide food and accommodation. If number 30 frequently travels back and forth between the workplace and the residence, it is impossible not to leave traces in the surveillance. With the above conclusions, the scope is much smaller. Now all the staff on duty go to Donghua Road and visit each office building and factory one by one. Just look for their night shift security guards to find out if there are any female temporary workers or residents staying in the building at night. By the way, asking directly may arouse the other party's vigilance and disgust. You need to know how to communicate and buy a few packs of cigarettes before going. Shi Shuefei not only has a high IQ, but also a good EQ. She also specifically instructs her straight men on how to do things. Yes, Captain. The team members received the order and responded together in the communication channel. The male team members admired this beautiful and capable female captain and were very motivated. After all, men generally like to show themselves in front of beautiful women. Chapter 43, Captain Demonstrates. The arrest team in Jiangbei City who were about to get off work, upon receiving Shi Shuefei's order, all voluntarily worked overtime to conduct the visit. The dozen or so people brought back by Shi Shuefei ate some bread and biscuits for dinner in the car, and when they arrived at Donghua Road, they got off the car and began to engage in the visit work. Soon, a team member reported that the security guard at a factory had a very bad attitude. He refused to accept cigarettes, refused to cooperate, and said he didn't know anything when asked. He suspected that there was a problem here. Let me do it. After hearing the situation, Shi Shuefei turned on the law enforcement recorder. She wanted to set an example for her subordinates and teach them how to communicate with others. She didn't go to buy cigarettes because some people don't smoke. She went to a street fruit stall and bought a few pounds of fruit, then carried the bag to the company. Master? Master. This time, Shi Shuifei arrived at the closed door of the company herself and knocked on the door. What's wrong? Why are there so many things going on tonight? The security guard came out, and his tone was indeed not very friendly. I'm so sorry, brother. The one who just came was a relative of mine. He was in a hurry and couldn't talk much, so I'm sorry to bother you. Here's some fruit to express my apology. Shi Shuifei apologized in a low-key manner right from the start. The teammates who were watching the filming from a distance didn't believe at all that this was their decisive female captain. She looked as gentle and quiet as the girl next door. This is no wonder, as criminal police often have to perform various tasks and deal with all kinds of people. They must be able to deal with a variety of people in different ways. If their acting skills are not up to par when doing surveillance, they cannot be criminal police at all and can only do logistical work. Shi Shuifei was once a leader among criminal police. She could play the role of any girl with ease and without any ambiguity. The beautiful girl and a sincere apology calmed the middle-aged male security guard down no matter how bad his temper was. He opened the door and walked out. What's wrong with you and I, The middle-aged security guard asked in dialect. Security boss, please eat the fruit first. I've washed it. It's so sweet. Shi Shuifei didn't ask for anything, but stuffed an apple into the security guard's hand, making the security guard feel a little embarrassed. As the saying goes, one should be grateful to those who have helped him, and one should be grateful to those who have helped him. The security guard put on a kind expression and asked Shi Shuifei what was going on. It's like this. I have a cousin who has a brain problem. She didn't take her medicine these days and got sick. She ran away from home, and there's been no news for 4 or 5 days. Her family was so anxious that they couldn't sleep for several days. They all came out to look for her. My cousin is just like a normal person, except that she doesn't like to talk much. Someone saw her around here, so I wanted to ask, brother, is there a female worker like this in your factory? She looks like this. Shi Shuifei showed the security guard the enlarged image of number 30 on her mobile phone. Although it was only a side profile, the general image could be seen. The security guard looked at it carefully and said, We don't have any in our factory. We are an electronics factory. You have to register for a physical examination before entering the factory. And we haven't hired anyone recently, so there must be no one. You should look somewhere else. Oh, thank you. If you see her, please give me some clues. Thank you. Shi Shuifei left the mobile phone number of their arrest team's professional operator to the security guard and then turned and left. Near, take your fruit away, the security guard shouted from behind. No, you can keep it for yourself. Shi Shuifei waved her hand and left. Oh, what a good girl. How did this happen to her family? The security guard sighed and went back with the fruit. When Shi Shuifei returned, the team members all gave her a thumbs up. Captain, you are awesome. You took care of the security guard in no time. Shi Shuifei smiled slightly and then told everyone that they could go and visit. Asking them to buy cigarettes before was just a reminder. As long as the job can be done, it doesn't matter what the gift is. Good eloquence and even a few words can get things done. Inspired by the captain, the team members dispersed and visited every commercial building one by one. They started the visit at around 8 o'clock, and during the period they also drew staff from the program team to help. However, they could not complete the visit in one night, and it would probably take several days. But overtime is overtime. The overtime pay of the program team is still very generous, and there's a bonus for every person caught, so no one has any complaints about overtime. The netizens who watched the live broadcast were very disappointed that the murderer's location was not locked down directly as expected, but there was nothing they could do about it. The reality is not a movie or TV series. It is very rare for a fugitive to be caught on the spot like Conan. It is normal to rely on time and energy to find a needle in a haystack like this. But maybe Shi Shuifei was particularly lucky. At 23:31 that day, a team member excitedly reported a piece of news. In the aviation building, a night security guard reported that their property had hired a temporary cleaner a few days ago who was living in the building. The description was very similar to the situation on the 30th, but since the photo did not show his full face, we are not sure at the moment. Okay, don't alarm her yet. I'll be there soon. Shi Shuifei asked the other team members to conduct the normal visit first. She personally took a few people with her to meet up with that team member. After all, this was a female fugitive, and it would be more convenient with her around. After Shi Shuifei arrived, This time, she didn't use any tricks. Instead, she revealed her identity to the security guard and asked the security guard to lead the way as they needed to go to the scene to confirm the situation. The female temporary worker lived in a storage room on the third floor. When a security guard brought Shi Shuefei over, the door was closed. The security guard went up and knocked on the door, but there was no response from inside. Shi Shuefei winked at her male colleague, who kicked the wooden door open. Inside was a small storage room with a set of mats and thin quilts. There was no air conditioning, and it was very stuffy. There were also some simple daily necessities in the room. It was obvious that someone was living here. "Where is she?" Shi Shuefei hurriedly asked the security guard. "I don't know. She sleeps here every day, and we won't disturb her. Maybe she went to the toilet?" The security guard asked doubtfully. "Bathroom." Shi Shuefei realized it immediately. She turned around and saw a dark shadow flash in the corridor and someone running downstairs. "She's coming downstairs. Catch her." Shi Shuefei quickly followed. It was obvious that the one running away was a woman. The male team member in front shouted, "Number 30, we are the arrest team. For your safety, don't run away." Unexpectedly, after this shout, the woman ran even faster, and it was basically confirmed that it was number 30 herself. Because there were also arrest team members guarding downstairs, the woman found that she could not escape. She had no choice but to run into the women's restroom on the first floor and hid there. Fortunately, in order to ensure safety, the lower-level windows of the office building have anti-theft structures, so she couldn't escape. This woman became a turtle in a jar. Chapter 44 Failure Summary. Shi Shuefei shouted into the toilet, "Hello, we are from the Urban Escape Program team. Please open the door. We have no ill intentions. We just need to verify that you are not a fugitive from our program team. If you're worried, you can also call 110 and ask the patrol officer to notarize it on the spot." However, no one spoke from inside. When I pushed the door, I could clearly feel resistance. The door was blocked by something. Male team members are needed here. After the two of them worked together to break open the door, they found a broken broom. It turned out that this thing was blocking the door, and a woman inside took the opportunity to hide in the innermost part of the toilet. Now she could see her appearance clearly. Although she was wearing a mask, Shi Shuefei could confirm that she was fugitive number 30. She was really lucky today, as she hit the target with one arrow. "Don't come over here." Woman number 30 was a little hysterical. She held a fruit knife and gestured at everyone with a fierce look on her face. "Don't resist, just cooperate. We won't hurt you." The male team member spread his hands, indicating that he was not in danger and wanted number 30 to calm down. However, number 30 refused to listen and continued to wave the fruit knife excitedly, causing a stalemate at the scene. Logically speaking, the contestant was blocked and there were only members of the arrest team outside, so she should give up resistance. After all, it was impossible for a woman like her to rush out. This was a bit abnormal. However, Shi Shuefei figured out the reason after a little thought. It was already 23:50, and if she delayed it for another 10 minutes, it would be a new day, and she would get another day's bonus, which was currently 10,000 yuan. Just waiting for 10 minutes can earn an extra 10,000 yuan, which gives number 30 the motivation to continue making trouble. After figuring out the key, Shi Shuefei told the team members not to provoke the other party first. As long as they wait until after 0 o'clock, number 30 should surrender on his own. Time passed by minute, and if nothing unexpected happened, this matter would be over soon. However, at this time, the voice of the program leader came from Shi Shuefei's earphone. "Captain Shi, please try to catch her before midnight, which will be beneficial to the program effect." Receive. Since the program team leaders have been very supportive of her before, Shi Shuefei accepted the request and walked towards fugitive number 30 alone. "Don't come over here, or I'll be rude to you." The female fugitive number 30 pointed the dagger viciously, but Shi Shuefei was not afraid of her and did not stop. When the two men were facing each other, number 30 thrust his knife fiercely, but Shi Shuefei grabbed the opponent's wrist and used a grappling move to pinch number 30's tiger's mouth. Number 30 felt a pain in his palm and couldn't hold the dagger anymore, so he dropped it to the ground. Shi Shuefei kicked the dagger aside. Then she twisted number 30's arm and handcuffed her. The final arrest time was 23:58. Good. The team members applauded and praised the captain for his clean and neat action. At the same time, fugitive number 30 also wilted and stopped struggling. She did not expect that the arrest team members would suddenly show up at her door. She originally thought that she could just survive here for a week, then move to another place to continue doing odd jobs. And if she could survive for 30 days, she would be able to take the 1 billion yuan prize home. When she was hiding in the cramped storage room, she had even planned how to spend the prize money when she was bored. However, she was caught on the 4th day, which made her very depressed. The arrest team were all excited. They finally opened their business today and got another bonus. Fugitive number 30 followed the arrest team back to the studio. Every captured fugitive contestant will be interviewed afterwards to talk about her experiences and feelings during this period. So everyone knew the past whereabouts of number 30. It turned out that before the competition started, she had watched a lot of detective TV dramas and thought she could become a genius fugitive. But she ignored the fact that the content of the classic criminal investigation TV dramas she watched had been artistically processed, and there were still many differences between them and the actual criminal police handling of cases, and all of them were outdated techniques. Therefore, she ignored the power of modern surveillance and behavioral analysis, and found an office building nearby in Donghua Road and started working as a temporary cleaner. The property management company she found offered extremely low wages in order to save labor costs, and therefore had very low requirements for employee quality. She was fooled by number 30 because he just made up a name. On the 30th, she lived and ate in the building these days and was paid 30 yuan a day. She wore a mask and a hat when working during the day, and you might not be able to recognize her even if you looked at her closely. I thought it would last until the end of the month, but now she is giving a speech about being arrested. After the show, number 30 asked curiously how the arrest team caught her. The team members replied that it was their team leader, Xiu who analyzed the clues, and then after everyone's visits and investigations, they got the results. This was the result of teamwork. It really was her fault. I didn't lose unfairly. Number 30 also accepted his fate. Although he was captured in just 3 days and the bonus was small, he still had 30,000 yuan in his account, which was a small fortune and much more than what he earned from working. After number 30 left, the program team released the personal information of contestant number 30, which was mostly consistent with Xiu's analysis, enough to prove the strength of this beautiful captain. Although another fugitive was caught, Xiu did not show much joy on her face. She was confident that she could capture the other fugitives, except number 22, Yuan Yifan, who she could not figure out. This man seemed to have new skills that surprised her every day, and he was always able to escape from her using all kinds of incredible means. However, when everyone thought that he had disappeared without a trace, Yuan Yifan would jump out on his own and could not be caught. This feeling was extremely unpleasant. After returning to the hotel in the early morning, Xiu was not sleepy at all. She stared at the ceiling, thinking about how to catch Yuan Yifan. When she thought of the key point, she suddenly got up, turned on the desk lamp, and wrote furiously on paper. She recorded all the lessons from her previous failures and some experiences, so as to summarize her experience and strive to catch Yuan Yifan next time. The first failure was because I didn't expect Yuan Yifan to take the risk of driving too fast. The second failure was because I didn't expect him to be able to dive and swim. The third failure was because he disguised himself as a cross-dresser. The fourth time he failed, he couldn't catch up with him in a long-distance race, but then he believed his lies and was tricked into giving him a helicopter. The fifth failure was when he failed to catch up with a roller skater on foot, and then he was caught off guard by him using the trick of jumping off a building. To sum up, number 22's endless abilities made her overwhelmed. It was basically impossible to block him from the ability point of view. She could only use more complete preparations to catch Yuan Yifan, this cunning guy. Before every action, make a perfect plan. Xiu wrote a few words in bold and emphasized them, and also added a few exclamation marks. As for the fact that number 22 has been lost, Xiu is not worried. She estimates that he will jump out by himself tomorrow. It is a blessing in disguise. There are opportunities every day. As long as Xiu seizes one, she will be the winner. After planning until 3 in the morning, Xiu finally fell into a deep sleep and drowsiness. Chapter 45 Day 4 Destination Zoo. The Urban Escape show has entered its 4th day. Yuan Yifan got up at 7 o'clock in the morning. After washing up, he went to the school for a morning run. One was to exercise, and the other was to observe. He wanted to see if the arrest team was still there. As it turned out, the arrest team members disappeared. It was not known whether they did not go to work or they could not find anyone and withdrew early. In any case, they disappeared without a trace. After a morning run, Yuan Yifan went to the breakfast stand at the back door of the school to eat some soy milk and fried dough sticks, which tasted really authentic. After breakfast, Yuan Yifan didn't plan to go back to school. He had already experienced college life yesterday, and he needed new things today. As a fugitive level anchor, the program must be updated every day, otherwise it will be eliminated by the market. He had been shopping in the city center yesterday, so instead of going to the commercial street, he decided to go somewhere else for some fun. The theme of Yuan Yifan's live broadcast today is still the scenery of Shanjin, but before that, he still has to make some preparations. He first went to the place where he hid his money and took out 20,000 yuan in cash and carried it with him. Then he found a mobile phone store and bought a new phone number. The SIM card he had previously applied for in Zhongbei City should be thrown away to avoid being discovered by the arrest team and exposing his whereabouts. Being a fugitive is a job that requires one to walk on a tightrope. If one is not careful, one will fall into it. Every detail must be taken care of to ensure that one has the last laugh. At this time, Yuan Yifan found a new message on WeChat on his mobile phone. It was a voice message sent by Jiang Lei, along with a bunch of crying emoticons. Yuan Yifan pressed the answer button and put the call to his ear to listen. "Brother Jiao, where have you been? You've screwed me over. I was drunk yesterday, and then I found a girl on WeChat from you. Added her and started conversation with her. I even imitated a certain scallion pancake and sent her some cheesy love messages like, 'Baby, I miss you this night.' But it turned out that the person on the other end was my English teacher. The teacher found out it was me and told me to go to her office today. I think I'm going to fail English this semester." Hearing Jiang Lei's howling voice, Yuan Yifan almost laughed out loud. This boy is really talented. He can flirt with girls even though he is his teacher. He deserves the title of Shandon Know-It-All. It shows how harmful alcohol is to people. Although it had nothing to do with him, Yuan Yifan, as a person who had experienced it, was still willing to give him a bowl of chicken soup and immediately replied, "This shows that you two are destined to be together, so you should work hard and pursue her boldly. Anyway, you are both adults. Even if the school rules do not allow it, you can wait until graduation to get married. I believe in you. Keep going." After saying that, Yuan Yifan took out the SIM card, broke it, and threw it away, and replaced it with a new one. From then on, he could make calls without any worries again today. The audience in the live broadcast room also came to watch the live broadcast early. Jiang Lei's behavior of flirting with the teacher made many people burst out laughing while eating breakfast. The boy's voice was then spread to major short video platforms. He became famous overnight and was soon given the title of Housewife Killer, which was also a moment of glory. Go to Moon Viewing Tower or the museum. Yuan Yifan took out his cell phone and looked through the map of the city. He discovered that there were many tourist attractions, but where to go was a difficult question. Yuan Yifan said to the camera, "Everyone doesn't have to have difficulty making a decision. Just let God decide where to go today. I will walk forward and take the first bus I see, and then get off near the terminal. We will play whatever there is to do today." Okay, it's a happy decision. Netizens agreed collectively. However, Yuan Yifan could not see the live broadcast barrage, so he walked to the nearest bus stop. After getting on a bus, he found that he had no change, so he directly put in 100 yuan. Everyone on the bus looked at him, as if he was an idiot. Yuan Yifan didn't argue and just sat down in his seat. Netizens in the live broadcast room understood Yuan Yifan's behavior very well. Although this guy was a fugitive, he was so poor that he only had $100 bills left. He didn't care about the $100 or $80 at all. After all, he had hundreds of thousands of pocket money hidden. How could ordinary people understand the realm of the fugitive king? The next stop is the zoo. After more than half an hour's journey, the bus stopped at the terminal. It seemed that God had made a decision for him. So Yuan Yifan followed God's will and bought a ticket to enter the zoo. Introducing the zoo's area, Yuan Yifan stopped to look at it and gave netizens a serious introduction. This zoo is pretty good. There are more than 20 first-class national protected animals. It is divided into bird hall, reptile hall, beast hall, and other areas, which is convenient for visiting. Yuan Yifan explained incessantly, and if the live broadcast screen had not been hung with the logo of the Urban Escape Program team, many people would have forgotten that this was a fugitive's live broadcast room and thought it was a tour guide giving the explanation. Next, we will start from the nearest birdhouse, then go east to west, and finally leave the park. Yuan Yifan, as usual, put the camera in his jacket pocket and took the audience to watch the birds. The first place we came to was the bird pavilion, where there are the red-crowned crane, a first-class national protected animal, as well as other rare birds such as the crested ibis and green peacock. You can feast your eyes on these large birds that are rarely seen in normal times. Most adults have seen these animals on TV and other programs, so they can still remain rational. But the children in the park were very excited and were completely attracted by these cute birds. Mom, look, this peacock is so beautiful. Its tail is like a big fan, said the little boy excitedly. Uh-huh. The mother was busy taking selfies and posing in front of the peacock with its tail spread and was very perfunctory toward her own child. After a while, they visited the lake area again. The little boy saw the black swan again. He shouted excitedly, Mom, that big goose is black. So interesting. Uh-huh. This time, the mother was taking a selfie facing the black swan. She felt that the scissor hands did not look good, so she changed it to a pouting mouth. After taking the photo, she started to Photoshop the photo while walking and added words such as, it's rare for me to get out to accompany my son to the zoo on the weekend. Time makes people grow old, and then waited for comments. When she received compliments such as, no way, beauty, you already have a baby. I thought you just graduated from school. She was overjoyed. This mother is too careless in taking care of her child. Although no passers-by blamed her, netizens in the live broadcast room began to criticize her. This mother is so irresponsible. If she doesn't want to raise a child, then don't give birth to it. Spending hundreds of thousands of dollars in gifts, a car, and a house to marry someone like this? I might as well not get married. Next, they came to the pheasant cage, that is the ring-necked pheasant. The little boy shouted excitedly again, Mom, look at that pheasant, it's so strange, the hair is so long. This sentence suddenly triggered a strange nerve in the selfie-taking mother. She quickly covered her child's eyes and immediately shouted at the men around her, Catch the BT, how dare you let a child see this kind of thing? As a result, the men, women, young and old around her were all looking at her with caring eyes, and the scene was silent and peaceful. It turned out that the mother had too much imagination and mistook the child's abbreviation for ring-necked pheasant as that thing. This was basically equivalent to social death. The mother who took the selfie blushed all the way to her neck and quickly pulled her son away without looking back. Yuan Yifan watched the whole process from the side. After watching it, he couldn't help but sigh. Sometimes people are more interesting than animals. Chapter 46, Recorder Training Cobra. After visiting the birdhouse, Yuan Yifan came to the reptile house, which is full of snakes and amphibians, generally the kind of animals that can cause physical discomfort in humans, such as snakes, lizards, turtles, etc. Humans' fear of snakes is ingrained in their DNA. So as soon as Yuan Yifan arrived at the reptile house, the number of people in his live broadcast room began to drop rapidly. Many netizens switched to other live broadcast rooms to take shelter, saying they would come back to watch later. This caused Yuan Yifan's reputation value to drop extremely rarely. This was the second time since the start of the game, which caught Yuan Yifan's attention. No way. Snakes and lizards scared away the audience. Yuan Yifan also found it unbelievable. How could he be so scared even though they were separated by a screen? This is due to the composition of Yuan Yifan's fans, with female fans making up half of the fans. It is normal for girls to be afraid of snakes, so many of the people who left the live broadcast room were female fans, which led to a rare drop in his reputation. Reputation is the attribute points. How can you become stronger without attribute points? Yuan Yifan will not allow this to happen. He must change the status quo. But leaving the reptile house directly is a cowardly act. As the first fugitive of the program team, Yuan Yifan shoulders the important task of changing people's prejudice against reptiles. Spitting out its snake core inside the wire mesh, Yuan Yifan fell into deep thought. This thing is really not popular. How can he make his fans accept snakes? The runaway system suddenly popped up a prompt. Do you want to spend 1 attribute point to activate the taming skill? Beast taming. Faced with this sudden suggestion from the system, Yuan Yifan's eyes lit up. If he could turn these zoo animals into well-trained, cute pets like those in a circus, it would be quite interesting. Escape system. What level of animal taming skill do I need to tame the cobra in the cage? Yuan Yifan asked. Runaway system. You need to be at least F level. After activating the passive skill of Master Tamer, you can handle small animals. If you reach a level or above, you can tame giant animals such as lions, tigers, elephants, etc. You don't need lions or tigers to get to F level. Yuan Yifan has invested a lot of money this time in order to change people's paranoid impression of snakes. Runaway system. Add points successfully, the beast taming skill is upgraded to F level, and the passive skill is activated, Beast Taming Master. The moment after the notice was issued, Yuan Yifan suddenly felt that he had understood everything, as if he understood the snake's thoughts very well, as if it was a communication from the soul. So, this is the ability of an F-rank beast tamer. It's really powerful, but for the performance effect, I need another prop. Yuan Yifan went to a small shop in the park that he had just passed by and bought a children's recorder toy in the store. The toy could only play a few non-standard notes. It was for children to play with and could not be used as a real musical instrument. There's no other way. This is the only kind you can buy in the zoo. If you want a real recorder, you have to go to a musical instrument store outside, which is a waste of time, so I'll just use this one for now. When Yuan Yifan returned to Cobra with the recorder, many viewers guessed what he was going to do. No way. Is number 22 going to imitate San and use a flute to train a cobra? This is too much. This is not a skill that a normal person can master. Aren't all the snake training services on the internet said to be scams? I don't believe it. In India, some people do use musical instruments to train snakes, but that is the result of daily intensive training, not just any snake. And the one number 22 picked up was a children's toy flute. This is just a lie. He probably just wanted to make a funny scene. One of Yuan Yifan's diehard fans didn't want to hear it, and immediately confronted the rationalist. I believe number 22 can train snakes. When has he ever tried to attract attention by making stupid jokes? He always brings surprises to everyone. The Lizhonk netizen was also unconvinced and said, "You are a brain-dead fan, and there is no hope. If you don't agree, let's make a bet." Sure, who's afraid of who? Let's have a 100,000 gold coin bet. Do you dare? Who's afraid of who? Come on, speed up. This diehard fan and Li Zhonka got into a fight. The two of them used live broadcast coins to solo. 100,000 gold coins were equivalent to 1,000 yuan, which could be said to be a relatively large bet. After placing the bet, the diehard fans still firmly encouraged Yuan Yifan. Number 22, you must win, not for anything else, just to save face. Yuan Yifan seemed to have heard the call of his diehard fans. He took a deep breath and played a few notes to attract the attention of the cobra. Do re mi, fa do redo. Yuan Yifan played simple musical tunes on a children's recorder and used exaggerated body language to interact and communicate with the cobra. The cobra actually raised its head high, showing the glasses pattern on its neck, and it moved back and forth with Yuan Yifan's body, looking like it was dancing to the music. See? I told number 22 he can train snakes, and he definitely can. Number 22 is awesome. The best in the world. Yuan Yifan's diehard fan jumped 3 feet high with joy, not because he won gold coins, but because he wanted to prove that his idol is invincible. 666, 6666. Fuck, this really works. How does this work? How can a snake in the zoo move with him? This is unscientific. There were all kinds of comments in the comments at once, and there were massive rewards. This was the first time they saw someone they knew training cobras in real life. After watching the video, everyone was eager to ask Yuan Yifan how he did it. Many netizens who keep snakes as pets were particularly interested. They also wanted to train their own snakes so that they could show off to others in the future. However, Yuan Yifan could not see the barrage, and he learned the animal taming technique from the runaway system, which can only be understood but not explained. Because the audience's curiosity was too strong, tens of thousands of viewers opened the feedback channel of the live broadcast platform, hoping that the platform would communicate with number 22 and ask him to talk about the key points of snake training. Human beings are very curious. If a question is not answered, we may not be able to sleep or eat for several days. It is difficult to resist public opinion. At the same time, the live broadcast platform received a large number of emails from viewers, all asking the program team to convey their questions to the 22nd. Soon, the matter was reported to the program team's top leader, Pang Chiming. Pang Chiming is in his 50s and has had a complicated experience in the first half of his life. He has been a soldier, a leader in an important position, and a businessman. He is now the planner of the program team. He comes from a wealthy family and has many friends. The Urban Escape program was able to be successfully broadcasted because of his mediation and connections with various functional departments. He could be said to be the soul of the program team and has the final say in the team. Pang Chiming is a very open-minded person. He knows that the audience is the bread and butter of the program crew. He smiled slightly and nodded in agreement. This is not a difficult problem. We will make an exception and use the player's contact broadcast to get in touch with number 22. Now that number 22 is so popular, We will have to use this method to tell him the audience's wishes in the future. From now on, as long as the audience's requests do not violate public order and good morals, we can satisfy them. With leader paying S-words, someone quickly contacted Yuan Yifan through the audio equipment attached to the camera. Chapter 47 Principles of Snake Taming. Yuan Yifan heard the broadcast voice from the live broadcast platform in his headphones. Number 22, let me tell you a question that the audience wants to ask you. How do you train snakes? Can you tell me the trick? Yuan Yifan didn't expect that there were people who were actually curious about snake taming methods, so he could only talk about what he could. He cleared his throat and began to explain to everyone. First of all, I want to dispel a misunderstanding. I don't train snakes through musical instruments and music, Yuan Yifan said. The netizens who had been listening attentively were all stunned. This instantly shattered their perception. Yuan Yifan went on to say, snakes are cold-blooded animals. They don't have high IQs, poor hearing, or musical abilities. They can't even hear certain notes. It's wishful thinking to expect them to understand music, just like we humans can't hear ultrasound. Netizens immediately posted comments asking, why do you play the flute when you train the snake? The backstage liaison staff immediately conveyed the netizens' questions to Yuan Yifan in real time. Yuan Yifan laughed after hearing this. Others do it to be mysterious, but I just want to cater to the public's inherent impression. Holding something in my hand can make my snake-taming behavior look less weird. He then performed a few snake-taming movements without the flute, and sure enough, he acted just like a big macaque, which was hilarious. The barrage of comments was filled with laughter, and everyone was flooding the screen with the phrase, smart monkey, smart monkey. Next, Yuan Yifan didn't keep the audience in suspense and explained the principle. The methods used by Yuan Yifan and foreign snake trainers are somewhat different. Asen snake training is a conditioned reflex formed on the cobras after long-term breeding. When they dance to the sound of the flute, they will get mice and frogs to eat. This is similar to the principle of training puppies. In order to get a meal, these cobras have no choice but to cooperate. In addition, most of the performing cobras have their fangs removed to prevent accidental injuries. As for Yuan Yifan, since he had not established a trusting relationship with the snake, he used body language to provoke the snake. That's right, it was a provocation. Yuan Yifan twisted his body back and forth, moving forward and backward to create the appearance of an attack. When provoked, the cobra in the glass cover raised its head and prepared to fight back to defend its territory. For the sake of entertainment, Yuan Yifan used a little trick. When the cobra was about to attack and bite him, he would take big steps back, letting the snake judge that it had lost the attack distance, and it would stop biting and continue to be on guard. When the cobra wants to relax, Yuan Yifan walks forward again, making the cobra tense again and take an attacking posture. At the same time, Yuan Yifan moves back and forth, and the cobra adjusts its position accordingly in order to deliver a fatal blow, making the cobra look like it is dancing to the music. Yuan Yifan's flute playing was just a sleight of hand. It was really his provoking actions that attracted the cobra to cooperate. Finally, Yuan Yifan made a summary. People who want to train pet snakes can learn from Ah Sanji's method to build trust and condition reflexes. This method is slow to take effect and requires patience. I don't recommend learning it. It also requires long-term practice. If you don't practice well, the snake will bite you with a few pinholes. If it is a venomous snake, you will have to go to the hospital, and it may even be life-threatening. So on the 22nd, I would like to remind everyone that snake training is a dangerous behavior. Please do not imitate it. After hearing this, the audience suddenly realized that Yuan Yifan's explanation was very thorough, and most people gave up the idea of training snakes. After all, it takes too long, and it is difficult to stick to if you don't really like it. After this wave of popular science education about snake training, everyone's impression of snakes has changed. Many female fans have also returned. They suddenly think snakes are so cute, and Yuan Yifan, who trains snakes, is even cuter, so it is natural for them to reward him. Yuan Yifan's reputation value skyrocketed by hundreds again, making up for the loss of adding points to the beast taming skill. Asked Yuan Yifan for a recorder in a baby voice. Okay, I'll give it to you. Yuan Yifan casually gave the recorder to the child. Oh, this is so embarrassing. The grandmother who brought the little boy said hurriedly. It's okay. I played with it enough anyway. Just give it to the child as a toy. Yuan Yifan said politely. Then thank Big Brother quickly. Grandma taught. Thank you, Big Brother, the little boy said in a long tone. You're welcome. Yuan Yifan rubbed the little boy's head and then left the reptile house. This time, Yuan Yifan won the favor of many people. Many of them uploaded the wonderful video of Yuan Yifan taming snake to the internet and added some popular BGM to it. Thanks to Yuan Yifan's super high looks, this snake training video quickly became popular on the short video platform. This was nothing, and Yuan Yifan was not afraid of fire, but his video was discovered by a caring person who was a member of the arrest team. A member of the arrest team, following Shi Xiufei's instructions, kept refreshing content in major local forums and local short video users, and suddenly came across this snake taming video that became popular. The arrest team member immediately recognized that the protagonist of the snake taming was number 22, Yuan Yifan, whom their arrest team was eager to capture. The team member then excitedly reported the good news to Shi Xiufei. "Captain Shi, I found number 22. Just as you said, he is really showing off, this time in the zoo." Shi Xiufei had been waiting for the news. After confirming that the person in the video was number 22, she shouted into the microphone in a serious tone. "Everyone, set off, target the zoo." She and her 40 arrest team members all drove from the temporary base to the zoo. Shi Xiufei made detailed arrangements for the arrest while on the way. First of all, we must learn from previous lessons and communicate with the zoo first to get their cooperation. In addition, we should ambush sentries at several exits of the zoo, equipped with tasers, and give Yuan Yifan a thundering blow when he appears. Shi Xiufei will not participate in the pursuit this time. She will be responsible for communicating with the zoo and controlling the overall situation in the monitoring room so that she can respond immediately when any unexpected situation occurs. Other team members participated in the arrest. However, considering the large number of tourists in the park, only team leaders among those entering would wear tasers to avoid random shooting in the heat of the moment and accidentally injuring others. Okay, everyone get ready. Number 22 just had better luck before. We will definitely win in the end. Before the action, Shi Xiufei and the team members high-fived and took an oath, and then dispersed to do their respective duties. The members of the arrest team searched for Yuan Yifan based on the location in the video. The outer sentry pretended to be playing with his mobile phone, but in fact his mobile phone was full of contact interfaces of his teammates. At the same time, they kept their eyes on the exit. As long as they found Yuan Yifan, they would greet him with the taser hidden under their clothes. The arrest team members are ready to go, waiting for Shi Xiufei to issue the arrest order. Chapter 48, Captain Shi hits a wall. The arrest team is still searching for Yuan Yifan in the park, and everyone is waiting for the captain's instructions. Shi Xiufei found the person in charge of the zoo, who is currently the deputy director. After revealing her identity, the deputy director was not impressed by the arrest team. This old man in his 40s with a Mediterranean hairstyle spoke in an official tone, saying that the arrest team would disrupt the normal operation of the zoo and refuse to cooperate. The Urban Escape show has its roots in Jiangbei City, and many people know about it. However, it is not well known in Shanjin City. Therefore, a certain variety show is more like a scam with some purpose. The deputy director adhered to the mentality of not seeking credit but avoiding mistakes, and rejected Shi Xiufei's proposal to check the surveillance. Shi Xiufei had seen many people like this, so she immediately tried to persuade them in a kind way, suggesting that the program team should advertise for them. This was also a win-win approach learned from Yamaza University. After all, the program team advertised for Yamaza University, which increased the school's popularity. At the same time, the principal also promoted the Urban Escape program in the school, allowing students to learn legal education from the exciting live broadcast. This was an example of win-win cooperation. However, the deputy director was not interested and firmly stated that it would not work. Okay, sorry for bothering me then. Shi Xiufei is also a woman with a temper. It's just a park surveillance camera. So what if she doesn't cooperate? Their arrest team can still catch number 22. Next, Shi Xiufei returned to the command vehicle and waited for feedback from the team members in front. Once they found Yuan Yifan, it would be time to close the net. At the same time, in the live broadcast hall of the Great Escape program, the two hosts saw that the situation was relatively calm on the eve of the capture battle, so they had to play the role of adjusting the atmosphere. Dong Lu started chatting awkwardly. "Teacher Yu, have you ever been to the zoo?" Yu Qianjiu said, "I have been there, but it was many years ago. You know I have a horse farm, right? I usually put all my energy into it." Teacher Yu Qian's horse farm is a classic, often mentioned by Lao Gua as a joke, and basically everyone in the country knows about it. Dong Lu joked, Is it the horse farm where you poured your blood and flesh? Dong Lu, you have really become a bad person. Teacher Yu Qian smiled and pointed at the other person, then said, but when you mentioned animals, I remembered my cat at home. It can understand English. Dong Lu pretended to be very interested and said, oh, Teacher Yu, please tell us about this. This is a strange story. My cat has a name, which was given by my wife and children, but I am too lazy to call it, so I just call it Cat. One day, I saw it lying on the sofa, and I said, Aina Mao, homonym of animal, and my cat meowed. It obviously understood. Dong Lu was stunned for a moment before she caught up with Yu Qian's rhythm. She pretended to be enlightened and laughed. Oh, you're talking about the homophonic pun, right? That's so funny, haha. This wave of adjusting the atmosphere was entirely the result of Yu Qian's strength, because this was not a prearranged joke. The audience had sharp eyes, and were all criticizing Dong Lu. Dong Lu obviously can't keep up with Yu's pace. Let's quickly replace Lao Guo to host. Only he can calm you down. Another netizen said, you got it wrong. It is only Mr. Yu who can catch up with Lao Guo. Anyway, just let Diyun society come. Dong Lu crawl. Netizens were criticizing Dong Lu. There was good news from the arrest team. They found number 22 Yuan Yifan. He had arrived at the Monkey Mountain and was training monkeys for the audience to see. The F-level skill of beast taming is enough to tame these naughty monkeys. Yuan Yifan stood by the wire fence and used various actions to attract the monkey's attention. Chapter 49, Human-Monkey War. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Monkeys are naughty animals. They are very clever, like to play mischief, and basically will not cooperate with humans. However, Yuan Yifan now possesses F-level animal taming skills and has mastered the monkey's body language. After teasing them for a few times, a dozen monkeys ran to the wire fence, howling and barking. Then, whenever Yuan Yifan made a move, the monkeys responded to him, basically achieving synchronization, which won applause from the surrounding tourists. Although it is quite interesting, the principles of training monkeys and training snakes are different. Snake training requires making provocative movements, and the snake is always in an attacking state. Monkeys have very high IQs among animals, equivalent to that of children, and can directly imitate Yuan Yifan. The higher the IQ of the animal, the easier it is to tame it. This is why circuses basically train mammals. You've never seen anyone train small animals like insects, fish, and frogs. Netizens in front of the screen were puzzled. Amazing. Number 22 can even tame monkeys. Is he the reincarnation of the king of beasts? One netizen said, number 22 is so awesome. He can be called an animal friend. Can you help me train my cat? He still doesn't know how to use cat litter. He just poops wherever he catches. It worries me so much. Your cat has an IQ problem. Change it, other netizens joked. When Yuan Yifan was teasing the monkey, he felt that the atmosphere around him was a little strange. Real fugitive masters all have a similar sixth sense and can detect danger in advance. Yuan Yifan took the opportunity to turn around and glance around calmly, and found that there were suddenly a lot more male tourists around. They looked very strange. Most of them were big and strong, and had nothing in their hands, which was obviously different from the leisure tourists around them who were carrying bags and umbrellas. Yuan Yifan immediately understood that the arrest team had arrived. It came a little faster than I expected. Yuan Yifan smiled at a member of the arrest team, and then stunned the other person with his smile. But 1 second later, a dozen members of the surrounding arrest team started at the same time and rushed towards Yuan Yifan. Their true intentions were finally revealed. Yuan Yifan turned around and ran, but he soon found that he was surrounded by a dozen people, leaving no room for him to escape, and behind him was the cage of Monkey Mountain. It seemed that there was no other way, so Yuan Yifan turned around and ran to the end of the wire fence. At a corner, he grabbed the handrail and jumped into a narrow aisle. This was the entrance and exit passage for the keepers. In front of him was a locked small door, which was used to enter and exit the Monkey Mountain. With pursuers pressing in from behind, Yuan Yifan had no choice but to rush into Monkey Mountain, but this door blocked his way. As the saying goes, build roads when you encounter mountains, and build bridges when you encounter rivers. Yuan Yifan took out the thin piece of iron that he always has on hand and poked it into the old-fashioned padlock used to lock the door. His J-level lock-picking skills were clearly not strong enough, and it would take him a minute or two to open the lock. By that time, the arrest team would have captured him. He had to upgrade his skills in order to open the lock quickly. Yuan Yifan did not hesitate to exchange 400 reputation points for 4 attribute points. all of which were added to the lock-picking skill. Runaway system. Lock-picking skill is upgraded to F, and passive skill. Lock-picking expert is obtained, which greatly enhances the success rate and speed of lock-picking. The reputation points accumulated in normal times were used at this time. The moment the skill was upgraded, Yuan Yifan relied on the touch of his hands to know the internal structure of the padlock like the back of his hand. He poked the lock open in 2 or 3 strokes, then opened the door and ran into Monkey Mountain. At this time, the members of the arrest team were only a few meters away from him, and they did not hesitate, and more than a dozen people chased into Monkey Mountain. Number 22 can be said to be the shame of the arrest team. Not to mention that this is a Monkey Mountain. Even if it is a knife mountain, the arrest team members dare to break through it to catch him. The Monkey Mountain is quite large, with 50 or 60 monkeys living on a rockery, all led by the Monkey King. Yuan Yifan knew that he would be surrounded if he stayed on the ground, so he climbed directly onto the rockery. This is the territory of the Monkey King. When a Monkey King saw the invading humans, he bared his teeth and let out threatening roars to intimidate the outsiders. At the same time, all the monkeys and their descendants shouted to cheer the Monkey King. Squeak! Yuan Yifan also learned to make a few monkey calls and then used body movements to imitate the monkey's behavior, as if he were a real monkey. His lifelike movements were not much different from those of Teacher Liu, who was good at both literature and sports. This made the monkey confused. They were wondering what this hairless fellow was up to. Yuan Yifan stopped climbing to avoid further angering the Monkey King, and his F-rank Beast Tamer passive skill came into play, allowing him to master the basic method of communicating with a monkey. Yuan Yifan then lowered his center of gravity and crawled on the surface of the rockery. This was one of his ways of communicating with the Monkey King, indicating that he was lowering his posture and was not coming to grab territory or the female monkey, but was a fellow who came to seek refuge. Then he pointed at the members of the arrest team who were chasing after him below and let out a cry of fear, indicating that those humans were the invaders and they threatened the Monkey King's position. There's an idiom called common hatred and common enemies. Although the Monkey King did not like Yuan Yifan, they could communicate after all, so they were temporarily regarded as the same kind. As for those hairless monkeys who were the same as the keepers, they were much more hateful. They actually ignored the Monkey King's warnings and climbed up the rockery. The monkeys are spoiled by people and are fearless. The Monkey King immediately commands his monkeys to fight back against the invading humans. Then the next scene that shocked the audience appeared. A war between humans and monkeys took place on Monkey Mountain. These monkeys slid down a rockery. Familiar with the terrain, they were in a dominant position and occupied an absolute advantage. They scratched people with their sharp claws and hit people with leftover fruits. They would suddenly jump down and kick people under the rockery. Then they would kick the people and jump back onto the rockery and run away. This is the fighting style of the monkey, which is mainly based on agility and mobility. It never fights head-on and runs away when it gets the upper hand. These members of the arrest team never imagined that the inconspicuous monkeys could be so powerful. They were stunned by this wave of surprise attacks. Many of them were scratched and forced to leave the rockery. Those who were unlucky had their faces scratched, and they might even have to be disfigured and have to get vaccinations. It can be said that the first round of the battle between humans and monkeys ended with humans' complete defeat. The monkeys drove the humans off the rockery and immediately cheered and shouted, throwing the leftover food scraps down, smashing the members of the capture team into dust. Damn it, are these monkeys crazy? Why did they pick on us and not number 22? The arrest team were furious, but when they looked up at the dozens of monkeys on the mountain, there were more monkeys than them, and it was daunting. If they wanted to climb up, they would probably get a bloody fishnet scratch on their faces. Chapter 50. Jumping into black bear territory. If there were dozens of human enemies, there would still be hope of resolving the problem through communication. But these monkeys did not allow for negotiation, which put the members of the capture team in a dilemma. Don't go up yet. Just stay down there and wait for support. At this time, Shuefei received the latest instructions through the headset. She saw the live scene filmed by the team members in the command vehicle and made the most correct choice. Indeed, these dozen people are only the group closest to Yuan Yifan. There are other team members scattered throughout the zoo and are now rushing to the Monkey Mountain. As long as they surround the Monkey Mountain and prevent number 22 from escaping, then once the large force gathers, Yuan Yifan will be in trouble. At this time, Yuan Yifan, who was on the rockery, saw several arrest team members rushing towards him outside the cage. The situation was becoming increasingly unfavorable for him, and he had to find a way to escape. Since the monkeys are his current support, they have the obligation to help him to the end. The unruly Monkey King naturally would not accept human commands, but Yuan Yifan looked at the Monkey King with an evil smile, and he came up with an idea. Yuan Yifan took advantage of the Monkey King's unpreparedness, grabbed the Monkey King's hind legs, and threw it down, and a landing point was where the arrest team members were most concentrated. The Monkey King was small and nimble, and when he was thrown down, he was able to maintain his balance in the air, and then he used the arresting team members as a cushion and landed on them. The Monkey King let out a cry of fear and anger, scratched the team member several times, then jumped onto the rockery and called on his subjects to help completely clear these hateful, hairless fellows out of the territory. The Monkey King's IQ is not high, so he forgot that Yuan Yifan was the culprit and regarded the members of the arrest team who hurt him because of resistance as invaders. Then the monkeys from the entire Monkey Mountain swarmed down, biting and scratching the team members below. Everyone was besieged by several monkeys at the same time and was in a very miserable state. It's not that humans cannot beat this short and clumsy monkey, but in order to avoid unnecessary injuries, one has to grab the monkey, throw it to the ground, and stomp on it a few times. The monkey can be killed, but one gets to vent one's anger, and it will be painful when one has to pay the money afterwards. The compensation for this monkey will cost thousands or even tens of thousands, and if it is to protect animals, one may even go to jail. So these monkeys cannot be hit or thrown down. The members of the arrest team were beaten back by a group of monkeys and fled in all directions. The encirclement formation no longer existed. Yuan Yifan was waiting for this opportunity. He jumped off the Monkey Mountain from a height of several meters, rolled to relieve the impact, and then ran out of the Monkey Mountain through the exit. The arrest team members saw Yuan Yifan running away. They also wanted to chase him, but they were powerless. They had to drive away the monkeys around them first, and then they could speed up. It was just this few seconds of time difference that allowed Yuan Yifan to escape once again. When the arresting team members chased them out of the cage, they were covered with blood and claw marks, and their clothes were torn, just like refugees. When the other team members came to meet them, they were all stunned, wondering if number 22 was so cruel. Why did he make his teammates look so miserable? The arresting team gritted their teeth and swallowed their blood, blaming all their anger on Yuan Yifan, and started chasing after him together. The injured team members should go back to the command vehicle to get bandaged first. The others should stay calm and stick to number 22. Remember to encircle them in advance. Sure, Shu commanded. No, let's catch number 22 first. These team members are all brave men. Of course, they want to get back at their loss, so no one went to bandage the wound. After a chase, the arrest team worked together and surrounded Yuan Yifan again. This time, the encirclement was in a semicircle, and Yuan Yifan was blocked in the Beast Hall area. Behind him was the cage of the Asian black bear. Yuan Yifan was also forced into a corner. For a fugitive contestant, the arrest team was much more terrifying than the black bear, so he chose to take the initiative to jump over the fence and jumped into the black bear hall, causing exclamations from the surrounding tourists because there were 4 adult black bears in it. Oh my God, someone fell down. It's over. I'm going to be eaten by a blind bear. These tourists were frightened and quickly took out their mobile phones to take pictures, hoping to get first-hand explosive news. They were afraid to see it, but also wanted to see it. It was a really contradictory mentality. However, netizens in the live broadcast room were relatively calm. Many of them held a bottle of Big Green stick beer, gulped it down, chewed a few peanuts, and waited to see how number 22 would escape. For those netizens whose cognition has been repeatedly refreshed by Yuan Yifan, they just need to wait and see the show. They were shocked at first, but found out that it was all safe in the end. They're used to waiting until the end to express their opinions. As an old fan of number 22, we all choose to believe in number 22. So what if it's a black bear cage? The black bear is not as powerful as number 22. After all, black bears can't steal cars, black bears can't swim, and black bears can't roller skate. When you think about it this way, number 22 still has an absolute advantage, and there's nothing to worry about. Sure, Shu was also shocked by Yuan Yifan's behavior. It was okay that he entered the Monkey Mountain before, but this time, in order to escape, he even dared to jump into the black bear cage. Isn't he afraid that the black bear will eat him? After she recovered from her shock, she quickly gave orders to her team members. Team members are prohibited from jumping into the black bear cage. Quickly notify the zookeeper to prevent the black bear from injuring anyone. Also, wait at the exit to prevent number 22 from opening the door and escaping. The team members then came to their senses and rushed to the exit, hoping to stop Yuan Yifan. At this time, Yuan Yifan was still running in the bear park. The black bear discovered him and stared at him vigilantly, but did not attack him immediately. In the zoo have plenty of food, so they don't have much motivation to hunt. As long as Yuan Yifan doesn't provoke them, they generally won't take the initiative to attack. Yuan Yifan originally wanted to pass through the bear garden and reach the locked exit on the opposite side to escape. This exit was locked with the same padlock and was even reinforced with a thick iron chain. However, it could not stop Yuan Yifan's lock-picking skills, and it was opened in just a few moves. But the arrest team had already run over, and when he opened the door, they were blocked. It can be said that under Shi Shuefei's proper command, the arrest team has blocked Yuan Yifan's escape route. Although Yuan Yifan has fighting skills, he is absolutely no match for the arresting team that has increased to more than 20 people. Number 22, surrender. We can guarantee your safety. Wang Gang, an old acquaintance outside, was trying to persuade them to surrender. It is absolutely impossible to expect Yuan Yifan to surrender. Although the situation here seems to be hopeless, there are still several heavyweight helpers hidden, namely the black bear in the yard. The black bears here are about the same size as adults, but weigh much more. They are kept fat and strong in the park. They have sharp teeth and look scary. If they can be tamed, they will be enough to give these 20 or so capture team members a hard time. So Yuan Yifan decided to give it a try and started using his animal taming skills, shaking his head to provoke the black bears. This was the fastest way to achieve results, equivalent to giving a middle finger to a human. Chapter 51. Electricity-free golden bird. Ouch! Although the black bears in the zoo are lazy, they still have bear character. The dignity of the second in the forest was mercilessly mocked by Yuan Yifan. How could they bear it? At that time, 3 black bears stood up and ran towards Yuan Yifan. The arresting team member who had the memory of Monkey Mountain felt a sinking feeling in his heart and hurriedly said to Yuan Yifan, "Come out quickly. The black bear is coming." The Asian black bears were not scratching like monkeys. Their weight was enough to kill people. The iron gate at the entrance had been opened by Yuan Yifan, and the black bears could rush out at any time. The team members were so scared that they quickly retreated. Judging from Yuan Yifan's attitude, he wants to release the black bear so that everyone can fight to the death. So there was no one within a few meters of the black bear hall exit, so Yuan Yifan came out without any worries. Then, when the black bear caught up with him, he closed the door, wrapped it with an iron chain, and simply secured it. After all, Yuan Yifan is not a real fugitive, and these arresting members are not his mortal enemies. He will not really release such a ferocious beast. It would be bad if it hurt anyone. If he uses any means to escape, then what is the difference between him and a real fugitive? Yuan Yifan wanted to be a supreme fugitive and win people over with his virtue, so he would not release the bear to hurt people. He just took advantage of the black bear once, and this time it slipped away through a loophole in the encirclement. Chase him quickly. Don't let him run away. Wang Gang was furious. Number 22 was too mean. He actually used a bear to scare them. This was intolerable. However, the black bears were still in a violent state at this time. They used their heavy bodies to hit the door, and the chain was not tied tightly. In a blink of an eye, a gap was opened in the iron door. The chain gradually loosened, and the door was knocked open in a few seconds. Yuan Yifan loudly reminded Wang Gang behind him, "Hurry up and send someone to lock the door, otherwise there will be a big mess." Wang Gang was so angry that his nose almost turned crooked. It was he who caused the big mess on the 22nd. What did the arrest team have to do with it? Why did they have to clean up the mess? However, having said that, they couldn't just leave it alone, so Wang Gang and another team member went up to block the door and retied the chain. Wang Gang picked up the padlock on the ground and locked it again. With a click, the padlock closed. The black bear had no chance of escaping again. Wang Gang and other team members breathed a sigh of relief. However, a few seconds later, they heard their teammates' shouts and realized that there were still fugitives to chase. Yuan Yifan took advantage of this opportunity to run away. Wang Gang realized that, based on how cunning number 22 was, he must have put the chain there on purpose just to hold them back for a while. This kid is so sinister. Wang Gang's face was livid, and he was still cursing in his heart as he and his teammates chased wildly. The king of escape, Yuan Yifan, fled all the way, using tourists as cover, successfully avoided several encirclements, and in a blink of an eye he ran to the door, which was the birdhouse he had visited. Yuan Yifan had a hard time escaping just now. There were ambushes of capture teams everywhere in the park. He had used all his tricks to escape all the way here. However, the exit was right in front of him, but Yuan Yifan hesitated. The front looks empty, with no one guarding it, which is very abnormal. According to the nature of the arrest team, there must be a trap waiting for him. The arrest team in the park were at most in their early 30s. When he was arrested in the square last time, he counted about 40 people, so there were at least 7 or 8 people who had not appeared, and they were probably guarding the door. If he went out rashly like this, he would probably be ambushed. Suddenly, Yuan Yifan saw many birds chirping in the pavilion beside him, and his eyes rolled, and he had a good idea. Yuan Yifan quickly walked to the large iron gate at the entrance of the birdhouse. There is the same padlock here, and Yuan Yifan was already very good at opening it. He pried it open in a few seconds. Then he rushed in and went straight to the area where the red-crowned cranes were. There was an adult red-crowned crane and a half-grown baby red-crowned crane here, staring blankly out of boredom. Yuan Yifan came over, grabbed one of them with each arm, and rushed out. The red-crowned cranes here are raised by humans and have lost their wildness and alertness. When suddenly attacked, they struggled and cried under Yuan Yifan's arms. Yuan Yifan ignored them and rushed directly to the entrance of the park. As soon as I walked out of the door, I saw 4 people squatting by the wall with tasers in their hands. They were indeed old perverts who always did these dirty sneak attacks. When the 4 men saw Yuan Yifan coming, they raised their tasers, intending to knock out the cunning number 22 with one shot. Be careful. You'll be in jail for life. Don't hurt any protected animals. Yuan Yifan suddenly threw the 2 red-crowned cranes to both sides, blocking the shooting path of the arrest team members. The team members were shocked. They all knew the red-crowned crane, which is a national first-class protected animal and is extremely rare. If one was accidentally electrocuted to death, they would probably spend several years in jail, which would be more terrifying than being electrocuted. So none of them dared to pull the trigger. This was Yuan Yifan's strategy. The ancients had a golden medal that could protect them from death, and today he had a golden bird that could protect them from lightning. These 2 red-crowned cranes made the ambushing team members helpless, and they eventually lost their chance to shoot, and Yuan Yifan ran out of the door. Don't run. Don't run. At this time, Yuan Yifan heard several shouts from men and women in front and behind. Right in front of Yuan Yifan was his biggest rival, the beautiful arrest captain Shi Shuifei. She came out of the command vehicle and wanted to personally participate in the arrest. Behind Yuan Yifan were 3 middle-aged men in security uniforms. They were the security guards of the zoo. Yuan Yifan made a big fuss in the zoo and even took the red-crowned crane out of the zoo. The 3 security guards came to arrest Yuan Yifan when they saw him. Yuan Yifan is indeed the top fugitive of the program group. Facing the attack from both sides, he was not panicked at all. He even came up with an idea to drive the tiger to devour the wolf. He suddenly shouted to Shi Shuifei deliberately, "Boss, I stole the crested ibis. Please help me stop the security guards." After saying that, he turned around and fled in another direction, avoiding the people in front and behind him. When a security guard heard this, they realized that the people at the door were the thieves who stole the red-crowned crane. One of them caught a member of the arrest team, and the remaining 2 security guards went to catch the dazed red-crowned crane. "Why are you pulling us? That's the bird stolen by number 22, the team members explained eagerly. They were still thinking about chasing Yuan Yifan. These big-time security guards didn't care about that. It would be the same if they caught the thief's accomplices. When the security guards saw dozens of people running over from behind, seemingly all in the same group, they quickly locked the gate of the park to prevent anyone from getting out. The security guard immediately called 110 to catch the bird thieves in one fell swoop. The other team members couldn't get out, so Shi Shuifei was the only one left chasing Yuan Yifan on foot. The 2 seemed to have returned to the time when they were chasing each other on the track the day before, but last time it was a jogging marathon, and this time it was a sprint race. Yuan Yifan didn't add any speed running skills. He just relied on his own strength to run. Is he the same as Shi Shuifei? Chapter 52 Parkour. The more you run, the cooler it gets. 2 people were running one after the other, but they couldn't run very fast because there were people coming and going on both sides of the road, and there were also many cyclists. They had to squeeze in among these passersby and try not to bump into anyone, so they had to be cautious when running. Yuan Yifan was running awkwardly, and just now he bumped into a young man riding a share bicycle. The cyclist fell to the side of the road. Yuan Yifan said sorry but did not stop. He didn't dare to stay either, because there was a female hero who was more terrifying than a black bear chasing him. The two of them had a grudge against each other, and Yuan Yifan didn't want to stay and take Captain Shi's punch. There was no benefit in fighting with a beautiful woman. If he won, he was not a man, and if he lost, he was not a man either. In short, he would not get any benefit. When netizens in the live broadcast room saw the fierce chase scene, they excitedly typed comments one after another, and many people also opened handicaps to bet on the outcome of the chase and guess who would win in the end. Of course, it's number 22. Is there any need to say more? The arrest team couldn't catch him despite having such a huge advantage. How can they do anything with only Shi? I'm optimistic about Miss Shi. There's no other reason, than because I like to see pretty girls. I'll support whoever is pretty. The LSP upstairs is in the late stage. I suggest you cut off the root of the evil and eliminate the trouble forever. As netizens were joking with each other, the pursuit here became increasingly intense. Shi finally got help. 3 team members came chasing after them in a car. They drove very fast and came in front of the 2 people. They turned directly onto the non-motorized vehicle lane and stopped in front of Yuan Yifan. Now Yuan Yifan had Shi behind him and a vehicle blocking the road in front of him. He was blocked again, but this time he was not sure he could break through the current predicament. The narrow space and the blockade of 4 people in front and behind made it difficult no matter how he looked at it. At this time, the running system suddenly sent a prompt. Do you want to strengthen your parkour ability to deal with the crisis? Add. If you don't add, you're not a Chinese. Increase it to F level. Yuan Yifan was overjoyed. How could he have forgotten this useful skill? Parkour is an art of sports that uses the environment of daily life as a venue and relies on one's own physical fitness to quickly and reliably control known and unknown environments. To put it simply, it is Jackie Chan's usual technique. In his movies, Jackie Chan often moves in small environments and uses the environment to deal with the enemy. Parkour is good at taking advantage of complex terrain. Now, there are cars blocking the road on the streets, as well as various obstacles such as trash cans and landscape trees around, which are perfect for parkour. The parkour skill has been there since the system was turned on, but it has never been used, so this ability has been overlooked. This small and complex environment is perfect for parkour, so Yuan Yifan directly asked the system to exchange attribute points for him and strengthened it to level F. Parkour system. Parkour skills are upgraded to F level, and the passive stunt parkour master is unlocked. After upgrading his parkour to level F, Yuan Yifan suddenly felt that the predicament before him was so simple. Under the astonished eyes of the arresting team members, he kicked the trunk of a green tree next to him and used the reaction force to jump onto the roof of the car. When the arresting team members reached out to grab his legs, Yuan Yifan somersaulted and jumped off the car, leaving the other party with nothing to grab. And he also escaped from danger. Beautiful. Why is number 22 so agile? We are both over 1.8 meters tall, but I am as clumsy as a piece of wood, while he can do juggling moves. Are we still the same species? Number 22 once again showed off his ability. This parkour move is so cool. I'm not surprised at all. Number 22 is good at roller skating, so parkour won't be bad either. They both train agility and skills. If you master one, you'll master all. At this time, some netizens who are experts came out to explain. It's different. Roller skating trains center of gravity control and balance, and these 2 things are enough, but parkour requires physical strength and body flexibility. Without physical strength, you will be exhausted after running 1,800 meters. Without flexibility and agility, parkour will become a tank rushing around, and it won't be cool at all. The audience was discussing the situation heatedly, while the 5 people on the street were still engaged in a life-and-death chase. The arrest team has the advantage in numbers. They can take a shortcut to intercept, so Yuan Yifan needs to respond quickly. Suddenly, a member of the arrest team emerged from the alley ahead. He had taken a shortcut in advance and rushed towards Yuan Yifan with open arms. His ferocity was like that of a hungry wolf that had not eaten for days. Shi was behind Yuan Yifan, so he couldn't stop. At this time, the situation around him was very complicated. There was a woman pushing a baby stroller, an elderly couple walking with each other's support, and an electric vehicle coming towards them. All these things made Yuan Yifun's space for movement very small, and any carelessness would lead to an accident. As soon as his speed was slowed down, several members of the arrest team would ruthlessly suppress him in a stacked posture. Yuan Yifun's eyes suddenly focused, and the passive skill parkour master attached to the F level came into play. In this complicated environment, he suddenly found a way out. There was no time to prepare. Yuan Yifun leaned back while running, avoided the interception of the arrest team members, and slipped under the opponent's arms. However, he was about to hit the baby carriage, and the woman pushing the carriage screamed in fear. Yuan Yifun leaned his body backward and did a bridge pose, falling to the ground in the posture of a stone arch bridge. At this time, he pushed his palms against the ground and used the reaction force to do an inverted version of a somersault, with his feet up and his head down. Due to inertia, he jumped over the stroller in a parabola without touching anyone. This move is similar to a back jump, high jump, which requires very strong limb coordination and waist strength. Relying on his physical and skill advantages, Yuan Yifun successfully completed this extremely difficult parkour move. Before the audience in the live broadcast room could exclaim in surprise, a new crisis came again. In front of Yuan Yifun was the slowly walking elderly couple. If he ran into them, the elderly couple would probably have to go to the hospital. At the same time, a two-wheeled electric vehicle was coming from the opposite side of Yuan Yifun. At this moment, there is a wall on his left, an old man in front of him, and an electric bike on his right. He now faces a difficult choice among four options: either stop and be caught, or hit the wall himself or knock down the old man, or be hit by the electric bike. In short, these results are unacceptable to Yuan Yifun. However, Yuan Yifun is the first fugitive of the program team. How can he succumb to reality? He said that he would not accept any of these four results. First of all, the two old men must not bump into each other, nor could they hit the wall. Yuan Yifun turned around forcefully while running and avoided the old man, but then he collided with the electric bike. But at this time, Yuan Yifun shouted loudly, gathered all the strength of his body in his arms, pressed his hands on the front of the electric bike, and made a move that no one expected. Chapter 53, I Am a Thinker. The electric bike was speeding backwards while Yuan Yifun was running forward. The two were in relative motion. This is a classic problem in physics. If nothing unexpected happens, Yuan Yifun, as the one with the lighter total weight, will be hit and thrown away by the electric bike. But Yuan Yifun did not accept his fate. While holding down the front of the car, his body jumped up at the same time. Using his arms as a fulcrum, his body changed from standing vertically to an angle of 0 degrees parallel to the ground. At the moment of the collision, Yuan Yifun had completed the adjustment of his center of gravity. The forward force of the electric vehicle was decomposed into two directions, forward and upward. The forward force had to be offset by the upper limb muscles, while the upward force allowed Yuan Yifun's body to continue to rise into the air. He turned 360 degrees in the air with his arms as the center, and this flip allowed him to avoid the electric vehicle. After the electric bike drove past, Yuan Yifun also turned around and landed on the ground. After landing, he posed in a pause position, squatted slightly, and rested his palms on his chin, like a sculpture, and remained motionless for several seconds. If a man doesn't pretend to be cool, he will definitely be struck by lightning. After Yuan Yifun completed this extreme parkour dodge, he started to pretend to be cool. Netizens were shocked and said, "What the hell? What kind of operation is this? My eyes were blurry just now. What happened? How did the battery car just pass by number 22? I saw it clearly. Number 22 just slapped the electric car, then turned in the air and landed smoothly without moving his heels. This handsome posture would definitely be a perfect pommel horse move in gymnastics. If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have noticed. It really looked like he was jumping on the pommel horse. That's too cool. Yuan Yifun can not only run a marathon, but he can also participate in the pommel horse event. One person wrote in blood to ask number 22 to sign up for the Olympics as soon as possible and contribute to China's sports industry. Another viewer suddenly realized that Yuan Yifun's landing posture was very familiar. After thinking for a while, he suddenly excitedly typed. It turns out that he was squatting on the ground and cosplaying the thinker. After this audience member reminded them, others realized that Yuan Yifun was indeed performing the movements of the thinker statue. Although it couldn't be said to be exactly the same, it was certainly very lifelike. Sorrow, sorrow, sorrow. So sorrowful. I declare that number 22 is the god of the program. the god of meditation. Oh my god, this is so funny. My stomach hurts from laughing so hard. This made Yuan Yifan's performance quite successful, and the barrage of praise flooded the live broadcast screen like a tide. Netizens then watched the wonderful slow-motion replay, from Yuan Yifan leaning back to avoid the arresting team members, to him landing in a thinker posture. This series of actions were too perfect and could be called wonderful to the extreme. Apart from saying WTF, they could only express their shock by giving rewards. Therefore, this parkour move earned Yuan Yifan over 300 reputation points and 3 attribute points. However, only one knows whether the water is hot or cold after drinking it. Others saw the infinite handsomeness of number 22, but Yuan Yifan himself was not unscathed. When he pressed the front of the electric scooter, he was hit by the electric scooter, and now the muscles in his arms are still sore. So after landing, he buried his face in his arms in the posture of a thinker, where no one could see. In fact, his expression was distorted with pain, but in order to maintain the heroic image of the first fugitive, he had no choice but to resort to this last resort. After staying on the ground for about 3 seconds, Yuan Yifan's pain passed, and he stood up while enduring the pain. At the same time, he did not forget to tidy up his hairstyle and put on a cold expression on his face. He was still the most arrogant fugitive in the program group. However, when he saw Shuefei so close, he could no longer pretend to be cool, and he turned around and ran. After all, no matter how powerful a fugitive is, he is afraid of a beautiful female arrest captain. Next, Yuan Yifan's parkour skills allowed him to take advantage during the pursuit. He was always able to find gaps between the crowd and vehicles and escape as quickly as possible. Compared with the several people in the arrest team, most of them either knocked down pedestrians or sprained their ankles. In the end, they were entangled by pedestrians or limped and gradually withdrew from the pursuit. Shuefei was the only one left behind Yuan Yifan. After running for a while, both sides had lost a lot of energy and their speed slowed down, but Shuefei gritted her teeth and refused to relax for a moment, and chased more and more fiercely, like a desperate enemy, with all her remaining courage. Let's stop for a while. If we keep running like this, our lungs will explode. Because he was being chased, Yuan Yifan didn't even have the chance to steal a car on the roadside, so he was forced to continue to flee. But at this moment, his throat and lungs were burning, and he felt extremely uncomfortable, so Yuan Yifan turned back to discuss it with Shuefei. Don't try to play tricks on me. I won't be fooled by you again. Shuefei was still full of resentment as she spoke. The last time she was cheated at the marathon was a huge stain in her life, and she would remember it for the rest of her life. Then there's nothing to talk about. I won't let you. I need to find a place to rest. When Yuan Yifan was running away, he was observing the surrounding terrain and preparing to slip away. He didn't want to continue wasting time with the stubborn Shuefei. Shuefei was a little annoyed as to why the main force had not come to support him. When he contacted them via mobile phone, he learned a shocking news. All the more than 30 members of his arrest team were detained by the 110 patrol police and taken to the police station. The charges include disturbing public order, gang fighting, possession of dangerous controlled items, suspected theft of the Red Crown crane, a first-class national protected animal, etc. The leader, Shuefei, was also required to report to the police station today to explain the situation, otherwise she would be listed as a wanted person. Asshole! Shuefei was so angry that she turned off her phone. This time without any teammates to support her, she could only go and capture Yuan Yifan alone. This situation was caused because the program crew was not familiar with the Yamajin City Police and only obtained a written cooperation letter from the publicity department of the Municipal Bureau. The subordinate sub-bureaus and police stations were not formally notified. Therefore, the arrest team was regarded as a bad organization, and all the people were detained. Actually, this incident was caused by Yuan Yifan himself, but now their arrest team has to take the blame. Thinking of this, Shuefei was so angry that her teeth were itching. In a rage, the beautiful captain suddenly sped up and actually closed the distance between the two of them. She suddenly stretched out her hand and actually grabbed Yuan Yifan's clothes. Yuan Yifan felt his clothes being grabbed from behind and wanted to escape. He stretched out his hands and leaned back, and with his cooperation, the t-shirt he was wearing was pulled off by Shuefei. Shuefei only felt her hands lighten, and because she had used too much force, she staggered and was about to fall. At her running speed, if she fell, she would probably get her skin broken. If her face was disfigured, it would be an immeasurable loss for a beauty like Shi Shuefei, and her life might become bleak. At the moment when Shi Shuefei lost her balance, she was suddenly dragged by a pair of strong arms. Shi Shuefei looked up along the muscular arms and found Yuan Yifun's handsome face that made her extremely disgusted. Chapter 54 Captain Shi beats up the street kid. Shi Shuefei was so angry that she took out handcuffs from behind and planned to handcuff Yuan Yifun. Yuan Yifun retreated suddenly, and Shi Shuefei almost fell to the ground again because she lost her support. She staggered a few times before she could steady herself. Yuan Yifun said, "Hey woman, why are you repaying kindness with enmity? If I hadn't supported you, your delicate face would have been rubbed to the ground." Shi Shuefei was about to get ready to fight, but when she heard this, she stopped. For a woman who loves beauty, face is much more important than work. Yuan Yifun did save her once. If it weren't for him, her face might have been disfigured. Thinking of this, Shi Shuefei couldn't punch anymore. She panted and said, "Okay, since you helped me this time, I won't catch you for now. I'll let you run for 10 seconds, and then we'll continue." "What did you say?" Yuan Yifun suddenly showed his signature evil smile. Shi Shuefei felt as if she had been fooled, but she was also stubborn. Since she had said it, it would count. She nodded firmly. "Yes, what I said counts." Just as Yuan Yifun was about to run, Shi Shuefei threw the t-shirt in her hand to him. "Hold your clothes, they stink." Yuan Yifun smiled and put his t-shirt back on. It was a hot day, and he had run such a long distance. He was sweating all over, and his clothes were soaked. Of course they smell bad. "Okay, I'm ready to run. You start timing," Yuan Yifun reminded, as he assumed a starting position. "I will count silently. Don't worry. If I say 10 seconds, it will be 10 seconds." Shi Shuefei said with a stern face. "Okay, I'm leaving now." Yuan Yifun ran to the side of the street, where a two-wheeled electric vehicle was parked. Yuan Yifun sat on it directly, then took out the iron sheet and poked it into the keyhole. The open car lock skill that comes with the F-level driving skills was activated. This simple car lock still takes 3 seconds to open. Then Yuan Yifun turned the accelerator on the right handle, and the electric car accelerated away. When Shi Shuefei saw Yuan Yifun unlock the car, she cursed him in her heart for being so cunning. She wanted to pounce on Yuan Yifun and capture him right then and there, but she had said something, and the water that had been poured out could not be taken back. She could only remain silent for a few seconds, and then watch Yuan Yifun leave. Shi Shuefei never thought that 10 seconds would be so long, as if a century had passed. When the timer was over, she hurried to the roadside to stop a car and chase it, but they were all private cars, and it was a no-parking zone, so no one was willing to stop. Seeing Yuan Yifun riding away on his electric bike, Shi Shuefei knew that the arrest operation had failed again, and in such a frustrating way. She stomped her foot heavily on the ground in anger. Such a beautiful lady like Shi Shuefei was showing a slight anger, and she looked extremely beautiful. At that time, a van stopped, the door opened, and there were a few ruffian young men inside. Their attitudes were frivolous, and some even whistled. One of the yellow-haired drivers smiled at Shi Shuefei and said, "Beauty, do you want to ride? We'll take you out to play." These people were obviously street urchins. Shi Shuefei was in a bad mood because she had lost the people she was chasing, so she glared at them. Oh, the little beauty has a very bad temper. These street urchins looked at each other with evil thoughts in their hearts and took this opportunity to get off the car. A total of 4 young men in their 20s surrounded Shi Shuefei. She was a captain of the arrest team, and she was always surrounding fugitive contestants, but she didn't expect that she would be surrounded by others today. "Beautiful lady, I'm offering to give you a ride. Why don't you appreciate it?" As the yellow-haired man said this, he began to move his hand and touched Shi Shuefei's private area. These street urchins obviously wanted to take advantage of Shi Shuefei because she was pretty, but unfortunately they chose the wrong target. Shi Shuefei was holding back a lot of anger, and now she had a punching bag at her doorstep, so she didn't hold back. She grabbed the yellow-haired man's dirty hands and twisted them hard. The yellow-haired man screamed in pain and lost his strength. Shi Shuefei then threw him over her shoulder. The yellow-haired man spun around in the air and fell heavily to the ground. His screams in pain became a series, like singing. Ouch, ouch, ouch. When the other street urchins saw that this woman dared to resist, they all reached out to grab her. Shi Shuefei suddenly ducked to avoid a punch, then hit someone's diaphragm with her elbow. This is the stomach area, and there's no rib protection. The beautiful captain's strength went straight to the internal organs. The face of this street urchin suddenly changed, and he lay on the ground and started vomiting violently, wishing he could vomit out even bile. Sure Shuefei did not let the remaining 2 street urchins go. She uppercut each of them, knocking them to the ground. Then Sure Shuefei used the centrifugal force of turning around, swept her long legs across, and delivered a roundhouse kick, knocking the last street urchin to the ground. In an instant, the 4 young men were knocked down by Sure Shuefei alone. The whole process lasted only a dozen seconds, which was enough to prove Sure Shuefei's super fighting power. He was a street urchin, and all he could do was scream and vomit on the ground. Amazing! Sure Shuefei is really a rose with thorns. Luckily, number 22 wasn't caught by her, otherwise he would have been the one to get beaten, huh? Netizens were amazed. They knew Sure Shuefei was good at kung fu, but they didn't expect her to be so good. There's also a dirty man who had some dirty thoughts about her before, but after this live martial arts education, the dirty man wisely gave up his bold idea. After several street thugs were knocked down, 2 of them wanted to get up and run away, but were knocked down again by Sure Shuefei's kicks. They felt pain all over their bodies. Sure Shuefei was merciless. Now the street urchin knew he had met a tough guy, and he quickly fell to the ground and begged for mercy. "My beautiful sister, we were wrong. Please be magnanimous and forgive us." The yellow-haired man begging for mercy had a bruised face and a bleeding nose, looking very aggrieved. He originally thought he could take advantage of the situation, but who would have thought that he would be beaten up by the beautiful woman instead, leaving him with no way to complain. At this time, the 4 team members who had fallen behind slowly came over. They lowered their heads and admitted their mistakes to Sure Shuefei. It was their negligence that allowed Yuan Yifan to escape again. Don't blame yourself. Arrest these 4 people and send them to the police station together. Sure Shuefei commanded the team members to escort the 4 street urchins into the car, and then they drove the van to the police station to deal with the mess at the zoo. Without mentioning how Captain Sure solved the problem, Yuan Yifan had already ridden his electric scooter to a new neighborhood. He found a blind spot in the surveillance camera and changed to a 4-wheeled vehicle, then drove to a clothing store, bought a new set of clothes, put on sunglasses, a mask, and a wig. Now no one should be able to recognize him from his appearance. Next, he faced the camera and asked the netizens who were watching the live broadcast what they would like to watch in the afternoon. Now, after the zoo incident, the popularity of Yuan Yifan's live broadcast room has reached a new high. Both old fans and new viewers want to see Yuan Yifan perform. The program team also discovered this business opportunity, so they opened a communication channel specifically for the number 22 live broadcast room. If the audience has strong demands, they will be informed of Yuan Yifan, which will make the program more interesting. The super moderator in the live broadcast room quickly sorted out the most frequently appearing words in the barrage, which were roller skating and parkour. The audience obviously had not seen enough and wanted to see Yuan Yifan's performance again. These 2 demands were played to Yuan Yifan through the signal. Yuan Yifan then snapped his fingers and said, "No problem. As the most fan-favoring fugitive in history, I must meet the demands of my friends. Let's go roller skating and parkour this afternoon." Chapter 55, Enjoy the Food Street. After having a quick meal at a roadside shop at noon, Yuan Yifan went to buy a pair of roller skates, then found an empty park and started his roller skating performance. This time there was no one chasing him, so Yuan Yifan fully demonstrated his F-level roller skating skills and showed them to the audience in the live broadcast room through the camera. He completed one extremely difficult roller skating move after another, which not only delighted the live broadcast audience, but also attracted a group of onlookers who applauded and cheered for him. "You are such a great skater. Can you offer class? I want my son to learn roller skating from you." Many people were impressed by Yuan Yifan's ability and even wanted to become his apprentices. Yuan Yifan shared his experience. "I'm sorry, I don't teach. In fact, roller skating requires more practice. It's faster to sign up for a class, but if you just want to try it, you can refer to the teaching videos on the internet to learn." He had been performing for 2 hours, and when he saw that the time was right, he said goodbye to the crowd and left the park. Next was a parkour performance. Yuan Yifan deliberately found an unfinished building with various construction materials and unfinished facilities. The terrain was complex and disorganized, which was perfect for parkour. After a brief preparation, Yuan Yifan began to maneuver between several floors. In some places, he even made thrilling leaps, floating and swinging at a height of several meters, just like Tarzan, which made the audience exclaim in excitement. Yuan Yifan ran, jumped, and climbed, performing for the audience until almost dark. His clothes were soaked with sweat, which showed how hard he worked. Fortunately, he had F-level physical strength, otherwise he would not have been able to hold on. After so much effort, he received a reward. This afternoon, Yuan Yifan's reputation value soared by 800 plus, which was enough for him to upgrade another skill. While sitting next to the unfinished building to rest, Yuan Yifan checked his property panel. Name, Yuan Yifan. Gender, male. Reputation, 957. Strength, L. Agility, L. Physical strength, F. Special skills and endurance man. Fighting, G. Driving skills, F. Stunt, unlocking a car. Parkour, F. Stunts and parkour master. Onomatopoeia, M. Swimming, E. Acrobatics, high diving. Disguise, F. Stuntman and crossdresser. Roller skating, F. Stunt roller skating master. Lock picking, F. Special skills, lock picking expert. Long jump, H. Taming, F. Special skill, tamer master. Aircraft driving, L. Remaining attribute points, 0. This attribute is much better than when it first started, but it is still far from being excellent. After all, there isn't even an A-level skill now, and I don't know what it will be like when I reach A-level. It's also unknown whether there are skills higher than A-level. Yudao says if you don't understand, just ask. Yuan Yifan asked the system with this question. Runaway system. Sorry, the help file is still being improved and cannot be answered for the time being. Yuan Yifan was a little speechless. Such a powerful escape system didn't even have a help file. He didn't know if it was intentional or just a half-finished product. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, I don't need such advanced skills now, so I should improve the skill system first. Compared to making further progress, it is more important to start from nothing and create something. After a tiring day, Yuan Yifan went to find a bathhouse, took a nice bath, and then changed into new clothes. As soon as he left the bathhouse, he felt refreshed. His F-level physical strength was awesome, and he recovered quickly. However, his stomach was rumbling loudly. He had consumed too much energy in the afternoon and was already starving and in urgent need of food. After having a seafood dinner a few days ago, the taste was just SOSO. Yuan Yifan wanted to change the taste tonight, so he took a taxi to the popular food street in Yamajin City, where the most authentic local snacks are gathered. It is said that if you try 2 dishes a day, you won't be able to leave this street for a month, which shows the richness of the snack variety. Yuan Yifan decided to enjoy 100 schools of thought today, so he started from the first one, ate a little at each one, and tried to taste as many snacks as possible. He came to the first local specialty Shanjin spicy noodle restaurant on the street. Yuan Yifan ordered a small portion of the signature spicy noodles, and soon a bowl of fragrant noodles topped with red peppers was served. The noodles are as thin as hair. The soup is as clear as water, and it is topped with a layer of fresh red chili oil and a few slices of fragrant beef. It looks appetizing. Yuan Yifan picked up the chopsticks and started eating. After taking a bite, the spicy taste filled his taste buds. After enduring the spicy taste, he could smell the mellow aroma of the noodles. This bowl of noodles tasted amazing. It tastes amazing. Yuan Yifan gave the camera a thumbs up, and at the same time, he promoted the store for free. Friends who come to Shanjin, you must come to this store to try the Shanjin spicy noodles when you have time. The taste is definitely worth the price. Yuan Yifan finished the bowl of noodles in just a few bites, still feeling unsatisfied. After all, it was only a small bowl, and usually girls would order this amount. Men would definitely not be full. However, Yuan Yifan was still thinking about other delicacies, so he had to resist the urge to eat another bowl. Yuan Yifan stood up to pay. This bowl of noodles cost 22 yuan, which was a reasonable price for a scenic spot, and it was worth it for its delicious taste. Yuan Yifan then strolled around the food street and soon found a meatball soup restaurant. He went in, ordered a small bowl, and then sat and waited for his meal to be served. Yuan Yifan was enjoying the food comfortably, while his nemesis, the arrest team leader Shi Shuifei, had been squatting in the command vehicle investigating the surveillance footage since the afternoon. She was still searching for Yuan Yifan's whereabouts. The incident at the zoo today made her very angry. At the police station, she finally got in touch with the police leader. Although there was no problem in principle and there would be no criminal liability, civil compensation was inevitable. The program team needed to pay for the losses of the zoo. Who caused the greatest losses were the naughty monkeys in Monkey Mountain. After Yuan Yifan ran out, no one went to close the door, and as a result, all the monkeys in Monkey Mountain fled. This group of lawless monkeys then caused a big disturbance in the zoo. They attacked tourists and bullied other animals, causing great chaos. More than 20 tourists were bitten and scratched by monkeys. The guests complained to the zoo, and the zoo complained to the Great Escape Program team. In the end, the customers' medical expenses and mental damages had to be borne by the program team. That's not all. In order to catch the monkeys and avoid causing greater losses, the zoo decided to close the park for the whole day and refunded all tourists who had bought tickets. The zoo claimed 190,000 yuan for ticket and reputation loss alone, not including the 3 dead monkeys. The cause of death was 3 unlucky monkeys who jumped into the beast enclosure and were bitten by a wolf. One was eaten by a leopard, and one was torn apart by a clumsy black bear. The blame was still put on the program crew. So after all the calculations, if they want to reach a settlement, they will have to pay the zoo more than 230,000 yuan. Sure, Shufa finally took on everything. The cost was first paid from the bonus of their arrest team. In the afternoon, the matter was finally resolved, and their group of more than 30 arrest officers were released from the police station. Number 22, I'll settle this account with you sooner or later. Sure, Shufa suffered a loss at the zoo, so she naturally blamed Yuan Yifan. She and her team members worked frantically in the afternoon, screening massive amounts of surveillance footage in the hope of finding Yuan Yifan's whereabouts. Sure, Shufa, on the other hand, was using behavioral analysis to determine where Yuan Yifan might be hiding. Chapter 56. One is capable, the other is lucky. Captain, there was a roller skating performance in a park on the afternoon of the 22nd. Suddenly, a team member who was staring at the short video platform came to report. It turned out that it was a local audience who filmed Yuan Yifan's roller skating video at the time and posted it on a certain audio platform, thus being discovered by the program crew. This shows that sometimes the power of the masses is much more powerful than surveillance. Immediately check the surrounding surveillance and see where he went. Sure, Shufa ordered. Yes, the team members all knew that their performance today was very bad. Not only did they make the captain lose face, but their arrest process was also spread all over the internet through the network. Now, their third arrest team has become the background board for contestant number 22's show operation and has become a laughingstock of the entire network. People fight for their dignity, and Buddha accepts 1 stick of incense. These arresting team members are full of energy. Without Sure Shufa's urging, they consciously want to do their job well and avenge their previous shame. The team members soon discovered that Yuan Yifan disappeared from the surveillance cameras near the park and was nowhere to be found. It was estimated that he stole a car from a blind spot in the surveillance camera and then escaped. But the team members were not too discouraged because after dealing with number 22 a lot, they had already figured out his character. Number 22 was definitely not willing to be lonely. He would take the initiative to cause trouble every day and then be discovered. He could escape several times, but as long as they got the chance once, it would be a victory for the arrest team. Sure, Shufa had never had any illusions about surveillance. In the previous confrontations, she had already clearly understood Yuan Yifan's anti-reconnaissance ability. He would definitely not leave her any clues that she could use. This ability was not inferior to that of her teacher in the police academy. So Sure Shufa focused her energy on reasoning. She wanted to figure out where Yuan Yifan would appear in the afternoon or evening. He performed roller skating in the afternoon, and he still had a strong desire to perform, which led to physical exhaustion. So he must have had a big meal in the evening. Sure Shufa suddenly thought that Yuan Yifan would go to a restaurant next, but there were countless restaurants of all sizes in the city, and he might appear in any one of them. Given Yuan Yifan's lively personality, he certainly would not be willing to be lonely. So the places he eats would either be expensive or famous, and he would never just eat at a roadside stall. Based on this idea, Sure Shufa searched the internet for high-end restaurants and various famous food courts in Yamazu City. After checking the surveillance footage, nothing unusual was found. So Sure Shufa asked the team members to disperse to various hotels for on-site investigations. After all, there were not many high-end hotels in the city, so each person could be responsible for one and the investigation would be completed quickly. Sure Shufa continued to sit in the command vehicle. Pictures of various food places appeared on the computer screen. Suddenly, her eyes fixed on the internet celebrity food street, which was also a very suspicious place. The situation at the food street was more complicated. Sure, Shuefei was worried about just sending her men there, so she took 2 smart team members with her, and the 3 of them drove to the food street. After arriving at the place, Sure Shuefei and 2 team members separated and started investigating from both ends of the food street. Sure Shuefei first came to a Jinji roast duck restaurant. She did not reveal her identity as a member of the arrest team. Instead, she took out a wireless microphone and disguised herself as a beautiful intern reporter to interview the store owner. Most stores hope to have their stores reported in the news for advertising purposes, and since Sure Shuefei is pretty, the store owner welcomes her interview. "Boss, I see that the roast duck in your store is selling quite well," Sure Shuefei said with a smile. This is her usual method. She would start with a casual chat to build a closer relationship. If she asked questions directly right away, it would arouse other people's vigilance, and it would be difficult to achieve her goal. "Yes, our roast duck is delicious. If you don't believe me, come and try it." The local male boss was very enthusiastic and took the initiative to pack a portion of sliced roast duck for Sure Shuefei. "Thank you so much." Sure Shuefei hadn't had dinner yet, so she took it and took a bite. The crispy skin and salty and fragrant duck meat, which could be torn into strips, had a great texture and was indeed delicious. "It's delicious." Sure Shuefei praised the other party's products, and the boss's face was filled with joy. Because the business in the store was so good, the store owner was really busy for a while. When the boss was a little free, Sure Shuefei asked her question. "Have you seen one of my colleagues? He looks like this. I lost him." As she spoke, Sure Shuefei showed the store manager Yuan Yifun's photo. "I don't remember. I had too many customers that day, and I can't remember them all," the store manager said apologetically. "Oh, he might be buying food while live streaming," Sure Shuefei reminded. "There are people who are live streaming on their phones, but it seems he is not one of them," the store manager said after thinking for a moment. It seemed that the owner of the store really hadn't remembered it. So Sure Shuefei said goodbye and left, then went to the Shanjin spicy noodle house opposite. As soon as she entered the door, she smelled the aroma of chili oil. The house was full of customers who came here to taste the noodles. Sure Shuefei walked to the bar and asked the cashier girl here, "Hello, I'm a reporter. Have you seen this person?" Sure Shuefei showed a photo of Yuan Yifan. The reason why she went straight to the point this time was because the store was too busy and there was not enough time for her to strike up a conversation. The girl shook her head after seeing it. She saw too many customers in a day and couldn't remember them all. By the way, he likes to live broadcast his eating. He likes to be in the spotlight. Sure Shuefei told Yuan Yifan about his hobbies. After hearing this, the cashier's eyes suddenly lit up, and she said, "I remember. He came to eat here before. Just 20 minutes ago, he ordered a small bowl of spicy noodles and praised our spicy noodles to the camera for being delicious." Unexpectedly, Sure Shuefei found the clue in the second store she inquired. This can only be said to be her extreme luck. It seems that without some special skills, she really is not worthy of being Yuan Yifan's opponent. "Really? Thank you then." Did he say anything else? Sure Shuefei suddenly smiled brightly, wanting to find out more information. "He seems to be going to another store to taste the food. He should still be on the street," said the cashier girl. "Thank you." Sure Shuefei smiled and nodded. When she turned around, her expression suddenly turned cold, and she said into the headset, "Everyone come to the food court. Find the target." Soon, the arrest teams scattered throughout the city gathered at the food street and began a large-scale search at night. Sure Shuefei asked the team members to dress up as diners and disperse to various food stalls to conduct reconnaissance and find the target first. While they were searching, the audience became excited. They thought that after the zoo incident in the morning, there would only be a leisure scene today. They didn't expect that when the night came, they would see another fight between dragons and tigers. As usual, place your bets. I'm betting on number 22. What's the point of always betting on the favorites? If you want to take a chance and turn a bicycle into a motorcycle, you have to bet on the underdogs. I stand on Miss Sure's side. Netizens were discussing the topic heatedly, and at this moment, Yuan Yifan, after eating at 4 or 5 restaurants, was basically half full. Next, he would taste some more delicious food. Suddenly, a stall called Sea High Barbecue caught Yuan Yifan's attention. Chapter 57. The Whole Nation Vomits Image. Yuan Yifan couldn't help but pay attention. After all, the smell of barbecue could be smelled from dozens of meters away. The aroma of cumin was so special that it aroused his appetite. Yuan Yifan plans to try the local barbecue to see what's special about it. "Boss, give me 10 skewers, 10 different kinds," said Yuan Yifan. "Okay, wait a moment." The barbecue chef was also very polite. He greeted customers while working on the barbecue. Yuan Yifan was waiting for the skewers. He turned his head and accidentally saw two special people. Although these two people seemed to be wandering aimlessly, they were not interested in the delicious food around them. Instead, they went into every store to take a look and came out quickly. The corners of Yuan Yifan's mouth curled up slightly. He was becoming more and more impressed with this arrest team. They were able to find their positions in this way. This must be Shi Xuefei's masterpiece. The reason why he was able to recognize these two people was not because of Yuan Yifan's keen intuition, but because he recognized their appearance. After all, he had dealt with this 40-member arrest team several times and basically remembered their appearance, which gave him an advantage. Yuan Yifan was experienced in counter-reconnaissance. If he ran away now, he would be exposed even though he had not been discovered. So it was best for him to pretend nothing had happened and turn around quietly. But Yuan Yifan had not yet received the skewers he had paid for, and he felt a little unwilling to do so. The country was saying that food should not be wasted, and the skewers he ordered could not be wasted like this. So he had to eat these 10 skewers today. Thinking of this, Yuan Yifan had an idea. So he discussed with the boss. "Boss, can I borrow your stall for 30 minutes today? I'm live streaming, and the audience wants to see me grilling with my own hands. How can I do this? I still have business to do." This request was naturally rejected by the boss. "It will only take half an hour to discuss it." As Yuan Yifan spoke, he took out 5,000 yuan in cash from his pocket and handed it over. "Although the stall business here is good, you definitely can't make 5,000 yuan in half an hour. By renting out the stall for half an hour, you can make a net profit of 5,000 yuan. It's a good deal." Her mother opened the stall for her, and it's a great deal. "Okay, your grilling skills are okay, but you can't ruin my reputation. Poorly grilled food cannot be sold to customers, and you can't take the ingredients away," said the boss. "Don't worry, I'm an excellent grilling expert. If the customer is not satisfied, I'll pay you double the money, and the money earned from selling the skewers will also be yours. Is that okay?" Yuan Yifan said. "Is there such a good thing?" The barbecue stall owner agreed immediately. This was equivalent to making $5,000 for free, and Yuan Yifan was working for him for free, so why not? So the boss moved a stool to the side and sat down to watch how Yuan Yifan operated. He still couldn't understand why the rich bosses nowadays have such strange habits. They actually spent 5,000 yuan just to satisfy their barbecue addiction. This money is enough to buy many barbecue grills at home. The boss didn't understand Yuan Yifan. He was just doing it for the live broadcast effect. 5,000 yuan was indeed a lot, but if it could be exchanged for reputation points, that would be a huge profit. After all, money can be earned again if lost, but reputation points cannot be increased at will. After Yuan Yifan borrowed the stall, he also asked the owner to borrow an apron with the barbecue restaurant's logo printed on it. Combined with his current disguise, no one would be able to recognize him at once. Next, Yuan Yifan started to grill, but it was a bit difficult for him to start with the skewers of raw meat because he didn't know how to grill. Runaway system. Do you want to spend 1 attribute point to activate the barbecue skill? Yuan Yifan thought to himself, this is what I've been waiting for. He had just finished boasting to his boss, and he couldn't let down his guard right away, so he had to add some more. The level of this kind of life skill does not need to be too high. Yuan Yifan added 3 points and reached K level, which is equivalent to the level of an ordinary barbecue stall worker and is enough to open a shop. So Yuan Yifan started to make a barbecue in his life. Put the meat skewers on the grill, and after the hot charcoal fire has roasted the fat out of the raw meat, turn around and roast the other side. After it is initially cooked, sprinkle a layer of seasoning on it. Some of the seasoning will float towards the charcoal fire and emit a refreshing aroma after being burned. Continue roasting, and when the fat of the mutton drips onto the charcoal fire, the skewers of meat are basically cooked. Yuan Yifan sprinkles chili powder and cumin seeds on them, then places the row of skewers on an iron plate, which the waiter brings to the customers who have ordered. The shop owner originally thought that Yuan Yifan was going to mess up, but he didn't expect that Yuan Yifan was quite good at barbecue, so he was relieved. Then he calmly quenched his thirst with a watermelon and let Yuan Yifan do what he wanted. Next, Yuan Yifan started grilling the 10 skewers he ordered. At this time, the 2 arresting officers happened to pass by. Yuan Yifan whispered to the camera, Dear viewers, watch how I play a trick on these two arresting officers. Many viewers were a little confused and quickly asked Yuan Yifan how he knew that this was a member of the arrest team. Yuan Yifan didn't need to answer. A sharp-eyed netizen said, "Stupid, it's obvious. I already know these two arrest team members. As long as I watch the live broadcast for 2 days, I know them." As soon as the two team members came closer, Yuan Yifan started to work directly. "Two handsome guys. Come and have some barbecue. Authentic Xinjiang lamb skewers." Yuan Yifan also used some northwestern dialect, which didn't sound very authentic, but was enough to fool outsiders. Of the arrest team he greeted were big and strong. One of them even had a beard, and they were far from being handsome guys. They had a mission to complete and had no interest in the mutton skewers. They glanced at Yuan Yifan and turned to look elsewhere. "Hey, don't go. We definitely have what you want here." Yuan Yifan called out from behind with a double meaning, but the two ignored him. This relied on Yuan Yifan's F-level camouflage technology. After his disguise, the two careless arrest team members missed the opportunity to make meritorious service. Yuan Yifan also felt helpless. He spread his hands and said to the camera, "Why is it so difficult to be a fugitive? I have hinted at this, but they just don't understand. I feel ignored." This scene made the audience watching the live broadcast laugh. They immediately spammed the comments. "Arrest team, arresting people is too complicated. You can't handle it. We have to ask Uncle Pan to come." Even though number 22 has hinted at this level, those two still haven't woken up. Given their level, it's no wonder they haven't been caught yet. Number 22 can be so outstanding only because of his opponent. Netizens began to mock the arrest team, and they became the national vomit image. Of course, vomit means vomiting. Now that the arresting team members had left, Yuan Yifan began to grill seriously again. After preparing the meals ordered by the existing tables of guests, Yuan Yifan began to grill the dishes he had ordered. After the 10 skewers were grilled, Yuan Yifan picked one up and tasted it directly. The lamb skewers had a strong barbecue aroma, and the grilled sausages, grilled corn, and grilled enoki mushrooms all had their own flavors, which made him feel very satisfied. Soon, the half-hour rental time was up, and the barbecue stall owner returned and took over from Yuan Yifan. Yuan Yifan wanted to leave, but at this moment he actually found his old acquaintance Xiu in the crowd. She was with a subordinate and was scanning the surroundings with eyes as sharp as an eagle. "Chapter 58, your little partner asked me to send it." Xiu happened to find the place near the barbecue stall. Up to this moment, their arrest team still had found nothing, which made her a little depressed. She wondered where the cunning number 22 had hidden again. Netizens were happy to watch the fun and kept posting comments to encourage Yuan Yifan to continue teasing Xiu. Everyone loves to see beautiful women being bullied, especially when beautiful Shi is slightly angry, which looks quite interesting. I have to say that the conscience of LSPs is very bad. However, Yuan Yifan did not go up to say hello directly as he did before. After all, Xiu was not an ordinary person. If he did that like before, he would definitely be recognized early. After all, compared to the rookie team members, the team leader's level was still very high, and even Yuan Yifan did not dare to act rashly. Yuan Yifan quietly hid in the corner of the barbecue stall, waiting for the opportunity. After Xiu searched for a while without any results, 5 or 6 team members also returned empty-handed and came to report the situation to her, and then several of them discussed something secretly on the street. At this time, netizens couldn't stand it anymore. Secret observation was not number 22's style, and they sent a lot of barges asking number 22 not to be timid and to face Xiu directly. Only by defeating this beautiful captain head-on can he truly be called the king of fugitives. The super moderator in the live broadcast room, who was also a busybody, conveyed this request to Yuan Yifan through the headset. Although this is very dangerous, as the contestant who loves fans the most in the entire show, the fans' demands must be met. Yuan Yifan walked out of the front desk. He could now stand on the busy street, whistle frivolously, and then hook his finger at Xiu, which would definitely attract the beautiful captain. However, this was the lowest level of provocation, too unskilled and not cool at all. Yuan Yifan disdained it, and he immediately used a polite way of greeting. "Boss, send 20 lamb skewers to that beautiful lady. If she asks who sent them, just tell her it's the man she has been dreaming of." Yuan Yifan found the owner of the barbecue stall and said the following to him. "Oh, I see. The barbecue stall owner was also an experienced person, and he looked at Yuan Yifan with an ambiguous look. It seemed that this rich and handsome guy was really popular with women. Even such a beautiful girl took the initiative to come to him. The two young people must be playing with romance. The boss took charge of the task, quickly grilled 20 skewers, put them in a takeaway bag himself, and delivered them to Shi Xuefei. Shi Xuefei had just finished a meeting with her team members. They decided to search again from the beginning, and if it didn't work, they would prepare to retreat. It was estimated that the target was alarmed, causing number 22 to hide. At this moment, the barbecue stall owner handed a bag of barbecue to Shi Xuefei with both hands. "What are you doing?" Several team members around protected Shi Xuefei in the middle, thinking that this middle-aged male boss had some intentions towards their beautiful captain. "Girl, these are lamb skewers. They are delicious. Eat them while they are hot." The boss smiled innocently. "Why are you giving me lamb skewers?" Shi Xuefei asked vigilantly. "Your little girlfriend asked me to deliver it." The boss squinted his eyes and showed an ambiguous look of, "You know." "What kind of partner?" Shi Xuefei said angrily. She had been a single woman for more than 20 years, and she didn't have a boyfriend to get in the way. "That's him." The shop owner turned around and pointed, but couldn't find Yuan Yifan. While the boss was wondering, Shi Xuefei was shocked. She suddenly understood that it must be number 22 who was playing tricks. Only he would be so bold as to tease her. "Everyone gather at the Sea-High barbecue stall. We found the trace of number 22. Shi Xuefei immediately ran to the barbecue stall and looked around, hoping to find any trace of number 22. At this time, a little girl came to Shi Xuefei and handed her a note. Shi Xuefei knew that this was given to her by Yuan Yifan, and that there might be clues in it, so she opened it and checked it out immediately. "I deeply apologize for what happened at the zoo during the day. This kebab is a gift of apology. I hope you will accept it. Yuan Yifan." This note was indeed confirmed to be written by Yuan Yifan. Shi Xuefei quickly asked the little girl, "Where is the person who gave you the note?" "He's over there." The little girl turned around and pointed. In the crowd, there was a handsome man who was smiling and waving at Shi Xuefei. The person waving was, of course, Yuan Yifan. He fulfilled the audience's wishes and was about to escape. In order to have a sensational farewell ceremony, Yuan Yifan jumped out and took the initiative to expose his identity. "There he is, catch him." When Shi Xuefei saw Yuan Yifan, she chased after him immediately, just like Tomcat seeing Jerry. Having successfully attracted Shi Xuefei's attention, Yuan Yifan turned around and ran away. In a sense, his behavior was no different from that of a scumbag, who would flirt and then run away, never taking responsibility and not considering the consequences. Thus, a new round of pursuit began at the internet celebrity food street. The entire food street is a street hundreds of meters long separated by a wall. Tourists enter from both ends of the street. There is a passage on each side in the middle for merchants to enter to purchase goods. There were a lot of people on the street, so when Yuan Yifan started to run away, he couldn't speed up and was avoiding the obstacles around him. Shi Xuefei used the internal communication channel to direct the team members to come and capture the prisoner in real time. There were about 10 people behind her, and the rest ran over from the opposite side of Yuan Yifan to close the net. This was very disadvantageous for Yuan Yifan, as it was another blockade at both ends in a small space. The only good news is that there are so many people here that the arrest team members can't deploy their formation. "Don't run." Yuan Yifan met two members of the arrest team head-on. They were also familiar faces. Yuan Yifan had competed with them before in Monkey Mountain. There were band-aids on their faces, which were proof of mischief left by the monkeys. As the saying goes, when two brave men meet in a narrow road, the bravest one wins. Now, it is a competition of who is braver. Both sides are fighting for honor and have reasons to win. It just depends on who has the stronger ability. The two team members prepared to attack because they already knew that Yuan Yifan had fighting skills, so they did not dare to be careless. They did not try to knock down number 22 at once, but just wanted to hold him back and wait for the main force to come to support. It could be said that they had the advantage in numbers. Yuan Yifan was alone and helpless, so if he wanted to escape, he had to win in the chaos. So he set his eyes on the hot pot where tea eggs were cooking. Yuan Yifan picked up the hot pot on the spot and pretended to lift it up. The two members of the arresting team were both tough and strong men. Normally, they would not frown even when being punched and kicked. However, when they saw the hot pot with the aroma of tea leaves, their faces changed. Even gods could not resist such hot juice. They subconsciously dodged to the side. This was purely the instinctive risk avoidance reaction of humans. This was exactly the instinctive reaction Yuan Yifan wanted. In this crowded food street, he couldn't really pour out the pot of boiling tea, as it would definitely hurt innocent people. So he just pretended to do it and turned around to put it back to the boss. However, his movements were a bit rough and many tea eggs fell to the ground. Chapter 59. Cracking the Maginot Line. What are you doing? When the shop owner saw someone destroying his merchandise, he yelled angrily. Ask them for compensation. Yuan Yifan pointed at the two men and rushed past them. Because of the diners blocking their way, the two arrest team members were still a beat too slow when they reached out to catch them and were broken through by Yuan Yifan. Captain, he rushed over. The two team members said anxiously, Don't be anxious. Keep your eyes on him. Team members in front, pay attention. Focus on stopping him. Don't let him break through easily. Sure, Xu Fa commanded coldly. The team members fully understood that number 22 was as slippery and difficult to catch as a loach, and as treacherous and cunning as a fox. They had to be 120% focused to have any hope of catching this most arrogant fugitive. Yuan Yifan ran away and encountered another arresting member. This member stood on the street, lowered his center of gravity, and stood there like a small mountain. His momentum seemed to say, Don't even think about passing through the territory guarded by me. Yuan Yifan could already hear the dense footsteps of the pursuers behind him. He had no time to battle with them, so he simply lifted up a fruit stand nearby and smashed it towards the team member. Pill-a-pull. Various apples, oranges, and pears hit the team member. Although it didn't hurt, it seriously interfered with his vision. Yuan Yifan picked up 2 large coconuts from a stall and rushed towards the team member. This team member seemed to have just played the role of fruit ninja. After pushing away a lot of fruits, he saw number 22 Yuan Yifan rushing towards him. He immediately punched Yuan Yifan, trying to knock him down. However, Yuan Yifan did not fight with him. Instead, he used the coconut as a shield, blocking himself and taking his punch. So the team member's fist hit the hard shell of the coconut. The team member screamed in pain. His finger bones were in severe pain. The harder they were hit, the more serious the injury. It was estimated that their finger bones were bruised. After all, everyone can see how hard the coconut shell is. It can kill people if it falls from the tree. The team member screamed in pain, and Yuan Yifan took the opportunity to rush over, so he passed another level. At the same time, he did not forget to set a trap for his opponent, and shouted to the fruit stall owner who chased him, Ask my friend in the back to compensate you. Then Yuan Yifan ran faster than anyone else. Sure, Xu Fa and others who were chasing after them were obstructed by the fruit stall owner, just like the tea egg owner before. At this time, they had no time to pay attention to such annoying things, as they were all passed by like a gust of wind. All the members of the arrest team had one belief in their hearts. That is, only by catching Yuan Yifan could they get rid of the hatred in their hearts. Yuan Yifan passed 2 levels in a row, and netizens who were watching the live broadcast were cheering for him. This is like playing a horizontal scrolling game. Number 22 has to overcome numerous obstacles and finally escape the clutches of the female devil. This is amazing. Isn't this a real-life Mario? Well done, keep running, and I'll give you a reward when you get out. Most netizens believe that Yuan Yifan could escape, and many fan groups even took out glow sticks and other items to cheer for number 22 during offline gatherings. It only took Yuan Yifan 4 days to go from an ordinary fugitive in a program group to a dazzling star. His wit and strength won the recognition of the majority of netizens. Sure, Xu Fa also found that 1 or 2 team members would be useless against Yuan Yifan, and they had to rely on the advantage in numbers, so she immediately ordered, The team members in the front will gather together, disperse the crowd, block the road, and make sure to stop Yuan Yifan. You are the last barrier. Receive. The arresting team members on the other side felt the arduousness of the task. They followed the captain's instructions and directed the crowd at the exit in advance. Without wasting any words, they just said that they were catching a vicious fugitive. The tourists then dispersed on their own accord, and the streets were cleared. Then a human wall of nearly 10 people was formed across the street. In order to intercept more effectively, 2 layers of people were set up. The people in the front row were responsible for blocking, while the 2 people in the back row took out tasers and would shoot when they found an opportunity. This formation is definitely not something that one person can break out of by brute force. It can be described as the Maginot Line of the arrest team. The team members looked grim, and at the moment they had only one thought in their minds, Humph. Number 22. Just come on. This time there are no tourists to provide you with cover. Let's see how you can escape. As Yuan Yifan was running, he found a wall of people in front of him. There was no tourist around, and the stalls outside the store were all closed. This made his previous strategy of winning in chaos impossible to use. If he wanted to rush through, it seemed that he had no choice but to charge forward. However, facing the arrest team that was on high alert, it was almost as difficult for Yuan Yifan to rush forward as it was to break out of the Shaolin Temple's 18 bronze men formation with his bare hands. It would be fine if he was really allowed to fight back, but the pursuers behind him would not give him time to break the formation. The two sides were only 7 or 8 meters apart. As long as Yuan Yifan stopped, more than 20 people pursuing him would be able to capture him in a few seconds. It seems that I have to find another way. When Yuan Yifan was running, he suddenly lowered his head, as if he was going to charge forward. This made the arresting team members happy, because they liked such young men. The team members in the back row held the trigger of the taser gun tightly, and waited until the shooting range was reached, and then shot number 22. The terrain here was open, and the target was single, which was the most suitable for shooting. However, before Yuan Yifan arrived at a good taste jelly shop, he suddenly made a 90-degree turn and rushed into the store. This was how he cracked the Maginot Line, the same tactic used by the German army back then. Since your formation is solid, there is no need to fight hard, just go around it, which makes the defense line useless. The jelly shop that Yuan Yifan ran into did not close its door in order to welcome customers. There was a window at the innermost part through which one could see the street view outside. Many customers who were dining in the restaurant were hiding inside, waiting to watch the fugitive being caught, but they found that the fugitive actually rushed into the house. They were so scared that they quickly shrank into the corner for fear of causing trouble. Without stopping, Yuan Yifan suddenly picked up a stool beside him, put it in front of him, and rushed towards a window. The glass window was knocked open directly, and Yuan Yifan jumped out of the store. He rolled over among the broken glass and stood up. In front of him was a flat back street, which was the passage for merchants to enter and exit. There were no arrest team members blocking his way here. Yuan Yifan stood up and ran. The arresting team members were not willing to be left behind. Fighting for honor, they also jumped out of the window and chased after him. The chase moved from inside the food street to outside the food street. The location of the chase changed, but the intensity remained the same, with both sides running hard and striving to be the first. Chapter 60. Want to flirt with a female teacher. However, on the streets outside, Yuan Yifan was like a fish in water. His physical strength and parkour skills always allowed him to stay ahead of the arrest team. So the netizens in the live broadcast room saw an interesting scene. Yuan Yifan was like a pilot. He was running in front, and within a dozen meters behind him, there were dozens of people chasing him wildly. At this time, the drone flies into the air to shoot the bird's eye view, which looks even more shocking, like a chase scene in a police and gangster movie. In this chase, Shi Shuifei did not choose to chase directly, but turned around and drove her own car. She wanted to get to the intersection ahead and advance to block the car. After all, no matter how hard the fugitive runs, 2 legs can never outrun 4 legs. So in the end, Yuan Yifan still has to escape by car, so it is necessary to make arrangements in advance. Captain, he's running towards the vegetable garden road ahead, 500 meters away. A tracking team member reported in real time through the headset. Okay, I'll be at Kaiyuan Road soon. Be careful not to lose me, and report your coordinates at all times. Shi Shuifei commanded calmly. Although the encirclement was about to close, Shi Shuifei was not in the mood to be happy. She had been defeated by Yuan Yifan several times before. This time, she must seize the opportunity to capture the most cunning fugitive of the program group. When Yuan Yifan was running away, he not only used parkour skills to avoid pedestrians and obstacles, but also took the time to observe the pursuers behind him. When he found that Shi Shuifei was not among them, he knew that something was wrong. Shi Shuifei would definitely block him at the most uncomfortable place for him. This was the tacit understanding between masters. So where would I feel the most uncomfortable? It would undoubtedly be the vegetable garden road ahead. Yuan Yifan originally planned to steal a car on Kaiyuan Road and leave, but when he saw the open road ahead, which exuded a sense of danger, Yuan Yifan turned in another direction without hesitation. This is a corner. After Yuan Yifan turned the corner, he blended into a group of people waiting for the traffic light. He suddenly squatted down and used the blind spot of his vision to take off his white shirt, revealing a black vest underneath. He tied the sleeves of the shirt to his waist, making it look like an apron. Under the light of the night, it was like he had changed into a pair of white pants, covering up his original patterned shorts. He also took off his wig and threw it on the ground and hunched his back slightly so that his height changed. After putting on the mask, it was impossible to spot him among the pedestrians. It only took Yuan Yifan 5 seconds to complete this extreme change of clothes. When the green light came on, he mixed in with the crowd and crossed the road. At this time, the arrest team turned the corner and saw a group of people crossing the road under the streetlights. In the dark, they could not see clearly, and they lost track of number 22 for a while. The main reason here is that the light is not good at night, and the dim streetlights cannot provide effective lighting. Yuan Yifan's F-level camouflage also allows him to change his image without any flaws. The arrest team members had a preconceived idea and went to look for number 22 in the crowd, who was wearing a white top and floral shorts. However, they did not find the corresponding person in the crowd. The team members felt depressed and immediately realized that they might have lost the person. Team 1 continues to chase forward, and the rest of the people go check the crowd on the street. Number 22 is very likely mixed in with them. The deputy captain at the scene immediately ordered the team members to search the sidewalk. These pedestrians could not confirm whether it was number 22 from the back, so they all went around to the front and stared at others, which aroused the disgust of the pedestrians. Because Yuan Yifan had a precedent of pretending to be a woman, one team member did not let women go. He went up and pulled off the mask of a suspicious woman. It was obvious that she was not number 22. "Are you ill?" Bang! This team member got slapped in the face and had no one to complain to. "Psycho, call the police. There are hooligans here." Soon, several disputes broke out on the sidewalk, and soon a riot broke out. Yuan Yifan took advantage of this opportunity and walked to the bus stop on the opposite street. At this time, a police officer ran over and looked around. Yuan Yifan was about to be discovered. At this time, a bus arrived at the station and opened its doors. Yuan Yifan walked on it and avoided the arrest team members. At this time, the team members also ran all the way to the vicinity of the bus. Yuan Yifan threw his mobile phone into the aisle and pretended to lower his head to pick up the phone. He used very normal behavior to avoid the sight of the arrest team members. The bus drove away, and a team member realized that Yuan Yifan might have boarded the bus, so he ran more than 10 meters to check the passengers on the bus. However, after Yuan Yifan picked up the phone, he pretended to tie his shoelaces and squatted in the aisle without getting up, thus perfectly hiding his figure. Because the target was not found, the team member who was chasing the car had to give up and look for clues in the surrounding area. Yuan Yifan waited until the bus had gone more than 100 meters before he found a seat to sit down and adjusted his sitting position so that people outside could not see his face. When Shi Xiufei drove to the scene, the team members reported to her that they had lost the target. The arrest team searched the surrounding area dejectedly for more than half an hour, but found nothing. They had to withdraw their troops, sadly. Yuan Yifan successfully escaped capture again. Yuan Yifan escaped capture twice today, and each time was extremely thrilling. Viewers with weak hearts might be frightened to the point of falling sick. However, Yuan Yifan himself did not find it that scary, as everything was under his control. He escaped capture twice by using various skills and wit, and even did not resort to physical combat. The process seemed thrilling, but it did not reach the point where he was at the end of his rope. After escaping danger and his adrenaline secretion decreased, Yuan Yifan began to feel a slight pain in his legs. He looked down and saw that his pants were torn. He rolled up his trouser legs and saw 3 wounds on both legs, all of which were caused by the glass when he jumped out of the window. Although they did not require stitches, they still looked bloody and needed to be treated. Yuan Yifan waited for the bus to go through 4 stops and felt that he had almost shaken off the pursuers, so he planned to get off at the next stop. The next stop is the West Gate of Yamaza University. The bus was announcing the stop, and we had actually arrived at a familiar place. This was once the scene where Yuan Yifan fought against the arrest team. This could be considered one of his lucky places. After getting off the bus, Yuan Yifan walked to the pharmacy at the back door of the school and bought some trauma medicines such as iodine and Band-Aids. When he was about to leave, a young woman suddenly walked in from outside. The two looked at each other and recognized each other at the same time. It's you. This woman was none other than the English teacher whom Yuan Yifan had added on WeChat before. After they parted in class, he thought they had nothing to do with each other, but he didn't expect to meet her again in the pharmacy. What a coincidence. Hello, teacher. Yuan Yifan greeted with a smile, still as graceful as ever. However, he couldn't remember the teacher's last name and could only address him vaguely. Are you injured? Did you have a fight with someone? The female teacher asked in surprise, looking at Yuan Yifan's torn and bloodstained clothes. I accidentally bumped into the door and was scratched by the glass. Yuan Yifan evaded the question. Okay, I'll take what you said as the truth and then quickly take care of the wound. The female teacher has been facing naughty students for a long time. Yuan Yifan's lying skills can't be hidden from her, but she didn't dwell on it. Seeing Yuan Yifan's wound, she was a little worried. Chapter 61, number 22, must be weakened. Please sit down first, and I will help you apply the medicine. The female teacher took the initiative to say. Without giving any explanation, she pulled Yuan Yifan to sit on a chair beside the pharmacy. Then she squatted on the ground, lifted up Yuan Yifan's trouser leg, unscrewed the iodine, dipped a cotton swab in it, and carefully treated his wound. Yuan Yifan rarely felt embarrassed, so he didn't say anything, but the netizens who were watching the live broadcast were excited. Oh, we met again in the pharmacy after partying in the classroom. This is definitely fate. You have to seize the day on the 22nd. The female teacher is so loving. Number 22 should form a couple with her. It's so romantic for a couple of thieves to escape to the ends of the earth together. That's not right. Number 22 and Shufa are the perfect couple. This female teacher is just an ordinary girl. I don't think she is worthy of number 22. Anyway, I like this female teacher. If my teacher had been this gentle, I wouldn't have failed English all the time. Don't you know everything? Number 22? Now, teach us how to pick up girls. If you can take down an English teacher tonight, I will give you 5 big rockets. Netizens in the live broadcast room were all optimistic about the couple, so the super moderator quietly sent the public's opinions to Yuan Yifan. Flirting with a female teacher? Yuan Yifan felt both amused and helpless after seeing this. He had never had such an idea before, and he could see that the female teacher was only kind to him and not out of any romantic feelings. After all, it was the 21st century, and there would basically be no women who would go crazy over a man the first time they met him. The female teacher treated Yuan Yifan's wound and put a Band-Aid on him before putting his pants down. She stood up and said, "Go back to the dormitory quickly. Don't fight in the future. If the school finds out, you'll be punished. If you lose, you'll be hospitalized. If you win, you'll go to jail. There is no benefit in acting on impulse. Remember that." Yuan Yifan suddenly felt a little funny, as if he was back in middle school when he was scolded by his homeroom teacher. Although this female teacher was a bit nagging, it felt really good. It was rare for someone to be so enthusiastic in criticizing him. "Okay, teacher, I'll remember it." Yuan Yifan nodded sincerely. Then he said, "Thank you for treating my wound. How about I treat you to a midnight snack?" "No, I still have to go back to prepare for class. You should go back to the dormitory early." After the female teacher finished speaking, she walked out of the pharmacy and Yuan Yifan followed her out. When the female teacher was about to return to the school staff dormitory, she noticed that Yuan Yifan was looking around aimlessly and guessed that he had nowhere to go. "What's wrong? No place to live?" asked the female teacher. "That's not the case. I just haven't decided whether to stay in a hotel or a villa." Yuan Yifan answered honestly. The female teacher thought his words were bragging, so she sighed helplessly and said, "Okay, if you can't decide, do you want me to arrange a place for you to live?" "Where?" Yuan Yifan was a little curious. "The school's guest house," said the female teacher. "But I don't have my ID with me." Yuan Yifan lit. He had his ID card, but he couldn't take it out. If he took it out to register to connect to the internet, the arrest team would arrive within 15 minutes. "Just use my ID card." The female teacher seemed to believe that Yuan Yifan had run away after a fight and was afraid to go back, so she took him to the internal guest house run by the school. This place was not open to the public, and only relatives of the school's teachers and students could check in with their credentials. When the female teacher came here, she asked the waiter to get a single room. Netizens had a lot of imagination. When they saw the female teacher take the initiative to open a room, they started to make a fuss in the comments. Number 22 is so awesome. He can make a female teacher take the initiative to open a room. I wish I could make a woman take the initiative to offer herself to me someday. I am convinced. Number 22 is extremely charming. I will use a big rocket right now. Netizens were obviously wrong. The female teacher paid 100 yuan for Yuan Yifan's room fee and then left. She was just a kind-hearted teacher who was cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. She did not have any ulterior motives as netizens thought. This teacher is a good person. Yuan Yifan kept this favor in mind and planned to repay her when he had the chance. Yuan Yifan slept in the guest house of Shandong University that night. There was Wi-Fi and 24-hour hot water, just like an ordinary small hotel, but the furnishings were simpler with only a small TV. Yuan Yifan was tired after a whole day, and he did not rush to rest when he entered the house. Instead, he set up an early warning mechanism at the door and tied an empty can to the handle with a thin wire so that he could immediately detect someone entering. This is the third floor. Yuan Yifan opened the window and looked around. If the door was blocked by the arrest team, he could choose to jump out of the window, which was also a way out. As a top fugitive, he has to consider the retreat route every time he arrives at a place. This is the secret of his ability to escape. If he hadn't been prepared, he would have been captured by criminal investigation expert Shi Xuefei. At the end of the day, Yuan Yifan took a bath and fell into a sweet dream. He fell asleep, but things were a little unsettled on the program crew's side. The entire office building was brightly lit as they were discussing how to deal with number 22, Yuan Yifan. Shi Xuefei failed to catch anyone twice today. Her colleagues have never seen her smile. She locked herself in the room and looked up a lot of information. Every piece of paper contained relevant information about Yuan Yifan. She was completely at odds with Yuan Yifan and would not give up until she caught him. After increasing the number of manpower in the arrest team, it was found that they were still unable to do anything to Yuan Yifan, so someone suggested sending more manpower to the arrest team. However, the program director Pang Qiming rejected this proposal. There are already opinions online saying that the fugitives and the arresting personnel are not equal in strength. Didn't you watch the replay? Can number 22 be defeated by human wave tactics? Several program planners fell into deep thought. The answer was obviously no. The third arrest team had 40 people equipped with tasers and Shi Xuefei, a former excellent criminal police officer, but they couldn't catch Yuan Yifan. It was really a gap in strength. Judging from the performance of number 22, it seemed that he had not reached his limit yet. This was the most terrifying point. No one knew where the limit of number 22 was and how to catch him. Seeing that his subordinates were silent, Pang Qiming said, "The arrest team needs to be strengthened, but we have to consider the impact. It is not convenient to add more people to Shi Xuefei's team for the time being. If we add more people and still can't catch her, it will be embarrassing. We still have to consider other aspects." One planner suggested, "Boss, how about this? After every 5 days, we can make it more difficult for the fugitive or change the mode. It's almost the 6th day, so we can make number 22's name and other information public to completely eliminate the possibility of him using his ID card." Pang Qiming nodded and said, "Well, this reinforcement is insignificant, but feasible. If this is still ineffective, then we will wait until the 11th day to reinforce the arrest team again and see what happens then. If the arrest missions of other teams are completed first, then let the other 2 captains assist Shi Xuefei and deal with Yuan Yifan together. Maybe with the newcomers and new atmosphere, the 2 male captains can catch Yuan Yifan." Bah, 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 bah. The leader's speech was the final word, and everyone applauded enthusiastically. It has been decided that Yuan Yifan will soon face a new wave of weakening, simply because he is too strong. If he is not weakened, others will not be able to play him. Chapter 62, 5th Day of Escape. Urban Escape Show, Day 5. After Yuan Yifan woke up, he checked and found that no one had moved the mechanism at the door. It seemed that the arrest team had not found any trace of him. He got up and used the disposable toiletries prepared in the guest house to wash himself. He has also lived a hard life. He can afford to stay in a 5-star hotel or enjoy the comfort of a guest house. He can be said to be not a picky eater. Today is another brand new day. After having a meal at a snack stand on the back street of the school, Yuan Yifan asked the audience through live broadcast where they were going to play today. Of course, it's a lively and fun place. I think tourist areas are better. Young models in the club are the romance of men. As the saying goes, everyone has their own unique preferences, and it is impossible to satisfy everyone at the same time. In the end, the super administrator stepped in and listed several options on the screen for the audience to choose from. 5 minutes later, the statistics came out, and 58.7% of the audience wanted Yuan Yifan to go play in the suburbs of Shanjin, mainly because they had been in the city for the past 2 days and they wanted to change their taste. The super moderator conveyed the opinions of the audience. As the most fan-favoring fugitive in history, Yuan Yifan must of course satisfy everyone's wishes. Okay, let's go travel in the suburbs today. Before he set off, he had to prepare a retreat. The audience saw him take out his mobile phone, operate something on it, and then make another call and negotiate for a few minutes. After hanging up the phone, Yuan Yifan checked the money on him and found that he still had a few thousand yuan, which was enough. He could set off now. Yuan Yifan walked for a while on the roadside and saw a dusty Buick Regal. He walked to the door, opened it in a few seconds, got in, started the car, and drove away. Number 22's car stealing skills are becoming more and more sophisticated. I envy him so much. He has no shortage of cars wherever he goes. If I buy a car, I have to pay off the loan for several years, but he doesn't have to spend any money and can drive any car he wants. While the audience was speaking enthusiastically, they felt that Yuan Yifan did not interact with them, and there was no atmosphere of watching a live broadcast at all. So netizens united and either called or contacted online customer service to report this situation, hoping that the barrage function would be enabled for number 22 to facilitate interaction with them. One of the goals of the program team is to promote the brand of Urban Escape. The audience is their bread and butter, so of course they have to take their parents seriously. So after a quick discussion among the top management of the program team, they decided to make an exception for Yuan Yifan and select some barrage comments that do not contain spoilers and play them for Yuan Yifan, so as to achieve the purpose of interaction. To not restrict the barrage. If all the barrage functions are turned on directly, there will probably be spoilers who tip off Yuan Yifan or spread false information, which will undermine the fairness of the program. Barrage function is also required to be activated only when Yuan Yifan is free and not in danger. Otherwise, he will be in a tense escape process, which will affect his performance, and he will not have time to reply to everyone's barrage. Soon, the first screen comment, through the holographic projection function of the drone used for shooting, allowed Yuan Yifan to see what the audience wanted to say to him, which was that they envied him for having a car to drive anywhere. Yuan Yifan then said, "Don't envy me. I'm a fugitive now. I can't enjoy any social welfare, and I'm wanted everywhere. This is not the life of a good citizen. You must abide by the law and don't be like me. It may seem glorious, but once the arrest team comes, won't I be chased everywhere?" The original intention of the Urban Escape program is to popularize the law. Yuan Yifan is well aware of the essence of it. So when he has the opportunity to communicate with the audience, he will teach everyone the correct values. Netizens quickly responded, "Number 22 is right. Although life on the run is exciting, it is still more real to live an ordinary life with a wife and children and a warm bed. If you want excitement, just watch number 22's live broadcast. There is no need to test the law yourself." Yuan Yifan's heartfelt words earned him dozens of reputation points. Popularizing the law also earned him reputation, so it was a win-win situation. Halfway through the journey, the gas tank of the Regal was empty, so Yuan Yifan found a gas station, filled up with 200 yuan of gas, and continued driving on his way. In the morning, he finally arrived at the Bulao Peak tourist attraction located in the suburbs. This is a scenic spot famous for a mountain that rises from the ground. Standing at the foot of the mountain, you can look up and see the towering peaks, which is quite spectacular. Bulao Peak is a solitary peak, thousands of meters high. It takes a lot of time and energy to climb up. Fortunately, Yuan Yifan had both of these things. He bought 2 bottles of water at the foot of the mountain and bravely climbed to the top of the mountain. When Yuan Yifan was climbing the hill, the arrest team had already discovered his trace. Report to the captain, a suspected target was found in a gas station in the north of the city. A member of the arrest team is reporting to Shuefa. Shuefa gave orders early this morning, focusing on checking the surveillance cameras of major gas stations throughout the city, and she received the good news as she wished. The reason for this order was that Shuefa worked overtime until the early morning last night. After careful reflection, she reanalyzed all the behavioral habits of Yuan Yifan that she knew so far and found that he liked to steal zombie cars on the roadside, which made it difficult for the car owners to discover that the vehicle was stolen in the first place, allowing him to take advantage of the loophole. Based on this information, we can think that Yuan Yifan likes to steal zombie cars, and the general condition of zombie cars is that the tires are underinflated or the oil is low. This is a clue that can be used. So Shuefa ordered everyone to investigate the surveillance cameras of gas stations and auto repair shops throughout the city early in the morning after the team members came to work. This was the place where Yuan Yifan was most likely to go. God helps those who work hard. After more than 3 hours of monitoring, the team members finally discovered the scene when Yuan Yifan was refueling. When Shuefa saw the blurry surveillance video at the gas station, She recognized Yuan Yifan at a glance. It has to be said that Yuan Yifan's unique temperament made him stand out from the crowd. The blurred pixels of the picture could not conceal his brilliance, causing Shu to recognize him immediately. At this point, Yuan Yifan's car was locked, and through surveillance, it was discovered that he went to Bulow Peak. Everyone move on. Our target is the Bulao Peak in the north of the city. At Shuefei's command, the entire third arrest team went out and rushed to the area where Yuan Yifan was. Yuan Yifan had already climbed halfway up the mountain. He did not climb fast because he was enjoying the scenery and interacting with the audience while climbing. He felt leisurely and comfortable, without any panic as a fugitive should have. He was just like an ordinary tourist, sightseeing and relaxing along the way, which is why he has never been reported by the public. Some fugitives with poor psychological quality look at people furtively and are frightened. Others will think there is something wrong with them as soon as they see them and call the police, which then leads to their arrest. However, Yuan Yifan is not like that at all. Since the beginning of the show, no one has been able to tell his identity. This is also a kind of strength. Chapter 63, One an iPhone. The audience was very curious about Yuan Yifan and began to ask him personal questions, such as his age, education, where he was from, whether he was married or not, and some even asked him about his sexual orientation and whether he could fence with them. The questions were really varied. As a fugitive contestant, Yuan Yifan didn't want to reveal too much privacy, so he tried to be vague about it and only answer questions that were unimportant, such as saying he was not married, he was a man, and he liked men. Some male fencing fans were disappointed, but the majority of female fans had hope. They typed messages wishing Yuan Yifan to pass the level as soon as possible, and then have him come to their homes on a colorful cloud to propose marriage. The super moderator did not send him a large number of love confessions, so as to prevent Yuan Yifan from having unrealistic thoughts. If he was really attracted by a female fan and took the initiative to expose himself and end his escape career to pursue true love, it would be a huge loss that the program team could not afford. Yuan Yifan quickly climbed to the middle of the mountain, where there was a rest area. It was quite large, similar to a highway service area, with restaurants, convenience stores, and even a small hotel for tourists to rest. The rest area was very lively because a mini rock climbing competition was being held. Yuan Yifan, who was sitting in the pavilion drinking water, could hear the excitement from a long distance away. Let's go over there and take a look. It looks like there's a competition going on, some curious spectators encouraged. This barrage of comments was harmless and was conveyed to Yuan Yifan. Of course, it's worth taking a look at the excitement. So he stood up and walked to where the crowd gathered and saw an artificial rock climbing facility. After asking the staff, I learned that Bulow Peak is now building its reputation as the #1 rock climbing peak in the province. The Shanji International Rock Climbing Competition will be held next week at the top of the peak, which is a natural rock climbing venue with first-class conditions. This is an international competition, and there will be contestants from many countries and regions participating. In order to increase the popularity of the competition and also to hone the competition's organizational capabilities, the competition organizing committee held a folk amateur rock climbing entertainment competition in advance for practice. All viewers are welcome to sign up. As long as you can climb to the top and come down smoothly, we will have exquisite gifts for you. The contestant who completes the climb within 5 minutes will receive a latest iPhone 13. After the host call, many people signed up for Apple phones. Everyone had to sign a waiver agreement before participating in the competition. Although there were a full set of protective measures, it was a dangerous sport after all, and there were still certain risks, so all preparations had to be made. Soon, the first group of contestants put on their protective gear, tied their safety ropes, and set off. They slowly climbed up a simulated rock climbing environment made of plastic. There are all kinds of people among these contestants. There is a fat man weighing over 200 pounds. His belly is against the wall, and his hands and feet can hardly reach the foothold. There is also a female compatriot who is as light as a swallow, weighing less than 80 kilograms. She lacked strength and could not climb up at all. Rock climbing requires high strength and physical strength. Strength allows you to climb up, and physical strength allows you to climb longer. Both are indispensable. This girl obviously does not have them. When others have climbed up 1 or 2 meters, she is still wandering around at the bottom. It can be seen that not everyone can enjoy this Apple phone. Soon, these contestants were defeated one by one, but there was still one spectator who spent more than 10 minutes to successfully reach the top and touch the bell at the top. After it rang, He climbed down along the same route and completed the entire climb. Congratulations to Mr. Liu for his successful climb, but unfortunately he did not finish within 5 minutes and missed the first prize. He won the second prize instead. The host presented the awards on the spot. The second prize was a supermarket shopping cart worth 1,000 yuan, which is hard currency. The winner, Mr. Liu, was very happy. Seeing that someone had won a prize, the next group of people signed up more enthusiastically. After all, the prizes were limited and on a first-come, first-served basis, so everyone rushed to go rock climbing. Although there are no restrictions for this rock climbing entertainment competition, registration is only accepted if you have an ID card. Grandpa and grandmothers over 50 years old were also turned away. These elderly people are afraid of getting bumped into anything, so the organizers dare not let them try it. Otherwise, if something happens, the compensation will be tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. Niche sport of rock climbing has aroused the interest of netizens. Yuan Yifan is known as an all-round fugitive, and there is almost nothing he can't do. Netizens were joking that number 22 was proficient in everything from music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and now he encountered rock climbing, and some curious netizens urged Yuan Yifan to go and give it a try. They wanted to see if he was really all-round and could even climb rocks. The super moderator conveyed this public opinion. When Yuan Yifan saw it, he thought, this is a good opportunity. Since the audience wants to watch, then he will perform. This opportunity to show off his skills is exactly his chance to earn a lot of reputation points. Yuan Yifan walked over to sign up and took out his ID card. Since this amateur competition would only be recorded on paper and would not be connected to the internet, it would be fine to use his ID card. After registering, Yuan Yifan was ranked 6th in the group. At this rate, he would have to wait for at least an hour before it was his turn, which was really a long time. Suddenly, one of the second group of contestants missed a step at the very beginning and fell from a height of 2 meters. Fortunately, there was an air cushion underneath to protect him, and he was not injured. However, according to the rules, he lost the qualification to continue the competition. The man took off his protective gear in disappointment. Yuan Yifan, who had been waiting impatiently, suddenly saw an opportunity and rushed forward in one step. Runaway system. Do you want to consume 1 attribute point to activate the rock climbing skill? When Yuan Yifan approached the rock climbing area, the escape system gave prompts as expected. Yes, upgrade me to F level directly. Now Yuan Yifan's reputation has exceeded 1,000 and he is wealthy, so he will directly add points to F and develop a skill first. Escape system. Rock climbing skill is upgraded to F level, and the skill humanoid gecko is unlocked. After acquiring the skill, Yuan Yifan snatched the safety rope from the disqualified contestant, tied it around his body, and then quickly climbed up. The staff on the side quickly stopped him and said, "This contestant, you cannot participate yet. You have to wait for arrangements. We all have unified timing." Yuan Yifan suddenly jumped to a height of more than 1 meter and said directly to the people below, "It doesn't matter, just time me according to this contestant's time." He had already climbed up, so the staff had no choice but to give up and let the host make the decision. The host was responsible for maintaining the atmosphere. When he saw Yuan Yifan climbing up quickly and surpassing several competitors in front of him, his eyes lit up and he said, "We see a competitor has taken the initiative to replace him. His climbing skills are very professional. I am looking forward to his performance." Yuan Yifan couldn't help being professional. He had the F-level rock climbing skills provided by the system. This simple rock climbing site was not difficult for him to climb. After climbing more than 3 meters high, he even untied the safety rope because he thought it was too much of a hindrance. He didn't need it. Chapter 64, I'll give you 1,000 yuan in cash and return you a 10,000 yuan phone. Oh my, this athlete is so irrational. How could he untie the safety rope on his own initiative? Rescue personnel, please get in place quickly to prevent any accidents. The host was now very worried, fearing that Yuan Yifan might have an accident that would affect his performance. In comparison, netizens in the live broadcast room had full confidence in Yuan Yifan, and they all cheered him on. Some even said that they would reward Yuan Yifan as long as he could complete the rock climbing. Seeing the encouragement from the audience, Yuan Yifan felt full of energy and quickly climbed to the top. At this time, there were only 4 minutes left since the start, even after taking into account the time wasted by the previous failed contestants. During this period, the best performer of his peers only climbed 2/3 of the height, which was far behind him. Yuan Yifan triggered the bell at the top, and began to fall quickly. He reached the bottom in just 50 seconds. Then he jumped down and landed directly on the air cushion. He used the elastic force to slow down and fell back to the ground in the second time. He stood straight without moving his feet. His movements were clean and smooth, and he performed them with ease. Woohoo! We saw this athlete perform really well. He climbed up and came down in 4 minutes and 57 seconds, which is less than 5 minutes. He is the first prize winner. Let us congratulate him. The host was very excited. He didn't expect that in the second batch, someone would reach the standard of the first prize. As the host, he was very clear about the meaning of this result, which showed that this person was a professional rock climber. When this rock climbing venue was set up, professional personnel were hired to try it out. It was basically completed in about 5 minutes at the fastest. Yuan Yifan was able to achieve this time, which showed that he was undoubtedly professional. What is your name, sir? The host went up to interview with a microphone. My name is Yuan Yifan. He directly stated his name. Anyway, his identity was an open secret in the arrest team, so there was no need to hide it. Okay, Mr. Yuan, this is your prize, a 256G iPhone 13. The host handed an unopened mobile phone to Yuan Yifan. There was warm applause all around, and everyone was happy for Yuan Yifan. Number 22 is truly invincible. He is also so good at rock climbing. There is really nothing in the world that he cannot do. What netizens said is indeed right. As long as the system knows how to run away, Yuan Yifan is good at it. The host continued the interview. Excuse me, Mr. Yuan, are you a professional rock climber? Your movements just now were very professional. No, I'm just an amateur. Yuan Yifan said into the microphone. While he was dealing with it, his eyes suddenly focused because he sensed some unusual movement among the crowd. A group of people were trying to push their way in. When Yuan Yifan saw the appearance of one of them, he smiled slightly. The arrest team was really amazing. He didn't even know where his whereabouts were exposed, but they found him. The arrest team, who had been following closely all the way. No need to talk anymore. I have something else to do. After Yuan Yifan said something into the microphone, he turned around and ran away, shocking everyone. However, more members of the arrest team started at the same time and rushed towards Yuan Yifan, shocking the people around. What was going on? This encirclement was a bit hasty, mainly because Yuan Yifan was too alert. Their encirclement had not yet been formally formed, which gave Yuan Yifan a chance to find a loophole and escape from the encirclement, with the arrest team members chasing him frantically. It's still the familiar recipe. It's still the familiar taste. Yuan Yifan and the arrest team have a love-hate relationship, and there are several chase scenes every day. This time, Shi Shuifei was running in the front line, and they were already so close. Moreover, there was only one way up the mountain. As long as they blocked the way down the mountain, Yuan Yifan would be trapped like a turtle in a jar, unable to escape from the palm of Buddha's hand. Yuan Yifan never thought about running down the mountain, because the arrest team came up from the bottom of the mountain, and it was impossible for them not to leave people guarding the mountain. Only the part of the mountain that they had not infiltrated yet was a way to survive for the time being. Everyone get out of the way. He's a fugitive. Shi Shuifei shouted loudly, and the tourists around her subconsciously moved to the sides after hearing it, which gave them room to perform. As the number of people around Yuan Yifan decreased, Shi Shuifei took out a taser while running, pointed it at Yuan Yifan's back, and was about to pull the trigger. Yuan Yifan had been paying attention to the movements behind him. When he found that Shi Shuifei was about to shoot, he suddenly threw a square box behind him. It was the iPhone 13 that he had won as a prize. Next, here's your present. Yuan Yifan did not forget to give a warning before throwing it out. This interfered with the shooting angle. Shi Shuifei stretched out her hand to block it, and the cell phone box bounced to the side and fell to the ground. Shi Shuifei aimed again, but there were tourists on the stairs. Yuan Yifan deliberately passed by the tourists, acting as a natural shield and forcing Shi Shuifei to give up shooting. You can't run away. Shi Shuifei gritted her teeth and shouted that she felt so frustrated fighting with Yuan Yifan. It seemed that none of their team members were able to shoot normally. After analysis, it was clear that Yuan Yifan must have received professional training. Otherwise, he would not have known so much about the taser. Every time, it was stuck in the range or in crowded places, rendering their most powerful weapon ineffective. Shi Shuifei jumped over several steps in one step and followed closely behind Yuan Yifan. The distance between them was always within a few meters and never changed. They chased each other, and the atmosphere was very tense. "This is the phone I gave you. Why don't you want it?" Yuan Yifan was still talking to Shi Shuefei behind him as he ran away. Shi Shuefei was feeling very angry and ignored him. "You have to pick it up later. It's my return gift for taking your wallet. I took more than 1,000 yuan from you and gave you a phone worth nearly 10,000 yuan. Let's be even, okay? Don't worry, that phone is a prize I won. It's clean." Yuan Yifan seemed to be chatting, but in fact, this was his verbal offensive, using trash talk to provoke Shi Shuefei's mentality. Long-distance running requires willpower, and once the willpower is lost, it will be difficult to keep up. This is also one of the psychological strategies. "We can't settle the matter unless you surrender now." Shi Shuefei couldn't help but reply. "If you stop chasing me, I will stop immediately." Yuan Yifan was still trying to figure out Miss Shi's mentality. Shi Shuefei used to be a criminal police officer, so she would not be affected by such trash talk. It was nothing given her high-pressure work status at the time. Although Yuan Yifan could escape, the danger was not that high. Shi Shuefei had narrowly escaped from the brink of death several times before. The criminals she chased often carried guns or tide bombs, which were countless times more dangerous than Yuan Yifan, the fugitive. The two of them kept battling each other's wits and courage while climbing the hill, which was very exciting for the audience. This kind of uphill race was much more tiring than the marathon run. Both of them were soon out of breath, with sweat dripping from their foreheads. The pursuit race entered a white-hot stage. Chapter 65, Professional Rock Climbing Master. The other members of the arresting team, following Shi Shuefei, were not in much better condition. After running more than a mile uphill, they were all showing signs of fatigue. They were like dogs driven crazy by the heat, with their tongues hanging out and their breathing panting like a broken bellows. The team members were extremely tired, but their captain was still in the front. These men could not be inferior to the female captain. If they fell behind here, they would not be able to stay in the group in the future. So even though their legs felt like they were filled with lead, they still gritted their teeth and insisted on climbing up. There is no shortcut on the road to pursuit. It all depends on willpower. Whoever gives up first loses. Yuan Yifan has F-level physical strength, which is relatively good. He has not overdrawn his physical strength. However, as they are about to reach the top of the mountain, his F-level physical strength has not established an advantage, and the members of the arrest team are not far behind him. What's more serious is that there is only one way up and down the mountain, which can be said to be a dead end. If he doesn't have a plan to deal with it when he reaches the top of the mountain, he might really be caught. In order to save his own life, Yuan Yifan took out his cell phone and started to make a call while running. Yuan Yifan, how long will it take you to get there? Unknown person, we are about to leave. It will take more than half an hour to reach the designated location. Yuan Yifan, then you better hurry up and check the equipment more carefully. My life is in your hands. Unknown person, don't worry, bro. We are professionals. When you place the order, we checked it and there is absolutely no problem. After ending the call, Yuan Yifan put his phone in his pocket and stepped onto the last step. He finally reached the top of the Bielo Peak. This is a large platform with thousands of square meters of artificially excavated area. There are viewing platforms and a convenience store, etc. There are many railings around it. Looking over, you can see the top of the Bielo Peak. The top of the Bielo Peak is dozens of meters above this platform. 3 large characters, Bielo Peak, are written in cursive script in red paint on the rock wall. Tourists rush to take photos here to prove that they have climbed to the top of the mountain. Of course, the top of the peak is blocked by triangular cones and is not open to the public. It is the venue prepared for the International Rock Climbing Competition a week later. It has just been built and will be put into use on the day of the competition. It is not open to tourists at present. At this time, Yuan Yifan ran towards the rock climbing competition venue. There was no road there, only a steep rock wall. The arrest team members followed Shi Shuefei and ran up one after another. Each of them was exhausted and out of breath. Shi Shuefei took 2 deep breaths, tried to even out her breathing, and then said, "Go around from both sides. Don't let him get desperate and do something irrational. Also, be careful. He seems to have an accomplice." The accomplice she was talking about was the one Yuan Yifan had called before. Yuan Yifan was obviously plotting something. There were dozens of tourists on the platform at the top of the mountain, and there was no time to tell who was his accomplice. In short, he had to surround the person first. Soon, the members of the arrest team were cheered up because Yuan Yifan ran into a dead end and there was no road left in that unopened area. This time, they finally blocked the troublesome number 22. However, their eyes immediately widened into the size of copper bells, and they were all shocked because Yuan Yifan did not stop at the edge of the cliff, but used the protrusions of rock on the cliff to climb up. This fugitive contestant actually climbed this steep hillside with his bare hands and without any protection. He was so brave. You have to know that the ground here is hard concrete. If you fall down, you will break bones and tendons. If you accidentally deviate from the direction, you might even roll down the cliff. In that case, you probably won't be able to find your whole body. This is no joke. Is he crazy? Wang Gang from the arrest team looked up and murmured. He is so crazy. He will suffer the consequences sooner or later. Li Chong snorted coldly. He and his teammates had already come to the bottom of the stadium. At this time, Yuan Yifan had already climbed several meters away, and they couldn't catch him. However, the view here is wide, which is a good opportunity for shooting. A member of the arrest team took out a taser and wanted to hit Yuan Yifan. Don't hit me. Sure Xiu Fa suddenly stopped her men, which puzzled everyone. Number 22 was clearly right above them, and there was no way for him to dodge. This shot was almost certain to hit, which would directly end this escape game. If you hit him now, he will fall down after being electrocuted and will most likely be seriously injured. We can't do something that endangers the lives of the contestants. Sure Xiu Fa said firmly. This was done for safety reasons, but she also had a sense of mutual admiration. Sure Xiu Fa disdained to use this method to capture Yuan Yifan. She wanted to win fairly. Sure Xiu Fa was very thoughtful. The safety officer of the program team also sent a message immediately, telling her not to use the taser. The performance of the program team had just improved, but they could not prevent accident from happening to their ace players. So the arrest team could only look up and watch Yuan Yifan climb higher and higher, because these people had no experience in rock climbing. Captain, let me try. At this time, Li Chong spat into his palm, rubbed his hands, and planned to go up and climb the rock. He wanted to pull Yuan Yifan down with his own hands to wash away the previous humiliation. No, we can't take the risk. Sure Xiu Fa stopped him. Rock climbing is an extreme sport that requires very high professional skills. It would be very dangerous for untrained people. Moreover, there are no protective measures here. Letting the team members go up would be a joke with their lives, so Captain Sure refused. Of course, the arrest team was not just waiting there. Sure Xiu Fa contacted the organizer of the rock climbing competition through the program team. There was a warehouse on the top of the mountain that stored some supplies prepared for the competition, which they could use. This was very good. Soon, the warehouse staff on duty came over to meet Sure Xiu Fa and shouted through a loudspeaker at the bottom of the cliff, asking Yuan Yifan, who had already climbed several meters high, to come down quickly as it was too dangerous up there. If Yuan Yifan goes down, it will be game over. He won't go down. Seeing that the warnings were futile, the arrest team set up all the rescue equipment and laid several large air cushions underneath, which would greatly increase the chance of survival in the event of an accidental fall. Oh, is it someone who committed suicide? Suddenly, a young man who was watching the fun squeezed into the crowd and asked, "Isn't this Ubin?" The warehouse manager recognized the young man at once. He was very famous in the rock climbing community, a frequent participant in various rock climbing competitions, and had excellent results. He was a well-known young talent in the domestic rock climbing circle. The warehouse keeper had seen Hubin many times, so he recommended him to Sure Xiu Fa. Hubin is a rock climbing expert and a strong contender for the championship of this rock climbing competition. How about letting him go up and rescue the people? Sure Xiu Fa became interested as soon as he heard this, thinking that this person might be able to help him. However, this kind of application for external help is against regulations, and Sure Xiu Fa needs to ask the leader of the program team for permission. Because this was an emergency involving the safety of the contestants, the program team quickly agreed to Sure Xiu Fa's request and allowed professional rock climbers to go up and rescue people. Sure Xiu Fa said to Hubin, "Hello, Comrade Hubin, we are members of the arrest team of the Urban Escape Column. The person above is our fugitive contestant. Please help him get down safely." "No problem at all." "Oh, I remember. You are Sure Xiu Fa. No wonder you look so familiar. You are even prettier than on TV. Nice to meet you." Hubin came to shake hands with him. Sure Xiu Fa was not impressed by the compliment on her appearance and just shook his hand politely. Hubin was also a little embarrassed. He didn't expect that he was rejected when he wanted to flirt with a beautiful woman. In this case, he would use his skills to rescue the fugitive contestant. With this result, He could easily flirt with Shufa. So Hubin quickly put on the rock climbing protective equipment he got from the warehouse, applied anti-slip powder on the palms of his hands, and climbed up the cliff. Chapter 66. A huge investment, sea-level skills. An expert can tell whether there is something or not just by stretching out his hand. This Hubin is indeed very capable, and he climbed several meters high in just a few steps. This is the standard venue for rock climbing competitions. The cliffs have been reinforced, and he has a safety rope, so it is very safe. Hubin also wanted to show his abilities in front of Shufa, so he climbed very quickly, even more steadily than Yuan Yifan did at the beginning. There's a way. Shufa felt a little happy after seeing this. This time, there are professional players to treat Yuan Yifan. Maybe it will have miraculous effects. The arrest team all raised their heads to see the two men walking on the cliff like geckos. Yuan Yifan was climbing when he suddenly heard a noise coming from the crowd below. He looked down and saw a man also climbing below him, and the distance between them was shortening. Yuan Yifan now has F-level rock climbing ability. He can tell at a glance that the man below is a strong rival. Judging from his rock climbing speed and techniques, he is even slightly better than him. He's a master. Yuan Yifan felt that he needed to perform. He had to climb to the top first and not be caught up by this person. Soon, Yuan Yifan climbed to the end of the competition venue, where there was a sign saying, "The above is untreated. Please do not climb. It is dangerous." At the same time, the escape system also sent a warning. Warning! Warning! There's a natural rock wall ahead. The rock climbing skill level is insufficient. If you force yourself to climb, you will bear the consequences. Yuan Yifan was shocked. It was the first time that he encountered a situation where his skills were insufficient. However, it was true. His current F-level rock climbing skills were okay on the professional track, but above there were all naturally weathered rocks, and he felt unsure. What skill level is required to climb a natural rock wall? Yuan Yifan asked the system. Runaway system. At least rock climbing level D or C or above. The higher the level, the safer it is, but even with top rock climbing skills, there is no guarantee that there will be no accidents. Yuan Yifan looked up and saw that there was still a height of more than 20 meters above his head. To climb to the top, he must have strong skill support. If he didn't want to add some points, he could only retreat, which meant the end of his escape. Therefore, for the sake of his image as the strongest fugitive, he has to risk it all this time. All his reputation points into attribute points, earning 15 points at once, which was enough to raise his skills to level C. For skills above level F, the number of points required for each upgrade is twice as much as the previous one. That is to say, it takes 2 points to upgrade to level E, 4 points to upgrade to level D, and 8 points to upgrade to level C. Therefore, Yuan Yifan needs 14 attribute points to upgrade his rock climbing skill to level C. This involves safety, so the skill should be as high as possible. As for what the system said about possible accidents, he didn't take it seriously. Accidents can happen when eating, drinking, and walking, but one can't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Now is the time to show courage and bravery. Runaway system. Rock climbing skill upgraded to C level. The system's prompts were simple. This was Yuan Yifan's highest level skill at the moment, and the effect was immediate. When he looked up at the natural cliff above, he no longer felt scared. Instead, he could judge based on his experience the most reasonable climbing route, as well as potential dangers. For example, there's a rock in front of you that is suitable for standing on. It seems quite solid, but based on rock climbing experience, this rock has been severely weathered. If you step on it, it is likely to break and you'll fall down. It is simply a deadly trap. Fortunately, Yuan Yifan's skill level was sufficient, and he used his excellent rock climbing experience to see the clues. Otherwise, if he stepped on it in the next step, he would probably fall down. At a height of more than 20 meters, the consequences would be disastrous. At this time, the professional rock climber Hubin also caught up. He started later, but was ahead, and was only 3 meters away from Yuan Yifan. Hubin showed a slightly arrogant smile and shouted from below, "Hey, the fugitive contestant, hurry down. You have no protection. One misstep will ruin the rest of your life. You should take more care of yourself." After saying this, Yuan Yifan resolutely climbed up the natural cliff. You don't know how to live or die. Looks like I have to show my real ability to capture you. Relying on the protective measures, Hubin climbed upwards. He was still thinking that the rookie above might not be able to hold on and would probably come to him crying for help. There's always a shortage of young and inexperienced people in the rock climbing world who think they're great after learning for a few days, but only feel afraid when they are in a dangerous situation where they can neither go up nor down. The audience in the live broadcast room had no idea how dangerous rock climbing was. They only cared about whether it was exciting or not. They even placed bets while watching this fierce battle in the rock climbing world. Bet placed. Bet placed. I bet on number 22. Number 22, YYDS. Do you know how to gamble? You have to bet on the underdog to get rich. I'm betting on Hubin. It's right to bet on Hubin. I know him. His rock climbing skills are very good. He also has protective measures, which makes him much more secure than number 22. If number 22 makes a mistake, he will have to go to the ICU. But Hubin has no pressure. This advantage is too great. This time, more than 50% of netizens recognized Hubin, and everyone seemed to be optimistic about this professional player they just met. There's also a subconscious thought here. After all, there's an old saying in the world, which goes broad but not specialized. Number 22 seems to know everything, but experts can see that none of his skills have reached the top level in the circle. His rock climbing skills are definitely not as good as those of professional players. But that is all in the past. After Yuan Yifan improved his rock climbing skills to level C, his technique has surpassed Hubin. It's just that most of the audience are laymen and can't tell the difference. After placing the bet, the netizens stared at the actions of the two people on the cliff nervously, and his palms were sweating with nervousness. Yuan Yifan then slowed down, because anything could happen on a natural rock wall. If he was not completely sure, Yuan Yifan would choose not to move. If he had a choice, he would try to choose a place with more points of force, so that if his hand slipped or a rock fell off, there would be some room for rescue. Yuan Yifan slowed down for safety. On the contrary, there was a competition slope below Hubin, so his safety was guaranteed. Therefore, he climbed nearly twice as fast as Yuan Yifan and soon reached the natural cliff. He was about to climb up as well. Who didn't know the truth were cheering? See? My vision is sharp. Hubin will definitely win. I'm going to make a lot of money this time. Yuan Yifan's die-hard fans were roaring at the top of their lungs, hoping that Yuan Yifan would rise up and defeat the arrogant boy below. Yuan Yifan saw Hubin below, but he did not say much. Now that both of them had climbed up the natural cliff, the risk factor had greatly increased. Next, they would not be fighting against people, but against the mountain and the sky. Yuan Yifan stepped on a protruding rock. At this time, part of the rock could not bear his weight, and a pile of rocks fell down with a crash. The crowd watching below screamed and hurriedly retreated. They looked up from below and saw that the two people climbing the cliff had turned into a small dot. They all felt their legs going weak. They really didn't know why the two people above still dared to climb. Were they really not afraid of death? There is no one in this world who is not afraid of death. The reason why Yuan Yifan continues to climb is because he is confident in his rock climbing skills and has the fearless spirit to challenge nature. Yuan Yifan just stepped on empty air. Luckily, he was prepared and his center of gravity did not shift over. He rested for a few seconds to calm down, then took a deep breath, changed to an alternative foothold, and slowly stepped on it tentatively. This piece of stone was much stronger. Yuan Yifan put his entire body weight on it and rested his tired arms. Chapter 67. Advance to live, retreat to die. The next step in rock climbing is to consider physical strength. You cannot overexert a muscle for a long time. Once cramps or weakness occur, the consequences will be catastrophic. This time the landing area was relatively large, so Yuan Yifan stood on his feet and leaned his body against the rock wall to let his arms rest. At the same time, he rubbed his palms on the rock wall, mainly to wipe off the dust, remove sweat, and increase friction. What Yuan Yifan did was all the necessary common sense for experienced rock climbers. His sea-level rock climbing skills allowed him to master these techniques and do them in an orderly manner. During the break, Yuan Yifan said to Hubin below, "Young man, hurry back. It is the job of the arrest team to catch me. It is not worth risking your life for someone else's business. Nothing will happen to me, but you almost met the king of hell just now." Hubin was still unforgiving in his words. Nowadays, whenever he arrives at a natural rock wall, he will first fix the safety rope. However, this is only a temporary fix and cannot completely guarantee his safety. The safety rope buckle may fall off, so even a professional athlete has to be extremely alert and not dare to be careless at all. Hubin grabbed a rock with his hands, and suddenly the rock broke and fell downwards. Hubin lost his balance and almost fell. His heart was pounding. This mountain was much more dangerous than he had imagined, and he began to hesitate. It is indeed, as Yuan Yifan said, it is not worth it to take the risk just to help the arrest team. However, it would be too embarrassing to go down like this in front of the beauty. Hubin looked up and saw an unknown guy still climbing up. This made him unable to give up. As a professional player, he couldn't be worse than this amateur player. He made up his mind and decided to climb a little further to see how it goes. Professional player Hubin is now a little hesitant, which creates a gap between him and Yuan Yifan's state of mind. Rock climbing requires courage and skills. Skills and strength alone are not enough. When you lack courage, you will be timid and give up easily, and you are destined not to climb far. Although Hubin has good talent, he is still young and has not realized this truth. In contrast, Yuan Yifan, with his sea-level rock climbing skills, realized the importance of courage, so he was also fearless in rock climbing with his bare hands. After resting, he took a crucial step and crossed a height of 0.5 meter diagonally upwards. At this point, we were only 4 meters away from the summit, and victory was in sight. Meanwhile, Hubin, who was chasing below, moved slower and slower. He was a little afraid to climb up. There were a lot of weathered rocks here, especially where Yuan Yifan had just climbed. Many newly fallen rock layers were exposed. It looked dangerous, and it felt like the rocks would break if he stepped on them. Just one last try. Hubin was muttering to himself. He couldn't judge whether the next rock was safe or not, so he climbed over tentatively. There was no reaction, so he shifted his body weight over there. However, at this moment, the rock he was holding suddenly cracked, causing him to lose his fulcrum and fall rapidly downward. Bang! Fortunately, his safety rope worked and kept him hanging in the air, but a large number of fallen rocks also fell and scratched his face. Hubin's heart was so nervous that it almost jumped out of his throat. He was gasping for breath frantically. It was a life-and-death moment. If the safety rope had not worked, he would have lost his life. This position was more than 30 meters above the ground. The air cushion was of no use at all. If he didn't land in the right position, he might still die. Hubin quickly stabilized his body and held on to the safety rope tightly. His legs were weak at this time. After several minutes of rest, he began to climb down slowly. He didn't dare to continue. In this rock climbing competition with Yuan Yifan, he, the professional athlete, was defeated first. When Hubin got to the ground, a group of medical staff ran up to examine him. "I'm fine." Hubin refused the medical treatment. As soon as he came down, he borrowed a telescope to observe Yuan Yifan's movements above. He didn't understand why an amateur player was better than him. It is incomprehensible that there have been no accidents in free climbing. When Hubin carefully saw Yuan Yifan's climbing movements, he was suddenly shocked. Those skillful and concise movements seemed to have been honed through thousands of trials and tribulations. Each move contained many rock climbing techniques, and his level was comparable to that of his teacher. Hubin's attitude towards Yuan Yifan has completely changed, from disdain in the beginning to respect in the middle, and now to admiration. He has to admit that Yuan Yifan's rock climbing skills are better than his, at least in terms of courage. He is inferior. Who is he? Hubin had a big question mark in his mind. With such strong rock climbing skills, it was impossible for him to be unknown in the circle. However, when he asked in the rock climbing group, no one knew number 22 Yuan Yifan. This was too puzzling. This can only be attributed to the fact that there are many strange people in the world. Yuan Yifan is a top folk master. At this time, Shi Shuefei came up and asked Hubin seriously, "Do you think Yuan Yifan can climb to the top?" "Of course," Hubin said confidently. This is the intuition among experts. Shi Shuefei looked towards the top of the mountain with a serious expression. At this time, Yuan Yifan was only 1 meter away from the top of the mountain. It took him more than 10 minutes to advance only 2 meters. This was because the last section of the cliff was too steep, even reaching a vertical angle of 90 degrees, which made it impossible for him to share his weight. Every time he climbed a section, he had to rely on the strength of his limbs to go up and down, which was very strenuous. At the same time, he had to prevent the rocks from weathering and becoming loose, and he had to test them many times. All of this made it difficult for him to increase his speed, and he lost a lot of physical strength. Yuan Yifan ate a piece of chocolate that he had prepared in advance to replenish his energy. He has now rested for 3 minutes. His strength is about to run out, and he is ready to accumulate his energy for one last fight. If he can climb up the next rock, he will be able to reach the top. If he cannot climb up, he can only stand where he is and wait for rescue. As the saying goes, it is easier to go up a mountain than to go down. He can climb so high with his bare hands, but he definitely can't go down. So the next climb will determine whether his escape can continue. Number 22, come on. I'll give you a plane. If you can make it to the top, I'll sell everything I have and give you a rocket. How can he be so awesome at climbing so high with free hand? Yeah, number 22 is so strong that it's incomprehensible. Netizens had different feelings, but they all had one thing in common. They wanted to see Yuan Yifan climb all the way to the top of the mountain and bring the entire rock climbing activity to a perfect end. After resting for another 2 minutes and feeling a little stronger, Yuan Yifan was ready to take action. Momentum always requires a single blow. There was no chance for him to try a second time, so he had to succeed this time. Yuan Yifan's eyes suddenly became determined. When a gust of mountain wind blew past and the wind died down, he put force on his toes and suddenly jumped upwards. Through close-up footage taken by drones, netizens saw Yuan Yifan's body completely suspended in the air at a height of dozens of meters. Their hearts were in their throats. Some timid viewers even covered their eyes and dared not look anymore, for fear of seeing some bad scenes. Yuan Yifan used the height he gained from the jump to grab a protruding rock wall above with both hands, and his whole body was hanging in the air. The cliff is now at a 90-degree angle and perpendicular to the ground. Yuan Yifan has no foothold under his feet. He can only rely on the strength of his upper limbs to pull his body up. He has no room to retreat. He can only go up and cannot retreat. Go forward and you will live. Go backward and you will die. Chapter 68, A Well-Planned Plan. Yuan Yifan roared angrily, and the veins on his head bulged. This time he really used all his strength. He did pull-ups, bent his arms, and pulled his entire body onto the protruding rock. Yuan Yifan felt that the muscles in his arm were beginning to weaken and were shaking. His vision began to go dark, and his body was shaky, and he was about to fall. From a height of dozens of meters, falling down means death. However, between life and death, Yuan Yifan burst out with all his potential. He shouted again, and a powerful force suddenly surged out of his muscles, which invigorated him and quickly stabilized his body. Then he placed his elbows on the rock. This time, he was able to use the strength of his waist and abdomen. Yuan Yifan climbed over the rock in one go and used this strength to climb directly to the real top of the cliff. At this time, Yuan Yifan no longer had the strength to stand, so he rolled over and landed on the moss on the top of the cliff. He lay there, not wanting to move at all. His body was in the same state as that of a beautiful woman after having made love 10 times in one night, without a trace of strength. Yuan Yifan completed the feat of climbing up the Bu Lao Peak barehanded. While he was happy, he vaguely remembered what the escape system had prompted him to do just now, but he no longer had the energy to read it and now just wanted to take a good rest. For a while, the live broadcast room was filled with thunderous cheers. When netizens saw Yuan Yifan successfully reach the summit, they cheered one after another and typed celebratory comments in the live broadcast room, just like the joy they had when the bid for the Olympic Games was successful. This was a great feat of mankind conquering the mountain. Perhaps Yuan Yifan was even the first person to reach the top of the Eternal Youth Peak barehanded. All of a sudden, all kinds of animation effects of likes and rewards flooded the screen. The audience's joy was released through rewards. Yuan Yifan's reputation value skyrocketed, and in a moment it had increased by 900 plus. It was worth his hard work. At this moment, Shi Shuafei, who was below, saw Yuan Yifan's figure disappearing on the top of the mountain through the telescope. She felt very complicated. She had to admire this man for accomplishing an amazing feat, but it was also more difficult for her to catch Yuan Yifan. He must be exhausted. Let's contact the rescue team and save him. Shi Shuafei shouted to the team members. No one could climb to the top of the mountain for the time being. The best way to rescue Yuan Yifan was to use a helicopter, so the team members immediately contacted the helicopter. In order to prevent Yuan Yifan from escaping by stealing a helicopter again this time, more team members need to be deployed on the helicopter, and they need to carry tasers and riot control equipment, so that Yuan Yifan can definitely be captured and brought to justice. Just 2 minutes had passed when the roar of a helicopter was heard in the distance. A small civilian helicopter had already flown over the top of the peak. How come arrived so quickly? Which leasing company does the plane belong to? Shi Shuafei asked his subordinates puzzledly. I just contacted them, and it hasn't been confirmed yet. This is not our plane. said the team member. Oh no, this is number 22's accomplice. Sure, Xuefei's heart sank. She remembered the phone call Yuan Yifan had made before. This must be his backup plan. Contact the helicopter quickly and keep an eye on number 22. Don't let him escape from sight. In addition, all personnel return to the city. I will analyze number 22's landing location first, and when he lands, we will surround him in one fell swoop. Sure, Xuefei ordered. Sure, Xuefei was not too anxious. After all, the location of the helicopter was identifiable. Moreover, the helicopter was the cheapest one with short flight time. It was estimated that it could not escape the urban area. In this way, when a helicopter was looking for a place to land, the arrest team might be able to arrive at the corresponding location in advance to make the arrest. When Yuan Yifan on the hillside heard the helicopter approaching, he struggled to get up from the ground, waved his clothes, and indicated the coordinates to the helicopter. The helicopter approached the summit, but the terrain was uneven and the helicopter could not land. The helicopter had no intention of landing. They slowly lowered a large basket with a rope. After Yuan Yifan helped the basket land, he moved the contents out. Then he put 5,000 yuan in the empty basket to make up the balance for hiring their helicopter. It was an on-the-spot transaction with no cheating on anyone. After receiving the money and verifying that it was correct, the helicopter circled the top of the peak as a sign of respect and then flew away. During this period, Yuan Yifan was not idle either. The helicopter brought him energy drinks and high-calorie foods. This was what he needed most now. He ate them to his heart's content at the top of the mountain. It was not until this moment that the audience realized that number 22 was not an omnipotent god. He was also an ordinary person who would get tired and needed to eat and drink when he was hungry and thirsty. It was because of this scene that Yuan Yifan became down-to-earth and reached a wider audience. Water and food are the source of life. After eating, Yuan Yifan wiped his mouth with his hand and felt strong again. Then he rolled up the food waste and put it in his pocket and took it away, never adding burden to the natural environment. It was not until this moment that Yuan Yifan had the strength to stand up and appreciate the rare scenery at the top of the mountain. There's a circle of moss on the top of the mountain, and the rest is bare rock. Although there is nothing to see, when Yuan Yifan looks around, he can see all the mountains and the surrounding scenery. This is the greatest joy of reaching the top of the mountain. There's a sacred feeling that everything is under your feet. Netizens, did you see it? This is the scenery at the top of the mountain. If you like it, take a screenshot quickly, because you won't be able to see it soon. Yuan Yifan said proudly. Indeed, if you want to see the view from the top of Bulow Peak normally, you can only use a helicopter or drone to shoot it. I guess not many people are so free and dare to climb up without any protection. Yuan Yifan has created a record, which will definitely go down in the history of rock climbing. After admiring the scenery for a few minutes, Yuan Yifan felt refreshed, and it was time to set off. Yuan Yifan began to assemble the pile of things he took out of the basket. This thing was folded, and everyone originally thought it was a parasol. However, after Yuan Yifan finished assembling it, everyone was surprised to find that it was a hang glider. The hang glider is painted in black and gray, which is low-key, luxurious, and has connotation. It is also a major international brand with guaranteed quality, which is one of the reasons why Yuan Yifan chose it. After it was assembled, the audience knew that this was the method Yuan Yifan had prepared to go down the mountain. That's right, compared to climbing down slowly or being rescued by a helicopter, it would not be as exciting as flying down by yourself. Hang gliding is an even less popular sport than rock climbing. Many viewers have only heard of it, but have never seen it, so expectations are very high. At this time, some viewers became curious and sent comments to ask, is the hang glider delivered by the helicopter also the product of his meticulous planning? After seeing this selected comment, Yuan Yifan explained while drinking water, "This is what I booked before I left. I estimated that the arrest team would be there today, so I simulated a situation where I was stuck on the mountain. The way down the mountain was blocked, and the only way to get in and out freely was the helicopter. If the arrest team is following closely, there will be no time to get on the helicopter, and I need to find a place where the arrest team can't get up, which is undoubtedly the top of the mountain. It is only natural to try the hang glider from the top of the mountain. You are so cool. I want to cheer for you. Can you predict this? Your execution is too strong. You have planned everything. You are the reincarnation of Zhuge Liang." The audience was amazed at Yuan Yifan's forward-looking plan and began to send him exclusive glowing stick gifts, which filled the screen again. Although these glow sticks were worth $1 each, there were too many of them. This wave of gifts added 100+ reputation to Yuan Yifan. He had already earned back most of the reputation points he had consumed for rock climbing. This shows the necessity of initial investment. The more you invest, the higher the return. This is a sustainable escape career. Yuan Yifan prepared the hang glider, put it on his back, fastened the safety buckle, and prepared to take off. But at this time, the roar of a helicopter was heard again in the distance. Chapter 69, Life-Saving Skill, Microcosmic Explosion. This helicopter was not the one that sent the hang glider before, but a rescue helicopter contacted by the arrest team, carrying several fully armed arrest team members to rescue and capture number 22. My friends, the enemy is coming. I have to run away too. Everyone sit tight and hold on. I will take you to the air. Yuan Yifan yelled, and then the escape system also sent a prompt at the right time. Do you want to consume one attribute point to activate the gliding skill? Yuan Yifan said without hesitation, yes, directly upgrade to F. The answer was concise, and the escape system also answered neatly. Upgrade the gliding skill to F level to unlock the passive skill, free flying. Now Yuan Yifan suddenly had a lot more feelings about hang gliding. He first judged the wind direction, then adjusted the best gliding direction, waited for the wind speed to be right, and then he started to run. Woohoo, take off! Yuan Yifan pushed hard on the edge of the cliff, and his whole body began to glide at an angle parallel to the ground. The violent mountain wind turbulence made the hang glider a little unstable, shaking up and down and left and right, and the audience exclaimed in surprise. However, Yuan Yifan was not all panicked. This was a normal phenomenon in hang gliding. The wind at high altitude was always strong, and gliding could only be successfully completed with the help of wind power. He used the gliding skills of Gundam F level to control the hang glider and began to use the mountain wind to increase the altitude as much as possible so that he could glide farther. At this time, the arrest team S helicopter suddenly discovered that Yuan Yifan was flying southeast on a hang glider and quickly reported to Shushufa. Captain, number 22 has flown away on the hang glider. Try to follow him as closely as possible and determine where he lands. Shushufa had already seen it through the telescope. She was annoyed. Yuan Yifan was so cunning. Her careful plan was messed up by him. The team members who went to the city before had wasted their efforts. With a hang glider, it would be normal to glide 100 or 200 kilometers even beyond the scope of Yamajan City. Everyone get down the mountain, drive to the entrance of the national highway, and wait. Shushufa quickly left the scene with several team members. Hu Bin, who had been wanting to talk to her, called out from behind but failed to stop the beautiful captain. Hu Bin sighed. He lost to Yuan Yifan in this rock climbing competition. He didn't have a chance to show his face and didn't leave a good impression on Shushufa. It seemed that he failed in his attempt to seduce the girl. For Shushufa, nothing is more important than catching Yuan Yifan now, let alone chatting and making friends with men. She felt a little annoyed when she was driving. She was too passive when fighting with Yuan Yifan. However, she had to catch him no matter how difficult it was. Only by catching such a top fugitive would she feel a sense of honor. The helicopter in the sky has been tracking Yuan Yifan. Since the speed of a helicopter is faster than that of a hang glider, they will not lose him for the time being. This is the best news for the arrest team at the moment. Shushufa refused to admit defeat, but Pang Qiming, the general manager of the program group, had already discovered that Shushufa alone could not handle number 22 and could not even bring out the true strength of number 22. It seemed that they had to prepare for a rainy day and invite some powerful external aid. He couldn't allow number 22 to be so arrogant alone, otherwise it would be a disgrace to him as the leader of the program team. Pang Qiming picked up his phone and called a number he hadn't contacted for a long time. Xiao Jiao, I have a small favor, and I'd like you to help me with it. Pang Qiming said into the phone. Is it number 22 from the Great Escape show? The person on the other side was a middle-aged man, and his dry laugh sounded a bit harsh. Smart, can you handle him? Pang Qiming asked. This number 22 is very strong. Your signature stone beauty can't handle him, but if I make a move, don't worry, catching him will be as easy as catching a chicken. The man named Xiao Jiao is very confident. Pang Qiming laughed heartily. I'm optimistic about you, otherwise I would not come to you. So you should prepare yourself. On the 6th day of the show, we will update the rules, and then you can go out. Then how is the appearance fee calculated? Xiao Jiao asked. According to industry standards, I'll pay double. Pang Qiming quoted a price. I know, Xiao Jiao said in a dragging voice. It's far from enough. If I don't make a move, this number 22 has a chance to win the $1 billion prize. I caught him and helped the sponsor save money. You want to get rid of me with only 400,000. So how much do you say? One price, add a zero to it for million. Impossible. The price has never been this high. I will prove that I am worth the price. You can wait until I catch number 22 before paying. For every extra day it takes, the bounty will be reduced by 200,000. This is much less than paying a 1 billion bonus, right? I'll think about it. Pang Chiming, who was sitting in a boss chair, hung up the phone. He took a deep breath, and the wrinkles between his brows wrinkled and then relaxed. Hiring someone to catch number 22 at a cost of 4 million is extremely expensive, and it would be difficult to explain this amount of money to the shareholders, so he must make a trade-off. Pang Chiming took out Xiao Jiao's file from the safe and read again. Jiao Mingchun, male, 35 years old, freelance, has served in the army and worked as a special police officer. When he was in the army, he won many medals in shooting and fighting competitions. He is smart and calm. His most recent famous achievement was that he accepted a commission from a certain department and went alone to a war-torn neighboring country to capture a wanted warlord and bring him back to China. He is truly a man of many abilities. It can be said that Jiao Mingchen is a powerful all-rounder who is good at arrest, investigation, infiltration, assassination, and other tasks. He is very famous in the circle. Asking him to capture number 22 Yuan Yifan should be an easy task. What Pang Chiming has to consider is whether the 4 million is worth it. Then let's give it a try. Xiao Jiao has captured number 22 as he wished. The first season of Urban Escape will probably end soon, so I can use the more generous prize money to prepare for the second season. If he fails, then according to the agreement just now, I don't have to spend a penny, and it will also increase the show's highlights. This is a good deal. Pang Chiming was an old fox in the business world. He figured out the key point quickly and called Jiao Mingchen again. He only said one sentence, for million. Come to me to sign the contract. Then the program director Pang Chiming notified the publicity department of the program group to start releasing the news that the program version will be updated at 12 noon tomorrow, and that is when the hunting expert will make his grand appearance. Report to the captain. Number 22 is gliding towards the southeast and gradually descending in altitude. It will land in about 20 minutes. The team members on the helicopter reported to Shu Fa. Shu Fa immediately took out her office tablet and checked the local map. The area where Yuan Yifan is currently located is a primeval forest. It is overgrown with branches and leaves and is not suitable for landing. So Yuan Yifan will definitely not choose to land in the forest. She is so sure. If number 22 is to land in the forest with no village in front and no shop behind, he will have to survive in the wild. It is observed that Yuan Yifan did not bring any equipment for survival in the wild. It is easy to encounter danger in the wild, so he should not choose to do this. According to the general gliding distance of a hang glider, there are 3 most likely landing locations for Yuan Yifan. They're the Xinjiao district, which has been newly incorporated into the urban planning of Shanjin City, and the 2 administrative villages under its jurisdiction. These are the landing points that Yuan Yifan may choose. Everyone take the national highway, southeast direction. Shu Fa immediately issued an order, and their arrest team S-Convoy drove onto the national highway and headed in that direction in advance. Now the pursuit has become a race against time for both parties, and Yuan Yifan has not yet completely escaped the pursuit. Some of the audience watching the live broadcast couldn't wait any longer, so they took some time to have lunch and then came back to continue watching the afternoon show. This live broadcaster number 22 seems to have magic power. It is so beautiful to watch. Thrilling scenes are staged every day with a variety of tricks, which make the audience unable to stop watching and intoxicated. They wish they could hold the mobile phone in their hands even when eating, drinking, defecating, and urinating. There are already couples online who are quarreling and threatening to divorce because of watching the live broadcast on the 22nd. Although this incident is not worthy of praise, it also indirectly reflects how popular Yuan Yifan's live broadcast is. In the words of netizens themselves, you may not have heard of number 22, but as long as you watch him for an hour, you will be conquered by him and become his fan. Coming to live room number 22, you can save the trouble of following a bunch of outdoor anchors. You can watch any type of live broadcast you want. Of course, there are also pursuit content that other anchors will never see. These are all great highlights, which is why Yuan Yifan's popularity has risen so quickly. Yuan Yifan operated the hang glider in a straight line at a speed of 40 kilometers per hour, which is about the same speed as driving in the city. There are relatively few operations during the normal flight phase, so there's plenty of time to interact with the audience. When Yuan Yifan was chatting with the audience, he suddenly remembered that at the moment when he finished rock climbing, the system seemed to have given him a prompt. So he went back to the system records and actually found a prompt that surprised him. Runaway system. Host's hidden ability, adversity detected. Level F, unlock active stunt, microcosmic explosion. Yuan Yifan's eyes lit up. This was another new ability of self-awakening, and he could directly reach F level without using any reputation points. He made a lot of money. Yuan Yifan immediately opened his attribute panel. Name, Yuan Yifan. Reputation, 267. Strength, L. Agility, L. Physical strength, F. Special skills and endurance man. Fighting, G. Driving skills, F. Stunt, unlocking a car. Parkour, F. Stunts and parkour master. Onomatopoeia, M. Swimming, E. Acrobatics, high diving. Disguise, F. Stuntman and crossdresser. Roller skating, F. Stunt roller skating master. Lock picking, F. Special skills, lock picking expert. Long jump, H. Taming, F. Special skill, tamer master. Grill, K. Rock climbing, C. Stunts, humanoid gecko. Gliding, F. Acrobatics, free flying. Adversity, F. Special stunt, microcosm explosion. Aircraft driving, L. Compared with the previous 2 days, the attribute panel has added a lot of new skills. This self-awakening adversity ability makes Yuan Yifan particularly interested. He called up the system help and knew its meaning. Burst out with extreme strength in desperate situations, thus overcoming difficulties and turning defeat into victory. This is an ability that only very few people have. The active special skill, Microcosm Explosion, can freely adjust the usage time and can only be used once a day. Great skills. Yuan Yifan really likes this ability to cope with adversity, a magical skill that can turn the tables at critical moments. I think the strength he generated out of thin air in the final stage of rock climbing was the effect of the explosion of his small universe, which really saved his life. With this skill, his escape became much easier. Yuan Yifan looked back at the helicopter that had been tracking and monitoring him from behind and smiled disdainfully. He immediately controlled the hang glider to accelerate and glide straight towards his destination. Chapter 70, Old Man's Hotel. Because of the change in wind direction, the hang glider gradually lost its powerful power. So Yuan Yifan controlled the hang glider and flew to the Xinjiao district in Shanjin City, which was under development. This place used to be a county town with a population of more than 300,000 and an underdeveloped economy. It was only incorporated into Shanjin City half a year ago. Its location is independent. It takes half an hour to drive from Shanjin City to reach Xinjiao district. Yuan Yifan didn't have any impression of this place. He just felt like peeing in the sky and wanted to find a place nearby. Although you can just unzip your pants and pour water down in the air. After all, you're doing a live broadcast, so you still have to pay attention to your image. If you get the people below drenched, you will probably be criticized to death on the internet. Yuan Yifan was very unhappy because there was an annoying helicopter following him. So the second thing he did after landing was to get rid of this follower. Yuan Yifan circled half a circle above the new photo area and finally chose a crowded place, which was a farmer's market. In the afternoon, many people were busy there. He first slowed down, then adjusted his body posture, and the hang glider continued to descend in altitude. When his feet touched the ground, Yuan Yifan ran due to inertia, using his feet as brakes. After running more than 10 meters, he finally stopped completely. It was a perfect landing, and for F-level gliding skills, it was child's play. When Yuan Yifan landed in the open space, he stunned 2 old farmers who came to sell vegetables. They had been doing farm work all their lives, facing the lus and with their backs to the sky. They had never seen such a magical hang glider. They thought it was a god from heaven. One of the old farmers almost knelt down to Yuan Yifan. "Uncle, don't kneel to me. I'm not a god. I'm a human." Yuan Yifan finally explained everything to the vegetable seller, then asked him where the toilet was and went to relieve himself. While he was peeing, the helicopter in the sky lowered its altitude and continued to track him. Yuan Yifan immediately stared at the helicopter. No one would be in a good mood if a helicopter was staring at them while they were going to the toilet. However, this helicopter had learned from its previous lesson and would not land, lest it be snatched away by Yuan Yifan again. If that happened, all the members of their arrest team would have no chance of survival and would have just found a piece of tofu to kill themselves. After Yuan Yifan came out of the toilet, he folded the hang glider and carried it into the steel house of the farmer's market. The helicopter lost track of Yuan Yifan and could only hover above the farmer's market, continuing to monitor and report the latest news on the 22nd to other team members in real time. At this time, Yuan Yifan was already wandering around the farmer's market. He needed a car to get rid of the helicopter. Most of the vehicles in the farmer's market are small electric three-wheeled agricultural vehicles, and there are no convenient and comfortable four-wheeled vehicles. It doesn't matter whether the cat is black or white. As long as it can catch mice, it is a good cat. The same goes for a car, as long as it could drive. Yuan Yifan took a fancy to a farm vehicle with canvas in the back compartment. Yuan Yifan immediately placed the hang glider under the canvas, covered it, and then rode on the electric tricycle. A tricycle is also a motor vehicle, so Yuan Yifan's driving lock skills worked, and he started the car quickly. However, it would be too conspicuous to drive out at this time, so Yuan Yifan was waiting for an opportunity. The opportunity soon came. Two other farm vehicles drove out of the steel house one after another, and Yuan Yifan followed them out. Of the two tricycles, one was heading east, one was heading south, and Yuan Yifan was heading west. 3 vehicles, 3 directions. The arresting team members on the helicopter were now confused. They guessed that one of the 3 cars must be driven by number 22, but they only had one helicopter and could track at most one car, so it became a game of choosing one out of 3. In the end, the helicopter randomly chose a farm vehicle on the east side and followed it, successfully selecting the wrong answer. Yuan Yifan used a trick to fool the helicopter and easily solved the stalking problem. He drove to the residential area. There were all kinds of shops and low-rise buildings on both sides of the street. It can be seen that the economy here is not very good. The road surface is bumpy and the buildings are old. The people coming and going are mostly middle-aged and elderly people, and they are full of decadence. Yuan Yifan found a police station and parked the tricycle beside it. When the police found it, they would return the tricycle to the owner. He also left a note on the tricycle, saying that the hang glider worth more than 60,000 yuan on the tricycle would be given to the owner as compensation for borrowing the tricycle. Yuan Yifan has always been very generous. He doesn't need the hang glider in his life on the run, and it's inconvenient to carry, so he might as well give it away. Even if the owner doesn't need it, he can put it on the second-hand market and make a fortune. After getting rid of the tailing helicopter, Yuan Yifan was free, and the audience encouraged him to continue causing trouble. Yuan Yifan did not follow the audience's wishes. He knew that Shi Xuefei would be here soon, and it was not a good idea to go shopping without a care in the world. Besides, he'd been doing high-intensity exercise all day, and his body was exhausted. What he needed most now was rest. Yuan Yifan was just trying to find a car on the street when his eyes suddenly froze, and he quickly hid behind a landscape tree as an Audi drove past. The car was not driving fast, probably only about 30 miles per hour, which seemed out of place on this road with a speed limit of 60. Through the car window, one could see the person inside looking around, as if looking for something. The arrest team. Yuan Yifan's eyes narrowed. He knew he couldn't drive. He didn't know how many arrest team members were patrolling the street, and in his current tired state, if he encountered an arrest team that had rested, his chances of winning would be too low. Since he couldn't leave for the time being, Yuan Yifan decided to stay in Xinjiao district for one night. He walked along the street and found a small hotel with a shabby sign. The name of the hotel was Old Man Hotel, and he walked in. His identity has been exposed, so he cannot stay in a high-end hotel with internet access. This kind of street shop is suitable for hiding. Yuan Yifan discovered that the person looking after the store was an old man in his 60s, and he guessed that he was the boss. "Boss, I forgot to bring my ID card. Can I stay in the hotel?" Yuan Yifan asked tentatively. "Yes, you can live wherever you want." The old man replied in a thick dialect. As expected, this kind of old hotel does not follow the rules of identity registration, so you don't have to worry about being discovered by the arrest team if you stay here. "Give me the best room you have. How much per night?" Yuan Yifan took out all the money in his pocket, which was probably over 1,000 yuan. 60, the old man replied. Yuan Yifan almost sprained his waist. The most expensive room was only $60. It must be very shabby. It was probably decorated in the style of a construction site. After paying the money, the old man gave Yuan Yifan a shiny copper key that looked like it was from the last century. Yuan Yifan took the key and found room 201. It had a shabby wooden door with a rusty padlock on it. The word simple was evident everywhere in this store. Yuan Yifan opened the door with the key. The door hinge made a loud noise, probably due to lack of oil. After closing the door, he found that the safety lock was a simple latch that could be kicked open with one foot. The furnishings in the room were also simple, in the style of the 1990s, with a thermos bottle printed with red and white peony flowers, a wooden chair that had rotted and turned pink, and yellowed white sheets with unclear words that, after some identification, vaguely read Xinjiao County State-Owned Bedding Factory. Xinjiao County was the original name of this district. Yuan Yifan estimated that the sheet was much older than he was. When he was away from home, Yuan Yifan was not picky about anything, as long as he could have a place to live. He lay on a quilt that was older than he was and smelled the cheap scent of laundry detergent. Fortunately, the place was still clean. As he was too tired, Yuan Yifan fell asleep quickly. However, before going to bed, he set up an alarm system at the door. As long as someone entered, he would wake up immediately and escape by jumping out of the window. Chapter 71. The Destroyed Dream. After Yuan Yifan fell asleep, the signal of the live broadcast room number 22 was interrupted. Netizens were disappointed and went to other live broadcast rooms to check. There are only 10 contestants left on the Urban Escape show who are still at large. Compared to the original 30 contestants, the capture team has already captured 20 of them. This is not because the arrest team is too good, but because the players are too amateur. Because this is the first time that the program crew has hosted a similar program, and they have no experience, the selection of people is somewhat random. This resulted in some social animals who work normally being selected. These people are okay with working overtime in 996, but they are not qualified to be fugitives. They're exposed everywhere. Some even hope to buy tickets and take a train to other places to join relatives, but they were captured directly at the station. Now, of the remaining 10 fugitives, except for the godlike number 22, the rest are all old scumbags. They hide under bridges and in sewers, and of course there are also some who stay in rental houses all day and live on takeout. These people usually live a secluded life and rarely interact with society. They leave very few clues, so they have been able to survive until now. In the arrest group 1, there are 4 fugitives left. In the arrest group 2, there are 3 left. And in the arrest group 3, which is Shuefei's group, there are 2 people left. One is the Sewer King, and the other is number 22. They can be said to be 2 extremes. What follows is a protracted manhunt, and the arrest team has to rely on time to find clues to the hidden fugitives among the few clues. Shuefei was both happy and sad. The 2 fugitives currently on the run in her group were a top squatting king and an arrogant fugitive king. Both were difficult to catch. The only good news was that Yuan Yifan liked to show off. Even if he couldn't be found, he would jump out by himself. This was the only advantage. Just this afternoon, the helicopter reported that Yuan Yifan had entered the Xinjiao district, and their 3rd arrest team also entered this new district of the city at the same time. Since we have lost track of Yuan Yifan, we now have to cast a wide net and begin a search for him. Shuefei first went to the Public Security Bureau in the district and contacted the police, hoping to use the surveillance system. In addition, other personnel began to patrol the streets by car. If Yuan Yifan was showing off on the street again, they would definitely be able to discover it first. Shuefei failed to communicate with the police. She had no connections here, and the police station did not recognize the qualifications of the program team and did not allow the arrest team to use police surveillance. However, for the sake of the live broadcast, she promised them that she would help find number 22, and if any police officer found any trace of Yuan Yifan, they would notify the arrest team immediately. Although she could not check the surveillance, Shuefei did not lose heart. She sat in the command vehicle and began to analyze the places where Yuan Yifan might appear. After a day of high-intensity exercise, Yuan Yifan should be in urgent need of recovering his strength, so he needs to find a quiet place. Hotels, rental houses, or even private homes are all possible. Before receiving any further news, Shuefei sent half of her men, holding Yuan Yifan's photo, to inquire in small street hotels, parks, and other places, hoping to find clues. There is no other way. Without the cooperation of the police, we can only use this ancient investigation method. At 8 o'clock in the evening, in the old man's hotel. There was suddenly a crashing sound at the door of room 201. It was the mechanism set up by Yuan Yifan that went off. Yuan Yifan, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly sat up and stared towards the door with his eagle-like eyes. In the darkness, you could see a person standing outside through the gap under the door. He pushed the door and triggered the alarm device. The person found that he could not push the door open, so he squatted down and stuffed a small card through the gap. Yuan Yifan quickly came to the window and lifted the tattered blinds to look. It was pitch black downstairs in the hotel. Only a few pedestrians were walking under the flickering dim street lights. All these things showed that the person in the door was not a member of the arrest team. Otherwise, he would have been surrounded long ago. Knowing that it was not the arrest team, Yuan Yifan became furious. He had just been sleeping soundly and had a good dream. In the dream, a stunningly beautiful woman with a veil covering her face threw herself into his arms. He was woken up when he was just about to take off his clothes. Anyone would be in a bad mood. Yuan Yifan walked to the door and looked down. As expected, there was a small card with a hot beauty and contact number printed on it. This was the special feature of the small hotel, and the girls provided door-to-door service. Yuan Yifan opened the door and went out. He didn't see the person who distributed the cards. He shouted, but no one answered. He must have left. At this time, the audience watching the live broadcast returned to the live broadcast room on the 22nd one after receiving the reminder that the live broadcast would resume on the 22nd. They became excited when they saw the small card. Call now. We want to watch the paid content. Yeah, what's the point of sleeping? Chatting about life with beautiful women is what men should do. The world lacks everything nowadays except LSP. The audiences were urging Yuan Yifan to make a phone call. Yuan Yifan saw the barrage and actually picked up the small card and dialed the number on it. This is not only to cater to the audience's opinions, but also to educate these unlearned people. Why do they do such dirty things when they have hands and feet? It is even more wrong to disturb people's sweet dreams. The call was connected, and a very young girl answered the phone. Hello, boss. Do you want a massage? Yes. Send someone over quickly. I'm at the old man's hotel, room 201. Yuan Yifan said in a low voice. I'll be right there. Wait a moment, boss. After hanging up the phone, Yuan Yifan threw away his phone and went into the bathroom to take a shower. He had been tossing and turning all day, and his body was soaked with sweat. Now that he had some free time, of course he had to wash off all the sweat. As soon as the audience saw Yuan Yifan taking a bath, they thought of the following scene. He must be wrapped in a bath towel and enjoying the massage service of a beautiful woman. Then they were so passionate that they rolled in the sheets. Afterwards, Yuan Yifan paid the girl a few hundred yuan, and both parties got what they wanted. Netizens were so excited that they sent drooling emojis one after another, waiting for the beauties to come. Some veteran viewers also warned, when you watch paid content later, please be honest, don't promote it, just enjoy it quietly. Several super administrator accounts in the live broadcast room simultaneously sent out a message. Then I'm leaving? Because there is a super moderator, you can forget about watching the paid content, but you can still enjoy the normal services of the beauties. 10 minutes later, Yuan Yifan heard the clicking sound of high heels in the corridor, coming up the stairs and walking to the door. Thanks to the excellent sound transmission of this old hotel, I could vaguely hear the old man downstairs coughing, and I could see clearly what was happening around me. The high heels came outside the room and knocked on the door. After taking a shower, Yuan Yifan changed into a vest and shorts and walked over to open the door. Yuan Yifan was stunned the moment he opened the door because the girl outside was completely different from the coquettish woman he imagined. The girl standing outside was a pure and pretty girl. Chapter 72, The Girl Who Came to the Door. The girl had a mature makeup on her face and wore a black suspender skirt with a slim jacket on the outside, a short skirt, flesh-colored stockings, and high heels underneath. Although she tried hard to look mature, Yuan Yifan could still tell that she was still childish and looked like she had just reached adulthood. Who are you looking for? Yuan Yifan asked doubtfully. He thought that the girl had walked into the wrong room. How could there be such a young and beautiful girl among the call girls in this county town? I'm looking for you, brother. Wasn't it you who called just now? That's right. The girl was quite generous and squeezed into the room directly. Then she sat on the bedsheet, which was older than Yuan Yifan, and searched for something in her black bag. I need to go to the bathroom first. Do you mind? The girl took out a pack of tissues. Okay. Yuan Yifan responded casually. He stuck his head out of the room and looked outside. It seemed that no one was following him, so he closed the door. The girl entered the bathroom, and Yuan Yifun asked her through the leaky wooden door. When you came here, was there anyone suspicious behind you? No. You're so handsome. What are you afraid of? The girl laughed inside. Yuan Yifun had originally intended to teach these prostitutes a lesson, but he couldn't bear to bully this little girl. So he asked, "How old are you?" "You're an adult now. Don't worry." The girl shouted once and then stopped talking. What Yuan Yifun didn't know was that she was sitting on the toilet and sent a WeChat message on her mobile phone saying, "A fat sheep from out of town, come quickly." When netizens in the live broadcast room saw such an innocent girl, they immediately became interested and started typing. No way. Is number 22 so lucky in love? I've been to hotels all over the country and called dozens of girls, but I've never found one of such high quality. I can't find any under 25 years old. Their waists are thicker than buckets, and their figures are drooping like shrunken cucumbers. When this veteran netizen was about to elaborate, the super administrator stepped in and banned him directly, and the barrage became harmonious again. At this time, Yuan Yifun came to the window, opened the blinds, and looked outside. It was very deserted outside. It seemed that this new district lacked entertainment at night, and not many people came out. It seems that Yamazu City has just started the development of this new area. I hope that in a few years, it could become a prosperous area. Seeing this situation, netizens commented, "It's so boring here. Let's go back to the city tomorrow. It's boring here." A netizen named Nenahu2 said, "I went to Xinjiao district when it was called Xinjiao County. It was a mess, with hooligans everywhere. My phone was snatched when I got off the long-distance bus." Don't be so mean. How can there be such a chaotic place now? It's not the 80s or 90s. A netizen named, "Please wear JK for me to see," responded. Nanhu2 typed, "Ignorance. What a keyboard warrior. If you don't believe me, you can go to the local area and try it. Walk around the street at night and see if you get robbed. Please wear JK and show me. You are spreading lies to confuse the public. You hate the country. It's rare to be confused. You are the keyboard warrior, the king of talking nonsense." The two netizens started arguing in the barrage, but were soon banned by the moderator and finally calmed down. Yuan Yifun also saw two of the comments and asked, "Is this new district really that chaotic?" A netizen from the city commented, "It's not that exaggerated, but the local customs are not good either. This is mainly an agricultural and forest area with relatively poor transportation, so it is a separate area. However, after being incorporated into Yamaza City, it has improved a lot. Because Yuan Yifun was forced to land here, he doesn't know the real situation and it's not convenient for him to comment. He will know after taking a look tomorrow." 2 minutes later, the girl in the bathroom received a message saying start in half a minute, so she came out of the bathroom. After coming out, she took off her coat, revealing a small black camisole underneath and a white shoulder. "Hey, what is this for? Put it on." Yuan Yifun didn't expect that this girl would go straight to the point, and the pace was so fast that he couldn't accept it, so he quickly turned his head away. The girl did not offer any service, but walked quickly to the door and opened it. 3 young men rushed in immediately. They looked young. Among them was a 1.85-meter tall strong man, weighing probably 200 kilograms, fat and strong. After they arrived, they took a lot of photos of the girl and Yuan Yifun with their mobile phones. Then the girl put on her coat, stood behind them, and looked at Yuan Yifun coldly. A young man with a tuft of white hair on his bangs smiled wickedly, showed a dagger that flashed with cold light, and said to Yuan Yifun, "Brother, you dare to bully my sister. You must be tired of living." The sturdy man took a step forward at the right time, showing off his log-like biceps and demonstrating his fighting power. Yuan Yifun took a look at the 3 men and 1 woman opposite him, and suddenly realized that he had fallen victim to an ancient underworld scam, a honey trap. Netizens were also shocked. It is the 21st century, and we are about to realize AI, self-driving cars, universal internet, explore Mars, build space stations, and develop self-developed chips. Technology is so advanced. How can such a phenomenon still exist in the city? This is more amazing than watching a science fiction movie. Some netizens are advising number 22 to call the police immediately, since there is video footage that can prove his innocence. At that time, some netizens jumped out to criticize him. "Are you crazy? Who is number 22? Are you going to call the police to arrest yourself?" The reckless netizen then realized that Yuan Yifun was a fugitive from the program crew. They had seen so many of his heroic deeds that they had forgotten this. It was only because Yuan Yifun did not have the temperament of a fugitive and lived a more carefree life than most people. Netizens strongly support Yuan Yifan and urge him to not be afraid and to confront the criminals. This is a fierce clash between the fugitives and the honey trap gang. Everyone is interested and wants to see who will be more powerful, fugitive number 22 or the honey trap gang. Netizens are very confident in Yuan Yifan. After all, he knocked down more than 20 knife-wielding gangsters by himself at the dock. There were only 3 men on the opposite side, so it was no problem at all for him. Netizens just like to watch the fun. They don't notice that at the dock it was Yuan Yifan who used his physical advantage to tire the knife-wielding gangster out. In such a 1-on-3 situation in a narrow space, what is needed is fighting ability, which cannot be confused. Yuan Yifan was certainly not afraid of trouble. He smiled slightly and immediately asked the escape system, "My current G-level fighting ability is enough to deal with these 3 little hooligans?" Runaway system. We don't know the opponent's strength yet. As long as they are not trained professionals, we can fight them. However, since they have weapons, there's a risk of sudden disaster. Yuan Yifan understood. Since G-level fighting was not very safe, he would just add a little bit on the spot and mix in a stunt, which should be foolproof. Upgrade the fighting skills to the next level. Yuan Yifan ordered. Runaway system. Consume 1 attribute point. Upgrade fighting ability to F level. Unlock passive skill Street Fighter. Yuan Yifan was now sitting on the Daiotai. He stretched his limbs, then made Bruce Lee's classic starting stance in the room, jumped back and forth twice, hooked his fingers, and signaled them to come up together. Chapter 73. 10,000 Yuan Private Settlement. This confused the 3 honey trap participants. They had only had a few successful experiences before. Those outsiders were scared by the big guy and just obediently paid the money. They had never encountered anyone who dared to provoke them. "Brother, is he scared, silly?" The girl leaned closer and asked the white-haired man in a low voice. "Who cares? If he doesn't obey, let Huzi beat him up, and we'll take the money and leave." The white-haired boy shook the dagger in his hand and said, "Hey, you look handsome, so I'll give you a chance. Take out 10,000 yuan to settle it privately. Otherwise, you'll get beaten up, and I'll send the photos to your family and colleagues, ruining your reputation. It's your choice what to do." 10,000 yuan? This is a good amount. I happen to be a little short of money. Give it to me. I will spare you this time. Yuan Yifan stretched out his hand to ask them for money. "Are you fucking stupid? What I'm saying is, you give us $10,000. Bai Mao emphasized every word in anger. "Your mouth stinks. You deserve a slap in the face." Yuan Yifan suddenly threw out his slippers, and the sole hit the white-haired young man's face. With a crisp pop sound, the fight began. "Damn it, you dare to resist? Beat you to death." Bai Mao was a little afraid of Yuan Yifan's muscular body. He didn't plan to go up himself. He was mainly speaking for the big guy to hear. "If you hit my big brother, I'll beat you up." The big guy spoke in a simple and foolish voice and didn't seem to have a very high IQ. He raised his big fist and hit Yuan Yifan. Yuan Yifan now has F-level fighting ability. Looking at the big guy's moves, you can tell that he is just an ordinary man, punching based on instinct, and this punch is full of loopholes. In this case, as a new fighter, Yuan Yifan must teach him how to box. Yuan Yifan picked up the trash can beside him and placed it in front of him. The big guy punched through the plastic trash can, but his arm also got stuck in the trash can. Yuan Yifan suddenly raised 3 fingers and poked the big guy's elbow. This is the numb tendon part of the human body. Sometimes if it is touched accidentally, the whole arm will feel extremely sore and numb. Yuan Yifan's poke also hit the big guy's numb tendon. He had put the other person's arm into the trash can just now to make it difficult for him to avoid it. "Ouch, my arm." The big guy cried out in pain, and Yuan Yifan followed up with a knee strike, hitting the big guy in the lower abdomen, which immediately made him feel severe abdominal pain and lost the ability to fight back. The big guy subconsciously covered his stomach, and Yuan Yifan moved sideways and hit the big guy on the back of the neck with a fierce palm knife, knocking him down on the spot. With a dull bang, the big guy fell straight onto the concrete floor, shaking the floor. His tonnage was really huge. Yuan Yifan dealt with the big guy in 10 seconds, which stunned Bai Mao and the guy behind him who had a tiger tattoo on his arm. They rubbed their eyes and confirmed that it was Yuan Yifan who knocked the strong man down, not the strong man beating others. This is unscientific. Bai Mao felt that something was not right. The strong man had never failed before. What happened today? Didn't he check the almanac before going out? However, things had come to this point, and Bai Mao was in a dilemma. He had to go ahead even if he didn't want to. He brandished a dagger and attacked at the same time as the young man with tattoos, attacking from both sides. The only thing Yuan Yifan cared about was the dagger. He suddenly kicked off the remaining slipper and headed straight for Bai Mao's eyes. Bai Mao subconsciously tilted his head to avoid the attack, causing him to lose his sight. Yuan Yifan then placed his hand on his wrist and twisted it in the opposite direction. Bai Mao screamed in pain, and his hand lost strength, and the dagger fell to the ground. Yuan Yifan kicked the dagger under the bed. This time the other party had no weapon, so the two young men could do whatever they wanted. Straight punch to the cheek. Uppercut. Right hook. Uppercut. Charge side kick. Yuan Yifan used a combination of skills, and every punch hit the flesh, beating up the white-haired man and the man with tattoos. The passive street fighter that came with his F-level fighting skill meant dominating the streets, and every move was a practical move for street fighting. The two young men were able to resist at first, but after being beaten, they wanted to run away with their heads covered to protect their faces. However, Yuan Yifan knocked them down with one kick and kicked them hard on the ground. The whole beating process only took 1 minute. The two men and the big guy fell together to endure Yuan Yifan's stormy output. The three of them lay on the ground, and there was not much space to stand in this small room. Bai Mao wanted to get up, but Yuan Yifan stepped on his face with his bare feet, making him unable to move and his face deformed. Fortunately, Yuan Yifan didn't have athlete's foot, otherwise the white-haired man would have been suffocated to death. That's great. Keep beating me. This kind of social slut needs to be punished severely. Although hitting people is wrong, beating up bad guys is something that makes people happy, and netizens applauded. At this time, Yuan Yifan felt something strange behind him. When he turned around, he saw the little girl holding the plunger from the toilet and was about to attack him. Yuan Yifan's eyes narrowed, and the girl was so frightened that she dropped her plunger to the ground, tears welling up in her eyes. Please let my brother go. We were wrong. Big brother, please be kind. Seeing that the hard approach didn't work, the girl tried the soft approach and began to beg by crying. The innocent girl cried so hard that her eyes were wet, which made me feel sorry for her. As a man, Yuan Yifan couldn't bear to do that to her. Besides, the crime of honey trap was not punishable by death, and Yuan Yifan did not intend to do anything to these people. He beat them up because they took the initiative to provoke him. So after beating the three of them, Yuan Yifan's anger subsided, and he simply raised his foot. Then the two young men sat up, but the big guy was still lying on the ground without any movement. He had been knocked unconscious by Yuan Yifan and had not woken up yet. Be quiet, I want to ask you some questions, Yuan Yifan said. The little girl timidly sat down next to the white-haired man. The other man with tattooed arms was no longer arrogant. He covered the painful part of his body and looked worried. There was still a big guy who hadn't woken up yet, so Yuan Yifan asked Bai Mao to wake him up. The white-haired man pushed his companion twice, but the big guy didn't respond, which scared him. He put his finger into the nostrils and found that there was still breath, which made him feel relieved. Stupid. Won't it wake up if you just water it? Yuan Yifan scolded. The white-haired man finally came to his senses, climbed up, got some water from the faucet, and poured it on the big guy's head. Is it raining? The big guy rubbed his head and climbed up, still looking silly. Bai Mao immediately began to plead. Brother, we were bewitched, and now we know we are wrong. Can you please let us go? Yuan Yifan stood at the door with his arms folded, looked at them, and said, Tell me, how did you get into this business? You're still not learning to be a good person, stuffing small cards in and disturbing other people's rest. Is that okay? Bai Mao sighed. Of course this isn't good, but I'm doing this because I can't make it. We all come from poor families, have no connections, and no education. We started working after graduating from middle school, but the odd jobs we did around the area weren't enough to cover our food expenses, and we were often bullied by hooligans. Later, when I saw others making money in shady ways, we wanted to give it a try. So I learned this trick from watching TV dramas. At this point, the white-haired man confronted the man with tattoos, and the two men immediately knelt down and begged, Brother, this is really the first time we do this, and we are forced to do so by life. Please let us go. While Yuan Yifan was still considering how to deal with these people, netizens in the live broadcast room began to solve the case online. Chapter 74, I'm not interested in girls. Netizens commented, they can't be released. They stole needles when they were young and stole gold when they grew up. They should be sent to the police station and receive legal education. Of course, there are also some virgins who say, just let them go. They've already been beaten, so let them go while they can. Of course, there are also believers of the legalists, just kill the ball, and the social garbage should be put back into the furnace for recreation. Netizens were divided on the issue, but Yuan Yifan already had a vague idea. At this time, the innocent little girl raised her head and secretly glanced at Yuan Yifan, and her heart suddenly began to beat wildly. Yuan Yifan was handsome and good at fighting. In their underdeveloped new district, he was like a god. Plus, she was in love, so she said shyly, "Brother, I'm sorry for deceiving you. Otherwise, if you let my 3 brothers go, I'll stay with you for one night." The white-haired man and the man with tattoos became anxious and said, "How can this be? Everyone has their own responsibility. I'll accept it even if I lose a hand, but you must not suffer any loss." As Bai Mao spoke, he placed his left hand on the ground, indicating that Yuan Yifan could vent his anger freely. He was determined to let it go. At this time, the silly big guy also knelt down, took off his vest, turned around, and signaled Yuan Yifan to vent his anger on him and not to embarrass the 2 little brothers. The girl tried desperately to wink at the 3 brothers, indicating that she was willing, but the 3 men were unwilling to let their sister sell her body for them. This was a matter of principle. Before Yuan Yifan expressed his opinion, the audience became excited. Someone urged Yuan Yifan to agree quickly, saying that it would be a waste if he didn't take advantage of such a good opportunity if a girl offered to sleep with him. Some people who are more serious are saying, "No, if I really sleep with this girl, she will blame me tomorrow and say that number 22 raped me, and I'll go to jail." Stupid. Now we have live video to prove that the girl did it willingly. If we really call the police, we can just talk it out. At most, we can negotiate a solution. Besides, it's obvious that this girl is not the type to commit adultery. I guess she really wants to end the feud with one shot. Seeing that the discussion among netizens was becoming more and more out of line, the moderator directly banned the relevant speakers for 30 minutes to allow them to calm down. Yuan Yifan, however, did not have any dirty thoughts, and he would not covet girls' bodies. Instead, he saw that these 4 people protected each other and were loyal, and they deserved to be educated. Yuan Yifan then revealed a meaningful smile. The girl thought Yuan Yifan agreed to her proposal, so she stood up, timidly walked to Yuan Yifan, and said to Bai Mao, "Brother, you guys go back first. I'll have a chat with this big brother. It won't be a big deal." Bai Mao flatly refused. "No, little sister, you still don't understand. What can a man and a woman alone have to talk about? You are still a virgin. You can't give away your first time without thinking." The girl suddenly lowered her head shyly, rubbing the corners of her clothes with her hands. She was too embarrassed to say the word willingly. She made such a sacrifice because she fell in love with Yuan Yifan, or it was exactly what he wanted. However, the 3 brothers just didn't understand, and the girl was very anxious. Bai Mao and Huabi were not stupid after all. When they saw their sister falling in love for the first time, they suddenly realized that their sister had fallen in love with this older brother. They couldn't help but scratch their heads in embarrassment, not knowing whether they should agree. Logically speaking, Yuan Yifan is handsome, good at fighting, and has a good temperament. It would be a good thing for me to follow him. But I'm afraid that Yuan Yifan is just playing around. What if he gets tired of playing and just leaves? Then they won't be able to find him, and I will suffer for nothing. Seeing that these young men and women were still performing an emotional drama, Yuan Yifan reached out to stop them and said, "Stop it. Little sister, stay away from me. First of all, I have no interest in girls." When Yuan Yifan said this, the girl's expression froze, but Bai Mao and the others were terrified. They covered their anus and retreated tremblingly, fearing that Yuan Yifan was attracted by their young bodies. "What are you thinking?" "What I mean is that I'm not interested in little girls," Yuan Yifan corrected. The girl rolled her eyes and didn't take it seriously. She thought to herself that she would grow up, and there was still a chance. She would mature in a few years. Yuan Yifan knocked on the table, wanted to warn those people, but the table tilted, and one of the legs of the rotten wooden table broke completely, turning it into a defective product. This wooden table from the last century had finally come to the end of its life. Yuan Yifan was quite speechless. He coughed dryly and said, "I don't need those nonsense things. Just do as you said. Give me 10,000 yuan, and I will lose my memory and forget your disrespect to me. Otherwise, you can go to the police station to reflect on yourself. Don't think I'm cruel. I learned this from you." When Bai Mao heard this, his face turned bitter. He begged, "Brother, if we had money, would we still do this? Even if you slaughter us and sell us to the meat processing factory, we are not worth 10,000 yuan. If you don't have money, there's another way." You just serve as my follower for a day, and the matter will be settled. If you are obedient, I will pay you later. Do you want to do it? Yuan Yifan said. Okay, we are your little brothers, big brother. Just tell us what you need. These three young men were all at an age when they admired strong people. Since Yuan Yifan was so strong, they were willing to join him and bow down to him. Everyone, get up. You don't have to kowtow. I'm not recruiting you as my disciple. I'll just need you for one day. Yuan Yifan said. Okay, big brother. The three of them nodded and bowed and got up from the ground. Yuan Yifan managed to defeat them. The three of them had bruises on their faces, but that did not stop them from admiring Yuan Yifan. First of all, tell me, is there any place to make quick money here? Yuan Yifan rubbed 3 fingers back and forth to indicate. As a qualified fugitive, money is a necessity. He left hundreds of thousands of cash in Shanjin City and did not bring them with him. Now he is short of money and cannot spend many things. He urgently needs to get some RMB so that he can make the most of his life on the run. Of course there's a chess and card room opened by Lao Peng. There are electronic game machines on the first floor and a place for playing cards in the basement. Someone once won hundreds of thousands in one night. Bai Mao's eyes lit up when he spoke, as if it was the money he had won. However, young people admire capable people, regardless of right or wrong. Even if the money comes from illegal sources, they still think those people are awesome. It has to be said that young people of this period need a mature and steady person to establish correct views on life, and values for them. And Yuan Yifan is willing to be such a person. Chess and card room. This place is not bad. Yuan Yifan smiled meaningfully, hooked his finger, and took the 4 young men downstairs. Now that he had had enough sleep and had the energy to do something, he prepared to do something. The audience was all excited. They thought that number 22 was going to go to the chess and card room and kill everyone and win big. This is the rhythm of the god of gamblers versus Las Vegas. Everyone, don't sleep tonight. Let's see how number 22 kills through the new photo area. Hurry up. Everyone is going to watch Yuan Yifan play landlord tonight. The guy upstairs, do you have any ambition? Go to a place like that just to play landlord? At least you can play under a quilt, a kind of poker. While netizens were making fun of them, Yuan Yifan and the others had already left the old man's hotel. The surrounding streets were deserted, and it was probably difficult to get a taxi. Chapter 75. Are the sacks prepared to hold people? Where's your car? Yuan Yifan asked Bai Mao. There. Bai Mao pointed and saw 3 bicycles parked on the side of the road. These were their vehicles. Bai Mao with tattoos sat on one. The girl rode a koan, and the big guy rode a heavy old 28-style bicycle. A bicycle? Yuan Yifan was really shocked by this honey trap gang. It was rare to see someone end up in such a miserable state. Forget it, just follow me. Yuan Yifan searched on the street and saw an old van parked outside a convenience store. Yuan Yifan went up, took out a piece of iron, and poked the keyhole. It opened in a few seconds, and then he asked the 4 people to get in the car. Awesome, big brother. Your move is so powerful. Can you teach me? There was a gleam in the white-haired man's eyes. You have no future. Why do you need to learn this? You should learn how to make big money. When you're rich in the future, you could buy a good car and hire a driver. Why do you still need to learn how to pick locks? Yuan Yifan criticized. That's right. Bai Mao scratched the back of his head and smiled embarrassedly. The girl sat in the passenger seat and asked with interest, Brother, how should we call you? Just call me Lao Jia. Yuan Yifan said his pseudonym. That won't work. I'll just call you Brother Jia from now on, the girl said sweetly. None of the 4 young men knew how to drive. So after Yuan Yifan started the car, he had to act as the driver and, under Bai Mao's guidance, went to the chess and card room. While driving, Yuan Yifan asked the 4 young men about their life stories, and they told him everything. It turns out that these 4 people are not biological siblings, but sworn brothers and sisters. Although the big guy Zheng, who is the oldest, he has some intellectual problems, so he is the second brother. The eldest brother is Bai Mao, and the other 3 listen to him. The man with the flower arms is the youngest, and the girl Lingzi is the youngest. They are all young. The oldest big guy Zheng, who is only 25 years old, Bai Mao is 21, Huabi is 20, and Lingzi is just an adult at 18. These people are the pillars of the motherland, but they have gone astray. Bai Mao asked Yuan Yifan how much capital he had prepared, as the people over there were betting big amounts on card games. I have no money, otherwise I wouldn't go there to make money. Yuan Yifan said, Huh? You're trying to get something for nothing. But if you don't have money, people won't let you sit at the table unless you find something to pawn. Bai Mao said in embarrassment. Why do I need capital to play cards? Yuan Yifan said casually. This frightened Bai Mao and his other brothers and sisters, and they hurriedly said, Brother Jia, you are not going to cause trouble, are you? Think carefully. Lao Peng is a big gangster here. He has connections in all aspects, and he can get hundreds of brothers to help him. If you go to him to cause trouble, I don't think you can leave our area, and you may even lose your life. Yuan Yifan said nonchalantly. Don't I still have the four of you as my helpers? Besides, good always triumphs over evil, so why would I be afraid of a gangster like him? Bai Mao and Huabi both looked embarrassed and hesitantly said, Brother Jia, it's not that we are afraid of trouble. It's just that we brothers are fighting alone in this local area. Without the eldest brother, Lao Peng can make us unable to survive with just one word. If we offend him, the four of us brothers and sisters will have to pack up and run away. Yuan Yifan glanced at them and said disdainfully, Look at how useless you are. Do you know that challenges and opportunities coexist? You don't want to take risks, but you still want to rise to prominence? Just daydream. If you think you have no balls, get off now. I don't want to play with cowards. Men are brave. When Yuan Yifan provoked them with his words, Bai Mao and Huabi started to howl. They rolled up their sleeves and said, Fuck it. Let's just follow Brother Jia. At worst, we can die and be heroes again in 18 years. But there are exceptions. Lingzi's admiring gaze towards Yuan Yifan has never changed. She unconditionally supports him and says, I believe in Brother Jia's ability. He will definitely win a lot of money this time. I want to participate. I don't know anything. I just do whatever Brother Jia tells me to do. Zheng Hu said naively, Okay, when you get there, follow my instructions, but you need to prepare a sack in advance, said Yuan Yifan. Looking for a sack? Are you going to put people in it and throw it into the river? Both young men were startled and imagined Yuan Yifan to be a devil who would kill people without blinking an eye. Don't be too imaginative. Am I a cruel person? The sacks are for you to carry money. Yuan Yifan spoke in a bad mood. He felt ashamed for these stupid teammates. They didn't seem smart at all. Mom, how much is a sack of money? Is it enough for me to marry a wife? Zheng Hu asked in a muffled voice. As soon as he spoke, everyone laughed and the tense atmosphere was swept away. But before we go, we still need to do some preparation. Where's the grocery store? Yuan Yifan smiled mysteriously. After they bought some necessary items at the store, they arrived at the entrance of Lao Peng Amusement Hall. It is almost 10 o'clock in the evening. The lights in the game hall on the first floor are dim. There is only a half-grown child with a cigarette in his mouth, tapping buttons on the arcade machine, playing King of Fighters 97 and having a lot of fun. After all, at this time, normal people are asleep, and only some gangsters will stay outside and play. The place to play cards is in the basement. Bai Mao, who was familiar with the terrain, led the way in front and walked into a door inside. There were two young men with crew cuts sitting there guarding the door. As soon as the two young men saw someone coming, they stood up vigilantly. The game hall is closed. Come back tomorrow, the young man guarding the door shouted. Brother Rabbit, we are here to play cards. Bai Mao knew the man and greeted him. Hey, when did you have money to play cards? Did you rob a fat sheep? The gatekeeper asked maliciously. Bai Mao glanced awkwardly at Yuan Yifan beside him. He went to rob the fat sheep, but he was the sheep and was beaten badly by this Brother Jia. The other young man who was guarding the gate stared at the pretty Lingzi with a sly smile and said, This little girl is getting more and more beautiful. Playing cards is boring. Why don't you chat with me for a while? Stop talking nonsense. Open the door and let our eldest brother in. Lingzi had Yuan Yifan as his backer, so he felt confident and scolded him in person. Lingzi's sudden toughness made the two young gatekeepers feel embarrassed. They wanted to get angry, but seeing that Yuan Yifan had a good temperament and couldn't figure out where he came from, they could only endure their displeasure and slowly open the door. But they threatened, Don't cause any trouble when you go in there, or you'll be punished by Master Peng. Cut. Bai Mao snorted disdainfully, and he led the way, taking Yuan Yifan and a few others into the underground chess and card room. This is an underground passage, narrow and cramped with dim lighting. When you reach the end of the stairs, you can smell a strong smell of smoke, and then hear a lot of noise inside. Players are shouting and puffing smoke at the card tables. The environment is quite bad. Yuan Yifan fanned the room with his hands in disgust, but found that it had no effect. Although there were ventilation fans here, there were too many people smoking, and the air quality was so poor that it had probably exceeded PM 2.5 long ago. Chapter 76, 1 verses 3. Yuan Yifan took a look around and found that many people playing cards were very devoted, and they were using a special kind of flower cards as chips. Bai Mao was explaining quietly beside him. In order to avoid being caught, flower cards are used as money here. If you want to play cards, you have to go to the bar to exchange for flower cards first. Yuan Yifan understood and immediately took out the few thousand yuan he had and asked Bai Mao to help him exchange them for flower cards. He then walked around and got a feel for the situation. This chess and card room doesn't have too many features, just mahjong, poker, and dice. The common blackjack, bullfighting, and mahjong are all available. Yuan Yifan preferred playing mahjong, so he sat down at an empty table, and when Bai Mao came back with a bunch of flower cards with face values, he was targeted by 3 men. Seeing that Yuan Yifan was unfamiliar, one of the middle-aged men came over and asked, "Brother, do you want to play cards?" "Yes," Yuan Yifan said. When they heard Yuan Yifan's foreign accent, the 3 of them smiled at each other, thinking that a fat sheep had come to them. The 3 of them sat down at the table and began to discuss how much base bet to make. "How about 10 in a hand? There's no upper limit. We'll count the numbers according to Japanese mahjong rules, and one shot means multiple hits," one of the middle-aged men with curly hair suggested. Bai Mao explained nearby, 10 people means 10 yuan for 1 round. This is a bit too much. Besides, the 3 of them don't have a good reputation. They will stick together. If outsiders bet with them, 9 out of 10 times they will lose. Yuan Yifan understood that these 3 people should be the ones who teamed up to set the trap. For a highly competitive game like mahjong, if 3 people team up to play one, the remaining person will basically lose 9 times out of 10. 3 are playing against 1. If one player has the cards he wants but the other players are holding back, one of the 3 can quickly win as soon as he comes up to listen, or if they see someone else is about to win, they will trigger attacks on each other to destroy the other's big cards. Plus, they communicate in secret codes, so it's impossible for one person to beat these 3 experienced players. Don't play with them, they will cheat. Seeing that Yuan Yifan was about to be fooled, Bai Mao hurriedly reminded him. "Didn't I tell you that when you come here, you have to listen to my instructions?" Yuan Yifan said confidently. Bai Mao's expression was stern. It seemed that their brother Jia had been prepared, so he didn't have to worry about it. Yuan Yifan came here to play cards tonight just to take the bait. These 3 greedy people wanted to team up to cheat him of his money, so they should be prepared to suffer losses. So the game began. On the surface, the 4 players were acting independently, but in reality, Yuan Yifan was fighting alone against 3. The mahjong tiles used here are low-end plastic tiles. The 3 people agreed on the natural wind, and then the man sitting in the east wind seat threw the dice, and then everyone drew cards according to the points. When drawing cards, the 3 of them looked at each other with contemptuous smiles in their eyes. In their opinion, Yuan Yifan was just here to give them money. He didn't even adjust his seats, which was a complete rookie behavior. After the fight started, the contempt of these 3 people became more and more obvious. Yuan Yifan's mahjong skills were too ordinary and were a level lower than theirs. The 3 middle-aged men used secret codes such as touching their ears and pursing their lips to announce their respective cards, and then soon one of them drew a hand by himself. Men Qing, Ibei Ko, Bao Pai 1, a total of 3 times, and according to the rules, each person had to give him $30. Self-drawing requires money from 3 parties, so Yuan Yifan and the other 2 gave 30 yuan to the person who won the hand. However, the 3 of them were in the same group, and they would return the money no matter how much they won or lost. They only cheated Yuan Yifan's money, so in the first hand, Yuan Yifan lost a net of 30 yuan. At the beginning of the second hand, Yuan Yifan was even worse. He gave the next player a pair of a grand slam of Bao Pai 2, and paid 40 yuan to the next player separately. It's been less than 10 minutes, and Yuan Yifan has already lost 70 yuan. Judging from this situation, his 1,000 yuan capital may not last until the end of 8 rounds. Huabi, who was good at playing mahjong, wanted to persuade Yuan Yifan not to play with these 3 scoundrels. But when he was about to step forward, he was stopped by the little girl Lingzi, who quietly waved her hand to signal him not to go up and disturb Brother Jia. This innocent little girl is the one who trusts Yuan Yifan the most among the 4. She always believes that the final winner must be her favorite Brother Jia. It has to be said that the little girl's blind worship was absolutely correct, because the 2 losses before were all due to Yuan Yifan's planning. In fact, Yuan Yifan had already asked the runaway system to enable him to play F-level cards. Runaway system. The card skill has been upgraded to F level, unlocking the active skill Rui code card. With F-level card skills, Yuan Yifun's card-playing skills have surpassed 80% of mahjong enthusiasts, and he is one step ahead of these three cheaters. To change the order of cards according to his own wishes when laying out mahjong tiles or shuffling poker cards. However, the conditions for using this stunt are rather harsh, as you must be able to touch the cards with your hands. Fortunately, this chess and card room is relatively primitive, and the cards are still manually arranged. If you were using a mahjong machine, you wouldn't be able to use active stunts. In fact, Rui Ma Pai is a form of cheating. If you want to win all the time at the poker table, it is not enough to rely on card skills and luck alone. As the saying goes, 9 out of 10 gambling cases involve fraud. An expert may not cheat, but he must know how to cheat. It is good to be able to win with ordinary card skills, but if he cannot win, he will usually resort to cheating. This is the unspoken rule at the card table. The only thing is that you must not let your opponent catch you cheating on the spot. Otherwise, you will have to pay money at the very least, or even have your hand chopped off. The punishment is quite severe. After all, cheating is despised by people. Yuan Yifun already has F-level card skills. Logically, he should be able to fight back and forth with the three cheaters. However, he did not do so. He still pretended that he was not very good at the game and lost a little first to lower the other party's vigilance. People who like fishing know that if you want to catch fish, you have to make a nest in advance and use some bait, such as wheat bran, to attract the fish. The same principle applies to Yuan Yifun's current attempt to make money. He should first give these three greedy people a taste of the sweetness, and then wait until the right time to close the net. This way, he can make a fortune. After playing a few more rounds, Yuan Yifun kept losing and had lost more than 200 yuan in total. Seeing the smug looks on the faces of the three men, Yuan Yifun felt that the time was almost right and began to gradually close the net. In this hand, he used his F-level card skills and got a hand of broken 1 and 9. Yuan Yifun won the game by self-drawing. Wins with 1 point. Each person will only give him 10 yuan, and if he wins with 1 point, he will win 30 yuan. If he wants to make his money back, he will have a long way to go. At this time, Yuan Yifun pretended to be very happy and kept shouting that his luck had returned and that from this time on, he would have a big loss. The three of them all showed contempt for his statement. They were letting Yuan Yifun win this time, fearing that if they kept winning, their weakness would be discovered. It turned out that they were also trying to give him a sweet advantage and then plan to win again. Both parties are fishing, so who has better fishing skills? Chapter 77, 1,000 yuan. While sorting the cards, Yuan Yifun casually said, "My luck has changed. This game is too small. Do you want to play something bigger?" These three middle-aged men make a living by defrauding outsiders and are very experienced. They were afraid that if they won too much at the beginning, they would be easily exposed, so they slowly added bait. They didn't expect that Yuan Yifun would take the initiative to raise the price, which made them overjoyed. So one of the men said, "Okay, you decide how big the fight is, and we'll be there for you. I always play with 3 eggs at home. I wonder if you dare to do it." Yuan Yifun asked, "What are 3 eggs?" These 3 people had never heard of this term and were a little confused. "It's just a stick in 3 zeros, which is about 1,000 yuan. Yuan Yifun said lightly, "What? This price is really amazing because the general winning number is 3 to 4, and this one round costs several thousand yuan, which is equivalent to a month's salary for ordinary people. This is a price that only the rich can afford." As the man shouted, the surrounding players were alarmed, and everyone came over to watch the fun. It is unbelievable that someone here wants to play mahjong for thousands of yuan. Is he meeting a dragon from outside the province? What? Don't you dare. This time it was Yuan Yifun who looked at the 3 people with contempt. After all, the amount was too large, so the 3 men said they wanted to discuss it. They went to the side with their heads down to discuss. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the 3 of them were in the same group. But Yuan Yifun didn't care, as he was confident that he could defeat these 3 greedy guys. The fugitive king of the program group must have this kind of courage. If he can't handle the 3 scammers at the card table, then he might as well not run away. It would be better for him to go back and find Sure Shu Fa to surrender himself, give her KPI, and maybe even make the beautiful woman smile. The 3 middle-aged men finished their discussion quickly. Logically speaking, there must be something fishy about Yuan Yifun's proposal of a super exaggerated base amount, but the 3 men were blinded by greed. They deduced from the fact that Yuan Yifun had easily won money before that he was a rookie, and this was their chance to make a fortune. It only takes 1 or 2 big hits to bring in tens of thousands of dollars. which is more than what they could earn from scamming people for half a month. There was no reason for a sucker to refuse the money, so they sat back in their seats and agreed to Yuan Yifun's proposal of $1,000 per round. "Wait, what if you can't pay?" one of them asked. "What are you afraid of? I don't have that much money in my pocket, but I can easily get tens of thousands of yuan with credit cards and various online loan platforms. I'm here. Are you still afraid that I won't admit it?" Perhaps it was because Yuan Yifun's performance was too much like that of a rich man, so the three people believed it, but this time it was Yuan Yifun's turn to test their qualifications. "If you want to play with me, you must be qualified. Each of you should prepare at least 20,000 cash. I don't play with poor people." This was not in line with the rules of the underground chess and card room, but the three men were confused, so they found Lao Peng, a relative here, and borrowed 60,000 yuan in cash from him, 2 bundles per person, and placed them on the mahjong table. Such a high-profile gamble immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the chess and card room. Many people who were playing cards gave up their games and gathered around to watch. After all, this round of gambling involves the winning or losing of several $1,000s. They may not win or lose that much money even if they play for a month. It is more interesting than playing cards by yourself. Even the chess and card room owner, Lao Peng, moved a chair to watch this big gamble. A card game with a stake of 1,000 yuan may not mean much in a big city, but in this isolated new district, it is a gamble that only happens once in a few years. You have to see the excitement. Bai Mao and Huabi were extremely nervous, but at this time, they could only choose to trust their brother Jia. The two were quite smart and went behind the three men to watch them to prevent them from cheating. As for Lingzi and the big guy Zhang Hu, one was full of confidence and the other knew nothing, so they didn't worry too much. The amount of money for this round was determined, so the 4 players began to build the cards. The tiles were already set up, so there was no way to use the special stunt of stacking tiles. Yuan Yifun said to the owner, Lao Peng, "Boss, give us a new set of mahjong. This set is all worn out and not suitable for our game." Old Peng had a gloomy face and waved his finger. Then one of his younger brothers went to the warehouse and got a brand new set of mahjong tiles and put them on the table. So the 4 of them poured the mahjong tiles onto the table and rearranged the tiles. This is exactly the time when the code card stunt could be applied, and Yuan Yifun activated the skills. Runaway system. The Rui code card is activated successfully, and the expected mahjong card pattern is 4 hidden carvings. The current cooldown time is 5:59 minutes. As soon as Yuan Yifun mastered the skill, it was as if he had activated a cheat. He remembered the positions of the mahjong tiles on the table in an instant, and stacked the cards he needed in the most advantageous position, ready to play the game. The cards were finally arranged, and this time it was Yuan Yifun's turn to be the banker. He picked up the dice, blew into his hand, and then threw it on the table. The 2 dice rolled on the table several times. When they stopped, one was 2 and the other was 3 for a total of 5. It was Yuan Yifun's second turn to roll the dice. The corners of Yuan Yifun's mouth curled up slightly. This was exactly the number he wanted. This way he could control the gang card in his pile and have a huge advantage. He picked up the dice and rolled it again. This time it was 8. The 2 numbers added up to 13, which to use the rhyme in mahjong means 5, 8, and 3, and you're done in 2 hands. Yuan Yifun grabbed a stack, and the other 3 players took turns to grab cards. Soon Yuan Yifun had grabbed all the cards. There were several eyes behind him staring at Yuan Yifun's cards. They were the agents arranged by the 3 middle-aged men. Because the game was too big, they started to break the rules and arrange spies behind Yuan Yifun. If Yuan Yifun lifts up the card to look at it, the spy will see it at the same time and then notify the 3 people by using secret signals. This is equivalent to Yuan Yifun playing with his cards open against the opponent, and it is impossible for him to win. Yuan Yifun seemed to have predicted the future. He picked up the cards, but did not turn them over. Instead, he touched all the cards with his thumb and found out the card pattern. It was exactly what he wanted. He had 3 hidden kungs at the beginning. As for blind card picking, it is one of the essential skills for every mahjong player. As long as you practice diligently, you can basically feel the texture of the cards with your fingertips to determine which card it is without looking at it with your eyes. Yuan Yifun's cards were not turned up, so the peeping spy had no chance to cheat and could only turn around anxiously behind him. From the moment Yuan Yifun played his first card, his aura changed, and he seemed confident, completely different from the rookie he was before. The 3 middle-aged men who were playing cards with him only realized at this moment that they had been fooled. It turned out that Yuan Yifun was playing the pig and eating the tiger. But they were not afraid. After all, the three of them were a group, and teamwork was always better than fighting alone. They also had the advantage of terrain, so they were confident in the game. What a coincidence! Yuan Yifan is also confident of victory. Next, it all depends on how both sides perform. Chapter 78. Make a fortune. Make a fortune. You deserve to make a fortune. After several rounds of drawing cards, it was Yuan Yifan's turn. He picked up a card, touched it with his thumb, and suddenly smiled. The three men suddenly felt nervous, fearing that Yuan Yifan would directly push you down. But it was not a winning card. Yuan Yifan kept this card and played a west wind. Bump! Yuan Yifan's opponent encountered the west wind, and there was a mocking look on his face, as if to say, "What a bad card player." He knew I was making a mixed color hand, but he still dared to play the win card. I really overestimated him before. He is just a fool. However, what the three of them didn't know was that Yuan Yifan had actually already been in the draw, and it was a terrifying Yakuman style for concealed concubines. At this time, Yuan Yifan's cards are 3 chickens, 3 eights, 3 sixes, and the remaining are a pair of 9 yuan and a pair of fa kai. So now Yuan Yifan has 9 yuan and fa kai opposite each other. The game seemed tense and orderly on the surface, but only Yuan Yifan knew that the game had entered the turbulent, decisive stage. Suddenly, the player next to Yuan Yifan played a fa kai card, which brought about an amazing change in the game, because this fa kai card was the card that Yuan Yifan wanted to win. He is now faced with a choice. If he wins with this card, his hand pattern will only be 3 concealed coup and 2 fan, which can win 2,000 yuan. Compared with Yakuman's 13 fan, the gap is too big. Whether to choose the safe winning strategy or to take a gamble and turn a bicycle into a rocket depends on Yuan Yifan's choice. As the king of fugitives, Yuan Yifan likes excitement, so he gave up winning and reached out to grab the cards, because he knew that the third to last card in the gang was the one he needed to make a fortune. As long as he could touch it, he could complete 4 concealed knuckles, which was much more exciting than winning 10 hands with 3 concealed knuckles. With the highest number of points in Japanese mahjong rules. It is like in sports where everyone competes for the championship. No one would choose to be third for the sake of safety, even though they have the ability to win the championship. Yuan Yifan is of course aiming for the 13th round of Yakuman. He will not settle for second best. This is the confidence of a master. He does not want others to point the gun. He wants to touch the gun by himself. If he wins, he will win 3 games. So Yuan Yifan gave up on winning and played the 2 cards he had caught. Bump! The opponent touched it again. He had already touched 3 pieces. He was already in the listening position with a mixed color and 8 strips. Although it was not easy to win with a single head, he could still change to listening later or wait for Yuan Yifan to call the gun. He had many choices. The middle-aged man pretended to rub his face and made an 8 gesture with 2 fingers. Based on the position of his fingers on his face, it was accurate to make an 8 so that the other 2 families could cooperate as well. The other 2 companies then used code words to indicate that they did not have 8. Soon, the other 2 middle-aged men also came up to listen, and their wins were Hu Isi Wan and Dan Diao Hongzhong respectively. Now the 3 of them were just hoping that Yuan Yifan would play any card they needed, so that they could reap the fruits of victory and win several $1,000s for sure. So the 3 of them all focused their eyes on Yuan Yifan, who was drawing cards, hoping that he could win. In fact, Yuan Yifan had already cracked the secret code between them and knew that the 3 of them had listened. However, the more critical the moment, the more he could not panic. If he remembered correctly, the card he drew was the beginning of his counterattack. Yuan Yifan picked up a mahjong tile with 2 fingers, rubbed the tip of his thumb lightly on the surface of the tile, and found out that it was an 8, which meant the opponent's winning hand. Yuan Yifan looked up at the eager eyes on the opposite side and gave a mocking smile. He was afraid that he would disappoint his opponent this time, because he already had 3 8s in his hand, which together with this one made exactly 4 cards. So he could secretly gang and completely block the possibility of the opponent winning. At the same time, he still had a chance to gang, which would bring him 1 step closer to getting rich. Bang! Yuan Yifan put 4 8s together, then picked up a card from the end of the deck and revealed a treasure card at the same time. The card he drew was the chicken, and the first card he opened was the 5 cakes. This is really amazing. Not only can you continue to play the hidden gang, but you also have 3 more precious cards in your hand. If you win, you will get 3 more points. The rule of the treasure card is that the next card after the display is the treasure card. This time the 5 cakes are turned over, So the next one is the six cakes. Yuan Yifan already has 3 6 cakes in his hand, so he immediately has 3 more. Of course, the treasure cards are only useful when you win the game, and now they are just accumulating winning momentum. Bang! Yuan Yifan continued to play the chicken and took out 4 more cards and put them on the table. Then he did the same thing and continued to capture and turn over new cards. This made the 3 middle-aged men feel that something was wrong. This kind of continuous gang card was extremely rare and usually happened when one was very lucky. In addition, there was a trick in Mahjong called flowering on the gang, which could add 1 point to the winning hand. Even more frightening is that each time a gang is made, 1 more treasure card will be added. In a game with many gangs, the number of winning points is usually very large because of the large number of treasure cards. This made their hearts rise to their throats, fearing that Yuan Yifan would win a super big hand. Don't be silly, don't be silly. Yuan Yifan's next client is mumbling. Hit 8, hit 8. Yuan Yifan's opponents were praying silently in their hearts, hoping that the god of luck could hear them. Hit the red center, please, so I can win. Yuan Yifan's boss held unrealistic fantasies. At the same time, everyone's eyes in the hall were focused on Yuan Yifan. He was now the favored child of destiny that everyone was paying attention to. Bang! Yuan Yifan seemed to be blessed with good luck and drew a 6 cake again. He made another secret move and had to open a treasure card and draw more cards. This is the power of Rui code cards. The required cards are arranged in advance. Now Yuan Yifan is just here to harvest leaks. The 3 middle-aged men were sweating coldly because Yuan Yifan had already opened 3 treasure cards and confirmed that the new treasure cards were Yao Ji, Liu Bing, and Ba Tiao. After comparing the secret codes, they found that none of them had any treasure cards in their hands. It was very likely that Yuan Yifan had a treasure card in his hand. Then each time he got it, he would have to add 4 more points, which means he would lose 4,000 yuan more. If Yuan Yifan really won, it would be a big loss that they could not afford. The 3 of them exchanged glances while wiping their sweat with tissues, and then discussed for a while how they would respond if Yuan Yifan really won. The money anyway, and they would never give it in this lifetime, so they might as well refuse to pay. Yuan Yifan was from another place anyway, and they could just run away if they lost. Besides, this kind of money could not be seen in public, and they could not ask for it by calling the police or filing a lawsuit, so the 3 of them seemed to have taken a reassurance pill and settled down. If they win money, they will definitely ask for it. If they lose money, they will just run away and refuse to pay. From the source, the middle-aged gang has been invincible. They really have a good plan. When Yuan Yifan touched another card, he immediately smiled triumphantly because he had arranged this pile of cards himself. He knew as soon as he touched it that this was the get-rich he needed. Make money, it's his due. Yuan Yifan grabbed the card, and without even looking at it, he flipped it over and slapped it on the table. Chapter 79. Winning 78,000 in one hand. Touch yourself and get rich. The mahjong tiles slammed heavily on the table, making a crisp sound, which shocked everyone in the hall. This outsider actually won with 3 bars, so the score must be ridiculously high. Everyone was waiting for Yuan Yifan to open the cards. Yuan Yifan turned over all the cards, which were 4 Yaoji, 4 8s, 4 6s, 3 fortunes, and 2 90,000s. The number of points had reached the sky. The 4 concealed cards total 13 points, the treasure cards total 12 points, and the flower card on the gang has 1 point, which makes a total of 26 super big hands. And it is a self-drawn hand, which means that the 3 people who play cards with him have to give him 26,000 yuan each, and together they won 78,000 yuan in one hand. He won 78,000 in one hand of cards. This was the first time in the entire underground chess and card room. The room was suddenly in an uproar, and everyone was exclaiming. Being able to see such an amazing hand pattern is more satisfying than winning money yourself. Some people even took out their mobile phones to take pictures of the mahjong on the table so that they can show off to their friends in the future. They will also be known as awesome people who have seen the super strong hand pattern of 26 points. Bai Mao and the other 4 people in the hall were so excited that they jumped up and down, hugged each other, and cheered. They really did not follow the wrong Brother Jia. He was not an ordinary person. This powerful winning move of 26 points was more exciting than watching gambling movies. It was simply a god's operation. The 4 of them bowed down in worship to Yuan Yifan, almost kneeling down and kowtowing. No, impossible. You're cheating. The middle-aged man from the opposite house stood up in panic and leaned forward to look through Yuan Yifan's cards, trying to find evidence of cheating. However, this was in vain. Yuan Yifan did cheat, but it was only in the stage of laying out the code cards. The rest of the time, the four people went through the entire process. It can be said that in this hand of four concealed knights, the three of them were at most tools, and Yuan Yifan controlled the direction of the entire hand alone. Even if three other people played the game, the results would be almost the same. This was the result of the combined effects of Yuan Yifan's F-level card skills and code card stunts, and it was not something that the three of them, the cheating gang, could crack. You must have cheated, otherwise how could you have won such a big hand? This is not a movie. Another middle-aged man accused with a red face and thick neck. His reaction is very normal. Most people would probably have the same expression if they lost 26,000 yuan in a game of mahjong. Didn't you say it when you won? Yuan Yifan glared at the three of them and urged them to pay quickly. The 20,000 yuan in cash they had prepared on the table was not enough, and each person had to pay another 6,000 yuan. These three people also knew that they had to catch the cheater on the spot, otherwise they would have to admit defeat. They were determined not to accept losing 26,000 yuan in one go, so they winked at each other and prepared to run away as planned. Yuan Yifan had been prepared for this move, and he tripped one of them on the spot. Bai Mao and Huabi pounced on him and pinned down another one. And the last one was locked to the ground by the big guy Zheng Hu. He didn't even use any grappling skills. He just lay on top of his opponent and used his body weight to crush him, making him scream and cry for mercy. So the escape plan of these three middle-aged men was thwarted in 10 seconds. What? You want to run away without paying? Do you think you're a Monkey King? Even if you're a Monkey King, you can't escape from our brother Jia's Five-Finger Mountain. Bai Mao shouted at the three men. He had never felt so awesome before. He could even stand up in Lao Peng's territory. Whenever he came here before, he would bow and nod, behave himself with his tail between his legs, and dare not speak loudly. But now, with Yuan Yifan's support, the feeling is definitely different, and he even straightens his back. Hey man, stop causing trouble in my store. Let him go. At this time, Lao Peng spoke up and threatened Yuan Yifan to release the person. The three scammers are locals and have close ties with him. If they can cheat the fat sheep from other places, they will give red envelopes to Lao Peng afterwards. So this local boss has to protect the three of them. What, boss? Are you going to protect them? Yuan Yifan raised his eyebrows and asked back. Of course not. I don't care about the grudges between you. I just ask you not to cause trouble here. Lao Peng said coldly. Yuan Yifan used words to control Lao Peng so that he could not intervene forcefully. After all, he still had to stay in a local area, and a boss could not be too partial unless he did not want to do business anymore. Brother, let go, my arm is going to break. The one who was pressed by Yuan Yifan was crying and begging for mercy, and the other two middle-aged men were shouting in a similar way. The one who was pressed by the big guy was the most miserable, shouting in a creepy way, crying with snot and tears, and I don't know if his bones were broken. Yes, it is indeed uncomfortable for a thin man weighing over 100 pounds to be pressed on the hard concrete floor by a fat man weighing 200 pounds. If you pay the money you owe, I'll let you go. If not, you can be our free blanket. It's pretty comfortable lying on the human couch anyway. I'm a little sleepy and want to take a nap. Yuan Yifan teased the other party with a cold face, saying that there was no need to be polite to those who made a living by cheating. Give, we'll give. The three middle-aged men couldn't bear it any longer, so they compromised. Yuan Yifan didn't release all of them, but released the people that Zheng Hu was holding down. Zheng Hu was too harsh, so he might have hurt them. Besides, he suffered the most, so he would definitely have the most motivation to pay. The man's hands and feet were numb, and he felt weak all over. He couldn't run away, so he limped to the shop owner, Lao Peng, to borrow money. Mr. Peng, please help me. This man bowed with both hands in front of Lao Peng, ostensibly asking him to borrow money, but actually asking him to help him solve the problem. The scammers felt the pain of losing 78,000 yuan in one go. Old Peng glared at him. Although he condoned the existence of this underground chess and card room, he couldn't be partial under the watchful eyes of everyone. If he had to blame someone, he should blame these three people for being too stupid. They lost so badly in a mahjong game of 3 against 1. They were just hopeless pieces of mud. Lao Peng is not a kind person. He can lend money and ask the three people to sign the IOU. Previously, the 20,000 yuan per person at the table was the middle-aged swindler's own capital, and this time everyone had to borrow 6,000 yuan to make up the total. So the middle-aged swindler borrowed the money. Lao Peng got 3 more IOUs, and Yuan Yifan really got the benefit, as the 78,000 yuan was all his. The scammer took the money from Lao Peng and, together with the 60,000 yuan on the table, raised a total of 78,000 yuan in cash. He looked sad, as if he had lost his parents. This is their own fault. If it was a normal mahjong game, Yuan Yifan would not have resorted to cheating, but they came here with the intention of cheating, so they will only suffer the consequences. This is entirely their own fault. Lingzi, collect the money. Yuan Yifan shouted. Okay. Lingzi happily took the sack to collect the money and put it into the sack. However, the money was not enough and the sack was not full. Lingzi also carefully checked the authenticity of the money and found that they were all old banknotes with non-consecutive numbers, which were just right for spending. The pretty girl then returned to Yuan Yifan with the sack and stood beside him. Chapter 80. I won't give you a red envelope if you insist. Lingzi is now very proud and calls herself Yuan Yifan's secretary, controlling the financial power for him. The girl is even dreaming about cultivating a good relationship with Brother Jia and striving to become the boss's wife, so that she won't have to worry about the rest of her life. This Brother Jia is the best candidate for a husband. He is handsome, good at fighting, and can make money. He is simply the perfect man in Lingzi's mind. After all, she is a young girl in love, and she fell in love with a man in just a few hours. The more she thought about it, the shyer she became, and her face turned red. However, she was not noticeable in this stuffy underground chess and card room. When others saw her, they just thought she was hot. After receiving the money, Yuan Yifan let them go. The three middle-aged men bent over and walked out. They were too embarrassed to stay at the scene any longer. Seeing the scammers end up in such a miserable state, netizens in the live broadcast room burst into laughter. You are so ugly, and you still want to challenge my number 22? I can win 26,000 yuan from you with one hand of cards. If I play another round, I will probably lose everything. It's not just the underwear. I guess my wife will lose to number 22. Forget it. Those three swindlers are ugly. How can her wives be pretty? If you want to find a wife, Lingzi next to you is not bad. He has just reached adulthood, is handsome, and is so tender that you can squeeze water out of him. How great. You must seize number 22. If you don't want her, remember to give her to me. These audiences like to pair them up everywhere. As long as they are good-looking men and women, they want to pair them together regardless of whether they are suitable for each other or not. It has to be said that this is a bad habit, and not all people involved like it. Bai Mao ran over and said excitedly, Brother Jia, you are so sad. From now on, I will hang out with you. You are my real brother. Huabi also said happily, Brother Jia, these tens of thousands of dollars are enough to last for a long time. That's true, but what's wrong with your tattoo? Yuan Yifan suddenly discovered that the tattoo on the boy's arm had become blurred. This tattoo of mine is made with a tattoo sticker. It's not a real tattoo. I just wanted to put it on to scare people. The boy with tattooed arms said embarrassedly, This is good. It's best not to get a tattoo when you are young. It will be a problem for you to become a civil servant or join the army in the future, said Yuan Yifan. Yes, I will definitely listen to Brother Jia and never get a tattoo again, the tattoo man promised. After Yuan Yifan and his friends made some money, they wanted to find a place to have fun, but they were stopped by Lao Peng. Old Peng is in his 30s, with a scruffy beard and a face full of flesh. He stood in the doorway, one foot on a stool, and said with a fake smile, Brother, you won money, but you haven't given me the red envelope yet. The general rule of a chess and card room is that in addition to the table fees, people who win a lot of money have to give the boss a red envelope as a token of their appreciation. There is usually no specific amount. It all depends on how much money you win. Lingzi, give him 2. Yuan Yifan said casually. Lingzi took out 200 yuan from the sack and handed it over. Damn it, they're just sending away beggars. One of Lao Peng's subordinates swept the money to the ground and cursed angrily, which scared Lingzi and she shrank behind Yuan Yifan. Yuan Yifan's eyes suddenly narrowed. He was originally preparing to leave, but he didn't expect that this boss seemed to be taking the initiative to cause trouble. Since he was so ungrateful, he might as well take him as a target. How much do you want? Yuan Yifan raised his eyebrows and asked. You won 78,000. According to the rules, you should get at least 10%, so 7,800. Lao Peng lit a cigarette, blew out a smoke ring, and then said lightly, Red envelopes are usually given in the amount of a few hundred or so. If the winner really wins a lot of money and is happy, the winner may be given a few hundred more, but this is all given voluntarily by the winner. I have never heard a store owner asking for such an exaggerated number as 7,800. those 3 scammers before, and now he comes here with a smug look to ask for a red envelope. It is obvious that he thinks Yuan Yifan is from another place and is easy to bully. What if I don't give it to you? Yuan Yifan asked coldly. That depends on whether my brother agrees. After Lao Peng finished speaking, a dozen young men suddenly rushed out from around him and surrounded Yuan Yifan and others. The spectators around were afraid of Lao Peng's power and left the chess and card room one after another. Now only the 2 sides were left in the room confronting each other. Bai Mao and others were very nervous. They picked up stools and other items as weapons to prevent the other party from suddenly attacking and hurting people. Yuan Yifan smiled and waved his hand, signaling Bai Mao not to be too nervous. Yuan Yifan then said to Lao Peng, I am a soft-hearted person. If you need money and ask me for help, I might pity you and give you a reward of tens of thousands. But if you force it, I'm sorry, you won't get a penny. Fuck, talking to our brother Peng like that is like asking for death. The younger brothers took out the machetes and hatchets they used to guard the store and prepared to chop people down with aggressive gestures. This frightened Bai Mao. He had never been in a street fight before, and they were unarmed. He was so scared that he was choking. He stammered, Jia, what should we do? Yuan Yifan sneered. Why are you panicking? I'll stick my neck out for them to chop at will. Do you think they dare to move? Indeed, there was no irreconcilable feud between the 2 parties. Old Peng opened the chess and card room to make money. If he killed people at every turn, he would have been shot long ago. As the saying goes, barking dogs don't bite, and biting dogs don't bark. This is the same truth. The more ferocious they appear, the more it shows that they have no confidence. Yuan Yifan has already figured out what Lao Peng is thinking. It is nothing more than a trick to scare people. Yuan Yifan was right. No matter how loudly these little brothers shouted and waved their weapons in front of Yuan Yifan and the others, no one dared to come up and chop them. Old Peng also saw that Yuan Yifan could not be frightened, so he asked grimly, Brother, if you are so arrogant when you go out, you may fall down easily. He was reminding Yuan Yifan that outsiders should be more restrained in their new district, otherwise they would suffer. Yuan Yifan said proudly, My money can only be taken away at the poker table. If you want it, how about we gamble a round of mahjong for 2 people, and the winner will be decided by 1 hand. I will bet all my 78,000 yuan. Do you dare? Oh, you dare to play mahjong with me? Well, since you are willing to give me money, there is no reason for me, Old Peng, to refuse. Old Peng showed a sinister smile. He immediately asked someone to clean up the scene, and then sat down opposite Yuan Yifan at the mahjong table. Lao Peng agreed to Yuan Yifan's proposal. The stakes were 78,000 yuan. He had already made plans. If he lost, he could refuse to pay. Anyway, they had more people. If he won, he would make a huge profit of 78,000 yuan. He would not lose anything. His idea was the same as the scammers. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. It's no wonder that Old Peng and the swindler can get along together, because they are both equally dirty in their conduct and actions. Chapter 81. Sorry, I win. How could Yuan Yifan not know what Lao Peng was thinking? But he had already prepared a response plan, so he was not panicked at all. He and Lao Peng sat opposite each other and stared at each other. The 2 men's eyes met in the air, neither of them showing any sign of weakness. There seemed to be sparks of lightning flashing in their eyes, but this eye contact ended in a draw. Then they reached out at the same time and started sorting the cards. Now both parties have 78,000 yuan in cash piled in front of them. The pink mountain of money makes the people around them jealous. Yuan Yifan and Lao Peng start their mahjong game. The first person to win will get all the prize money. It's time to start stacking the cards. This is the time when the Rui stacking cards skill comes into play. However, this skill can only be activated once every 6 hours, and it is still in the skill cooldown period. However, Yuan Yifan had already asked the escape system in advance. For active stunts, as long as the skills are upgraded, the skill CD will be refreshed. So he spent 2 attribute points and added them to the card skill. The card skill became E-level, and the stunt was refreshed to an available state. Activate the Rui code card skill. Yuan Yifan muttered to himself. An expert can tell whether there's a card or not just by stretching out his hand. When Yuan Yifan thought he had won the game, he discovered that Lao Peng's method of arranging the cards was different. He actually snatched the cards he wanted to arrange in a split second and stacked them in front of him. This ruined Yuan Yifan's plan. Escape system. Warning. The Rui code card stun has failed and can only achieve the expected 20% effect. Yuan Yifun's eyes narrowed. He didn't expect that Lao Peng was actually a mahjong master and destroyed his card stacking skills. At the same time, Lao Peng was also using the same method to stack the cards. As one side gains strength while the other loses, he is likely to lose this game of mahjong. Once he loses, the invincible persona that Yuan Yifun has built up in the live broadcast room will collapse, and his reputation will plummet, which will have a huge impact. So he cannot allow this to happen, and he must make changes. The failure of the card coding skill just now shows that Yuan Yifun's E-level card skills are comparable to Lao Peng's, and he cannot suppress the opponent. If the skill level is low, then the best thing to do is to strengthen it. Yuan Yifun still didn't believe it, so he spent another 400 reputation points to exchange for 4 attribute points, and put them all into his card skills, raising his card skills to level D. At the same time, the Rui code card stunt was refreshed again. Yuan Yifun used the card skills again, which was beyond Lao Peng's expectations, because Yuan Yifun's card skills had already suppressed him. The two of them saw a whiteboard at the same time and reached out to grab it. However, Yuan Yifun was the first to arrive, and his hand almost left an afterimage. He got there first by a few tenths of a second and placed the whiteboard in front of him. Old Peng's eyes narrowed. He was very surprised by Yuan Yifun's strength. He originally thought that with his card counting skills, he could easily kill the opponent in seconds, but he didn't expect that Yuan Yifun could also count cards, and his hand speed was even faster than his. This was amazing. Old Peng narrowed his eyes and asked in a low voice, "Who are you? With such mahjong skills, you're definitely not an ordinary person. I have participated in many mahjong competitions. Why haven't I heard of you?" Yuan Yifun smiled and said, "You don't need to know who I am. Just watch me win. Arrogant, I will definitely be the winner in the end." Angry old Peng grabbed the dice and put them on the table, covering them with his hand, and then asked Yuan Yifun to guess whether it was an odd or even number. If he guessed correctly, Yuan Yifun would draw the card first. If he guessed incorrectly, Lao Peng would draw the card first. Yuan Yifun guessed a double, and luck was on Yuan Yifun's side. He guessed correctly, so Yuan Yifun drew the card first. Half of the cards here were coded by Yuan Yifun using his skills, so he has the advantage. The cards he starts with are pretty good, and things go smoothly. This time the winner is decided in one round, and both parties have agreed that they must get a grand slam or better to win, so some small cards have to be given up. The most convenient way is to make a hand of all the same color, a hand of 5 points, which is easy to win after eating and touching. However, Yuan Yifun referred to the conclusion he drew when coding the cards and concluded that it was impossible to make a hand of all the same color. So he chose a hand that is easiest to win. He first played all the 1 and 9 in the cards to make a hand of 1 and 9. Duan Egyo is a 1-point hand pattern and must be matched with other numbers to reach a full slam. Richi, Menxing, and Zidu are each 1 point, and you only need to get a treasure card or other cards with points to reach a 4-point full slam hand pattern. Both sides drew several rounds of cards, and neither of them took or touched any of them, obviously wanting to keep a clear mind. Yuan Yifun, who has D-level card skills, can be said to be almost the same as someone with 10 years of card-playing experience. He quickly analyzed the cards played by his opponent and figured out that Lao Peng was making 7 small pairs, a type of hand that is not easy to beat. However, both of them have the means to code the cards, so the chance of winning cannot be calculated according to the ordinary probability. Now Yuan Yifun and Lao Peng are standing on the same starting line. They have to consider how to disrupt the opponent's thinking while allowing themselves to win as soon as possible. After several rounds of not getting any treasure cards, Yuan Yifun knew he couldn't wait any longer, so he immediately broke up a pair and made a flat hand. This way, he could get 4 points by just touching the cards himself. This kind of ordinary hand pattern is the common winning mode in daily mahjong. For example, Yuan Yifun's amazing hand of 26 points in the last hand only exists in cheating or in movies and TV dramas. You may not encounter it, even once in playing thousands of games in reality. After several rounds of drawing cards and playing cards, both of them soon got their turn, and now it was a matter of seeing who could win first. The cards currently being drawn are those of Lao Peng, so he has the advantage. There are only 3 cards left in the stack. Yuan Yifun is not sure about it, but as long as he can get through these 3 cards, and it will be his turn to draw the cards he has arranged, victory will be in sight. The next 3 cards are the key. Yuan Yifun listened to 25, drew a 70,000, and played out. Lao Peng had 7 small pairs, and after hearing the monotonous 3 cakes, he picked up a useless whiteboard and played it out as well. The next card is crucial. Yuan Yifan rubbed the card lightly with his thumb. Old Peng stared at him with a cold gaze, expecting him to play a triple. But to his disappointment, Yuan Yifan smiled slightly and hit a second cake. Although it was very close, it did not go wrong. The next cards he drew were the ones arranged by Yuan Yifan. Yuan Yifan knew very well that he had won this time, because on the 5th card, he would get a 2 of a kind, which was arranged by him, and he knew the placement of each card. Sure enough, when he got the 5th card, Yuan Yifan simply pushed it down. 1 for Riqi, 1 for Minxing Zitu, 1 for Pingu, and 1 for Duan Yaojiu, a total of 4 for the Grand Slam, and Yuan Yifan won the bet. Sorry, I won. Yuan Yifan smiled slightly and asked Lingzi to collect the money. Yuan Yifan had won 78,000 before, and Bai Mao and Huabi were dancing with joy. This time he won 78,000 again, but they were as if facing a formidable enemy, because this old Peng was not someone who could be easily trifled with, and he would definitely not pay readily. Suddenly, Lao Peng took out a dagger and stabbed the table. Chapter 82, Let's Die Together. State. The dagger was deeply embedded in the table, and the tail end was still vibrating. Under the dim light in the room, it looked a bit creepy. The money is right here. If you have the courage, come and get it, Old Peng said to Yuan Yifan and the others in a sinister tone. At this time, all his younger brothers surrounded him, and this time they were like the barking dog that bites. They all had ferocious looks on their faces, holding their weapons tightly and staring at him with greedy eyes. Before, Yuan Yifan won the money from the 3 scammers, so they would not take action. Now he wants to protect Lao Peng's own 78,000 yuan, which is equivalent to cutting meat from them. So these local snakes dare to take ruthless action. Therefore, if Yuan Yifan takes the money by force this time, you'll have to pay the price in blood. Yuan Yifan possesses F-level fighting skills and can even add points at any time. He may not be injured on the spot, but the 4 young men he brought will probably die here. Even if they don't kill anyone, they will probably end up with lifelong disabilities, which is definitely not what Yuan Yifan wants to see. Yuan Yifan was not panicked at all. He looked directly at Lao Peng and said, "Why? You are a big boss and a well-known figure in this area, but you can't afford to play with the same 3 people as before." Lao Peng said in a cold tone, "Humph, I don't have time to bullshit you. Either you leave all your money and I'll let you go, or you each bleed a little and keep it for me to make blood tofu. It's your choice how you want to make it." Now, not only does Old Peng not want to pay, but he also wants to take Yuan Yifan's share for himself. He is indeed cruel and ruthless. Then there is no room for negotiation. Yuan Yifan sat on the chair and asked Lao Peng calmly. This was also the last chance he gave the other party. "What the hell is there to discuss? I'll check 3 numbers. If you don't say anything, I'll help you make the choice," Old Peng said viciously, baring his yellowed, smoke-stained teeth. "In that case, I won't show any mercy. Bai Mao, it's time to show off your wealth." Yuan Yifan suddenly stood up and shouted to Bai Mao, "Humph, you're courting death by using violence against me." What Lao Peng was least afraid of was his opponents who would fight him head-on. They had the advantage of terrain and numbers, so they would not panic no matter how the fight went on. However, when he saw the situation of Bai Mao and the others clearly, his eyes suddenly widened and he took 2 steps back in fright. What made this gangster so scared was that white hair and flower arms displayed unconventional weapons. Bai Mao and Huabi had taken off their coats. Around their waists, they had a circle of tubular objects wrapped in yellow paper with green fuses on them, just like big firecrackers. Bai Mao and Huabi both held a lit lighter and brought the flame close to the fuse of the firecrackers. "Don't move if you want to die. Let's die together." Bai Mao roared at the top of his lungs, veins bulging on his forehead and bloodshot in the whites of his eyes, looking like a desperado. All these things proved that what they had tied to their bodies were not firecrackers, but real explosives. This kind of plot that only happens in TV dramas was unexpectedly seen in this underground chess and card room. Although these old-timers under Lao Peng were knowledgeable and experienced, they had never seen such a scene and were frightened at once. "You," Old Peng stammered, stunned. He had been active in this area for many years, but he had never seen a ruthless man like Yuan Yifan, who took out explosives and planned to die together with others when they disagreed with each other. Looking at that thick tube of dynamite, if it exploded in this small room, I guess no one in the entire room would have a complete body. When others come, they will have to use shovels to shovel out their bodies. I've always heard that Boss Peng is a tough guy who doesn't talk much. I'm a dragon from across the river, so I have to be prepared. Today I've paid my respects to the mountain master, and you're no better than me. Yuan Yifan smiled contemptuously and then gave a wink, and Lingzi quickly put all the money on the table into the sack. The sack was now heavy with a double amount of 78,000 yuan, or 156,000 yuan, an amount that an ordinary person would have to work hard for a year or two to earn. As soon as he saw the duck in his mouth was about to fly away, an impatient younger brother shouted, "Brother Punk, let's go. I don't believe they dare to light the fire." "I don't dare." Bai Mao also became ruthless and moved the flame of the lighter as close to the fuse as possible. This process was not fast, and it was mainly to put psychological pressure on the other party. Old Peng was a family man, so he didn't dare to get aggressive with young adults like Bai Mao and Huabi. One young man could feed the whole family and act without thinking. But if old Peng died, his wife would probably take his property and remarry, and his children would be beaten by their stepfather every day. It would be too tragic an end. Lao Peng just can't let go of the shackles of this world, commonly known as being afraid. So he quickly stopped his younger brother. He didn't want to, nor did he dare to gamble his life. So he could only say angrily, "Okay, you'll be cruel today, but don't let me see you in the future. I clearly earned all this money in a fair and honest way, but you're being treated like a victim. Do you still have any shame?" Yuan Yifan was murderous and ruthless, and before leaving he mocked Lao Peng, making him so angry that he was gasping for breath like an old cow. Immediately, Yuan Yifan called on his 4 men to leave the underground chess and card room. As soon as they left, Lao Peng's men followed. Yuan Yifan reminded them to hurry up, and the 5 of them quickly ran towards the van and squeezed in. Bai Mao stayed at the end and slammed the sliding door shut. Lao Peng's younger brothers also chased out with knives. In the open area, they were much bolder and even wanted to stop the car. When Yuan Yifan started the car, he said to Bai Mao, "Take all the things and give them to them." "Okay, Brother Jia." Bai Mao and Huabi reached out and untied the circle of explosives tied around their waists. Then he lit the fuse with a lighter and threw it out of the car. Fuck. This scared Lao Peng's little brothers so much that they lay down one by one. Then they heard the crackling sound of firecrackers on the ground and colorful poppers, which made the street as lively as New Year's Day. It turned out that these so-called explosives were nothing more than fireworks bought from small shops, with the trademarks peeled off. It makes sense. Yuan Yifan is just a fugitive contestant. If he really got the explosives, the program crew would probably call the police immediately. Seeing Yuan Yifan, who had caused a big disturbance in the chess and card room, walk away, Lao Peng was so angry that he shouted to the sky, "You bastards, I will chop you to death." As a result, the loud sound of firecrackers in the middle of the night woke up the residents who were sleeping nearby. At that time, many people leaned out of their windows and yelled at Lao Peng, "You little bastard, why are you not sleeping at night and setting off a firecracker to make fun of you?" Old Peng was originally very angry and wanted to vent his anger on those who scolded him. But when he saw one of the old men scolding him, he quickly suppressed the thought rationally and led his younger brother back to the house in shame. Because the old man was Lao Peng's 7th uncle. No matter how powerful a gangster was, there were people he dared not offend. If he made the 7th uncle angry, the old man would really dare to hit Lao Peng on the head with his walking stick. Chapter 83: Lingzi's Life Plan. In the van, Bai Mao was flattering Yuan Yifan with flying eyebrows. "Brother Jia, you are so handsome. How did you think of using firecrackers to scare Lao Peng? That grandson is used to being arrogant, and today he was finally dealt with by you. I can brag about this for a year." Yuan Yifan said, "This is all thanks to the anti-Japanese dramas that were prevalent in the past few years. In them, there are often plots of using firecrackers to scare the devils. I thought that if I could scare the devils, then it shouldn't be difficult to scare a local hooligan, so I gave it a try." "Hi, really hi." Huabi also learned the classic official language of the translator and gave a thumbs up to praise their Brother Jia. "That's a lot of money. Brother Jia, you are so capable." Lingzi looked at the pile of pink banknotes in the sack, and then looked at Yuan Yifan with eyes that were a little watery, which was a sign of a girl's emotions. Coupled with the accelerated secretion of adrenaline when escaping just now, Lingzi's face is blushing and her heart is beating fast, and the afterglow is still there. This is similar to the feeling of falling in love with someone. This little girl has fallen in love with her perfect Brother Jia. Yuan Yifan was driving and didn't notice Lingzi's abnormality. He encouraged her casually. This little money is nothing. If you work hard in the future, you will definitely be able to earn dozens or hundreds of times more than you do now. Really? Do I have this ability? Bai Mao was a little unconfident. Yuan Yifan praised. Of course you have the ability. When you used firecrackers to scare Lao Peng before, he, an old man, couldn't see the problem. Your acting skills are really real. If you're interested, you could try your luck at Hungyan World Studios in the future. You have a good image, and you may be noticed by a director. Once you shoot a hit drama, you'll be a big star in the future. It will be easy and pleasant to earn a lot of money. Okay then, Brother Jia, I believe in you. Starting tomorrow, I will work hard and make something of myself. Bai Mao stroked his white bangs and smiled happily. Brother Jia, where are we going? Huabi asked, leaning over. Let's find a place to sleep. Where's your home? I'll take you back. Yuan Yifan said. We're not going home. The four young men said in unison. We want to follow you. Lingzi added, which was also the voice of the four brothers and sisters. The four of them were all impressed by Yuan Yifan's demeanor and abilities, and were reluctant to part with him now. Who knew if they would be able to find him tomorrow? Okay, then let's find a place to stay. Yuan Yifan said. The old man's hotel is not in this direction. Bai Mao said in confusion. Who would want to live in a place like that? Yuan Yifan still remembered the old man's hotel clearly and didn't want to stay there again for even a minute. Which is the best hotel in your area? Yuan Yifan asked them. The best one is called the White Swan Hotel. It's a 4-star hotel, but it's extremely expensive. Bai Mao said, if we can't live in the most expensive one, what about the next level one? Yuan Yifan asked him. It's Jinjiang Inn. It is said that the rooms are very clean and the price is reasonable. We haven't stayed there, but we heard about it from others. Bai Mao said, okay, then let's go to Jinjiang Star. But there is one thing. The four of you use your ID cards to book a room. You need 4 single rooms, and they must be on the 2nd or 3rd floor. And remember to open the window for me. I will climb in through the window. Do you remember? Yuan Yifan instructed. Remember, among these 4 young men, except Zheng, who was a little stupid, the other 3 were very smart. They felt that Yuan Yifan was too cautious and that he must have his reasons for doing so, perhaps to avoid revenge from Lao Peng. Old Peng is well known for his cruelty and ruthlessness. He likes to fight. He was tricked today and lost more than 70,000 yuan. He will definitely not let it go. He will probably cause trouble for them tonight or tomorrow, so they better be careful. But Bai Mao understood wrongly. Yuan Yifan was not afraid of Lao Peng, but the arrest team. Because Xinjiao district is relatively isolated, with only 2 roads in and out, it is very likely that you will be intercepted by checkpoints set up by the arrest team. Therefore, it is not convenient to go out for the time being, and you can only stay nearby in the district. The best hotel in the district would most likely be monitored by a police search team, so there would be a risk of being exposed if he stayed there. So Yuan Yifan settled for the second best, and chose Jinjiang Star Hotel. As long as he didn't show up, he could ensure maximum concealment. The arrest team does not have law enforcement powers, and it is impossible for them to knock on the doors of every hotel and every room to check. As long as they don't catch us with any solid intelligence, we can sleep well at night. In Xinjiao district, as in the downtown area, Yuan Yifan specifically asked Bai Mao to show him the way, took a small path without surveillance, and then drove to the outskirts of Jinjiang Star. Yuan Yifan parked the van in a secluded place and then asked the 4 young men to go and get a room first while he waited for a call before going upstairs. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Yuan Yifan's phone rang. It was Lingzi calling. They had talked on the phone before, and Lingzi had saved her number. Brother Jia, the room has been booked. I'm in 206. We didn't disturb anyone. Lingzi said sweetly. Okay, open the window. Yuan Yifan instructed. It's already open. Lingzi opened the window and waved at the window. Yuan Yifan saw it from a distance. He scouted around and found that no one was following him. So he came to the downstairs of Jinjiang Star Hotel. At this time, Lingzi twisted the bath towel into a rope and hung it down, wanting Yuan Yifan to climb on it. Yuan Yifan has sea-level rock climbing ability and has even climbed up the Bulow Peak with his bare hands. It would be too embarrassing if he had to use a rope to go up to the 2nd floor of a hotel. Yuan Yifan took 2 running steps, pushed against the wall, and then used inertia to flip into the window. He climbed with ease, as if he were on flat ground, which made Lingzi's eyes sparkle. After Yuan Yifan entered the room, he closed the window and drew the curtains. It was much safer now. However, he He soon discovered that the atmosphere in the room was a little strange. There was only a little girl named Lingzi in the room. Her big watery eyes were blinking at him, looking shy and timid. Yuan Yifan is not a fool, so he certainly knows what this means. As long as he wants, he can fall asleep with his arms around this innocent little girl tonight. However, Yuan Yifan is not a beast. He does not want to harm the flowers of the motherland, so he pretends not to understand and asks Lingzi to call Bai Mao and the others over because he wants to hold a meeting. Oh, Lingzi was a little disappointed. She originally had her own room and had deliberately sent her 3 brothers away so that she would have a chance to be alone with Yuan Yifan. It seemed that now was not the right time. When Lingzi went to the next room to call for help, she looked at her flat measurements with some uncertainty and sighed resentfully. No wonder Brother Jia didn't like her. She was really too peaceful. When I have money in the future, I will definitely build a big one, the kind that Brother Jia can't take his eyes off when he sees it. Lingzi has now established his future life plan. Chapter 84. The girl knocks on the door late at night. Soon, Bai Mao and others entered room 206. Yuan Yifan turned on the TV in the room and deliberately amplified the volume to effectively prevent eavesdropping. Brother Jia, just tell me what you want. Bai Mao patted his chest to show his loyalty. Yuan Yifan took out 4 stacks of pink bills from the sack, threw them in front of each person, and said, "This is your salary for tonight." Bai Mao was dumbfounded. They were willing to help Yuan Yifan and never thought about getting paid. Moreover, he gave 10,000 yuan. They had never seen such a generous boss. "No, this is too much. We can't accept it." Bai Mao refused. Zheng, who was very happy to see the money, and put it directly into his pocket. He wanted to take it home and save it for marrying a wife in the future. This was the life goal his parents had always instilled in him. After all, for a person with a low IQ, finding a wife is much more difficult than for a normal person. He can only hope to save more money for the bride price. "Uzi, give the money back. This is Brother Jia's money. We can't take it." Bai Mao, with a cold face, snatched the money from Zheng Hu's pocket and put it back together with the other 3 stacks. Bai Mao felt that this was too much and they didn't accomplish anything, so they were embarrassed to take the money. "You took it just because I told you to. Don't you listen to me?" Yuan Yifan frowned. He didn't like this kind of disobedient child. Yuan Yifan suddenly became serious, and the 4 young men felt nervous and worried. Lingzi was smart. She took back the 4 piles of money, gave each of them a share, and said to Bai Mao, Brother Jia is a big shot. These 40,000 yuan are nothing to him. If he wants us to take it, we just need to listen to Brother Jia, and we will be able to live a good life in the future." Bai Mao secretly glanced at Yuan Yifan's face, wanting to confirm whether Yuan Yifan was really willing to give them the money, so that he would not be dissatisfied after they took the money. "You have to listen to me. If you don't take the money, get out now. I don't like people who don't listen to me." Yuan Yifan said, "Take it, why don't we take it?" Bai Mao and Huabi then accepted the money. Everyone was very happy. This money was given by Brother Jia, and they felt comfortable receiving it. After the reward ceremony, Yuan Yifan suddenly asked which other chaotic places in the district were. "It's more messy? What do you want?" Bai Mao didn't understand Yuan Yifan's thoughts. "I came to Xinjiao County today to set a new trend. Wherever there's injustice, I will be there," said Yuan Yifan. "I understand Brother Jia is a modern hero." Lingzi's eyes suddenly lit up. Yuan Yifan was exactly the image of the Prince Charming in her mind. He was powerful and had a chivalrous heart. In fact, Lingzi understood it wrongly, because this was the audience's suggestion to Yuan Yifan. What about promoting civilization and setting a new trend? It was just the audience's task. They were addicted to watching Yuan Yifan teasing Lao Peng, so they also wanted to see Yuan Yifan deal with various hooligans. Lingzi then said, "The most chaotic place in our district is Xuefu Street. It is where the 2 middle schools in our district are located. They used to be called County Number 1 Middle School and County Number 2 Middle School. Now, they have become a junior high school and a senior high school. But there are always little hooligans making trouble nearby, fighting, blackmailing, and so on. They also like to bully girls. I was almost bullied by them when I was in school, but my brothers protected me." "Oh, then we'll go to Xuefu Street tomorrow. How many people are there?" Whitehair was more aware of this, so he answered, "There are about 20 of them at the moment. They call themselves spirited young men, but they are actually just a bunch of idiots. Aren't these just street urchins? Why doesn't anyone care?" Yuan Yifan was puzzled. Huabi went on to say, "They have never committed any major mistakes, but they have committed many minor ones. Some of them are cunning and will run away if someone calls the police. Then they will retaliate even more fiercely. Therefore, most students choose to swallow their anger or find a familiar big brother to mediate. However, some students pay money to guarantee their safety. They live on this money. Yuan Yifan nodded. He understood. It seemed that what the netizens said about the Xinjiao district had some basis. However, since he knew about it, he had to discipline these street urchins to prevent them from becoming lawless. If the law cannot punish them, then on the 22nd he will strike out on behalf of justice and let them taste the iron fist of justice. Go to bed early today and follow me to Shuefu Street tomorrow morning to meet these people. Yuan Yifan said. Okay. Originally, Bai Mao didn't dare to provoke this group of street urchins, but with Yuan Yifan taking the lead, he had great confidence and just did it. So the three young men left the room one after another, and they all secretly glanced at Yuan Yifan and Lingzi, tacitly did not disturb them, and hurried out to create an opportunity for the two. However, Yuan Yifan also followed them out of Lingzi's room, went to the next room, and locked the door. There were 2 rooms left, and the 3 men could divide them however they wanted. Anyway, he was not used to sleeping in the same room with others. Now that he finally had some time alone, Yuan Yifan turned off the live broadcast, then started to take a shower. After the shower, he lay on the bed and prepared to rest. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. It was Lingzi's voice. Brother Jia, are you asleep? The girl knocked on the door late at night, which must be her romantic luck. However, Yuan Yifan did not want this affair. He had no such thoughts about Lingzi, and he could not harm a girl. If he opened the door and refused now, he might have to face a crying and sticky scene. Yuan Yifan simply pretended to be asleep. Lingzi waited for a while, and as if she knew Yuan Yifan's intention, she sighed and left. A night passed, and when the sky began to turn pale by the window, it was already the 6th day of the urban escape program. When Yuan Yifan woke up, it was already 7 o'clock in the morning. He went to the window and lifted the curtains. There were many pedestrians below. A new day had begun in this secluded new district, and there was no trace of the arrest team outside the window. It was a perfect start. Yuan Yifan got up, washed, and when he went out he found Lingzi and the others were already ready and were standing outside waiting for him. These girls and boys were all in high spirits and wanted to follow Yuan Yifan to do something big. Lingzi carried their purse. She had replaced the sack with a backpack and automatically became Yuan Yifan's accountant. Come on, have some breakfast, and then we'll set off. Yuan Yifan waved his hand, and the 5 of them went to the restaurant downstairs in the hotel and had a simple breakfast. During the meal, Yuan Yifan said to Bai Mao and the others, if someone suddenly calls and asks about your location today, don't answer it. Let me know first. Bai Mao nodded solemnly. He understood that since he had offended Lao Peng yesterday, the other party would definitely not let it go. He would most likely come to seek revenge on them today, so he had to be extra careful. After dinner, they checked out and walked out of the bar. Chapter 85. Changing girlfriends every month. Shuefu Street goes to school from 7:30 to 8 o'clock, and this period is when those street urchins are active, so it's a perfect time to go there now. Yuan Yifan came to the hotel parking lot and chose a domestic electric car, BYD Han. He stood at the door and tinkered with it for a while, and the door opened. The 5 of them got in the car. Bai Mao asked curiously, Brother Jia, why didn't you drive the van from last night? Yuan Yifan said, just think about it. What we drove away yesterday was the store owner's delivery truck. The store opens early, so he probably has noticed that the truck is missing. So what do you think you would do if you found out that your truck is gone? Lingzi answered quickly. They must have called the police, and then the police would start looking for this van. If we continue driving, we will probably be blocked at the intersection, so we have to change cars. I see. Brother Jia is really an expert. Bai Mao was greatly amazed. He had never thought of this key point. The elder brother he worshipped was really powerful and seemed to know everything. Yuan Yifan smiled. These were the simplest anti-reconnaissance methods. If he didn't even know this, he would probably have been captured by the arrest team on the first day. The car arrived at Shuefu Street, where Xinjiao County No. 1 Middle School and No. 2 Middle School are located. One is the junior high school, and the other is the high school. They're the best middle schools in the district. It is time to go to school. Many flowers of the motherland, carrying their school bags and wearing school uniforms, are entering the campus one after another. Suddenly, Bai Mao pointed ahead and said, Brother Jia, he's over there. The one with rainbow-colored hair is the second in command of their street gang. His nickname is Golden Dragon. The so-called Golden Dragon had really colorful hair. Yuan Yifun could see 6 colors at a glance, including red, orange, yellow, blue, purple, and white. His hair was combed into a non-mainstream style like a hedgehog. He was the most prominent one on the street, and it was hard not to notice him. Okay, let's start with him. The 3 of you come with me and get out of the car. Lingzi will keep watching the car. If any strange person comes, notify us immediately. Yuan Yifun issued an order. Yes, Brother Jia. The 4 of them agreed in unison, and then the 3 boys and Yuan Yifun went to find Jinlong together. Lingzi guarded the backpack containing the money, looking around vigilantly, very responsible. Jinlong spent the night with his new girlfriend until the early hours yesterday. He was extremely sleepy today, but he had to get up early because he promised to buy his girlfriend a bag in order to have sex with her. However, he was short of money, so he wanted to come to the school and find a few scapegoats to get some money to spend. Soon, he saw a little fat boy among the many students. The fat boy is a junior high school student with an introverted personality. His parents run a restaurant, so he has a lot of pocket money. Jinlong likes to ask him for money the most, and he can squeeze out dozens or hundreds of dollars every time. If he can find a few similar students in a day, his income will be better than working, and it is easy and prestigious. Jinlong has become accustomed to this kind of street slicker life. Little fatty, come here. Jinlong roared loudly, and the little fat boy, who had deliberately lowered his head to get away, was frightened and trembled. He came to Jinlong with a bitter face. Fatty was very afraid of Jinlong. He was introverted and cowardly, and he didn't dare to resist when he was bullied. He knew he couldn't escape today. Brother Jinlong, I really have no money. Pang Dun started crying poor right away. Damn it, did I call you here just to ask for money? Jinlong cursed. He was trying to be a show-off and also wanted to build a good reputation. Although his purpose was to get money, he would never admit it verbally. He would force the victimized students to hand over the money voluntarily, so that if there was a fuss, he could also use the excuse that the other party gave it voluntarily, and the matter would be let go by making a joke. Jinlong is already a veteran in the street drifting industry. The fat man said aggrievedly, If you don't want money, then why did you ask me to come? My girlfriend's birthday is tomorrow, and I'm a little short on money, so please lend me 200 yuan to buy a cake. Jinlong made up an excuse. Fatty stammered. Didn't your girlfriend just have her birthday a month ago? Besides, I've lent you over $1,000, and you've never paid it back. What nonsense are you talking about? I change my girlfriend every month. Hurry up, don't force me to beat you up. Seeing that the fat man didn't want to give money, Jinlong revealed his gangster nature and raised his big hand to intimidate him. I really have no money. How about I give you the money for my lunch? The fat man took out 10 yuan from his pocket. Do you think I'm a beggar? Jinlong became furious and slapped Pang Dun in the face, causing Pang Dun to take a step back with his face turned red. Fatty burst into sobbing and took out his cell phone in fear. He still had 200 yuan given by his parents in his WeChat account. He had intended to keep it for buying game skins, but now he could not keep it. Hurry up, stop dithering, or I'll beat you up. Jinlong raised his hand again as he spoke, but his wrist was suddenly clamped by a pair of stronger hands, and he was suspended in the air, unable to move. Jinlong was startled and turned his head to see a tall and handsome young man with a muscular body coming to him. It was him who stopped him. Needless to say, the person coming was Yuan Yifun. Who the hell are you? How dare you arrest me? Are you tired of living? Jinlong cursed in anger. Bang! Unexpectedly, Yuan Yifun raised his hand and slapped Jinlong and said coldly, Keep your mouth shut. You fucking. Jinlong had never been humiliated like this before. He struggled and cursed in rage, but was slapped twice by Yuan Yifun. Because Yuan Yifun was holding one of Jinlong's hands, Jinlong couldn't run away and could only passively take the beating. Court death. Jinlong was completely enraged and reached behind his back to grab the weapon. Yuan Yifun suddenly exerted force with his hands, twisted his arm, and turned him around. Jinlong was in severe pain and suddenly fell to his knees on the ground, unable to move. The little fat boy was confused and wanted to run away when he saw this situation. Stop! Yuan Yifun suddenly called him. The little fat boy shuddered with fear. He was afraid of the golden dragon, and the golden dragon was as fragile as a chick in front of the big brother. It was obvious that the big brother was a more terrifying existence, and he dared not move. How much money did Jinlong ask you for in total? Yuan Yifun asked. The total is 1,751, including the 10 yuan for today, said the little fat man. Yuan Yifun was amused by him and remembered it clearly. He thought he would be suitable to be an accountant in the future. Did you hear me? Return the money quickly. Yuan Yifan said to Jin Long while increasing the strength in his hands. Jin Long wanted to curse, but the pain in his arm made him unbearable, so the curse turned into a plea for mercy. Brother, we have no grudges in the past or today. Did you find the wrong person? I'm looking for you. Aren't you a golden dragon? It's me. That's right. Return the money to this fat student quickly. Yuan Yifan ordered. Jin Long was in so much pain that he wailed. But I don't have the money to pay you back now. Then I won't let go. Let's talk about it when you have money. Yuan Yifan was not afraid of wasting time with him anyway. No. I'll pay it back. Can't I pay it back? A bad guy needs to be dealt with by a bad guy. For the first time in his life, Jin Long, the street urchin, was so defeated by the fugitive Yuan Yifan that he lost his temper and quickly compromised. Yuan Yifan loosened his grip a little, allowing Jin Long to move one hand so that he could pay the bill. Chapter 86, 2 Fights in a Row. Jin Long had a gloomy look on his face and took out his mobile phone from his pocket. He had no money in his account, so he borrowed 2,000 yuan from his credit card app and paid it back to the fat boy by transferring the money. Because he was kneeling the whole time, it was as if he was confessing his sins to the fat boy, which made the fat boy's cowardly heart suddenly full of confidence. Thank you, big brother. The little fat boy bowed happily again and again. He prayed every day that he would not see the golden dragon on his way to and from school. Although he met one today, a hero came and saved him. It was really a blessing from heaven. Okay, go to class quickly. If he bullies you again, tell the teacher, tell your parents, and tell the police, okay? The more you are afraid of this kind of person, the more aggressive he will become. If you teach him a lesson, he won't dare to do it again next time. Yuan Yifan was educating the little fat boy. As he spoke, Yuan Yifan exerted force on his hands and asked Jin Long, "Is that so?" Jin Long was in so much pain that he nodded quickly. Yes, brother, you are right. I won't dare to do it again. Okay, next time I meet him, I will definitely resist. The little fat boy left with many thanks. Although he had been bullied, he felt the love of the world at that moment. The audience in the live broadcast room saw this scene. They all gave thumbs up to Yuan Yifan. In this day and age, the social atmosphere has to be purified by fugitives. This can be said to be a kind of black humor. However, this also shows that Yuan Yifan's bragging may be able to change the little fat boy's life this time. After the problem was solved, Yuan Yifan let Jin Long go. Jin Long walked for a while with his head down. After several dozen meters, he felt safe. He turned back and suddenly looked ferocious and started cursing at Yuan Yifan. I fuck you. At Yuan at hashtag asterisk Yuan hashtag Yuan at hashtag Yuan. Because the words were too dirty, all the audience in the live broadcast room heard was the sound of beeping. You dare to scold our number 22? You are a rebel. If number 22 doesn't beat him to a pulp, he won't even deserve to be called a top fugitive. Netizens were filled with righteous indignation. They believed that insulting their idols was insulting themselves, and they collectively condemned the street scoundrel. Yuan Yifan's face also turned cold. He wanted to let it go, but he didn't expect that this Jin Long would not cry until he saw the coffin. It seems that he has to give him a good lesson. You are so arrogant. Then don't leave. Come here and let's practice alone. Yuan Yifan hooked his finger at him. Jin Long is a bully who only bullies the weak and fears the strong. That's why he didn't dare to come back. He immediately threatened, I'll let my brothers kill you. Sure, whoever doesn't come is a grandson. I'll give you half an hour to call people. I'll wait for you here, Yuan Yifan said in a loud voice. Wait a minute, I'll go get someone. Jin Long left angrily, but Yuan Yifan smiled disdainfully. This kind of human scum has never been beaten by society. He will taste the fist of justice from the strongest fugitive in a moment. Brother Jia, someone really called me and asked me where I was. At this time, Bai Mao ran over with a mobile phone and said, Are you familiar with this person? Yuan Yifan asked. It's okay. We used to play together often when we were working, but we rarely see each other in the past 6 months. Bai Mao said. Yuan Yifan smiled and said, That's probably arranged by Lao Peng. Just confront him and be arrogant. Then, in an hour, make an appointment to fight Lao Peng on Shuefu Street. Do you understand? Understand. Bai Mao obeyed Yuan Yifan's words unconditionally, picked up the phone and said, Don't fool me. Did Lao Peng ask you to call? Tell that grandson that I just don't like him. Isn't he awesome? He let my eldest brother win hundreds of thousands of dollars. If he wants to get back at me, tell him to come to Shuefu Street in an hour. I'll be waiting for him here. in case he doesn't dare to come. I have plenty of people. The white-haired bull roared loudly, shocking the people who answered the phone. However, Lao Peng on the other end snatched the phone and roared angrily. Okay, if you have the guts, I'll go to Shuefu Street and see who gets beaten. Bai Mao successfully aroused Lao Peng's anger, and the effect was very successful, because the call on the other end ended after a series of crackling sounds. It was probably that the phone was smashed. Lao Peng really had a bad temper and was easily irritated and fell into the trap. Although the fire had already been stoked, Bai Mao said with some worry, Brother Jia, what should we do next? Jinlong can probably call in 20 to 30 people, and Lao Peng can probably call in nearly 100 people. There are only 5 of us, so it is not suitable for us to fight them head-on. Yuan Yifan showed a caring smile on his face, as if he was a child, and said, I'm not stupid, of course I can't defeat them. Come with me, and we'll find a way to deal with them. Yuan Yifan and Bai Mao hailed a taxi on the roadside and asked the driver to take them to the Garden and Municipal Company in Xinjiao District. Bai Mao didn't quite understand what they were doing there, but he knew that his brother Jiao was always mysterious and he must have his reasons for going there, so he didn't ask any more questions. Arriving at the outskirts of the municipal company, Yuan Yifan looked over the fence and took a liking to a blue and white painted water truck parked in the yard. He nodded with satisfaction. This was exactly the special vehicle he was looking for. Bai Mao asked curiously, Brother Jia, why did you come all the way here to get this car? Yuan Yifan sighed in his heart, thinking that this white-haired guy's talent was indeed lacking. If it were Ling Zi, he would have guessed his thoughts long ago. Yuan Yifan said, Don't ask for now. Just cover for me outside. Just do this. After Yuan Yifan gave him the instructions, he took advantage of the fact that no one was around, jumped over the fence, and entered the municipal company, and went straight to the water truck. He fiddled with the car door for a while, then opened it and got in. I have to say that the F-Class's car locking skill is pretty powerful, and the car started in no time. When Bai Mao saw that Yuan Yifan had given him a secret signal, he found a stone and smashed the guard's glass from a distance. With a crack, the glass shattered all over the ground, and Bai Mao quickly hid. Which little bastard threw the stone? An old security guard came out and started cursing. He was looking for someone outside the factory with a rubber stick. At this time, Bai Mao sneaked into the guardroom behind him and pressed the remote control switch left on the table, and the company's retractable door opened automatically. Who is messing with me? When the security guard found out that he had been tricked, he became furious. When he saw the white-haired guy in the guardroom, he immediately picked up a stick and started beating him. Bai Mao was blocked in the guardroom. He was forced to pick up a stool to block the attack. Otherwise, he would be beaten into a muggle by the hot-tempered guard on the spot. At this time, Yuan Yifan drove out in a water truck. The security guard was shocked. He didn't know the driver. He must be a car thief. Stop, you thief! The old man was alone and didn't care about Bai Mao, so he ran out to chase the car. Before leaving, Yuan Yifan leaned out of the car window and shouted at the security guard, I'm a car thief who never changes my name. My name is number 22. If you have the guts, call the police to arrest me. After saying that, he drove away with a loud laugh, which made the security guard extremely angry. He had never seen such an arrogant car thief before, so he quickly dialed 110 to report the crime and reported the name of number 22. And because this alarm message contained the keyword number 22, it was immediately transferred to the arrest team. Chapter 87 Water Sprayer. After the security guard called the police, he suddenly remembered the thief with dyed white bangs. He turned around to look for him, but he was nowhere to be found. The white-haired man had already run away. Yuan Yifan drove around half a circle, turned back to meet Bai Mao, who had successfully escaped, and the two men worked together in perfect harmony to complete the car theft and proudly drove away from the municipal company. Bai Mao looked at this unique water truck with great curiosity, studying the functions of the buttons everywhere. Suddenly, as if he had discovered a new world, he said excitedly, I understand, Brother Jia. You want to use the water gun on this sprinkler truck to deal with those street thugs. Yuan Yifan glanced at him speechlessly, thinking, isn't this kid too slow to realize things? Bai Mao was wrong, so Yuan Yifan corrected him. This is called a water truck. The nozzle on it is not called a water gun, but a high-pressure water gun, which is similar to the one on a fire truck, but less powerful than a fire truck. This truck is mainly used for watering and irrigating landscaping. We're just borrowing it. I've learned a lot following Brother Jia. Let me operate the high-pressure water gun later. Bai Mao has a natural enthusiasm for new things. Can Yuan Yifan agreed, and Bai Mao said, "Yeah, very happy." Yuan Yifan shook his head and chuckled. This white-haired boy is really a big boy. He drove very fast all the way, and now he was racing against time to get back to Shuefu Street. However, Bai Mao still had one thing he didn't understand, so he asked what the number 22 that Yuan Yifan had mentioned to the security guard was. Yuan Yifan smiled without saying anything and said mysteriously that he would know it later. Indeed, if he could survive 30 days of escape and win the 1 billion yuan prize, it would definitely become the hottest news in society. By then, people all over the country would know about it, and Bai Mao would also know what the number 22 meant. Due to the program team's regulations, they cannot proactively reveal the fugitive's identity, so they can only keep it secret from the four young people. As for him taking the initiative to leave his name, it was a foreshadowing that would be used later. When Yuan Yifan drove the water truck back to Shuefu Street, he saw two hooligans wandering around. They were looking around with sneaky eyes. They were probably Jin Long's accomplices who were looking for him. Since the enemy's accomplices had not arrived yet, Yuan Yifan seized the time to conduct pre-war training. He called Bai Mao and others over and taught them how to operate the high-pressure water gun. Yuan Yifan made the assignments based on the abilities of the three people. He let Huabi sit in the car and control various buttons of the vehicle, and let Zheng Hu and Bai Mao be responsible for operating the high-pressure water gun. He would lure the street urchins over in a while and wait for the right opportunity to start spraying, trying to defeat the enemy in one fell swoop. Lingzi also came over at this time. She didn't have any specific tasks, so she started cheering for the battle. Three brothers, you have to work hard. You can't mess up what Brother Jia asked you to do, otherwise Lingzi will punish you by not giving you meat for a month. Bai Mao immediately patted his chest and assured, "Don't worry, sister. I will do my job with confidence. I will definitely make those bastards cry for their parents in no time." Everything was ready here, and the other party, Jin Long, arrived. Accompanied by a dozen friends with strange hairstyles, he walked across the street, ignoring no one but his relatives. They were aggressive and imitated the moves in young and dangerous movies, holding bricks or sticks in their hands, thinking that they were all Chun Haonan. The only thing they lacked was playing the background music of Star Troubled Times at the same time. However, these street urchins have mutar hairstyles, holy clothes, and slippers. They don't look like gangsters at all, but more like 100 demons parading at night. Yuan Yifan walked towards them fearlessly. He was alone, while Jin Long brought more than 20 street thugs who were staring at him hungrily. When Jin Long saw Yuan Yifan coming alone, he laughed contemptuously. "I thought you were very capable, but you are alone. You think you are Guan Eri, imitating others to attend a meeting alone. Today, your uncle Jin Long will let you go to the underworld to attend the meeting." After saying that, a group of street urchins all showed their weapons. There were bricks, sticks, daggers, and brass knuckles. They looked all kinds of different, and the equipment was not uniform. It was obvious that they were a ragtag army. "Kneel down in front of me, count out 10 times, slap yourself 20 times, and pay me 20,000 yuan, and I will spare your life." Jin Long made his request at this time. Yuan Yifan smiled sarcastically, then stretched out his right fist with his thumb pointing down. This was his answer. "You don't know how to live or die. Brothers, go ahead." Ouch! Jin Long took out a nunchaku, ready to show off like Bruce Lee, but he was not very skilled and hit himself on the head with the nunchaku. He squatted down with his hands covering his head in pain. His momentum was gone before the fight even started. The netizens in the live broadcast room burst into laughter in an instant and commented, "Damn, is this guy a funny guy sent by the monkey?" Another person said, "What do you know? This golden dragon is using a martial art secret, the great laughter skill, which can make the enemy laugh, making them weak all over, and then defeating them in one fell swoop. Number 22 is in danger now." Yes, it was really dangerous. I think number 22 almost died of laughter. While the stupid netizens were discussing, this group of Shamat street thugs were stunned for a moment, but still rushed towards Yuan Yifan with weapons. When Yuan Yifan was at the dock, he was besieged by more than 20 armed young men. He chose to escape at the time, and he still chooses to escape now. After all, his fighting ability is not enough to deal with so many people at once. "Stop right there, you're so awesome. Why are you running?" Jin Long grimaced in pain, but still covered his head with one hand and held the nunchaku in the other, chasing after him. The group of people chased and fled, and soon approached the water truck parked on the side of the road. Fire! When all the pursuers behind him were drawn into a group, Yuan Yifun shouted loudly, giving the signal to take action. Bai Mao and Zheng Hu, who were lying on the roof of the car, had been waiting for this moment. They suddenly stood up. The big guy Zheng Hu knelt on one knee to serve as a support, and Bai Mao put the high-pressure water gun on his shoulder and aimed the nozzle at the group of street urchins. At this time, Huabi pressed the water supply switch in the car, and the clean water stored in the car sprayed out under the strong pressure of the water pump, forming a white water chain, which hit the group of shamat young people. Ouch! Damn! Who sprayed the water? Oh no! Retreat quickly. They have a squirtle. The group of street urchins were suddenly in chaos, running around with their heads protected. Some of them were knocked down by the water and trampled by their companions. Some people were cursing, some were screaming, some were running away. The scene was in chaos. It's so satisfying. It's so satisfying. If you go against Brother Jia, I'll spray you to death. Bai Mao roared excitedly, and when he saw anyone resisting, he would scold him. He tried his best to treat everyone equally and not give up on any street kid. With their current firepower, they are much more powerful than the trolls on the internet. Bai Mao is now the highest form of troll, the water sprayer. Chapter 88. You Are All My Brothers. When Yuan Yifun saw the street urchins who were in a panic due to the water spray, he smiled evilly. Now was the perfect time to fight back. Yuan Yifun grabbed the nearest street thug and shot him directly, causing him to bleed from the nose and fall to the ground. He kicked a street kid again, and he fell to the ground wailing. He knocked one away with his elbow and knocked another one down with his kick. Facing these street urchins who were stunned by the water, Yuan Yifun almost killed them one by one. No one could withstand his attack. Because these people's eyes were full of water and their vision was limited, it was as easy for Yuan Yifun to beat them as it was to beat his grandson. There were also some who wanted to resist, but because the ground was slippery, they slipped and fell as soon as they swung their fists and could only cry out in pain. There are also people with excellent balance. After Lu wiped the water off his face, he was about to compete with Yuan Yifun, but was sprayed by the water-spraying man Bai Mao. The man became a duckweed in the water and drifted with the flow. No one could resist the tacit cooperation between Yuan Yifun and Bai Mao. Yuan Yifun killed a group of shamat youths from the front to the back of the car. Most of them lay on the muddy street, groaning in pain. Only a few smart ones who ran away in advance avoided being tortured. The bandit leader, Jin Long, still had a huge hatred for Yuan Yifun, so he climbed up desperately. Since he couldn't use the nunchaku well, he simply threw it away and decided to fight Yuan Yifun with his bare hands. The water can be turned off now. Yuan Yifun stretched out his hand and made a gesture to stop, and the high-pressure water gun stopped, making it easier for him to fight Jin Long. Wow! Jin Long performed some funny moves like a shaman, then rushed towards Yuan Yifun using a Mongolian wrestling stance. Yuan Yifun's expression suddenly became that of an old man on the subway. Jin Long's IQ was so low that using fists would be considered bullying him. So Yuan Yifun grabbed Jin Long's outstretched arm, turned around, and threw him over his shoulder onto the hard road. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Jin Long is worthy of being the king of pranks. His singing is like singing, very rhythmic. He can even sing rap with an accompaniment. At this time, Bai Mao and the other three got out of the car and started punching and kicking the scoundrel on the ground. How happily they chased him with knives just now. How severely they were beaten now. It was real retribution in this life. The dozen or so shamat youth were beaten so hard that they screamed in pain and began to beg for mercy like spineless people. Now, they were drenched like drowned rats. Their original shamat hairstyles had turned into strands that stuck to their foreheads, looking very funny. Yuan Yifun asked them all to gather together, and then sit on the ground with their hands on their heads waiting for trial, among whom Jin Long was given special care. Hey, aren't you going to chop someone down? Hurry up and get up. Bai Mao used his feet to poke the golden dragon. The golden dragon had become a drowned chicken at this moment, with water dripping from his body. He was no longer arrogant at all. He didn't deserve to be called the golden dragon in his current appearance. He looked more like a half-dead lizard. Jin Long was in physical pain and had suffered a serious mental setback. He had been beaten up twice by Yuan Yifun today and had lost all his energy. Now, he was lying on the ground, pretending to be dead. Yuan Yifun had plenty of ways to deal with this kind of person. He waved his hand and said to Bai Mao, "This young master Jin Long is dying. He needs emergency treatment. Go get the high-pressure water gun from the car and put it in his mouth. Feed him more source of life, and he will surely get better." Bai Mao really pulled the water gun down and was about to put it into Jinlong's mouth. But Jinlong immediately came back to life and sat up with a bitter face. You are all my brothers, my real brothers. Isn't it enough that I surrender? Jinlong said dejectedly. Are you really convinced? Yuan Yifan asked him. I'm really impressed. Then do you still bully students? No more bullying. Now Jinlong answers whatever Yuan Yifan says. After being tamed, he becomes a good boy. From this, it can be seen that no matter how bad a person is, after being educated by Yuan Yifan's righteous iron fist, his psychology will be purified and cultivated, and he will become a useful person to society. I'm telling you, I'm the one protecting this school. If I hear you bullying people again, just think about today. After Yuan Yifan finished scolding, he waved his hand, and Bai Mao shouted for him. Get out. The Shamat youths got up and ran away as if they had been pardoned. Great, we won another battle. Lingzi walked out of the BYD, opened a few cans of Coke, and clinked glasses with his brothers to celebrate the victory. When you're out and about, keep things simple and just drink Coke instead of champagne. Winning a fight is secondary. The key is that justice triumphs over evil. Kindness triumphs over villains. The joy in one's heart is difficult to experience in normal times. Don't be too happy too soon. Have you forgotten about Lao Peng and his gang? Yuan Yifan reminded them after drinking the Coke in one gulp. The four young men looked stern. They then remembered that compared to the 20 or so street thugs, Lao Peng was the most powerful enemy. The number of people he could find was probably several times that of this group of street thugs. Let's continue to use water guns to deal with them. Bai Mao mustered up his courage and was willing to fight any strong enemy. No, there's not enough water in the car. The man who had been operating the water truck told me some bad news. Can't you add water? Bai Mao asked anxiously. Yuan Yifan shook his head. Don't mention that there is no place to add water nearby. Even if there is, it's too late. Look over there. Yuan Yifan pointed and saw a convoy coming towards this side, including several trucks full of people, with at least nearly 100 people on board. Just as Bai Mao said, Old Peng was very powerful in the area. He called so many people over at once, and their high-pressure water guns were no longer able to fight, so they were in an extremely dangerous situation. Brother Jia, you drive away first. We'll stop here for a while. Just help me take care of my little sister. Bai Mao stepped forward with a determined look on his face, with an attitude of the wind is whistling and the Yi River is cold, and the hero will never return once he leaves. He planned to stay behind to cover their retreat. Yuan Yifan was suddenly amused by Bai Mao. Bai Mao's spirit was commendable, but he was a stupid guy with a dull mind. With Yuan Yifan around, would he still ask others to cover him? The king of fugitives number 22 never fights a battle without confidence. He dares to take the initiative to invite Lao Peng here, which means he has a way to deal with him. Why hasn't Captain Sure arrived yet? Why has her efficiency become slower? Yuan Yifan muttered to himself while looking at the time on his phone. Bai Mao asked in surprise, Brother Jia, have you found someone too? Yes, the person I'm looking for is much more powerful than Lao Peng. Seeing that the expected ambush had not yet arrived, Yuan Yifan drove the water truck and the BYD Han, connected the two vehicles head to tail, and parked them across the middle of the road. This would block Lao Peng's vehicle and make it difficult for them to deploy their formation. Bai Mao, you stay here and hold them back. I'll go over there to scout. As soon as I send a signal, you provoke Lao Peng and make him chase me. Do you understand? Yuan Yifan instructed. Understand. Bai Mao nodded. Then he stood on the water truck and waved to signal Lao Peng's convoy to stop. Yuan Yifan took advantage of this opportunity and ran to the other end of the street to pick up the people he was looking for. Chapter 89, Bargaining to 1 decimal place. Because the vehicles were blocking the road, Lao Peng's convoy stopped. More than 100 people got off the vehicles and came forward aggressively. They were ready to use manpower to push away the vehicles blocking the road. At this time, Bai Mao shouted to Lao Peng, Lao Peng, don't do it yet, let's talk. What can I talk to you about? Bring me back the money, kowtow, and admit your fault. Maybe Master Peng will be in a good mood and spare your lives. Each of you will only have one hand crippled, and then we'll let it go. Old Peng now has a strong army and is very arrogant. Bai Mao pretended to be in deep thought, and then said, Brother Peng, it was a misunderstanding before. We have admitted our mistake. We will definitely return the money to you. Please be magnanimous and let us go. Who the hell are you? You come here to negotiate with me. Go ahead and chop him up. Old Peng was very angry last night, so he was furious as soon as he came up. He didn't want to listen to any explanation. When his men heard what he said, They started to attack him like wolves and tigers. Wait, what if our eldest brother is willing to pay another 150,000 settle? If you hurt a hair of mine, you will not have a penny left. Bai Mao suddenly threw out a bait. There is nothing in the world more attractive than money. Money can make brothers turn against each other, or make enemies reconcile. It is so magical. Old Peng suddenly stopped his younger brother from rushing forward. 150,000? If he could get back the hundreds of thousands of yuan that Yuan Yifan had won before, plus the 150,000 yuan he lost, this deal would be such a good deal that he could even buy a new car for his new mistress. After all, Lao Peng is a veteran in the underworld. When he heard about the benefits, he wanted more. So he shouted loudly, 150,000 yuan is enough? At least 300,000 yuan. Of 300,000 is indeed high. Generally, when people in the underworld use money to settle grudges, they don't need so much money. The reason why Lao Peng quoted a high price was that he reserved some money for Bai Mao to bargain with. His psychological price was about 200,000. Bai Mao was also a gangster, so he knew the rules, so he started to bargain. There is no such price as 30. The maximum is 160,000. Lao Peng said angrily, "This is my fixed price. If you keep talking nonsense, I will chop you down first." Suddenly, a group of thugs armed with machetes rushed up. Bai Mao spread his hands and said, "If you chop me up, you'll have to go to jail and won't get a penny." I say, Old Peng, you can't get angry with anyone these days, but you should not get angry with money. Do you think the pink $100 bills are too hot for your hands? Of course I like Qian lousy, but when I say 300,000, it means 300,000. How about 167,000? The minimum is 290,000. It can't be any lower. Then I'll make the decision for our brother Jia. 171,000. 280,000. This is the final offer. Next, Bai Mao argued with Lao Peng about the compensation, trying to delay the time as much as possible. At the same time, Yuan Yifan had arrived at the other end of Xuefu Street. When he looked over, he saw a convoy speeding towards them. The cars in this convoy were much more orderly, with all autists in the front row, which was completely different from the social style of Lao Peng. Especially after they saw Yuan Yifan, they were like chicken blood, and they stepped on the accelerator and rushed over. These people's vehicles formed a two-wing formation to encircle the enemy. Compared with Lao Peng's disorganized team, it was like the difference between a regular army and a mob. Number 22 is found and is being outflanked. There was a report coming from the walkie-talkie in the car. "Follow him. This is the school road. Don't drive too fast." The person in charge of the scene was Shi Xuefei. After she learned through the police system that number 22 had stolen the water truck, she tracked him down all the way and finally confirmed that Yuan Yifan was on Xuefu Street. She then led a team to the scene in person, vowing to catch the slippery, fugitive Yuan Yifan. However, there's a mistake here. It was not the arrest team who discovered number 22, but Yuan Yifan who took the initiative to expose his whereabouts. As long as the fugitive is not drunk, it is impossible for him to expose himself. Yuan Yifan is obviously not stupid. The reason why he does this is to use the trick of driving the tiger to swallow the wolf, and use the arrest team to deal with Lao Peng's army of thugs. Of course, both parties in this incident are not fools. It is impossible for them to let him, the person involved, go and choose to fight with such a tough guy, so Yuan Yifan needs to use some tricks. Next, Yuan Yifan began to take action to realize this whimsical plan. The first thing he did was to turn around and run, which was consistent with his status as a fugitive. The arrest team continued their pursuit, but when they saw that the road ahead was blocked by two cars and a lot of people gathered there, Shi Xuefei reminded everyone to be careful in case number 22 had any more conspiracy. After all, Yuan Yifan exposed himself too carelessly and deliberately this time, and the arrest team found his whereabouts without much effort, which made Shi Xuefei feel a little suspicious. Groups 7 and 8 drive around to the other side of the street to intercept him. The rest of the people get out of the car, get your equipment ready, and start the arrest. Shi Xuefei started sprinting after getting off the car. She led a team of nearly 30 people and chased after Yuan Yifan. At this time, Yuan Yifan had already approached the water truck that was blocking the road, and he shouted, "White hair, get him!" Bai Mao was bargaining fiercely with Lao Peng, calculating the compensation amount to one decimal place, which was 198,635.8 yuan. At this time, he heard the signal from his eldest brother, and he turned from a coward into an arrogant person. Bai Mao showed a wicked smile, and suddenly said to Lao Peng, "Lao Peng, our boss asked me to tell you something." Old Peng did not suspect anything and asked, "What did you say?" "I am your father. I am your biological father. You still want compensation? Dream on, you rubbish." The white-haired man cursed loudly, then gave him the middle finger, jumped out of the car, and ran away. Only then did Lao Peng realize that he had been fooled. The memory of being humiliated twice came to his mind at the same time, making him furious. He roared madly, "Kill them for me." The thugs behind Lao Peng jumped over the car like wild dogs rushing to grab food, waving machetes and steel pipes, and chased after Bai Mao and Yuan Yifan. On the other side, the arrest team also formed a formation and ran over, so Yuan Yifan became the focus of pursuit by both sides. At this time, Yuan Yifan showed no fear and rushed towards Lao Peng's men, shouting as he rushed, "Lao Peng, today I, Judd, will fight you to the death. From now on, I will be the boss of Xinjiao district." This escalated the personal feud into a fight for district leadership. When the gangsters saw this, they couldn't help but be filled with indignation. How dare he compete with their brother Peng for the position of the number one in the new district? That was unacceptable. They must defeat him. Moreover, there are only about 30 people behind Yuan Yifan, which is not enough evidence. Their team of 100 people will definitely win this gunfight. Yuan Yifan and the thugs were very close, and the thugs had their butcher knives raised high. At the critical moment, Yuan Yifan chose to turn around and run away. The machete brushed past Yuan Yifan's clothes and did not hit anyone. "Coward, you have the guts to compete with our brother Peng for the top spot. You're courting death." These thugs were blinded by the false sense of brotherhood and chased after him without caring about anything else. Now, behind Yuan Yifan are more than 100 brutal thugs, and in front of him are the members of the arrest team, led by Shi Xiufei. It can be said that there are wolves in front and tigers behind. Chapter 90, Criminal Nemesis. The current scene is somewhat similar to the Three Kingdoms. Yuan Yifan needs to survive in the gap between two powerful forces, so he suddenly crouched down and used parkour techniques to escape between the two groups of people and ran along the street into a small alley. It didn't matter that he disappeared. All that was left on the battlefield were the thugs who were bloodthirsty and the arrest team who were determined to capture number 22. Both teams rushed forward and inevitably collided with each other. The thugs thought that the arrest team was Yuan Yifan's men, so they started hacking at them with their knives. The arrest team understood that this was a misunderstanding. They could no longer retreat at this point. Faced with the machete wielded by the other party, out of self-defense, the arrest team members took out the taser guns that they had been equipped with but had no chance to use. Sizzle. The 8 members of the first row opened fire almost at the same time. The electrodes connected by 2 insulated copper wires were sprayed onto the gangsters under the action of high-pressure nitrogen. The high-voltage battery in the gun body discharged through the copper wires, directly shocking several gangsters on the opposite side. These gangsters fell straight to the ground with their eyes rolled up and then shook like a sieve. Because things happened so quickly, the first row of thugs fell down and the second row rushed up, also wielding machetes. Faced with so many criminals, the train arrest team members reacted automatically. The team member who had just finished shooting retreated immediately, and the team member behind him took out tasers and started shooting. Sizzle. After another burst of electric current, the gangsters in the second row also fell down. Then, the players who had finished shooting retreated, leaving shooting angles for the players behind them. The third row of thugs came next, and were knocked down by Shi Xiufei's volley of gunfire. The taser gun was very complicated to load, and was a one-shot deal when used, so hand-to-hand combat was the only option. Now she had no time to chase Yuan Yifan, because ensuring the safety of the arrest team members was the top priority. She asked the team members to fight while retreating and not to have a direct conflict with these criminals. After 3 rounds of shooting, 20 or 30 thugs fainted and lay on the ground, as if dead. They have guns, they are police. The gangsters were horrified. They had little knowledge and thought the taser was a real gun. Then they saw that 20 or 30 of their accomplices had been killed, and they turned around and ran away in fear. No matter how powerful the gangsters are, they will only tremble when they see the police. After just 20 seconds, they will flee in all directions. They came and went quickly, like a gust of wind. People who are gathered together by money and so-called brotherhood have no will to fight at all. Once they encounter setbacks, they will lose their morale and become a difficult team to lead. Lao Peng, the leader, was shocked. Seeing that things were getting out of hand, he got into his car and prepared to run away. However, the street was blocked by more than a dozen police cars, and he was trapped. It turned out that a large group of people gathered here to fight, which had already alarmed the surrounding people, and someone called the police. When the police officers arrived at the scene, they didn't expect it to be such a big scene. Some people came to give performance rewards this year, so they accepted all of them and arrested dozens of thugs. The bandit leader, Brother Peng, was also thrown into jail. He had a lot of criminal records, and this time he was punished for multiple crimes, so he would probably have to stay in jail for a while. Seeing such a scene, netizens were stunned. It seemed that group number 22, which had the smallest number of people, was the only winning party and achieved a counterattack. My goodness! This time the fugitive crushed the gangsters and hooligans and also fooled the arrest team, showing off to those 3 gangs. We busted a huge car theft gang at the dock and helped catch a big gangster here. Number 22 is really a people's defender. I would call him Criminal Buster. The nickname Criminal Nemesis is catchy and has profound meaning, so it's spread quickly. What's even more interesting is the identity of number 22. He was originally a fugitive contestant, but he always inadvertently eliminates evil and promotes good, purifying the social atmosphere. He can be called a modern chivalrous man. From the start of the Great Escape show to date, Yuan Yifan has never appropriated the property of ordinary people. All the money he earned came from people with evil intentions. He would steal cars and drive them. Before abandoning the car each time, if conditions permit, he would leave a few $100s in the car as the fee for borrowing the car. He is quite particular about what he does. As a fugitive, he did not harm ordinary people while on the run, but instead punished the evildoers. Yuan Yifan is undoubtedly the fugitive with the most positive values in the program team. Shuefu Street, which was filled with murderous atmosphere just now, became empty after the police cars arrived. The thugs who were electrocuted were taken away for medical treatment. Because the arrest team had special certificates and were qualified to use tasers, they were not punished by the police. However, they did not achieve their goal at all. They had a fight with local thugs for no reason, but number 22 took the opportunity to run away, which made sure Shu Fa and the entire arrest team very depressed. Everyone get in the cars and patrol the streets. We must find number 22. Sure, Shu Fa issued a new order with a grim look on her face, and the arrest team members dispersed to search. At this time, Yuan Yifan was sitting on the back seat of a bicycle, looking at his mobile phone leisurely. It turned out that Yuan Yifan took advantage of the gunfight between the two sides to slip into a small alley, where Lingzi and others who were familiar with the terrain were waiting for him. Even though a few thugs followed and killed him, they were knocked down by Yuan Yifan in no time, so the 5 of them slipped away easily. As for the means of transportation, it is also very primitive. That is, the bicycles of the 4 brothers and sisters in Xinjiao district. The white-haired man with tattoos rode a bike, the big guy Zheng who rode a bike with Yuan Yifan, and Lingzi rode a Koan bike by himself. There were 5 people and 3 bikes, and they were riding through the intricate alleys and lanes. No one could catch up with them. Today was amazing, Brother Jia. You were so awesome. I didn't expect that you could fool old Peng in such a short time. That's right. The 2 groups of people who came to arrest Brother Jia started fighting each other. It was so funny. I really want to know what happens next. Bai Mao and Huabi were having a heated discussion while riding their bikes, while Yuan Yifan was looking through his attribute list and found that his reputation value had instantly increased by 500 plus after the battle, which was really good. After that, he used his mobile phone to interact with the audience in the live broadcast room. Today, in the number 22 live broadcast room, 666 and 2333 are everywhere. They have not yet recovered from the intense atmosphere of the previous battle. It was originally thought that number 22 would definitely be chopped into a human stick by the gangsters or be brutally suppressed by the arrest team. However, he came up with a brilliant move and let the 2 groups fight each other, and he escaped. He was really able to make the situation change with just a little trick. He arranged the 2 groups clearly. Facing the audience's praise, Yuan Yifan also typed modestly, "I'm not as good as you say. I'm just average 3rd in the country, not good enough, not at the world level." Yuan Yifan's humor made the audience burst into laughter. They began to post barges of good-natured sarcasm, and the atmosphere in the live broadcast room was unprecedentedly high. Chapter 91. See you again in Zheng. At this time, they had already ridden their bikes through the alley, and the main road was outside, so they stopped. "Brother Jia, where are we going next?" Lingzi asked sweetly. Yuan Yifan put away his phone and said to everyone solemnly, I am leaving now. Thank you all for your company this day. The four young men were all excited at first, but they became panicked after hearing this. Bai Mao quickly said, Brother Jia, did we make you angry? Tell us what we did wrong, and we will correct it immediately. Yes, Brother Jia, please don't abandon us. Lingzi grabbed Yuan Yifan's clothes, and tears in her eyes rolled down like pearls from a broken string, feeling very aggrieved. Some passers-by were filled with indignation when they saw this scene. They thought that Yuan Yifan was a scumbag who had seduced the pretty and lovely girl Lingzi and abandoned her, causing the girl to cry. Yuan Yifan sighed and said, Don't be like this. All good things must come to an end. We will be separated sooner or later. And you should have seen that I am not an ordinary person. I am wanted, and there are dozens of people who are thinking about catching me every day. At this time, Shi Shuafei, who was 1 kilometer away, suddenly sneezed. I don't care. Even if you are wanted, it must be their mistake. We believe you are a good person, Lingzi said with tears in her eyes. She pouted her red lips, shook Yuan Yifan's arm, and begged him to stay. If I do something wrong, you can beat me up, and I'll never fight back. Please don't leave. Even the naive Zheng, who came to beg. This was because after a day of getting along with them, Yuan Yifan had left an indelible impression on the four young men, and Yuan Yifan became their idol. Yuan Yifan smiled. It seemed that he had accidentally gained 4 fans. However, his current status did not allow him to have them around. It would increase the risk of being exposed and would not be conducive to their future development. Yuan Yifan looked at everyone and said solemnly, Do you believe me? Believe. The 4 young men said in unison. Yuan Yifan said, Well, as long as you are willing to work hard, we will definitely meet again. During this period, you must work hard to improve yourself and don't sink into despair. Otherwise, we will never meet again in this life, understand? These words seemed to wake up this group of lost young people. They looked at Yuan Yifan in a daze and nodded slowly. Much stronger than them. If they don't work hard, they will really be people from 2 different worlds. In order to see Brother Jia again, the 4 young men decided to work hard at this moment. Sometimes, 10,000 words from elders and teachers are not as good as 1 word from a role model. Lingzi, bring the backpack here. Yuan Yifan suddenly said. In the backpack was the hundreds of thousands of yuan he won from Lao Peng last night. Yuan Yifan looked it over and said, You 3 can each take 20,000 yuan of this money, and the rest can be used to help the big guy find a wife. Is that okay with you? The reason Yuan Yifan did this was because the big guy Zheng, who had an intellectual disability and had difficulty finding a partner, while the other 3 were all capable and would definitely have a bright future, so there was no need to worry too much. No objection. We don't want any money. Just give it all to Huzi. Bai Mao is the eldest brother of their group of 4 and is very loyal. Don't be modest. You also need startup capital to strive for success. Try not to stay in Xinjiao district. Go to a big city where there are more opportunities. I'll lend you this money in advance. When you become rich in the future, remember to pay me back the next time we meet. Yuan Yifan said this with a smile. Of course, saying that he wanted to pay back the money was also for the purpose of encouragement. Yuan Yifan would definitely not ask for the money in the future. Okay, we must live our lives to show you. Bai Mao said firmly. Well, green mountains and clear waters will see you in the rivers and lakes. Yuan Yifan waved goodbye to them. But how are we going to find you in the future? Lingzi said as she caught up a few steps, the tears on her face still not drying up. Well, if you need to contact me, you can send an email to this email address. I will check it out when I have time. Yuan Yifan left an email address, took a taxi, and left. The 4 young men looked at the direction where Yuan Yifan left and waved. Lingzi even ran 2 steps and shouted at the car going away. Brother Jia, I will make myself better. When I am worthy of you, I will definitely come to find you. Yuan Yifan didn't know whether he heard it or not. The taxi drove farther and farther away and finally disappeared around the corner. Lingzi sobbed in grievance, and her 3 brothers came over, patted her shoulders, and tried to comfort her. Lingzi wiped away her tears. She didn't want to cry anymore. She was very motivated at the moment. She wanted to buy a ticket in the afternoon to leave this isolated Xinjiao area and realize her dream. Well, for the sake of the future of the 4 of us, let's have a farewell dinner at noon today, and then we'll each go our separate ways. The 4 young men found a nearby restaurant, booked a private room, and ordered a large table of sumptuous food. They didn't drink alcohol because it would interfere with their work, so they drank beverages instead. During the dinner, Bai Mao expressed his idea. He followed Jia Ji's advice and planned to develop in Hungyan. He would start as an extra, hone his acting skills, build his network, and strive to become a big star. The second brother Zheng, who said naively, "I'm not going anywhere. I want to stay at home to honor my parents, then marry a fat wife, and have a bunch of fat boys." A wife, children, and a warm bed are what Zheng Hu longs for most. Given his conditions, this may be the most suitable life for him. The three brothers and sisters all wish him happiness. The third brother has already washed off the tattoo on his arm and decided to find a job in Jiangbei City, the provincial capital. He will study while working to lay the foundation for his future entrepreneurship. His goal is to build a big company. Lingzi wants to go to Shanghai and sign up for an internet celebrity training course to improve her abilities and temperament in all aspects. The contracts in those training classes are very bad. She is willing to spend a few years for her dream. When she returns after completing her studies, she will definitely become a charming and well-endowed woman, a true socialite in Shanghai, and only then will she be worthy of her big brother Jia. The four of them also realized that Judge should be a pseudonym, but it didn't matter. The name was just a code name. With brother Jia's strength, he would definitely be a famous person in the future. They would meet again one day. Cheers, let's fight together. The four brothers and sisters clinked glasses together. Their brotherly love and respect for Yuan Yifan were all in the glasses, and they drank it down in one gulp. After dinner, the four of them went to the bank together. Except for Bai Mao, the other two left 20,000 yuan each, and the rest of the money was deposited into Zheng Hu's bank card to prevent him from losing it. Afterwards, the four brothers and sisters went home to pack their things, bought long-distance bus tickets that day, and went their separate ways. They all have their own ideals and a goal in their hearts to strive for. In order not to hold their idols back, they will keep moving forward and strive unceasingly. Before getting on the bus, the four siblings all looked far away, thinking about their big brother Jia. They wondered if big brother Jia had escaped from the new photo area and where he was now. Chapter 92 Version Update. Yuan Yifan was taking a taxi away from Xinjiao district. He was going back to Shanjin City, but he suddenly saw several Audi cars on the road, speeding towards the front. Yuan Yifan's eyes narrowed. He had seen a license plate in the Xinjiao area before. It was the car of the arrest team. The other party would definitely stop him at the checkpoint ahead. Xinjiao district is in an isolated location and has not yet been fully developed. There's only one road in and out, so if the arrest team sets up a checkpoint ahead, he will be stopped. If we drive through, there will definitely be another car chase. If they arrange a helicopter, it will be quite troublesome. The right solution is to get through without anyone noticing. Got it. When Yuan Yifan saw the large trucks passing by from time to time, he had an idea. "Master, please stop for a moment. I'll get off right in front." Yuan Yifan asked the taxi to stop. After he got out, he saw the taxi driving away, so he hid on the side of the road and observed the passing vehicles. After waiting for a while, he saw a large truck carrying vegetables passing by. He climbed onto the back of the truck in one leap and then flipped inside. When I got in, I found that the car was full of potatoes which were covered with soil and a bit dirty. But there was nothing I could do. As a fugitive, I had to sacrifice my image when necessary. Yuan Yifan buried himself in the pile of potatoes and left a breathing hole in the corner so that no one would find him unless the entire truck of potatoes was dumped out. After a bumpy ride in the carriage, Yuan Yifan felt the truck had stopped, probably arriving at a checkpoint. After a while, footsteps were heard and several people climbed onto the carriage to check. Yuan Yifan held his breath and stared. Now was the critical moment. If he was discovered among the potatoes, it would be very bad. It would be difficult to escape here. The person who came up to inspect also turned over the potatoes, but it was impossible to inspect these 10 tons of potatoes manually. Besides, there were vehicles passing by from time to time, so it was impossible to do a detailed inspection. So in less than a minute, the inspector went down. Then the truck started slowly, and Yuan Yifan left the Xinjiao district where he had worked all day and returned to the Shanjin city. Yuan Yifan crawled out from the potato pile and observed through the gap in the railings. This car was indeed going to the city, so he decided to continue hitchhiking and took this opportunity to check his cell phone. At this moment, a public broadcast prompt suddenly came from the drone. Yuan Yifan connected the communication and heard the content of the broadcast through his headphones. Urban Escape Program Rules Update. 1. Publicize the personal information of all current fugitive players. 2. Provide the fugitive contestant with an opportunity for off-field assistance, which can be 2,000 yuan in cash, or daily necessities, or auxiliary tools such as water, food, screwdrivers, etc. In principle, the total amount should not exceed 2,000 yuan. Only one item can be selected and multiple items cannot be selected. 3. A new free man is added to the arrest team. He acts alone, and his code name is Terminator. 4. In view of the fact that some fugitive contestants passively wait in one place, which is not conducive to viewing and lacks teaching significance, this program team plans to announce the real-time coordinates of the fugitive contestants at 12 o'clock noon on the 11th and 21st days of the program. 5. The update will be implemented in half an hour. Please be prepared. Terminator T-800. Among all the updated contents, Yuan Yifan cares the most about the Terminator. The number of people in the current arrest team is already large enough, and suddenly this person is added and highlighted. This person must be extraordinary and needs to be treated with extra caution. There is a high probability that he is coming for him. The other contents are meaningless. Anyway, his name and information have been found out by Shuefa, so it is okay to make them public. There is no need to consider the public coordinates every 10 days for the time being. In addition, the second item is about player benefits. He does not have any necessities at present, so it can be put on hold for the time being. He can apply for it when needed. With 10 minutes left before the Terminator appeared, Yuan Yifan jumped off the truck, found a car on the side of the road, and drove to the place where he hid the money. This is an abandoned warehouse with no cameras around, so it is relatively safe. Yuan Yifan took out bundles of banknotes wrapped in oil paper from a cracked wall on the top of the warehouse. He took out 5 bundles of large banknotes and put them into his backpack. He put the remaining money back to its original place in case of emergency. When Yuan Yifan was about to leave, there was another broadcast from the program team saying that the program had been updated and he could call for off-site assistance at any time. The program team would prepare the supplies within an hour and deliver them to him by drone. In addition, the arrest team's Freeman Terminator has officially set off. He will randomly select fugitive contestants and track them down, and is not under the jurisdiction of the arrest team leader. There is no other information about the Terminator, which makes it very mysterious. This is a very important update to the Urban Escape program. So the two hosts Dong Lu and Yu Qian in the live broadcast hall also began to promote the new version. Dong Lu read out the updated content in a rhythmic broadcasting voice, and then started a discussion with teacher Yu Qian. Dong Lu said, "Teacher Yu, what do you think of this update?" Yu Qian took a sip of tea and said slowly, "I think this update is very targeted and makes the show better." "Oh, why do you think so?" Dong Lu asked deliberately. Now she is Mr. Yu Qian's supporting role. According to preliminary research, the audience likes Mr. Yu Qian's hosting style, but dislikes the pretentious older female host like Dong Lu. So now the hosting work has been fine-tuned to let Yu Qian take the lead. I have to say that this is a very correct choice. After all, Teacher Yu is very popular now, and even the evil map has Teacher Yu's voice pack. Yu Qian said, "First of all, by making the player's information public, it is considered to block the fugitive players from using their ID cards, such as staying in hotels, taking planes, and high-speed trains. Of course, the players can use fake ID cards, but they lack funds and resources, so it is basically difficult to do so. Secondly, after the player's information is made public, some public places with facial recognition can play the role of electronic police. When the fugitive appears, even if he is wearing sunglasses or a mask, there is a high probability that he will be caught by the facial recognition system. It can be said that this is very unfavorable news for the fugitive players." Dong Lu continued, "No wonder the program team gave the contestants an opportunity to get off-site assistance, allowing them to choose what they need most, which helps them escape. It can be said that they have weakened the fugitive contestants to a certain extent, but also strengthened them to a certain extent. This increase and decrease has really brought vitality to the program." "Yes," Yu Qian added. "As for the public coordinates on the 11th and 21st days, they are obviously aimed at certain Voldemort contestants. The most exaggerated one is the guy squatting in the sewer. It's been the 6th day, and he hasn't moved from the sewer. He drinks mineral water and eats instant noodles every day and keeps cockroaches as company. This perseverance is admirable, but the method is not advisable. If there are contestants like this, our show will be unwatchable." Dong Lu said, "Yes, this is also thanks to the wonderful performance of contestant number 22 Yuan Yifan, which made our program popular. He repeatedly escaped the pursuit of the arrest team and became the most difficult fugitive to catch. So, will the new Terminator who joined this time take the initiative to target him. Yu Qian analyzed. There's not much information about the Terminator. He is a free man and can choose any fugitive to arrest. Contestant number 22 has become famous, and catching him will bring greater honor. I think the Terminator will definitely take special care of Yuan Yifan. This analysis is well-reasoned and has been recognized by netizens. Everyone left comments such as support Brother Qian in the barrage, which shows how popular Yu Qian is. Chapter 93. The Terminator of Pride. After the host Yu Qian's analysis, everyone had a certain understanding of the updated content of the program team, but the audience obviously had not heard enough of the stand-up comedy and asked Brother Qian to say a few more paragraphs. Yu Qian followed suit. He cleared his throat and said, "It's also worth mentioning that this off-field assistance opportunity can be a chance for the fugitives to fill in the gaps. They can get whatever they need. For example, if they're short of money, they can get 2,000 yuan in cash. If they're short of water, food, or even quilts, they can make corresponding requests. Sometimes it may extend the escape time by several days. You must know that this is already the 6th day of the urban escape, and the daily prize money has doubled to 100,000 yuan. If you want to escape for a long time, you must make good use of this opportunity." Dong Lu said, "Then what supplies do you think our contestant number 22 might request?" Yu Qian laughed and said, "Oh, I can't guess that. Number 22 is already a fugitive who has gotten rid of vulgar tastes. Look at him eating big meals, staying in hotels, and going to clubs all day long. His spare time is much richer than mine. I can't guess what he wants." Dong Lu suddenly smiled mysteriously and started driving. "I found that number 22 is still missing something." Yu Qian was an old supporting actor, and he immediately asked with exaggerated body language, "Oh, please tell me about it. I'm all ears." Dong Lu smiled like a bad ant and said, "Number 22 has a rich material life, but he still lacks a partner of the opposite sex. Is it possible that he needs comfort in the dead of night and asks for a silicone doll?" Yu Qian immediately smiled like an experienced driver and pointed at her with his finger. "Dong Lu, you have learned bad things, my dear. This is not allowed to be said." Dong Lu teased, "You must have misunderstood me. I was talking about the silicone models used to sell clothes." Yu Qian quickly tried to smooth things over. "I was talking about the silicone model. This is a show called Urban Escape, so it's not convenient to talk about something off topic." Dong Lu also smiled slyly. "But the audience is looking forward to you saying something off topic, preferably something that the TV station doesn't allow to be broadcast." Yu Qian coughed dryly and said solemnly, "All of us here are good citizens, and we must have correct thoughts. Next, I will explain the 5 principles and 4 beauties to you." At this time, the guests in the studio shouted from the audience, "We want to listen to the program that is not allowed to be broadcast." This request was impossible to fulfill, but he was very experienced in stage relocation. So he immediately lowered his voice and said, "If you really want to listen, buy a ticket to Yun Club. I will tell you all the stories all night long, and no one will repeat themselves." Uncle Yu Qian's body language and facial expressions were so funny that the audience laughed. The show was really great. Not to mention the 2 hosts who were working hard to create atmosphere. At this time, in the meeting room of the arrest team, the 3 arrest team leaders were having a video conference with the newly appointed Terminator. Among them, the captain of the first arrest team, Chen Dajiang, and the captain of the second arrest team, Ma Chunxi, are currently in Jiangbei City, while the Terminator has arrived in Shanjin City, obviously heading for number 22. After the connection, all 3 captains saw the mysterious Terminator. The Terminator is in his 30s, has no beard, a shaved head, is short but very strong, and the tight black vest he wears shows his muscles, which makes his outline well defined. He is a typical muscular man. He was wearing a pair of sunglasses and didn't look at the camera during the video. He didn't seem to be very good at communication. "Hello, Terminator." The 2 male captains of Group 1 and Group 2 greeted each other with a smile. After all, they were all colleagues in the program crew, and in principle they were also their extra help, so it was necessary to maintain a good relationship. However, the Terminator spoke directly in a deep voice. "No need to try to get close to me. I came to participate in the program just to catch someone. Number 22. Number 22. It's still number 22. He is not the fugitive you are responsible for, so there is no need to get to know him." This refusal at a distance statement made the 2 male captains' faces change immediately. This was too disrespectful. This Terminator was too unkind. How could a normal person talk like this? Anyone who dares to act so arrogant is either a complete idiot or a real awesome person. The 2 captains looked at each other and saw what the other was thinking, which was the Terminator is just a big idiot. After only the first meeting, this new free agent in the arrest team had already developed a rift with the two arrest team leaders. There was nothing to talk about with this kind of person, so the two team leaders unilaterally closed the video link, leaving the Terminator to talk alone with Captain Shi Xuefei of the third arrest team. Captain Shi, I will help you catch number 22. All you need to do is to promptly inform number 22 Yuan Yifan of his location. The rest is to wait for my good news, said the Terminator proudly. Shi Xuefei frowned, wondering if this person had no emotional intelligence. His words were so unpleasant to the ear, as if she was incompetent and couldn't catch the criminal. Everyone has pride. Although Shi Xuefei is a woman, she was despised by the Terminator and felt unhappy. She said coldly, "Okay, we will each catch our own. I will share the news with you." The Terminator smiled contemptuously and said to Shi Xuefei, "Can you tell me the location of number 22 now?" Shi Xuefei said coldly. He appeared at Xuefu Street in Xinjiao District on the morning of the 22nd and then disappeared. According to analysis, he has returned to the urban area of Shanjin. We are still searching for him. No. The Terminator hung up the video call directly and then muttered to the screen, "Women are really useless. I can't even find a living person. I have to rely on myself to find him at the critical moment." The Terminator then made a mysterious phone call while the live broadcast was not open. After some communication, a cunning smile appeared on his face. After he completed the layout, he reluctantly enabled the live broadcast permission under the constant urging of the live broadcast team. As soon as they saw the mysterious Terminator start a live broadcast, many viewers who like to watch the fun flocked into the live broadcast room. This guy looks really cool, wearing sunglasses, and looks a bit like the Terminator played by Schwarzenegger. Why does he look so familiar to me? Who does he look like? Nicholas Zhao, C from Washington. Stop kidding. Oh, I remember now. Isn't this Jiao Mingxin? Netizens call him Jiao Shun. He was very strong when he was in the army. He won many awards in the military games and was a star athlete. After retiring, he often posted some extreme sports videos with cool moves. Occasionally, he also posted some of his Sonda trophies, shooting gold medals, and so on. He is absolutely awesome. No wonder they call it the Terminator. It turns out it means the Terminator of fugitives. Doesn't that mean number 22 is in danger? Number 22 is not in danger. He will definitely be caught. Who is our Jiao Shun? He is definitely the number one in the industry. I heard that he is now a freelancer, the legendary bounty hunter. His appearance fee starts from hundreds of thousands, and he has never lost a game. Catching a thief is easy. The person who posted the barrage in the live broadcast room is a fan of Jiao Mingxin, and he has great respect for him. This shows that Jiao Shun is also a great figure, and his fans can be seen everywhere. However, this behavior of praising and criticizing aroused dissatisfaction among Yuan Yifan's die-hard fans. They actually looked down on their male idol in this way, and they started to quarrel with Jiao Shun fans on the spot. Can you please finish elementary school before you speak? If you say that, your words will count. Is my fan an ordinary fugitive? Even the former beautiful criminal police captain couldn't catch him. A guy named Jiao is only good at shooting and fighting, but he doesn't need these two skills to catch people. Fan won't even give him a chance to get close. Because the contestants' names and information were announced, fans all knew that number 22 was Yuan Yifan. So within just a few dozen minutes, some fans had already started giving Yuan Yifan the nickname Fan, which is extremely cute. Jiao Shun's fans were not to be outdone and started to criticize him on the spot. What are you bragging about? Jiao Shun is invincible. I have never seen him lose. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. As long as he finds number 22, he is nothing. Jiao Shun will beat the shit out of him with one move. Yuan Yifan's female fan said firmly, "My fan will definitely make you a burnt thing, run around in circles, just don't cry when the time comes." Fans of both sides scolded each other, making the live broadcast room a mess. The super administrator immediately came out to suppress it forcefully. Anyone who caused trouble or quarreled was banned for 24 hours. The live broadcast room suddenly became much quieter. Yuan Yifan didn't know that his fans were arguing over him because he had just come out of the bathing city, where he washed himself with mashed potatoes and now felt refreshed. Chapter 94. Buying Tickets and Encountering Scalpers. Yuan Yifan then had a casual meal at a roadside restaurant. Now that he was full and satisfied, he was ready to cause trouble. If Yuan Yifan wants to have a good time in Shanjin with his identity, he still has to disguise himself. He went to a nearby department store, bought some small props, and put them in his backpack, then put on sunglasses, glued a fake beard on his chin, put on the messy bird's nest-style long hair that is standard for artists, and painted his face a little darker with foundation. With this outfit, it is estimated that even his friends will have difficulty recognizing him. Now, whenever Yuan Yifan opens his mouth, he talks about Van Gogh, Monet, Beethoven, and the style of an artist with a unique sense of vicissitudes of life. Now he can go shopping with confidence. Next, Yuan Yifan used the communication equipment to ask the netizens in the live broadcast room where they wanted to go for fun. As a fan-loving maniac, he will try his best to satisfy the wishes of his fans. Go to the water park on a hot day. Let's go roller skating. Let's go to the commercial street to see the beauties. Netizens said all kinds of things, but soon there was one comment that overwhelmed everyone else, and netizens gave it thumbs up, making it the #1 wish on the opinion list. Number 22, do you dare to go to the concert of the singing god Jackie Chung tomorrow? There's nothing big about listening to a concert, but Jackie Chung has a famous nickname in the world that is the Fugitive Nemesis, which has become a popular meme. The origin of this meme is that the police often catch fugitives at his concerts, so they call him the Fugitive Nemesis. In fact, this is a manifestation of the charm of the god of songs. Even though they may be caught if they watch his concerts, some fugitive fans still can't help but go to the scene to support him. Netizens are attracted by the title of Fugitive Nemesis of the god of songs. They really want to see who is more powerful between the recognized, strongest fugitive nemesis and the strongest fugitive contestant of the program team. In a nutshell, netizens just want to watch the excitement and see a thrilling showdown between Mars and the Earth. Yuan Yifan looked at the comment that was ranked first and replied with a smile. Of course, no problem, it's just a concert, right? He then added a sentence in classical Chinese. Even if there are tens of thousands of people, I will go. Yuan Yifan immediately opened his mobile phone and searched for information about Jackie Chung's concert. The God of Songs concert will be held at the Yamazu City Workers Stadium at 7 o'clock tomorrow night, and ticket sales will be made online and on-site. Yuan Yifan planned to book the tickets online, but all major ticket booking platforms had already sold out. For a talented singer like Jackie Chung, tickets for his concert are extremely hard to come by, not much easier to buy than Spring Festival train tickets. It would be difficult if we couldn't buy tickets, but Yuan Yifan had already promised his fans that he would do it no matter how difficult it was. Since it is not available online, you can buy it on site. If you are lucky, you may even get a bargain. Yuan Yifan then took a taxi to the Workers' Stadium. The reason why he didn't steal a car and drive away this time was because he often stole cars, and Shi Shuefei would definitely be on guard against him. He had been discovered by Shi Shuefei several times while driving before. As a fugitive, it is best not to have fixed behavioral habits, otherwise it is easy to be tricked. If the arrest team sets a trap in some places with many zombie cars, he may be unlucky and fall into the trap. Yuan Yifan has been taking taxis mainly these days. If Shi Shuefei starts to strictly check taxis in the future, he will switch to buses or subways. In any case, he cannot let the arrest team find out the pattern. It is impossible for the arrest team to check all channels as they do not have that many people. Being bold, careful, and unpredictable is one of the reasons why Yuan Yifan was able to escape without being caught. The taxi arrived at the Workers' Stadium, and Yuan Yifan got off and went to the ticket office. There were indeed promotional posters for the God of Songs concert here, but when I asked at the window, I was told that the tickets were sold out. It seemed like I had made a wasted trip. Yuan Yifan was thinking if he really couldn't buy a ticket, he would just have to find a way to sneak in tomorrow night. The security measures of a concert should not be able to stop him. Adhering to the common idea of since I'm already here among Chinese tourists, since he had already arrived at the gymnasium, Yuan Yifan decided to play around in the surrounding area. He had just taken a few steps when suddenly a furtive person came up to him. Yuan Yifan quietly raised his alert. If this was someone from the arrest team, he would run away immediately. Dude, do you want to buy tickets for the God of Songs concert? I have them. This slightly plump man in his 20s lowered the brim of his hat and spoke to Yuan Yifan in a low voice. It turned out that he was a scalper. He was staring at the ticket window, and when he saw people who couldn't buy tickets, he would come over and chat with them to solicit business. Oh, how much is one? Yuan Yifan asked with a raised eyebrow. He doesn't have a good impression of scalpers. These speculators do not create production value. They specialize in buying low and selling high. Their speculation disrupts the market. They're a very hateful group of people. The scalper began to promote. The ticket price is based on the seat. The outermost area starts at 800, and then 1,000, 1,500, and 2,000. I even have VIP tickets for the front row. It's a rare opportunity. Don't miss it. Starting from 800, I saw that the cheapest ticket at the ticket office was only over 300. Are you raising the price by 500 all of a sudden? Yuan Yifan asked with a frown. Don't complain about the high price. I have the only one in the city. You can't buy it anywhere else. 500 is not expensive. Think about it. You can't watch this concert. Are you itching to go? The god of songs basically won't come to Shanjin again in the next few years. If you want to watch a concert, you can only go to other provinces. The round-trip tickets and accommodation fees will definitely add up to much more than 500 yuan. So buy tickets from me. You will make a profit. Don't miss the opportunity. It will never come again. I didn't expect that this scalper had a talent for marketing. He described the scalped tickets, which were priced more than double, as financial products that would make a lot of money. He was really good at it. Yuan Yifan asked, how much is your VIP ticket? One price, 6,680, said the scalper. The original price of the VIP ticket was 3,680, but the price was increased by 3,000 after the resale. It was more profitable than robbery. Yuan Yifan had already fully understood how ruthless these scalpers were. As the fugitive king of the program team, Yuan Yifan is not short of money. He has nearly 50,000 yuan in cash in his pocket, so it is easy for him to buy a ticket. However, he doesn't want to give money to scalpers, as this will encourage the scalpers' unhealthy practices and make them become more aggressive, and in the future it will be his fans and music lovers who will suffer. The comments in the live broadcast room were surprisingly consistent, with some telling Yuan Yifan not to buy scalp tickets, and some telling Yuan Yifan to just grab the tickets and run away. After all, he was a fugitive and would not be bitten by too many lice. In short, everyone disliked scalpers and strongly demanded a boycott. Yuan Yifan refused these requests. He was a fugitive contestant, not a real fugitive. Ticket grabbing was not a big deal, but it was of a serious nature, so he should not do it. However, Yuan Yifan adheres to the concept of punishing evil and promoting good. He has to think of a way to get tickets and punish scalpers at the same time. This is the right way. Only children make choices, while adults want all. Yuan Yifan's mouth corners then curled up. If someone familiar with him saw this smile, they would have been more careful, as it was a sign that he had a conspiracy. However, the scalper was only interested in making money and did not notice Yuan Yifan's reaction. This was destined to be the beginning of his tragic experience. Chapter 95. The whole nest is full of tofu dregs. Can you make this ticket cheaper? Yuan Yifan bargained first, using courtesy before force. If the scalper still refused to budge, he would tease him again. Hearing this, the scalper got even more arrogant. I told you at a fixed price. Don't count it out. Others are still scrambling for it. I'll add 300 per ticket before the concert starts tomorrow. Who said I don't want it? I'm just afraid you don't have that many votes. Yuan Yifan deliberately pretended to be a big boss and spoke in a very arrogant tone, which really aroused the interest of scalpers. Oh, you're a big customer. How many tickets do you want? The scalper asked excitedly. How many tickets do you have? Yuan Yifan asked him back. This time the scalper became alert and did not answer. Instead, he began to look Yuan Yifan up and down, trying to see if he was a troublemaker in the same company or an undercover agent from the market supervision department. Don't worry, I'm just an ordinary audience member. Many of my friends are fans of the god of songs, but they can't buy tickets. I'll buy all the tickets you have. Yuan Yifan spoke with great pride and was afraid that the scalper would not believe him. So he opened his backpack, which was full of bundles of 100 yuan bills, which made the scalper's eyes sparkle. There's only one VIP ticket left, and there are about 20 other tickets. Let me calculate how much the all-inclusive package will cost. The scalper took out his phone, opened the calculator app, and calculated the price. 7 tickets in the back row are 5,600 yuan. 5 tickets in the middle are 7,500 yuan. Yuan Yifan interrupted him and said, I paid for everything. Why don't you give me a discount? How about a discount of 3,000 yuan? Okay, if you want all of them, I'll give you a discount of 3,000. The scalper happily agreed. It would be a blessing to meet a big customer who would pay for everything. He wouldn't have to stand outside in the hot weather to sell his wares, and it would also reduce the risk of being caught, so he was willing to lower the price. Wait a moment before you decide. Take out the VIP ticket first, so I can check if it's real. Yuan Yifan finished his plan and began to close the net. When it comes to money, scalpers become cautious. You have to pay first before I can give you the ticket. Otherwise, what if you run away with the ticket? Yuan Yifan suggested. You can't run away. I still need your other tickets. How about this? I'll give you the money for a VIP ticket first. How about that? Can. This is equivalent to selling a single ticket. The scalper has no objection and takes the plastic-wrapped VIP concert ticket out of the bag. This kind of plastic sealing is waterproof and tear-resistant. He sells it for 6,680 yuan per piece, and scalpers cherish it very much. The scalper held the ticket in one hand and was ready to take the money with the other. Yuan Yifan ordered 3,680 yuan in cash and handed it to him. Although he was confident that he could get this kind of ticket without spending a penny. After all, the ticket was bought by the scalper with real money, so he felt embarrassed to steal it for free. Besides, Yuan Yifan didn't need the more than 3,000 yuan. It was just a drop in the bucket for him. Hey, it's 6680, 3,000 less, the scalper reminded him. Didn't you just promise me a discount of 3,000? Why did you change your mind? You have to run your business with integrity. Yuan Yifan suddenly lectured the other party. You included the entire package, so I'm giving you a discount of 3,000. But this is only for one ticket, the scalper explained. Yuan Yifan said, I want to pay for everything. Now I need a ticket to verify its authenticity. You want to pay for the goods, and you also agreed to give me a discount of 3,000. So what's wrong with me giving you 3,680? Confused by Yuan Yifan's fast-speaking speed, he rubbed his temple with his fingers and frowned. Wait a minute. Speak slower. I don't think something is right here. What's wrong? Come on, give me one to check first, then you can calculate how much all the tickets are worth, and we'll exchange the money and the goods. Anyway, we'll have a discount of 3,000. What's the difference between the discount now and the discount later? Yuan Yifan spoke faster, causing the seemingly not-so-bright scalper to have difficulty thinking. Seeing that he was about to understand, Yuan Yifan pointed behind him and said, Hurry up, I just saw a man in uniform passing by. I'm not afraid of being caught, but I don't know if you are. The scalper was afraid of people in uniform. He was so scared that he turned back. Although he didn't see anyone, he felt nervous. Without thinking, he gave the ticket to Yuan Yifan and took the 3,680 yuan from him. Yuan Yifan used his mobile phone to scan the QR code on the ticket, and it showed that it was a real ticket. Both parties were very satisfied. Next, the scalper started to calculate how much all the tickets were worth, but Yuan Yifan said, no need to calculate, and was about to leave after taking the VIP ticket. The scalper was chasing after him. Hey, why are you gone? You haven't bought the tickets yet. 23 tickets, a total of 38,600 yuan. Oh, I think your products are too expensive. I won't buy them, and I want to return them. Yuan Yifan said, What? You don't want to buy it? Are you kidding me? The scalper glared at him. Yuan Yifan glanced and said, How can I be kidding you? I haven't received the actual product, so of course I have a right to return it. Besides, online shopping has 7 days to return the product without giving any reason. Why can't you do that? I don't run an online store, the scalper said angrily. Yuan Yifan frowned at the time. Pay attention to your attitude. I am a customer, but God is also your breadwinner. Is this how you treat your father? If you keep scolding me, I'll beat you up. Huang Yo, the skinny guy with skinny arms and legs, still wanted to swing his fist. As a result, Yuan Yifan simply rolled up the sleeves of his t-shirt to his shoulders, then bent his arms to reveal his muscular body like Popeye. The scalper tactfully gave up the idea of taking action. You are cheating, the scalper accused. How did I commit fraud? You sold the VIP ticket for 6,680 yuan, right? Yuan Yifan decided to help the scalper sort out the cause and effect. Yes, Huang Yo nodded. Then I'll cover all the tickets and give you a discount of 3,000 yuan, and you'll agree, right? Yuan Yifan asked again. That's right. Huang Yo nodded again. Yuan Yifan clapped his hands, as if to make final decision. It's settled now. 6680 minus the 3,000 yuan discount equals 3680. The money I gave you is just right. What's wrong? Huang Yo suddenly felt that what Yuan Yifan said made a lot of sense, and murmured, It seems so. You're really smart, young man. Most people can't understand this logic, but you can. Yuan Yifan gave him a thumbs up. It's okay. Others call me Lu de Calming. Huang Yo smiled naively. By then, after getting the ticket, Yuan Yifan said goodbye to the scalper. Seeing this scene, netizens in the live broadcast room burst into laughter. Ah, wow, this one is so funny. With this IQ, you're still working as an ox. Why don't you just go back to the countryside and work as an ox to plow the fields? I can actually buy a ticket for the God of Songs at the original price on the 22nd. That's amazing. I'll raise the price by 1,000. Sell it to me. Netizens were all joking, and the live broadcast room was filled with endless joy. Now that the concert ticket issue has been resolved, Yuan Yifan is enjoying the local customs and culture of Yamajan City around the stadium. If there's one thing that netizens talk about most about Yamazu City, is the beautiful women in Yamazu City. In the past decade or so, there's been a saying in society that beautiful women come from Yamazu. Although this saying has yet to be verified, young and beautiful women can be seen walking on the streets from time to time. When Yuan Yifan was strolling in the square outside the gymnasium, he saw several beautiful women, some plump and some slim, extremely beautiful. It happened that two women walking together passed by Yuan Yifan. One of them had an ordinary look with a pretty face of 50%, but the other was an extremely beautiful woman. With light makeup, she would score at least 9 points. She could be an internet celebrity, even without beauty filters. This beauty is about 1.7 meters tall, with red lips, white teeth, a curvy figure, and a graceful and elegant temperament. As she walked past, passers-by stared at her. The male netizens were so excited that they wiped the saliva from the corners of their mouths and asked Yuan Yifan to get closer and take a close-up. They wanted to see the beauty. Yuan Yifan didn't understand and asked, "Don't you go to the major live streaming platforms to see beauties? There are all kinds of beauties there. Some are nude, some are singing, some are dancing, enough to satisfy you." Netizens responded at the time, "You don't understand. The beauty in front is all natural and has never had any plastic surgery. She is so beautiful even without the beauty filter. She is much more beautiful than the weird female anchor." Another netizen agreed. "Yes, if you marry a natural beauty like this, her genes can be passed on to the next generation, and the sons and daughters born will be handsome. If you marry a female anchor who has had plastic surgery, the daughter born will look like Feng Jia, and the son will look like Ruhua, and the whole family will be full of tofu dregs." The netizens this time are quite talented, with lots of funny words to say. Even Yuan Yifan was amused by them. In that case, Yuan Yifan fulfilled their wish. He walked up to the beauty and used the camera on her clothes to capture her graceful figure. Chapter 96, I Am a Magician. Yuan Yifan was taking pictures of the beautiful woman for the audience. At this time, a young man passing by was also attracted by the stunning beauty. The young man was immediately attracted by the beauty and took out his mobile phone and ran over to ask for WeChat. "Hello, beautiful lady, can you add me on WeChat?" "Cannot." The beauty seemed to be in a bad mood and refused coldly. That's right. For a beauty of her level, whenever she goes out, there will probably be many men who actively ask to add her on WeChat every day. If she adds everyone, her WeChat friends list will probably explode within a month. The young man was not discouraged at all. He said that he had no other intentions and just wanted to get to know her. He also said that the beauty looked especially like a female classmate of his in junior high school, and they had a good impression of her. I say, can you guys be a little more creative when you strike up a conversation? 40% of them say, I look like an acquaintance. What a lack of creativity. The beautiful girl rolled her eyes at the young man. The young man seemed to be inspired and changed his words. "Give me a chance to add WeChat, and I will give you happiness for the rest of your life." "Thank you. I'm already very happy. There is no need to trouble you." Turned away with her best friend. The young man still refused to give up and chased after the beauty, shouting, "Beauty, why are you Italian?" When the beauty was stunned, the young man said, "You are half Italian and half Chinese, so you are the one for me." After all this time, it turned out to be cheesy love talk, which pissed off the beautiful woman. She turned around and angrily scolded the young man who was pestering her. "Stop following me, or I'll call the police." The beautiful woman snorted coldly and left, leaving the young man sad. Yuan Yifan was watching from the side and found it funny. This young man was also a straight man. He didn't know how to pursue girls, so it was understandable that he was frustrated. When netizens saw that this stunning beauty had a hot temper, they started to have bad intentions and urged Yuan Yifan to ask for her WeChat account as well. They wanted to see if this omnipotent fugitive had any amazing achievements in picking up girls. In fact, they just want to see Yuan Yifan make a fool of himself. They're a group of people on the internet who give the anchor difficult questions all day long, just to see the anchor go crazy and get frustrated, which gives them a sense of accomplishment. Yuan Yifan originally didn't want to pay attention to this boring comment, but it soon gained support from most netizens. Even Yuan Yifan's female fans wanted to see whether Yuan Yifan had emotional intelligence and whether he could arouse their hearts. Fan, as long as you can add that beautiful lady on WeChat, I will send you a rocket. +1, I'll get a plane. Plus 10,086. I'll give you 365 hearts. A row of petition comments floated across the screen. It was said that it was difficult to go against public opinion. Since everyone asked him to ask for WeChat, it would not be a bad idea to give it a try. The main thing was that these rewards would be converted into reputation points, which was what Yuan Yifan valued most. Okay, then respect will not be tolerated. Yuan Yifan is about to go out, but before that he needs to tidy up his appearance. With his decadent artist appearance, he can probably only attract old ladies over 50 years old, but not young beauties. So Yuan Yifan took off his wig and false beard, tidied his hair and clothes, and walked forward. "Beauty, wait a minute." Yuan Yifan called out to the two ladies in front. "What?" This time it was the stunning beauty's best friend who stood in front of Yuan Yifan. She thought it was another boring man who came to harass her best friend, so she was very alert. However, after seeing Yuan Yifan's handsome appearance, she was a little surprised. Yuan Yifan's polite smile made the woman's guard drop a lot. "I'm a magician, and I'd like to meet you too," Yuan Yifan said with a smile. "Sorry, I don't have time to watch magic." The beautiful girl didn't say anything nice to the handsome guy. I don't know if it was because she had her period, but she didn't have a good attitude at all. "Don't refuse yet. I'm a magician, and I'm good at reading minds. I know what you're thinking at this moment," Yuan Yifan said mysteriously. Tell me about it." As a result, the beautiful woman became a little interested and gave Yuan Yifan a chance to perform. Yuan Yifan took out a brand new deck of playing cards from his backpack and opened it on the spot. He had bought them at the small commodity market before, just for emergencies. Yuan Yifan unfolded the cards and held them in his hand, facing the beautiful woman, and said, "Just draw a card, and I'll know what you're thinking after I see it." One of the ancient professional fortune teller skills is to tell fortunes by words. They ask the client to write a word, and then infer the fortune of the client at any time. Yuan Yifan's unique skill of reading minds with playing cards is rare. The beauty patiently chose a card, which was an ace of clubs. After looking at the cards, Yuan Yifan smiled slightly and said aloud, "Clubs are black, which means that you are in a gloomy mood. Ace in poker also represents one. The combination of the two means that something will go wrong in the next day. Am I right?" When the beautiful woman heard this, her eyes widened and her mouth opened slightly. From her expression, it was obvious that she had guessed it right. "How did you guess that?" the beauty asked in surprise. She immediately looked at Yuan Yifan with new eyes. "I told you, I'm a magician. I can only read minds." Yuan Yifan always had a smile on his face that was as gentle as spring breeze, and his handsome and stylish temperament immediately brought him closer to the beautiful woman. At this time, the beauty's best friend stood up and asked, "Are you kidding me? Then tell me, what are we worrying about after a day? Then you have to draw another card." Yuan Yifan unfolded the cards again and let the other party choose. "Can I choose?" asked my bestie. "Of course, since you two sisters are so close, you can choose together. It will be more accurate that way." Yuan Yifan made a pleased gesture. Both beauties became interested. This time, the beauty chose a 9 of hearts, and her bestie chose a king, allowing Yuan Yifan to continue reading his mind. After seeing it, Yuan Yifan said, "King, the unique king among playing cards means that you're yearning for the king. So which king are you yearning for?" This red 9, give the answer. Now Yuan Yifan was getting more and more right, and the beautiful woman couldn't wait to urge him. "Hurry up and tell me." 9 of hearts. Red means he is very red. As for the number 9, I want to test you too. Which initial consonant in pinyin is the most similar to 9? Now, it was Yuan Yifan's turn to take the initiative in the conversation. He mobilized the beauty's enthusiasm for interaction by asking questions. "It's G," the beauty replied. "Clever." Yuan Yifan first offered a bland flattery, then explained, "Yes, it is the initial consonant G. So G and song have the same pronunciation, and the king of songs means the god of song. There is only one god of song in the country, and that is Jackie Chung. Tomorrow is the god of songs concert. So you're worried about this, probably because you can't buy tickets for tomorrow. I wonder if my mind-reading ability works." The two women were already stunned. They looked at each other and saw the shock on their best friend's face. They asked excitedly at the same time, "You are so amazing. Can you calculate something else? Where can I buy the tickets?" Yuan Yifan couldn't help but smile and said, "I'm a mind reader, not a fortune teller. You found the wrong person for fortune telling." The two beauties finally realized what was going on and said sorry. They were too excited to have met a strange man like Yuan Yifan, who was so handsome. They were deeply impressed. Chapter 97, The Secret of Mind Reading. Yuan Yifan had already left a good impression on the beautiful woman. Logically speaking, if he asked for her WeChat now, it would be a sure thing. However, Yuan Yifan was not in a hurry. Since the beautiful woman had become the material for his live broadcast and had helped him, he had to express his gratitude appropriately and give her a gift. Yuan Yifan said, "Although I'm not a fortune teller, I can do magic and give you what you need most." "Really? Change it for us now." The beauty was already getting impatient. Yuan Yifan's magic was so amazing that she had never seen it either in real life or on TV. "Is it right here?" Yuan Yifan pointed at the scorching sun in the sky. They had been standing in the sun for a long time and were sweating a little. "Oh, sorry, I was so abrupt." The beauty looked around and found a chai yinuse milk tea shop. She took the initiative to suggest, "I'll treat you to milk tea. And by the way, perform a magic trick for us to see what good things you can conjure up." "Sure." Yuan Yifan happily agreed and walked into the milk tea shop with the beautiful woman. Seeing this scene, netizens were convinced. I am completely convinced. Number 22 is good at escaping, but he is also so good at picking up girls. I am a single dog who has been shocked for 100 years. Masters can also do the job of picking up girls, but they can't figure out Yuan Yifan's mind-reading skills and are extremely curious about them. Fuck, number 22 can't really do magic, right? The fugitive knows magic. Even God can't stop him. Some netizens even imitated the style of Slam Dunk and said, "Coach, I want to learn how to read minds." They were so curious. They had just witnessed the whole process. Those two beauties were definitely not agents. So how did they guess the real thoughts of the two beauties? This is so awesome. Someone was posting comments saying, "I'm begging for a mind-reading tutorial," and calling on everyone to push this comment to the top so that number 22 can see it. They will be blessed if they learn it. Even if they don't have to perform on stage, it won't be a problem for them to be friends with women. They can pick up all the girls in the world in the future. While netizens were spreading the word about the mind-reading tutorial, the beauty had already bought 3 cups of milk tea and sat with Yuan Yifan, drinking and chatting. Yuan Yifan was not pretentious and performed magic tricks for the beauties on the spot. He performed a few tricks, pretending to reach into the milk tea cup with his fingers, and then put the VIP concert ticket he had bought earlier between his 2 fingers and asked with a smile, "Is this what you want?" "Wow, it's the concert ticket of the god of songs." The beauty jumped up excitedly and snatched the ticket. After seeing the font on it clearly, she exclaimed, "It's VIP. You are amazing. Okay, I'll give you this ticket as a thank you gift for treating me to milk tea." Yuan Yifan said, "How can this be possible? I bought the ticket. I remember it was 3,680, right? I'll transfer the money to you." The beautiful woman refused to take advantage of him and held Yuan Yifan in a tough attitude, refusing to let him leave and insisting on transferring money to him. So Yuan Yifan reluctantly took out his mobile phone, added each other on WeChat, and then the beauty transferred 3,680 yuan to Yuan Yifan. At this point, Yuan Yifan successfully got the beautiful woman's WeChat, and it was the other party who took the initiative to add him. This was in stark contrast to the young man who tried to get WeChat but failed. Sometimes it's hard to seduce a girl, not because she is too proud, but because the guy is not strong enough and needs to continue to practice. This time the beauty got a ticket, and her mood improved immediately. She and her best friend started chatting with Yuan Yifan. "Thank you, magician. My name is Wu Qingqing. Nice to meet you." The beautiful woman took the initiative to shake hands and get acquainted. "My name is Judd." Yuan Yifan shook hands with Wu Qingqing and felt her skin was smooth and delicate. She was indeed a girl made of water, fragrant and soft. After the contact, his whole mood improved. Through chatting, I learned that Wu Qingqing's best friend is called Zhou Bing. Both of them were unable to buy tickets online, so they came to the scene today to try their luck. Because they failed to buy tickets before, they were in a bad mood, which was why they rejected the young man who asked for WeChat. But the two were lucky enough to meet the magician Yuan Yifan and get a VIP ticket. Since the audience's mission was completed, Yuan Yifan wanted to leave after drinking his milk tea, but Wu Qingqing begged, "Magician Jia, can you conjure up another ticket? My best friend is also a fan of the god of songs and wants to listen to the concert too." Before Yuan Yifan could refuse, the two girls put their hands together, pouted their lips, and pleaded in a coquettish tone, "Please." At this moment, anyone who is not heartless will be moved by them. Before Yuan Yifan could answer, Netizens who were guided by their appearance became excited and commented on him. Hurry up and agree. Hurry up and agree. It's just one ticket. Why don't you go out and find a scalper to buy another one? This group of netizens has already thought of a solution for Yuan Yifan. It turns out that beautiful women can inspire men's infinite potential. Since the audience had requested it, it wasn't a difficult task, so Yuan Yifan agreed. Of course you can, but you have to wait for a while. I'll go outside to prepare some props before I can continue the magic. Okay, no problem. You can wait as long as you want. Wu Qingqing now has a very good impression of Yuan Yifan and believes everything he says. Yuan Yifan nodded with a smile, then got up and left the milk tea shop. After coming outside, netizens started asking about the secret of mind reading again. They were too curious. If Yuan Yifan didn't give them an answer, they would feel like a kitten scratching in their hearts and couldn't calm down at all. Please, Fan, tell us the secret of mind reading. We will compensate you in the future. The person who said this was a female fan. She sent a message to Yuan Yifan through the voice message area unique to this live broadcast room. The words were delicate and coquettish, with a strong, clamped tone, even more clamped than that of the windmill sister, and could be said to be the clamped one among clamped ones. This gave goosebumps to the righteous people. But there were also people who liked this tune, who felt numb all over their bodies, and were suspected of suffering from osteoporosis at a young age. After hearing the voice message, Yuan Yifan took a deep breath and couldn't resist the urge of this female fan, so he agreed. In fact, there is nothing worth keeping secret. Yuan Yifan said, there is no such thing as mind reading in the world. It's just observing words and expressions. Yuan Yifan had noticed these two girls before and watched them linger at the ticket window of the workers' stadium. The stadium not only sells concert tickets, but also tickets for many sports events. However, the two girls dressed in youthful and beautiful clothes definitely do not look like sports fans. So the most likely answer is that they are here to buy tickets for the God of Songs concert. This can also be judged from the beauty's lost emotions. There have been no major sports events recently, and the tickets for the China League 2 track and field events held in the stadium have surplus tickets that cannot be sold. The only thing that can prevent them from buying tickets is the concert of the God of Songs. After Yuan Yifan guessed the cause and effect, he flirted with the girl under the pretext of mind reading. As expected, he successfully gained the trust of the beautiful woman and easily added her WeChat. Chapter 98, Trampling on Big Brother. After listening to Yuan Yifan's explanation, some netizens still questioned. That's not right. Didn't you let them draw cards? The things you interpreted are very mysterious. Don't tell me you made them up. It is indeed made up, Yuan Yifan replied. It is similar to the fortune teller's prediction. I know the result in advance, so I just use playing card to make it sound reasonable. As long as it makes sense, it's fine. Huh? Is it that simple? Netizens still don't believe it. Afterwards, Yuan Yifan said a classic line. It's that simple. There is no metaphysics in the world. It's only because there are more people who are deliberately making things mysterious that metaphysics comes into being. While communicating with netizens, Yuan Yifan looked around and soon saw the person he was looking for, who was the scalper who sold the tickets before. The task of buying tickets for the beautiful woman fell upon him. This time, the scalper was accompanied by a burly, bearded man, and they both seemed to be looking for something. When the two saw Yuan Yifan coming towards them, they became alert and asked, "What do you do?" "Don't panic. I'll come and buy concert tickets from you," Yuan Yifan said. The scalper with low IQ squinted his eyes, suddenly pointed at Yuan Yifan and exclaimed, "Was it you who stole my ticket just now?" It turned out that Yuan Yifan took off his wig, but his clothes and voice remained unchanged. The scalper finally realized it belatedly. "I didn't cheat you out of the ticket," Yuan Yifan said. Huang Niu said, "Oh," in confusion, thinking that maybe it was a coincidence. Otherwise, the temperament of the decadent artist just now and this bright and handsome guy was too different. After teasing the scalper, Yuan Yifan smiled and said, "I just bought you a VIP ticket at a low price." "Asshole, it's still you." The scalper finally came to his senses. He pointed at Yuan Yifan and complained to the burly man next to him. "Boss, he was the one who stole my ticket just now. He stole it at the original price." "Fuck you, you dare to cheat my brother out of his ticket. Are you tired of living?" The sturdy man started cursing. His eyes flashed with ferocity, and he reached out to grab Yuan Yifan by the collar. It turned out that the foolish scalper was dissatisfied because Yuan Yifan bought a ticket at the original price, so he found his big brother to get back at him. Bang! Yuan Yifan wrapped his palm around the sturdy man's fist looked at him with amusement, and said, "I advise you to be harmonious and make money. You're so nice, you pull a coin." Punched Yuan Yifan with his other fist. Yuan Yifan easily blocked the punch, and his counterattack hit the weak part of the sturdy man's upper body. The sturdy man took a step back in pain, with an expression of pain on his face. However, one of the biggest shortcomings of human beings is that they never learn from their lessons. The sturdy man obviously did not realize the gap between him and Yuan Yifan. He roared and kicked again. Leg skills are indeed more powerful than boxing and have a wider range. They are very fierce moves, but that is only for martial artists. When using this move in a street fight, the forward swing is long and the flaw is large. Yuan Yifan simply dodged to the side, then stretched out his foot to trip the strong man's supporting leg, causing the strong man to lose balance and fall on the hard concrete ground. "Ouch, my knee is so bruised." The sturdy man grimaced in pain, but still struggled to get up and continue fighting. However, Yuan Yifan stepped on his back, making him unable to move. The harder the sturdy man moved, the harder Yuan Yifan stepped on him. The sturdy man screamed from time to time, but he soon found the trick. He lay on the ground and stopped struggling. Yuan Yifan also stopped using much force and was able to endure it. Yuan Yifan ignored the strong man and instead talked to the scalper, discussing the ticket business with him. "Hey, sell me 2 more tickets, preferably near the front and next to each other," said Yuan Yifan. The scalper boy saw his big brother still lying on the ground and was very anxious. He wanted to go up and rescue him, but when he saw Yuan Yifan's strong muscles, he got scared again and said with a sad face, "Let my boss go first." Yuan Yifan said, "Hurry up and sell me the ticket. I will let him go once I get the ticket. Otherwise, he will cause trouble." Sure enough, the sturdy man was lying on the ground, mumbling constantly, and he probably had nothing good to say. "No, you let my brother go, or I won't sell the ticket." This scalper is still insisting on his rightness. Yuan Yifan really liked to argue with this kind of people, so he said, "If you don't sell the ticket, I won't let your brother go. If you don't let my brother go, I can't sell you a ticket. You can't sell me the ticket, and I can't let your brother go. You can't let my brother go, so I can't sell you a ticket." The 2 men started nesting dolls in the square. Nothing happened to them. At most, they wasted some saliva, but it was a pity for the one lying on the ground. The weather was around 30 degrees, and the ground was scorching hot under the scorching sun. After a while, he couldn't bear it anymore and screamed in pain. Because he couldn't save face and ask Yuan Yifan for help, the eldest brother scolded his scalper brother. "You country bumpkin, selling the ticket quickly. I'm going to have to cook it on the teppanyaki." "Don't panic, bro. I'll sell it right now." After being scolded, the scalper hurriedly finished his nesting dolls, took out a stack of tickets from his bag, took out 2 tickets for the seats next to each other, and said, "$2,500 for one, $5,000 for 2. Are you still selling it to me at a scalper price? Isn't the original price $1,680? Yuan Yifan asked. The scalper had a serious occupational disease. He repeated his previous words. "Don't think it's too expensive. I have the only one in the city. You can't buy it anywhere else. $2,500 is not expensive. Think about it." The elder brother couldn't stand it anymore and cursed. "Fuck your dad. Why are you still selling scalper tickets? You could just give it to him. If you delay any longer, I will be familiar with it. Do you want to save the money to buy a wreath for me? Oh, I see. I'll send it right away." The scalper quickly contributed the 2 tickets in his hand, saying that he did not ask for anything because the big brother asked him to give them away for free. But Yuan Yifan would not take his benefit for nothing, so he counted out 34 100 yuan bills and stuffed them into the scalper's hand. "I'm a person who treats things one way and never does anything that involves robbery or robbery. It's not easy for you in this hot weather. Although you don't produce tickets and are just ticket carriers, Yuan, can't let you lose money, right?" Yuan Yifan raised his foot after he finished speaking, and the big brother on the ground jumped up at almost the speed of light. He hissed from the burn and rubbed his red skin with his hands. When he found it was useless, he quickly snatched the mineral water from his younger brother and poured it on himself. It seemed that if he was a little later, this guy would really become a sizzling squid. "Okay, take your time with your work. I'm leaving now. No need to see me off." Yuan Yifan waved and said goodbye to the 2 ticket delivery boys. The sturdy man was so angry that he wanted to vent his anger, but Yuan Yifan glared at him fiercely. He immediately wilted. He had no place to vent his anger, so he could only find his younger brother to bully. He went up and slapped him on the back of the head. "Why are you so slow? Do you want to burn me to death so that you can take over this business? No, brother, you misunderstood me. You did on purpose. I'll beat you to death. Yuan Yifan looked at the two scalpers starting to quarrel among themselves, chuckled, and shook his head. He waved his sleeves and left without any credit or fame. Chapter 99. Strange Man Who Fell on the Phone. When they returned to the milk tea shop, the two girls were already looking forward to it. They were expecting Yuan Yifan to produce another ticket. Yuan Yifan lived up to everyone's expectations and continued to use sleight of hand. He reached out and grabbed behind Wu Qingqing's ear. When he opened his palm, he found that he was holding 2 tickets in his hand, which were for consecutive seats. Great! You are the best magician I have ever seen. Even Lu Qian couldn't conjure up the tickets. You really should be able to perform on the Spring Festival Gala. Wu Qingqing was very happy and happily accepted the 2 tickets, then returned the VIP ticket to Yuan Yifan. We only need these 2 neighboring tickets, and I'll return this ticket to you, Yuan Yifan said. Then I will transfer the remaining money to you. No need, just consider it as the reward for your magic trick for us, right, Mr. Magician? Wu Qingqing blinked her eyes, looking very playful. This pretty girl is also quite interesting. When she is angry, she seems a little fierce, but after getting to know people, she becomes quirky, lively, and naughty. Yuan Yifan smiled and said, "This is different. I don't make a living by performing magic tricks, so I still have to calculate the money." Yuan Yifan then returned the several hundred yuan difference between the 2 tickets to Wu Qingqing via WeChat transfer, which made the beautiful woman feel even more favorable towards Yuan Yifan. He was generous, good-looking, and had elegant and humorous conversation. There was simply no reason not to like him. You will also go to the concert, right? Let's go together tomorrow night. Wu Qingqing took the initiative to invite. Can? Yuan Yifan nodded with a smile. It would be great for the live broadcast ratings, as it would be good for the ratings of the show as well. The 2 parties agreed to attend a concert together tomorrow night, and then the 2 ladies said goodbye to Yuan Yifan and went shopping. Yuan Yifan did not continue to pester her, and they said goodbye to each other politely. After seeing off the 2 beauties, Yuan Yifan changed into an artist's outfit and continued to broadcast live to everyone around the stadium. Not far away, I suddenly saw a ring-tossing stall. The owner was shouting 2 yuan per ring, and as long as you hit the prize, you can take it away. The prizes include tissues, nail clippers, and other items at close range, dolls, electronic watches, soap, and other small items at a distance. And the highest prize is a $100 bill, which is several meters away from the starting point. Whether you can hit it depends on luck. Boss, give me $20. Yuan Yifan took out 20 yuan in change and bought 10 rings. These were all small prizes, and Yuan Yifan would not take them even if he was hit by one. He just wanted to have fun. Yuan Yifan was aiming for the top prize of 100 yuan, but he ended up throwing out a plastic ring, which bounced away when it hit the ground, and he missed out on the 100 yuan. Yuan Yifan found that the ring was very elastic and would bounce back when thrown to the ground. It basically would not catch anything as he expected, so it was difficult to make a profit from this ring. Runaway system. Do you want to spend 1 attribute point to activate the ring skill? No. Yuan Yifan flatly refused. Attribute points were precious nowadays and could not be wasted on such entertainment skills. There are still 9 circles left in hand. Yuan Yifan feels that if he sets them one by one, he will lose everything. This requires great strength to create a miracle, which may work like a miracle. So Yuan Yifan threw all 9 circles in front of the 100 yuan, and the circles bounced around. As a result, one circle actually jumped crookedly a few times and finally included the 100 yuan. The position was a bit off, but it still hit the target. Wow, that's amazing. The crowd watching around burst into cheers. Spending 20 yuan to win 100 yuan, this is a good deal. The ring-tossing boss reluctantly picked up the 100 yuan and gave it to Yuan Yifan. This was the money Yuan Yifan earned with his own ability. Although it was little, it had a different meaning, so Yuan Yifan accepted it. There was someone nearby who wanted to follow Yuan Yifan's example and bought 10 circles, but found that the 100 yuan was gone, so he asked the boss to make up the difference. There's only one first prize. You could try other ones. The boss was afraid that these people had mastered the trick, so he didn't give out a 100 yuan prize. This practice aroused dissatisfaction among tourists, and a dispute broke out between the 2 sides. Yuan Yifan, who had reaped the benefits, left the stall. Just as he was about to find somewhere else to play, a man suddenly came up behind him and bumped into him from behind. Yuan Yifan's body swayed, and as luck would have it, The other party pulled off the wig on his head, revealing his real face. Yuan Yifan turned around to see who bumped into him, but the man took the initiative to attack him and asked Yuan Yifan why he bumped into him. "How do you walk? You hurt me, you know." Yuan Yifan frowned. He felt that this man was a little weird and too unreasonable. People like this have lived to their 20s and have not been beaten and educated by others. It is because this society is too kind to them. Yuan Yifan picked up the wig on the ground and instinctively didn't want to pay attention to him. But the man was still relentless and stopped Yuan Yifan from leaving. "Don't even think about leaving if you don't apologize. How can you be so rude?" Yuan Yifan said unhappily. "Are you kidding me? I was standing there just now. You bumped into me. You should be the one to apologize." "Nonsense. You hit me. If you don't believe me, let's ask the people around us." While speaking, the man grabbed Yuan Yifan's arm and prevented him from leaving. A group of onlookers gathered around. Yuan Yifan was angry at the man and started to move his body. He raised his arm, and the man fell down like a porcelain doll. He looked in pain and screamed, "Ouch, it hurts so much, my coccyx is broken." Yuan Yifan knew his own strength, and he didn't use much strength just now. It would be more accurate to say that the man wanted to fall down rather than being thrown down by him. Bumping into someone? An idea popped up in Yuan Yifan's mind, but then he thought it was not right. Others who commit fraud would target cars, and most of those who commit fraud directly against pedestrians are elderly men and women who would extort tens of thousands of yuan just for helping them. However, this young man committed fraud in front of people, which was unheard of. If something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. There is definitely something wrong with this man. Just as Yuan Yifan was looking around vigilantly to see if it was a trap set by the arrest team, the man started yelling that Yuan Yifan had injured someone, and he even took out his phone to call the police. Now Yuan Yifan understood that this man must have come to trick him on purpose. Otherwise, there would be no way he would have chosen him with so many people in the square. Yuan Yifan looked up and saw a surveillance camera in the square facing that direction. His eyes narrowed. Perhaps someone was playing a trick on him, and it had something to do with the program crew. Yuan Yifan couldn't stay in this place anymore, so he left quickly. Catch the criminal quickly. He hit someone and wanted to run away. Men of Yamatsu City, stop him quickly. The man was shouting like a ghost howling, and some people who didn't know the truth came over to stop Yuan Yifan. Yuan Yifan started running, dodging left and right, trying to avoid being caught by the crowd. Then he tried to find a blind spot in the surveillance camera, pry open a car, and leave the gymnasium. Chapter 100: The Terminator appears. At the same time, the phone call from a scammer was connected to the Shanjin City 110 Command Center. The scammer said that Yuan Yifan was very strange. He ran away with a guilty conscience after hitting someone, and he must have something to hide. The police immediately retrieved the surveillance footage of the incident and, after zooming in on the image, discovered that the suspect was on the wanted list. His name was Yuan Yifan, so the information was immediately reported to the arrest team. The communications of the third arrest team were shared internally. When Shi Shuifei learned that the trace of number 22 had been found, she became excited and immediately organized people to rush towards the gymnasium. The Terminator Jiao Mingchen was obviously one step faster. He had been patrolling the streets on a black Kawasaki Z900 motorcycle, and at this moment, he was only 1 or 2 kilometers away from the stadium. When he received the news from number 22, he slammed the visor of his helmet shut, then stepped on the accelerator. A cloud of black smoke gushed out of the exhaust pipe, and the motorcycle rushed out like an arrow. The motorcycle moved sideways in the motor vehicle lane, shuttling back and forth, and soon arrived near the gymnasium. Jiao Mingchen saw number 22 Yuan Yifan fleeing in the distance. The fans of Jiao Shun in the Terminator's live broadcast room saw him approaching the target. They shouted excitedly, "Jiao Shun, hurry up and catch that kid. Let the fans of that rubbish fugitive see who is the god of this world. A mouse will never be able to beat a cat. He can't run away." Jiao Mingchen snorted coldly and accelerated towards Yuan Yifan. Yuan Yifan was looking for a vehicle to steal when he heard the roar of a motorcycle engine behind him. He turned around and saw a motorcyclist in black speeding towards him. There was an intense aura from this man, and he must be a powerful figure. Yuan Yifan's eyes narrowed, and he understood in his heart that this person should be the mysterious Terminator. The motorcycle was going very fast, and Yuan Yifan didn't have time to steal the car and run away. He immediately crossed the road and ran to the other side to avoid it. In the wide stadium square, he was at an absolute disadvantage on foot compared to the highly maneuverable motorcycles. Only in the intricate streets could he possibly outrun the opponents. The road was full of traffic, and Yuan Yifan took advantage of the opportunity to run to the other side. Now, it was Jiao Mingqian's turn to have a headache. There were a lot of cars on the road, and he had to either wait for the traffic to pass or cross the road at the risk of being hit. Jiao Mingqian was also a capable man. Like Yuan Yifan, he had the same adventurous spirit. He did not even consider the option of waiting. He stepped on the accelerator, used the flower beds on the side of the road to gain altitude, and flew over the street. Jiao Mingqian is a man of great skill and courage. If he had not operated well, he would have been hit by the car as soon as he fell to the ground. When Jiao Mingqian was in the air, he controlled the direction of the front of the motorcycle, and the rear wheel just pressed on the roof of a passing vehicle. With this support, the motorcycle jumped up again and then landed smoothly on the other side of the street. The price he paid was just knocking over a trash can and slightly wearing out the paint. When Yuan Yifan heard the sound of a motorcycle engine approaching, he knew that he had not gotten rid of the opponent. Without thinking, he went into a shopping mall, which was not convenient for motorcycles to enter. However, Yuan Yifan underestimated Jiao Mingqian's ruthlessness. Amid the screams and evasions of passersby, this man rode his motorcycle into the mall and was only a few meters away from Yuan Yifan. Yuan Yifan knew that running in a straight line would not work, so he saw a cosmetics counter next to him, reached out and pressed the counter, then jumped into it. No matter how powerful the motorcycle was, it would not be able to crash through the counter and continue chasing. As expected, Jiao Mingqian couldn't chase after him on his bike. He didn't even bother to stop the car, so he jumped off and threw his helmet away. He also jumped into the counter and continued to chase. Jiao Mingqian's motorcycle did not have time to brake, so it slid and crashed into the cosmetics counter, triggering a series of collisions. Broken glass and goods were scattered all over the ground, causing pedestrians to scream. The audience's adrenaline was soaring as the thrilling chase scene was exactly the same as in Hollywood blockbusters, and it was shot in one take without any edits. Countless netizens have already started recording the screen, which will be edited into a video later. Once it is posted on the video website, it will surely be a hit video with millions of hits. Yuan Yifan and Jiao Mingqian then chased each other in the mall. The crazy chase made them all a mess. One dared to run and the other dared to catch. There were security guards in the mall as well, and they came over waving rubber sticks and joined in the chase, but they were all left behind by the two men. It's only because Jiao Mingqian is so capable that he can keep up with Yuan Yifan's pace. If it were someone else, he would have been left behind long ago. Yuan Yifan is proficient in parkour, and he's like a fish in water in places like shopping malls where there are dense crowds and many obstacles. However, Jiao Mingqian had undergone military training and his physical fitness and climbing skills were excellent, so the two were evenly matched. The security guard's level was much worse, and they could only watch the two get farther and farther away, and had no choice but to call the police for help. After learning the latest news from the police, Shi Xuefei and her team rushed to the mall. She immediately issued an order, asking the team members to block several entrances and exits of the mall, and then she led half of the team into the mall to search. As soon as she entered the door, she saw a mess and many people were evacuating. Shi Xuefei's eyes froze when she saw it, and her impression of this Terminator became even worse. Firstly, he had information that he didn't share, and he caused so much damage during the manhunt. So who will be responsible for the compensation? Shi Xuefei asked passersby and learned that the two men ran away one after the other. Shi Xuefei had an idea in her mind. Although Jiao Mingqian was not a likable person, he did have some skills. He was able to catch up with her and was still chasing her. No wonder he was so arrogant. Shi Xuefei immediately ordered, Li Chong stays here to take a few photos, and then 10 people go upstairs to search number 22, and the rest of you disperse and prepare for Yuan Yifan to escape. Yes. The team members began to work on their respective duties and ran forward quickly. The reason why Shi Xuefei took photos as evidence was that she didn't want to clean up the mess for Jiao Mingqian. According to regulations, the items damaged by the arrest team must be compensated with the bonus from the bonus pool. But Jiao Mingqian is not her subordinate, and the losses caused will be documented in the future with photos, so Jiao Mingqian will have to pay the compensation himself. Next, what the three arrest teams had to do was to wait at the exit or downstairs of the mall, waiting for the prey to come to them. In Shi Xuefei's eyes, Jiao Mingqian was like a catfish in a school of fish, chasing number 22 everywhere. and waiting for Yuan Yifan to panic and have no choice but to go somewhere else so that she could reap the benefits. The arrest team members dispersed. Shi Shufa looked towards the direction of the sound coming from the second floor and thought silently. Number 22, will you be caught by the Terminator? I hope not, because I am your opponent. Chapter 101, Strong Opponent. At this moment, Yuan Yifan, who was running wildly on the second floor of the shopping mall, could not get rid of the pursuit of the Terminator Jiao Mingchen. The two were several meters apart, and they could neither get rid of him nor catch up with him. So they began to fight with wits and courage in the clothing store on the second floor. While Yuan Yifan was running, he kept creating trouble for Jiao Mingchen behind him. He threw some rubber models, billboards, and other things on the roadside to the back to block the way. Jiao Mingchen behind was forced to become a hurdler and had to keep avoiding obstacles. However, even so, the distance between the two did not widen, which shows how strong Jiao Mingchen is. No wonder he was invited by the program planner to target Yuan Yifan. Want to run? No way. Jiao Mingchen snorted coldly. This was the first time he spoke to Yuan Yifan. His voice was low and had a harsh, explosive sound. You can't catch up even if there is a door. Yuan Yifan had never been submissive to anyone, and he immediately retorted that this so-called fugitive Terminator might be able to terminate other fugitives, but coming after him was like a blind man lighting a lamp, a waste of wax. How shameless. Jiao Mingchen is very conceited and arrogant. He looks down on Yuan Yifan, a rubbish fugitive who can only run. He thinks he only needs 5 minutes to capture him. Jiao Mingchen observed the surroundings in advance and suddenly found a terrain that could be used. He ran diagonally in advance to intercept Yuan Yifan in front. He kicked hard on the pillar to gain leverage and then made a flying pounce. When Yuan Yifan felt a cold wind blowing from behind, Jiao Mingchen was already very close to him. Yuan Yifan quickly turned sideways, but was still knocked down by Jiao Mingchen. They both fell to the marble floor and rolled several times. Although it was a bit painful from the fall, for a man, this little pain was nothing. Both of them stood up quickly, but Jiao Mingchen took the initiative to block Yuan Yifan's way. The two stood face to face and stared at each other, both ready to fight. Now Yuan Yifan has to either defeat Jiao Mingchen and break through from the front, or return the way he came, but the arrest team in the rear is already in place, so he is once again in danger. Yuan Yifan took a close look at Jiao Mingchen on the opposite side and thought he was quite interesting as he could actually force him in a close combat. There was contempt in Jiao Mingchen's eyes. In his heart, Yuan Yifan was just like the other fugitives he had caught. He could not escape from the palm of his hand. The two looked at each other for a few seconds, as if they both wanted to find a flaw in the other, but neither of them succeeded and found no flaw. However, they came to the same conclusion from their observation. That is, the other party was very strong. In an instant, Yuan Yifan and Jiao Mingchen attacked at the same time. Like attacking cheetahs, their muscles generated an explosive force. It only took a moment for them to go from static to dynamic, and they collided directly with each other. Bang, bang, bang. Yuan Yifan and Jiao Mingchen exchanged several punches in a row. This kind of hard fight was a fist-to-flesh fight, without any fancy moves. It all depended on basic skills, and there was no room for tricks. Yuan Yifan possesses F-level fighting skills, and his passive skill is Street Fighter. However, he did not gain any advantage against Jiao Mingchen, and was even suppressed. After all, his opponent was not a street gangster, but a master who had undergone military training. Jiao Mingchen not only mastered simple and practical killing fighting skills in the army, but also practiced competitive sanda. His actual combat and skills are very strong. Yuan Yifan's F-level fighting technology is only equivalent to the level of practicing martial arts for a few years, which is far less than Jiao Mingchen's strength. From these exchanges, that F-level skills can only ensure that the technical level is usable, but cannot guarantee excellence. F's fighting skills are overwhelming for ordinary people, but when he meets a professional master, he is powerless. Jiao Mingchen threw another heavy punch. Yuan Yifan had blocked it with one arm before, but his arm was already hurting from the shock. Now he was forced to block it with both arms. However, Jiao Mingchen used the strength of his waist and abdomen in this punch, and the power and speed were incredibly great. Yuan Yifan had to take 2 steps back to neutralize the opponent's strength. Yuan Yifan also felt a dull pain in his crossed arms. His opponent was stronger and had better fighting skills than him. If he continued to fight, it would be bad. Jiao Mingchen is strong, punches quickly, and his moves are refined and fierce. In terms of fighting, he is superior to Yuan Yifan in almost every ability. This is the first time Yuan Yifan encountered a truly strong enemy and was completely suppressed. Faced with this dilemma, there is an immediate solution, which is to add points to the system, which can instantly improve the skill level. Yuan Yifan immediately asked the escape system privately, to what level should the fighting skills be increased in order to defeat the Terminator on the opposite side? Runaway system. According to analysis, the opponent's strength, agility, and fighting skills are all better than yours. If you want to defeat him, you must upgrade all 3 skills to be level or above. Be great in all 3 events. Yuan Yifan checked his attribute table, among which strength was L level, agility was L level, and fighting was F level. In other words, he would need dozens of attribute points to become as strong as Jiao Mingxian. Yuan Yifan took a look at his reputation value, which had barely exceeded 1,000, and decisively gave up the idea of upgrading and adding points. It seemed that Jiao Mingxian was currently an elite boss, and it was not easy to get entangled with him too much. It would be better to run away first and then come back to settle the score with him when his magical powers were fully developed. So Yuan Yifan pretended to rush forward, and when Jiao Mingxian was about to defend himself, he suddenly turned around and fled to the side. Vulnerable, Jiao Mingxian let out a sinister laugh. He had been prepared for Yuan Yifan to run away, so he moved instantly and kicked Yuan Yifan in the back. This kick was extremely effective, as it blocked Yuan Yifan's escape route and forced him to turn around and fight again. Continuing the fight would undoubtedly be beneficial to Jiao Mingxian. When they were in the gym, the leader of the Scalper Gang once kicked Yuan Yifan with a flying kick. At that time, Yuan Yifan easily subdued the opponent. However, facing this flying kick from Jiao Mingxian, both the speed and strength reached the highest level. With Yuan Yifan's current strength, he certainly could not withstand it, so he had to dodge this move. Yuan Yifan did a backwards iron bridge and narrowly avoided the fatal kick. Jiao Mingxian was the type who would take advantage of someone's weakness to kill him. Seeing that Yuan Yifan was at a disadvantage, he launched another series of kicks. Yuan Yifan was forced into a corner, with no escape left. Yuan Yifan's back suddenly leaned against a not-so-solid surface. It turned out to be the glass door of a clothing store. So when Jiao Mingxian's killer move was about to come, Yuan Yifan leaned back suddenly and knocked down the glass door. He rolled over and hid in the clothing store. Crack! Jiao Mingxian's kick hit the glass structure next to it, breaking the glass into pieces that flew everywhere. It was enough to see the power of the kick. If Yuan Yifan had resisted, he would have ended up with a broken bone. Yuan Yifan's current skill level was suppressed, which was not a good feeling. However, this was not the worst situation. He heard the voice of the arrest team members not far away. Number 22 is over there. Chase him. This is a classic situation of having a tiger in front and a jackal behind. Yuan Yifan found himself forced into a desperate situation, and he couldn't help but make up his mind. It seemed that he had to give it a try. Otherwise, he would not be able to escape today. Chapter 1, 2 Temporary Parachute. You can't run away, so just accept your fate and become my defeated opponent, Jiao Mingxian said proudly. However, he currently only has the upper hand in close combat. The two are in a relationship of arrest and fugitive, and the victory or defeat will be determined by whether Yuan Yifan can be captured. Now it seemed that Yuan Yifan was forced into a semi-closed clothing store, but he refused to admit defeat. He suddenly ran forward, protecting his elbows in front of him, and directly broke open the transparent glass wall of the clothing store behind him. Crash! Many pieces of glass flew everywhere at once. This series of events frightened the clothing store clerks so much that they screamed and hid away. They had lived a stable life for too long and had never encountered such a fierce chase scene. The scenes from martial arts blockbusters appeared in front of them, and few people could remain calm. After breaking open the glass wall, Yuan Yifan suddenly found that the front was open and the escalator was right next to him. There was always a way out, so he immediately ran towards the escalator. Jiao Mingxian didn't expect Yuan Yifan to hit the wall so boldly. He originally wanted to celebrate his victory, but now he had to start chasing again. He cursed inwardly and chased after him again. Passers-by at the escalator were frightened when they saw Yuan Yifan running towards them fiercely, and they automatically made way for him. Yuan Yifan rushed up the escalator in a few steps, followed closely by Jiao Mingxian. He was only one step away from Yuan Yifan, and he reached out to grab Yuan Yifan by the collar. At this time, Yuan Yifan was blocked by the customers taking the escalator in front of him. In order to avoid being caught, Yuan Yifan grabbed the handrail and jumped to the downward escalator next to him. Although the relative speed of the escalator slowed down, he avoided Jiao Mingqian's clutches. Jiao Mingqian jumped over right after him, but Yuan Yifan immediately jumped to the left and avoided him perfectly again. Jiao Mingqian could only jump back passively. The two performed Sakamoto's unique skill of jumping left and right in the escalator. A few seconds later, Yuan Yifan was the first to go up to the third floor. He turned around suddenly, raised his big foot, and kicked over. Behind Yuan Yifan was Jiao Mingqian. He looked up and saw the lines on Yuan Yifan's shoe soles getting bigger and bigger in front of him. He was still on an escalator and was shorter than Yuan Yifan. At this time, he could only put his arms in front of him to block. But after waiting for 2 seconds, he had reached the top of the escalator and did not receive the expected kick. When he put his arm down, he saw that Yuan Yifan had already run far away. "Damn it, you dare to shake me." Jiao Mingqian was extremely angry. The prey he looked down upon actually played tricks on him. He could not tolerate this. He took big strides and continued to chase it. The arrest team had followed him at the escalator. If he ran to the upper floors of the mall, it would be even more difficult to escape, and he had in the battle on this floor. During the exercise, Yuan Yifan fell in love with the floor-to-ceiling window in front of him. This window was located on the third floor. He could jump out by breaking the glass. However, at this height, it would be easy to fall and get hurt after landing or be stabbed by glass shards. Once his legs and feet were injured, he would definitely not be able to run and would be captured alive. So this was a life-threatening act. However, everything depends on human efforts. When Yuan Yifan saw the large curtains on the side, he had a good idea and rushed toward the window. "Are you going to jump out of the window and run away? That's too naive." Jiao Mingqian saw Yuan Yifan's intention from behind and just smiled contemptuously. Even he was not sure that he could jump from the broken window on the third floor without getting hurt. If he jumped directly, he would be seeking death. But Yuan Yifan didn't think so. When he rushed to the window, he grabbed a corner of the curtain with each hand, then held the curtain in front of him and slammed the window open. Pop! Crash! The floor-to-ceiling window was broken first, and then glass fragments filled the air. Because of the thick curtains blocking the view, Yuan Yifan was not scratched by the glass fragments. Then his body flew into the air and fell rapidly. At this time, Jiao Mingqian came to the window, stopped, and looked down. He would not be as stupid as Yuan Yifan. He would rather spend a few more seconds and jump down from the outer wall using the air conditioner unit as leverage, which would ensure that he would not get hurt. Once he reached the bottom, he could reap the fruits of victory. By that time, he will be in his prime, and Yuan Yifan will have been crippled, so it will be easy to catch him. Jiao Mingqian then jumped onto the air conditioner unit below, and after 2 more jumps, he was able to successfully get down to the first floor. However, at this moment, Jiao Mingqian's pupils suddenly shrank because Yuan Yifan made an unexpected move. Yuan Yifan quickly spread out the curtains in the air and held the 2 corners of the curtains with both hands, making the curtains form a simple parachute shape to reduce his falling speed. Of course, this curtain is not a real parachute, and the resistance it can provide is very limited. However, Yuan Yifan relied on the reaction force of this to successfully reduce his falling speed to a level that he could control. When he was more than 2 meters away from the ground, Yuan Yifan let go of his hands. After landing on the ground, he rolled to relieve the impact force and then ran away. Jiao Mingqian was stunned. Although he had received military training, the army would never teach him to use curtains as a parachute. This was completely beyond his expectations, so that when he got to the ground, Yuan Yifan had already run a distance of 20 or 30 meters. When netizens in the live broadcast room saw this wonderful scene, they cheered again. "I never thought that I could parachute using curtains. I guess the ending, but not the process. The 20-second refreshed my understanding again. Fan is serious, and no one can stop him. This Terminator doesn't even dare to jump out of the window. His courage is far worse than that of my Fan. It's impossible to catch Fan." The audience praised him wholeheartedly, and Yuan Yifan's female fans were even more protective of him, praising him so much that others felt sickened by the comments. At the same time, in a live broadcast room of Terminator Jiao Mingqian, his fans were all defending him. "Just now, Jiao Shun was just letting us win. Just like our table tennis team, it's unfriendly to always shave the heads of foreign opponents, so we let them win once." He beat number 22 just now. It was so cool. I won't let him get away so easily next time. However, no matter how much fans defend Jiao Mingchen, they cannot cover up the fact that he let Yuan Yifan escape. From the perspective of arrest, the Terminator has lost the first round. The gap of 20 or 30 meters was enough to give Yuan Yifan enough time to choose an escape route. After crossing a street, he turned into an alley. When Jiao Mingchen caught up with him and saw the empty alley, he knew that Yuan Yifan must have climbed into the nearby residential area. After Jiao Mingchen climbed over the wall and entered the community, he still did not see Yuan Yifan. The terrain here was complicated. There were the entrances of 2 residential buildings a few meters away and an underground parking lot entrance 5 or 6 meters ahead. Yuan Yifan could have entered any of the 3 buildings, which put Jiao Mingchen in a difficult situation of choosing one from 3. If he makes the wrong choice, it will be difficult to find Yuan Yifan again. Fuck. Jiao Mingchen cursed, but did not solve the actual problem. He thought that the capture operation, which was a sure thing, had failed. Now that he had seen how powerful Yuan Yifan was, he no longer had the right to laugh at Shi Shuifei. As a last resort, Jiao Mingchen could only temporarily put aside his arrogant temper, open the internal communication channel, and ask Shi Shuifei for help. Chapter 103 Military Dogs Are Here to Track. Captain Shi, I have forced number 22 into the Tuanjie community. Please come to support us immediately. If there were other ways, Jiao Mingchen would not have chosen to ask Shi Shuifei for help. Only because he now had to expand the search range, he could not do it alone and had to ask for help from a large arrest team. Originally, the program team arranged for him to be the free arrestee so that he could form a mutually supportive relationship with the 3 arrest teams. However, Jiao Mingchen's arrogant character made him think that he was superior to others and that others were only worthy of helping him. So he had a bad relationship with the arrest team leader. This time, he was also taught a lesson by reality. A few minutes later, Shi Shuifei and her men arrived at the scene. Seeing this situation, she had nothing to complain to Jiao Mingchen. She immediately issued an order for the team members to disperse and guard the main road out first. There are now 3 places to search, 2 residential buildings and an underground garage, and the arrest team is shorthanded. Therefore, the most labor-saving and convenient method is to go to the property management of the community. There are surveillance cameras everywhere in the community. By finding the surveillance cameras, you can know Yuan Yifan's movements, which will save a lot of time and energy. Shi Shuifei's way of arresting people is exactly what she learned in the police force. It is simple and practical, and the style is obviously different from Jiao Mingchen's rough method. When Shi Shuifei was giving orders, a team member came running over with a wig and reported, "Captain, I found the wig worn by number 22. This thing is useless to Shi Shuifei, but Jiao Mingchen's eyes light up when he sees it. With this wig, he will be able to catch Yuan Yifan." Jiao Mingchen took the wig in his hand and immediately made a phone call. Soon, a Volkswagen Touran drove into the community and came in front of Jiao Mingchen. This was the car Jiao Mingchen called. He took the initiative to open the trunk, and a German shepherd with yellow skin and black back jumped out of the car and circled around Jiao Mingchen affectionately. This was a retired military dog he raised. The military dog's name is Bei Bei. He is 8 years old and has undergone years of scientific training, becoming proficient in various canine skills. Jiao Mingchen called his assistant to send Bei Bei to find Yuan Yifan. Police dog. Shi Shuifei's eyes lit up when she saw it, and she understood what Jiao Mingchen was thinking. With a wig used by Yuan Yifan as the odor source, relying on police dogs to find people is faster than checking surveillance. It seems that Yuan Yifan has really met his match this time. This Terminator actually has his own police dog, which is a configuration that their arrest team does not even have. It's a military dog. Jiao Mingchen coldly corrected Shi Shuifei's words, then squatted down and let the military dog smell the wig. After a few training commands, Bei Bei immediately realized that its owner wanted it to find a scent, so it sniffed everywhere and finally smelled the same scent in the air, and then took Jiao Mingchen into Unit 1 on the left. Therefore, other members of the arrest team also followed the military dog Bei Bei into the apartment building, while others scattered around the building to prevent number 22 from repeating the same trick and jumping out of the window to escape. This time the arrest team has set up a tight net and sent military dogs to track him. It seems that Yuan Yifan cannot escape, so much so that the live broadcast room on the 22nd is filled with pessimism. It's over, it's over. This time, the Terminator brought a military dog. How can we play this game? How can number 22 escape? He can't beat the Terminator in a one-on-one fight, and now there are military dogs tracking him. He's really doomed. Yes, there's the Terminator in front, and sure, Shuefei in the back. No matter how strong Fan is, there is a limit. They are too bullying. Yuan Yifun's diehard fans began to speak up for him. There was no option for military dogs in the list of available items for the arrest team. So these netizens questioned the program team, called the customer service hotline, reported the Terminator for cheating on the spot, and demanded that the arrest team immediately stop the illegal use of military dogs. The customer service girl patiently replied, "Dear, according to the contract, the Terminator is a free man and does not enjoy material support from the program team. The items he uses during the pursuit are all his personal assets. As long as he does not use illegal tools, the program team has no right to interfere." As a result, this report fell on deaf ears, and fans were forced to accept the result. Amid the sighs, a diehard fan suddenly stood up and shouted in surprise, "Look everyone, there will be action on the 22nd. After hearing this, netizens became interested and wanted to see how Yuan Yifun would break the deadlock this time. Yuan Yifun was hiding in a room on the 4th floor at this time. He used his lock-picking skills to find an empty house to hide in. In order to observe the situation below, he used several small mirrors to refract each other to form a simple periscope. He could see the situation outside the window without sticking his head out, so he knew exactly what was happening below. When Yuan Yifun saw that the Terminator had no moral principles and actually brought military dogs to search for him, he did not panic. You know, both military dogs and police dogs are often used to search for fugitives, so Yuan Yifun already had a preventive plan against dogs and did not panic. In fact, it is very simple to deal with military dogs in an urban environment. Military dogs rely on their sense of smell to find targets. As long as their sense of smell is destroyed, the military dogs will not be able to achieve anything. Yuan Yifun immediately went to the kitchen of this family to look for materials to deal with the military dog. Rummaging through the refrigerator, he found onions and garlic, which were excellent things. Looking through the seasoning box in the kitchen, he found pepper, chili powder, and other seasonings in it. Yuan Yifun dipped his finger in a little to taste it. It was so spicy that it stung his tongue. The chili powder was indeed strong enough. After all the things were purchased, Yuan Yifun smiled slyly. These things were enough to give the military dogs a hard time. He started to work next, first putting on a mask, then chopped onions and garlic and set them aside. After that, he found several balloons and a matching miniature air pump in the children's room, put the things he had just cut into them, and poured in a lot of pepper and chili powder. Even if it was not enough, Yuan Yifun found half a tube of mustard and squeezed that in as well. After that, the balloon needed to be blown up. There were too many seasonings mixed in it. Even though Yuan Yifun was gifted, he didn't dare to blow it up with his mouth. He used a micro air pump to carefully blow up the balloon mixed with the ingredients to the limit. Yuan Yifun carefully tied the balloon and found some small items in the residence drawer. Then he left the house and walked into the stairwell. There's a simple wooden door blocking the corridor leading to the stairwell of each resident. After Yuan Yifun entered the stairwell and closed the door, he tied one end of the balloon with a substance to the handle and taped a straightened paper clip to the other end, thus setting up a simple trap. As long as someone pulls the wooden door, the balloon will be punctured by the needle tip, and the seasoning inside will explode, giving a surprise to the arrest team and the military dog. In order to help the military dog find him faster, Yuan Yifun deliberately sprinkled some sweat on the door, hoping that the military dog could find him as soon as possible to avoid hurting anyone by mistake. Shortly after Yuan Yifun left, noisy footsteps were heard in the corridor. It was Jiao Mingshun who came up with a military dog, followed by several members of the arrest team. After all, it was a strictly trained military dog with high quality. It tracked all the way to the home of the resident where Yuan Yifun had stayed. Chapter 104, the balloon exploded. The military dog Bei Bei pulled the security door twice. The arresting team members at the back thought that Yuan Yifun was inside and immediately became alert, but Jiao Mingshun raised his hand to stop him, and the military dog had not yet made an effective response. Sure enough, the military dog sniffed twice, then left the door and ran straight to the corridor, which was the direction the target escaped. The arrest team followed closely behind, which made Jiao Mingshun very unhappy. "Can you please stop following me? Your footsteps will alert the target. Can't you search on your own?" This made the arresting team members very angry. Who was it that called them for help as soon as he entered the community? Could he block the entire community by himself? Now that the military dog has the upper hand, he wants to kick their arrest team away. Jiao Mingchen has a very bad character. Okay, let's split up and look for it. Sure, Xu Fa stopped the team member who wanted to argue with Jiao Mingchen. It's still a live broadcast, and she doesn't want to start an internal conflict in front of the audience, as it would seem very uncultured. Although sure Xu Fa ordered the team members not to follow Jiao Mingchen, she did not leave immediately. Instead, she wanted to take a final look at whether the military dog was going upstairs or downstairs so that she could make the best manpower deployment based on the direction. Jiao Mingchen then reached out and pushed open the wooden door of the stairwell. Bang! With a slight sound, the balloon hidden behind the door was instantly popped, and dense dust suddenly rose at the door, red and gray, and the objects that fell on the ground also emitted different pungent smells. Jiao Mingchen immediately cried out "not good" in his heart and quickly covered his mouth and nose and retreated. Although he did not inhale the dust, the mucous membranes of his eyes came into contact with several red powders floating in the air, and he immediately felt a burning sensation. This little pain is nothing for a professionally trained person. But the military dog was not so lucky. It inhaled a large amount of chili and pepper powder, as well as the unique volatile smells of onions and mustard on the ground that penetrated into its nostrils, making Bei experience the greatest malice from humans. Bei screamed and sneezed continuously. Fuck, why didn't I think of this method to deal with military dogs? The girl saw the threat posed by the military dog in the blink of an eye. What a reaction. The Terminator killed his own dog, /. The netizens who had just expressed pessimism about Yuan Yifan have now joined the ranks of mocking the Terminator. One netizen even gave him a classic quote, "Don't think you were chasing her happily just now, but now you have to make a list." Jiao Shan's fans saw their idol being attacked. They were filled with righteous indignation and reported to the customer service. Number 22 used biological weapons to destroy my brother's dog. Hurry up and call the police to arrest him. The customer service girl still replied them in a sweet voice. Dear, I'm sorry. Chili powder, onion, mustard, etc. do not belong to the category of biological weapons. Otherwise, every restaurant would become an arsenal. Thank you for your call. I wish you a happy life. Goodbye. As a result, the complaints from Jiao Shan's fans were in vain. Sure Xu Fei, who was at the scene at the moment, sighed inwardly when she saw the military dog being hit. Even she had not anticipated that this balloon bomb would happen, and she would have been hit as well. This shows that one must be extremely cautious when fighting with Yuan Yifan, as the slightest negligence will result in falling into the trap. Although Jiao Mingchen was not liked by others, sure Xu Fei, out of humanitarian concern, asked the team members to bring 2 bottles of mineral water to help Jiao Mingchen and the military dog clean their eyes. After pouring 2 bottles of water, Jiao Mingchen was fine, except that the whites of his eyes were a little red. Asshole, you dare to trick me. I will make you pay a heavy price. Jiao Mingchen was still shouting threats in the air when the military dog, Bei, whimpered. Tears welled up in his eyes, and his nose kept running. It seemed that he would not be able to continue the search for a while. Jiao Mingchen was extremely angry and called his assistant to take Bei away to see a doctor. He wanted to catch Yuan Yifan himself to get rid of the hatred in his heart. Sure Xu Fei discovered that although this Terminator seemed to be very impressive, he was actually unreliable, so she still followed her own ideas. The community property management was contacted immediately to check the surveillance, and the remaining team members searched upstairs and downstairs, trying to find some clues. Jiao Mingchen has now lost track of Yuan Yifan. He forces himself to calm down and then analyzes where Yuan Yifan might have gone. Running upstairs is not a good option. Yuan Yifan has to escape from this building eventually. The higher he goes, the more difficult it will be to escape. Moreover, when the residents go home after get off work, there will be fewer places for him to hide. After analysis, Jiao Mingchen decided to check downstairs first to make sure Yuan Yifan had not escaped, and then search upwards floor by floor. The military dog that was originally prepared to be used to settle the matter was crippled by a balloon. Jiao Mingchen was filled with anger when he thought about it. He had already made up his mind that when he caught Yuan Yifan, he would break a few of his ribs to avenge today's death. Jiao Mingchen took the elevator to the underground first floor. As soon as he went out, he found 2 team members guarding the elevator. They saw Jiao Mingchen coming, but didn't even say hello. People are all made of flesh and blood. Jiao Mingchun is proud and conceited, and he doesn't treat others well. Naturally, these team members don't like him either. Have you found number 22 here? Jiao Mingchun asked. No. One team member answered coldly, but in his heart he was complaining. If number 22 had appeared, would I still be standing here? Where's my IQ? If you find number 22, please report it immediately using the internal communication channel, Jiao Mingchun said in an imperative tone. Now, both team members rolled their eyes and didn't bother to pay attention to him. Jiao Mingchun was so angry that he took a deep breath and walked into the elevator angrily. He wanted to take the elevator to the first floor and then search up floor by floor. Of the arrest team were busy arresting, while Yuan Yifan climbed the stairs to the 9th floor after setting up the balloon bomb. He found a shoe cabinet at the door of this house, which was full of women's shoes. It should be a woman's home, which was exactly Yuan Yifan's target. He knocked on the door, but there was no response. Yuan Yifan then took out a small piece of iron and poked it into the keyhole. After a while, with a click, this simple anti-theft lock opened. This kind of lock costs dozens of dollars on the market and is installed uniformly when the house is delivered. The homeowner did not change the door lock for convenience, so this kind of lock is useless to people with lock-picking skills and can be opened quickly. After entering the room, Yuan Yifan put plastic bags on his feet as shoe covers to avoid dirtying the clean floor. Women's clothing and supplies can be seen everywhere in the room. It is indeed a woman's residence. Yuan Yifan went to look for the dressing table without stopping. This community is just an ordinary community and there is no special dressing room. Yuan Yifan found a dressing table in the hostess's bedroom, which was the purpose of his coming to this house. This bedroom is decorated very warmly, with a quilt neatly made and a big Hello Kitty doll on the bed, which is very girly. It is estimated that the owner of this household is not too old. Yuan Yifan sat down at the dressing table and used the hostess's cosmetics to put on makeup. Chapter 105, Transformed into an Old Man. The steps of applying makeup are to apply foundation first and then concealer. Yuan Yifan chose a darker color and applied it on his face and neck. Others all want to make themselves look younger, but Yuan Yifan wants to put on old age makeup because the arrest team knows that he will be in disguise, so they will have a certain sense of vigilance. Whether he dresses up as a young handsome man or a beautiful cross-dresser, it will attract the attention of the arrest team. It is different for the elderly. It will lower their vigilance. This is called surprise, also known as counterintuitive. The principle is to use extraordinary means to make the brain of the arresting officer ignore certain facts and avoid pursuit. Seeing Yuan Yifan skillfully unscrewing various bottles and jars and applying paint on his face, netizens felt very curious. They did not expect that Yuan Yifan could put on makeup. This really refreshed their cognition. Most men know graphics cards, CPU models, and all kinds of basketball stars like the back of their hands, but they can't tell the difference between L'Oreal and PROI. For men, cosmetics are something as difficult to understand as the Book of Heaven. When netizens saw that Yuan Yifan was so familiar with cosmetics, they all showed admiration. Number 22 is a real all-rounder. He knows everything. Is he really 26 years old? He must have spent the first half of his life studying. Otherwise, how could he know so much? My fan is so awesome. Female fans are unconditionally supporting Yuan Yifan. Many makeup experts have praised Yuan Yifan's makeup skills, saying that he is better at putting on makeup than many other girls and can even become a makeup artist. Netizens immediately expressed their disappointment, saying that they had lived for more than 20 years but were not even qualified to be fugitives. Yes, judging from the abilities number 22 has demonstrated so far, he is proficient in sneaking through doors and picking locks, swimming and diving, rock climbing, playing mahjong, gliding, fighting, flying helicopters, etc., which have surpassed the vast majority of netizens. It seems that not everyone can be a legendary fugitive, and they can only admire him. Number 22 can only admire him, but cannot copy him. In fact, the reason why Yuan Yifan knows how to put on makeup is because of the special effect of his F-level disguise skill, the Disguise Master effect. He is proficient in makeup techniques, so he is so good at makeup. After applying the base color, Yuan Yifan began to shape his face. He applied more contouring cream on his forehead and corners of his eyes, added some wrinkles artificially, and then highlighted the highlights where necessary and darkened the areas where necessary, so that the makeup could be more three-dimensional. As the makeup gradually took shape, an elderly man in his 50s appeared in the mirror. Yuan Yifan stared at his new look and felt that it was not quite right, because he had thick black hair and did not look like an old man at all. He had to find a wig to wear. With the purpose of giving a try, Yuan Yifan went to look in the hostess's closet, hoping to find a suitable wig. However, when he opened a large drawer, he saw that it was full of colorful women's clothes, including lace, shaping, underwire, sports, T-back, and crotchless. The rich variety and complete range of brands opened Yuan Yifan's eyes. LSP netizens were immediately excited and asked Yuan Yifan to quickly pick up a few pieces and mail them back. They had no other thoughts. They just had a fictitious friend who liked to collect secondhand clothes. Yuan Yifan closed the drawer directly and automatically ignored the unreliable words of netizens. He saw so many private parts of the clothes at once, and he didn't know if he would get sty. After this little episode, Yuan Yifan felt that it was basically impossible to find a gray wig for the old man, so he had to make other plans. After thinking for a while, Yuan Yifan found the medicine box at home, took a fancy to the bandage inside, picked it up and wrapped it around his head, and then wrapped it around his chin a few times. This way, he could also cover some blind spots where makeup was applied, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Of course, this was not enough, so Yuan Yifan found a courier box, cut 2 rectangular pieces of cardboard to use as a splint, placed it on his left arm, wrapped a bandage around the splint, and used lipstick dipped in water to make some red marks on it. After finishing, he looked in front of the mirror and found that Yuan Yifan looked like a miserable old man with serious injuries. The bandages were bleeding, but some parts of his face were still a little stiff. People with a delicate mind could still spot the flaws. This means that the camouflage skill is not enough. That is easy to deal with. Yuan Yifan exchanged 4 attribute points and added them all to the camouflage skill, bringing the camouflage skill to level D. Afterwards, Yuan Yifan hunched over again and walked with an unconscious trembling. He was definitely an injured old man, coupled with his expression of deep hatred and bitterness. One could not help but feel sympathy for him and wanted to call 120 for help immediately. It's settled. The makeup is complete, but this decadent artist-style outfit can no longer be worn as the arrest team has seen it. Since the hostess didn't have any suitable clothes at home, Yuan Yifan put all the items back in their original places and then picked a house on the 10th floor where no one was home. After going in, he found a set of clothes for an elderly person and put them on. He has a large build, so the suit makes him look a little small. His arms are exposed, and his trouser legs are cropped. But this actually has a good effect, as he now looks more like a down-and-out old man. After the clothes were ready, the shoes must also be changed because before at the club, it was the shoes that gave away the secret and were discovered by Shi Xuefei. This family didn't have the size 45 shoes that Yuan Yifan wore, so they could only change into a pair of slightly smaller slippers so that they wouldn't look out of place when wearing them out in the summer. Now Yuan Yifan had completely completed his transformation and was ready to start his escape plan. After leaving home, Yuan Yifan waited in front of the elevator. When he saw the elevator coming down from the upper floor, he pressed the down button. After the elevator stopped at the 10th floor and opened the door, he found a middle-aged woman carrying a basket of vegetables inside. She was about the same age as Yuan Yifan and was probably going out to buy vegetables. When the aunt saw Yuan Yifan's miserable appearance, she was shocked and asked hurriedly, "What's wrong with you?" "Oh, don't mention it. I had a car accident." Yuan Yifan immediately shook his head and said, "I forgot to take something. You go down first." The lady sighed and said, "You've suffered a lot, but you look very energetic, so you should be fine. Just rest more." After saying that, the elevator door closed and the aunt went to the first floor. The aunt's words reminded Yuan Yifan that although he looked like an old person with makeup on, his voice was a flaw. Even if he deliberately made his voice hoarse to pretend to be an old person, people would still be able to hear it. This level of voice would definitely not be hidden from Shi Xuefei, a powerful woman. There's no other way but to spend money again. Yuan Yifan used another 700 reputation points to exchange for 7 attribute points, all of which were added to the onomatopoeia skill, thus wasting most of his reputation points. Runaway system. Upgrade the onomatopoeia skill to F level. Unlock the passive skill, voice actor. The onomatopoeia skill has been there since the system was bound, but no points have been added. Now is the time when it is needed. Chapter 106. Kind-hearted short-haired girl. Yuan Yifan began to try to speak. It was different with his F-level onomatopoeia. This time he could not tell any flaws in his speech. He just sounded like a real old man. These attribute points were not wasted. They helped his escape. The F-level onomatopoeia skill was enough for him to make the fake look real. In fact, after such a long period of exploration, Yuan Yifan already knew the levels represented by these letter grades. Most skills start from the initial M level, which is roughly the level of a layman or ordinary person. Then, they move up to L level, which is roughly the level of someone who has practiced a skill for 2 or 3 months. After reaching K level, they can reach the level of a beginner in the skill. Each subsequent level up is roughly equivalent to a few months of additional hard training time. When a skill reaches level F, it is considered a small achievement, equivalent to the result of several years of practice for an average person. At the same time, a related stunt will be unlocked, which is very useful. So when Yuan Yifan adds points to a new skill, he usually directly increases it to level F. When you reach level F or above, the points required for each level will double, and the level of skills you reach will also rise accordingly. Each level is equivalent to several years of hard work. Currently, Yuan Yifan's highest skill level is C-level rock climbing. His level is already among the top rock climbers in the country. Although he cannot be called the best, his level is definitely among the best. Compete with Schumacher in racing, compete with Bolt in sprinting, and play billiards with Ding Junhui. However, since the attribute points required for each level up doubles starting from level F, a total of 70 attribute points are required to upgrade from level M to level A. Currently, Yuan Yifan's reputation value is only a few hundred points, which is not rich, so he will add points only when he needs them. He still has a long time to escape, so he has to live his life prudently. Yuan Yifan also hopes that one day he can achieve attribute point freedom. Then he can probably become a true almighty god of war, a god who knows everything and is good at everything. After waiting for a while, someone took the elevator down from the 13th floor again, and Yuan Yifan also pressed the down button. The elevator door opened again on the 10th floor. Inside was a young girl who was looking at her mobile phone. She thought she had reached the first floor and was about to go out when she was startled by Yuan Yifan at the door. "Uncle, what's wrong with you?" The girl quickly made way for Yuan Yifan to come up. "Hit by a car the other day. What bad luck?" Yuan Yifan spoke in an elderly tone with a strong dialect, and then walked slowly into the elevator. He deliberately pretended to be walking with difficulty, so that any caring person would come over to help him. This short-haired girl in her 20s was indeed very caring. She said, "Let me support you," and then held Yuan Yifan's arm and helped him take the shopping bag. The shopping bag was something Yuan Yifan always carried with him. He was afraid that his previous backpack would be recognized, so he changed it to a sealed shopping bag. "Thank you, young lady." Yuan Yifan smiled and expressed his gratitude. The elevator door closed and slowly descended. The short-haired girl wanted to go to the first floor, but there must be a lot of people from the arrest team waiting there, and the risk of being exposed going there was very high. Yuan Yifan's target was the underground garage on the first floor below ground. As long as he could sneak past them, he could just pry open a car and escape. Whether he can get out successfully depends on Yuan Yifan's performance next. This short-haired girl was specially selected by Yuan Yifan. Generally speaking, young people are kind-hearted and will help this injured old man, and can provide good cover. This is also the reason why Yuan Yifan did not choose to go downstairs with the elevator lady when he saw her. The old lady was old, and to avoid suspicion, she probably wouldn't come to support him, so she couldn't provide any cover. So Yuan Yifan made an excuse to avoid her and chose the short-haired girl to go with him again. "Uncle, where are you going?" The girl with short hair asked in the elevator. "I'm going to the hospital. The wound hurts a bit. Let the doctor take a look." Yuan Yifan's voice was very weak. His F-level soundmime skills were quite powerful. There was a tremor when he spoke, and it sounded like he was seriously injured and about to die. "Then you should let your family accompany you. It's so dangerous." The girl with short hair seemed to be complaining a bit. It was really too much for this family to let such an injured old man go to the hospital alone. Yuan Yifan said, "My son will drive over to pick me up soon. He is busy with work, mortgage payments, and raising 2 children. It's not easy, but we can't let you go downstairs alone." The girl with short hair was still a little angry. She was really too kind-hearted. However, the girl with short hair had no idea that the old man in front of her was now as strong as a calf and couldn't be healthier. The girl with short hair was too young and couldn't tell Yuan Yifan's true appearance. When he found out that the short-haired girl pressed the elevator for the first floor, Yuan Yifan begged, "Miss, can you help me and take me to the underground parking lot?" "Okay, I'll take you there." The short-haired girl agreed readily. "You are such a kind person. You will definitely have good luck in the future," Yuan Yifan said meaningfully. "Then I'll take your good wishes." The short-haired girl replied with a smile. Stopped at the first floor, and the girl with short hair did not go down. She pressed the door closing button, and then the elevator went down to the underground floor. The short-haired girl helped Yuan Yifan out of the elevator, and they saw two vigilant men standing outside. These two men were members of the arrest team, and Yuan Yifan had met them several times before. Yuan Yifan was worried that his eyes were too sharp, so he deliberately narrowed his eyes and stared at the ground, then walked out slowly in small steps. The appearance of these two arrest team members remained the same, but Yuan Yifan's appearance had changed drastically. His D-level disguise was so real that the two arrest team members didn't even notice it. This is also due to the short-haired girl, because the members of the arrest team have always used inertial thinking, believing that Yuan Yifan was fighting alone. Although he had an accomplice for a short period of time in Xinjiao district, that was not the norm, and it was impossible for him to have relatives and friends around him. Seeing a daughter helping an injured father out of the elevator, the team members did not pay much attention, but reported the situation to Shi Shuefei upstairs through the internal communication channel in real time. After hearing this, Shi Shuefei specifically warned them, "Be careful of number 22, who will put on makeup to disguise himself. You must carefully watch everyone who comes out. No matter how much makeup number 22 puts on, his height of 1.80 meters will never change. Focus on checking people who are 1.80 meters tall or taller to prevent him from wearing height-increasing shoes to get away with it." Shi Shuefei's advantage as a criminal police officer was revealed as she took almost every detail into consideration. "Yes, Captain." The two team members gladly accepted the order, and one of them went over to check on the father and daughter again, while the other continued to guard the elevator entrance. The team member trotted over to Yuan Yifan, ready to check on the injured old man for the second time. The crisis came unexpectedly. Chapter 107, Searching for the Target. He first compared his height with Yuan Yifan's. However, because Yuan Yifan deliberately hunched his body, the comparison was not very accurate and the team members were not sure, so they prepared to test him with words. "Old man, where are you going?" asked the team member. "Hospital." Yuan Yifan knew that this was a critical moment and that too much talk would lead to mistakes, so he spoke sparingly and his voice became more hoarse and vague. Perhaps it was because Yuan Yifan's D-level disguise and F-level onomatopoeia were too similar. The team member did not notice anything unusual, so he turned his gaze to the short-haired girl next to him and looked her up and down. The girl with short hair was only about 1.6 meters tall, obviously not number 22, so the team members ignored her. But the team members running over to recheck seemed a bit deliberate, and coupled with the fact that he kept staring at her, the short-haired girl mistakenly thought he was a lecher, so she glared at him fiercely. As the old and the young continued walking, the team member turned around and wanted to go back. However, when his eyes suddenly swept across the bandage on Yuan Yifan's head, the abnormal red color caught his attention. This team member had worked as an auxiliary police officer before and had handled many tragic traffic accidents. He had seen many cases of bandages bleeding, but he had never seen blood of the color seen on the old man. The problem is that Yuan Yifan chose the wrong lipstick color. The pink color is a little different from the bloodstains. This clue made the team member suspicious, so he went back to confirm it carefully. "Wait," the team member called out to Yuan Yifan. The situation was getting worse, and he might be exposed at any time. Yuan Yifan's muscles hidden under his clothes tensed up. If the other party discovered him, he would have to run for his life. This would be the worst outcome. Once it develops into a vehicle chase, having an unruly Terminator will bring unpredictable consequences, so driving away after being discovered is the worst option. The team member came over again. He wanted to take the opportunity to support Yuan Yifan to find out whether Yuan Yifan was real or fake. Once the two came into contact, the team member would feel Yuan Yifan's strong muscles and find out that he was a fake old man, which meant that the makeup had failed and was exposed. A thought flashed through Yuan Yifan's mind for a moment. These silly team members had become Sherlock Holmes under Shi Shuefei's guidance. This was very disadvantageous to him. Just as the team members approached, the short-haired girl got angry. She put one hand on her waist, blocked in front of Yuan Yifan, and angrily scolded him. "Are you done yet? You have never seen a woman, right? If you pester me again, I will call the police." It turned out that the short-haired girl thought the other person was a lecher. She had zero tolerance for dirty men, so she reprimanded him to his face. "Beauty is not I." The team member was at a loss for words and didn't know how to explain. What if the two were really father and daughter? He couldn't just say that he suspected the father was a young fugitive, otherwise others would think he was mentally ill. The sound of the quarrel reached Shuefei through the headphones. She didn't like disturbing others, so she took the initiative to order, "Forget it," apologize to them, and go to guard the door. If Shuefei was at the scene, she would have discovered earlier that something was wrong with Yuan Yifan. Unfortunately, she was the only capable person in the arrest team, and she was unable to handle all the tasks. Based on the voices of the old man and the girl, she hastily concluded that this had nothing to do with number 22 and issued a wrong order. Sorry, the team members had no choice but to obey. After bowing and apologizing, they returned to the stairs. Really? If I don't show my power, do you think girls are easy to bully? Humph. The girl with short hair is not only loving, but also courageous. She's a good girl. That boy's so bad, girl. You did the right thing. Yuan Yifan praised. Only then did he feel relieved. The short-haired girl helped him escape danger, so he took the opportunity to praise her. You can't indulge that kind of person, the short-haired girl said domineeringly. After the two turned a corner, they could no longer see the members of the arrest team. Yuan Yifan knew that his escape plan was successful, thanks to the short-haired girl next to him. Yuan Yifan was a man who clearly distinguished between gratitude and resentment. The short-haired girl had helped him a lot, so he had to express his gratitude. So after waiting to a safe place, he took back the shopping bag, and while the short-haired girl wasn't paying attention, he quietly stuffed a wad of money into the girl's pocket as an unexpected surprise for her. "Uncle, where's your son?" The short-haired girl looked around but didn't see any moving vehicles. "I don't know either. You go first. I'll wait here for a while," Yuan Yifan said. "I'm worried too, so I'll wait with you. What's your son's phone number? How about I call him?" The short-haired girl said again. Yuan Yifan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Sometimes people who are too kind may cause trouble to others. If the short-haired girl doesn't leave, it will be difficult for this sick old man to escape. Otherwise, if an injured old man like him suddenly walked briskly, the girl would probably be scared. Even if she wasn't scared when she did good things in the future, she would think of the scene of being deceived today and might not help. That was definitely not what Yuan Yifan wanted to see. Tolerate you waiting here all the time. After some persuasion from Yuan Yifan, the kind-hearted short-haired girl decided to leave. She left. She repeatedly warned Yuan Yifan to be careful and not to walk around randomly, as there were many cars and large blind spots, making it easy for accidents to happen. Then she looked back every 3 steps, and it was a long time before she disappeared into the corridor. As soon as the short-haired girl left, Yuan Yifan was finally free. He could choose any of the cars parked in the underground parking lot. It was like entering a car supermarket. Yuan Yifan took out his beloved little piece of iron and poked it into the keyhole of a Xiaoping electric car nearby. He was going to leave the community in style. However, just after he opened the door, Yuan Yifan stopped. There was probably a capture team waiting at the exit of the community. Although he could pass through the elevator in this outfit, if Shuefei was guarding the exit of the community, then this outfit would still be exposed. After all, he was almost exposed because of her just now. In other words, dressing up as an old man is not safe either, as there is a great risk of being exposed if one meets Shuefei. Although he had escaped from Captain Shi many times, he had to admit that Shuefei's reconnaissance skills were very high. At least his D-level camouflage skills were not enough to pass her scrutiny. As the top fugitive in the program group, Yuan Yifan must prevent any situation that might go wrong. He cannot take the risk and needs to find a safer way to get out of the community. Yuan Yifan soon came up with an idea. He hid in the corner and observed the people driving into the underground garage. A man and a woman walked out of the elevator, got into a Mercedes-Benz, and drove out of the parking lot. These 2 people were not Yuan Yifan's target, so he chose to stay put and continue waiting. Chapter 108. The light of righteousness shines on the earth. Soon, another family of 5 came out of the elevator, got into a Kia, and drove away. This time there were too many people, and it was not suitable, so Yuan Yifan chose to continue waiting. Yuan Yifan gave himself half an hour to escape. If he had not left the community within half an hour, the arrest team would probably find him through surveillance. Once half an hour is up, he has to take the risk. Before that, Yuan Yifan will wait patiently for the prey he wants to appear. 10 minutes later, Yuan Yifan saw a middle-aged woman wearing high heels and dressed beautifully get into a Chevrolet Cruze and start the car. "Female driver wearing high heels, it's you." Yuan Yifan finally found his target. At the corner, he lifted a 2-wheeled electric vehicle and placed it in the middle of the road, then quietly ambushed behind the car next to it. As soon as the female driver turned the corner, she saw an electric bike parked across the middle of the road. She was forced to stop and honked the horn wildly, but no one paid attention to her. After all, there were only car owners in the underground parking lot, and no one else would help her move her car. Who parks the car in the middle of the road? Are you crazy? Is the parking lot owned by your family? After getting off the car, the female driver was so angry that she cursed loudly. She could only push the electric scooter to the side by herself. The electric scooter was not heavy, and she, a woman, could push it. While she was pushing the car, Yuan Yifan crouched and ran to the back of the cruise. The female owner did not lock the door, so he carefully opened the door and slipped to the back seat. As luck would have it, the car did not have a cover, so he directly flipped into the trunk from the back seat. There was a pile of sundries in the trunk, and the space was small, so Yuan Yifan felt very uncomfortable lying there. There was no other way. There was no better opportunity now, so he could only make do with it. Yuan Yifan pulled the sun-blocking cloth from the trunk and covered himself with it, so that no one outside could see that there was a person in the trunk. After waiting for a while, the female driver returned to the car angrily, started the car again, and drove away, without noticing that there was an extra person in the car. After a while, he felt the car climbing a hill and preparing to leave the underground parking lot. Everything was going according to his plan. If Yuan Yifan had taken a ride with a veteran driver, he might have noticed something unusual in the car, but the driver he liked was a female driver who was wearing high heels while driving. It was obvious that she did not take traffic rules seriously, or she lacked driving experience. So Yuan Yifan successfully got her a ride. Yuan Yifan felt the car stopped at the exit, honked the horn a few times, and soon drove out of the community smoothly, then started to accelerate. At this time, Yuan Yifan finally felt relieved. He successfully escaped the encirclement again. It seemed that it was all thanks to the old lady. He waited for the woman to stop the car so that he could get away. The car drove for more than 20 minutes and finally stopped. Yuan Yifan hid in the trunk and waited for the female driver to get out of the car. Then he would be free. However, the female driver did not get out of the car. She seemed to be sending WeChat messages in the car. After a while of chatting on WeChat, a man sat in the passenger seat of the car. From the sound of his voice, he was a man. Man, baby, I miss you so much. Woman, why did you come just now? I've been waiting for you for so long. Man, I'm busy with work. Mua, come on, kiss me. Woman, disgusting, it stinks of cigarettes. Let me chew some gum first. The woman was also half-hearted, and soon the two of them were kissing each other. From the sound of them, they seemed to be quite into it with all those smacking sounds. Yuan Yifan curled up in the trunk, feeling speechless. What was going on? Was he forced to listen out the window? Wouldn't this young couple go to a hotel or have fun at home? They did it in a public place. Do they have any sense of public morality? Yuan Yifan thought he could just endure it for a while, but the couple started behaving even more excessively, rustling and pulling at each other as clothes. No way. Are they going to live broadcast the Great Harmony of Life movement? This will get their account blocked. Yuan Yifan suddenly realized that something was wrong. He couldn't control what others said for love, but it would have a real impact on him. Every suspension would affect his popularity, which would indirectly affect his reputation, and the consequences would be serious. Just when Yuan Yifan was considering whether to shut down the live broadcast to avoid suspicion, the conversation between the man and woman shocked him for 100 years. Woman, don't touch my shirt. I have to go see my husband soon, and it would be embarrassing if my shirt is wrinkled. Man, so, tell me, is your current husband more powerful, or is my biological husband more powerful? Woman, of course my dear husband is so capable. Otherwise, how could you get away with it? Man, hey, did you bring spare socks? I'm going to tear them up. Girl, you're so good, I knew you liked it. I brought it with me. I took advantage of the discount and bought 100 of them. They all have letters on them. You'll have fun with them in the future. Male, baby is still good to me, much better than that yellow-faced woman in my family. Woman, when are you going to get divorced? I've been waiting for more than half a year. Man, don't worry, I'll get the house, give the child to her, and divorce her immediately. You should hurry up too. Try to trick your husband into beating you, and then leave evidence to make him leave the house, understand? Woman, of course I understand. We have been planning this for half a year. You only have 5 minutes, hurry up. Man, okay, I'll be right there. Yuan Yifan in the trunk felt that his 3 views had completely collapsed. At first he thought they were a couple of romantic lovers on a date, but they turned out to be a pair of adults and children. Yuan Yifan couldn't stand it anymore. After the super administrator sent a warning that the live broadcast room was about to be closed, Yuan Yifan finally couldn't help but take action. He climbed directly from the trunk to the back seat, then opened the door, got out, and walked to the front seat, staring at the two people inside through the car window. The man and woman in the car were frightened and panicked. They quickly straightened their clothes and covered their faces with their hands. It seemed that these two still wanted to save face, but they were doing the most shameless thing. "Who are you?" the man asked in panic. Only then did Yuan Yifan see the man's appearance clearly. He had a big head, thick neck, high cheekbones, and a big mouth. He looked completely ugly. He really didn't understand what kind of taste this female driver had and why she had such a strong taste. "Who are you? What are you going to do?" The female driver was also frightened. Yuan Yifan snorted coldly. "Who am I? I am the embodiment of justice." He immediately started to scold people. "You two are really a perfect match. Damn it. Where did you come from, you old man? Are you looking for death?" The big-headed man was so angry that he got out of the car and rolled up his sleeves to teach Yuan Yifan, the old man, a lesson. How could Yuan Yifan tolerate him? He simply grabbed the man's wrist and pressed him on the hood, subduing him and making him unable to move. Although he looks like an old man, he is physically a strong young man. The big-headed man was being rude and had picked the wrong person. "Don't hit my husband, you old man." The female driver also ran out of the car to harass him. "You're still calling me husband now. You're hopeless," Yuan Yifan said sarcastically. "Call the police quickly and put this old dang in jail," the big-headed man shouted while struggling. The female driver panicked. She said, "We can't call the police. If we do, won't our crimes be exposed?" The big-headed man was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. He then realized his situation and immediately began to beg for mercy. He was willing to pay 10,000 yuan to let Yuan Yifan let him go and keep his secret. "Humph, you think you can bribe me with just 10,000? Yuan Yifan snorted coldly. "Uncle, then how much do you want?" the big-headed man asked nervously. "Listen carefully. I will teach you what your parents didn't teach you. In this world, justice is priceless and cannot be bought with money." After Yuan Yifan said this coldly, he let the big-headed man go, which made him feel relieved. It seemed that everything was fine. However, Yuan Yifan walked behind the car, had the camera take a close-up of the license plate, and said to the audience watching the live broadcast, "Please spread the news among the netizens in Shanjin City and notify their spouses on my behalf, telling them to make preparations early. We don't want such scumbag men and women." After saying that, Yuan Yifan left in a cool manner, leaving behind a pair of dirty men and women standing there dumbfounded. What awaits them will be the dual sanctions of law and morality. When netizens in the live broadcast room saw this scene, they all gave thumbs up and cheered for Yuan Yifan. Great! Number 22 is truly the light of righteousness. That's right, that couple should be kicked out of the house, and then they can get together and fight with each other all day long, accusing each other of being cuckolds. Wouldn't that be wonderful? I see. Fan Fan is indeed the nemesis of criminals. He can even defeat scumbag men and women. Perfect. Luckily, number 22 discovered it in advance. If they had been allowed to plot to the end, who knows, another terrible case might have occurred. I wish I could beat these two shameless people to death with my own hands. Yuan Yifan's behavior this time has received unprecedented support from all netizens, and a barrage of comments are all uniformly posting the modified lyrics. The light of righteousness shines on the earth, and number 22 illuminates all the dark places. The super moderator was also good at adjusting the atmosphere. He then started playing the BGM of The Way of Justice in the live broadcast room. All netizens sang along, and the atmosphere was unprecedentedly harmonious. Chapter 109. Checking into ABB without a permit. After punishing the adulterous couple, Yuan Yifan felt refreshed, but when he came out of the parking lot, he found that it was already dark outside. There was a shopping mall across the street. Yuan Yifan found that his second-hand old-age clothes were really uncomfortable to wear, so he went to the mall and bought a new one. When he arrived at the mall, he originally wanted to buy a few pieces randomly, but he was pleasantly surprised to find that there was an exclusive store of Red Star Irk. As a Chinese, of course he wants to support domestic products. Yuan Yifan walked in and slapped 5,000 yuan on the table and asked to buy a set of clothes. He was too lazy to choose, so the clerk just brought him whatever he thought was suitable. The female clerk said with embarrassment, "Uncle, we don't have clothes that expensive here. 1,000 yuan is enough." Yuan Yifan knew that Red Star Irk was selling at low prices, but he didn't expect the prices to be so low, so he just ordered one. The clerk helped Yuan Yifan choose an outfit: a white t-shirt, black patterned pants, and the latest air cushion running shoes. He felt much more comfortable in them. In the end, this outfit, including socks, cost a total of 768 yuan, and I got to buy one get one free deal. I paired it with a t-shirt, shorts, and slippers, which was really a great deal. When Yuan Yifan gave the change and left wearing his new clothes, the female shop assistants behind him all watched him leave with surprise on their faces. The female clerk said with emotion, "This old man is in great spirits, even more energetic than my boyfriend. Yeah, my husband is either eating or hanging out outside. When he comes home, he just lies on the bed and plays games. His beer belly is almost as big as when I was pregnant. He is not even as big as an old man. It really makes me angry. I will make him exercise when I get home today. He will not be allowed into the house if he does not exercise." Yes, we should do that too. This was unanimously agreed by the other female shop assistants. Yuan Yifan didn't expect that by buying a set of clothes, he would indirectly force some male compatriots to exercise. Although the process may be a little bitter, but if you persist, the sweetness will come after the bitterness. Good health is really good. Having a good body will benefit you for a lifetime. After leaving them all, Yuan Yifan bought a glass of lemonade from Mishuai City downstairs to quench his thirst, and then made a pack of white elephant instant noodles in the evening, and today's combination of domestic products was complete. It's already evening, and time to find a place to stay. First of all, Yuan Yifan's information has been made public on the entire internet, and his ID number has been entered into the police database. Once he checks into the hotel, an alarm will be triggered, so he needs to find a place to stay that does not require an ID number. As the top fugitive contestant of the program, Yuan Yifan's accommodation conditions cannot be lowered. He cannot go to big hotels, but the conditions for identity verification in privately run BBS are more relaxed. Of course, BBS that are run with integrity must be very formal. Yuan Yifan chose those that are not so formal. This is also a common trait among men, who generally like informal things. Open the Dianping website, select the BBS in Yamazu City to search, and then sort them in descending order by the degree of positive reviews. At the top are the BBS with 1 to 3 stars and a lot of negative reviews. Ignoring those BBS with poor sanitary conditions and those with no conditions and no conditions that netizens commented were full of cockroaches, rats, and even geckos and centipedes, which were enough to open a zoo. The rest are some expensive BBS, which have no other major disadvantages except that the accommodation is not cheap. As a fugitive, Yuan Yifan is not short of money now, so this shortcoming can be ignored. Yuan Yifan chose a BB called Warm Home and took a taxi to his destination. This BB is located next to a tourist area, so the room rate is relatively expensive, which is why it received negative reviews from many netizens. Yuan Yifan walked into the homestay leisurely with the pace of an old man walking his bird. He is still dressed as an old man, so his behavior characteristics must also be consistent with that of an old man. Otherwise, if he walks with his head held high and his chest puffed out with an imposing manner, others may think he is an old monster, and they will have to use the Bawam mirror to exorcise him on the spot. "Hey, sir, do you want to stay at the hotel?" The owner of this BB is a mercenary man in his 30s with a fake smile on his face. He came forward to greet Yuan Yifan when he saw him. Yuan Yifan looked around the interior of the house. It was obvious that a lot of thought had gone into the decoration. The colors were very warm, which suited the name of their store. "Are there many guests staying here?" Yuan Yifan asked. He wanted to confirm how many guests there were here. The fewer the better. If there were too many people, accidents would be more likely to happen. For example, if the guests fought or quarreled and the police were attracted, he might be in trouble. "We have a lot of guests here, and the rooms are in short supply. Now we have 2 good rooms available. You'd better hurry up, otherwise they will be full." Then owner was trying hard to proclaim how tight his rooms were. "There are too many people here. I won't live here anymore. When I get old, I like quietness." Yuan Yifan said and was about to leave. Hey, sir, don't go." The shop owner quickly smiled and said, "Uncle, to tell you the truth, our shop is very quiet. Isn't this the off-season for tourism? There are not many people in the rooms upstairs. You can choose anyone you like. I was just joking just now." Yuan Yifan smiled. It was a bit naive for him to think he could deceive her with just this little skill. "Okay, I want to get a room for my son. I want it to be open from north to south, have good hygiene, and have many windows." Yuan Yifan put forward his requirements. More windows mean more exits. Yuan Yifan was planning to escape. If the worst happened and he was blocked in the BB by the arrest team in the middle of the night, he would not surrender. Okay, this is the best room we have. It's on the top floor. It has a skylight. You can see the stars and the moon at night. It's so beautiful. I'll register for you right away." The shop owner was very happy. He ran to the counter, turned on the computer, and started registering. "How much is the room per night?" Yuan Yifun asked. 1999, less than 2,000 yuan. The shop owner laughed. What a great sentence. For less than 2,000 yuan, the room price of a non-standard homestay is actually comparable to that of a star hotel. No wonder it was collectively complained by netizens. It's so expensive. Yuan Yifun pretended to feel pained. After all, old people generally know how to live, and if he appeared generous, then this behavior that was inconsistent with his personality would inevitably leave a deep impression on others. As a fugitive, the most taboo thing is to attract attention, which will greatly increase the chances of being discovered. As the king of fugitives, Yuan Yifun certainly understands this truth. So when he plays the role of an old man now, he has to do the whole act. The shop owner immediately started to complain. "Uncle, this price is really not expensive. You see, water and electricity in houses cost money now. The decoration of the house cost me hundreds of thousands. The sheets and towels are changed every day, and the toiletries are regular products bought from the supermarket. Living here is definitely worth the money. If you want a cheaper room, you can stay in this room on the first floor. The small single room inside is only 300 yuan a night." Yuan Yifun glanced over and saw that the small single room didn't even have a window, and there was only space for a bed. If someone were to block the room inside, it would be like being trapped in a jar, so he must not choose this room just to save money. "Okay then, my son also likes to live in a good place. Let's go with the room at 1999. After Yuan Yifun finished speaking, he took out 20 pink bills from his pocket and prepared to pay. The shop owner then said, "Uncle, please show me your ID card." Finally, it was the critical moment. If we didn't handle it well, we would not be able to stay in the hotel, and all the preparations made before would be in vain. But Yuan Yifun was waiting for the boss to say this, and he had already thought of a way to deal with it. Chapter 110, Unexpected Upgrade. "Oh, I didn't bring my ID card." Yuan Yifun patted his pocket and said embarrassedly, "You can just report your ID number, or your sons will be fine," the shop owner added. "I'm old. How can I remember such a long string of numbers? I wonder why your store is so troublesome." Yuan Yifun said impatiently. The shop owner said helplessly, "I don't want to either. Isn't this a mandatory requirement from the police? If I get caught without registration, I will be fined and have my business suspended for rectification. I don't dare to do this as I run a small business. Forget it. I'll go look somewhere else." Yuan Yifun said this and prepared to leave. When the shop owner saw the stack of red bills going away from him, he got anxious and said, "Hey, wait a minute, sir. Forget it. I'll help you find a solution. You move in first, and I'll find a solution for the rest. It's settled now. I'll give you the money and give me the room key. I'll go up by myself. Don't disturb me unless I ask you. My son is like me and also likes quiet time." Yuan Yifun instructed. "Okay, you can rest assured and rest. I won't disturb you at all." The shop owner was very happy, and a lecturer who did not order room service was the happiest. This wave of turnover increased by 1999, and today was another break-even day. The shop owner skillfully took out the prepared ID cards of relatives and friends from under the counter and scanned the code to complete the check-in. This was a trick taken by the BB owner for the sake of business and life, and the result was that it provided convenience for the fugitive Yuan Yifun. Yuan Yifun came upstairs, opened the door with his key, and felt relaxed. This warm home is decorated mainly in warm white tones, giving people a peaceful and warm feeling. The furnishings in the room have also been carefully arranged with various fabric stickers, faux crafts, etc. that are very distinctive. The bathroom is clean and odorless, and the towels and bath towels are neatly stacked together. The sheets and quilts looked brand new, and when I lay down on them, I could smell the sun, which was a very nice experience. No wonder the room rate is so expensive. It's justified. It's much better than some high-priced hotels with a lousy environment. After Yuan Yifun entered the room, he first pulled the curtains to check whether there were any pinhole cameras in the room. After confirming that there were no problems, he started to get busy. He hid the money and personal belongings in the plastic bag and took a look at his face. The makeup on his face was slightly smudged due to sweat, but it didn't matter. He would have to remove it in a few hours. It was still early for bedtime, and Yuan Yifun still had things to do, so he took a wad of money and prepared to go out. Before leaving, he set up traps at the door and windows of the room using cosmetic powder hair strands, etc. If someone entered the room when he was away, they would find out when he came back. This is the most basic quality of a fugitive. Always ensure your own safety and never be careless. Many of the tricks here are learned from spy movies. In a sense, fugitives and undercover agents are very similar in that their identities cannot be made public, and they must always hide their true identities. When he went downstairs, the shop owner greeted Yuan Yifan. "Uncle, are you going out?" Yuan Yifan didn't say much and walked out the door with his hands behind his back. He took a taxi and headed straight to a fitness center on the other side of the city. The reason why he wanted to go to the other side of the city was that he was worried that there would be surveillance cameras around the BEB to detect him. Then, according to the criminal police's three-point positioning method, it would be easy to lock down his activity area. So if he went to the other side of the city, even if he was discovered, it would interfere with Shi Shuifei's judgment. He mastered anti-reconnaissance techniques to perfection during his daily escape. The taxi stopped, Yuan Yifan got off, and entered a fitness center called Duomei. Yuan Yifan came to the gym this time because he was inspired by Jiao Mingxuan this afternoon. He encountered this elite boss who completely crushed him in terms of numerical superiority. In order to avoid being suppressed in the future, he formulated a surpassing plan and had to enhance his own strength as quickly as possible in the near future so as to surpass the Terminator in all aspects. Otherwise, the next time you encounter it, you will be restricted in every way, which is not a pleasant feeling. This time, when Yuan Yifan came to the gym, he wore sunglasses and a mask, trying not to expose his image under surveillance. After entering the gym, Yuan Yifan took off his coat in the locker room, revealing the sports vest and shorts underneath. He took off his mask, leaving only sunglasses on, and began to do strength training. Yuan Yifan chose an arm fitness machine to exercise his upper body strength. Currently, due to the influence of the running system, his muscle groups look exaggerated, but his strength skill level is very low, a bit like a silver plating on a spear, so Yuan Yifan needs to train his muscle strength well. The fitness enthusiasts around saw a cool old man wearing sunglasses who started to do stretching exercises in a methodical manner on a seated arm trainer. "God, look, there's an old man here. He's so handsome at his age. So cool. His muscles are more exaggerated than mine. Was he a professional bodybuilder?" There were mostly young men and women in the gym, so it was rare to see an old man working out. Soon a group of people gathered around Yuan Yifan to watch the fun. 48, 49, 50. These people were counting for Yuan Yifan. He did 50 reps in the first set, and he felt that he was starting to sweat. The effect of the exercise was very good. "Uncle, you are awesome. What did you do in the past?" asked a curious young man. Yuan Yifan said in an old voice, "I am just an ordinary person. I used to like fitness, and I can't give up this hobby even when I am old. I used to practice in the park. Today I came to the gym to experience it. Your muscles are so big that even a professional fitness trainer would feel inferior. Can you teach me the secret?" A young man came over to try to get close to Yuan Yifan and bought him a bottle of mineral water as a gift. The secret? Just 4 words. Yuan Yifan kept it a secret. "What is it?" Everyone around listened attentively, as if they were waiting for a martial arts master to teach them his unparalleled skills. "Nothing special. Just practice makes perfect." Yuan Yifan used a sentence from classical Chinese, meaning that there is no shortcut to fitness and it can only be achieved through hard work and practice. The old man is quite humorous. These young people dispersed in a hurry. They all understood this principle, but what they lacked was perseverance, so there was no need for them to steal skills. This was exactly what Yuan Yifan wanted, and when no one disturbed him, he continued to train hard. After practicing for more than an hour, Yuan Yifan actually received a prompt from the escape system. Runaway system. Strength skill upgraded to J level. Yuan Yifan asked curiously, "I don't think I added anything. Did you secretly add it to me?" Runaway system. This system will never steal from the system. The reason why your strength level has increased is because the system rescanned your body when you were exercising and corrected your initial physical fitness. The current J level is more in line with your actual situation. Is there such a thing? Yuan Yifan felt that this was a pleasant surprise. The upgrade from L level to J level saved him 2 skill points. It seems that the skill level of this system is more like that in the game. It can be increased by upgrading and can also be strengthened by daily training. Some skills can be improved through daily training. After discovering that exercise could also lead to upgrades, Yuan Yifan became more devoted to the job. He was sweating profusely and lifting weights enthusiastically. However, the system did not display his experience points, so he didn't know how much his attributes had increased through this exercise. Chapter 111. Disgusting Ways to Chase Girls. After finishing his upper limb exercise and feeling tired, Yuan Yifan went to the treadmill to exercise his lower limb strength. Another advantage of the treadmill is that it can train both physical strength and power. Yuan Yifan's current physical strength is F level. When he first added points, he thought it was pretty good, but after comparing it with Jiao Mingchen, he felt that it was too ordinary and urgently needed to be strengthened. A man's charm comes largely from his strong body and has nothing to do with his appearance. Even though Yuan Yifan is now wearing old age makeup, his muscular body has attracted the attention of several young women. "This handsome guy, you have good stamina." A charming lady came forward and praised him. "Good." Yuan Yifan answered casually. He turned around and saw that this royal sister had an appearance of 7 or 8 points above average, but her figure could be given a 9 point. The fitness clothes she was wearing were propped up to create an exaggerated S-shaped arc, and his eyes were inadvertently attracted by this devilish curve. It's not that Yuan Yifan is shy, it's purely male instinct. Just like when people are hungry, they want to eat, and when they're thirsty, they want to drink water, it's a normal physiological need. A man with normal aesthetic taste will, of course, be attracted to beautiful people of the opposite sex. This lady was about 27 or 28 years old and had some social experience. After observation, she found something unusual about Yuan Yifan and became interested, so she came over and started a conversation with him. Because he was wearing a sports vest and because of his previous makeup, there was a certain color difference between the skin color of Yuan Yifan's neck and body. Moreover, Yuan Yifan's skin was healthy and shiny, which was definitely not the appearance of a man in his 50s. Yuja has seen men of all ages and knows men very well. In addition, she is proficient in makeup, so she saw the flaws in Yuan Yifan's makeup at a glance. She basically concluded that Yuan Yifan is definitely not an old man. The word handsome guy she called out just now was also a test. Although Yuan Yifan spoke in the tone of an elderly person, there were omissions in his answer. If a young girl called a normal old man a handsome guy, he would definitely care and would either correct her or feel ashamed. However, Yuan Yifan accepted the title calmly. It was probably because he was not very old and just put on old age makeup. Yuji knows some stars with great acting skills. In order to film a movie, they will experience the roles they play in real life, such as beggars, scavengers, and even prisoners. So she classified Yuan Yifan as an actor. After all, his muscles are so exaggerated that he is a natural action movie actor. Although Yu Jiem misunderstood Yuan Yifan's profession, she saw through Yuan Yifan's disguise. It can only be said that there are many masters among the people. Everyone has different knowledge reserves and experiences, and they are not as careless as some of the silly members of the arrest team. The royal sister started running on the treadmill next to Yuan Yifan, and at the same time observed Yuan Yifan's every move with great interest. At present, the arrest team cannot find this place for the time being. Yuan Yifan looks relatively relaxed, and his running posture is completely that of a young person, which is very different from the slightly slow running posture of an elderly person. So it is no coincidence that he was spotted by this royal sister. In fact, Yuan Yifan didn't care about being seen by passersby. He only came to this fitness center once anyway. If he was reported afterwards, he would have run away long ago and changed his makeup, so it would not have much impact on him. "What's wrong, girl?" "Something wrong." Yuan Yifan felt someone was watching him, so he turned his head and asked. "It's nothing, I just think that you are a man with a story, very interesting." The royal sister smiled charmingly, a little seductively. There are various styles of female beauty, but the most popular type is still mature and mature women. Lolita is good, but she doesn't understand men's hearts. With just one look from you, the queens will change to your favorite pose and cooperate with you closely. That is why it is said that queens are the women who understand men the most. Their every frown and smile are full of articles. The lady in front of Yuan Yifan is obviously this kind of woman. Just a glance from her can make people linger on her. Although the woman was attractive, Yuan Yifan was not a sex maniac. After taking a look at her, he turned his head and focused on his long-distance running exercise. Just then, a young man with a trendy hairstyle and a gold chain came over to the royal sister. He seemed to be from a well-off family. "Lily, why are you here? It took me so long to find you," the young man said in a frivolous tone. The smile on the face of this royal sister, named Lily, suddenly cooled. She opened the man's hand that was about to hug her, walked to the treadmill on the other side of Yuan Yifan, and deliberately avoided the young man. It seemed that she didn't like him. Lily, don't be like this. I'm sincere to you, you know that. The young man also turned to Lily's side. It turned out that he was a humble bootlicker. Hey, Luhan, you're so annoying. Just talk and don't make any moves. Lily rolled her eyes at Luhan. She really didn't like men with frivolous behavior. Women of a certain age prefer mature and steady men rather than a young boy like the one in front of her. I like you. If you don't want to touch me, then don't touch me. I'll run with you, okay? Luhan also got on the treadmill and started running beside him, but he was a bit of a chatterbox and couldn't stop talking for a moment. Lily, do you know what my shortcomings are? Luhan asked with a smile. Royal sister Lily naturally ignored him. Luhan just said to himself, my only shortcoming is you. Lily feels nauseous. Nausea level +1. Luhan still doesn't realize how disgusting and corny his cheesy love words are, and continues to spread spiritual pollution. Lily, do you smell a burning smell? That's my heart burning for you. Lily's disgusting level +2. Lily, do you like apple juice, grape juice, watermelon juice, or my spirited young man juice? When saying this, Luhan deliberately made a cute pose. However, in Lily's opinion, there is no such thing as extremely disgusting, only more disgusting. Her disgusting level is +3. Even Yuan Yifan, who was standing by, couldn't help laughing and almost burst out laughing. This energetic young man is really a talent. He created his own disgusting way to chase girls, and it seems to be quite effective. At least he left a very deep impression on the girl. Are you done yet? Lily was successfully angered and scolded Luhan on the spot. After being scolded, Luhan felt embarrassed, but he didn't dare to get angry at Lily. Seeing that Yuan Yifan seemed to be laughing at him, he immediately said angrily, Old man, what are you laughing at? What? I can't even laugh anymore. Yuan Yifan would not tolerate this young man's temper. Although he looked old, he was actually a young man like Luhan. You stinky old man, don't be ungrateful, or I'll punish you. Luhan used all his abilities on Yuan Yifan. His old appearance gave him courage. If Yuan Yifan was still his original image, the young man probably wouldn't dare to get angry. Lily scolded him on the spot. I think you are really capable. Don't say that you may not be able to beat that old man with all his muscles. If you really touch him, he will fall to the ground, and you will have to pay for your BMW. This is indeed the case. Most people don't dare to help the uncles and aunts who fall down on the street. If they take the initiative to beat the elderly, it means they have too much money to burn. Luhan thought about beating up the old man, and then having to pay the BMW as medical expenses. He got scared and shut up in frustration. Yuan Yifan glanced at Luhan next to him and didn't take it to heart at all. This weakling was not worthy of his attack. The chatterboxes fell silent, and the three of them quietly sweated on the treadmills. For a moment, the only sound here was panting. Chapter 1:12 Your uncle is still your uncle. After a few minutes, Luhan, who lacked exercise, couldn't stand it anymore. He was panting on the treadmill, his running posture became deformed, and he soon gave up. Lily, let's take a break. Luhan's plea received no response. I've been running for 20 minutes, and you're tired after just a short while. Are you still a man? Lily said contemptuously. This aroused Luhan's anger. He didn't believe that he couldn't even beat an old man, so he immediately cheered up and started running. However, human physical strength will not be transferred with willpower. After only 1 minute, Luhan gritted his teeth and persisted, but it was useless. He ran out of breath and suddenly slipped onto the treadmill. He bent over and gasped wildly, obviously exhausted. Lily glanced at him. With this much energy, he still wanted to tease her. He couldn't even clap for love for a few minutes. This kind of man couldn't arouse her interest at all. On the contrary, the old man next to me was still running briskly after 20 minutes. This kind of physical strength, coupled with his muscular body, is a joy to watch. If it is applause for love, then it is definitely a small electric motor that can definitely make a woman crazy about love. Lily's eyes were obviously different when she looked at Yuan Yifan, which made Luhan keenly aware of it. He suddenly felt humiliated, as if he was being NT. The beauty he had been pursuing for a month was about to be snatched away by an old man. He was furious and came behind Yuan Yifan and grabbed him by the collar. However, he found the wrong person. Yuan Yifan was a top fugitive who had been trained by the arrest team. His catching skills were not even as good as those of the stupid arrest team members. It was too childish. Yuan Yifan waved his hand and slapped Luhan's little paw away. Yuan Yifan got off the treadmill and turned back to say sternly, You're sick, right? It's fine that you touched that beautiful girl, but now you even don't let an old man like me go. Are you still human? I'm not interested in you. I want to fight you one-on-one. Luhan said angrily. I just said you're not a human being, but now you don't care about your dignity anymore? I'm your uncle, twice your age, and you still want to fight me in a one-on-one duel. Yuan Yifan was really speechless about this young man. He had no moral character at all. No wonder he was not liked by beautiful women. Are you scared? Seeing how old you are, I won't bully you. How about we? Luhan looked Yuan Yifan up and down, trying to find an event in which he would surely win. After thinking for a while, he realized that Yuan Yifan was best at eating, drinking, stealing, and gambling, but those were things that he could not bring to the table for competition. As the saying goes, young and strong people are better at fighting. If a young man competes with an old man in strength, he should definitely win. Old man, I want to arm wrestle with you. Luhan said shockingly. Now even Lily showed contempt. She thought Luhan was a weirdo before, but now she saw that he was a weirdo whose mother opened the door for weirdos. He was weird to the extreme, to the point that no one could understand him. A young man actually wants to compete in arm wrestling with an old man. I guess Luhan is the kind of person who punches the Nansha nursing home and kicks the Beihai kindergarten and always looks for weak targets. Go away. I don't have time to play with the kids. Yuan Yifan was too lazy to waste time with Luhan. He still needed to strengthen himself. His goal was to be the Terminator, not this two-beta youth. What, you don't dare? Then admit your mistake to me quickly. Otherwise, I will not let you leave this gym. Luhan started to act tough with the old man again. Lily couldn't bear to watch it any longer, so she walked over to Yuan Yifan and said, Uncle, don't be angry. He is mentally ill. Don't pay attention to him. However, Luhan was the kind of person who wouldn't cry until he saw the coffin. He was still clamoring and insisted on having an arm wrestling competition. Yuan Yifan also became angry. He thought that he wanted to keep a low profile as a fugitive, but there were always people who wouldn't let him. In that case, he would teach this ignorant boy a lesson. Yuan Yifan walked to a rest table and showed his right arm, an upper limb as thick as a small tree. The tangled muscles were covered with intricate blood vessels, and it looked full of strength. Yuan Yifan bent his arms, and his biceps suddenly bulged out into a small hill. Lily's eyes sparkled when she saw this. As a fitness enthusiast, she loved this kind of muscular feeling. Now she is even more certain that Yuan Yifan is not an old man. No matter how well an old man takes care of himself, he will not have the youth and vitality like Yuan Yifan. Next, the royal sister Lily's beautiful eyes lingered on Yuan Yifan. Old man, look how I torture you. Luhan also shook his arms, revealing his thin arms. He believed that he had a chance of winning with his age advantage. So he sat down and held Yuan Yifan's wrist. Lily also wanted to see Yuan Yifan's true strength, so she did not stop him. Instead, she acted as a referee for the two men. Ready, 3, 2, 1, go. Following Lily's command, Luhan used all his strength, but Yuan Yifan's arm did not move at all, as if it was firmly welded to the table and maintained a vertical angle. Luhan's face began to twitch, veins on his forehead bulged, and he almost wanted to press down on him with his whole body. In contrast, Yuan Yifan was calm and composed, as if he felt nothing. The opponent in front of him was too weak, and Yuan Yifan even wanted to use both of his hands. This unique arm wrestling competition immediately attracted the attention of fitness enthusiasts around. A young man in his 20s was arm wrestling with a man in his 50s. I don't know what he was thinking. Even if the young man won, he wouldn't show his face, and if he lost, he would be too embarrassed to see anyone. It was obvious that the old man was just teasing the child and did not use any strength at all. The strength difference between the two was too great. Seeing Luhan's red face and thick neck, Yuan Yifan smiled contemptuously. You can use two hands. That's what you said. Luhan no longer cared about his face at this time, and used both hands to move Yuan Yifan's hand. Yuan Yifan felt a little pressure now, but he was still able to win. It seemed that the J-level strength was equivalent to the strength of Luhan's two hands. Yuan Yifan began to exert his strength. Even though Luhan was using both hands, Yuan Yifan's arms slowly pressed him down. 10 seconds later, Yuan Yifan burst out with a burst of strength and pressed Luhan's arm down on the table. He won the arm wrestling competition. Master, you're awesome. Your uncle is still your uncle. With this much physical strength, he really blocked the shot, my old baby. The spectators around cheered. Thank you, thank you. Yuan Yifan also carried on his style, and imitated the ancients by clasping his fists in return. Lu Han, who lost, turned pale and blue in the face. He was really socially dead in the gym today. He lost the arm wrestling with the old man and completely lost his face. After he became angry and humiliated, he called his buddies who came with him. After making a plan, the two of them suddenly rushed to Yuan Yifan, one from the front and one from the back. One hugged his waist, and the other hugged his thighs, trying to knock Yuan Yifan down to save their face. Two strong young men pounced on him at once, and Yuan Yifan was a little overwhelmed. He staggered a few steps while fighting back. It was very difficult to deal with two people at once. But this provocative behavior successfully aroused Yuan Yifan's anger. If they wanted to bully the old man, they were daydreaming. Since his J-level strength attribute could not withstand two people, it was simple, just add some points. Increase my strength to F level. Yuan Yifan sent an order to the escape system. Chapter 1, 13 Yuan Yifan's crazy female fans. Runaway system. Upgrade the strength skill to F level. Unlock the active skill, Hate the Earth without rings. Hate the Earth without a ring. It can greatly increase one's own strength within 10 seconds and can only be used once a day. This is definitely a good skill. It can increase the extreme value of strength when strength is needed and can even save lives at critical moments. The two young men were still trying hard to bring down Yuan Yifan, but they didn't know that this old man had undergone a tremendous change. What a clown. Yuan Yifan snorted coldly. He didn't plan to play with these two kids anymore. With a loud shout, he used his newly learned special skill, Hate the Earth without ring, to try out the power of the skill. The saying, I hate that the earth has no ring, is an ancient idiom used to describe a strong man. As long as the earth had a ring, the strong man could lift the earth up. The moment he was empowered with the skill, Yuan Yifan felt as if he had endless strength. He could remain motionless even under the attack of two young men. However, this was not enough to make the two young men give up. Yuan Yifan grabbed the clothes of the two young men, one in each hand, and lifted them up. As if he was lifting weights, Yuan Yifan lifted a young man weighing over 100 pounds in one hand, and he looked very comfortable with it, which caused a collective exclamation at the scene. Uncle, you're really my uncle. I will never have such strength, even if I practice for a few more years. I'm convinced, sir. I will definitely exercise every day in the future and strive to reach your current condition before I retire. It is no wonder that these spectators were surprised. After all, lifting a living person is different from weightlifting. Weightlifting only requires lifting the heavy object, while a living person will struggle, and they need to control their center of gravity, which requires greater strength. This time's king lifting the tripod is enough to prove that Yuan Yifan's strength has crushed these two ignorant young men. Everyone at the scene was in a state of surprise, while the netizens who were watching the live broadcast saw a different kind of joy. Red and hot, dazed, these two guys are so funny. They're the saying that goes a mantis trying to stop a chariot, right? That's called a mayfly shaking a tree. It should be Uncle Ant shakes the world. Number 22, YYDES. Netizens were praising him. Yuan Yifan held up two young men at the scene and asked them if they were convinced. I don't accept the defeat. If you have the guts, put it down and let me fight you in a one-on-one duel. Lu Han was still shouting. Yuan Yifan didn't need to say anything. The spectators around him started to scold him. Come on, you two beat me up, and now you have the nerve to ask for a one-on-one fight? If I were you, I would go and bang my head against the wall. I could take care of you all with just one hand. Why are you still pretending? Yuan Yifan was also amused by the two of them. Since they were not convinced, let them go to another place to face the reality. Yuan Yifan carried the two men to the window and then hung them upside down outside the window with their heads down. This was the 5th floor. The two men were so frightened that they screamed wildly and begged for mercy. Sir, please hold on tight and pull us up quickly. Master, I surrender, 24K in capital letters. Please pull me up first. It's all your fault. Why did you mess with this old man? In just a moment, the two young men lost their loyalty, blamed each other, and were so scared that they lost their voices. Are you really convinced? Yuan Yifan asked them. I submit. I give in. The two people answered hurriedly. Before Yuan Yifan was about to pull them up, he had some bad thoughts and suddenly let go of their hands. The two young men fell straight down, scaring them to death. At this time, Yuan Yifan leaned forward and grabbed the ankles of the two young men and lifted them up. Then, seeing that the two men looked like dead dogs, he let them lie on the ground. Then a pool of liquid flowed out of their pants. Oh, that's disgusting. I peed myself. The crowd around who were watching the excitement dispersed with their noses pinched. Yuan Yifan looked at these two cowards and was too lazy to teach them a lesson for fear of being suffocated by the sting. When Yuan Yifan turned around, there was warm applause from everyone around, cheering for this powerful old man. This made them feel awe for this special group of people called uncles. No one knows whether those uncles who walk their birds or practice calligraphy in the park are hidden masters. Uncle, you are so manly. Lily smiled widely, and her big, double-lidded eyes narrowed into a crescent. No, I'm too old. If I were younger, I could have dealt with them with just 2 fingers. Yuan Yifan said in a condescending manner. Can you tell me a story about your youth? I won't tell you about it. A hero doesn't brag about his past achievements. Yuan Yifan waved his hand, not wanting to mention the story of the past. He turned and went to the locker room. He was going to change his clothes and leave. Lily's interest in Yuan Yifan had reached its peak. She quickly changed her clothes and waited for Yuan Yifan to come out outside the men's locker room. When Yuan Yifan came out and saw this charming lady, he asked her curiously, "Why are you still here?" Lily said, "I want to invite you to the bar for a drink. Thank you for helping me teach that annoying Luhan a lesson. I think he will behave himself for a long time." "No, my wife is waiting for me at home. She'll scold me if I go back late." Yuan Yifan found an excuse to refuse. He could see that the enchanting Lily was somewhat interested in him. But as the saying goes, a fugitive does not need a woman. The land of tenderness is the cemetery of heroes. Many heroic predecessors had fallen for beauty, and Yuan Yifan did not want to repeat the same mistake. Yuan Yifan rejected Lily, and the audience watching the live broadcast became anxious. They all criticized Yuan Yifan for not being a man and not knowing how to cherish such a good opportunity. If it were them, they would even have decided which kindergarten the child they had with Lily would go to. The female fans, who make up half of the fans, are frantically sending gifts and rewards to Yuan Yifan. A man like Yuan Yifan, who can resist temptation, meets their aesthetic standards. He is handsome, good at fighting, and can make money. He is simply an ideal husband. Female fans express their love to Yuan Yifan through barrage comments. A female netizen named Fanfan's big wife in bed said, Fan, you did the right thing. Your wife will always love you." But this was dissed by the netizen. "I and number 22 have obtained a marriage certificate. Get out of here, you mistress. I will be the one protecting number 22 in my home." Another female netizen named Yuan Yifan in my bed said more bluntly, Fan must love me the most. I have fair skin, beautiful face, long legs, and I am single. You all should stand aside. Another female fan named I'll give Fan 3 children popped up and immediately responded, "You are still single. I don't know how many times you've been married. You little bastard. Stop thinking about my Yuan Yifan." So the live broadcast room became a scene for these female fans to fight with each other, leaving the male netizens dumbfounded. While male netizens are still dreaming of finding a girlfriend, Yuan Yifan, during his escape, has gained a lot of female fans who want to give birth to his children. Why is there such a big difference in their lives? This is even more extreme than the current gap between the rich and the poor. All the good things go to Yuan Yifan alone, and they have no share. In view of this, the male netizens silently retracted their previous words. It seems that there is really no need for number 22 to take risks to hunt for beauties. After the show is over, when he raises his arm and calls for the selection of concubines, it is estimated that all the female fans in the enhanced group will flock to him, and they can only envy, jealousy, and hatred. Chapter 114, Urban Escape, Day 7. At the live broadcast, Lily did not show any displeasure after being rejected by Yuan Yifan. She smiled faintly and asked Yuan Yifan what car he drove here. In fact, Yuan Yifan could drive the car downstairs at will, but he would not steal the car as a last resort. Otherwise, it would easily attract Fa. So Yuan Yifan just said that he took a taxi. "Then let me take you there." Lily pressed the car key, and the lights of an Audi A4 flashed. It seemed that Lily's financial strength was not bad. Yuan Yifan shook his head and said, "This is not good. If my wife sees a pretty girl sending me home, she will punish me by making me kneel down for the air conditioner remote control all night." Lily laughed and asked, "Other people kneel on keyboards and durians. Why do you kneel on the remote control in your hometown?" Yuan Yifan was just talking nonsense. "This is the rule set by my wife. She asked me to turn it up a degree, then down a degree, cooling, heating, dehumidification, and quietness. When she asked me to do any function, I have to kneel on my knees to help her do it. If I kneel wrong, I have to kneel for 10 more minutes. Have you seen my muscles? They were developed under my wife's corporal punishment. Yuan Yifan deliberately showed off his strong leg muscles, which made Lily laugh again. Of course, Lily could tell that Yuan Yifan was talking nonsense, but she was still very happy. She liked men with muscles and a sense of humor. As for age, it was not a problem at all. Women all dreamed of being spoiled like a daughter by a mature man. Seeing that Yuan Yifan insisted on leaving, Lily didn't want to miss such a high-quality old man. So at her strong request, she and Yuan Yifan added each other on WeChat. Afterwards, she took out a piece of notepaper from her bag, wrote down her phone number, put the paper on her red lips, and kissed it, leaving a bright red lip print on the paper, and handed it to Yuan Yifan. "Uncle, if you have time, remember to ask me to work out with you." After saying that, Lily gave him a seductive look before slowly driving away in her Audi A4. Yuan Yifan looked at the note with lip prints in his hand, then tore it into pieces and threw it into the trash can. He had already memorized the phone number, and it would be risky to keep the note, so he destroyed it. As for the kiss mark, it might be lethal to a young boy, but it has no effect on him, a mature old man. This scene was seen by the audience in the live broadcast room, and won praise from female fans. They thought that Yuan Yifan rejected the temptation just to wait for them. The female fans who gave him suffixes such as Yuan Yifan's first wife, principal wife, and first love sent him a lot of rewards. Yuan Yifan's reputation value continues to increase. Male netizens also admire Yuan Yifan very much. Facts have proved that the reason they have been single for more than 20 years is not because they lack time and opportunity, but simply because they lack the strength. They saw with their own eyes tonight that Yuan Yifan, despite his image as an old man, won the favor of the royal sister Lily. A young man is not even as charming as an old man. There is no excuse for being single anymore. So that night, countless male netizens placed orders online for dumbbells, arm trainers, and other fitness equipment, planning to start working out like crazy to change their image starting the next day. Yuan Yifan didn't know that his unintentional action had such a big impact on so many male netizens. He stopped a taxi on the roadside and took the taxi all the way to the vicinity of the BB. Yuan Yifan asked the driver to park the car 1 kilometer away, and then he deliberately avoided surveillance and walked back to the BB. This time, Yuan Yifan did not plan to go through the front door. Instead, he used some rock climbing skills and climbed back to his room from the backyard. Before leaving, he deliberately opened a crack in the window of the room and crawled in. Yuan Yifan did not turn on the light immediately, but used the light from his mobile phone to check the mechanism he had set up. Only after finding that no one had touched it did he close the curtains with confidence. Afterwards, Yuan Yifan went into the bathroom, illuminated by his cell phone, and began to remove his makeup. After applying makeup remover, the effect was quite good. The image of the old man that had accompanied him for most of the day officially died. After washing up, Yuan Yifan lay down on the bed. Yuan Yifan didn't plan to turn on the lights at night. He wanted to create the illusion that there was no one in the room to avoid any trouble. As the arrest team as power is further strengthened, and there is an invincible Terminator, Yuan Yifan is now extremely cautious and tries his best to hide his whereabouts. Now facing the powerful enemy Terminator, what Yuan Yifan needs is time. As long as he is given enough time, he can grow into a master who can crush his opponent. In the next few days, Yuan Yifan will exercise more and improve himself and become stronger every day. Yuan Yifan turned off his cell phone before going to bed. He found that he had not changed his SIM card for several days. He would go to apply for a new one tomorrow. As a top fugitive, he must not be careless and must take care of all the details. Only then could he escape for a long time and become the king of fugitives, standing at the top of all the prisoners. Soon, Yuan Yifan felt sleepy and fell asleep. Urban Escape, Day 7. Yuan Yifan opened his eyes in the morning. He went to the window, lifted the curtains, and observed the movements below. It was very quiet, with only a few early risers. Looking at the mechanism at the door, it is intact, which basically proves that it has not been discovered. He managed to survive another day, and his bonus was increased by 100,000. However, it is regrettable that the bonus Yuan Yifan received is still a negative number. He had damaged many cars before and had to use his bonus to compensate for them. Even the Ferrari Enzo worth over 100 million yuan had a repair cost of nearly 1 million. It is estimated that only after Yuan Yifan successfully enters the next stage will he have a chance to offset the loss. Yuan Yifan put on his bag, walked downstairs openly, and told the store owner that he wanted to check out. The shop owner was a little surprised when he saw Yuan Yifan in person for the first time, because he had never seen the son of this uncle and didn't see when he went upstairs. The owner always thought that the room was empty last night and no one stayed there. "You're the uncle's son. What a handsome guy." The boss smiled and helped Yuan Yifan check out. "Welcome next time," said the boss with a smile. Yuan Yifan nodded and left the BB, but it was impossible for him to come back. Yuan Yifan will never come back to any place he has lived before to reduce the risk of exposure. After eating some local snacks on the street, Yuan Yifan chatted with the local residents for a while to find out what fun places there are in the area. The residents said that the Longma Temple nearby is quite good, a centuries-old temple where you can worship Buddha and ask for divination, and it is worth a visit. Yuan Yifan thought it was a good idea, so he asked the netizens in the live broadcast room whether they would like to visit Longma Temple. Okay, we'll go wherever Fan says. I'll always support my handsome husband." Yuan Yifan's female fans have gone crazy and all consider themselves Yuan Yifan's wives, making the male fans feel extremely unbalanced. They think that when the second season of The Great Escape starts, they must sign up. In case they become as famous as number 22, then they won't have to worry about their marriage. Since netizens agreed, Yuan Yifan decided to visit Longma Temple, but before that, he had to change a phone card. Yuan Yifan found a small mobile phone store and, as usual, applied for a phone card that was not based on his ID card. However, this time he did not throw away the old SIM card. He kept it in his bag, as he never knew when it might come in handy. Just when Yuan Yifan was about to leave for Longma Temple, WeChat suddenly rang. Someone sent a video call request. The other party's profile picture was a charming beauty with long flowing hair. Chapter 115. Beautiful woman dates an old man. The person who requested a video call was the Queen Lily whom Yuan Yifan met at the gym yesterday. Yuan Yifan had only met her once and didn't know why she asked for a video the next day. Yuan Yifan thought about it, walked to a secluded place, and pressed the audio call button. He didn't want the video to expose his whereabouts. Now that the internet is well developed, we can locate someone with just a photo. So if you can avoid video calls, try not to do so. After all, we still don't know Lily's intentions. The call started, and Lily's lazy and charming voice came from the phone. "Handsome uncle, are you up yet?" "It's up." Yuan Yifan was still teasing the other party in an old tone. "Kneel down in front of the air conditioner remote control last night," Lily asked with a sweet smile. This woman started talking about all sorts of things as soon as she came up, and Yuan Yifan felt that it was a bit abnormal. As an old man, his charm should not be so great that this queen could not resist. His purpose of her taking the initiative to call was questionable. "Let's not talk about this anymore. I have to go walk my bird soon, so I don't have time to go to the gym." Yuan Yifan used words to stop the other party. Lily said, "It's not about working out. The company gave me 2 tickets to the water park. Today is the last day, and I don't have any other male friends. I thought of you getting old. It's so hot. Why don't we go play in the water together to relieve stress and cool down?" Yuan Yifan frowned. It was too outrageous for a beautiful young girl to date an old man in his 50s. He was not a rich old man like Jack Ma or Uncle Nyo. So how could a beautiful woman take the initiative to invite him out? As the saying goes, if someone is too nice to you for no reason, he is either a traitor or a thief, and this is especially true for beautiful women. Yuan Yifan began to doubt Lily's motives. "Why did you think of asking an old man like me out?" Yuan Yifan asked tentatively. Lily said coquettishly, "I think you are a down-to-earth person, and I feel safe with you. If it weren't for you, I would still be entangled by Lu Han. I also want to take this opportunity to repay you. You are so old now, what else can I do for you?" This statement was so untrue that it might be useful to fool a young man who is inexperienced in the world. After hearing this, Yuan Yifan only wanted to say 2 words, haha. However, Yuan Yifan was shrewd and did not laugh at the other party during the call. He replied, "Please wait a moment. I have something to do. I will reply to you later." After saying that, he ended the call and the live broadcast at the same time. He could choose not to attend Lily's date, but he had to find out her purpose, which required investigating Lily's identity. Yuan Yifan opened the mobile browser, entered Lily's mobile phone number that he had written down yesterday into the search box, and clicked search. Baidu is really a good thing. It can find all the traces left on the internet. Yuan Yifan found several pieces of relevant information about Lily's mobile phone number on the internet. First, there was an advertisement from a real estate company in Shanjin City. The content was about a hot-selling property. there was a sales consultant, Ms. Chu, and the mobile phone number was displayed. Comparing the following pieces of information, they're all related to this real estate company. Through cross-comparison, it can be basically confirmed that Lily works as a salesperson in this real estate company. Lily's identity was easily determined. This is the power of search engines. To confirm whether there was any problem with Lily, he just needed to make a phone call and ask. Yuan Yifan found the landline phone number in the real estate sales advertisement and wrote it down. However, to make this call, it is best not to use your own mobile phone. In case this is a trap, the call will likely be tracked and his mobile phone number will be locked. So, it is best to use someone else's phone. If we go back 20 years, we could still use public telephone booths to make calls, but now times have progressed and there are no telephone booths in the whole city. Now everyone uses mobile phones. Yuan Yifan took out a 100 yuan bill, found a friendly young man on the road, and said to him, "Hello, friend. My phone is out of battery. Can I borrow your phone to make a call? This will count as the phone bill." Yuan Yifan said this and took out 100 yuan and gave it to the other party. "It's free, just a phone call." The young man was a kind-hearted person. He didn't take Yuan Yifan's money, but just handed him the phone and let him make calls. "Thank you so much." After thanking the young man, Yuan Yifan took the young man's cell phone and called the sales office's landline. "Hello, this is Xingyao Huafu Sales Center." The operator on the other end was a girl, and she gave her own name first, which matched the advertisement. Yuan Yifan said, "Hello, I am a home buyer and would like to consult with Ms. Chu here. Her name is Lily." "Oh, you're looking for Chu Lily. Please call her on her cell phone. I'll give you her number." The girl who answered the phone replied, "I have her cell phone number, but I can't get through. Can you help me call her and ask her to answer the phone? I have something urgent to do. I'm in a hurry to buy a house." Yuan Yifan lit. If he wanted the sales office staff to work hard, he just had to say he wanted to buy a house, and it would definitely work. "Oh, wait a moment, I'll go and call." The girl on the line put down the phone and left. She came back 2 minutes later and said, "Sorry to have kept you waiting. Chu Lily took a day off today and didn't come to work. How about you leave me your contact information, and I'll ask her to call you back when she comes back." Upon hearing the news, Yuan Yifan narrowed his eyes, as if things were developing more and more in the direction he wanted. "No need. I want to know if she suddenly asked for leave today." Yuan Yifan asked. "It seems so. We work together normally, and I didn't hear her mention asking for leave yesterday." The girl on the line answered honestly. "I have one last question. Is your company still giving away water park tickets?" Yuan Yifan asked the key question. The girl on the line asked in confusion, "What tickets? I haven't heard of them. How about this? Follow our sales center's WeChat public account. If there are any discounts, we will notify you as soon as possible." "Okay, I'll pay attention to it. Thank you for your help. Bye." Yuan Yifan hung up the phone, returned the phone to the young man, thanked him again, and the young man left with the phone. A mocking smile immediately appeared on Yuan Yifan's face. A beautiful and flamboyant sales consultant, who had no work to go to, made up a lie to give away tickets to invite an old man she had only met once to the water park. I'm afraid even a novelist wouldn't dare to write this plot. There must be something wrong with this Chu Lily. As for what problem she has, it becomes clear with a little thought. It must be related to the program crew. In the battle of wits and courage with Shi Xuefa a few days ago, no matter how thrilling the process was, it was just a normal confrontation. But since the program team updated the version and added the Terminator, strange things have happened one after another. First, there was the man who tried to scam her yesterday, and today there was Chu Lily who took the initiative to invite him out. Everything about it was irrational. This trap full of loopholes was obviously not something that the meticulous Shi Xuefa could set up. It was more like the style of that arrogant Terminator. Now it is basically confirmed that Chu Lily's invitation was a trap. If he were an ordinary fugitive, he would definitely block Chu Lily and run as far away as possible after discovering it was a trap. However, Yuan Yifan's way of thinking is different from others. Since he knew it was a trap in advance, it would be better for him to step into it and let it explode in advance. If you don't step on a trap, the other party will set other traps. By the time you are not noticed, you may have fallen into the new trap. You are safe now, but the risk in the future is increased. So in order to lure the snake out of its hole, Yuan Yifan decided to meet the Terminator in person and, at the same time, try to find a way to stop the other party from cheating again and again. If he keeps doing this, even a good-tempered fugitive like him will get angry. Yuan Yifan reopened the live broadcast room and asked netizens whether they were going to meet the beautiful lady today or go to Longlar as planned. Chapter 1:16. Knowing there is a tiger in the mountain, we still go there? In response to Yuan Yifun's question, the netizen immediately said, "Of course, to see the beauties." Beautiful women are indeed more attractive than temples, but Yuan Yifun immediately expressed his concerns. Women are tigers. He is afraid that if he goes to the appointment, he will be deeply trapped. This sentence is a double entendre. On the surface, it means that Lily is beautiful and there's a risk of falling into an emotional whirlpool. But in fact, it implies that Lily is a trap and there's a great risk in going there. Of course, I'm going to keep the appointment. This is what we call going to the Tiger Mountain, even though we know there's a tiger there. That's right. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Only by going there can we show the courage of our king of fugitives. Netizens didn't understand the code word. They all wanted to see beautiful women. They could travel at any time, but if the date with the beautiful women expired, they would be gone. Among the many LSP netizens, there are also a few weird ones. One netizen said, "Correct the above statement. Even if you go into the tiger's den, you can't get a tiger cub because of reproductive isolation." The innocent netizens didn't understand what was going on at first. Later, the super administrator stepped in and banned this person for a week. Then everyone realized how profound this sentence was. One cannot help but sigh that there are so many experienced netizens nowadays who dare to drive on any broken road. Since most netizens agreed that Yuan Yifun should go to the appointment, Yuan Yifun gladly obeyed. Even if it was a trap, there was nothing to be afraid of. The more intense the process, the faster his reputation would grow. He had been in crisis every time before, but he had escaped all the way. Besides, I might meet the Terminator this time. I can ask him for some interest first to prevent this man from being lawless and doing tricks behind my back. So Yuan Yifun immediately made a voice call with Chu Lily, saying that he agreed to the appointment, and the two agreed to meet at the entrance of the water park. "Uncle, I'm waiting for you here. Don't keep me waiting too long." Lily said goodbye in a coquettish voice, and her tone was so sweet that it almost gave Yuan Yifun goosebumps. Yuan Yifun put away his phone with an expressionless face, while netizens sent out drooling emojis, saying that their bones were softened after listening to the song. They would extract the sound and make it into a mobile phone ringtone so that they could experience the ecstasy of osteoporosis in advance. I have to say that netizens like Yuan Yifun are very talented and have a lot of dirty talk. Since the other party had set up an ambush at the water park, the road was basically safe, so Yuan Yifun took a taxi directly to the water park, which was only a dozen kilometers away. Yuan Yifun asked the driver to stop the car a few hundred meters away from the water park. After getting out of the car, he put on sunglasses and a mask, then found a big tree, spit into his palm, and started climbing the tree. Runaway system. Do you want to spend one skill point to activate the tree climbing skill? No. Yuan Yifun rejected this reminder. He had known how to climb trees since he was a child and did not need the system to teach him. Although there was no system value, Yuan Yifun estimated that his tree climbing ability was at least at HG level 1, which was enough for now. When he reached the tree branch, Yuan Yifun took out a telescope from his backpack and observed the surrounding situation. "I bought this telescope at a small commodity market yesterday. Although it is not a military product, it is worth several hundred RMB and can be considered usable." After looking around and seemingly not finding anyone from the arrest team, Yuan Yifun jumped down from the tree and continued his reconnaissance in another direction, but still found no suspicious persons. There are two possibilities. Either they are hiding in the water park, or no one has arrived yet. After all, as a public media, the program crew must save face, and they probably wouldn't dare to cheat blatantly. So the second possibility is more likely, that is, using a trick similar to the man who hit them yesterday, taking the opportunity to call the police, and then passing the news to the arrest team, which happened to be near the water park and could immediately rush to the scene to arrest the person. Of course, there's another possibility. That is, the members of the arrest team suddenly came to their senses, and each of them transformed into a top agent, completely blending in with the pedestrians, making it impossible for Yuan Yifun to notice them. However, based on past experience, the arrest team does not currently have such capability, so this possibility is automatically ignored. Yuan Yifun walked to the entrance of the water park and observed that there was no ambush here. Then he called Chu Lily. "My daughter, I'm here. Where are you?" Yuan Yifun was still speaking in an old man's voice. "I didn't see you in the shop over here," Chu Lily said puzzledly. Of course, she couldn't recognize him, because today Yuan Yifun had regained his original youthful appearance. "I'm at the door, wearing an ERKE t-shirt," Yuan Yifun said. Then Chu Lily appeared. She was dressed extremely seductively today. She was wearing a halter top that exposed her belly, with only a translucent coat on the outside. Her beautiful figure seemed to be looming, showing her feminine charm to the fullest. She was wearing a pair of denim hot pants, and her two long bare white legs were a bit dazzling in the sun, which inevitably made people feel dry mouth. Not only that, Chu Lily also put on exquisite makeup today. Her big eyes flickered as if they could speak. Her face was pink and rosy, making her look particularly young. Her lips were painted with sparkling lip gloss, which had a jelly-like luster, which could arouse men's reverie and make them want to take a bite of it. I have to say that Chu Lily is really a stunner. She has an average appearance, but knows how to dress up, and her figure is also a plus. No wonder the men around her looked at her sideways as she walked by. In terms of aesthetics, men's standards are unprecedentedly unified. Today's Chu Lily can definitely make more than 80% of single men feel impulse toward her. Yuan Yifan was the exception. He greeted Chu Lily with a normal look. Sorry to have kept the beautiful lady waiting for so long. You are uncle? Chu Lily was indeed very smart. Although Yuan Yifan's voice had changed into his original form, she could tell it from his expression and temperament at a glance. Or she already knew what Yuan Yifan's original appearance was like in advance. Sorry, I put on old age makeup yesterday for some special reasons. I hope I didn't disappoint you. Yuan Yifan kept smiling the whole time. Now that the trap had not yet been revealed, he remained polite and acted with Chu Lily. Wow, I'm not disappointed. You're much more handsome than I thought. Chu Lily looked very surprised. She looked Yuan Yifan up and down with a smile on her face. It was obvious that she was very satisfied with Yuan Yifan's real appearance. Let's go, we can play and chat at the same time. It's too hot here. Yuan Yifan said. Okay, this way please. Chu Lily seemed to have some occupational disease. She was very polite to him and even used honorifics. She walked in front, and with every step she took, her hips twisted left and right. Her plump curves made the men around her swallow their saliva. They were extremely envious of Yuan Yifan for having such a stunning female companion. Chapter 1:17 Annie. I don't want to work hard anymore. However, the more outstanding Chu Lily's conditions were, the more fake Yuan Yifan felt that she was. Such a beautiful woman who had worked hard in society for many years and was engaged in a job like real estate sales where she came into contact with different groups of people every day, must have met countless outstanding men and would definitely not lack suitors. But she was so proactive towards the older version of herself whom she had only met once, which went against common sense. As the saying goes, if you give something, you must have a purpose. Yuan Yifan believes that his only thing that can be shown off now is his appearance, but it is definitely not enough to make a woman fall in love with him at first sight. It can only be said that Chu Lily has other plans for him. So what did the woman want from a fugitive? Of course, it was the value of Yuan Yifan. If she caught him, someone would give her a reward. This should be the real motive for this date. Since he had guessed the other party's purpose, Yuan Yifan kept observing his surroundings unnoticeably after entering the water park and had not discovered any ambush yet. This confirmed his previous guess. That is, the mastermind behind setting the trap cannot cheat unscrupulously. He needs to act to make the arrest process seem more real. So there will definitely be an alarm incident in a while, which will reasonably attract the arrest team, and then the mastermind behind the scenes will make a grand appearance. Therefore, before the other party showed his true colors, Yuan Yifan was safe. He was much bolder and secretly said to the live camera, "Today, I will show you the beauties in swimsuits. If you see any good ones, please take screenshots. I won't keep them." The male audiences have long forgotten their original purpose of coming here. No wonder they're called pig trotters by women. Even Chu Lily, the woman who might harm Yuan Yifan, couldn't take their eyes off the screen after seeing her. Some even licked the screen of their mobile phones, exposing their LSP nature. Lily is so beautiful even when she's wearing clothes. Won't she be even more beautiful in a swimsuit? Netizens exclaimed. Some alert netizens kindly reminded these LSPs who were obsessed with their brains. Wake up! This woman is so enthusiastic all of a sudden. Don't you think it's suspicious? LSP netizens said. The most suspicious thing about Lily is why she didn't appear by my side. If I had seen her earlier, I might have had 2 children. Lily, please give me a chance. I'm much better than number 22. Because these words were too disgusting, female netizens began to criticize these LSPs, saying that their values were influenced by their facial features and that they were hopeless, and suggested that they be amputated permanently. At this time, Yuan Yifan and Chu Lily had already entered the locker room to change clothes. Yuan Yifan wore a conservative dark blue men's swimsuit, a vest on the upper body, and shorts on the lower body. He carried important items, such as his mobile phone, with him, and found a small shop to buy a waterproof bag to place close to his body so that he could run away at any time if he found something wrong. When he came outside, he saw several dumbfounded men staring at the same direction. When he turned around, he saw Chu Lily, wearing a red spotted bikini, standing not far away and posing coquettishly, waiting for him. Chu Lily already has a hot body, and now, wearing a bikini, an outfit that can infinitely highlight her figure, her charm index has exploded. No wonder she can make many men lose their minds in an instant. What's wrong? Why are you staring at me like that? Is this bikini not good looking? Chu Lily blinked her big eyes while speaking, and even deliberately turned around in front of Yuan Yifan, showing off her figure in disguise. This extreme charm even made Yuan Yifan fall in love with her for a moment. He secretly thought that it was a close call. If he had not noticed it in advance, he would have fallen into a beauty trap. Fortunately, reason prevailed, and he did not let the little head command the big head. On one hand, there is the 1 billion yuan prize from the program team, and on the other hand, there's the witch who wants to trick her. Yuan Yifan can still distinguish between good and bad. If he chooses 1 billion yuan, he can find a bunch of beauties, but if he chooses Chu Lily, he will definitely not get 1 billion yuan. After being used by her, he will even be kicked away. This is the reality. Yuan Yifan adjusted his mood, put on a sincere smile, and said half seriously, "You are so beautiful. I'm almost fascinated by you. You're such a sweet talker. You usually deceive other girls like this, right?" Chu Lili sudenli zitga. If he were a scumbag, he would definitely say something like, "I don't have a girlfriend," to prove he's single, but Yuan Yifan was different. He suddenly changed into his old age voice and said, "Yes, I got my wife by my sweet words." Chu Lily was stunned for a moment. Then she smiled sweetly and seemed to like Yuan Yifan's way of humor very much. Let's go play in the water." Chu Lily extended her hand to invite him, and she actually took the initiative to hold Yuan Yifan's hand. Yuan Yifan was not the kind of guy who would blush and be shy when seeing a woman. He generously held Chu Lily's hand, and the two of them went to the water area hand in hand, like a couple. This scene made the men around him extremely jealous. They wanted to kick Yuan Yifan away and take his place. Yuan Yifan successfully became the public enemy of men because he held Chu Lily's hand. These male compatriots gave him the title of wild boar that steals cabbages. In fact, Yuan Yifan was not dazzled by the beauty. On the surface, he kept stealing glances at Lily's hot figure beside him. But in fact, he was observing whether there were any suspicious people around. No danger has been found yet, and the only conclusion drawn is that Lily's size is D. Chu Lily noticed that Yuan Yifan's eyes were always drifting towards her. She did not rebuke him, but asked coquettishly, "Handsome boy, I haven't asked you about your situation yet. Are you a local? Do you have a girlfriend?" Usually when a woman asks a man if he has a partner, it means she either likes him or wants to introduce him to someone. However, Chu Lily's story is obviously more complicated than that. "I'm from Jiangbei City, and I already have a partner," Yuan Yifan said casually. Since the other person is acting, he has to act more realistically. "Oh, then your wife must be very beautiful and virtuous. Otherwise, how could she have such an excellent man like you?" Chu Lili pais Yuan Yifan supli. This was a strong dose of sweet talk. If Yuan Yifan hadn't seen the world, he might have been really drunk. "It's okay. She is attracted by my looks, and I am attracted by her money. We each get what we want," Yuan Yifan said. "Oh, didn't you say the opposite? Then your girlfriend must be very rich. You're so lucky. How did you win her over?" Chu Lily asked. "I just said one sentence, and I got her." Yuan Yifan kept his secret. Chu Lily was intrigued and asked hurriedly, "What are you talking about?" Yuan Yifan said, "I said, Auntie, I don't want to work hard anymore." Chu Lily asked in astonishment, "How old is your wife?" Yuan Yifan said, "I just celebrated my 60th birthday last month." Puff! This time Chu Lily couldn't hold back any longer and laughed. She realized that Yuan Yifan was talking nonsense. Although her plan to find out the details did not succeed, it was very interesting to chat with Yuan Yifan, and it was worth the trip. That's right, Chu Lily was indeed instructed by the Terminator Jiao Mingchun, and she deliberately set a trap to lure Yuan Yifan to the water park today. The reason why Jiao Mingchun was able to find Chu Lily was very simple, because he cheated. Chapter 118, The Dagger Revealed. Jiao Mingxin's cheating method, to be honest, requires no technical skills at all. It is simple and crude. The man who committed fraud yesterday was Jiao Mingxin's accomplice. They confirmed Yuan Yifun's location by watching the live broadcast, and then legally revealed Yuan Yifun's location information by calling the police. Then Jiao Mingxin, who happened to be nearby, could be arrested legally and reasonably. The same thing happened to Chu Lily. She had just separated from Yuan Yifun yesterday, when someone found her through a live broadcast and asked her to cooperate in luring out the old man she had just met. He would give her 100,000 yuan after the task was completed. Just by performing a play, you can make a net profit of 100,000 yuan, and you don't have to pay taxes. This good thing is hard to find even with a lantern. Chu Lily agreed readily, and so they had today's two-person trip to the water park. Just as Yuan Yifun was wondering when Lily would reveal her true colors, Chu Lily was also acting according to the established script. In order to ease Yuan Yifun's vigilance, she would play with him for a while first and take the opportunity to give him some benefits before calling for reinforcements. Holding hands, the two came to the first recreational project called Brave the World. In fact, it is a large water slide with a pool connected to the bottom. When tourists slide down from the top of the slide, a lot of splashes will be caused when they enter the water. It is much more exciting than ordinary slides and is suitable for all ages, so there are many tourists. This is a slide that can be used in 2 rows. After waiting in line for a while, it was finally their turn. Yuan Yifun and Chu Lily sat at the top of the slide, then held hands and slid down together. Yeah. Chu Lily let out a series of screams, and the two of them slid quickly into the water below through a transparent pipe from a high altitude, splashing countless water. Due to the force of the impact, both of their bodies were submerged in the water at once, but the pool was only 1 meter deep, so they were able to stand up after choking on the water. Chu Lily seemed to have choked on too much water and started floundering in the water. Yuan Yifun pulled her up. Chu Lily panted rapidly, and then she leaned on Yuan Yifun as if she had no strength left and put her arms around his waist. This pose is so classic. With 2 wet bodies clinging to each other like this, an ambiguous atmosphere is growing wildly. According to the routine in romance dramas, the two would kiss each other the next moment. This plot is so sweet. Sure enough, Chu Lily raised her pretty face, stood on tiptoe, and slowly moved towards Yuan Yifun. Her seductive lips shone with a moist luster, as if encouraging someone to have a quick kiss, because if she missed this opportunity, she would never have it again. Few men can resist such temptation. Yuan Yifun held Chu Lily's slender waist in his arms and was hesitating whether to take a bite of the fat meat that was right in front of him. Anyway, he would not suffer any loss. With this sudden luck in love, the person involved, Yuan Yifun, hasn't taken any action yet, but netizens in front of the screen are getting impatient. Chu Lily's bikini outfit before made this group of LSP netizens excited. Now her body is covered with water droplets, and the bikini fabric is closer to her skin, bringing out her figure to the extreme. This level of imagery is enough to break through the rationality of some male netizens. Their blood can't help but gather from their lower body to their brains, causing their thoughts to become uncontrollable, and they keep pulling out tissues one after another from the paper box on the table. As to whether they were using it to wipe their noses or for other purposes, it is unknown. What's even more unbearable is that some young boys, when they saw this kind of live broadcast of young and middle-aged people, their noses felt sore and bright red nosebleeds flowed out. So they quickly blocked their nostrils with tissues in their hands, and their lives were almost in danger. I can't stand it anymore. Why isn't I the one hugging Lily? This group of male netizens shouted out their jealous and bitter cries almost at the same time. Although he was the envy of thousands of netizens, Yuan Yifun was not so excited at the moment. He knew that in front of him was a beautiful snake spitting out its snake core, waiting for the opportunity to bite him. Be careful. Yuan Yifun did not finally get close to her. He let go of Chu Lily, not because he was a gentleman, but because this woman had impure motives. He could not lose his vigilance because of a brief temptation. The closer it gets to this point, the more alert you should be, fearing that the arrest team will take advantage of your distraction and surround you. When Yuan Yifun let go of Chu Lily, he took the opportunity to look upwards. Most of the things were fine, but there was a figure that flashed by in a corner, as if intentionally avoiding his gaze. Yuan Yifun understood that the other party's people seemed to be in place, and he didn't know when the real show would begin. Ouch! Chu Lily's beauty trap just now did not work. When the first plan failed, she came up with another one. She pretended to slip and was about to fall again. Yuan Yifan could ignore her, but this woman was obviously acting. If he didn't follow her script at this time, there was no telling what traps might be waiting for him. So Yuan Yifan cooperated and pulled her up to see what she wanted to do. Then Chu Lily put her arms around Yuan Yifan's neck, and when she stood up softly, there was a flat object the size of a grain of rice hidden between her fingers, which was stuck to the back of Yuan Yifan's clothes without anyone noticing. "Sorry, it's too slippery. I can't stand firmly." Chu Lily spoke in a coquettish tone, which made people want to protect her. Yuan Yifan couldn't help but sigh. There are always talented people in every generation, and Chu Lily is really a talent. It's a waste of her talent to sell houses. She should become an actress. Her charm is so natural, and her expression doesn't look like she is acting. She can definitely play the leading female role in a palace fighting drama, and it won't be a problem for her to be promoted from a palace made to a queen. So, Chu Lily has narrowed her path. Yuan Yifan really wants to suggest that she finds Sister Shuangzi to be her apprentice. Earning 2.08 million a day in the future would be much better than cheating people here. Okay, let's go up first. Yuan Yifan didn't want to act with this woman anymore. It was too tiring. So he offered to go upstairs and take a break, thinking that since he had cooperated so well, she should take some action, otherwise her acting skills would be wasted. In fact, Chu Lily's script was also arranged in this way. After finishing the first project and getting ashore, she would take action. When they got ashore, Chu Lily said she was thirsty, so the two went to a nearby shop to buy drinks. At this time, a young man took action. He deliberately went around behind Yuan Yifan and approached him quickly with bad intentions. Yuan Yifan was buying drinks and seemed unaware of all this. The netizens who were watching the live broadcast noticed something was wrong and became anxious immediately. They kept sending comments to remind Yuan Yifan to be careful. Although they would deliberately contradict Yuan Yifan at ordinary times, when the danger was really severe, netizens' reactions were surprisingly consistent. They did not want anything to happen to number 22, who had brought them countless wonderful live broadcasts. The super administrator will not play this kind of barrage that involves spoilers and cheating to Yuan Yifan, so he cannot see it himself. The man who attacked clenched his fist and aimed the sharp tip of his fist at the back of Yuan Yifan's head, which is the brainstem area. This blow could deal a heavy blow to Yuan Yifan. In the best case, he would feel dizzy and his movements would be affected. In the worst case, he would fall into a coma directly. This was a successful arrest in disguise. It can be said that Yuan Yifan has reached the most dangerous moment. If he is not careful, everything will be lost. Chapter 119, Indirect Blaming. The audience watching the live broadcast were all nervous, fearing that Yuan Yifan had fallen into a trap. Many female fans were praying for him, hoping that the God of Luck would take care of their fan. The God of Luck is unlikely to appear, but as Yuan Yifan is the first fugitive of the program team, how could he fall into the trap so easily? Since he had already anticipated that the other party would take action after he got ashore, he had actually been keeping an eye on all directions and keeping an eye on all sides. When someone attacked him from behind, he saw the person behind him through the reflection on the glass of the cold drink shop. Just when the opponent was about to hit him, Yuan Yifan used a move to change his position. Holding 2 glasses of cold drinks, he quickly hid behind Chu Lily, using this vicious woman as a cover. Sneak Attacker wants to attack him now. He must either knock Chu Lily away first or bypass Chu Lily. No matter which option the Sneak Attacker chooses, it will give Yuan Yifan time to react. Yuan Yifan can pretend to have accidentally discovered his opponent, try to reduce the vigilance of the mastermind behind the scenes, and make the other party become complacent. It can be said that Yuan Yifan and Chu Lily have been acting since entering the water park. Now is the moment for them to compete with each other in acting skills, the intensity of which is comparable to competing for an Oscar. The attacker's fist stopped in front of the pale-faced Chu Lily. He cursed in his heart that he failed in such a good opportunity. What bad luck! In fact, it was not that he had bad luck, but that their script was too bad and had long been seen through by Yuan Yifan. What are you doing? Yuan Yifan had turned around and was staring coldly at the attacker. I was asking you who you are? Who are you to be so close to my girlfriend? The man who attacked Yuan Yifan felt justified and shouted at him. Yuan Yifan looked at Chu Lily to see what she would say. Chu Lily panicked and said, "Akang, what are you doing? We have broken up. Who I am with is none of your business." "Nonsense, it's obviously you who hooked up with this man. I'm going to beat him to death today." The man called Akang had a furious look on his face and started hitting people without any reason. Yuan Yifan now understood that this was a fake emotional conflict between a man and a woman, so that if the attacker fought with him again, he would have a legitimate reason. Even if Yuan Yifan didn't want to fight now, it was too late. It was estimated that someone nearby would happen to call the police, thus completing the entire trap. I have to say, shameless people are invincible. This trap is crude but effective. If Yuan Yifan didn't get rid of a Kong in front of him, he would be entangled by him and lose time to escape. If his guess was correct, the Terminator would happen to be patrolling nearby and rush to the scene as soon as possible. Therefore, before the escape plan begins, this Akang must be taken down. Akang reached out to grab Yuan Yifan's hair. This was a common tactic in street fights. However, using street fighting skills against Yuan Yifan was too disrespectful. Yuan Yifan was a powerful fighter with F-level fighting skills. Yuan Yifan suddenly threw the 2 drinks in his hands directly at Akang. Akang didn't expect Yuan Yifan to have a trick, so he quickly closed his eyes. This is a normal human-conditioned reflex to avoid harm, and it is difficult to avoid. This is exactly the opportunity Yuan Yifan wanted. Closing his eyes during a fight would be a sheer act of giving himself up. Yuan Yifan punched the opponent fiercely on the jaw, and Akang immediately fell back in the air. Yuan Yifan followed up with a kick in the heart, and Akang's force posture changed. He flew out in a free fall and fell a few meters away. After falling on the hard road, Akang's expression was filled with pain. He flapped his arms and legs a few times like a goldfish that had come ashore, but was unable to get up. Tears of pain streamed down his face. This is what they mean: men don't shed tears easily, only because the pain is too great. Seeing the fight, the surrounding tourists screamed in surprise, and several of them took out their cell phones, as if to call the police. It was very likely that the cheaters' accomplices were among them, but Yuan Yifan had too little time to identify and stop them. Yuan Yifan turned back coldly and looked at Chu Lily. The cold look in her eyes frightened her so much that she took 2 steps back and stammered, "I'm sorry, Is it fun to do this?" Yuan Yifan asked her. "I'm sorry, it's my ex-boyfriend." Chu Lily tried to cover it up. "Ex-boyfriend?" Yuan Yifan sneered and asked, "Then tell me his hometown, age, workplace, how long you've known each other, and where was your first date? Don't hesitate, just answer directly." Yuan Yifan spoke so quickly that Su Lily was stunned. There was no such information in the script at all, so if she wanted to make it up, she would need to spend time thinking about it. However, the moment she hesitated was enough to prove that her ex-boyfriend's talk was nonsense. There was no woman who had a boyfriend and knew nothing about him. Yuan Yifan took a step forward, and his aura suddenly burst out, frightening Chu Lily so much that tears welled up in her eyes. She curled up and begged for mercy. "I was wrong, I was forced to do it. Please don't hit me." Yuan Yifan sneered, muted the live broadcast signal, and then played with his fist and said, "Whether I will fight you or not depends on your performance. Tell me, will the real boss be here in a few minutes?" "About 3 minutes." Chu Lily was really frightened by Yuan Yifan, so she told the truth. Chu Lily saw clearly the scene where Yuan Yifan knocked Akang away with 2 moves. She didn't want to be beaten as badly as Akang, so she confessed. "Very good." Yuan Yifan suddenly walked up to Chu Lily and raised his hand to slap her. Chu Lily screamed in fright, closed her eyes, and waited to be beaten. However, Yuan Yifan just patted the other person's fair face gently, turned on the live broadcast again, and said coldly, "Listen carefully, don't treat me as a fool. I solemnly warn you not to go too far. If you don't restrain yourself, I will tell all your dirty deeds to the audience in the live broadcast room." Yuan Yifan spoke to the live camera, which was an indirect criticism. On the surface, he was reprimanding Su Lily, but in fact, he was speaking to the program. No matter whether it was the Terminator or the arrest team who were cheating, it was inseparable from the program team. Yuan Yifan was warning them to stop. If he is really pissed off, Yuan Yifan will expose the cheating in public, and then we'll see who will be embarrassed. In fact, what happened in the past 2 days was too coincidental, and it was completely different from the style of the battle of wits and courage between number 22 and Shi Shuefei a few days before the show. Many netizens have raised questions and sent complaint emails. Now Yuan Yifan has also issued an ultimatum through the live broadcast, so this information was sorted out and reported to the program chief planner Pang Chiming. In any case, it will take time for the program crew to deal with this matter. And as for the incident at the water park, Yuan Yifan will need to use his own abilities to escape. Chapter 120 IAM Practicing Tongzi Kung Fu. Because the last layer of window paper had been broken, Yuan Yifan stopped acting. Before leaving, he left a word for Chu Lily. My daughter, you are still young, and it is understandable that you make some mistakes, but you must remember that there are some things in this world that are more important than money, fame, and fortune, and that is morality and integrity. Although it seems that you have gained something now, you actually have lost more. That's all I have to say. Figure it out yourself. After Yuan Yifan finished speaking, he left quickly, leaving Chu Lily standing there with a dazed look on her face, unable to recover for a while. Many netizens were shocked. How could a date with a beautiful woman turn into such a tense situation? They asked in the comments what had just happened. Save face for the production team. Yuan Yifan said, "It's nothing. I just met a scumbag. She had a boyfriend, but she still wanted to cheat on me. I just saw through her." The simple male netizen felt sorry. Oh, why make such a fuss? You won't marry her. Just have fun and then dump her. Yeah, at least wait until we get to the hotel at night before exposing her. How stupid. Yuan Yifan does not agree with the ideas of these male netizens. Feelings are sacred. Those who want to play with feelings will eventually be played by feelings. However, he was a live streamer and couldn't openly confront netizens, so he just told a lie and rejected the netizens' suggestions. Sorry, I don't dare to play. I'm practicing Tongzi Kung Fu. As we all know, the power of the boy's skill is very powerful, but the boy needs to remain a virgin and stay away from women. Just like the Book of the Sunflower, men are terrified when talking about it, and few are willing to try it. Huh? Why are you practicing this skill? Break it quickly. I suggest you practice the skill of controlling women. Yes, my buddy knows an old military doctor. He has a powerful pill passed down from his ancestors. He can take 8 or 10 pills a night. If you want it, add my WeChat. There are discounts for large quantities. If you recommend 10 people to buy, you can be upgraded to a city-level agent. If you recommend 100 people, you can be upgraded to a provincial-level agent. You can get a share of every pill sold. It turned out that these netizens were drug sellers, and they started to advertise in the live broadcast room. Finally, the super administrator stepped in and banned them permanently, which cleared up the live broadcast trend. Faced with the impending pursuit, Yuan Yifan faced it calmly and even joked with netizens. My friends, magician number 22 is online again. I will show you a special skill later. Yuan Yifan said as he walked. What's that special skill? The netizen asked curiously. Yuan Yifan asked with a smile. I will show you a magic trick of a living person. This living person is a member of the arrest team. Do you want to watch it? Netizens expressed disbelief because they watched Shi Shuifei's live broadcast room and found that they were still searching in the city. You will be able to see it in 2 minutes. Let me prepare the magic props first. While Yuan Yifan was speaking, he had already returned to the locker room to retrieve his personal belongings. Now is the time to officially run away. Before coming, Yuan Yifan had studied the escape route. He wanted to avoid the main road so that the arrest team would lose their advantage in vehicles and numbers. To do this, he had to cross the entire water park and exit from the farthest end of the water park. There is no exit there, but he can climb over the fence and run to the residential area, which stretches for several kilometers. No matter how powerful the capture team is, they can't spare manpower to set up an ambush in a place where there is no road, and then he can leave calmly. Next, Yuan Yifan started to jog because he only had 1 minute left. My friends, watch out. This magician is about to use his powers. Watch my great summoning technique. Appear, you stupid Terminator. Based on Chu Lily's suggestion, Yuan Yifan had a premonition that the Terminator was coming, so he made an exaggerated stage move and pointed towards the door. The audience was extremely excited, and even the cameras were pointed towards the entrance. The Terminator was also cooperative. He was still dressed in black, riding his beloved small motorcycle, and leaped in from the gate at the entrance. A group of security guards were chasing him from behind, but they could not catch up with the motorcycle on foot. The Terminator quickly left and approached Yuan Yifan quickly. No matter what, the performance was top-notch. Some people even thought that Yuan Yifan was good at metaphysics. How could he control the free man Terminator at will? So the atmosphere in the live broadcast room became lively again. XSWL, the Terminator has a new title, Stupid. Number 22 is amazing. His magic is superb. After the escape program is over, he can go and perform magic. He can even set up a Magic Cloud Club to compete with Mr. Yu Qian's Diyun Club. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Yes, I have never seen any of Yuan Yifan's magic tricks. If he becomes a magician, there will be no Lu Qian in the Spring Festival Gala in the future. The magic show is over. But Yuan Yifun's escape journey has just begun. Because the Terminator had already appeared, it would be easy for Yuan Yifun to be discovered if he ran from the shore. So he hid in the parent-child area of the water park, where parents were playing in the water with their children, at least hundreds of people, which served as a good hiding place. Yuan Yifun saw a mother playing with her son, so he walked over to the side with his back to the shore. From this perspective, they looked like a warm family of three. A normal person would not be able to tell who was Yuan Yifun among the hundreds of people in the pool. However, the Terminator might not be a normal person. He rode his motorcycle all the way to the parent-child area, suddenly braked, pretended to look around, got off the motorcycle, and slowly moved towards the waters of the parent-child area. Yuan Yifun noticed this situation out of the corner of his eye and cursed in his heart, thinking that this Terminator didn't even want to act anymore. There must be an accomplice giving him directions. Otherwise, why would they stop here when the water park is so big? There's no need to ask. The next step, he would suddenly jump into the water to catch himself. For a cheater, the sleight of hand was no longer useful, so Yuan Yifun ran directly to the other side. The Terminator also tore off his disguise and jumped into the shallow water. The two ran in the water, starting today's chase drama. When Yuan Yifun ran in the pool, he would deliberately avoid the area where the children were, preferring to take a detour. However, the Terminator did not care about anything and ran in a straight line the whole time. The water splashed by his running splashed many children. The children either got water in their eyes or were knocked down by the huge waves. This caused dissatisfaction among the parents, and some started cursing on the spot. If the Terminator also had a reputation value, it would probably have fallen into negative values at this moment. Because of the Terminator's recklessness, when the two ran out of the parent-child area pool, the distance between them did not increase but shortened instead. Yuan Yifun did not panic. After getting ashore, he ran for a while and then went into the next project, the Water Curtain Cave. Although it is called the Water Curtain Cave, it is not the place where Sun Wukong lives. Instead, it is a stream where tourists pass through, spraying water similar to a car washing machine. When people enter, they will be washed by water from all directions. It has the homonym of rushing happiness, which is rushing happiness, and therefore is very popular among tourists. The park also provides each visitor with a foam board to block the water flow. Yuan Yifun ran into the Water Curtain Cave and crossed the turbulent area in a few steps. The Terminator was not far behind and followed him closely. Chapter 1:21. You are still a little immature. The turbulence area in front is just an appetizer. The key to the Water Curtain Cave game area is below, because it is people who control the water flow. The water guns are also operated by tourists. They will make the tourists passing below receive a baptism. Of course, this water gun is not a high-pressure water gun. It is within the range that adults can bear. Everyone who enters the Water Curtain Cave will inevitably be sprayed with water. In order to run fast, Yuan Yifun did not bring a foam shield. If he was sprayed all over the head and face, it would affect his escape. As soon as he showed his head, several water guns were pointed at him from above. However, Yuan Yifun saw the opportunity quickly. He immediately waved his hands, signaling everyone not to criticize him first, as he had something to say. Dear water gun players, my friend said later that you are all useless and can't spray him. Is that true? Bullshit, you bastard. I'm going to spray him to death. We specialize in dealing with all kinds of dissatisfaction. The tourists operating the water guns above were filled with indignation. There were actually people who came to challenge them. They just like troublemakers like this. So Yuan Yifun passed through the water gun area without being sprayed, as the tourists above were waiting to be sprayed by the Terminator. As soon as the Terminator appeared, he was attacked by 6 water guns. Fuck, are you sick? Why are you scolding me? I'm catching a fugitive. Terminator Jiao Mingshun was so angry that he cursed loudly. But as soon as he opened his mouth, a mouthful of water was poured into his mouth, and he choked. He was sprayed all over his head and face. Although it didn't hurt, he couldn't open his eyes. He lost his vision, and it was difficult for him to run faster. Aren't you going to challenge us? If you're such a wimp, don't come here to show off. The tourists with water guns above were still mocking him. The Terminator cursed in his heart. If he wasn't in a hurry to catch number 22, he would definitely go up and teach these troublemakers a lesson. The Terminator finally ran through the Water Curtain Cave area, wiped the water off his face with his hand, then tried hard to open his eyes and look for Yuan Yifun. But because he had just lost his vision, he had lost his target and couldn't find anyone. After looking around and failing to find it, Jiao Mingchen secretly looked at a small instrument in his arms. This instrument was waterproof and could still work even after being submerged in water. On the instrument's small LCD screen, which displayed an interface similar to that of a radar, there was a small that kept flashing. That was Yuan Yifun's position. Jiao Mingchen looked up and saw an empty hovercraft at the location indicated by the instrument. Yuan Yifun must be hiding behind the hovercraft, using the blind spot to block his vision. I found you. Jiao Mingchen pretended to shout to the live camera, as if he had spotted Yuan Yifun with his naked eyes. He dived down and began to swim after him. Although there is an air-cushioned craft in this pool, it is equivalent to a large bathtub and is used for tourists to play bumper cars on the water. The speed is extremely slow and it is not as fast as swimming. Yuan Yifun, who was hiding behind the hovercraft, stared at this situation. This Terminator's cheating method was a bit abnormal. It didn't seem like someone was tipping him off in real time. If someone had been monitoring his movements, they would have rushed to his location the moment Jiao Mingchen got ashore, instead of finding his location only after he took a look in his arms. The Terminator is really shameless to a certain extent. Yuan Yifun cursed inwardly and was forced to swim to the other side. Yuan Yifun originally wanted to use the distance created by the water curtain cave to hide in the water. As long as the Terminator lost its target, he could swim in the water and slowly increase the distance. However, his plan failed. The Terminator cheated without any bottom line, and all his strategies were in vain. The two men swam at similar speeds. Yuan Yifun swam to the edge of the pool first, stood up, and started running madly. Then Jiao Mingchen also climbed ashore and followed closely behind him. After chasing for so long, Yuan Yifun didn't see any trace of Fa from the arrest team. Now he is absolutely sure that the cheating is the Terminator's alone and has nothing to do with Fa. Otherwise, with cheating in front and the arrest team of 30 or 40 people surrounding him from behind, he really had little confidence that he could escape unscathed. For the next few hundred meters, both of them ran at full speed. In the sunshine, two wet people ran quickly on the shore, scaring passersby to avoid them. Yuan Yifun's destination is the rafting area ahead, where staff are helping tourists put on life jackets and reminding them of safety precautions. Be sure to pay attention to safety. If you accidentally fall into the water, don't panic. The water here is not deep. Just stand up and walk to the shore to wait for rescue. The rafting is 4 kilometers in total. At the end, there will be a sightseeing bus to take you back to the starting point. While the staff was still explaining, Yuan Yifun jumped onto a kayak, untied the safety rope, and paddled away. Hey, come back. You're not wearing a life jacket. The staff was startled and hurriedly shouted on the shore, but Yuan Yifun just went downstream without looking back. This is not the end. Another man came running from behind and also wanted to chase in a kayak. This man was, of course, Jiao Mingchen. The staff grabbed him and shouted angrily, "Hey, you haven't paid the fee and you're not wearing a life jacket, so you're not allowed to play. Fuck you." Jiao Mingchen was not in a good mood. He pushed the staff member down, jumped into a kayak, and chased after him. Although kayaking for rafting is not as difficult as competitive sports, it still requires certain skills. Yuan Yifun had played kayaking before, so he had no awkwardness in operating it. At this moment, the runaway system sent a prompt. Do you want to spend 1 attribute point to activate the rowing skill? Yes. Yuan Yifun agreed. He wanted to use this drifting section to create distance between them. Runaway system. Activate the rowing skill, currently at level H. The initial level of this rowing skill directly reached H level. This is because Yuan Yifun had played kayaking before. Now, after activating the skill in the system, his original level was automatically recognized. Of course, any skill is divided into 2 levels, F, to distinguish between beginners and proficient players. Yuan Yifun was not stingy at the critical moment and spent 2 attribute points to strengthen the rowing skill to F level. Runaway system. Upgrade the rowing skill to F level. Unlock the passive skill Dragon Boat Walker, which can greatly improve the control level of dragon boats. Canoeing is a sport that has only become popular in foreign countries in recent years. However, in my country, as early as the ancient Dragon Boat Festival to commemorate Chu Yuan, there have been dragon boat racing activities. That is the ancestor of canoeing. This running system is obviously a local system that knows how to promote national culture. Yuan Yifun gave it a thumbs up. After activating the rowing skill, Yuan Yifun's control of the kayak became very smooth. By paddling left or right, He could always keep the kayak in the position with the most turbulent water and maximize the speed. On the other hand, Jiao Mingchen was not like that. Although he had received a lot of military training, he had never studied kayaking. He only knew to paddle hard into the water, but kayaking is not a simple test of strength. When passing a bend in the stream, his kayak rushed to the shore and ran aground because the boat was going too fast. Yuan Yifan took the time to look back at the Terminator and sneered. "You are still a little too young to play kayaking with me." Chapter 122, I have block number 22. In fact, kayaking is a bit similar to driving a car. You need to control the direction and speed. Turning is the moment that best demonstrates your skills. If you go too fast, it is easy to lose control. Jiao Mingchen suffered this loss. Jiao Mingchen was very impatient. In this boulders-covered and fast-flowing stream, walking was not an outspeed for him. He could only get off the boat and push the kayak back into the river, then get back on and start paddling again. This put a large gap between him and Yuan Yifan, who had successfully turned the corner. In the previous area, Jiao Mingchen relied on cheating to be as good as Yuan Yifan, but he could not cheat in this kayaking rafting project. The gap was the gap, and the distance between the two was visibly getting farther and farther. No matter how much Jiao Mingchen roared and cursed, it was useless. As they approached the finish line, Yuan Yifan, in his boat, had turned into a small that in front of Jiao Mingchen and finally disappeared completely after a bend, surpassing him by hundreds of meters. Jiao Mingchen felt ashamed and paddled hard, as if his kayak in its rebellious period had hit a few big rocks again. He felt dizzy and his speed slowed down even more. Jiao Mingchen has already cursed the water park owner's ancestors for 18 generations. If the rafting project had not been developed, he would have caught number 22 long ago. Yuan Yifan arrived at the end of the rafting, where there were arresting ropes and staff were recovering the kayaks. When they saw Yuan Yifan floating over without a life jacket, they knew that he was one of the two unruly tourists upstream. The staff at the starting point had already informed the staff at the end point about them. "Stop this tourist for a while, especially the one at the back. He hit one of our people. We can't let him go." These staff members were waiting on the shore, ready to arrest people. Yuan Yifan's kayak hit the arresting cable. He ignored the pole handed to him by the staff and jumped into the river directly. He waded to the other side where there was no one, got ashore, and climbed up the slope. "Hey, there's no road over there. Go this way." No matter how loudly the staff shouted, Yuan Yifan ignored them and decided to run away. A minute later, Jiao Mingchen, who had been paddling all the way, also reached the shore. He even pretended to ask the staff which direction the man had run to. The staff didn't say anything. They all gathered around and tried to catch the thug who beat up his colleague. Jiao Mingchen is not a good-tempered person. After getting ashore, he knocked down all the staff members in a few punches. If the program crew had not warned him not to hurt the public, these staff members would probably have been beaten by his punches. Jiao Mingchen then glanced at the small screen in his arms and ran in the direction Yuan Yifan fled. At this time, Yuan Yifan was hiding in the distance. He used a telescope to secretly watch Jiao Mingchen's every move. When he saw Jiao Mingchen looking into his arms, he frowned. Jiao Mingchen's tracking route is always accurate every time, and no one will be able to tip off the destination in real time. This shows that he has a way to keep track of his whereabouts. Yuan Yifan's heart moved, and he immediately began to check his clothes and shoes. After taking off his shirt, he found a small patch on the back of his collar. He recognized it. It was the latest model of small locator. This locator is waterproof and anti-electromagnetic interference, has a large signal area, and can even absorb some solar energy to replenish its own power. It is the most advanced spy equipment. I see. This Terminator really went to great lengths to capture me. Yuan Yifan sneered. This thing is not cheap. One patch costs tens of thousands of yuan. After all, many components are combined on a thin patch. The technological content is very high, and the patent monopoly causes the high price. As for how the tracker got on his clothes, Yuan Yifan quickly realized that it was Chu Lily's doing. She was truly a femme fatale who would harm people without blinking an eye. After Yuan Yifan discovered the patch, he deliberately covered it with his hand, pretending to wring the water out of his clothes. He did not let netizens see it, so as not to expose the news to his Terminator accomplices who were watching the live broadcast. Yuan Yifan immediately packed up his things and continued running. He walked along the shore and saw a row of buildings not far away. He had already appeared near the residential area. The location here is relatively remote, and there are many newly built buildings around it. But many residents have already moved in. Yuan Yifan ran all the way to a street and suddenly saw a big orange cat passing by with a mouse in its mouth. The mouse was still alive and kept struggling in the cat's mouth. When Yuan Yifan saw this, he smiled slyly. After turning off the live broadcast, he transformed into a weird uncle and pounced on the fat orange cat. Soon, Zhao Mingchen followed the signal all the way here. Although he lost Yuan Yifan's trace, he was not worried. Instead, he seemed to be confident of victory because the coordinates of a locator were still moving and number 22 was nearby. At this time, several cars suddenly stopped beside Zhao Mingchen, and Shi Shuefei got out of the car. As the main force in the arrest, Shi Shuefei constantly received information about number 22's location on the police's public channel, and eventually drove here to meet up with the Terminator. Captain Shi, you've arrived just in time. I've already blocked number 22. Now it's your turn to search. Standing at the entrance of a sewer, Zhao Mingchen proudly showed off his brilliant victory to Shi Shuefei. He had trapped Yuan Yifan in the sewer, and this time number 22 would be unable to escape. Number 22 will go into the sewer? Shi Shuefei didn't believe it at all. She asked, "Did you see him go down with your own eyes?" "No, but I have this." When Zhao Mingchen presented the treasure, he also reminded Shi Shuefei to block the live broadcast. Then he took out the tracker. On the screen, a flashing that was moving slowly. That was the coordinates sent by the locator on Yuan Yifan's body. According to the coordinate information, Yuan Yifan's location is an open space on the side of the road, and there are no pedestrians on the open space. This proves that Yuan Yifan is in an underground sewer, and technology cannot deceive people. Technology will not be false, but people can. Shi Shuefei has had too many dealings with Yuan Yifan and is very clear about his style of doing things. He is a cunning fugitive who likes to stir up trouble. He behaves eccentrically and often does unexpected things in order to escape. But there's only one thing. That is, number 22 will not escape in a way that lowers his image. So, Shi Shuefei absolutely does not believe that Yuan Yifan would go into the sewer. Such a low way of escape must be a mistake made by Zhao Mingchen. If we put it another way, saying that number 22 blew up a tunnel and escaped by burrowing into the ground, which was comparable to a human-shaped tunnel-boring machine, then Shi Shuefei would believe that this was Yuan Yifan's escape style. Did you get the program team's consent to use the tracker? Shi Shuefei asked. Zhao Mingchen raised his head and said with a proud attitude at a 45-degree angle, "Don't you know that anything is allowed unless prohibited by law? There is no provision in the regulations that forbids the use of trackers. I bought them with my own money, so why can't I do that?" Shi Shuefei looked down on this arrogant pursuer. She frowned slightly and stared at the manhole cover with suspicion, as if thinking about the possibility that number 22 would be underneath. Chapter 123, Jiao Shun, the god who catches mice. At this time, the arresting team members opened the manhole cover, and suddenly a foul smell hit them, which made their faces change drastically, and they stepped back, covering their noses. Under the scorching heat of midsummer, the smell of the sewer is comparable to that of biological weapons. The team members suggested, "Captain Shi, the smell is too strong to bear directly. Why don't we quickly get a gas mask? Only with that can we go down." Zhao Mingchen thought this would delay the opportunity, so he rejected it outright. "No. If you can't even handle such a small amount of smell, how can you be a member of the arrest team? If a fugitive can get in on number 22, why can't you?" The team members sneered and said sarcastically, "Then please ask the Honorable Terminator to go down and track them personally. We will help you to scout the enemy." Another team member said, Yes, you caught him. I will help you shout 666. As a Terminator, Zhao Mingchen is an independent free man in the arrest team, and the arrest team members of the three groups are only under the jurisdiction of Shi Shuefei, so Zhao Mingchen has no right to order them. Zhao Mingchen refused to go down himself and wanted the arresting team members to do it for him. It would have been fine if he didn't beg sincerely, but he also acted bossy in the tone of boss. No one would look at him well. "Captain Shi, are these the team members you lead?" Zhao Mingchen turned to Shi Shuefei, his words full of threats. "If number 22 escapes because of your people's poor cooperation, you will bear full responsibility." Shi Shuefei was really fed up with Zhao Mingchen. Her captain also lost his temper and immediately retorted coldly, "If you want to go down by yourself. I don't think number 22 can be in the sewer." I'm going to lead the team to track him down somewhere else. You can enjoy the credit for catching him. Goodbye." After saying that, she led the arrest team away. She still had to use the old method to obtain the surveillance rights nearby to determine where Yuan Yifan had gone, instead of foolishly going into the sewer to catch a person who didn't exist. In an instant, Jiao Mingchen was the only one left in front of the sewer. "You stinky bitch. Wait till one day you fall in my hands. I will make you pay." Jiao Mingchen cursed inwardly in anger. Then he turned his head and looked down at the sewer that was emitting a pungent smell. And he also had a headache. There is no other way. As a bounty hunter, he is greedy for money. For the 4 million bounty, he has to give it all. So he put on a medical mask, took a deep breath, and went down with a flashlight. It is no exaggeration to say that the sewers in midsummer are like hell. It is hot and humid with low visibility. The disgusting smell keeps drilling into the nostrils from all directions and can even penetrate deep into the soul. That is to say, Jiao Mingchen had received strict training when he was in the army. Most people would probably be knocked unconscious by the suffocation when they came in. He endured the suffocating pungent smell and walked in the sewer, one step deep and one step shallow. Suddenly, one of Jiao Mingchen's feet sank into the mud. He was immediately hit by an extremely strong stench, which made him dizzy. He took a few deep breaths before he recovered, but his mouth was also tainted with a smell of corruption. That mass of stuff was an animal carcass that had been rotting for who knows how long. It was something that humans would never want to touch in their lifetime. Jiao Mingchen cursed Yuan Yifan in his heart. It was all because of number 22 that he had to go into the sewer. He was also thinking that once he caught Yuan Yifan, he would torture him severely to vent his anger. After an unknown amount of time of groping, the dirty Jiao Mingchen finally approached the signal source and could see him around the corner. "I'll see where you run to. I'm going to catch you this time." Jiao Mingchen declared victory, and his die-hard fans in the live broadcast room immediately cheered. "Jiaoshen Yobi, Jiaoshen 666, Jiaoshen Namboan, Jiaosheniads." Jiao Mingchen pressed his hands down, signaling the fans to be quiet, sit down and don't cheer, and wait until he captures number 22. So the die-hard fans held their breath and watched, ready to celebrate at any time, waiting for the glorious moment of capturing number 22. Jiao Mingchen turned the corner abruptly, his iron fist ready to swing out at any time. However, when the flashlight shone in front of him, he did not see a single figure. Instead, there were a few mice running around frantically in fear, and the signal on the tracker was following the same movement trajectory as one of the mice. Die-hard fan. Jiao Mingchen's die-hard fans were all silent. It was obvious that the so-called signal came from this rat. Jiao Shun's heroic act of enduring humiliation and bravely chasing the fugitive into the dirty sewers now seemed extremely stupid. But this is not entirely useless. At least it provided tons of jokes. The fans of number 22 who were undercover in the live broadcast room were laughing like crazy, and the entire live broadcast room became a sea of joy. What's even more insulting is that Yuan Yifan's fans copied and modified the words of Jiao Shun's die-hard fans just now, and now the taunting effect is at its maximum. Jiaoshen Yobi, Jiaoshen 666, Jiaoshen Namboan, Jiaoshen, the god who catches mice. Now, when Jiao Shun's fans see these words, they all want to bang their heads against the wall and want to die. It's so damn embarrassing. How could it be a rat? Jiao Mingchen became furious and kicked the scurrying mouse under his feet. The mouse died immediately, and Jiao Mingchen found a small patch on its body. Now the truth is out. Yuan Yifan found the tracker and transferred the patch to the mouse, causing Jiao Mingchen to find the wrong target and get fumigated in the sewer. When Jiao Mingchen crawled out of the sewer in a foul smell, he looked exhausted. Not only was his body tired, his heart was even more tired. Jiao Mingchen had helped others catch many serious criminals, but he had never been as frustrated as he was with Yuan Yifan. He was so angry that he threw the tracker worth tens of thousands of yuan far away. It was all because of superstition that he made such a fool of himself. At this time, his cell phone rang. It was the program Planner Pang Chiming calling. At the same time, Jiao Mingchen discovered that his live broadcast signal was also interrupted. Jiao Mingchen answered the phone with a gloomy face. Planner Pang Chiming came up and started a curse. "You bastard. You think you're so smart, don't you? If you want to cheat, you should use clever tricks so that people can't see it. Now I have thousands of complaints here. How do you want me to explain it to the audience?" Jiao Mingchen said nothing. There was nothing much to say. If he had caught Yuan Yifan cheating, it would have been fine. But now his only reward was a dead rat. For this, there were already emoticons mocking him on the internet. That was a screenshot from the cartoon Tom and Jerry, in which Tom was holding Jerry's tail, and it was captioned, "I caught you, number 22. When fans of Yuan Yifan saw this emoticon, they burst into laughter, while fans of Jiaoshun had their blood pressure rise. Even cheating cannot be caught. Jiao Qiming has gone from being the god of Jiao to the waste of Jiao, and has become the object of ridicule among fans of Urban Escape. You violated the contract and are now fired. Pack up your things and get out." Pang Qiming made the punishment decision for the incident, and he wanted to use the Terminator to quell public anger. The Terminator, instead of ending the fugitive, ended himself. Chapter 124. Seeing you in person, I miss you so much. When Jiao Mingqian heard on the phone that he was removed from the list, a fire of incomprehensible karma rose in his heart. He snorted coldly and said, "You're going to use me and then cross the river and destroy the bridge. You're dreaming." He has always been lawless, and now he doesn't even give face to his financial sponsor. Pang Qiming frowned and asked, "What do you want?" Jiao Mingqian said coldly, "I don't want to do anything. I admit that I cheated and I can promise that it won't happen again, but I want to stay in the program group. I want to catch number 22 with my own hands to wash away my shame. You are a disgrace now. The program crew doesn't need to clean themselves up after you leave. Get out of here now." Pang Qiming cursed with gritted teeth. Seeing that they couldn't reach an agreement, Jiao Mingqian decided to go all out and threatened, "Think it over carefully. It's easy for me to get away, but I have to defend my reputation. I will continue to catch number 22 as an individual. There will be no rules to restrain me. Do you think I can catch him? I will personally bring the half-dead number 22 to you. Ha ha." Jiao Mingqian's wild laughter almost made Pang Qiming furious, but Jiao Mingqian's reputation in the underworld was really not very good. He would do anything to achieve his goals, and he was really capable of doing such a thing. If Jiao Mingqian really catches number 22, the Urban Escape program will be ruined, and it will be useless to sue him afterwards. The program team's current hot traffic will never come back. Pang Qiming was old after all, and he felt heart pain after getting angry, so he quickly took a few quick-acting heart-saving pills. Calming down, the wealthy old man compromised. "Okay, I'll give you one more chance. You're not allowed to cheat again in the future. And if you want to use any equipment, you must report it to the program team in advance. You can only use it after it is announced. You can't mess around anymore." "No problem. I'll listen to you." Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Jiao Mingqian softened his tone. Now he has changed from simply wanting to earn commissions to seeking personal revenge on Yuan Yifan. It can be said that the nature of the pursuit has changed. But I want to warn you, if you dare to go back on your word, don't think I'm made of clay, but think about the consequences. This time it was Pang Qiming who came to threaten. He had been in society for so many years and had a wide network of contacts. Otherwise, he would not have been able to start a special program like Urban Escape. It can be said that Pang Qiming has the ability to punish Jiao Mingqian. At least Jiao Mingqian cannot do whatever he wants in the program group. Jiao Mingqian also knew when to quit, and he achieved his goal by staying in the program team. You must return to the Jiangbei City Program Group's residence immediately and receive 2 days of professional training. Before you go to arrest people, I want you to know what arrest officers can and cannot do. Beep. After Pang Qiming finished speaking sternly, he hung up the phone. It seemed that he was still angry. Jiao Mingqian put away the phone, looked at the sky in the distance, and muttered to himself with a sinister expression, "Yuan Yifan, I'll let you be arrogant for a while. In 2 days, I will come back and catch you, and then torture you half to death." Jiao Mingqian was furious and broke his iPhone with his bare hands, then threw it into the distant landscape forest like trash, startling countless sparrows. That afternoon, the Urban Escape Program team issued an apology announcement. The announcement said that the free man Jiao Mingqian was arrested for violating the program team's regulations and using unreported equipment to arrest people, which seriously violated the program discipline. He has been criticized and forced to receive legal education for 48 hours and can only participate in the arrest operation again after 48 hours. To express their apologies, the program team will give each user small gifts such as name change cards and character costumes, and will also draw prizes worth 500,000 yuan in a live broadcast room on the 22nd to give back to the users. This can be considered as spending money to avoid disaster. The apology announcement used word games and did not admit cheating. Instead, it punished Jiao Mingchun for using equipment illegally, thus saving the face of the program team. Originally, this was a very bad incident, but under Yuan Yifun's interpretation, it turned into a comedy. The audience laughed so hard that their stomachs hurt when they thought of the plot where Jiao Mingchun caught mice in the sewer, so they didn't pursue it too much. Instead, they asked Jiao Mingchun to make a quick comeback. Without this happy guy, the escape show would lose a lot of fun. After all, only with Jiao Mingchun can you see such funny plots. So the Terminator cheating came to an end, and the audience turned their attention to number 22. There was a viewer who had just had some free time to watch the live broadcast and found that he had missed Yuan Yifun's wonderful live broadcast. So he clicked on the live broadcast replay function and chose to watch the content of the noon period on the 22nd. However, he found that there was a period when he stopped the live broadcast, and he wondered what number 22 was doing during that time. Orange cat on the road at noon and caught a little mouse. Then he put a positioning patch on a mouse, put it into the sewer, and then Yuan Yifun left calmly. Yuan Yifun then found a nearby surveillance camera, wrote a note on the spot, and hid it under the camera, then smiled and waved at the camera and left. By the time Shi Xiufei discovered this video through investigating the surveillance cameras near the residential area, it was already 20 minutes later. There was no way she could catch the person, but she had to go and take a look at the note hidden by number 22. Shi Xiufei immediately drove to the scene and found the note under a rock. She unfolded it and became furious. She crumpled the note into a ball and threw on the ground. Why was Shi Xiufei so angry? Just because the message Yuan Yifun left her was a bit inappropriate. It only said, "Miss Shi, I miss you so much." The Terminator is not a man of integrity and is always playing dirty. We will not play with him anymore. It is more enjoyable to communicate with you. I know you miss me so much every day that you may even miss me so much that you can't sleep at night. I have always been kind to women. In order to relieve your longing for me, I plan to fulfill your wish. As long as you meet me alone, I will give you a chance to catch me. If you agree to my proposal, please write my phone number on a banner in the city center square in half an hour. I will call you to discuss the details after I see it. Just leave a message. Yuan Yifun also teased Shi Xiufei with words. So Shi Xiufei was so angry that she threw the note away. But she soon realized that number 22 was deliberately trying to provoke her, and she couldn't lose her composure. Shi Xiufei soon stopped being angry. She picked up the note again and observed the handwriting on it. It was the same as the handwriting on the note she got last time at the club. It was still neat and tidy, with correct, regular script, which was nothing like his lively and unrestrained personality. Given Yuan Yifun's flamboyant and arrogant personality, as long as the operation is done properly, it is very likely that this meeting opportunity will be used to catch him. Shi Xiufei immediately made a plan and called her men to buy a blank banner. She brought a group of her men to the city center square. She had been here before, when Yuan Yifun had just arrived in Shanjin City and was discovered climbing the statue of horse, stepping on flying swallow. At that time, Yuan Yifun showed off his roller skating skills and threw off their arrest team. Shi Xiufei still clearly remembered this humiliation. Now, she's going to wash away this shame. There are many pedestrians in the square now. When the arrest team members disperse, it will be like a drop of water thrown into the sea. It will be invisible at all. If Yuan Yifun is careless and appears, he might really be caught. When the agreed time came, Shi Xiufei put up a red banner in a prominent position in the square, on which she wrote her backup phone number in white paint. 1-800-7225. Chapter 125, I want to challenge you. At this time, in an office building 1 kilometer away from the city center square, Yuan Yifun was observing the content of the banner with a telescope, and then picked up his mobile phone and dialed the phone number published on it. Always pay attention. Yuan Yifun may appear at any time. Shi Xiufei was reminding her team members in real time through the internal communication channel when her phone rang. When she took out her cell phone and saw that it was a number from this city, Shi Xiufei guessed that it must be a call from Yuan Yifun. She gestured to the team members in the distance, reminding them to track the phone. And then when she put the phone to her ear, she scanned the surroundings vigilantly with her eagle-like eyes, hoping to find where Yuan Yifun was hiding. "Hello, Captain Shi." Yuan Yifun spoke very formally, without any of the frivolous tone that appeared in the note. "Where are you?" Shi Xiufei asked. If you ask a timid fugitive, he will definitely not answer, but this trick sometimes works wonders against arrogant fugitives. Arrogant people are usually conceited and will take the initiative to reveal their whereabouts in order to show off. Sure, Shu Fa wanted to take this opportunity to get more clues. Of course, it would be best if she could catch number 22 before the negotiation. Don't ask me where I am. Even if you ask me, I can't tell you. Yuan Yifun answered in the form of singing. There's actually a song called Submarine Soldier's Song. Speak to me nicely. Sure, Shu Fa was once again broken by Yuan Yifun's lazy tone, and she scolded him angrily. After shouting, Sure, Shu Fa herself was wondering. She had never been so impulsive and irritable before, but ever since she took over the program group, her temper has become more and more irritable. It seems that she needs to make some hawthorn and peach kernel porridge to regulate her endocrine system. Yuan Yifun then teased, Don't be so fierce, or you might not be able to get married in the future. You don't need to worry about it. If you have something to say, tell me now. I'm still waiting to catch you. Sure, Shu Fa was really furious. She originally wanted to delay time as much as possible and let her men track the number that called. However, when she heard Yuan Yifun's mean tone, she couldn't suppress her anger and didn't want to communicate with this annoying fugitive at all. It's like this, I want to fight you in a duel. As long as you can beat me down, you can capture me and report to the task. Yuan Yifun made a surprising proposal. Okay, come on. I'm right here. Sure, Shu Fa immediately took a stance and accepted the challenge with great confidence. Of course, we can't have a duel in the square. If I went there now, I would have been pinned down by those dozens of your men, and there would be no chance of a duel at all. Yuan Yifun said playfully. Then you tell me the location. Sure, Shu Fa said coldly. In 1 hour, I will send the duel location to your mobile phone. You can only come alone at that time. If I find out that there are members of the arrest team nearby, I will cancel the date immediately. Yuan Yifun said. This isn't a date, it's a duel. Sure, Shu Fa emphasized the word solemnly. She didn't want to apply the word date, which was sacred to women, to Yuan Yifun, the fugitive. Okay, it's a duel. Remember, you can only come alone. Also, bring your own protective gear. I'm poor and don't have the money to buy you any. Fine. Beep. Yuan Yifun hung up the phone on his own initiative. Sure, Shu Fa immediately asked the technicians whether they had traced the location of the number. The owner of this phone is Wang Ziqiang. The signal shows that he is nearby, but the signal tower is too large to determine his exact location, said the team member. Sure, Shu Fa's heart moved, and she asked, What is Wang Ziqiang's workplace? He's in the Lanzhou building next door. He's an employee of Fading Trading Company. The team member replied. Number 22 must have borrowed a phone from someone nearby. He is in Lanzhou building. Everyone gathered together. At Sure Shu Fa's shout, all of their arrest team rushed to the Lanzhou building where Yuan Yifun was. After Yuan Yifun finished talking to Sure Shu Fa, he saw a white-collar worker in a suit and tie walking over. He scanned the ground and muttered, Where's my phone? Hello, is this your phone? I picked it up on the ground. Yuan Yifun took the phone that had just been used to make a call and shook it in his hand. Oh, it's mine, thank you. The white-collar worker who lost his phone was Wang Ziqiang. When he passed by just now, his phone was half exposed in his pocket, and the screen was not locked yet. So Yuan Yifun took it and used it. Now that the other party has come back to look for it, it is just the right time to return it to him. It's not broken, it's pretty good. Wang Ziqiang looked very relieved. Be careful not to put your phone in shallow pockets when walking. It's easy to fall. After Yuan Yifun finished teaching, he left. Thank you. Thank you. Wang Ziqiang thanked him politely, but he quickly realized what was happening. Didn't this person say he picked up the phone? How did he know that I put the phone in my pocket? Did he pick it up from my pocket? Just when he was about to find Yuan Yifun to argue, he found that the other party had disappeared. Yuan Yifun had already run downstairs from the escape passage, and at the same time he was talking to the live broadcasting camera. My friends, I didn't brag, did I? I said I would give you Sure Shu Fa's phone number, and I will definitely do it. You saw the number on the banner just now, and I personally called and verified it successfully. You must keep your promise. It turned out that Yuan Yifun was making a bet with netizens. Some male fans who liked Sure Shu Fa had previously instigated Yuan Yifun to ask for Sure Shu Fa's contact information. As long as they could get her mobile phone number or WeChat account, they would give Yuan Yifun gifts. Yuan Yifun gladly accepted the challenge, which led to this one-on-one battle. On the one hand, it was to fulfill a bet with netizens, and on the other hand, he wanted to find a free sparring partner to strengthen his fighting skills. After all, although the Terminator disappeared temporarily, he came back 2 days later. Yuan Yifun must improve himself in order to deal with this tough opponent. One netizen said, Number 22 is awesome. It was so easy to get Miss Sure's phone number. I'll keep my promise and give her a sports car as a gift. Other netizens also gave gifts. Yuan Yifan received the reward, and those netizens got Sure Xuefei's mobile phone number. This was another win-win situation. At the same time, the arrest team also arrived at the building, but after searching, they could not find Yuan Yifan. After questioning the person involved, they learned that Yuan Yifan had fled after making the phone call. Sure Xuefei was not too depressed. If it was so easy to catch number 22, the battle would not have been dragged on until today. Captain, what should we do? At this time, a team member asked. You guys stand by first. It seems that I have to meet him alone. Sure Xuefei said with a serious look. Suddenly, her cell phone rang. It was a number from another province. Sure Xuefei's heart moved, thinking that this should be another call from Yuan Yifan. So she made a gesture, and the team members suddenly became nervous. Some technicians put on headphones to monitor and record the call. When everything was ready, Sure Xuefei pressed the answer button. Chapter 126, if you agree, we will go to get the certificate this afternoon. Hello, Miss Sure. I'm your #1 fan, the man said excitedly. Fan? How do you have my number? Sure Xuefei asked puzzledly. Didn't you just put up a banner? I saw it from the live broadcast room number 22. I am a #1 in your live broadcast room. I want to ask you when you are free. I could take a plane to see you anytime. Let's find a hotel and sit down and have a good chat. Sure Xuefei hung up the phone angrily and blocked the other party before he could finish speaking. Does he think I'm a female anchor and I have to accompany the top guy on the list? Is he kidding me? Sure Xuefei's mood was ruined again by a phone call. The team members who were monitoring wanted to laugh but didn't dare to, and they were all silent. They also found that their captain had been much more irritable recently, and no one wanted to offend him. But just after hanging up the phone, another call came in from another province. This time Sure Xuefei was prepared. She picked up the phone and put it to her ear without speaking immediately. Fei, I'm a handsome guy. I'm your loyal fan. I watch your live broadcast every day, but I've never seen you wear stockings. Can you please give me the original flavor? Sure Xuefei couldn't stand it anymore, so she hung up again and blocked the number permanently. She now understood that Yuan Yifan had disclosed her secondary cell phone number in order to allow fanatical male fans to ruin her mood and make her make irrational judgments. You underestimate me too much, Sure Xuefei said coldly, and she quickly adjusted her mood. If she hadn't been worried about not receiving Yuan Yifan's message, she would have turned off her phone long ago. Ding 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 dong. Sure Xuefei's cell phone then became a hotline. As soon as she hung up, another call came in. This shows that she has a strong fan base, and each fanatical fan is very enthusiastic. Sure Xuefei decided to give the other party another chance. If it wasn't Yuan Yifan calling this time, she would block everyone. Sure Xuefei, I love you. I will give you everything. The betrothal gift is 1 million yuan. I will give you the car and house, and my mother can swim. My child, and I will have your last name. If you have an affair, I will leave the house with nothing. You will be in charge of my bank account. I will not smoke, drink, or have my hair permed. If you agree, we can go get the marriage certificate this afternoon. This time, it was a die-hard fan who confessed his love at a very fast speed as soon as the call was connected. So much so that when Sure Xuefei wanted to hang up, he had already heard the whole conversation. Beep! Sure Xuefei could no longer bear it. After hanging up the phone, she changed the settings of her phone with a gloomy face so that only users on her whitelist could call in. Only then did the world return to peace. I'm going to the bathroom. Sure Xuefei left the team members expressionlessly. After she entered the bathroom, she did not use the toilet. Instead, she took a deep breath and muttered, "The world is so beautiful, but I am so irritable. This is not good, not good." After coming out of the bathroom again, Sure Xuefei turned into the decisive and beautiful captain again. More than half an hour later, Sure Xuefei received a text message from Yuan Yifan on her mobile phone. There was an address on the text message asking her to go to room 1107, Building D, Fugitive department store, and not to bring any teammates. It is an old commercial center. More than 10 years ago, it was the first choice for Shanjin citizens to go shopping. But now, due to urban planning and the emergence of other large shopping malls, Fugitive department store has declined. In addition, the newly built subway does not pass through here, so Fugitive department store has become a place that is ignored by everyone. With fewer customers, merchants have evacuated one after another, resulting in many rooms being vacant and very deserted. It is estimated that Yuan Yifan took this into consideration and chose that place as the venue for the duel. Sure Xuefei put on a protective gear bag, and drove off alone. The other team members were all on standby. Just like what was said in the ancient books, as long as they heard the captain's signal of smashing the cup, these dozens of people would rush forward and capture the thief. Because she had been deceived by Yuan Yifan, sure Xu Fei did not believe that Yuan Yifan would abide by the gentleman's agreement, and she would not abide by it honestly. As long as there was a chance, she would definitely grab number 22. Now she has to face the most arrogant fugitive in the program crew. But sure Xu Fei is not afraid. She once single-handedly captured a criminal who was several times more brutal than Yuan Yifan and whose body was tied with explosives. She was also willing to replace a hostage and had a knife held against her neck by the suspect. She was not afraid at all at that time. Now that this is just a show, she has even less psychological burden. When Sure Xu Fei arrived at Fuyuan department store, the first thing she did was to observe the environment. There are 4 commercial buildings standing side by side here, each with 16 floors, namely Building A, Building B, Building C, and Building D, which we're going to. The distance between each building is very close, only about 20 meters apart, which affects each other's lighting. Perhaps it is for this reason that the commercial value here is affected. Sure Xu Fei arrived at Building D and saw that the elevator on the first floor was quite old. The paint had been scratched, and there was a sign saying under maintenance next to it, making it unavailable for use. Sure Xu Fei had no choice but to climb up the stairs. After climbing a few floors, I found that the structure of the former prosperous shopping mall was still preserved here, but most of the shops were empty. I only saw a few people along the way. There were some studios and small and medium-sized companies that chose this place as their office space simply because the rent was cheap. The elevator here is broken. Sure Xu Fei sent the situation on the scene to the team members. Once she sent the signal, the arrest team members would swarm in. Now, they just had to wait for the opportunity. It's a good thing that the elevator is broken. If number 22 could only climb the stairs, he would have one less way to escape. Sure Xu Fei is the leader of the arrest team, but she is not naive enough to believe Yuan Yifan's words. She has been trying to find a way to catch him. She first uses the agreement to trick him over, and then makes her move. Arriving outside room 1107 on the 11th floor of Building D, Sure Xu Fei discovered that there was a layer of dust nearby, and it seemed that no one had been there for a long time. Moreover, there was no business on the upper floors. Every step she took echoed, making the place seem empty and eerie. Sure Xu Fei tensed her muscles, ready to deal with Yuan Yifan's sneak attack at any time. After pushing open the door of room 1107, they found a lot of office supplies and papers scattered inside. The previous merchant's belongings had not been moved out. In such a dusty place, there was a cleaned area in the middle of the hall with a thin layer of rubber mat on it. It seemed that this was the place Yuan Yifan was going to use for the duel. There was no one in the house. Sure Xu Fei checked the house and found no ambush or traps. She shouted, "Number 22, come out. Don't be such a coward." However, no one answered her, as if Yuan Yifan was not here. Was he fooled by Yuan Yifan again? Sure Xu Fei took out her cell phone to check, but there was no new message. She thought about it and was about to go out. "Captain Sure, why don't you have any patience at all?" At this moment, the door opened and Yuan Yifan walked in from outside, carrying a bag on his back, a bulging supermarket shopping bag in his left hand, and something that looked like a speaker in his right hand. Sure Xu Fei immediately became alert, staring at the cunning man to prevent him from doing anything shady. Chapter 127. Bad BGM. Yuan Yifan walked into the house, put down the things in his hands, and said, "Don't be nervous. We don't have any deep hatred. It's just because of the bond of the program group that we are connected together. If it weren't for the show, I think we should become good friends." This is quite true. The two of them understand each other, and even have a sense of mutual admiration. Take today's Terminator catching mice in the sewer incident, for example. Sure Xu Fei immediately determined that Yuan Yifan was not in the sewer, and Yuan Yifan also guessed that this had nothing to do with Captain Sure when Shu Lily set up the plan. It can be said that they had a tacit understanding. "I don't want to be friends with you," Sure Xu Fei replied coldly. She tied her hair up and put in a bun at the back of her head so it wouldn't affect her during a fight. Sure Xu Fei had already started doing warm-up exercises, moving her joints and pressing her fingers, and she looked eager to beat up Yuan Yifan. Today, she will get back all the grievances she has suffered these days. Yuan Yifan smiled and shook his head. Sure Xu Fei was very capable and beautiful, a talent in criminal investigation, but she was too tough. If she could be a little gentler, she would surely have a row of suitors, including domineering CEOs and young richest men, waiting downstairs. What are you laughing at? Get started now and stop trying to play tricks. After Xiufei finished speaking coldly, she went straight to the door, took off her coat, and used it as a rope. She wrapped it around the door handle several times and tied a knot so that no one could enter or leave for a while. Xiufei firmly believed that she could defeat Yuan Yifan, so she wanted to prevent him from escaping. Then she put on all the protective gear from the bag she brought. Xiufei was wearing a black sports vest on her upper body, which showed off her stylish but exaggerated curves, and black tight trousers on her lower body, which tightly wrapped her long and strong legs. Xiufei, with her hair tied up, came to the field and got in position to prepare for the fight. Now she looked serious, earnest, cool, and sassy. Yuan Yifan also took out protective gear from his backpack and put it on. Xiufei deliberately looked at the items in his bag. There seemed to be a lot of miscellaneous items, but nothing particularly eye-catching. Yuan Yifan carefully zipped up his backpack, blocking Xiufei's view. The only thing Xiufei cares about now is the portable speaker. It is impossible for Yuan Yifan to bring in a completely useless thing. Is there something fishy hidden in it? Seeing Xiufei's alert eyes, Yuan Yifan smiled and explained, "Don't be nervous. I'm going to use this speaker to play music. Nowadays, short videos need to be accompanied by background music to make them more interesting. It would be boring if we just play them. Only with music can there be mood, and it won't be so stiff." As he spoke, he pressed the play button on the remote control of the portable speaker, and the speaker began to play the song with good sound quality. The young monk went down the mountain to beg for alms. The old monk has some instructions. Xiufei frowned. She thought there was something hidden in Yuan Yifan's speaker. It turned out to be a real speaker. However, this song was so tasteless, as bad as Yuan Yifan's character. Bring it on. Xiufei punched her fists against each other with banging sounds, more impatient than a man. But at this time, the song played "The Woman Down the Mountain is a Tiger." Xiufei felt uncomfortable when she heard it, frowned, and said, "Can you turn off the music?" "There's no need to turn it off. If you don't like this song, change it." Yuan Yifan pressed the next song on the remote control, and the speaker began to play the classic old song, "Good Days." Today is a good day. Everything you wish for will come true. This song is also very touching, but it is much better than "The Lady is a Tiger." Xiufei reluctantly accepted it, but she still complained, "Your playlist is as messy as you are." "Really? Thank you for the compliment," Yuan Yifan said with a smile. "I'm not praising you." Xiufei said coldly. "Are you ready?" "All right." Yuan Yifan was already wearing protective gear and similar full-body protection as Xiufei, and both of them were in a guarded posture. From then on, the eyes of both sides became fierce at the same time. The previous farce was over, and now the two fighters were about to duel. The audiences who were watching the live broadcast were sending gifts such as glow sticks, and they were staring at the screen intently, waiting to see this showdown between Mars and the Earth. Xiufei kicked out first, and then with the song of "Good Days," the duel between the arresting captain and the fugitive officially began. Yuan Yifan wanted to test Xiufei's strength level, so he did not dodge the kick. Instead, he raised his arms in front of him and took the attack. Bang! Yuan Yifan's body shook. The kick was so powerful that he took half a step back. However, this was not the end. As soon as the kick landed, Xiufei's next kick came, and it was a series of kicks, one after another. After Yuan Yifan was hit by the first kick, it was difficult for him to dodge, so he could only take the second kick. Bang! Another kick, Yuan Yifan took another step back, and then Xiufei launched a series of flying kicks, and Yuan Yifan was in a difficult situation to deal with. Yuan Yifan never thought that Captain Shi's long legs could be so powerful when kicking people. What a mistake. Netizens watching the live broadcast immediately shouted when they saw Xiufei kicking number 22. They like to watch beautiful women beat people the most. This is what it means. Beautiful women are good-looking, and they look handsome even when they beat people up. Yuan Yifan found himself falling into Xiufei's trap. After blocking the first kick, he could not dodge all the subsequent moves. After blocking these kicks, his arms felt numb. Miss Shi's leg strength was really strong. Xiufei kicked Yuan Yifan 5 times in a row, forcing him to retreat step by step. There was a flaw in the middle, So she gave up kicking and instead crouched down and threw a hook punch at Yuan Yifun's lower abdomen. The lower abdomen has no ribs to protect it and is full of internal organs. A heavy punch would cause pain to the bone marrow. Once sure Xu Fa discovered the flaw, she would strike with the final blow. Although Yuan Yifun has been suppressed due to his wrong tactical choices in the past, he is no rookie. His fighting skills have now reached F level, which is equivalent to several years of hard work for ordinary people. He is by no means a false reputation. After he discovered Sure Xu Fei's intention, he immediately turned his body sideways, retracted his lower abdomen, and prepared to tighten his waist muscles to withstand the punch. At the same time, he turned sideways and exerted force, and slammed his left fist towards Sure Xu Fei's head. This move is an attack instead of defense. If Sure Xu Fei does not withdraw the move, she will be hit by a heavy punch. You have to know that the muscle strength of men and women is not equal. He might not be seriously hurt by a punch from Sure Xu Fei, but his F-level strength can probably seriously injure Sure Xu Fei. No matter how much muscle a woman builds, she will not be as strong as a man. This is a natural gender difference and cannot be made up for by hard training. As expected, Sure Xu Fei did not choose to fight back. When she retreated, she kicked Yuan Yifun on the thigh, using the force to hurt the enemy at the same time. This move was very beautiful and sharp, like gymnastics, and she did a somersault and landed 2 meters away. At this point, the first round of confrontation between the two ended. Sure Xu Fei had an absolute advantage, and Yuan Yifun was basically on the defensive. In the first round, Sure Xu Fei wins. Chapter 128, Getting Beaten All the Time. Some passers-by who were watching the live broadcast, seeing Yuan Yifun being abused, immediately started to mock him. Number 22 is no good. I heard he is invincible. How come he can't even beat a woman? That's right, it's rubbish. I'm glad I followed you. I'm unfollowing you now. Of course, there are also rational netizens who urge everyone to be patient. This is a one-on-one duel. The winner or loser depends on the final result. If you take advantage of the first 100 times, if you make a mistake in the last one, you may turn defeat into victory. 22 still has a chance. There are also some hot-tempered fans of number 22 who answer trolls more directly. If you can do it, go for it. If you can't, don't talk nonsense. Passerby netizen. What kind of ridiculous logic is this? Do I need to know how to cool a refrigerator to comment on it? Hardcore fan. You can't refrigerate, but you can make a stick retarded. Both sides of the debate believed that they were right and started arguing in a live broadcast room. Seeing all kinds of insults quickly filling the screen, the intensity of the argument was even more lively than a fight on the spot. Yuan Yifun didn't have time to read the comments because Sure Xu Fei launched a second wave of attack. Sure Xu Fei threw a quick straight punch, aiming at Yuan Yifun's straight nose. If this punch hits, Yuan Yifun, the handsome fugitive, will become a handsome fugitive with a flat nose. In this era, one cannot lose his appearance, so he must dodge this punch. Yuan Yifun learned his lesson this time and decided to take the initiative in the fight, otherwise he would be suppressed. While dodging, he also threw a punch. Anyway, he just bullied Sure Xu Fei because she was not as strong as him, so he used a rogue strategy of exchanging injuries for injuries. Unexpectedly, Sure Xu Fei's punch was just a feint. She suddenly stood on one leg and slammed her left knee into Yuan Yifun's abdomen, which was another fierce move. Yuan Yifun's pupils shrank slightly, and he quickly moved his hands down, using his boxing gloves to block the iron knee. Bang! Another fierce collision. Yuan Yifun's arms shook. Although he had the advantage in strength, he was always defeated by Sure Xu Fei. As the saying goes, the arm cannot twist the thigh. So Sure Xu Fei's thigh was better than Yuan Yifun's arm, making him feel particularly uncomfortable. Before the iron knee impact, Sure Xu Fei's next move was already brewing. After the impact, her right elbow swept towards Yuan Yifun's head, and this elbow was even more fierce and sharp. Yuan Yifun was forced to defend himself again. He only had time to turn his head and then use one arm to protect his head and take it. Bang! Another fierce collision. Yuan Yifun was knocked back a step because of his unstable upper body center of gravity. Sure Xu Fei took advantage of the situation and spun around on the spot, launching an even more fierce roundhouse kick, hitting Yuan Yifun's shoulder. This time, Yuan Yifun received a strong impact, which he could not resolve in a short time, so he was pushed back 3 steps. He finally managed to create some distance, but the price he paid was that his entire shoulder became numb. However, Shi Shuifei had not stopped attacking. It seemed that she wanted to vent all the anger that Yuan Yifan had caused her since the start of the show. She took 2 steps and launched another flying kick. This flying kick with a running start must be more powerful, so Yuan Yifan didn't want to take it head on. He bent over and dodged in an unsightly manner and went around to the other side of the venue, keeping a distance of several meters from Shi Shuifei. With his deliberate adjustments, Shi Shuifei's second wave of attack ended here. When netizens saw this exciting duel, they were so excited that they kept slamming the table. Of course, most people were praising Shi Shuifei's handsome skills. From their point of view, Yuan Yifan was just being beaten unilaterally and acting as a human self-propelled sandbag. Therefore, these netizens who were excited about the show actively flocked to Shi Shuifei's live broadcast room, frantically giving gifts and rewards to express their admiration for the beautiful Shi. Most netizens in real life like to be lively and go wherever there is something interesting to watch. Now Shi Shuifei is playing beautifully, and a group of viewers who were originally in room 22 have switched to Shi Shuifei's room. Now the popularity of both sides in the duel is very even. Shi Shuifei, who was at the scene, turned her head suddenly after the flying kick, stared at Yuan Yifan with cold eyes, took small steps, and was already planning the next attack. Nice skills. Yuan Yifan rubbed his shoulder in pain, but still praised the other person. This was his sincere words. Snort. Shi Shuifei snorted coldly and launched her third attack, still starting with a quick punch, hitting Yuan Yifan in the face. Based on his previous experience, Yuan Yifan decided to take precautions against her changing her tactics this time. Yuan Yifan estimated that Shi Shuifei's upper limb strength was not very strong, so as long as she didn't hit his vital parts, Yuan Yifan didn't plan to defend. Instead, he took the opportunity to fight back and counterattack Shi Shuifei with a punch. Now, the key is to win when 2 brave men meet in a narrow road. Yuan Yifan's thinking was very straightforward. Since he couldn't win in a contest of skills, he would just compete in the ability to withstand blows and physical strength, which had always been his strong points. Yuan Yifan gave up on defense, which made Shi Shuifei cautious instead. She took the initiative to change her moves and dodge. While she was turning sideways, she kicked Yuan Yifan's head with a whip kick from bottom to top, still using a leg move. Yuan Yifan had a flash of inspiration and vaguely understood the mystery of Shi Shuifei's moves and had some ideas on how to deal with it. However, the human body can never keep up with the speed of thought. Although Yuan Yifan's brain reacted, his body failed to dodge and was hit by the kick. Yuan Yifan staggered, and Shi Shuifei took advantage of the situation to lift her whole body into the air and kick Yuan Yifan with both feet. Yuan Yifan was unable to withstand the double force of the kick and was kicked back 3 or 4 steps before he could barely stop. Shi Shuifei's body fell after the flying kick. She did a somersault and stood up instantly. Her leg movements were as smooth as flowing water and as silky as Olympic gymnastics. Even Yuan Yifan, who had been passively beaten, couldn't help but shout, "Good fight." Netizens who don't know the truth started to criticize number 22, saying that he was a loser and was always being beaten by beautiful women, which was a disgrace to men. However, Yuan Yifan himself was in high spirits, with a faint smile on his face. He was not beaten in vain, because he had received a prompt from the escape system, runaway system. Learn the tricks in actual combat and upgrade your fighting skills to E level. This reminder was of extraordinary significance. First, it proved that training in actual combat could indeed enhance skill levels. Second, he had figured out Shi Shuifei's routine through being beaten. Shi Shuifei had observed the power difference between the 2 sides early on, so her punches were mainly feints, and the real attacks were launched with elbows, knees, legs, etc. This could bring out the strength of the thigh muscles and waist and abdomen, making the striking power stronger and making up for the lack of strength. It was a very smart battle plan. Therefore, the fighting experience Yuan Yifan gained is that he should adjust his fighting strategy according to each opponent and try to use his own strengths to limit his opponent, which is what people often call strengthening one's strengths and avoiding one's weaknesses. Shi Shuifei implemented this concept very successfully, and she severely beat Yuan Yifan in the first 3 attacks. However, fighting is not about who is better at fighting. Although Yuan Yifan has been in a passive position, he has always protected his vital parts. The parts he was kicked were mainly his arms or places with thick skin and flesh, which were not serious. The pain was equivalent to falling on the road. Now, Yuan Yifan has upgraded his combat skill level by 1 level and rebalanced the difference in combat power. Next, the confrontation will be even more intense. Chapter 129 Visible Progress. Hey, Shi Shuefei shouted fiercely again and launched an attack first, attacking with her long legs. Yuan Yifan was better prepared this time. He concentrated on parrying and fighting with her. Soon, the audience watching the live broadcast clearly felt that Yuan Yifan was not just being beaten. He would occasionally counterattack with great force, forcing Shi Shuefei to take the initiative to avoid it. The original ratio has changed from 1 to 28 to 2, and the situation looks better. Shi Shuefei also noticed this change, but she thought that Yuan Yifan had been hiding his abilities intentionally before, and now he was showing his true abilities. She couldn't help but curse him in her heart as a sinister villain. Yuan Yifan was inexplicably charged with an additional crime. Although Yuan Yifan was still at a disadvantage, he fought very excitedly. He originally wanted to challenge Shi Shuefei to a duel in order to improve his fighting skills. A high-level sparring partner of Shi Shuefei's level might not be easily available at several $100s an hour, but he got one for free. Yuan Yifan could be said to have made a fortune today. The two fought for several minutes. Yuan Yifan was mainly on the defensive, but when Shi Shuefei's strength declined, he took advantage of her slow movement and punched back, successfully completing his offensive counterattack intention. Shi Shuefei was shocked. At this time, she couldn't change her tactics, so she could only kick out hard to confront the opponent head-on. Both of them were hit at the same time, and their bodies shook. Yuan Yifan was kicked back 2 steps, but Shi Shuefei was also pushed back a step by Yuan Yifan's powerful punch, and, judging from the twitching muscles on her face, it seemed that she was not feeling well either. This is the fact. Shi Shuefei has an overall advantage in terms of skills, but Yuan Yifan is stronger than Shi Shuefei. When she is hit by a punch, it hurts more than Yuan Yifan. Shi Shuefei bit her lower lip, her expression gloomy. She probably didn't expect Yuan Yifan to be so tenacious. Even after being hit so many times, he was still able to fight back. Yuan Yifan felt a little sorry for Shi Shuefei when he saw her frustrated look. It would be bad if such a good sparring partner dampened her enthusiasm, so he applied for a timeout. Let's stop for a moment. The first round is over. Yuan Yifan said. Shi Shuefei said angrily, "Why stop? I'm going to beat you until you lie down." Indeed, there are only 2 of them now. If Shi Shuefei can really injure Yuan Yifan with 1 blow, then she can handcuff Yuan Yifan with the handcuff she brought and complete the arrest. So now she theoretically has a chance to capture Yuan Yifan on the spot, so she doesn't want to rest. Of course, this opportunity only exists in theory. Faced with the belligerent Shi Shuefei, Yuan Yifan did not try to persuade her. Instead, he walked to the corner of the room, took out a few bottles of Waha purified water from the supermarket shopping bag, and threw one to Shi Shuefei. "Drink some water. You're sweating. Rest for 2 minutes, and then we'll continue playing," Yuan Yifan said. After saying that, Yuan Yifan also picked up a bottle of purified water and prepared a drink. "Wait, give me your bottle of water." Shi Shuefei is worthy of being a former policewoman who used to work as a criminal police. She is very alert and worried that Yuan Yifan had mixed drugs in the water, so she didn't drink her bottle. Yuan Yifan smiled and threw several bottles, including the one in his hand, to Shi Shuefei, all of which were unopened, for her to pick. He had a clear conscience. As the top fugitive in the program group, his strategies were all above board. He didn't need to resort to such despicable means as mixing drugs in the water. Shi Shuefei took a few bottles of water and compared them. After confirming that they were completely unopened, she opened them and started drinking. Because she was trying to catch Yuan Yifan these past few days, she hadn't been eating or sleeping well, and she often had no time to eat or drink water. Now she was really thirsty, so she drank half a bottle at once. After drinking the water, Yuan Yifan began to stretch his joints. Before the second round started, he went over the experience he had just absorbed in his mind. Shi Shuefei was obviously not as strong as him, yet she was able to suppress him so harshly. She was indeed unique in that way. Yuan Yifan wanted to learn her fighting style, which was very suitable for defeating the strong with the weak. If he could fully master Miss Shi's fighting experience, he could challenge Jiao Mingchen. That was the driving force behind his crazy training over the past 2 days. Otherwise, he was not a masochist. So why would he bother himself by letting Miss Sure torture him? Okay, let's get started. Sure Shuefei took the initiative to stop resting, then returned to the field and got ready. Yuan Yifan also put away his smile and focused on responding. Whenever the battle officially started, Yuan Yifan would always devote himself to it. This time Yuan Yifan didn't want to defend and counterattack. He took the initiative to attack, throwing a fierce and fast straight punch. Sure Shuefei dodged nimbly and also fought with her fists, looking for Yuan Yifan's weaknesses. After adapting to the first game, Yuan Yifan now has the experience to deal with it. Sure Shuefei can no longer control him as easily as she did in the beginning. Now that the fight has resumed, the strength comparison between Yuan Yifan and Sure Shuefei has quietly become 30:70. Therefore, if you want special training, you should find an expert, as that will give you the fastest growth rate. Sure Shuefei became more and more frightened as the fight went on. She had never seen anyone whose strength improved significantly on the spot. From the beginning, she was confident that she could knock down Yuan Yifan within 10 minutes, but now she felt lucky to have some advantage. She was finding it increasingly difficult to fight. I can't go on like this. If he improves again, won't I lose? As soon as the word lose appeared in Sure Shuefei's mind, she suddenly suppressed the thought. Sure Shuefei cannot and will not lose to a cunning fugitive. She will definitely win in the end. Captain Sure was confident and ready to put into action. While fighting, she began to plan for an opportunity to win and try to defeat Yuan Yifan in one fell swoop. The battle continues, and now as time goes by, Yuan Yifan's advantage is getting bigger and bigger. He is stronger than Sure Shuefei in both physical strength and power. It can be said that he is a bit bullying, but the strong-willed Sure Shuefei never mentioned it. Everyone's indicators are originally unequal, and there are no two people with exactly the same strength. Sure Shuefei agreed immediately when Yuan Yifan challenged her to a fight was not because she was rash, but because she was confident in her fighting ability. But she didn't expect Yuan Yifan to be so BT. Not only did he master many skills, but he also made visible progress in fighting. Perhaps this was the most terrifying thing about him as a fugitive. If he was allowed to continue developing, Yuan Yifan might really grow into a powerful fugitive or a top gangster that even Sure Shuefei couldn't do anything about. I must defeat him at any cost. The thought in Sure Shuefei's mind became stronger and stronger. Her physical strength began to decline, and she decided to use that combination of skills when she was sure. Compared to Sure Shuefei, who was in a heavy mood, Yuan Yifan was getting more and more excited as the fight went on. He clearly felt his own progress, and this was all thanks to Sure Shuefei, the gold medal sparring partner. If he could succeed in learning from her, he would definitely find a way to repay this selflessly dedicated, beautiful Sure in the future. The two people fighting fiercely in the field have completely different ideas. It can be said to be very interesting. Chapter 130. Elite Showdown turns into gangster brawl. A few more moves. Yuan Yifan was now able to fight back and forth with Sure Shuefei, relying on his physical advantage to gradually turn the disadvantage around. On the other hand, Sure Shuefei's condition was not very good, with big beads of sweat rolling down her forehead. Yuan Yifan's tenacious resistance consumed too much of her physical strength. Her deadly moves such as heavy kicks, knee strikes, and elbow strikes were all blocked by Yuan Yifan. This was really a tough opponent. Sure Shuefei felt that she couldn't wait any longer. She had underestimated her enemy today and didn't play steadily at the beginning, which resulted in her consuming too much physical energy in the early stages. She couldn't keep up with the protracted battle, so she could only give it a try. Sure Shuefei suddenly kicked out, but Yuan Yifan did not retreat but advanced instead, closing the distance between them. This would prevent Sure Shuefei's leg skills from taking advantage. This was a new method he had figured out to crack the situation. In theory, this move is very effective, but Sure Shuefei's fighting experience is obviously richer than Yuan Yifan's, and she reacts faster. When she saw Yuan Yifan approaching, she suddenly turned around, walked in an arc, and after her body turned a circle, she just went behind Yuan Yifan. Such a flexible movement shows Sure Shuefei's agility. Sure Shuefei had never used this trick before, and Yuan Yifan was unable to defend against it without checking. Sure Shuefei suddenly stretched out her arms and hugged Yuan Yifun's lower abdomen from behind. It stands to reason that being hugged by a beautiful woman like this is a very happy thing. But Shi Xuefei is not a gentle and soft girl. She is a terrifying existence comparable to a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Shi Xuefei suddenly tightened her arms, then used all her strength to pick up Yuan Yifun and threw him behind her. Fuck, it's a back throw. The netizens who watched the live broadcast were stunned. They didn't expect that Shi Xuefei, who had been practicing Sanda, would suddenly use a killer move from wrestling. If Yuan Yifun was thrown out and his head hit the ground, his cervical vertebrae might be broken, and if he didn't die, he would be paralyzed all over. It all depends on how ruthless Shi Xuefei is. Shi Xuefei didn't want to kill Yuan Yifun, so this time she chose to lie on her back so that Yuan Yifun could put the pressure on his back and not break his neck. She wanted to wait until Yuan Yifun fell unconscious and then put handcuffs on him. This was the winning strategy she had planned in advance. Some timid netizens have covered their eyes and dared not look anymore for fear of seeing their idol Yuan Yifun being defeated. The moment Yuan Yifun was thrown out, he lost the chance to fight back. His feet were off the ground, and he had no leverage. He could only use his hands in vain to force Shi Xuefei's arms apart. However, his body had already begun to fall head first and was about to hit the ground. This was a fatal move. Yuan Yifun didn't care about anything else. He immediately used the active special skill of the strength skill, Hate the Earth Without Rings. With a sudden increase in strength, his arms suddenly made a king lifting the tripod posture, with his hands pressing against the ground before his head, forming two fulcrums. The powerful upper body strength offset the impact, allowing his head to hang on the ground instead of falling. Shi Xuefei never dreamed that someone would use such a trick to break her back throw and prevent her from falling. However, Shi Xuefei changed her tactics quickly. She turned her body and got out from under Yuan Yifun, then twisted Yuan Yifun's thigh and was about to use the joint choke to finish off her opponent. Yuan Yifun then rolled over like a lazy donkey. Although his movements were indecent, coupled with the special effect of Hate the Earth Without a Ring, he successfully broke free from Shi Xuefei's fatal move. However, his 10-second skill time limit soon expired, and he returned to normal strength. Shi Xuefei knew that this was her last chance today, so she gritted her teeth and pounced on Yuan Yifun again, wrestling with him on the ground. This kind of close combat just fits the passive skill of Street Fighter in the E-level fighting skill. It is just like a street fight. Therefore, Yuan Yifun's fighting power exploded instantly, and he fought back without showing any weakness. Twisting fingers, bending waists, hugging legs, and pinching necks, this is totally a fight between hooligans, not a showdown between elites. Now in close combat, it doesn't matter what moves you use, you have to use all means to subdue the opponent. Yuan Yifun and Shi Xuefei were both holding back their rage. The two of them kept tumbling and struggling on the ground. Sometimes he was on top, sometimes she was riding on top, like two fighting pythons tightly entangled together. At such a tense moment, netizens were all stunned. It took them a long time to type out a comment. Number 22 is so lucky. In a way, this is true. Shi Xuefei is wearing a sports vest and tight trousers, and her figure is clearly revealed. In such close combat, she can naturally feel the other person's most real body experience. As the person involved, Yuan Yifun did not have time to savor the situation carefully. Shi Xuefei's tenacity was beyond his imagination, and she would be taken advantage of if he was not careful. Shi Xuefei was like a big fish that had just come ashore, struggling violently, and he could hardly subdue her. The two of them rolled and tumbled in the middle of the field and entangled in the corner. Finally, Yuan Yifun couldn't stand Shi Xuefei, pinching his soft flesh and pulling his hair. He found the right opportunity and used his arms to hug Shi Xuefei's arms and body, making her arms unable to move. The fight finally cooled down. Yuan Yifun was in excruciating pain at this moment. Just now, Shi Xuefei had used close combat to attack his soft spots, poking him with fingers and hitting him with elbows. It was like cutting the flesh with a knife. It was not fatal, but the pain was unbearable. Fortunately, he finally clamped Shi Xuefei. However, Yuan Yifun forgot that people have limbs. He clamped Shi Xuefei's arms, but Shi Xuefei still had legs. The two of them were now pressed together and fell to the ground, leaving their legs free so that they could participate in the attack. Shi Xuefei was in an absolute disadvantage. She was so angry that she pushed her knee upward without considering the consequences and went straight to Yuan Yifan's second brother. This is also the most deadly killing move in women's self-defense. This was a deadly move. Yuan Yifan suddenly felt a chill and exerted force on his legs. He clamped Shu Fei's slender legs again with his legs and pressed her to the ground with his weight. Now all four limbs were fixed. Shu Fei could no longer attack. The crazy fight between the two came to an end. "You, let me go." Shu Fei's face flushed with anger. She had never been so close to a member of the opposite sex before. This level of closeness was even more excessive than a hug between lovers. As a woman who had been single since birth, she felt very uncomfortable when she smelled the strong masculine scent on Yuan Yifan. If there was a referee on the scene, Yuan Yifan would have let go, but he could clearly feel that Shu Fei was already angry. If he let go now, he would definitely kick his second brother. Yuan Yifan is not married yet and does not want to passively enter the palace to serve the emperor, so he said that he would not let go even if he died, and just held her like this. Anyway, Shu Fei's body was fragrant and soft, and he even felt a little comfortable, so it was not a loss. Shu Fei was so angry that she almost gritted her teeth. This cunning fugitive had been upgraded to a rogue fugitive. Her limbs were now restrained, and the only thing she could move was her head, so Shu Fei slammed her head forward. Bang! Their foreheads collided, and the sound was not loud, but they both saw stars and felt a little dizzy. Fortunately, they were wearing protective gear, otherwise they would both have suffered concussions at the same time. Then I saw the two people on the ground with their teeth bared in their faces. This was really a case of killing 1,000 enemies and losing 12,000 of your own. Although Yuan Yifan had a headache, he did not dare to let go for the sake of his happiness in the second half of his life. He maintained the clamp position with the man on top and the woman on the bottom. Chapter 131. A gentleman talks, not takes action. The netizens who were watching the live broadcast were all dumbfounded. The plot didn't seem right. It was a wonderful duel between masters just now, but now it became like a close couple. That was only because the two of them were wearing clothes, otherwise it would have become an restricted scene. Sure, Shu Fei recovered after a while, but when she saw Yuan Yifan standing so close to her, blowing hot air at her from his nostrils, she became so angry that her forehead hurt so much that she didn't dare to hit him again. She could only use her last weapon, her teeth. But before that, she suddenly saw the drone filming facing her, and her heart suddenly shuddered. She couldn't do such an indecent thing in the live broadcast room, so she whispered to Yuan Yifan, "Hey, let's turn off the live broadcast." "Okay, I agree." Yuan Yifan turned off the live broadcast signal casually. After all, fighting is fighting, but the entangled posture is too indecent, and he doesn't want to be seen by fans. As Shu Fei also turned off the live broadcast, no one knew what happened at the scene, and the audience was anxious and scratching their heads. One netizen who loves gossip maliciously speculated, could it be that the two of them really fell in love with each other, and now they have turned off the live broadcast? Are they preparing to go shirtless? However, this slightly sexual remark was immediately attacked by both number 22 and Shu Fei's fans. "Get lost. Crawl with your H-mouth open. My fan would never like a woman like this tigress. My wife Fei would never have anything to do with the fugitive. If you keep saying that, I'll beat you to death, believe it or not." The live broadcast room was filled with cursing again. The audience who couldn't watch the live broadcast had no place to vent their anger, so they all burst out in the live broadcast room. It was the super administrator who stepped in and closed the live broadcast room. All the people were ejected, and this put an end to the war of words. After closing the live broadcast, Shu Fei had nothing to worry about. She suddenly opened her red lips, but not to kiss him. Instead, she showed her small white teeth and bit Yuan Yifan's cheek directly. "Hey, you were born in the year of the dog. A gentleman should use his mouth instead of his fists." Kept tilting his head back and changing position to make it impossible for Shu Fei to bite him. Yuan Yifan thought that this woman was really aggressive and would use any trick she could. The man who married her in the future would be in trouble. A man of ordinary size could not withstand the beatings of Miss Shu. If he made her unhappy, she would probably die within half a year. With Shu Fei's skills, to use an inappropriate analogy, if she traveled through time and space and became Panjinlian, Wu Song might not be able to avenge his brother. "I'm a woman, not a gentleman." While Shu Fei was biting, she still remembered to reply. This annoyed Yuan Yifan a little, and he wanted to give up and bite back. But he suddenly realized that if he also put his mouth close to her, wouldn't they kiss each other? And because they opened their mouths, it was a French kiss. This discovery was of great significance. Yuan Yifan had no way to fight back and could only beg for peace. Stop biting. Let's make peace, okay? If you let me go, I won't bite you. Sure, Shuefei said angrily. If I don't let go, who knows if you will kick me again? Yuan Yifan said. Sure, Shuefei was a person who would rather break than bend. She opened her mouth and continued to chase Yuan Yifan's head and bite it, just like a great white shark that smelled blood in the sea. After all, Yuan Yifan's head had limited movement space, and seeing that he couldn't avoid the bite, he suddenly saw Sure Shuefei's white neck and had an idea. He suddenly lay down on the side of Sure Shuefei's neck, so that Sure Shuefei could not bite him because of the angle. But it was not completely impossible to bite it. Yuan Yifan's ear was exposed, so Sure Shuefei became ruthless and bit it like a little tiger, vowing to turn Yuan Yifan into an ear. Yuan Yifan would not sit still and wait for death. He also opened his mouth, but like a vampire, he stuck to Sure Shuefei's neck and then threatened vaguely. If you dare to bite me, I will plant a few strawberries on your neck and then immediately start the live broadcast to show everyone how passionate and unrestrained Captain Sure's private life is. You are despicable, shameless, obscene, filthy, disgusting, worse than an animal. Sure Shuefei really didn't dare to say anything this time. She was so angry that she used all the derogatory words she could think of to attribute to Yuan Yifan. Yuan Yifan didn't care. As long as he didn't bite or kick him, it was okay to scold him all afternoon. Sure Shuefei had a beautiful voice, almost like a lark, so it wouldn't hurt to listen to her more often. Sure Shuefei was tired of beating and scolding, and she lay flat on the ground, gasping for breath. Suddenly, she felt an itch on her neck. It was Yuan Yifan's breath spraying on her skin, which made her shiver immediately. The skin on her neck turned crimson and dense goose bumps appeared on it. Sure Shuefei, who had been a solo practitioner for more than 20 years, had never experienced such a situation before. An inexplicable emotion surged from her heart, making her panic, confused, annoyed, and irritable. Somehow, Sure Shuefei's momentum weakened a lot, and then she said in a half-negotiating, half-begging tone, "Let's let each other go, okay? I promise not to attack you." Really? Yuan Yifan raised his head and looked straight into Sure Shuefei's eyes. Sure Shuefei turned her head away and said softly, not daring to look the man in front of her. Yuan Yifan noticed that her face was a little red, probably because she was too excited just now. Yuan Yifan felt that he could trust her once, and he couldn't possibly hug Sure Shuefei for the rest of his life. So he said, "Okay, then let's relax at the same time and go slowly." Sure Shuefei didn't say anything, just nodded. Yuan Yifan counted down to 3, and then the two of them relaxed their strength at the same time in tacit understanding and slowly pulled out their limbs. Yuan Yifan had been on guard against Sure Shuefei's sudden attack and hurting people. After she was completely released, he jumped far away to keep some distance, for fear that this female Tyrannosaurus who liked to bite people would attack again. Unexpectedly, Sure Shuefei did not make any movement. She silently got up from the ground, turned her back to Yuan Yifan, and began to organize her clothes. She was completely different from her previous state, where she wanted to eat Yuan Yifan alive. She was not like a human being at all. "Captain Sure Shuefei." Yuan Yifan tried to call her, fearing that she had hit her forehead too hard and her brain was damaged. "Yes." Sure Shuefei turned around and said something to him, but there was not much hostility in her tone. Yuan Yifan looked around awkwardly, then said, "How about this be considered the second round? We're tied. Take a break, and then continue playing. I don't want to fight anymore. I'm tired." Sure Shuefei said suddenly. At this moment, Yuan Yifan suddenly discovered that there was a swollen, red spot on Sure Shuefei's forehead, which was a place where she had been hit before, and there was probably some bruise. Yuan Yifan felt a little bit reluctant. After all, Sure Shuefei was his free gold medal sparring partner. Now that she was injured, it was not his original intention. Ungentlemanly to ignore the person who helped you and now is injured. You must help her treat her wound first. Chapter 132. Using off-field assistance. You have an injury on your forehead. Do you have any medicinal wine for traumatic injuries? Yuan Yifan asked. Sure Shuefei then realized something was wrong with her forehead. She touched it with her hand, and her fingers shrank in pain. She gasped, and it looked quite serious. Although she didn't answer, Yuan Yifan guessed that she wouldn't bring things like medicinal wine, so he had to find a way. Yuan Yifan grabbed the drone used for overhead filming, used the built-in microphone to connect to the program team's communication channel, and then said, "I am contestant number 22 Yuan Yifan. Now I'm applying for off-field assistance. Please go to a drugstore as quickly as possible and buy all the trauma medicine for injuries. Hurry." The customer service replied, "I am customer service with employee number 9527. I have received your request, but according to regulations, you can only choose one product for off-site assistance, and the price must be less than 2,000 yuan. Please correct the product name. The product I need is medicine for treating bruises and injuries. Do you understand?" Yuan Yifan shouted with a little anger. This customer service representative's IQ is touching. He's in a hurry to use the medicine, but he's still nagging. According to regulations, you can only choose one kind of medicine, either safflower oil or bone-setting water, and it cannot be a broad trauma medicine. However, number 22 was the face of the program team, and it was too important. The leader of the customer service department immediately made a decision and agreed to Yuan Yifan's request. They immediately sent people to buy the medicine and delivered it to his location on the 11th floor by drone, regardless of the cost, in a saturation delivery manner. Competitor number 22, your request has taken effect, and the medicine is expected to be delivered in 5 minutes. The customer service replied. Sure, Xu frowned as she watched from the side. She didn't understand Yuan Yifan's train of thought. Number 22's forehead is indeed a little swollen, but it's not serious. It's just like a normal head-banging incident. If he wants to apply medicated wine, he can just go back to the drugstore and buy it. Is it necessary to waste this precious off-field assistance opportunity? Why don't you go to the pharmacy and buy it yourself? Sure, Xu couldn't help but ask. Because I can't wait. Yuan Yifan's smiling answer made Sure Xu speechless, and she thought that Yuan Yifan had something wrong with his brain. Where originally at loggerheads were now in unprecedented harmony in the room. All they could hear was the portable speaker still faithfully playing the song. Fahai, if you don't understand love, the Leifeng pagoda will fall down. Soon, the sound of a buzzing drone was heard outside the window of the room. Yuan Yifan opened the window and took down the package hanging under the medium-sized transport drone. He opened it in the room and found that it was full of various external medicines for bruises and injuries. There were more than 10 kinds in total, all of which were well-known brands on the market. Hey, what kind of medicine do you usually like to use? Yuan Yifan asked. No, I'll apply it myself when I get home. Sure, Xu didn't want to use Yuan Yifan's stuff. In order to get her to apply the medicine, Yuan Yifan deliberately scared her. How can you do this? The edema wound must be treated in time. If the pigmentation settles in the future, there will be a black scar. You are so beautiful. Do you want to have a black forehead for the rest of your life? There is no young woman who does not cherish her appearance. After hearing what Yuan Yifan said, she acquiesced. Then Yuan Yifan brought the medicine box to her and let her choose whatever she wanted. Sure, Xu finally chose Yunnan Baiyao aerosol. She took off her protective gear, lifted up her hair, and prepared to spray herself, but she had to close her eyes, which was not very convenient. Let me help you, Yuan Yifan said proactively. No, I could do it myself. Sure, Xu insisted on spraying it herself, but maybe because she was exhausted from the fight, her hands were shaking, and the first spray went onto her eyelids, making them cool and wet. She dared not open her eyes. Look, I said let me help you, don't move. This time, Yuan Yifan adopted a commanding tone, snatched the spray bottle directly, and then used the medical wipes in the medicine box to help Sure Xu wipe off the excess medicine on her eyelids. According to Sure Xu previous wary attitude towards Yuan Yifan, she would definitely not allow him to get close to her to guard against his sudden attack. But now, for some reason, Yuan Yifan became a little fierce, and Sure Xu stopped talking, stood where she was, and let Yuan Yifan help her deal with the swelling on her forehead. Yuan Yifan looked at Sure Xu, who was silent with her eyes closed and seemed a little nervous, and suddenly smiled. This woman had a unique charm when she was well-behaved. Perhaps it could only be seen when she was hurt. Yuan Yifan helped her spray the medicine around the swelling, and then continued to wipe away the flowing liquid with a wet wipe. After completing the whole process, he took a step back before letting her open her eyes. Sure Xu felt the coolness on the wound on her forehead, and her heart suddenly became cool. She looked at Yuan Yifan with a complicated expression and said, You have it on your head too. How about I spray it for you? No, scars are a man's medal of honor. This minor injury doesn't require medication. As he said this, he put away the medicine box and placed it next to Shuefei's backpack, asking her to take it all away later. He had no intention of using the medicine himself. Shuefei was stunned for a moment and murmured, "Did you use your only off-field assistance opportunity just to send me medicine? I don't need the off-field aid anyway, so this is the best use of it. After all, you're with me." Yuan Yifan almost blurted out the word sparring partner. If he had really said it, the female Tyrannosaurus, Shuefei, would probably go berserk again. Yuan Yifan quickly changed his story and explained that he was afraid that her injuries were serious and her male fans would seek revenge, so she had to take medicine as soon as possible. Shuefei's heart suddenly felt like a mixture of all kinds of emotions, and she was in a state of confusion and inability to think. She didn't understand why a fugitive whom she hated so much would waste such good off-site resources just to buy medicine for herself. The person who was specifically responsible for catching him, Shuefei, didn't know what was wrong with her. She just felt annoyed, confused, and a little touched. No, how can I be moved by a fugitive? No, Shuefei, you can't be confused and can't tell good from bad. Shuefei shook her head violently, trying to get rid of the upset mood. What's wrong with you? Headache? Then you need to go to the hospital and get checked out. Yuan Yifan was more nervous than Shuefei herself when he saw her shaking her head. He must not let Shuefei get injured and hospitalized because of her, otherwise his life on the run would be too monotonous and boring. Yuan Yifan didn't even have the interest to tease those idiots in the arrest team. If the arrest team members could see Yuan Yifan, they would probably ask him, "Are you polite?" Ding, ding, ding. At this moment, a rapid electronic alarm sound suddenly came from Yuan Yifan's bag. Shuefei's eyes suddenly focused, and she realized that it was her men who had sneaked up. The strange atmosphere from before was swept away, and Shuefei's complicated eyes suddenly became sharp. That decisive, heroic, and beautiful captain of the arrest team is back. Chapter 133, Homemade Smoke Bomb. When Yuan Yifan heard the alarm in his bag, he immediately retreated to the window and said to Shuefei in a reprimanding tone, "Hey, Captain this is not fair. We agreed to a one-on-one duel, but you actually sent people to surround me." The reason why he could receive the alarm from the stairwell below while he was in the room was because he had installed an infrared alarm device in the corridor downstairs. If someone passed by the stairs, the signal would be transmitted to his receiver. Some suspicious netizens questioned how it was possible to buy such a high-tech alarm on the market, and Yuan Yifan must be cheating. However, in fact, the alarm was assembled from electronic components that Yuan Yifan bought in the small commodity market. It was not high-tech and was a product of folk science. The so-called infrared alarm device actually uses the sensor used in men's toilets. Its working principle is that when it detects someone has urinated and left, it will send an electrical signal to let the water pipe spray water to flush the toilet. Yuan Yifan simply made some minor modifications and transmitted the electrical signal via wireless signals to the receiver he carried, thus creating a toilet-level civilian science detection device. This device is placed in a hidden corner of the stairwell. As long as an object passes by, the signal will be transmitted to Yuan Yifan's receiver upstairs, except that the original water spraying command is changed into a drip sound. Because the detection function is single, it will only make a beep sound every time it detects a person passing by. Just now, Yuan Yifan heard continuous and intensive beep sounds, which must be the arrival of a large force from the arrest team, because apart from them, it is impossible for so many people to pass by at the same time in this sparsely populated building. Yuan Yifan began to blame Shuefei for not following martial ethics, using a left kick and a right whip kick to bully this 26-year-old veteran comrade. He had originally defended himself well, but the arrest team sent a bear and the duel turned into a group fight. In fact, this cannot be entirely blamed on Shuefei. She did not smash the cup as a signal. It was just because she and Yuan Yifan had been fighting for too long. Before Shuefei went to the appointment, she had made the worst plan. If she was tricked by Yuan Yifan and could not defeat him, then in 30 minutes, the members of the arrest team would rush up. Now it was just a matter of time. Shuefei is no longer the same person she was half a minute ago. At this moment, she turned on a live broadcast signal and returned to her usual cold state. As the captain of the arrest team, she had to start catching fugitives again. Shuefei said coldly, There's no need to be trustworthy with a fugitive like you. When you lied to me on the marathon track, did you ever consider the word honesty? Adhering to the truth that a good man doesn't argue with a woman, Yuan Yifan smiled, then took a fighting stance and said, "Okay, then we're even. Come on." Not willing to be outdone, Yuan Yifan started the live broadcast. The two people who had been getting along peacefully just now had now fallen out and returned to their original state. "You can't run away this time." Sure, Shuafei was very confident this time because the surrounding environment was unprecedentedly favorable to her. When she first entered the room, she checked around and found that there was nothing fishy in the room, and Yuan Yifan had no exit to escape. Her team members would be there soon, and they only needed to delay Yuan Yifan to catch him. Although she had just accepted the medicine from Yuan Yifan, and this was a bit unkind, Sure Shuefei had already made up her mind that after catching Yuan Yifan, she would return him 10 boxes of trauma medicine. She, Sure Shuefei, would never take advantage of others. At this time, Yuan Yifan, who was leaning against the window, did not get annoyed by being forced into a desperate situation. Instead, a confident smile of victory appeared on his face. Sure Shuefei was shocked. She was too familiar with Yuan Yifan's cunning smile. He must have a backup plan. Sure Shuefei couldn't help but take action and pounced on Yuan Yifan. Yuan Yifan took out 2 Coke cans from his bag, lit the fuse with a lighter, and threw them in front of him. Sure Shuefei was startled and didn't know what it was, so she slowed down. The substance in the can quickly burned with purple flames, releasing a large amount of gray smoke that quickly filled the entire room. This was a homemade smoke bomb that Yuan Yifan had prepared in advance, which provided the necessary condition for his escape plan, which was to block the vision. When Sure Shuefei saw that it was a smoke bomb, she didn't care anymore and broke through the smoke to grab Yuan Yifan. However, Yuan Yifan shrank his body, dodged to the side, bypassed Sure Shuefei, and rushed towards the door. As the smoke continued to spread, his body was also hidden in the thick smoke. "Stop!" Sure Shuefei chased after him, but she was not too anxious because this was the 11th floor and Yuan Yifan could not escape by jumping out the window. The door had been tied by her before, and it would take some time to untie it. Sure Shuefei was confident that she could catch him before he opened the door. As expected, when she heard the sound of the door, Sure Shuefei immediately broke through the thick smoke and ran to the door. However, when she got there, she found that Yuan Yifan was no longer there. There were faint footsteps coming from the side, and Yuan Yifan ran back to the middle of the hall. The room is now filled with thick smoke and visibility is less than 1 meter. We can only rely on sound to determine our location. At this time, noisy footsteps were heard in the corridor. The arrest team members had arrived. Sure Shuefei did not stay to open the door for the team members, but chased after Yuan Yifan. Because she knew Yuan Yifan's abilities, he would run away if there was even the slightest oversight, so she had to stick to him and not give him a chance to perform. In the presence of thick smoke, the best means of positioning is hearing. Sure Shuefei relied on her ears to confirm that Yuan Yifan was in front of her. Oh, it is. Suddenly, something strange happened. A deafening and strange music rang out in the room. It was the obscure song Tentative sung by Teacher Gong. F.A. Hai Does Not Understand Love was played before, and now it is tentative. Teacher Gong's songs are playing continuously on the speakers. Sure Shuefei was caught off guard, and the loud noise caused her to lose her keen hearing. Her mind was filled with the divine sounds of ah, hiss, da, ka, and she could no longer hear the footsteps of number 22. It's broken. It's that portable speaker. Sure Shuefei was filled with resentment. Only then did she understand that when Yuan Yifan came in with the speaker and said he wanted to play music to liven up the atmosphere, it was not a spur-of-the-moment decision on his part. It was a premeditated plan to interfere with her hearing. Have you already thought of this step in your prediction? There was finally a trace of anxiety on Sure Shuefei's face. The situation was beyond her control and seemed to be developing according to Yuan Yifan's plan. This was very dangerous. Yuan Yifan might take this opportunity to escape. Now, she had to find his trace. Because the smoke cannot dissipate for a while, what we need to do now is to destroy the speaker and restore our hearing so that we can know Yuan Yifan's location. Sure Shuefei ran to the source of the sound and kicked the speaker against the wall. Her powerful long legs, which could kick Yuan Yifan back, were enough to kick this old speaker into pieces. The speaker shattered into pieces after hitting the wall, and there was no sound at all. However, because the noise was so loud, Sure, Shuefei's ears had a little tinnitus, and her hearing was affected, so she could not immediately receive the tiny sound around her. At this moment, there was a loud noise at the door of the room. It turned out that the team members outside found that the door was tied and they could not get in, so they kicked the door open together and came in to rescue their captain. Chapter 134. Ingenious Layout. Captain Sure. The team members entered the room in the smoke to search for people. Although it was daytime, it was pitch dark. The smoke was so thick that even the police smoke bombs did not have such an exaggerated effect. "I'm here," Sure, Shu Fa shouted, and the team members immediately joined her. "Captain, are you okay?" Team member Li Chong came up and asked with concern. "I'm fine. Number 22 is in the room. Hurry up and block the door and windows. Don't let him run away." Sure, Shu Fa said anxiously. "We're all guarding here." Several team members were shouting at the door. He ran out the window. The team members had normal hearing, and they heard a noise outside the window, which must have been number 22. Sure, Shu Fa immediately ran to the window and saw a colorful nylon rope tied to the windowsill railing, which was still swinging. When she stuck her head out of the window, she saw that the rope hung all the way down to the 10th floor, and Yuan Yifan had already climbed along the rope into the room on the 10th floor below. "Go downstairs." Sure, Shu Fa hurriedly directed everyone to go downstairs, but dozens of people had to go out of a small door at once, and in the thick smoke, everyone was crowded together, so it took some time. After leaving room 1107, their vision was finally restored, and a large group of people rushed downstairs to room 1007 like dumplings. When they arrived at the place, they found that the door of the room was ajar. After rushing in, they found another rope on the windowsill. Sure, Shu Fa ran over and took a look. Yuan Yifan had already used the rope to enter the 9th floor again. Hateful. If he wanted to rappel, then he should rappel. He didn't reach the bottom in one go, but changed ropes on each floor. He must be trying to make her angry again. Sure, Shu Fa asked everyone to disperse immediately. 3 people were assigned to surround room 07 on each floor, and the rest should go downstairs to set up defenses so as to prevent a large group of people from following Yuan Yifan all the time. Sure, Shu Fa wanted to rush to the square downstairs to surround Yuan Yifan. Because the elevator was broken, she could only run to the stairwell. She put her hand on the railing and climbed over to the next floor. After landing, she adjusted her balance, took a few steps at a time, and then put her handrail on it and jumped to the next floor. This cycle repeated itself, and Sure, Shu Fa quickly went down to the 1st floor. The other members of the arrest team also started from room 0907 and went to every floor, hoping to catch Yuan Yifan, but they were unsuccessful. Yuan Yifan always descended to the next floor before them. When Sure, Shu Fa came to the 1st floor, she found that the last rope was hanging on the 3rd floor and was still floating in the air. There were only vehicles in the square outside, but no people. Suddenly, a car started up and sped away. It was Sure, Shu Fa's car, a white Kian. The driver was none other than Yuan Yifan, who had just jumped down from the building. He chose Captain Sure's favorite car as his means of escape, which was obviously intentional. At the same time, several suspicious young men quickly fled from the parking scene. It seemed that there was some conspiracy. Sure, Shu Fa judged that they were Yuan Yifan's new accomplices. Sure, Shu Fa no longer had time to care about those young men. She saw with her own eyes that number 22 drove away her car, and chasing him was her top priority. The fugitive actually stole the car from her, the leader of the arrest team. Sure, Shu Fa felt her dignity was insulted. She frowned, pursed her lips, and called on other team members to drive after him immediately. What followed was sure to be another thrilling car chase. The arrest team members also ran out of the building one after another and immediately took their car keys to drive. Sure, Shu Fa got into the Audi of one of the team members. When the team members started the car quickly and stepped on the accelerator, the car suddenly started to shake, the speed could not be increased, and an unpleasant crashing sound was made. Blowout. The team members couldn't believe that the car had failed at such a critical moment. They got out of the car and saw that the left front and rear wheels were flat. They couldn't chase people in this state. The team members observed carefully and found that there was a deep cut on both tires, which was obviously caused by human intervention. Yuan Yifan was definitely involved. However, it would have been fine if only one car was punctured. All of the dozen or so cars driven by the arrest team were not spared. The least that had a tire punctured was 1, and the most that had 3. It was truly tragic. Now no car could be used, and more than half a minute had passed. Considering how cunning Yuan Yifan was, there was basically no hope of catching him. But the team members did not want to give up and wanted to run to the road to stop a car. But Shu Fa suddenly stopped them. "Don't chase me. I can't catch up with you anymore." Shu Fa and Yuan Yifan have dealt with each other too many times, and he has almost planned everything out. If he is given such an opportunity to escape, the chance of catching him is no more than 10%. Chasing him by force is basically a waste of time, and there are not so many vehicles to chase him at the moment. Shu Fa looked up and saw that there was a rope hanging from the window of room 07 on each floor, starting from the 11th floor to the 3rd floor. Yuan Yifan relied on several ropes to descend from the 11th floor to the ground. "I was careless." Shu Fa sighed softly. She already understood Yuan Yifan's entire plan. Yuan Yifan had been planning since he challenged her to a duel. First of all, the duel location, Fugitive building, was carefully selected. This semi-abandoned building had many empty rooms, which was conducive to his escape. Secondly, in the room on the 11th floor, he used homemade smoke bombs to interfere with the vision. Then Yuan Yifan deliberately ran towards the door, making her mistakenly think that he was going to escape from the door and leading her to open the window. Yuan Yifan then returned to the window and turned up the speakers to the maximum volume to cover up the noise of escaping from the window, preventing her from interfering with the preparations for rappelling in the first place. By the time the team members rushed out of the house to chase him, it was already too late. No matter how fast they climbed the stairs, it was not as fast as rappelling straight up and down, so it was normal to be left behind. After Yuan Yifan came to the ground, he drove away in her car. The young men who ran away before were probably the thugs he hired to slash the tires, making it difficult for the arrest team to use the car, and they had to watch him leave. Moreover, when he punctured the tire, he deliberately left his own car for escape, which shows how meticulous he was. It can be said that before coming to Fugitive building, number 22 had already considered all action plans. This kind of layout ability is rare in the world. But there was one thing Shu Fa couldn't understand. Why would number 22 challenge her to a duel? Was it just to defeat her and show off? Shu Fa then shouted, "Call a day, go back to the hotel to work." After saying that, Shu Fa opened her cell phone, called a few online taxis, took some of the team members back, and left a few people to contact the tow truck to replace the tire quickly. Because Shu Fa firmly believed that Yuan Yifan would soon reveal his true colors again and would most likely need the car tonight. So the arrest team split up again. While waiting for the car, team member Wang Gang suddenly nudged Li Chong with his elbow and said in his ear in a surprised tone, "I think I saw the captain's mouth curled up. Is she smiling?" At this time, Li Chong secretly ran to the side of Shu Fa and looked at her out of the corner of his eye. He was suddenly shocked because he did see that Shu Fa seemed to be smiling, which was very strange. Li Chong pulled back and said to Wang Gang, "Did the captain's brain get damaged during the duel with number 22? Judging from her temper these past 2 days, she must have been angry a long time ago after she lost the chase and lost face. Could it be that she is laughing out of anger? No matter whether it is true or not, you should stay away from her. She might be on her period and she might be angry, but have nowhere to vent. It will be troublesome if she uses us 2 brothers as sacrifice." The 2 team members retreated a few steps at the same time and deliberately avoided Shu Fa when taking the online taxi. However, in fact, Shu Fa did not take her anger out on anyone. Instead, she returned to her rented hotel calmly and began to work intensively. The arrest team sat together and analyzed the whereabouts of number 22 over the past 2 days to determine where he might go and try to anticipate the enemy. Next, in Shu Fa's live broadcast room, a group of her fanatical male fans began to complain together, saying that they had given a lot of gifts, but Fei never paid attention to them. If it were other female anchors, they would have met offline and got to know each other in depth, but in this live broadcast room, they became poor creatures that no one cared about. These male fans were disappointed and turned to watch number 22. After they saw the number 22, they felt a little relieved and posted comments such as, "Anchor, come and fence with me." The netizens chatted and joked together and soon forgot the unpleasantness. Is it true that only men can comfort a man who has been heartbroken? Chapter 135, Answering Questions and Solving Confusions. At this time, Yuan Yifan had already driven away from Fuyuan building. His fans gave him all kinds of compliments, praising him so much that he almost blushed. Jumping Fugitive número 22, Osem. My baby. Super idol smiles are not as sweet as yours. The sunshine at noon in August is not as dazzling as yours. I love the 20-second and stay in a live broadcast room every day. Yuan Yifan couldn't help but laugh when he saw these comments. He said, okay, it's nothing. As the old saying goes, plan before you act. I'm meeting with the arrest team leader alone, so of course I have to be prepared. Am I going to run into him stupidly? Netizens did not buy Yuan Yifan's explanation. They were extremely curious and asked several questions. Where did you buy that smoke bomb? There shouldn't be any arms sales outlets in Yamajin City. Yuan Yifan knows his fans who have a strong thirst for knowledge too well. If he doesn't give them answers, he's afraid he won't be able to sleep tonight. Yuan Yifan explained, that was a smoke bomb I made using a traditional method. You should have seen me go to the pharmacy and supermarket before the appointment, right? Netizens said in disbelief. I have seen it. Could it be that the things I bought there contain the materials for making smoke bombs? Yes, Yuan Yifan said after pulling the article. I use two main raw materials. One is medical ice packs, and the other is white sugar that I often eat. The packaging material is tin foil used for family barbecues. That's about it. Netizens exclaimed, huh? That's it? I'm not well educated. Don't lie to me. Yuan Yifan smiled and said, of course I won't lie to you. There's potassium nitrate in the medical ice pack. If you add sugar and mix it in a certain way, you can get a homemade smoke bomb. When it is ignited, it will release gray smoke and purple flames. It's a little trick for life. Yuan Yifan's curious fan shouted, hurry up and teach us, we want to try it now. Yuan Yifan said, my dear, this is not something I can teach you. After all, it is a dangerous item. If I teach you, my live broadcast room might be blocked. And I use a unique secret recipe to make this kind of highly concentrated smoke bomb. I'm afraid that the relevant departments will invite me for tea, so I won't elaborate here. Some netizens are still begging Yuan Yifan to explain the details, but more rational netizens are saying, compared to the composition of the smoke bomb, we should pay more attention to why Yuan Yifan knows all this chemistry knowledge, right? Such a powerful smoke bomb should not be something that a chemistry major can learn. So Yuan Yifan may have a special background, a mysterious organization, or something. However, this piece of news was quickly drowned out by the comments of netizens and did not cause any waves. No matter how the netizens begged, Yuan Yifan did not reveal the specific formula of the smoke bomb, so they could only change the topic. The netizen asked him why he used such a short rope when he went downstairs. In foreign blockbusters, those agents and spies can be parachuted down from skyscrapers with just a rope. Yuan Yifan said, movies are movies, reality is reality. Don't confuse them. Movies are definitely artistically processed for viewing experience. The reason why I only used a 4-meter rope is, first, to prevent being forcibly pulled up by the arrest team halfway down, and second, I can't bring a large rope to duel with Captain Sure, otherwise the bulging pile hidden in the bag will arouse her vigilance. As long as she takes a glance, she can guess my intention, and then this escape plan will not work. Yuan Yifan then praised Sure Shufa during the live broadcast. Captain Sure's police investigation skills are very powerful. If someone else was the captain, I wouldn't have to make such a complicated plan. I always keep in awe of her and always be careful with everything. Netizens disagreed and asked, then why can't she catch you? Isn't it because she lacks the ability? Yuan Yifan said, it's not that she's incompetent, she is just being targeted by me. And I am alone, so it is easy for me to hide and escape. If I exchange identities with Captain Sure, she will be the fugitive and I will be the one to catch her. It will probably be the same situation. Basically, she will hide and it will be difficult for me to find her trace. Seeing Yuan Yifan praising Sure Shufa so much, some female fans' gossip spirits began to burn, and they asked, you praise her so much, do you like her? Have you ever thought about taking the relationship to the next level? Women usually like to listen to celebrity gossip and scandals. Although Yuan Yifan is not a celebrity, judging from the number of fans, he is already a celebrity, so female fans especially like to pair him up with other celebrities. This question may seem like a joke, but it is actually very dangerous. If you answer it incorrectly, you will fall into a trap. However, no matter how you answer, it will be interpreted by someone with ulterior motives. For example, if he admitted what netizens said, saying that he admired Sure Shufa, then it would definitely become explosive news. His next fight with Sure Shufa would be considered flirting and live flirting. A good escape show would also be changed. Moreover, if either of them made a mistake, it would be interpreted and magnified as deliberate letting go, which would be a serious blow to their character and image. What's more, Shi Xiufe has never had a boyfriend, which will have a great impact on her future choice of partner. So if the answer is that I have no feelings towards Shi Xiufe, then there is no danger? In fact, this is not the case. Even if the rumors are denied, it will be interpreted as an attempt to cover up the truth. Otherwise, why would one have to explain it specifically? Some people with ulterior motives, including but not limited to the program team's competitors, will use remarks such as explanation is a cover-up to sway public opinion and allow this simple game of chase to be mixed with emotional factors between men and women. This will make it more interesting for some female fans, but in the long run, it will definitely do more harm than good. Rumors are an invisible knife. There are too many such cases in society. Something that originally did not exist was maliciously fabricated and slandered by the internet trolls, resulting in a disgraced reputation. This is not uncommon. So Yuan Yifan immediately changed the subject and talked about the rope. Actually, there's another most important reason why I use a 4-meter rope. After saying this, some curious netizens started to flood the screen with questions, covering up the previous gossip. Yuan Yifan then smiled and said, "The biggest reason is that the supermarket only had this long rope, so I had to make do with it." Ha ha ha. Netizens were all amused. Under Yuan Yifan's deliberate guidance, this gossip issue was finally covered up, and he got through the public opinion crisis without any ripples. After the emotional and rope issues were revealed, curious netizens kept raising new questions. How did the tire of the arrest team get punctured? Did you do it? But you were fighting with Shi Xiufe the whole time, so you didn't have time to go downstairs and puncture the tire. Yuan Yifan took out 2 large pink bills from his pocket and waved them in front of camera. "I punctured my tire with these." There are some honest people among the netizens who immediately questioned, "I don't believe that paper money can puncture a tire." Yuan Yifan smiled and said, "Of course I didn't use banknotes to puncture the tires. Instead, I hired a few hooligans with money in advance. I arranged a time and asked them to puncture all the tires of the cars after seeing the people in the cars go upstairs. I paid them 100 yuan for each car punctured and told them to leave the white Kian alone because I wanted to drive it when I ran away. It's that simple." Netizens suddenly realized. "So that's why. No wonder we saw you jumping off the building and threw a wad of money to those hooligans, and they took it and ran away. It turned out that it was the balance you paid." There are also some other details, such as Yuan Yifan deliberately chose room 1107 when he explored the Fuyuan building, because from the 11th floor to the 3rd floor, all the vertical rooms number 07 were empty. Yuan Yifan unlocked the door and entered, opening the corresponding windows a crack so that he could quickly enter when rappelling and then pick up the rope left in advance, tied it to the windowsill railing, and rappelled again to complete the entire escape process. After combining all these clues, everyone had a clear understanding of Yuan Yifan's events in Fuyuan building, and they were all impressed by number 22's foresight. Chapter 136, Idiom Chain. At this time, Yuan Yifan had already parked his car at the gas station. The staff came over and knocked on the window, asking Yuan Yifan how much gas he wanted. "Fill it up." Yuan Yifan handed over the 2 bills in his hand. A curious netizen noticed that there was still half of the gas in the tank, so he filled it up on purpose. Was he planning to go on a long-distance trip? Yuan Yifan smiled and said, "Of course it's not a long-distance trip. Haven't you heard that if you borrow and return a car, it won't be difficult to borrow it again? This is Captain Shi's car. Fill it up with gas after use. This is the basic courtesy of returning a car after borrowing it. Everyone must remember it." After filling up the tank, Yuan Yifan drove to a roadside spot without surveillance, parked his car, hailed a taxi, and left. While in the car, he took out his cell phone, replaced the old SIM card he had kept, and sent a text message to Shi Xiufe. "Hello, Captain Shi. The car is out of gas. I have filled it up and parked it near the gas station on South First Road. Come and pick it up when you are free. In addition, I accidentally punctured the tire of your group's vehicle today. I am very sorry. Please deduct the repair fee from my escape bonus." After a while, Shi Xiufe sent a message back. "Don't try to provoke me. These little tricks won't work on me. I will definitely catch you." After reading the message, Yuan Yifan took out the SIM card and put it away. This card will be used as a special text message card for talking with Shi Xiufe in the future. It can only be installed when needed. Otherwise, if it is always in standby mode, the arrest team can track it through the mobile phone signal. Yuan Yifan then sighed and asked the netizen, "Why did Captain Shi think I was so bad? I was clearly returning the car with good intentions. So why did she interpret it as having ulterior motives?" Netizens responded in unison. You are just a bad person. Do you think it's justified to steal someone's car? No way. I always thought I was a gentleman. When Yuan Yifan spoke, he deliberately faced the camera and showed a harmless smile. Netizens immediately joked, "Stop pretending. If I were to use an idiom to describe you, it would be a beast in human clothing. To use another idiom, that's a scumbag. To use another idiom, that is a beast in human form. To use another idiom, it's a monkey in a human costume. To use a double idiom, it's sanctimonious. To use another idiom, it is too numerous to mention in words. To use another idiom, that is to say, to be completely devoid of conscience." Stop, stop, stop. Yuan Yifan quickly made a pause gesture. Why are you guys still playing idiom chain? Am I that bad? Netizens said, dare to destroy our barrage formation. Isn't this bad enough? Yuan Yifan clasped his hands together and said, I was defeated by you. I am really bad. As a bad guy, I will shut down the live broadcast. Don't worry, brother. You must start the live broadcast. We are wrong. We're the scums. We are the beasts in human form. Yes, as long as you keep broadcasting live, we are good friends. If you dare to stop broadcasting, then I will kneel and die in this live broadcast room. Yuan Yifan is indeed extremely charming. As soon as he said he would stop live streaming, netizens felt as if they had lost their loved ones. They were all mocking him just now, but now they are begging for him to continue live streaming. The speed at which they changed their stance is breathtaking. Master, stop in front. Yuan Yifan asked the taxi driver to stop the car. There was no surveillance on the road where the car was parked, which was a good place to avoid detection. Yuan Yifan did not stop a car immediately. Instead, he walked across the street and waved 100 yuan on the side of the road. Soon a black Sagitter stopped. Brother, please give me a ride. I'm going to Feiyang Foot Massage Parlor. Yuan Yifan took out 100 yuan as the fare. Come up. After taking the money, the male driver let Yuan Yifan sit in the back seat and took him to the foot massage parlor. This place is only 10 kilometers away from the foot massage city. 20 yuan is enough to take a taxi. Private cars can earn more. The driver also wants to make some extra money, and Yuan Yifan wants to use him to get rid of tracking. The two of them get what they want. Some people don't understand why Yuan Yifan doesn't just take a taxi to the foot massage parlor instead of going through the trouble of changing cars. Immediately, a diehard fan named Chi Tulong came out to explain. Dude, you're new here, right? You don't even know this most basic anti-reconnaissance method. Another new netizen named Digital Account 254896667 said that he really didn't know and wanted to ask for advice humbly. 7 years once Lang said, Yuan Yifan got on a taxi near the gas station. The arrest team can easily determine which car number 22 got on through the traffic camera. The license plate number has registration information. If they just call the driver, they will know number 22's destination. Isn't that equivalent to handing over their own coordinates? Oh. Netizens with digital accounts mechanically echoed the sentiment and sent a bunch of incomprehensible emoticons. Lang continued, we got off the car in a place where there was no surveillance, walked for a while, and took a private car. According to the traffic volume on the city roads, the arrest team could not target number 22 again. In this way, we escaped the pursuit. Do you understand? The digital account immediately praised. I understand. Uncle, you are great and you know so much. I'm only 20 and you call me uncle? How old are you? 7 years old, Lang asked puzzledly. The digital account typed, Uncle, I'm 9 years old. 7 years once Lang immediately gave a stern warning. Why are you surfing the internet at such a young age? Go to your homework. Be careful, or I will buy 2 extracurricular exercise books and mail them to your house. Then the digital account went offline. I don't know if it was scared away by the once-in-7-year Lang. While the diehard fans were educating the children, Yuan Yifan had already arrived at Feiyang Foot Massage City. He had just finished boxing and felt a dull pain in his body and a little tired, so he came for a foot bath and massage. After he had a good rest, he would go to see the concert of the God of Songs in the evening. This is a regular foot massage parlor. The girls doing the foot massage are average-looking and don't wear revealing clothes, but their skills are pretty good. While Yuan Yifan was having his feet massaged, he dozed off comfortably on the sofa. As he had been instructed beforehand, the foot-washing girl left directly after the massage without disturbing the customer's rest. In the foot massage parlor, Yuan Yifan woke up feeling refreshed and ready to go out and have fun again. It was 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and it was not yet completely dark, but Yuan Yifan was already starving. Miss Sure had fought in the afternoon and had consumed too much energy, so he urgently needed to replenish his energy. There was no time to choose a restaurant at this time. After leaving the foot massage parlor, Yuan Yifan went into a popular domestic chain restaurant brand, Lanzhou Ramen. "Boss, give me a big bowl of knife-cut noodles," Yuan Yifan shouted as he entered the room, and a middle-aged boss inside the house responded and started cutting noodles on the spot. An old customer here kindly reminded, "Hey young man, the boss's big bowl of wide noodles is the best. You should try it." Yuan Yifan immediately shook his head. "I don't want it even if it's free. It's bad luck if someone has sung this song." Then Yuan Yifan could see the scene in the kitchen through the transparent window. The noodle-cutting master's knife skills are really good. Noodles of even thickness fly into the pot, and after boiling, they are taken out and added with various soups and seasonings. When the noodles are served in front of Yuan Yifan, it is really a big bowl, exuding a strong aroma. For some people, this large bowl with a diameter of nearly 40 centimeters can be called a basin. Yuan Yifan ordered an extra serving of beef, poured red chili oil on it, added 2 cloves of garlic, and began to eat it with a slurp. The noodle soup is hot and spicy, and the noodles are fragrant. Your taste buds seem to explode when you eat them. Then take a bite of garlic, and the spicy taste will offset the flavor. There's nothing more comforting than eating a bowl of delicious noodle soup like this when you're very hungry. Chapter 137, Attending a Concert. I didn't expect that number 22 would eat the same thing as us ordinary people. One netizen lamented, "I'm also a human being. The purpose of eating is to feel comfortable. Now I am hungry, and the best food to fill my stomach is delicious food. I would not have gone even if someone invited me to a full banquet just now, because I couldn't wait. Only these sliced noodles can fill me up." The netizen asked, "Are you really not coming? I will treat you to steamed lamb, steamed bear paws, steamed deer tails, roast duck, roast chicken, roast goose, braised pork, braised duck, braised chicken, bacon, and steamed pork belly." Other netizens immediately asked him to stop and asked to go find Uncle Yu Qian to name the dishes. It was dinner time now, and if they named all these delicious dishes, how would they be able to swallow their uni-president old-style pickled cabbage? Yuan Yifan finished his noodles and wiped his mouth, only to find that his mouth was full of the taste of garlic. "I'm going to watch a concert with Wu Qingqing, a beautiful girl I met yesterday. If my mouth is filled with this smell, it might annoy others, which would not be very gentlemanly." Yuan Yifan went to the convenience store and bought a box of Wrigley gum. He chewed it on the way, but the gum had no taste when he arrived. Because he had been taking taxis for the past 2 days, in order to avoid being caught by the arrest team, Yuan Yifan took the bus this time. While he was slowly enjoying the night view of the city on the way, he received a new message on WeChat, and the sender was Wu Qingqing. "Wu Qingqing, Master Magician, are you setting off?" Yuan Yifan, "On the way, we'll arrive around 7 o'clock. Wu Qingqing, "Okay, we're on our way too. See you at the gym entrance later." The person Wu Qingqing was talking about was her best friend, and today the 3 of them were going to watch the concert as a group. When the bus arrived at the stadium station, Yuan Yifan got off and found that the square was crowded with people. There were also various vendors selling glow sticks and glowing balloons, and their business was booming. A concert supports many industrial chains, including the scalpers that Yuan Yifan encountered before. After asking on WeChat, Yuan Yifan finally found Wu Qingqing in the crowd, but she was being approached by 2 young men at the moment and seemed a little impatient. "Beautiful lady, let's get to know each other." "I don't want to know him." "Don't be like that. Add WeChat. More friends, more options." "No cell phone. I'll give you one." "I can't afford it. The electricity bill is too expensive." Party with just a few words. Those who were tactful had already left, but Wu Qingqing was too beautiful. The 2 young men were itching to get close to her and kept clinging to her, hoping to use the tactic of entanglement to make the beauty change her mind. "Magician, I'm here." When Wu Qingqing saw Yuan Yifan, she jumped and waved her arms, then quickly walked over with her best friend, and the 2 young men followed. 2 more little tales? When Yuan Yifan saw the young man, he smiled and asked, "This should be a trouble unique to beautiful girls." "Oh, it's so annoying. Aren't you a magician? Help me make them disappear, and I will treat you to a midnight snack." Wu Qingqing said, "How difficult is that? Watch me." Yuan Yifan agreed easily. This kind of thing was too easy for him. He walked towards the 2 young men. "Hey, someone doesn't want to see you. Get lost quickly." Yuan Yifan said. Who do you think you are? A young man said disdainfully. Another one threatened. That's right. I advise you to stay out of other people's business. You two are pretty impressive. Come and get to know each other. Yuan Yifan smiled and shook the hands of the two young men. He exerted all his F-level strength and squeezed them hard. The faces of the two young men changed immediately. Yuan Yifan pinched their finger bones until they made a crackling sound, just like the bone-splitting technique, and the feeling of the finger bones rubbing against each other was quite sour and pleasurable. The two young men were about to scream, but Yuan Yifan suddenly held back a little and whispered to them, "Don't scream, or I'll use more force." The two young men were suddenly silent and dared not speak. They could only beg Yuan Yifan to spare them with expressions uglier than crying. Yuan Yifan almost squeezed their hands into clay. Yuan Yifan whispered, "Cooperate with me to perform a magic trick. When I say the word change, you bend down and slip away. Don't look back." Got it. The two young men nodded with sad faces. They just wanted to meet a beautiful girl today, but who knew that they didn't check the almanac before going out and offended an unlucky star? For the sake of their little hands, they now listen to whatever Yuan Yifan says. Okay, I'm going to start performing the ghost disappearance technique. Grigorigri, transform for me. As Yuan Yifan shouted, the two young men bent down and got into the crowd and quickly ran away. Yuan Yifan blocked the two young men with his body and waved his arms to attract attention. When Wu Qingqing's attention was drawn away and she came to her senses again, the two annoying young men actually disappeared in an instant. Wow, Magician Jia is amazing. Wu Qingqing clapped her hands and laughed. Oh, I forgot to record the video just now. Otherwise, it would have been great to post it online, said my bestie regretfully. Yuan Yifan flatly refused. Don't take pictures of me. I don't like it. Because Shi Shuifei discovered his whereabouts through online short videos several times. Yuan Yifan didn't want his image to appear in short videos again, which would increase his risk of being exposed. Wu Qingqing also helped, saying, "That's right, don't film it. If you film all of Magician Jia's tricks, the performances won't be fresh anymore." Okay, then let's not shoot it. Best friend Zhou Bing gave up the idea of shooting a video. The three of them bought some glow sticks and small cheering banners, and then started to check their tickets and go through security. Yuan Yifan and the other three had tickets and were quickly checked in. The security check here mainly involves ticket checking and checking for prohibited items. When it comes to the next checkpoint to check the health code, Yuan Yifan uses screenshots prepared in advance to deal with it. Because there were so many people at the scene and it was chaotic, Yuan Yifan easily got away with it. When they got to the stadium, they started looking for seats. Wu Qingqing and her bestie were sitting next to each other. Before Yuan Yifan could say anything, netizens watching the live broadcast made suggestions. Hurry up and sit with beautiful Qingqing, or I'll unfollow you. Yuan Yifan joked. You guys called me more affectionately than I did. It seems like you were captivated by the beauty Qingqing. Netizen 1 said, I don't care, I just want to see Qingqing. If you don't agree, I will lie on the ground and not get up. Netizen 2 said, yes, if there is Qingqing, give a big reward. If there is no Qingqing, unfollow her. She is dead. You can handle it yourself. Wow, this netizen speaks with at least the accent of a colonel. What matters nowadays is the economy of eyeballs, and beauties are an excellent driving force for attracting attention. Since the audience strongly demands it, the fan-loving maniac Yuan Yifan obeyed and followed the beauties to find a seat. Some viewers raised questions, saying that there were no consecutive tickets for number 22, so would they have to stand next to the beauty? People in the back row would not agree to that. Yuan Yifan's old fan said in a relaxed tone, it's a small case, just wait and see. Number 22 is more powerful than Wu Yong. He will definitely find a way. This was indeed the case. Yuan Yifan moved to the seat next to Wu Qingqing with just one move. He took out his VIP ticket for the front row and said to the man next to Wu Qingqing, brother, can you change your ticket? I want to sit with my friends. The man was also a fan of the God of Songs. Otherwise, he would not have come to the concert. When he saw that Yuan Yifan was willing to exchange such an expensive VIP ticket for his ordinary seat, he thought it was a great deal and agreed without hesitation. He exchanged seats with Yuan Yifan, and he happily went to the front row. Although Yuan Yifan lost the opportunity to see the God of Songs up close, he was able to chat with Wu Qingqing at any time, so it could be said that he gained something in return. The concert was about to begin, and there were staff members on the stage doing the final checks. While waiting, Wu Qingqing turned aside and chatted with Yuan Yifan. Chapter 138 Magic Revealed. Wu Qingqing was too curious about Yuan Yifan, such a funny, humorous, and handsome magician. Although he looked a little fake and his last name was Jia, which might be a lie, Wu Qingqing just found him interesting. Before the show started, she asked him some questions about magic. Wu Qingqing, I want to ask, how do you perform a magic trick that saws a person in half on the spot? Yuan Yifan. Those who were sawed in half were usually women, because there was a female assistant hidden at the head and tail, wearing the same clothes. Wu Qingqing suddenly understood. The doubts that had troubled her for more than 10 years were solved. She felt so relieved. She then asked excitedly, what about the magic trick where a person can float in the air with just a cane? Yuan Yifan. It's also very simple. That thing is not a cane, but a part of a U-shaped chair placed on its side. Magicians usually wear loose clothes to cover the top of the U-shaped chair, and usually lay a carpet underneath to cover the bottom. In this way, he uses the U-shaped chair to sit in the air, and what you see is a cane. Wu Qingqing's eyes lit up. Oh, this magic trick is so fun. How do you make cups and plates disappear by covering them with a handkerchief? Yuan Yifan. The answer is on the handkerchief. The plate is usually magnetic, and there's an iron ring on the handkerchief that can hold the cup. When you uncover the handkerchief, the cup will be pulled away along with the iron ring in the handkerchief, and you will see the cup disappear. Haha, interesting. Wu Qingqing clapped her hands. She had learned a lot of little things today. She asked one last question. Some magicians can conjure up a lot of playing cards out of thin air, and they can never finish making them. How do they do that? This is purely based on technique, which requires a lot of practice in advance. All the playing cards are hidden on special clothes. You throw a card and take it out. When you show your palm to the audience, the playing card is actually hidden on the back of your hand. Then bend your middle finger and ring finger, and the playing card on the back is in the palm of your hand. What you see is a playing card appearing out of thin air. When you throw the card out and put your hand away, you take another playing card from your clothes or sleeves. Repeat this cycle. You can produce as many playing cards as you can hide on your body. This time Yuan Yifan not only taught verbally, he also brought previously used playing cards in his backpack and took them out to perform for Wu Qingqing on the spot. The playing cards appeared out of thin air one by one and were handed to Wu Qingqing. During the performance, he deliberately slowed down the pace so that Wu Qingqing could see more clearly. You're awesome. I thought you were... Wu Qingqing was smiling, but hesitated to speak. In fact, she wanted to say that she thought Yuan Yifan's identity as a magician was fake and was just an excuse to get close to her. But now this skillful technique was enough to prove Yuan Yifan's identity as a magician. What do you think I am? Yuan Yifan asked. Nothing. Is that how it changed? Wu Qingqing turned to him and also tried to perform poker magic like Yuan Yifan, but she couldn't get the hang of it. Even at the slowest speed, she couldn't perform at once. Oh, that's hard. The magician is so amazing. Wu Qingqing put away the poker cards and returned them to Yuan Yifan, and she admired him even more. It's just normal. These are just basic skills, Yuan Yifan said calmly, as if this was a small skill not worth mentioning. Netizens have become numb. Yuan Yifan has an endless stream of skills, and now he is just adding the title of magician to the pile of skills. After the secret was revealed, Wu Qingqing could not help but be fascinated by magic. She said, I wish I could watch you perform magic in the audience like I watched the God of Songs concert. When Yuan Yifan heard this, he had an idea. Wu Qingqing trusted him very much, so maybe he could train her and make her his assistant. As the saying goes, a hero needs 3 helpers. If someone is willing to help him, it is certainly much better than escaping alone. Besides, Wu Qingqing is beautiful and tall, and she is an absolute eye-catcher. With her in his live broadcast room, his popularity will be much higher than usual. Yuan Yifan came up with a plan in an instant and whispered to Wu Qingqing, do you want to personally participate in a large-scale surreal magic show? Can I? Wu Qingqing asked in surprise. She was young and lively, at the age when she liked to try new things, so she nodded quickly to show that she was willing. If it's like this, then you'll be like that. Yuan Yifan then chatted privately with Wu Qingqing for a long time. Her best friend was laughing secretly when she saw how close the two were. Her best friend, Wu Qingqing, is pretty and come from a well-off family. It is inevitable that she has high standards and is arrogant. She looks down on ordinary boys. As a result, from childhood to adulthood, there are enough boys chasing after her, but she has never liked any of them. It is rare that there is someone she can talk to, and he is a rare professional magician with excellent appearance and temperament, who is definitely worthy of Wu Qingqing. Seeing the two chatting intimately, Zhou Bing estimated that they would fall in love soon. She was also happy for her best friend. As long as it was confirmed that Judd was a decent person in the future, she would agree to the marriage. Her best friend could get out of being single, and she could also put her mind at ease. Soon, the lights in the hall dimmed, and the spotlights on the stage came on. The god of songs, Jackie Chung, walked out from behind the scenes, waved and greeted everyone. Hello, dear Yamatsu fans. Hello, god of song. This group of fans was very enthusiastic and responded in unison, with their voices spreading throughout the entire concert. It started. It started. Zhou Bing waved the glow stick excitedly. And at this time, Wu Qingqing had just finished communicating with Yuan Yifan. The two of them also interacted with the fans of the god of songs. The audience had become a sea of glow sticks, and various slogans expressing love for the god of songs could be seen everywhere. The god of songs is indeed a veteran singer. His single concert attracts tens of thousands of people, and his fan appeal is second to none in the country. The god of songs wasted no time, and the music started soon. His first song was the most classic goodbye kiss. The past has become like smoke, vanishing before our eyes. Even after we said goodbye, I couldn't see any resentment in you. As soon as the first line was sung, the fans cheered, drowning out the song itself. With such enthusiastic fan support, the god of songs became more and more devoted in his singing, creating another live classic. The two young girls, Wu Qingqing and Zhou Bing, were so excited when they heard the song that they kept waving their glow sticks until the song was over. The singer on the stage bowed to thank the fans for their support, and then he began to talk about his relationship with Yamazu. At this time, Wu Qingqing turned around and talked to Yuan Yifan again. You just said that you wanted me to drive, and then what? And then you do this. Yuan Yifan continued to tell the story of what happened later. Okay, this is very simple. I remember it. It's very simple. Wu Qingqing nodded with a smile. When she smiled, her eyes curved into crescents and her little fangs appeared at the corners of her mouth, making her look particularly playful and cute. Chapter 139, Grievances Meeting. Wu Qingqing's smile can be called a killer move, which immediately captured the hearts of a large number of male compatriots who were watching the live broadcast, and their eyes turned into the shape of hearts. The barrage was immediately filled with comments like, "My Qingqing wife is so beautiful," which is also a major feature of the internet. Whenever there is a video of a beautiful girl, there will be a group of men shouting "wife below." Among them, there is an ID called "My Goddess Shi Xuefei," which is particularly popular. Others accused him of being fickle and being a scumbag, not even changing his ID before changing his heart. My Goddess Shi Xuefei said, "I am not a scumbag, I just want to give every girl home." Many netizens responded, "Tisk, they use you to buy it. If you want to get the Goddess Qingqing, go get a number first. I guess you have to wait in line for hundreds of thousands of numbers." Amid the comments about recognizing his wife, some viewers said sourly, "This number 22 is such a beast." Others asked him what happened, and he continued, "Look, in the morning, number 22 played in the water with Queen Chu Lily, and even hugged her waist. In the afternoon, he and Shi Xuefei had a one-on-one fight, and the two of them hugged each other and rolled across the floor." Not only did he take advantage of two beauties in a row, but in the evening, it looked like he was also going to take down this youthful and lovely Wu Qingqing. It's possible that the two of them will go to the hotel tonight and roll around in the sheets. Do you think this is fair? Yeah. If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have realized it. He's really a beast. Damn, I've been single for 28 years, my Kirin arms are already big, and I've never even touched a woman's hand. He's a fugitive, but he can have 3 beauties in one day. How can this be justified? Finally, this group of netizens who had eaten too much jealousy prayed to God together, asking him to quickly send a deity to take away this evil fugitive. With number 22 around, they would not have a chance to enjoy any of the most beautiful women. It was so infuriating. Perhaps it was a coincidence that when everyone was slandering Yuan Yifan, he suddenly stood up and walked outside. He also whispered to the audience, "I'm going to close the live broadcast first. Everyone, please go watch other contestants first. Thank you for your cooperation." The audience immediately wailed, thinking that Yuan Yifan was angry after seeing the barrage, and they admitted their mistakes one after another, saying that no matter whether it was Shi Xuefei or Wu Qingqing, he could flirt with her if he wanted, and anything would be fine as long as he kept broadcasting. Another part of the audience said that the remaining fugitives were either stay-at-home girls who had not gone out for days or Voldemort who had been hiding in the sewer for a week. They were not entertaining at all. They just liked to watch Yuan Yifan's performance. Yuan Yifan was at a loss for words. "What are you thinking? I'm just going to pee. Be good. I'll shut down for 5 minutes. After hearing the news, netizens felt relieved. When the screen in the live broadcast room went black and the advertisement of the sponsor Rongchong Ontai started playing, everyone felt their anus tighten and immediately switched to other live broadcast rooms. When Zhou Bing saw Yuan Yifan leaving, he became curious and asked Wu Qingqing where the magician was going. He went to prepare props for the magic show. There will be a mysterious large-scale magic show soon. Wu Qingqing said mysteriously, "Hey, tell me quickly, I want to listen." At this time, Zhou Bing no longer paid attention to the singing god's performance, but started to act like a curious baby and ask questions. This needs to be kept secret. If we tell you, it won't be effective on the show. Wu Qingqing is very tight-lipped and keeps secrets even from her best friend. If you don't tell me, I'm going to tickle you. The best friend pretended to tickle me. Wu Qingqing smiled and shrank back. While the two girls were playing, the god of songs changed his clothes and began to sing the second song. Out of respect for their idol, they immediately sat up straight and started listening to the song attentively. After Yuan Yifan finished peeing, he restarted the live broadcast. The popularity of his live broadcast room instantly increased from 0 to nearly 100,000 in half a minute. This traffic is already comparable to that of some big anchors. The idol started broadcasting again, and a group of netizens posted comments, expressing the pain of missing him for 5 minutes. A netizen named Resident Evil Don't Talk 8 said thankfully, "That's great. It's still comfortable to stay here on the 22nd. You don't know, I just want to see the Sewer King. Guess what he was doing?" "What is he doing?" Another netizen named Harry Potter asked. Resident Evil 8, because there was no light, he couldn't see anything, so he just groped in the dark to catch cockroaches with his bare hands. He gave cockroaches a finger massage, and now he is trained to the point where he can tell the difference between male and female just by touching them. "It's disgusting." Harry Potter said, "Ugh, how can there be such a disgusting person?" Fortunately, the program team has number 22, otherwise I would have uninstalled this app long ago. This is no longer Urban Escape, but Urban Counting Cockroaches. Resident Evil Don't Say 8. That's right, that disgusting player has a bunch of diehard fans who discuss with him every day how to fry, stir-fry, and deep-fry cockroaches. They even figured out how to treat cockroaches' constipation. Damn it, if anyone has bloating and indigestion, go watch it for a while, and you'll be guaranteed to vomit up overnight meals. Harry Potter. Why are there all kinds of people on the internet? We are so lucky to have number 22 for us to look at. Resident Evil Don't Say 8. Who says it's not? Number 22 is still the best. He is the soul of the Urban Escape. The two netizens thought alike, so they added each other as friends, and from then on, there was another pair of good friends in the world. When Yuan Yifan came out of the bathroom, he took out a pack of prepared cigarettes from his bag and came to the exit of the gymnasium. There were 4 security guards on duty here. When they saw Yuan Yifan coming out, they asked him in confusion, "Why are you leaving right after the concert started?" "Alas, I came out to get some fresh air and listen to the songs of the God of Songs. I feel uncomfortable." Yuan Yifan pretended to be filled with hatred and resentment, opened a cigarette, and gave one to each of the security guards. Seeing that there were no leaders present, the security guards all took the cigarettes, and then one of them took out a lighter and lit them for several people. Yuan Yifan didn't have the habit of smoking, but since it was necessary for the role, he took a few puffs, then dejectedly stroked his face with his hands, pretending to be extremely sad. A security guard patted Yuan Yifan on the shoulder and said sympathetically, "Brother, I understand. You must be thinking about the past. Alas, it's so tiring for a man to live in this world." "Yeah, why is it so hard to be a man?" This resonated with the other 3 security guards, and they began to talk about their misfortunes and difficulties. A security guard turned 41 today. He used to be a programmer and had a good time, with a monthly salary of 20,000 to 30,000 yuan. But when he got older, the company found an excuse to lay him off. He couldn't compete with those young people who work 996 or 007 every day, and he had difficulties finding a job. Now, he can only work as a security guard. He has to pay for his mortgage and support his family with his meager income. He is no longer able to make ends meet, and it brings tears to his eyes. Another young security guard also had a sad story. He said that he only earned 4,000 yuan a month. He had a girlfriend a while ago, but she wanted her to have a house and a car in the city. However, the lowest house price in the city is more than 10,000 yuan per square meter, which is unaffordable, so his girlfriend broke up with him. He is very confused now. He doesn't understand what is wrong with this world and why people who work so hard can't even afford a place to live. He probably will be lonely for the rest of his life. The young security guard who lit cigarettes for everyone was a bachelor. He was a man who fed his family. So he joked, they say poverty cannot last more than 3 generations. And it's true, because by the 3rd generation he was too poor, no woman would marry him. So there was no 4th generation. It's so real. The security guard sighed and looked worried. Yuan Yifan realized that the meeting he had just started had turned into a grievance meeting, which was not in line with the core values. So he turned around to comfort the security guards. Chapter 140, heading to the stadium. Yuan Yifan said to the security guards, in fact, we should look forward. Aren't our lives getting better and better? When my grandfather was a child, people in the village starved to death. 30 or 40 years ago, the biggest item in every family was a bicycle. Now we have no worries about food and drink, and the country is peaceful and the people are safe. This proves that life will definitely get better and better. Please have confidence. In the near future, those who till the land will have their own land, and those who live in the house will have their own house. Don't worry. During the grievance meeting, a man suddenly came to make chicken soup, which made the 4 security guards look at him in confusion. The security guard asked him, weren't you sad just now? What happened? The young security guard who was lighting cigarettes for everyone noticed that Yuan Yifan's forehead was a little swollen. So he asked, did you have a fight? Oh, you're talking about this Bao. He was beaten by the tigress at home. He was so fierce. He must have met the wrong person. Yuan Yifan also sighed and spoke as if it were a true story. The netizen named my goddess Shi Shuifei immediately said with gloating, okay, you are spreading rumors about Miss Shi again. I will go to her live broadcast room and tell her, you are done. The security guard, as a person who has experienced this, advised, it's all the same. My wife is in menopause now. She scolds me and the children in different ways every day. There's nothing we can do. We have to endure it. After all, we are men. Yuan Yifan nodded and humbly accepted this beyond-the-scope experience of getting along in marriage. Yuan Yifan always plans before he acts, and every step he takes has its own meaning. He came to the exit to chat with the security guard because it was the quietest place of the moment, with few people coming in and out, and he could also see the direction of the entrance. He was waiting for those people to arrive. Of course, the only person who could make Yuan Yifan wait was the arrest team, or to be more precise, Shi Shuifei. Yuan Yifan believed in Shi Shuifei's ability and should be able to find out that he would come to the concert tonight, but there was no movement so far and it was getting late. Yuan Yifan was wondering if something had happened to Shi Shuifei. Thinking of this, Yuan Yifan took out his mobile phone and wanted to change to a dedicated communication number to send a text message to Shi Shuifei, so that the other party could determine his location based on the location of the base station signal tower from which he sent the text message. But after thinking about it, I decided to give up. This would be a bit disrespectful to Shi Shuifei. He was the one who exposed himself every time, which was a bit insulting. A person with a noble character would never accept this kind of charity. Judging from their previous dealings, Shi Shuifei is extremely capable and always uses unexpected ways to quickly track down his location. Yuan Yifan believed in her, and she would definitely come this time. At the same time, in the hotel rented by the 3rd arrest team, half of the team members were analyzing and summarizing relevant clues about number 22, and their work was intense and orderly. Almost every one of them has a photo of number 22 on their desks. It can be said that the arrest team 3 exists just to capture number 22. Shi Shuifei was staring at the surveillance video of the call to the police in the gymnasium yesterday, reviewing it over and over again. She had a vague idea. At this time, a team member came running over with a document in hand and reported, Captain, we have found the information of the people who had contact with number 22. They're scalpers and were selling concert tickets at the time. Oh, Shi Shuifei put down the ice pack she was applying to her forehead and looked at the documents carefully. The swelling on her forehead had shrunk a lot and was no longer a problem. In a box under her desk, there are many documents and clues. One is the box of trauma medicine that Yuan Yifan gave her in the afternoon, which has all been moved back. There is also an unopened iPhone 13 mobile phone, which was given to her by Yuan Yifan when he climbed the Bulow Peak. There were also several plastic-wrapped notes, which were handwritten by Yuan Yifan and were carefully preserved by her. There was a stack of documents spread out on the table, which were Yuan Yifan's archival materials. There were a bunch of question marks in his personal information column. Until now, Sure Shufa still couldn't figure out the true identity of number 22. Sure Shufa looked at the documents in her hand and linked it to yesterday's surveillance video. Yuan Yifan had stayed near the stadium, bought scalp tickets, and drank milk tea with two beauties. He must have used the tickets to please the beauties. If he wants to hook up with beautiful women, he must go to concerts with them, which is in line with his bold and lustful personality. He will definitely go to the concert tonight. Sure Shufa was very sure of her idea. She stood up suddenly and led the large army out immediately. The arrest team's tires had all been replaced, and Sure Shufa's Kian had also driven back from the gas station, so their group of more than a dozen cars drove at lightning speed towards the workers' stadium. On the way, Sure Shufa instructed the team members, "Everyone, be careful when you go to the concert this time. Because there are so many people in the audience, we must avoid causing large-scale riots. Try to arrest him secretly. Otherwise, it will easily cause a stampede, and none of us can afford the responsibility. Also, leave two teams to wait in the car. If we can't catch him in the stadium, he will definitely drive away. We will intercept him immediately after we find him." Sure Shufa is worthy of her background as a criminal police officer. When performing her duties, she always puts the safety of the people as her top priority. She is completely different from the unscrupulous Jiao Mingchen. Receive. All team members answered in unison on the internal communication channel. In fact, these team members are all capable, but they lack team awareness. Now they are commanded by Sure Shufa, who used to be the deputy captain of the criminal police team, and their strength can be greatly improved. While the car was still on the road, Sure Shufa contacted the organizer of the concert through information on the internet. She wanted to bring a group of people to the scene to arrest people. However, because Sure Shufa did not have an official identity, the other party did not believe her at all. They thought they were scammers and wanted to go to the concert for free, so they refused her sternly. Sure Shufa felt insulted, so she suggested that she could buy tickets as long as her people were allowed in. The organizer also rejected the request on the grounds that the concert audience limit had been exceeded and then hung up the phone. Asshole! Sure Shufa was very depressed. Now that she no longer had her identity as a criminal police officer and was in the unfamiliar city of Yamajin, she felt too restricted in doing things. If she were still in Jiangbei City, such a small matter could be resolved by just making a phone call. There was no need to go through so much trouble. There was no other way. Their arrest team did not have the power to enforce the law. If the arrest was delayed because they could not enter the concert, that would be too lame. So Sure Shufa called the program planner Pang Qiming and asked him to help coordinate. Sure Shufa is one of the program team's most prominent figures, so her request was of course taken very seriously. After Pang Qiming received the call, he agreed immediately. As a successful businessman, Pang Qiming has a wide circle of friends, and basically there is no big boss in the province that he doesn't know. Even if he didn't know him, he could find a middleman to establish a relationship. When he learned that the God of Songs concert was hosted by a company called Fengxing Entertainment Culture, he smiled with relief, then picked up his phone and dialed a number called Lao Phone. Chapter 141, Triggering Combo Skills for the First Time. Pang Qiming. Lao Phone, I heard you got rich recently. Lao Phone. I only make a small fortune, unlike Mr. Pang. This time, the Urban Escape program is really popular. My children have heard about it and watch the number 22 every day. Pang Qiming. Hey, how can my little show be so popular? It's just a small show. It can't be as big as your Singing God concert. Fans from all over the province go there. Lao Feng. Mr. Pang is too kind. After the greetings, Pang Qiming stated his purpose. I have a small matter. Several members of the program team want to go to your concert to find someone. Haha, you know Sure Shufa, then it's easy. If she wants to go, I hope I can give her a green light. Lao Feng. I thought it was a big deal, but it's nothing. Lao Feng readily agreed, and what Sure Shufa couldn't do with all her effort, Pang Qiming solved with just one phone call. Afterwards, the two business tycoons arranged a dinner party, inviting several celebrities, wealthy businessmen, and municipal officials. They could take the opportunity to discuss business and build relationships. This is the business philosophy of wealthy businessmen. After the matter was settled, Sure Shufa soon received news that the concert organizers had allowed them to enter, but because they had limited security personnel, they would not send anyone to support them. Sure Shufa didn't need help from others. After getting off the car in the parking lot, their arrest team jogged all the way to the entrance of the gymnasium. Yuan Yifan was still at the exit of the gymnasium at this time, listening to four security guards chatting. They had already started from complaining about society and talked about the Olympics. They said that the Japanese referees were so annoying that in the end, the four of them wished they could join the army to liberate Neon Island. Suddenly, Yuan Yifan saw a group of people running towards the entrance. Leading them was the heroic Xu Fei, whose temperament was very easy to recognize. Yuan Yifan nodded with satisfaction. She was indeed the woman he liked. She was very capable and was found quickly. Yuan Yifan has already arrived at the concert and fulfilled his promise to his fans. Now that the arrest team has arrived, he can leave. However, he has to make things difficult for Xu Fei before leaving. Hey, for brothers, look at those people who seem to be about to cause trouble. Go stop them, Yuan Yifan said, pointing at the members of the arrest team. The four security guards were startled when they saw a large group of people rushing towards the entrance. They quickly notified their colleagues at the front door through the intercom. Attention, there's a group of unknown people heading towards you. Do you need reinforcements? After a while, the colleague at the front door replied, No, this is the boss's guest. We will let them in. If they pass through the exit later, remember to cooperate. That's fine, no problem. The security guard at the back door put away the intercom with confidence and wanted to go back and talk to the young man again, but suddenly found that he was gone. Only the young security guard had half a pack of cigarettes in his hand. I don't know when it was stuffed into my hand. Yuan Yifan had already run back to his seat. When Zhou Bing saw him coming back, she said, Why did you take so long? You missed a lot of songs, and there will be a lucky draw soon. It's a CD signed by the god of songs. Qingqing has wanted it for a long time. Oh, is that so? Then why don't you stay and draw the lottery? I'm leaving, Yuan Yifan said to Wu Qingqing. It's okay. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Wu Qingqing did not feel regretful, and she continued to cooperate with Yuan Yifan to complete this magic trick as agreed before. Seeing Wu Qingqing's sincere eyes, Yuan Yifan nodded with a smile, thinking that this girl was really nice and he would express his gratitude to her later. Just when Yuan Yifan was about to run away, the god of songs suddenly took the initiative to hand over the microphone on the stage and said to the audience, Now I want to find a fellow singer to come up and sing a song with me. Who is willing to come up? This kind of interaction with fans is often seen at concerts. It is such a good opportunity to get close to the idol. Many fans in the audience raised their hands and squeezed to the edge of the stage as much as possible, hoping that the god of songs would choose them. When Yuan Yifan saw this situation, he suddenly had a brilliant idea in his mind. He likes to stir up trouble, and stirring up trouble means the show is interesting, and an interesting show means a huge amount of reputation points. Coupled with the blessing of the aura of a singing god, this opportunity cannot be missed. So Yuan Yifan stopped running and rushed towards the stage instead. Using his F-level parkour skills, he moved among the many fans and quickly squeezed to the front. That's not all. Yuan Yifan pressed a fan's shoulder, used the force to jump up, then pulled him to the edge of the stage and did a somersault onto the stage. This handsome move caused many fans to exclaim. The god of songs is indeed a veteran singer who has seen a lot. When he saw this fan coming uninvited, he knew that he was no ordinary person, so he took the initiative to say, Then let's choose this enthusiastic singing friend to sing with me. What's your name? Judd. Yuan Yifan did not change his name or surname and revealed his stage name. Wu Qingqing and Zhou Bing in the audience were stunned that their magician friend actually had the opportunity to sing on the same stage with the god of songs. They both cheered enthusiastically and were even happier than if they were on stage themselves. The god of songs said, Mr. Jia, please sing this song. You are so poisonous with me. Do you have the confidence? The god of songs handed the microphone to Yuan Yifan, and Yuan Yifan said with full energy, Of course, it's an honor to sing on the same stage with the god of songs. This statement was said very modestly, and coupled with Yuan Yifan's handsome appearance, it immediately won the approval of other fans. Everyone sat back in their seats, waiting to listen to Judd's voice. They would immediately know whether it was deep and pleasant or tone-deaf. Music. The god of songs waved a hand gesture, and a familiar prelude started playing backstage. Yuan Yifan was about to sing on the same stage with the god of songs. At this time, the runaway system detected that Yuan Yifan wanted to sing, so it sent a prompt. Do you want to spend 1 attribute point to activate the singing skill? Yes. Yuan Yifan agreed. He wanted to use this opportunity to shock the audience. It would not be good to sing too embarrassingly in front of tens of thousands of people. In fact, there's a little secret that Yuan Yifan has never told anyone. That is, he is a good singer. In the past, he has always been a soloist in middle school art performances. Runaway system. Add points successfully. Singing skill upgraded to E-level. Unlock the special skill Soul Singer. Soul Singer. Active skill. Can sing a song with strength beyond one's own. Cooldown time is 12 hours. As expected by Yuan Yifan, his already good singing ability was directly upgraded to E-level after being unlocked. This was also his first skill that was upgraded to E-level as soon as it was unlocked. It seems that talent is still very important, and it saved him several attribute points at once. In order to leave a perfect experience for his fans and the audience watching the live broadcast, Yuan Yifan simply added all the 4 attribute points he had prepared to his singing. Runaway system. Add points successfully. Singing skill upgraded to D-level. In addition, Yuan Yifan also used the active special skill Soul Singer to make this performance reach a higher level. Before he opened his mouth, Yuan Yifan looked at the singing god beside him and found that he was observing him with great interest. Yuan Yifan suddenly had a good idea. Since he was going to sing God's song, why not imitate his voice? Wouldn't the effect be more explosive? As soon as he had this thought, the escape system sent a prompt. D-level singing, combined with F-level sound effects to generate a temporary combination skill. Simulated singing, imitating the target, the god of singing, Jackie Chung. Unexpectedly, the hidden function of the system was triggered, and the skills actually have the ability to be combined. So this time, with the superposition of multiple skills, there will definitely be an amazing performance. Yuan Yifan was ready and began to sing along with the music. Chapter 142. The Salted Fish Who Lost His Dream of Catching. You said I was playing tricks on you, and that's why you can't leave me. As soon as Yuan Yifan sang the first line, the whole audience was shocked. The original voice must be playing backstage. So why was it exactly the same as the God of Song's voice? You said I was selfish and only cared about my own love. After the second sentence, some fans started booing. They thought that the original sound must be playing backstage, and this fan was lip-syncing. This was too bold. The organizer was blatantly lip-syncing, and then something went wrong. The fan who went on stage did not cooperate well and was therefore exposed. The God of Songs was also stunned. All his concerts were live performances. It was impossible for him to play the original soundtrack. So there's only one possibility, that is the young singing friend in front of him imitated his voice and his singing skills were close to his level, so he could achieve such a lifelike effect. The God of Songs has seen people imitating him before, but this is the only one he has ever seen with such high singing skills. He can't even hear any flaws. It sounds like he is singing this song himself, and he can even use it to record a record. The heavy rain came with the strong wind, and I was swaying from side to side and almost fell down. After Yuan Yifan finished singing the third line, the fans in the audience were boiling with excitement. Various swear words were heard one after another. Some even shouted the classic Chinese curse that was only circulated among fans. Lip-syncing, are you worthy of us? R&M, give us your money back. These fans thought that the organizers were lip-syncing, felt cheated, and started to get agitated. The backstage supervisor was immediately panicked and quickly asked the singer to calm down the fans' commotion through the headset. Otherwise, if it was reported in the news, the impact would be too bad and it would be considered lip-syncing. Stop the music first. The God of Songs was very experienced in dealing with such small occasions. He asked the backstage to stop the music, and at this time Yuan Yifan started singing a cappella. Although there is no music, Yuan Yifan's singing voice is still no different from that of the God of Songs himself. Some people even had auditory hallucinations, thinking that this was the song that the God of Songs had recorded in advance. Of Songs has now confirmed that this singer's singing skills are indeed superb. A cappella is a way to highlight singing skills, and the a cappella is so great. This Judd has great potential. If he enters the music scene, he will definitely achieve great things. Of Songs has a talent in mind, and this time he wants to make Judd more famous and help this younger generation enter the music scene. Stop for a moment. Stop for a moment. The God of Songs stopped Yuan Yifan from singing, and the deep and long a cappella singing came to an abrupt end. The fans' excitement suddenly subsided a little. This sudden stop in the middle of singing did not seem like lip-syncing. The God of Songs asked on stage, I want to interview you. Why can you imitate me so well? Yuan Yifan said, I have always liked listening to your songs, so I try to imitate them. I didn't expect that I could imitate them. I guess this is fate. What a fate, but I saw that the audience didn't believe you were singing just now, and they thought it was lip-syncing. The God of Songs laughed. At this point, some fans have realized that it might really be this Judd who sang the song just now. But if that is true, it is too exaggerated. It is not difficult to imitate the voice. The difficult part is that after the voice is similar, you must have the singing skills of the god of songs to sing the song like the original singer. In order to prove that it is your own voice, the music will continue to play, but you have to add some of your own elements in the singing so that the audience can see that you are not lip-syncing. Can you do it? Asked the god of songs. Of course. Yuan Yifan gave a charming and confident smile. While music started, the god of songs waved his hand. The familiar melody played again. Yuan Yifan sang from the beginning, and the audience stretched their necks, wanting to hear how Judd proved himself. There was no change in the first part, but after he sang, "Fortunately, I still have some skills," Yuan Yifan began to change the lyrics. "Why do you suspect that I'm lip-syncing? I've been practicing for more than 2.5 years. You guys are so mean when you misunderstand me." After singing to this point, all the fans understood that this was indeed real singing. With such imitation ability, Judd is now the second god of songs. The fans had misunderstood him before, and now, out of shame, everyone gave the applause that was originally reserved for the god of songs to Yuan Yifan. Next, Yuan Yifan began to sing the climax of the song. "You are so vicious, you are so vicious, you are so vicious. The more you talk, the more outrageous it gets, and the more I listen, the more confused I become." The performance was so perfect that no one could tell who was the fake and who was the original. The god of songs wanted to sing along, but seeing Yuan Yifan's outstanding performance, he could not bear to disturb him and gave up singing. He raised his hands to beat the rhythm for Yuan Yifan and called on the audience to give the warmest applause to this Judd singing friend. Bah, 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 bah. There was prolonged applause at the scene, which was an affirmation and encouragement to Yuan Yifan. Yuan Yifan's performance is getting better and better, and with the help of the active stunt soul singer, he perfectly performed the song, "You Are So Poisonous." After he sang the last line, the whole audience cheered. The fans stood up and applauded to celebrate this wonderful performance. From now on, this Judd will be the benchmark for the fans. His singing skills are comparable to those of the god of songs, and he can make his debut directly. The god of songs fans are going crazy. From now on, they can not only listen to the god of songs, but they can even listen to Judd's songs. They can't tell the difference between the two at all on the spot. In fact, the fans also overestimate Yuan Yifan. The reason why this song, "You Are So Poisonous," is so perfect is the result of the support of active stunts and combination skills. Now that the skill time has passed, if Yuan Yifan sings it again, the previous vivid effect will be lost. Just then, the arrest team appeared in the gymnasium. They finally finished communicating with the security personnel on site and originally wanted to search secretly, but ended up seeing number 22 Yuan Yifan accepting the cheers of fans under the gorgeous lights of the stage. "He has discovered us. Capture him at full speed and try not to disturb the audience." After Shi Shuifei issued the order, she quickly ran towards the stage. Yuan Yifan stood high on the stage and could see far, so he spotted the arrest team at the first moment. He had been waiting for them for a long time, and now that he had been installed, he could run away. However, Yuan Yifan has a special hobby, which is to set traps for the arrest team. He pointed at the arrest team members who swarmed in from the audience and said to the fans who recognized him, "Are you curious about why I have such a perfect voice? It is inseparable from the support of my bandmates. Now they are here. They are all my mentors and friends. If you think I sing well, please give the honor given to me to them. Leave them behind, and let them enjoy the glory of being the fans of the god of songs." Yuan Yifan said this in a high-spirited and sensational tone. He had just become famous with a song on stage, and now his fans admired him extremely. What he said was like an imperial decree. Although it seemed a little strange that the arrest team members had been running all the way, the fanatical fans didn't care about that. According to Yuan Yifan's words, they caught them all and lifted them up high. A group of people threw them into the air and tossed them back and forth for fun. You know what? This is quite interesting. The fans' respect for Judd was transferred to the members of the hunting team. The arrest team also resisted, but 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. One person could not withstand the pull of more than a dozen people, and they were all caught and thrown into the air one after another, becoming a useless fish who had lost his dream of being arrested. The arrest team members were all very anxious, struggling frantically and shouting, "Let me go, I want to catch the fugitive." The scene was very noisy, and the words of the arrest team members were drowned out by the cheers of the fans. Of course, some people heard their shouting and thought it was just a joke. Some people even laughed and said, Our singing god is the nemesis of fugitives. You don't need to catch him. The singing god will use his power to help. No matter what, the arrest team members were all dangling in the air and could not complete the arrest mission. Chapter 143 smashed a mop. Of the arrest team were thrown into the air. The only exception was Shuifei. Because she is a woman and her aura is very fierce, some male fans were reluctant to attack her. She used her elbows to fight back against several claws that wanted to take advantage of the opportunity, and finally succeeded in making her run off the stage. Of the arrest team rushed in, but only one person managed to break out. The battle casualty rate is a bit high. At this time, the singing god on the stage had reached a new level of appreciation for Yuan Yifan. He liked this handsome young man very much. He had good singing skills and a strong imitation voice, and he had the potential to become a big star. The god of songs wanted to cultivate her, so he took the microphone and asked, "You have great singing skills. Have you ever considered developing a career in the music industry?" Yuan Yifan saw Shuifei rushing to the stage. The crisis was imminent. At this moment, even if Yuan Yifan was asked to develop on the altar, he had no intention of doing so he refused on the spot. "I won't join the music industry. Just give me a signed CD." When Yuan Yifan spoke, he did not look at the god of songs, but turned back to search for an escape route. The god of song was stunned. He didn't expect that Yuan Yifan would not accept his kindness. However, everyone has their own aspirations, and the god of songs did not force it. He waved to the backstage, and a staff member came over with a signed CD. The god of songs planned to present it to this special fan on the spot. However, at this time, Shuifei's hand had already reached the edge of the stage. She jumped onto the stage with great force and rushed towards Yuan Yifan. Yuan Yifan turned around and ran, not forgetting to set a trap for Shuifei as he ran. "God of songs, that female fan wants to steal my CD. Stop her." When the singer saw how crazy the female fan was, he quickly said, "Please calm down. I will give you one." However, this female fan ignored the god of songs. Her target was Yuan Yifan himself. Then she passed by the god of songs as fast as lightning, and the strong wind she brought blew the god of songs' hair on his forehead into a mess. Yuan Yifan rushed towards the staff first, also at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. The staff were so scared that they retreated one after another. When Yuan Yifan came to him, he stretched out his hand and snatched the bag of signed CDs. Then he crouched down, dodged Shuifei's hand, and turned in another direction. Even in such a dangerous situation, Yuan Yifan did not forget to snatch the CD. Shuifei also turned around quickly. She and Yuan Yifan were only one body length apart. The two of them chased each other and soon disappeared backstage. This series of processes happened within half a minute, shocking everyone on and off the stage and not understanding what was happening. And the audience who had thrown the arrest team members also gradually let them go. The members of the arrest team had no time to scold the fans who were in the way. They ran onto the stage like mad tigers and chased after the captain. The scene was silent, and everyone looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. The god of songs saw the opportunity and immediately said with a smile, "This is the Easter egg of this concert. It is to introduce the next mini-skit of chasing. Do you like it?" So that's how it is. A large group of people chasing after Judd. It's quite novel. I've never seen it before. This group of fans were naive and believed what the god of songs said, and started cheering again. Thus, this sudden incident was covered, and the god of songs also started to sing the song Chasing, which was not in the plan. The god of songs breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that he couldn't ask fans to go on stage again today. If something went wrong again, he might not be able to make up for it. At this time, Zhou Bing in the audience was a little worried. She said to Wu Qingqing, "Why do I feel like this wasn't an act? Are those people really trying to catch Judd? Did he offend someone?" "Don't worry, this is all arranged by Judd. It's part of the magic show. I'll also be participating in it soon. Bye for now. You stay here, and remember to help me enter the lucky draw for the signed CD." After saying that, Wu Qingqing stood up and left the hall. She ignored Zhou Bing's calls from behind. Zhou Bing was completely confused and didn't understand what was going on. She looked in the direction where her best friend disappeared, then looked at the singing god on the stage. She had no choice but to sit down and continue listening to the song. Wu Qingqing left the scene as agreed, while Yuan Yifan, who was in another direction, was not having an easy time escaping backstage at this moment. There were many staff members backstage, and he had to avoid these troublesome people and also be on guard against Shuifei behind him. After the two men parted ways in the building in the afternoon, they have now become enemies chasing each other without any mercy. Seeing a pile of debris suddenly blocking the road ahead, Shu Fa kicked Yuan Yifan from behind, hoping to knock him down. Yuan Yifan had difficulty dodging due to inertia while running, so he grabbed the curtain next to him and swung out like a swing, narrowly avoiding the flying kick. Yuan Yifan landed beautifully, adjusted his balance, and continued to run. After Shu Fa kicked him, she supported the ground with her hands, then bounced up and chased after him with her head down. After running for another few dozen meters, a staff member suddenly passed by in front of him, pushing a cart of mineral water. When he saw the two people running towards him, he was unable to dodge and was stunned with fear. The exit was just ahead, and Yuan Yifan didn't want to take a detour, so he stepped onto the cart, put his hands on the piled-up mineral water boxes, and jumped over in a pommel horse posture. He didn't even stop when he landed and continued to run. Shu Fa, who was following closely behind, did not hesitate at all. She was more flexible, and she stepped on the box and jumped over in one leap, as if she was running the 100-meter hurdles. It was just that Shu Fa pushed against the boxes to gain leverage, causing the stacked mineral water boxes to tilt and collapse to the other side. The worker who was fetching water quickly ran to the other side, supported the boxes with his body, and put them in place. Only then did he curse, "You track and field and gymnastics athletes, why don't you go to the Olympics to win gold medals instead of coming here to cause trouble?" It turned out that it was Yuan Yifan and Shu Fa's skillful movements that made him think he had met professional athletes. Yuan Yifan ran all the way and was already close to the exit of the gymnasium. He saw the four security brothers from afar. Yuan Yifan immediately shouted loudly, "Brothers, help me! My tigress is chasing me. Help me stop her, or she will beat me to death." Shu Fa was furious when she heard this. Number 22 was spreading rumors and slander again. In anger, she picked up a mop standing by the wall and threw it over. Although Yuan Yifan felt the strange noise behind him, he was sprinting at the speed of a 100-meter dash and had no time to change direction. He was hit on the back by the mop, which was quite painful. Fortunately, the mop was not heavy. Yuan Yifan just staggered 2 steps, adjusted his balance, and rushed to the exit. The 4 security guards had some doubts before, but now they saw with their own eyes that their big brother was chased by a vicious woman and hit with a mop, which made them believe what Yuan Yifan said. After all, they were brothers who had smoked together. The 4 security guards had the responsibility to protect the safety of the audience, and it was natural for them to help calm down this marital conflict. Chapter 144 Extreme Turn. The security guard quickly opened the exit gate and let Yuan Yifan run out to hide. At the same time, he closed the gate to block the fierce Shu Fa. Now Shu Fa was stopped at the exit. The fence was too high and it was difficult for her to jump over, so she was forced to stop. She was so anxious that she jumped up and down, yelling at the security guard to open the gate for her so that she could catch someone. The oldest security guard, with his experience as a person, earnestly educated the beautiful captain. When a young couple lives together, it is inevitable that there will be bumps and bruises, but it is wrong to use violence. Look at me and your sister-in-law. Shu Fa was furious as she watched Yuan Yifan running away. She was just a little bit away from success, but was disrupted by these 4 security guards. If she hadn't retained a bit of rationality, she would have been so angry that she wanted to punch this confused old man. Shu Fa didn't want to wait for the security guard to open the door, so she climbed up the fence directly, and with her slender body, she got out from the top, jumped down, and continued to chase. After she chased Yuan Yifan all the way and ran away, the 4 security guards were still staring blankly at the backs of the 2 people. The security guard muttered to himself, "How can this woman be so fierce? It's a blessing that this brother can live to this day." Not long after, the 4 security guards saw another 20 or 30 people running into the gymnasium. They were so scared that they pulled out their rubber sticks as if they were facing a great enemy. At this time, the voice of the security leader came from the intercom. "Back door, what are you doing? Open the door quickly and let these people out. They are all the boss's guests." The 4 security guards then opened the gate belatedly and watched these people run out like crazy, chasing the 2 people in front. The 4 security guards then realized something was wrong. They looked at each other, and the young security guard asked suspiciously, "Did we let someone go who we shouldn't have?" The security guard nodded woodenly. "It seems so." The young security guard quickly threw away the half-pack of cigarettes in his pocket. That was what Yuan Yifan left for him. He didn't dare to keep it anymore, for fear that he would make a mistake and lose his job. Yuan Yifan ran into the parking lot. The parking lot was full of cars, but he didn't just randomly pick one to unlock. Instead, he kept running around searching the third row, as if he was looking for something. Found it! Yuan Yifan finally found a white BMW Mini with a license plate number, ending in 321 quetzales. He took out a set of car keys with a pink Hello Kitty pendant and pressed the key. The door opened, and he got in and started the car. The car keys were not stolen by Yuan Yifan, but were handed to him by Wu Qingqing herself. When she heard that Yuan Yifan needed a car, she volunteered to provide her own car. She let Yuan Yifan drive the car worth 300,000 yuan, which showed that she trusted him very much. A girl's car is indeed different from a man's rough style. The interior is pink, and the car smells fragrant and has many cute decorations. When Yuan Yifan sat in it, he was infected by Wu Qingqing's girlish heart. There was a car from the arrest team chasing after him, so Yuan Yifan had no time to admire the interior. He simply stepped on the accelerator and rushed out of the parking lot in a flash. A few meters behind him was the vehicle that the arrest team had ambushed in advance. There was really no time to breathe. Yuan Yifan did a beautiful drift, drove the car onto the road, and then weaved through the traffic. Several autists in the rear began to encircle Yuan Yifan's BMW Mini. The classic BA war in the automotive industry was staged again in an alternative way on the streets of Shanjin City. It seemed that they were angry at Yuan Yifan for having his tire punctured in the afternoon. The arrest team would rather have a minor collision than let go of the BMW, determined not to let him escape from their sight. The vehicles involved in the pursuit were only half of the arrest team's vehicles, while the other half had already surrounded the area from other roads and, under the command of Shi Shuafei, drove forward to block the enemy. There should be as much as possible a car in each direction so that Yuan Yifan will be intercepted no matter where he escapes. As a result, after driving for just a few hundred meters, Yuan Yifan suddenly turned right and passed through a narrow road. This was beyond the expectations of the arrest team, resulting in the failure of the encirclement that had been planned in advance. The vehicles that had driven ahead had to turn around and go back. There was a row of parked cars on each side of this narrow road, blocking the already narrow road surface to the point where only two cars could drive side by side. Moreover, the small road is full of pedestrians crossing the road or delivery guys riding electric scooters. It is impossible to speed up in order to avoid them. Fortunately, Yuan Yifan's driving skills were decent enough, and he managed to move forward in the traffic without getting stuck. At the exit of the path, Yuan Yifan saw an Audi car from the arrest team coming towards him on the left. When he was about to pass the intersection, a little boy of about 11 or 12 ran a red light and crossed the road. This sudden situation put Yuan Yifan in danger. If he stopped the car to avoid the little boy, the Audi cars in front of him on the left and behind him would directly sandwich him. If he was unlucky and the car body was deformed, he might not be able to escape and would be captured. If I forcefully accelerate through the intersection, judging by the current speed, I will definitely knock the little boy away. He is a living flower of the motherland and must not be harmed. As the saying goes, fortune and fortune are achieved through risk. Yuan Yifan decided to take a gamble. He wanted to use a thrilling move to get through this dangerous situation. The running system issues a real-time risk warning. Warning, your driving skills are insufficient. If you force your way through the intersection, the probability of an accident is as high as 91%. Yuan Yifan didn't have time to think at this time. He immediately added all the 4 attribute points he had exchanged before to his driving skills to help him overcome the difficulties. Runaway system. Adding points successfully, driving skills increased to D level, and the accident rate dropped to 9. Although there are still dangers, there's no such thing as a foolproof event in the world. Eating and drinking can also lead to accidental suffocation. So if Yuan Yifan is timid for the sake of safety, then he does not deserve to be called the king of fugitives. Yuan Yifan decided to give it a try. He started to switch the gears of the BMW mini manual transmission with his right hand, then lightly pressed the accelerator and brake, and turned the steering wheel to the right. Then he changed gears, stepped on the accelerator and brakes, and made quick adjustments to the steering wheel. In the few seconds when the car turned right, he performed more than a dozen operations. His APM soared. He seemed to be performing magic, dazzling the audience watching the live broadcast. The actual effect was that when the front of the BMW approached the little boy, the rear wheel of the vehicle was turned dead, but the car was still moving forward to the right. At this time, the steering wheel was suddenly turned, and the car suddenly turned sideways, brushing against the little boy's body and passing him by half a body length. Then Yuan Yifan released the brake and continued to turn the steering wheel in the opposite direction, while lightly pressing the accelerator and changing gears, forcing the car to continue rotating half a circle, completing a full 360-degree rotation. After turning a circle, the car not only turned right through the intersection, but the center of the rotation was exactly where the little boy was, so it just avoided the little boy and completed this beautiful rotation skill. Of course, being able to complete this beautiful turn also depends on the cooperation of the little boy. The violent friction sound when he braked scared the little boy so much that he stopped in the middle of the road, making him the center of the car's rotation, thus avoiding the car perfectly. If he continued to run, he might really hit it. It can be said that this time it was God who protected Yuan Yifan and the little boy. One escaped from danger, and the other was spared the misfortune of running a red light. Chapter 145, Opening the Door to a New World. Netizens were excited when they saw with their own eyes how Yuan Yifan fought his way out of the double team of the Audi cars and the obstruction of the little boy and successfully merged into the right turn lane. I declare that number 22 is Fujiwara Takao. Driving a BMW Mini gives me the feeling of driving an AE86. A netizen named Bunal Baofi asked curiously, "How did you do that just now?" Seeing no one answering, he started to post again. "Why do you need to change gears in an automatic transmission? I've been driving an automatic transmission for 2 years, and I know how to use D gear and reverse gear." After more than a dozen similar comments, they were finally seen by a car expert named Ilu Yu Che, who explained, "Driving requires talent. If you want to drive like number 22, you need to practice hard for several years." Bunal Bao begged desperately, "Coach, I want to learn how to drive." Ilyusha's answer was straightforward. "Go to a driving school. But change your online name first, it's too eye-catching." Because this Bunal Baofi was too active in the live broadcast room, he successfully attracted the attention of the super administrator, who directly banned him and forced him to change to a formal name. Otherwise, he would not be allowed to log in. This can be regarded as purifying the atmosphere in the live broadcast room. While netizens were discussing this, Yuan Yifan was already sprinting in a straight line. After he ran several hundred meters, 2 Audis caught up with him from behind. However, he immediately turned right again and forced a right turn. Since Yuan Yifan drove out of the gymnasium, he has turned right 3 times along the way, which is equivalent to drawing a square on the map, and returned to the main entrance of the gymnasium. Sure Xiu had been monitoring Yuan Yifan. After she noticed that he made consecutive right turns, she guessed based on her experience as a criminal police officer that Yuan Yifan must have been planning some conspiracy in the gymnasium. Otherwise, he should have run to a sparsely populated area instead of lingering around the gymnasium where traffic was congested. Risking traffic jams instead of leaving the stadium, it is very likely that an ambush has been set up here. Everyone, pay attention and spread out along the gymnasium. Number 22 is likely to do something bad here. Sure Xiu reminded loudly. The other team members divided into several cars and did not participate in the pursuit. Instead, they spread out on the surrounding streets to set up a pocket, which they discreetly set up and gradually closed. Yuan Yifan did as Sure Xiu said and turned right again. The route was exactly a closed square, and he turned back to the parking lot of the gymnasium. Somehow, Sure Xiu felt that Yuan Yifan must have some conspiracy and that he would eventually drive out of the gymnasium. So she did not follow the turn, but went straight and rushed to the other west exit of the gymnasium to intercept him in advance, in order to anticipate the enemy's moves. The arrest team chased after the vehicle, but were blocked by other vehicles. The members of the arrest team were so anxious that they honked their horns. When the traffic returned to normal, they found that the BMW Mini was no longer in front of them. At this time, the parking lot was filled with various vehicles. There were hundreds of them at a glance. It was difficult to find a BMW among the crowd of cars. According to inertia of thinking, number 22 must be in a hurry to escape at this time, so the car will not stop. As long as the moving vehicle is locked, the target will be found. This trick really worked. They suddenly found that the long-missed white BMW Mini in front of them on the left was driving towards the west exit of the stadium. Please note that number 22 has exited from the west exit. The team members quickly reported. After hearing the news, Sure Xiu immediately accelerated and rushed to the west exit. She also asked carefully, Look carefully at the license plate number. Is it the 321Q? When Shi Xiufei was in the criminal police team, she encountered a misunderstanding during an arrest. She confused two identical Wuling Hongguang vans, which led to the failure of the arrest. She didn't want to make any more mistakes this time. Yes, that's right. It's 321 Quetzales. The team member answered affirmatively. Okay, follow him. If I reach the west exit ahead of time, I will just stop him. You block his retreat from behind and don't let him run away anymore. After Shi Xiufei issued the order, she stepped on the accelerator and rushed over. But because of the concert, the area near the stadium was extremely congested and traffic was moving slowly on the road. Sure, Xiufei honked the horn hard, but was still blocked for about 10 seconds. When she arrived at the west exit, she saw that the 321Q had already driven out and turned right, so she missed the opportunity. Shi Xiufei had no time to regret. She quickened her pace with a stern look on her face and followed. I won't let you escape this time. Shi Xiufei stared at the BMW Mini closely and chased after it. This time, Shi Xiufei stepped on the accelerator with the determination to stop Yuan Yifan even if her Qian was scrapped. But she suddenly discovered that there was something wrong with the BMW Mini that came out of the stadium for the second time. Not only was the speed much lower than before, it was also not as agile as before. A few minutes ago, this BMW Mini could still perform amazing driving skills of extreme turns. Now, this BMW Mini even stepped on the brakes in the middle of the road to avoid other vehicles, allowing Shi Xiufei to catch up in an instant. The brake step just now was too amateurish. If it was Shi Xiufei herself, she would be confident that she could accelerate and rush through without slowing down. This is definitely a sign of insufficient driving skills. Change people. Shi Xiufei was startled and suddenly realized this possibility. However, she was now the closest vehicle to the BMW, and it was impossible for her to turn back. She could only chase after it to find out what was going on. Shi Xiufei immediately said in the communication channel, "One group of vehicles will follow me, and the rest will all return to the gymnasium. Number 22 may have just changed vehicles." The team members never doubted Shi Xiufei's orders. Immediately, several cars turned back, while Shi Xiufei and another car overtook the BMW Mini and stopped it on the side of the road. As soon as she succeeded in stopping the car, Shi Xiufei's heart sank. Sure enough, the person in the driving seat was not Yuan Yifan, but a beautiful girl who was one of the girls Yuan Yifan had hooked up with in the gym yesterday. Needless to say, this time Shi Xiufei was tricked by Yuan Yifan again, but Shi Xiufei did not give up. She wanted to confirm whether number 22 was hiding in the car, so she got out of the car to check immediately. Please open the car door. I'm Shi Xiufei from the Urban Escape Program. Please cooperate. Shi Xiufei took out her work ID from the program crew and said with a serious expression. Wu Qingqing, who was driving this time, glanced at Shi Xiufei and blamed her instead. Why didn't you stop my car? I'm going to call the police. Shi Xiufei said, our actions have been reported to the police department and are completely legal and compliant. Even if you call the police, you will still be the one who needs to open the door. I am also a woman and have no ill will towards you. Please open the door and you can leave after the inspection. Wu Qingqing frowned slightly. She took out her cell phone, but did not call the police. Instead, she opened the browser and searched for the urban escape mentioned by Shi Xiufei. She felt that something was wrong here, as if there was a secret that she didn't know about. This search was a great success, as it opened the door to a new world. Chapter 146. Fortune and honor are seeked in danger. Who had previously told Wu Qingqing that he wanted her to cooperate in changing cars and perform a surreal large-scale magic show, suddenly appeared at the top of the webpage. His name was not Judd, but Yuan Yifan, codenamed 22. After opening the live broadcast room number 22, she was surprised to find Yuan Yifan appearing in a dark place, which seemed to be a very narrow and enclosed space, but the appearance was exactly the same, which could prove that the search was true. Then she was deceived, and she should have appeared in the live broadcast screen before. Wu Qingqing's heart suddenly felt like it was blocked by a huge stone. She felt depressed and unhappy. Only then did she realize that the funny and humorous magician had deceived her. Judd was not a magician at all, but the program team's fugitive number 22, who was being hunted by the vicious woman in front of her. No wonder Yuan Yifan had told her when they were changing cars just now that she would know an interesting secret after the magic show. It turned out that this was what he was referring to. She was so depressed. No one likes the feeling of being deceived. Yuan Yifun's impression in Wu Qingqing's mind plummeted to the bottom. She was so angry that she decided not to cover up for him anymore. She simply opened the car door and let Shi Xuefei check it at will. If she wanted to retaliate, she could even directly tell Shi Xuefei some information about number 22, but she did not do so because she did not like this cold woman in front of her, a woman as beautiful as her. Shi Xuefei opened the back door of the BMW, then checked the back seat and trunk. There were no suspicious people or objects inside, so there was no need to investigate. She closed the car door and said to Wu Qingqing in a cold manner, "Little girl, open your eyes in the future. Don't lose your judgment just because a man is handsome and becomes someone else's accomplice." Shi Xuefei was inevitably resentful because Wu Qingqing interfered with the arrest operation, so she gave her a lecture. Responded coldly, "Sister, I don't need you to lecture me. Let's go catch the thief quickly. If you're any later, you won't be able to catch the number 2 bus home." She was mocking Shi Xuefei for being old and having gained nothing. In fact, Shi Xuefei is 25 years old this year, and Wu Qingqing just graduated from college at the age of 22. The two are only 3 years apart. It's just that because Shi Xuefei has rich work experience, is usually serious, and because of her makeup and clothing, she looks more mature, while Wu Qingqing dresses in a cute girlish style, which makes the age gap between the two seem a little bigger. Perhaps it was the natural repulsion between outstanding women. Shi Xuefei and Wu Qingqing's eyes collided in the air, as if balls of lightning burst out. Neither of them was willing to admit defeat, and they stared at each other fiercely. The palms of the arresting team members nearby were sweating, fearing that the captain would lose his temper and beat up the beauty. That would be a big deal, considering this was being broadcast live. Because she was concerned about the capture, Shi Xuefei withdrew her gaze first and left sternly, ending this battle in which there was no winner. After Shi Xuefei returned to the car, she issued an order. Investigate the information of the female BMW owner and monitor her phone calls. It is very likely that she will get in touch with Yuan Yifan again. Women understand women best. Although Shi Xuefei didn't know what Wu Qingqing and Yuan Yifan had communicated, since she was able to help him complete this escape, there should be more contact between them, which might become the next opportunity to capture him. Because number 22 is so cunning, Shi Xuefei doesn't want to miss any chance. Wu Qingqing, who was in the BMW, stared blankly at the live broadcast room number 22 and the barrage of comments. It seemed that many people mentioned her and seemed to admire her very much. After watching the interaction between Yuan Yifan and netizens for a while, Wu Qingqing showed a puzzled expression. This fugitive contestant who deceived her did not seem as hateful as she had imagined. Instead, he exuded the charm of a mature man all the time. It was this charm that made Wu Qingqing extremely fascinated before. Wu Qingqing's original resentful mood suddenly turned into loss, and she suddenly remembered that Yuan Yifan left her a gift. She opened the storage box in the car, and inside was the autographed CD of the God of Songs that she wanted most. This was the CD that Yuan Yifan had snatched from the staff on the stage at the risk of being caught. This signed CD is of no use to a fugitive, so number 22 must have risked his life to snatch it for her, because she has always wanted this CD. Judd, no, this Yuan Yifan, what on earth is he thinking? For a moment, Wu Qingqing's mood was extremely complicated. The focus returned to Yuan Yifan. After driving back to the gymnasium, he parked the car in a blind spot of the surveillance camera. Wu Qingqing was waiting here as agreed and replaced him. All these operations were thought of and arranged by Yuan Yifan when the concert started. Although there were some twists and turns in the process, it was still carried out according to his plan. Someone will chase your car soon. Don't be nervous. They're all actors. They won't do anything to you. Just cooperate. Remember, there's a gift I left for you in the storage box. Goodbye, and thank you for your help tonight. Yuan Yifan smiled and waved goodbye to Wu Qingqing, who also responded with a sweet smile, thinking that this large-scale magic trick was very entertaining. After she drove away, Yuan Yifan quickly crawled under a car next to him to avoid the pursuit vehicle of the arrest team. In order to avoid being exposed to surveillance, Yuan Yifan crawled under each car until he found a new Santana that was parked improperly. The car was parked crookedly, and because of the angle, the rear end of the car would not be captured by the parking lot cameras. Yuan Yifan bent over, took out a piece of iron, poked open the lock of the trunk, then carefully got in and closed the lid. He did all this without anyone noticing. Afterwards, Yuan Yifan hid in the trunk, motionless. The surrounding arrest officers kept passing by the parking lot to search for his whereabouts. But there were hundreds of cars in the parking lot, so it was not easy to find a person in the trunk, so after a search, nothing was found. The audience didn't understand why Yuan Yifan was hiding here. If he was discovered, he would be doomed. When the car opened, he would be fired with a bunch of tasers, and even a god would not be able to withstand a shock. Yuan Yifan turned his phone to flight mode to avoid sudden ringing or vibration that would reveal his whereabouts, and then he typed on the phone screen to communicate with the audience. Yuan Yifan typed, "You can only gain wealth through risk. First of all, I can't get into the gym. If it's as I expected, the arrest team must have monitored all the exits. Even if I leave in disguise, I'll probably be discovered. After all, my skills are not good enough to hide from Captain Schur. So for safety, I can only hide in the car. I'm taking advantage of the arrest team's lack of manpower. They can't check every car." The old fan named Harry Potter asked, "But what if we get discovered?" Yuan Yifan continued typing. "Then I blame it on my bad luck, but I believe in my luck." Resident Evil 8. Oh my god. Number 22 has also learned the sewer master's squatting skills. This time the arrest team can't handle it. Indeed, Yuan Yifan already had an endless stream of escape techniques, and now he actually used the magical skill of squatting in a fixed place. It was a powerful combination, and his skills were further improved. Chapter 147 Roadside Inspection. After Shi Shuifei returned to the parking lot, she personally went to the location where Yuan Yifan and Wu Qingqing had handed over to investigate on the spot. She found that this was a blind spot for surveillance. There was no result from checking the surveillance, so she could only rely on experience to analyze Yuan Yifan's whereabouts. Shi Shuifei looked around and put herself in Yuan Yifan's shoes. Because the two of them were so familiar with each other, there was no sense of incongruity at all. He knew I would check the surveillance cameras, so he must have been monitoring blind spots. The only way he could escape was through the bottom of the cars on the east and west sides. Shi Shuifei deliberately lowered her body to avoid the surveillance line of sight, then crouched down and moved among the vehicles in the parking lot to simulate Yuan Yifan's route of movement. After a while, she approached the Santana where Yuan Yifan was hiding. It has to be said that the two people's levels of investigation are very similar, and their ideas are very consistent, just like they were taught by the same teacher. Yuan Yifan's female fans were all worried. They put their hands together and prayed, "Can't see, can't see. Buddha, please let Shi Shuifei suffer from night blindness so that she can't see our fan." It turned out that Shi Shuifei did not have night blindness, but she only paused briefly at Santana before moving forward. Although Shi Shuifei had rich experience in reconnaissance, she was not an omniscient and omnipotent god. She did not notice that when she was closest to the target, she was only half a meter away. After seeing Shi Shuifei leave, did the female fans feel relieved. Shi Shuifei walked to the edge of the parking lot and found that this place was covered by surveillance cameras. If Yuan Yifan escaped from here, he would definitely be captured by the surveillance cameras. When she returned to the starting point and went to explore the west side, she asked Wang Gang, who was checking the surveillance on the communication channel, whether he had found anything unusual. "Captain, no targets were found. Li Chang and I have been watching the monitoring room. He is watching the real-time content, and I have called up the surveillance footage after number 22 changed cars. We have checked it frame by frame, and no suspicious traces have been found so far." "Okay, watch closely," Shi Shuifei said. Wang Gang and Li Chang were the original members of the arrest team responsible for capturing Yuan Yifan. Later, as the team expanded, they became veterans and are now often sent by Shi Shuifei to carry out important tasks. The parking lot surveillance is under the jurisdiction of the stadium. Thanks to the organizer of the concert, they were able to enter the monitoring room and were allowed to retrieve the video footage at will. However, after checking, the two team members did not find any trace of Yuan Yifan in the surveillance. It is very likely that number 22 is still trapped in the parking lot by them. This is definitely good news. In this case, we only need to check the vehicles and people that have left, and then gradually narrow the scope. Currently, the initiative lies with the arrest team, but they also faced a serious problem. That is, the square was too large. Fortunately, there were surveillance cameras to help. Otherwise, with dozens of people, it would be impossible for them to surround the entire stadium. There are only 2 vehicle exits in the parking lot now, and 5 people are guarding each exit. The rest of the personnel are scattered around the parking lot searching back and forth, trying to find any clues of number 22. Soon, a Wuling Hongguang Mini drove out of the parking lot. Because this kind of small car can hardly hide people, the team members guarding the exit took a look from outside and let it pass. The arrest team members were all dressed in suits and ties, so the driver thought they were security guards and did not question them. But the next moment, a Buick Encore drove out, and the owner refused to cooperate. "Hello, sir. Please open the trunk and let us check it," a middle-aged, bearded police officer said politely. I don't know if it was the appearance of this team member that scared the driver, but he just didn't want to do it. "What are you doing? What if I don't drive?" The male driver had an extremely rude attitude. "We are the crew of the Urban Escape Program. Please cooperate with us. It will only take up 1 minute of your time. We will give you a small gift." Since nice words didn't work, the team members started to bribe them. They took out a souvenir from the program team. The packaging was quite good, with the program team's logo printed on it. While giving a gift, it also served as a promotion, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. "I need your little money. Get out of my way." The driver still disagreed, and his face was full of anger. Such a bad attitude made the team members have to doubt. The 5 people looked at each other, their eyes revealing a firm belief that even if they made a mistake and were fined today, they would still check the car. "Please cooperate with us. It will be over soon." There are cars coming from behind. A young team member named Fong Kai said that he is the youngest in the team, has a handsome appearance, and is the most friendly. "Get out of here. If you don't get out of the way, I'll kill you." However, proper discussion did not work, and the driver became angry and embarrassed. The bearded member also got angry. He stood in front of the car and said angrily, "I'm telling you today, if you don't let us look in the trunk, you can't leave. You can crush me to death if you can." "What's the matter? You want to be beaten?" The male driver finally exploded. He opened the door and got out of the car, pushing and shoving with the bearded team member, and it seemed like a fight was about to break out. As a result, this was a perfect strategy to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Fong Kai quickly opened the car door and pressed the trunk unlock button. With a click, the trunk opened. Then the 5 team members entered combat status, all standing in front of the trunk. 2 of them raised their tasers, and 2 of them took a fighting stance, ready for battle. Fong Kai suddenly opened the trunk, and after seeing what was inside clearly, the expressions of several people froze. There was no one inside, just some COS women's clothing, ranging from small pieces of lace to silk cheongsams and women's 2-dimensional wigs of various colors. These were obviously the carry-on equipment of the cross-dressing boss. I really can't believe this grumpy middle-aged male car owner has such a hobby. No wonder he refused to open the trunk no matter what. Now the secret was revealed in the live broadcast room, and he was instantly doomed. Are you guys freaking sick? You're just rummaging through someone's trunk. The male driver spoke in a panic. He walked over, closed the trunk, and drove away. He was probably embarrassed. It is inevitable to feel a little shy when exposing one's hobbies in front of everyone. The 5 team members looked at each other, feeling disappointed. They opened the trunk with joy, but couldn't find number 22. They felt that their lives were full of darkness. Sure, Shufa heard the argument with the car owner through the headset. The situation at the other west exit was similar. Although she did not get to the point of a quarrel with the car owner, some verbal altercations were inevitable. The concert is still going on now, and there are relatively few vehicles leaving the parking lot. If we wait until the end of the concert, a large number of vehicles will leave at the same time. Each vehicle will be delayed for several minutes, which will cause serious congestion. It is estimated that the complaints received by the program team can be used to supply paper to the village toilets. Therefore, stopping vehicles on the road to check them must never be done in this way. I told you to be smart and not stubborn. Sure, Shufa was waking them up. However, the big men in the arrest team obviously haven't figured it out and haven't come up with a good solution, so they can only ask the captain for some advice. Sure, Shufa sighed and had no choice but to go to the exit in person to teach the group of male team members how to check cars quickly and harmoniously. Chapter 148, Do You Feel Like Crying Now? When Sure Shufa arrived at the south exit, the 5 members of the arrest team all lowered their heads and waited for the captain to lecture them, just like elementary school students who had made a mistake. "Lift your head," Sure Shufa shouted majestically. The 5 people immediately stood in a straight row with their heads and chests puffed out and their eyes straight ahead. Seeing this posture, Sure Shufa nodded slightly, and now he looked like a man. Although she has left the police force, she still requires her subordinates to meet the police force's standards. This is called a neat police appearance. Sure Shufa chose Fong Kai, the youngest of the 5. He was only 23 years old, had no beard, was fair-skinned, and looked like a pretty boy, suitable for hailing a car. "Come here." Sure Shuefei took a bottle of Nong Fu spring in her hand. Fong Kai was so frightened that he shuddered, thinking that the captain was going to hit him on the head with mineral water, blaming him for his previous wrongdoing. Sure Shuefei did not have the bad habit of corporal punishment of her subordinates. She dipped some mineral water with her slender fingers and splashed it on Fong Kai's face, leaving many watermarks on the face of this young man. The team members were all confused and didn't know what the captain was doing. Sure Shuefei pointed forward and said, "There's another car coming over there. Go ask the driver to open the trunk. Remember to use a crying expression." Although Fong Kai looks like a handsome boy, he is a rough man at heart. The last time he cried was in primary school, so he thought for a while and found that he couldn't cry at all. "Captain, I can't cry," Fong Kai answered timidly. There was no way. He was not usually so cowardly, but for some reason, when facing the serious Captain Sure, he was naturally intimidated, just like a student facing a strict head teacher. He always felt that he had done something wrong. She could have taught him a lesson properly, but Sure Shuefei got angry when she saw Fong Kai's cowardly look, so she reached out and pinched the soft flesh on his waist, then rotated it 90 degrees clockwise. Fong Kai wanted to scream, but didn't dare to. His expression was distorted and tears were about to flow from his eyes due to the pain. The captain was really merciless. "Do you feel like crying now?" Sure Shuefei asked him. "Yes, so much." Fong Kai was in so much pain that he couldn't speak fluently. His expression was uglier than crying, and with the watermarks on his face, it looked like he was really crying. When the female owner of the Toyota Corolla arrived at the exit, Fong Kai approached her with a bitter face and said in a crying voice, "Madam, can you open the trunk so I could check it? Ooh, please." The female car owner was shocked and thought she had made the young man cry. She quickly lowered the window and said, "Don't cry, I asked you to check it, don't cry." Perhaps all women have a maternal glow that makes them unable to bear to see others cry. The middle-aged female car owner not only opened the trunk, but also got out of the car and handed Fong Kai a tissue so that he could wipe his tears. "Thanks." Fong Kai pretended to wipe his tears, and then his 4 teammates ran over to check the trunk. There was no one in the trunk this time, and they successfully completed the inspection task in just 20 seconds, which was a world of difference from before. "Boys, don't cry easily, okay? If you have anything to say, you can talk to your big sister." The kind female driver comforted Fong Kai before driving away. At this point, the 5 male team members all admired Captain Sure Shuefei very much. The vehicle inspection operation, which was originally extremely difficult, became extremely simple under Sure Shuefei's clever strategy. "Captain, you are awesome." The 5 team members gave her a thumbs up. Sure Shuefei showed no joy when she heard the praise. She waved her hand, signaling them to continue and not to be careless, because number 22 would not be caught so easily by them. The team members saluted together and then continued with the inspection work. Facts have proved that Sure Shuefei's tips are not only effective for women, but also for male drivers. If you suddenly see a grown man crying and begging you to open the trunk and take a look, you will basically do as he says. This is taking advantage of people's sympathy. In this way, the conflict is resolved. As the saying goes, nothing is difficult if you put your mind to it. Sure Shuefei is a pragmatist. No matter what the method is, as long as it can get things done, it's fine. The inspection went smoothly, but nothing was found. The remaining team members patrolled the parking area, but they were unable to open the vehicles for inspection at will, so the effect was limited. Time passed minute by minute, and soon it was midnight. The team members became more and more annoyed as they watched more and more vehicles leaving. Because the concert was about to end, hundreds of cars would drive out at the same time, and they would never have the chance to open the boxes for inspection. Not only did time not allow it, but there would also be tens of thousands of people leaving the parking lot on foot by that time, and number 22 would blend in with the crowd and would be basically unnoticed. This is Yuan Yifun's escape plan of escaping from the trap and fishing in troubled waters. The key is to make use of the crowd that is dispersing. Sure Shuefei saw that everyone was feeling a little down, so she encouraged them in the communication channel. "Cheer up, after the concert is over, we'll call it a day and go have a midnight snack. Thank you for your hard work today, and the overtime pay will be paid, as scheduled." The beautiful captain accompanied them during the inspection. Everyone worked equally hard, and they were also given overtime, pay, and midnight snacks. The arrest team members did not complain and faithfully performed their duties, searching every car. The concert was finally over, and a large crowd poured out of the stadium at once, forming a dense mass. Sure, Shuefei knew that there was no chance tonight. A team of 40 people could not possibly search tens of thousands of people, so she ordered the work to be called off. The arrest team are not real police officers. They're all employees of the program crew. So, Sure Shuefei also has to pay attention to everyone's emotions. She then contacted a well-known food stall in the city and paid for the whole team to have a midnight snack out of her own pocket. Because they had to continue the arrest mission tomorrow, Sure Shuefei only allowed them to drink 2 bottles of beer each, but they were provided with enough food and barbecue. After work, Sure Shuefei was no longer as cold as before. While she was drinking juice and accepting toast from her teammates, she always had a faint smile on her face, showing another side of the strict captain. Work is work, life is life. Sure Shuefei separates them very clearly. At work, she is the team leader, and after get off work, everyone is friends. Friends can no longer have stern faces. Sure Shuefei even went out of her way to find Fong Kai and apologize to him with juice instead of wine, saying that she shouldn't have pinched him in the gym before, which was a bit like corporal punishment. I'll drink a glass of juice as a punishment. I hope I can be forgiven. Sure Shuefei drank a large glass of juice in one breath. If she didn't have to drive, she would definitely switch to beer, which would be more generous. No, it's okay, I'm just too stupid. I admire you very much, Captain. I can learn a lot of skills from you. Fong Kai's face turned red all of a sudden. He was not angry at all. Instead, he admired Sure Shuefei very much in his heart. Coupled with Sure Shuefei's extraordinary abilities and stunning beauty, the heart of this young boy, who had just entered society, started beating wildly. Dopamine began to be secreted in his brain, and he felt extremely happy. Fong Kai was already intoxicated by Sure Shuefei's outstanding temperament and couldn't extricate himself. This is the taste of love. To be exact, it's a secret crush. Chapter 149, You'll Be Numb Even If You Lie Down. Fong Kai was originally one of Sure Shuefei's many fans. When he saw that the program team was recruiting members for the arrest team, he resolutely gave up a well-paid job and came to the program team as a temporary worker just to get close to his idol Sure Shuefei. He succeeded. Not only was he admitted, but he was also assigned to the 3rd arrest team as he wished and became a member of Sure Shuefei's team. After today's events, he found that he was hopelessly in love with Sure Shuefei, which caused him to speak incoherently, and his face was red all the way to his neck. Having no emotional experience, he had no idea how to deal with this emotion. Look at this Fong Kai. He's already drunk after just 1 bottle. That's too lame. This Kai is such a loser. The older brothers around him laughed at him in good faith. In order to cover up his gaffe, Fong Kai drank another glass of wine in one breath and choked and coughed. Drink slowly, but don't drink too much. Sure Shuefei gave the instructions with a smile and then went to clink glasses with other team members. However, this smile made Fong Kai's heart beat faster and he couldn't control himself. When Wang Gang saw this, he stepped on his friend Li Chang's foot and whispered, I noticed that the captain's mood suddenly improved today. He is not as depressed as he was a few days ago. Well, that's good, and we can work smoothly. The two chatted for a few words and then clinked glasses and drank happily. Because it was already midnight, the meal didn't take long, only about half an hour, and then Sure Shuefei went to the store owner to settle the bill. The food and environment of this food stall are pretty good, so the consumption is much higher than that of ordinary food stalls. There were more than 40 of them, and they spent a total of more than 2,000 yuan. At this time, Fong Kai, whose heart was full of admiration, thought that his chance to show off had come, so he rushed to pay and said he would treat her. Okay, I said it's my treat. Sure Shuefei said. Fong Kai, no, Captain, I'll treat you. I'm very happy today. When he said happy, his eyes were fixed on Sure Shuefei. Sure Shuefei frowned slightly. She felt that Fong Kai's gaze was a little strange, but she didn't say anything. She insisted on paying for it herself and didn't need her team members to advance the money. Before Fong Kai could speak, the elder brother Wang Gang grabbed his neck and said jokingly, just save some money. You only get a few dollars a month. Our captain is not short of money, so don't show off. Li Chang also said, that's right, we come to the program group to make money, and the captain comes to participate purely to experience life. The captain usually lives in a villa at home. Sure Shuefei smiled and waved her hand, indicating that people should stop talking about her affairs, and then easily scan the code to pay. This is absolutely true. The Kian that Sure Shuefei drives is not from the program crew, but her own car. Being able to drive a Porsche shows her family background. She is definitely a wealthy woman. This dampened Fang Kai's enthusiasm a lot. Because his family was average, he bought a car worth tens of thousands of yuan and was still paying off the loan. Financially, he could not compare with Shi Xuefei, and the same was true in other aspects. Fang Kai sat back in his chair dejectedly, feeling a little inferior. The captain was strong, handsome, and his family was rich. If he wanted to pursue her, his current strength was definitely not enough, and his chances were slim. Then the team members drove back to the hotel together, ending a hard day. The arrest team enjoyed their midnight snack very happily, but number 22 Yuan Yifan did not have a good time. He had been staying in the back of the Santana. Although it was night, the temperature was still hot, and the trunk space was small. He felt extremely uncomfortable and sweated profusely. Fortunately, he had prepared a bottle of water in advance, so he did not become dehydrated. After the concert, the door of the Santana opened loudly, indicating that the owner had finally returned. There were 4 people in the car, talking and laughing, and all their voices reached Yuan Yifan's ears. In addition to expressing their satisfaction with the concert, the 4 people also talked about Yuan Yifan himself. His imitation of, "You are so poisonous," was really nice, but it was a pity that he could not be found later and no one knew where he went. What these 4 fans didn't know was that the Judd they were discussing was actually in the trunk of their car. After the car drove several kilometers, Yuan Yifan knew that it was safe today, and then he waited for the opportunity to get out of the car. The car finally stopped. Yuan Yifan used a piece of iron to pry open the trunk and saw through the gap that they were on the street. The streets were very quiet at midnight, and there were no vehicles behind, so Yuan Yifan rolled out of the car. When he closed the trunk, there was a noise. The people in the car noticed it and looked back, saying in surprise, "It seems like something fell out of the trunk." "I can't." The car owner didn't quite believe it, as he didn't have anything in the trunk. He originally wanted to go down and take a look, but the green light had already come on, so he could only start the car and leave. After the car drove away, Yuan Yifan was the only one left squatting on the street. He stood up with difficulty, looking painful, and then limped to the side of the road. This scared the fans so much that they thought he was hit by a car and hurriedly asked him if he was okay. Yuan Yifan grinned and said, "I'm fine. I just lay in the trunk for too long and my legs are numb." A netizen named Yi Kuyi Ka Verda said disdainfully, "Aren't you the king of fugitives? Why are your legs still numb? Are you so low?" Now Yuan Yifan's t-shirt was soaked, his legs and feet were sore and numb, and the feeling was quite ecstasy. He casually retorted, "No matter how strong I am still a carbon-based creature. If you lie in the trunk for a few hours, you will also be numb. Iku ether yamit. You can't stand lying down for a few hours. You are such a rubbish. My number 21 is still the best. He has been in the sewer for more than a week, and nothing has happened. He even gives us something to do every day." The fugitive number 21 is the well-known sewer god of the program team. Since the program started, he has never come out after crawling into the sewer. His willpower is extraordinary. This kind of BT tolerance has won him a group of fans, and Iku Ether Yamit is obviously one of them. However, although the number between fugitive number 21 and number 22 differs by only 1, their styles of escape are at 2 extremes, and fans of both sides look down on each other. Yuan Yifan's fans immediately started to criticize him. "Hurry up and go back to your live broadcast room, number 21. Why are you showing off your superiority here?" "I won't go back, bite me." It was obvious that Iku Ether Yamit was deliberately making trouble. Netizens can't deal with him, but there is someone who can. Number 22's diehard fan immediately clicked to report, reporting that this person's online name violated the rules. The super administrator recently received instructions from his superiors to rectify the unhealthy trends in the live broadcast room. Upon seeing this vulgar and ambiguous online name, he banned the netizen Iku Itai Yamiti. If he doesn't change his name to a normal one, he will have no chance of watching the live broadcast normally. This operation received unanimous praise from netizens, and the live broadcast room became harmonious. Chapter 150, the beginning of the 8th day. Yuan Yifan had overdrawn too much physical energy today and was now extremely tired and in urgent need of rest. However, due to his identity, he cannot go to hotels or homestays. If he suddenly checks in at night without being able to provide his ID card, it will easily arouse the suspicion of the owner. Once the police are called, he will have no chance of sleeping at night. This is a bad option. An enthusiastic netizen suggested, "Go sleep under a bridge. It's absolutely safe, has open air on all sides, and doesn't charge rent. Yuan Yifan flatly refused, declaring his dignity as the king of fugitives. I'd rather sleep under the bridge than die. Finding a place to stay in the second half of the night was indeed a hassle, but Yuan Yifan suddenly had a brilliant idea to find a place that would naturally help him hide his identity. Netizens are all curious. How could someone in this day and age take the initiative to cover up for a fugitive? Isn't this like a moth biting a Coptis chinensis? Asking for trouble? If there really are such shops, there is no guarantee that they will take the money and then report to the police to earn the reporting fee. After all, people's hearts are hidden and no one can guess what others are thinking. Yuan Yifan smiled and said, otherwise, as long as there are common interests, there will be people who will not betray me. The curiosity of netizens was aroused, and they quickly asked, who is it? This is paid content and will not be made public for the time being. It's already midnight, so today's live broadcast ends here. Everyone go to bed early. Bye. Yuan Yifan waved at the camera and then turned off the live broadcast. Netizens immediately wailed, no, we watch paid shows too, and we'll give you tips. However, the live broadcast room has been closed, and the contestants must be given time to rest. Yuan Yifan has been broadcasting live for more than 10 hours. He is the donkey of the production team, and it is time for him to take a break. Now that there are no spectators watching, Yuan Yifan can resort to some shady tactics. Yuan Yifan took out his mobile phone and started to enter the local forum. He searched through the historical posts and suddenly found a post that interested him. The post was titled, "Where is that kind of place in Yamatsu?" When I clicked on the post, I saw the post from the original poster. I need help from all netizens. I am a beginner in the cultivation world. I was passing through Shanjin when I was bitten by a centipede and poisoned. My life is hanging by a thread. I can only be cured by chicken, which is the incompatible food of the centipede. I would like to ask all the local masters, where can I find chicken in Shanjin? Yuan Yifan was amused when he saw this post. If you want to plagiarize, just say it directly and make it seem like it was a true story. It turned out that the people of Shanjin were very enthusiastic. There were more than a dozen messages below, one of which caught Yuan Yifan's attention. Red Rose Blind Massage on Longxiang Road can heal your injuries. Fast food is 200 yuan, and overnight stay is 500 yuan. It's very affordable. I won't tell others about it. However, this kind of small shop-style blind massage is not the place Yuan Yifan wants. It is probably full of germs, and he might even contract an indecent disease if he sleeps there. It seems that things on the internet are unreliable, and I still need guidance from local veterans. Yuan Yifan took out a mask and put it on to cover his face. He waited on the side of the road for a while, and when he saw a taxi coming, he reached out to stop it. Where to? Asked the driver. Do you have a place like that here? The conditions are better. I want young and pretty girls. Yuan Yifan said something with a hint of meaning. Of course, let's go to Paramount. The girls there often change new ones, and there are also big foreign horses. I'm sure you like them. The driver was indeed a guiding light. He understood Yuan Yifan's needs very well and drove there immediately. The sign of Paramount is very low-key and unpretentious, and on the surface, it is a bathing and leisure center. When Yuan Yifan arrived outside the store, he found it quite lively here, with people coming in from time to time, and it seemed to be very popular. After Yuan Yifan entered the store, it seemed to be a normal bathing center. A waitress asked Yuan Yifan whether he wanted to take a bath or stay overnight. After receiving the advice from the old driver, Yuan Yifan said directly, "Stay overnight and bring a pot of green tea." The green tea here is a code word. Because the law is strictly enforced now, these places only do business with people they know. Green tea means looking for a young girl. Foreign tea means looking for a foreign horse. And instant tea means fast food. If they don't match the terms, they will only provide regular services. Okay, please follow me. A waitress took Yuan Yifan into a hidden corridor and directly to another building, which was obviously much more hidden. After entering, he found a familiar scene. There were many men hugging young girls with frivolous expressions. Yuan Yifan observed the decoration around him. The scale of this place was not as good as the Jinden Club he had been to before, but it should be small to have a good accommodation environment. A middle-aged woman came up and asked, "Boss, are there any girls you know? I don't need a woman. I'm tired. Just find me a quiet room where I could take a shower and sleep." Yuan Yifan said. The old woman said, "This is against the rules. Accommodation is in the front. We can only order a girl here. It's 1,200 for a night. You can sleep even if you are tired. Accommodation in the front is certainly not that expensive, But you need an ID card there, while sleeping for a night in the back only requires RMB. Then just pick one. I'm not picky. Yuan Yifan asked the waiter to lead the way. The old woman was very happy and took Yuan Yifan into a private room. The soundproofing in this private room is acceptable. At least you can't hear any random noises. The furnishings inside the room are much simpler, with a separate toilet and bathroom. There is a bed and a computer in the room, and that's all. But that was enough. Yuan Yifan felt that he could fall asleep as soon as he lay down. At this time, a girl wearing revealing clothes came in from outside. She had heavy makeup on and looked to be about 28 or 29 years old. Her quality was not very good. She was far inferior to the beauties he had seen in the Jinding Club in terms of temperament, appearance, and figure. But Yuan Yifan was not here for fun. He directly gave the girl 1,000 yuan and said to her, "Find me a new set of clothes, and the money you save is yours. Don't disturb me tonight. I want to have a good sleep." "Okay, boss." The girl was very happy to meet such a customer. She could make money without providing any service. She felt so happy and left with the money. Yuan Yifan went to the bathroom and took a comfortable cold shower to wash away all the dirt on his body. After the bath, the girl also brought new clothes. Judging from the fabric and pattern, it was probably cheap stuff bought online. But as long as it can be worn, Yuan Yifan would not be too picky when he was on the run. He asked the girl to leave and locked the door. The whole room belonged to him. He lay down on the bed and fell asleep in a few minutes. He was too tired today. He had been very busy all day. He went to the water park in the morning, had a one-on-one fight with Shi Shuefei in the afternoon, and stayed in the car for several hours in the evening. He was really exhausted. Yuan Yifan slept peacefully, more at ease than anywhere else. In order for this paramount to remain open, the owner must be more nervous than him and know how to hide. So Yuan Yifan chose this place because they don't check ID and it's safe, making it the perfect place for a fugitive to stay. The time passed outside, and with the rising sun, the urban escape program came to the 8th day.